The deeply poisonous old father suddenly discovered that his waste son, who spent his days walking birds and playing with airplanes, was actually the strongest fighting force in the family. As the father broke through the realm of the sage and was about to call for a family celebration, a great emperor's pressure overwhelmed him, making it impossible for him to get up. Breaking through the realm of the true immortal, the father leaped to become the supreme immortal emperor. Son, what realm are you really in? Tell your old man. Let me dispel my thoughts. Dad, I'm just a bit higher than you, just a tiny bit. It's all because you were bound to the aspire to be a dragon system from the start. Your cultivation will always be 3 major realms higher than your father's, but the tricky part is that the rewards given by the system can only be used by the father, and you can only be 3 realms higher than your father. Moreover, you discover that your father, who is at the 7th level of the spiritual transformation realm, is actually deeply poisoned, with only the cultivation base of the 3rd level of foundation building remaining. Ding, because in this world, after the foundation building realm comes the spiritual transformation, divine ability, and revered levels. Under the only passive condition, the host's cultivation will be elevated to the revered 3rd level. It is said that the top experts of the Jianyue dynasty, where the city of Linjiang is located, are at this level. I will directly become one of the top experts of the Jianyue dynasty. In your heart, you couldn't help but feel happy, but soon you restrained your smile, because your mother was forcibly taken away by a powerful force in the past. After being taken back by the force behind her, that force found the Lin family and wanted to wipe out the entire Lin family. At that time, your grandfather was the head of the Lin family, fighting hard against it, but unfortunately, it was like praying mantis trying to stop a chariot, ultimately too weak to resist. He was heavily injured and defeated after just 1 round. Later, it was your mother who appeared and ultimately prevented that force from destroying the Lin family. Moreover, that force is extremely powerful, far beyond what the Jianyue dynasty can compare to. With the system I have now, I will surely become stronger in the future, and I will definitely confront that force. Although the realm of the venerable is decent, it is still insufficient to face that force at the moment, so I must continue to grow stronger. If you want to become stronger, there are only 2 ways. One is to cultivate yourself, which you have temporarily ruled out. As for your own talent, you are aware of it. At 18, your physical body has reached the 7th level. Your talent in Linjiang City can be considered decent, but if you look at the entire Jianyue dynasty, it is quite ordinary. The Jianyue dynasty has its share of geniuses, and the top powerhouse in the entire dynasty is the revered one. Obviously, with his own talent, if he followed the usual path, he would definitely not reach the level of a venerable, let alone the fact that he has already reached that level now. Moving forward, relying on his own cultivation will certainly be extremely difficult. In this way, he can only rely on the system passively. As long as his father, Lin Sangqiong, is promoted, he can also be promoted. Comparatively, it is much easier for my father to advance his realm than it is for me. However, my father is currently afflicted by a poisonous force that continuously undermines his cultivation, and I am unsure if my status as a revered one can detoxify it. You ponder silently in your heart. Suddenly, you realize that the system has also gifted a beginner's package to your father, which you have yet to open. System, open the beginner's package for my father. As your words fell, the father's beginner's gift pack was opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the father's exclusive version of the universal detoxification pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the father's exclusive version of the divine muscle cleansing pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the father's exclusive version of the honored level martial art, the Heavenly Fire Secret Manual, along with an exclusive version of the Heavenly Fire Blue Lotus, truly worthy of being the father's beginner's gift pack. All these rewards are actually exclusive versions, which means only the host's father, Lin Sangqiong, can use them, and no one else can use them. However, it is quite rich to say or not. The all-powerful detoxification pill can detoxify all poisons in the world after taking it, and thereafter, no longer be invaded by any toxins. The divine level bone cleansing pill can be used to cleanse the bones and marrow, remove all impurities in the body, and return the body to its original state. Although not a special physique, the original body, free of impurities, dust, and impurities, has a cultivation aptitude far beyond ordinary people, comparable to those with special physiques. There will be no cultivation bottleneck before reaching the level of an ancient saint. You were also surprised to see this. Although you don't know what level an ancient saint is, you can be sure that it must be high. The innate body has no bottlenecks in cultivation before reaching the level of an ancient saint. This talent is truly extraordinary. In other words, if his father Lin Sangqiong had not fallen, he could have steadily cultivated to the level before the ancient saint, and he has the unique passive blessing, always 3 major realms higher. You suspect that after the 3 major realms, he might be the rumored great emperor. The final reward was equally astonishing, a supreme-level martial art called the Heavenly Fire Scripture. The word supreme clearly indicates that this martial art can be cultivated to the realm of a supreme being. Such a martial art is undoubtedly the most top-notch in the Jianhua dynasty and is definitely impossible to find in Linjiang City. What's even more crucial is that it comes with an additional Heavenly Fire Blue Lotus. Have you heard of the legend of the Heavenly Fire? It is said that there are only 49 heavenly fires in the entire world, each one born from the miraculous fire of heaven and earth. If one were to obtain a heavenly fire, there would be a chance to defy fate. As for the Qinglian heavenly fire, although you have never heard of it, even if it is ranked last, it is still heavenly fire, with unimaginable value. If your own father, Lin Sangqiong, could integrate it, you believe that his realm would definitely be elevated, and you would also be able to advance. Without hesitation, you immediately walked out of your own courtyard to find your father. Stepping out of his own courtyard, he could feel many eyes on him, even hearing some whispers. How dare he show his face outside? Indeed, he is truly a disaster. When he was first brought back by the clan leader, the Lin family suffered heavy losses. The old clan leader died, and several elders were also injured to varying degrees. This time as well, it is said that the clan leader heard about a hidden realm appearing in the world, where there might be a treasure that could completely transform a person. That's why he went out in search of opportunities, hoping to let your talent undergo a metamorphosis. But unexpectedly, he was heavily poisoned. Without him, my Lin family would have long become the #1 clan in Linjiang City. Listening to these whispers, there was no fluctuation in my heart. After all of this was truly caused by myself, so let them say a few words. Anyway, sooner or later, they will change their minds. Lin Shu, advancing quickly all the way towards his father's mansion. Soon, it was time to arrive at his father's mansion. In the middle of the mansion, at this time, there were several physicians who were diagnosing and treating their father, and a few elders on the side were also watching. Seeing Lin Shu's arrival, Lin Tsangdao, who was sitting in a meditative state, immediately opened his mouth. "Brat, what are you doing over here?" Lin Shu wasn't surprised by this title. His own relationship with his father was very good, and brat sounded like a curse, but it actually wasn't. Instead, it was an extremely affectionate term of endearment. "Father, I'm here, naturally, because I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "If it's for resources, just go to the treasure pavilion yourself." "No, but it is not convenient to speak of this matter in front of so many people, but only to you alone." "Father," Lin Sangqiang immediately waved his hand after hearing this. "You guys go ahead and get out." Although the several physicians as well as a few elders disliked the fact that Lin Shu said that things still had to be done behind their backs, they didn't show it and nodded. "Backing out. Now you can talk." Being secretive, "Did you get into trouble again?" Lin Shu thought to himself, "Am I that much of a dude?" Okay. Recall. Before the memory of his previous life was revived, he did seem to be quite a playboy, and all he knew day after day was to drill into the hooks and flower boats in the city. Several times, it's all about dashing off and patting yourself on the back, or your own father sending someone to deliver the money. "No, I came to deliver the antidote to you, father, this time," said Lin Shu, then directly took out the universal antidote pill. Chapter 3, Old Grandpa in the Game World? Lin Sangdao's moving. "It is?" Lin Sangqiong looked at the elixir in Lin Shu's hand with some suspicion. "An elixir? What else could it be?" "Father, you're not going to be poisoned and delirious, are you?" Lin Shu snickered. "Nonsense. Of course I know it's a potion. I'm just asking you, what kind of potion is this? It can't be a random roadside stall you picked it up from, right? Brat, do you have the money to buy the elixir? Can I still not know?" "The antidote, take it or leave it as you like. It was given to me by an old grandpa who broke into my dreams while I was sleeping. Of course he didn't just give me this antidote, he also gave me the others. But that's going to have to wait until you've detoxified yourself. The matter of the system is definitely not to be revealed." In that case, Lin Shu could only find a random excuse. In a dream? Lin Sangqiang was half convinced. Some great powers can rely on their strong soul power to invade other people's dreams. He naturally knew that. This kind of strong man, he had seen it before. However, how could such a strong person appear in Linjiang City? The point is, it's also coming to his own son who's a bit of a dude. This kind of great power, it is only right to look for a heavenly pride. However, Lin Sangqiang also knew that although Lin Shu was usually a bit of a playboy, he still respected himself as his father, and would usually not joke with himself. 9 times out of 10, Lin Shu's words were true. Of course, mainly Lin Sangdao felt that the appearance of that great power might not be a coincidence. Perhaps it was she who had learned of her poisoning, but could not come in person because of the original agreement, so she could only send someone. If that was the case, this antidote to poison was definitely real. That power, he still knew, as the holy daughter of that power, it was normal for her to have some close friends around her. And as for the antidote pill, she was naturally able to take it out. When Lin Sangqiang thought of this, he didn't hesitate and directly took the antidote pill. Then he swallowed it. Lin Shu looked at this scene and was also stunned. Your own father just believed it? Would have thought he would have gotten to the bottom of it. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Lin Shu thought that as long as he swallowed it, it was fine, and it didn't matter what he thought. Lin Sangqiang, after swallowing the universal antidote pill, felt a sense of comfort in his body. At the same time, the black energy that was attached to the top of the dantian was gradually dissipating at this moment. It didn't take long for the black energy on the dantian to disappear. The toxin was resolved when the black energy disappeared into thin air. As the toxin was resolved, Lin Sangdao's cultivation, too, recovered rapidly. From the third level of foundation establishment, he began to rapidly ascend. Chiq triple, the fourth level of foundation building, the fifth level of foundation building, transformation spirit 1, spirit of transformation 2, seventh level of spirit transformation. In just a few moments, Lin Sangdong recovered to his unpoisoned peak. Lin Sangqiang, feeling the recovery of his cultivation, was also happy at this moment. In the meantime, in Lin Shu's mind, a system beep followed. Ding, the host's father, Lin Sangqiang, has been detected to be in the seventh level of the transformation spirit realm. Under the system's only passive activation, the host's realm is elevated to the seventh level of star picking. After the honored one, there is the star picker. The so-called star picking is the ability to pick up stars. The stars, suspended high in the extraterrestrial starry sky, are able to pluck stars from the extraterrestrial starry sky. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration for Lin Shu to call it a phrase of great power. Zun Shi triple, certainly in the Jianyu dynasty ranks among the top, but ultimately there are still comparable to it, and nowadays in the Jianyu dynasty, can be said to have no more enemies. Lin Shu was satisfied in his heart. Without any hesitation, Lin Shu then directly took out the Divine Grade Tendon and Marrow Cleansing Pill as well as the Heavenly Flame Mysteries and the Green Lotus Heavenly Flame. Lin Sangdao, still immersed in surprise. Originally, he had thought that his cultivation would keep falling. After all, that bizarre poison, even several physicians were at their wits' end. And now that the toxin had been removed and his cultivation had been restored, he was naturally happy. Before he could be happy, Lin Shu gave him another big surprise. Father, in the dream, that old grandfather gave me these back. Lin Shu directly introduced. This is a Divine Grade E Tendon and Marrow Cleansing Pill, which is said to completely remove impurities from the body, allowing one to revert back to an innate body, with no more cultivation barriers before breaking through to ancient sainthood. What? When Lin Sangqiang heard this, he was also shocked at the moment. Ancient saints. Lin Shu didn't know. Could he not? At that level, the power behind her was a mainstay. Each and every one of them was a world-defying existence that could break the heavens and earth and open up small worlds with a raise of their hands and a throw of their feet. At this moment, he was a little skeptical. If it was really such an elixir, even she might not be able to take it out. Such an elixir, in that power, was an extremely rare elixir, and it was even possible that such an elixir did not exist. After all, if there really was such a pill, why would that power still search for geniuses? Just find a random person and let him swallow this pill. Tell me, brat, are you sure it's from an old grandpa? Yeah, what's wrong? But that old grandpa is a bit lewd. He looks like a liar. What with the ancient saint? I've never even heard of it. Lin Shu choreographed, and said something about a bunch of ancient Bibles and told me to just give him some money for wine and he sold it to me. Okay, Lin Sangdao was certain that this was definitely not something she had done. Ancient Bible. This was an inherited technique in that power, and it couldn't be taken out easily, even by the Holy Maiden. In that case, wouldn't the old grandfather Lin Shu encountered be said to be an ancient sage who played with the world? And such an ancient saint, in Lin Shu's mouth, turned out to be a liar. Lin Sangqiang said softly at once, brat, no nonsense, quickly apologized to that old senior. Lin Shu looked at Lin Sangqiang who actually really believed, and smiled in his heart, but seeing him being so serious, he also immediately said to the heir, I'm sorry. Seeing Lin Shu apologizing, Lin Sangqiang's face then improved. Alright, if you meet again in the future, treat it respectfully. What you met might be an ancient sage who plays with the world. As for what you have in your hand, use it yourself. You are not talented enough to use it. You will surely be able to get a metamorphosis. Lin Shu immediately shook his head. Why, father? I'm a man who likes hooks and stays on flower boats, not cultivation. So what's the use of giving it to me if I don't cultivate it? Lin Shu said. Besides, that old grandpa said that the higher the talent, the better the use of this divine grade tendon cleansing pill. So it's not a waste for me to use this talent. Anyway, as long as you're strong, father, won't you still be able to protect me all the same? As Lin Shu spoke, he only saw that Lin Sangxiong's hand was already raised. Seeing this, Lin Shu immediately found a reason to bolt. That, father, I made an appointment with Ruyan girl from the hooker yesterday to swim the river together today, so I won't bother father. I'll leave this divine grade tendon and marrow cleansing pill as well as the heavenly flame secret codex and a green lotus heavenly flame here. Use it yourself, and remember not to expose it, or else let someone miss it, and don't blame me if something goes wrong. By the way, if father becomes stronger in the future, find me a few more daughters-in-law. I'm not good at cultivation. I'm good at this. After saying that, Lin Shu directly ran out in a puff of smoke. Lin Tsangdao, looking at Lin Shu's back as he ran out, murmured with a touching feeling in his heart. This brat, saying that he doesn't want to cultivate, must have seen that I was often godly and wanted me to recover her mother, which is why he let me have it. In that case, I'll take it. When I grow up and renew my relationship with your mother, the two of them together will be enough to shelter you for the rest of your life. Chapter 4, The Secret of Father's Poisoning. Lin Shu killed in anger. Linjiang City, Moonlan River, Yulan River. Through the entire Jiangyue dynasty, Linjiang City in the word Jiang is in front of this Yulan River. Lin Shu left the Lin family and made his way to the Moonlan River. As soon as they arrived at the Moonlance River, there were people walking towards Lin Shu. Yo, isn't this the Lin family young lord? I thought that the young master of the Lin family wouldn't dare to come, but I didn't expect that he would still dare to show up. Hear this. Lin Shu instantly narrowed his eyes. These words were clearly unusual. He used to come here a lot to play. There's no reason why he wouldn't dare to come today. The man in front of me must have meant something else when he said so. Unable to help it, Lin Shu immediately thought of his own father, Lin Sangxiong. Perhaps the person in front of him knew that his father had been poisoned, and that's why he said so. So, how did he know? Someone in the Lin family snitched? Or is it that this person in front of me knows who the poisoner is? However, the person in front of him was not the so-called young master son of Linjiang City that Lin Shu knew. Unable to help it, Lin Shu then asked directly, "Who are you? What does it have to do with you if this young man comes here or not? Naturally, you don't know this duke, and with your background, you're not qualified enough to touch this duke." After saying that, this person said to a young male beside him, "Tell him who I am." This person beside him, Lin Shu did know. Linjiang City, the 5 great families. These 5 great families were the Wu family, the Huang family, the Long family, the Peng family, and the Lin family. And this person in front of him was a member of the Long family, the second son of the contemporary Long family head, the younger brother of the young master of the Long family, Long Li Sheng, the Dragon family, in the 5 great families, although it was ranked at the very bottom. But this person being the son of the Dragon family's head and the younger brother of the Dragon family's young master, Long Li Sheng was considered a top male in Linjiang City, and now he was being disrespectful to an unfamiliar young man. So it seemed that this strange young man, his background was indeed extraordinary. Lin Shu was curious as to what status he could have. With Lin Shu's strength today, even if the royal family of the Jianyu dynasty came, Lin Shu would not be afraid. Long Li Sheng, at this moment, also immediately opened his mouth. Lin Shu, there's no harm in telling you, this person in front of you, from the county town of Linzhou, is the son of the head of the county of Linzhou, and is also an inner disciple of one of the 5 great clans of the Jianyu dynasty, the North Moon Palace, Jiang Rui. This statement was made. The people around them were suddenly shocked. Linjiang City, just one of the 9 cities under the banner of Linzhou County. The head of Linzhou County, on the other hand, is the person with the highest status in Linzhou County, who is recognized by the royal family of Jianyu dynasty. As for the North Moon Palace, it was even more shocking in origin, being one of the 5 major clans of the Jianyu dynasty. Even the Jianyu dynasty, when dealing with the North Moon Palace, needed to be careful in dealing with it. I didn't expect that this young man in front of me would have such an identity. What's more, his own strength was quite extraordinary. A Moonlit Night Hall inner disciple. That was a strong person of the Foundation establishment realm. In the entire Linjiang City, there were only a handful of 2 or 3 people in the younger generation who had reached the Foundation establishment realm. Those few, None of them were the pride of Linjiang City or the young masters of the upper three clans. Lin Shu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but ponder in his mind. North Moon Palace, the most powerful force in the northern part of Jiangyu Dynasty. It is said that there are Zunshi realm powerhouses in it. Even the Jiangyu Dynasty have to be careful to treat, not easily offend. And this inner disciple from the North Moon Palace in front of him, the moment he opened his mouth with words like that, did it mean that the North Moon Palace was behind his father's poisoning this time? If that was the case, one would not mind taking a walk and destroying the Northern Moon Palace. Lin Shu, does knowing my identity make you feel terrified? There is no need to be terrified, for you are about to die. Zhang Yu, looking at Lin Shu, said in a very open manner. Looking at him like this, Lin Shu was tempted to just kill him right now, but things were still unclear and this person was still somewhat useful. Unable to help, Lin Shu opened his mouth and asked, Zhang Yu, you're just a mere foundation establishment realm, and you think you can kill me? In Linjiang City, not to mention that you're at the foundation establishment realm, what if you're even at the spirit transformation realm? Ha ha ha, looks like you still don't get it? Do you think I'm really the only one? Zhang Ro laughed. Your father, Lin Sangqiong, is actually competing with my sect's first true disciple, senior brother Yu Wuxin, for the precious medicine. He really doesn't know what he's doing. Senior brother Yu Wuxin only slightly exerted some means, and he couldn't resist. By the way, I forgot to tell you that if it wasn't for Yu Wuxin's desire to make Lin Sangqiong watch the Lin family fall apart little by little, so that he would suffer endless torment in the midst of watching the Lin family fall apart, he would have died a long time ago. I think that you, the young master of the Lin family, must be aware of Lin Sangqiong's current situation, right? I have to say, I don't know if you are really bold or really a dude. Your own father was poisoned and you came to the flower boat. Really filial to me. However, Zhang Ro's words had just been finished when he directly drank his hatred on the spot. Lin Shu had just been slightly agitated, but he hadn't expected Zhang Ro to tell the whole story. Since things had already come to an end, and he had gotten the answer he wanted, there was naturally no need for Zhang Yu to live. This person, but he opened his mouth to want himself dead and the Lin family to be destroyed. How could he be kept? The sudden scene shocked everyone present in a flash. Long Li Sheng, the second son of the Long family, was also frozen in place at this moment. Zhang Ro, son of Linjiang County head, North Moon Palace inner disciple, which identity in Linjiang City, that is the top of the sky big shot, and now, just dead. Long Li Sheng, after reacting, immediately glared angrily at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, you are dead. You dared to kill Jiang Shao. The county head won't let you go, and the North Moon Palace won't let you go either. Lin Shu, after killing Zhang Yu, looked at Long Lisheng. If you don't say anything, maybe this young man will forget about you. In that case you have to jump out. Now you come and tell this young man, what role did the Long family play in this incident? Humph, why should this young man tell you? You're already a dead man. Why would I need to reveal it to a dead man like you? Yes? Lin Shu pointed to the right side of the river. Yes, if I even killed him, will I kill you too? Long Lisheng froze, thinking that since Lin Shu knew that he was bound to die, he would most likely pull a few cushions before he died, and without hesitation, he immediately retreated backward. At the same time, immediately shouted out, guards, quickly, protect this young man. Although, he did not understand why Lin Shu, a person who had always had mediocre talent and even often hung around hookahs and flower boats, had the strength to kill Zhang Rui of the Foundation Establishment realm. But no matter what means had been used, or whether he had been hiding it before, Lin Shu could kill Zhang Ro. He could definitely kill himself. The Long family, with the help of the North Moon Palace, is about to ascend to the top of Linjiang City and become the #1 family, and has a bright future of its own, so it can't let Lin Shu kill it in a hurry. As Long Liesheng's words fell, 3 foundation establishment powerhouses immediately appeared beside him. Each of them was above the 5th level of foundation establishment, quite a bit more powerful than a 3rd level of foundation establishment like Zhang Yu. Lin Shu didn't even look at them, but instead grabbed straight towards Long Lisheng. As for the 3 foundation establishment 5th level powerhouses, they were shaken by the aura from Lin Shu's body and flew out backwards, already dead. Long Lisheng, looking at the scene, looked at Lin Shu in horror. What exactly is your strength? Chapter 5, Ruyan. Want me to pick a star for you? Long Lisheng was still very confident in the guards he had sent from these few families to protect him. Every one of them was above the 5th level of foundation establishment, and one of them had even reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. Unless it was a spirit transformation realm powerhouse, it would be difficult for other powerhouses to harm themselves in the face of these 3 guards of theirs. However, in Lin Shu's hands, it did not even qualify for Lin Shu to make a move, and just by getting close to Lin Shu, it was shaken away, and then there was no sign of life. Is Lin Shu still a human being? Even his own father, the dragon family head, who was at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, couldn't do it. You are an avatar realm powerhouse? No, it can't be. It's impossible to be so young to be an avatar realm powerhouse. You must have an avatar secret treasure on you. The so-called avatar secret treasure was an amulet given by an avatar realm powerhouse, and among the amulet, it contained the avatar powerhouse's avatar power. When the master wears this amulet, once he suffers an attack, the amulet will automatically activate the power of the avatar to severely injure or even kill the attacker. It was just that the divine power secret treasure, that was a rather precious existence in the entire Jianyu dynasty. In Linjiang City, no avatar realm powerhouse had ever appeared, so how could such a secret treasure appear? But other than that, he couldn't think of anything else. After all, the other guess, that Lin Shu was in the avatar realm, was just too unbelievable. Lin Shu is only how old? 18. An 18-year-old avatar had never appeared before in the entire Jianyu dynasty. Lin Shu, naturally, was too lazy to explain. His hand gently pinched, and Long Liexing's shoulder, which was pinched by Lin Shu, was crushed by Lin Shu. You can choose not to say anything. This young man is in no hurry. I will crush your body inch by inch. Long Liexing, even though he had reached the 6th level of the physical body realm and the strength of his physical body was not comparable to that of an ordinary person, in Lin Shu's hands, he was as fragile as tofu. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his shoulder, he couldn't hold on any longer and immediately opened his mouth. I'll tell you everything I know. Then why don't you hurry up? Long Liexing quickly narrated everything he knew. Yu Wuxin, or the first true biography of the Northern Moon Palace. He had a younger sister named Yu Wu-ro. Yu Wu-ro once wandered outside and ran into Long Liexing's brother, the young master of the Long family, Long Lichang, and the two of them went through a series of things and fell in love. Yu Wu-ro decides to help Long Lichang after she learns that Long Lichang's Long family is surprisingly ranked at the bottom of the 5 major families in Linjiang City. Meanwhile, Lin Shu's father, Lin Sangqiong, is out looking for a chance and happens to clash with Yu Wuxian over a precious medicine. What happened next was pretty much what Zhang Rui had said. So it is. Lin Shu nodded, finally knowing the cause and effect. No wonder Zhang Rou could be with Long Liexing. Seeing Lin Shu nodding, Long Liexing thought Lin Shu was satisfied and immediately opened his mouth. Lin Shu, please let me go. The matter of your father Lin Sangqiong really has nothing to do with my Long family. My dragon family has not made a move against the rest of the 4 great families so far, and that includes the Lin family as well. Lin Shu smiled. Is that so? I'm afraid that in Yu Wu-ro's eyes, the Lin family is not worth mentioning, and if she wants to do it, you Long family will be able to resist? I'm afraid that not only will your Long family not resist, but they will happily accept it. At that time, will your dragon family not make a move against my Lin family? In that case, you, the second son of the Long family, is a scourge to keep. Having said that, without batting an eye, Lin Shu directly killed Long Liexing. After the kill, Lin Shu looked towards the flower boat. At this moment, on the flower boat, Miss Ruyan, Lin Shu's date for today, was standing there. Miss Ruyan, it's been a long time, hasn't it? I'll be right over. Say it. Lin Shu didn't care about the 5 corpses beside him. His face recovered a smile from the icy coldness he had just felt, and he walked up to the flower boat. Ruyan, watching Lin Shu approach, unconsciously took a few steps back. Are you really Lin Xiao? What? Don't I look like one? Or do you want me to tell you about the mole on your right breast before you believe me? Lin Xiao, you. Ruyan blushed and immediately ran into the flower boat. Normally, at this time, hearing such powerful news, the crowd present would definitely be up in arms. However, on the premise that Lin Shu had killed 5 people so gently, no one present dared to make a sound, deeply afraid that if he made a sound, he would lose his life. The second Duke of the Long family, the county head Duke, and the 3 foundation establishment, all of these dared to be killed. Would Lin Shu be afraid to kill all of them? Lin Shu didn't bother with them, but followed into the flower boat. It wasn't until Lin Shu walked into the flower boat and closed the hatch that someone finally spoke up at that moment. Young master of the Lin family, in the past, although he seemed to be a playboy, he was also very gentle. Why is he so grumpy today? Did you just run away with your ears? Didn't you hear that Lin Sangqiong was poisoned? People's fathers have been victimized by poisoning. It's only strange if Lin Shu isn't cranky. I think that's not the point. The point is how Lin Shu is so powerful. What's so powerful about it? Didn't Long Lisheng say that he relies on divine secret treasures? Avatar's secret treasure. Indeed, there are points of passive excitation as well as active excitation. Those few above the 5th level of foundation establishment should be passive excitation of the power to kill, but Jiang Rou and Long Lisheng, but Lin Shu personally, can't be passive excitation, right? So what? You said it too. There's still active stimulation. Are you retarded? Even if it's actively inspired, that requires strength. Can a divine secret treasure be actively inspired so easily? Even if it's the spirit transformation realm that actively inspires it, it would still have to empty its body of energy. Did you see Lin Shu show any signs of emptying just now? Not at all. It's normal. Could it be that Lin Shu was really in the Avatar realm? For a moment, the people present were silent. Avatar realm. Fleshly body derives divine abilities. At this realm, there was great power in raising one's hands and throwing one's feet. Between one move, directly chopping off the Moon Lan River was not even a matter. Already possessing heavenly might. How old is Lin Shu? How can he be so strong? However, it turned out that Lin Shu was indeed extremely likely to be in the Avatar realm. Go away. Disperse. This place is no longer a good place. Yes, I'm afraid the dragon family will arrive soon. It won't be long before there may be bloodshed. And I'm afraid that if I stay here, I'll suffer the consequences. Soon, the people who had gathered were all gone. In the flower boat, Lin Shu naturally heard the murmurings outside, but did not care. At this moment, Lin Shu had already wrapped his arms around Miss Ruyan and was enjoying Miss Ruyan's ministrations. Young Lin, are you really in the Avatar realm? No. Lin Shu shook his head. It's a good thing it wasn't, or it would have really scared my slave to death. I'm 2 great realms higher than the Avatar realm. Right. Ah, Miss Ruyan exclaimed. What realm is that? Pluck the stars. Lin Shu smiled. How about this? You once said that if I was able to take down the moon, you would come back to the Lin family with me and serve me for the rest of your life from then on. The moon I may not be able to pick, but the other stars, yes. Which one you want, I'll pick it for you right here. When Miss Ruyan heard this, she choked up. Lin Xiao, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Without you, I'm afraid I would have been reduced to an ordinary flower whore, serving hundreds of men. I'm very grateful to Mr. Lin, but I'm ultimately from a humble background, and I'm afraid that if I join the Lin family, I'll dishonor you. Young Lin, if you can really pick the stars, you'll be a great worldly power in the future. How can you leave a stain for me? Lin Shu smiled bashfully. My life is not yet for others to comment on. Just one question. Will you or won't you? Looking at Lin Shu's gaze, although a little colorful, but also full of softness, such a smoke girl, finally nodded softly. Chapter 6, Su Yan. Accompany me to kill someone. Lin Shu. The reason why he came to Ruyan. It was because, in this world, Ruyan was considered to be the best person to Lin Shu besides her father. Once upon a time, when Lin Shu returned to the Lin family, his return caused several elders of the Lin family to be injured and caused the head of the Lin family, Lin Shu's grandfather, to fall. Lin family, from the original can be ranked Linjiang City first big family fell to the end of the 5 big families, but also can still slightly suppress some of the Long family. This turn of events naturally caused the Lin family to be displeased with Lin Shu. In this way, in the Lin family, almost no one was willing to play with Lin Shu, and would even secretly complain about Lin Shu, calling him a spoilsport. After 3 or 4 years of living alone in the Lin family, after the age of 10, Lin Shu finally did have the chance to get out of the Lin family to play. It was from that time that Lin Shu met Ruyan, who was 3 years older than Lin Shu at that time and had just been sold into a hooker. Speaking of which, it was still an accident that allowed Lin Shu to get to know Ruyan. Lin Shu was tricked into the hookah by a young man from another family, which is how he came to know Ruyan. Otherwise the 10-year-old Lin Shu would never have thought of going to that place. After befriending Ruyan, the two of them talked a bit and could be said to sympathize with each other. 1. Despite being the young master of the Lin family, had been alienated and isolated because he had let the Lin family's status in Linjiang City fall to pieces when he returned, causing all of his clan members to dislike him. The other, once considered a rich life, was born into a small family, and in the midst of a family feud, the small family where Ruyan was located was destroyed, and Ruyan escaped, and was eventually captured in a hooker, sharing the same tragic fate. Just like that the two became close. It was from that time that Lin Shu would often come to the hookah and play only with Ruyan. At the same time, using the identity of the young master of the Lin family, he warned the hookah that from now on, Ruyan was not allowed to pick up customers like other women. Although the Lin family's status is in tatters, at least it is still the 5 great families, and the hookah does not dare not listen to it, so Ruyan also has a guarantee in the hookah. At first, Lin Shu thought about taking Ruyan home, but Ruyan refused. She said that Lin Shu was already having quite a hard time in the Lin family itself, being isolated by the Lin family, and that if he were to bring a hooker back, then he would only be alienated even further by the Lin family, and would even be secretly abused. Ruyan, for Lin Shu's consideration, eventually rejected Lin Shu. Lin Shu, also because of the lack of money, cannot ransom for Ruyan, so they can only see each other in the hookah. And now, Lin Shu already had enough strength, and with that strength, there was no need to care about what those people from the Lin family said. With strength, it is natural to have the capital to ransom them and be able to do so. Although, it was true that Ruyan did not have anyone who dared to force her in the hookah, but after all, she was in the middle of the hookah, and it was definitely excellent to be able to bring back to the Lin family. Well, since you're willing, I'll take you to ransom. Just then, a voice came from beyond the flower boat. Young Master Lin. Lin Shu was extremely familiar with this voice. It was the boss of the hookah. Just as well, I was planning to make a trip there, so now that he's here, I'll just say it right here. Come in. When the hooker came in, he immediately spoke. Young Master Lin, I came over here to deliver Miss Ruyan's contract of sale for you. Young Master Lin, and from now on, Miss Ruyan will have nothing to do with my Luanfeng Pavilion. Luanfeng, the very name of the hookah. Just now, the owner of Luanfeng Pavilion heard the news from his men. It was said that Lin Shu, who had successively killed the Linzhou County's head son, 3 strong men above the 5th level of Foundation establishment, and the second son of the Long family, Long Li Sheng, seemed to have reached the Avatar realm in Cultivation, and at the very least, had an Avatar secret treasure. After getting this news, he brought Ruyan's deed of sale here in the first place. In the past, Lin Shu's strength was mediocre, and although the Luanfeng Pavilion was not comparable to the Lin family, he was not afraid of a mediocre Lin family young master. Ruyan kept it and could still make a decent profit from Lin Shu, and even though Ruyan only served Lin Shu, it was already worth far more than the money she had paid for Ruyan in the first place. Now that Lin Shu had such strength, he naturally didn't dare to keep Ruyan. In case Lin Shu got angry and wiped out Luanfeng Pavilion, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? He didn't think that the Luanfeng Pavilion could still be stronger than the county head, the Dragon family, or the Northern Moon Palace. Even though it seemed to him that Lin Shu had no hope of facing these several forces, who would mess with a powerful person who was about to die? Lin Shu took the deed of sale, glanced at it, and then tore it up. Ruyan, from now on, you are free. Ruyan, looking at the fragments of the deed of sale that had been reduced to a floor, she knew that from today onwards, her life would begin anew, and her eyes were slightly moist. Young Master Lin, from today onwards, I'm your person. Ruyan, if you don't want to join the Lin family, I can arrange a place for you to stay. I'm willing. Young Master Lin has taken care of me over the years and kept me from being complicit. From now on, I'll follow young Master Lin and serve him for the rest of my life. Okay, in that case, the name Ruyan should be lost. That's just your stage name. Have you thought about what you should be called in the future? If young Lord agrees, I would like to change back to my own true name. Su Yen. Agreed. From now on you'll be Su Smoke. Lin Shu finished speaking and glanced at the Luanfeng Pavilion boss. All these years, you have done quite well, and now you have given the deed of sale of Su Yen to this young man. Like this, do you have any jade on you? This young man will leave you an amulet. When it is critical, it can save your life, and it is also considered as a reward for you to listen to the words of this young man in the past, and to take special care of Su Yen. Upon hearing this, the owner of Luanfeng Pavilion immediately took out a piece of top-grade jade. Lin Shu, without hesitation, inputted one of his own star-picking seals and disappeared into the jade, refining it into an amulet. Of course, it's only a one-time thing, and it can still only be passively energized. The star-picking jade talisman was a treasure that might not exist in the entire Jiangyu dynasty, and Lin Shu naturally wouldn't give him a complete one, the value of which had far exceeded everything he had done before. This is the star-picking jade talisman. With this jade talisman, no one can kill you in the entire Jiangyu dynasty, but of course it can only be used once. Many thanks, young Master Lin. Although, he didn't understand why it wasn't called the Jade Talisman of Divine Power, but it didn't matter. As long as it was a life-preserving item, what did he care what it was called? Lin Shu, get out here. Just as Lin Shu had settled things and was about to go home, a voice came. Listening to the voice, it seemed to be someone he had dealt with in the past, the Dragon family's young master, Long Li Chang. Lin Shu sensed a little. The bank of the Moonlan River was already filled with no less than 50 people at this moment. Among them, there were several auras that were quite powerful. Of course, the so-called powerful was relative to Linjiang City, and these few auras reached the spirit transformation realm. Apparently, it was the elders of the dragon family who had also arrived. Su Yan, go! Come with me and kill with me. Su Yan silently nodded her head, even if she was only at the second level of flesh, but she was not afraid. Even if she died, she would die with Lin Shu. Chapter 7, Powerful Avatar? Overwhelmed with aplomb. Next moment, Lin Shu then embraced Su Yan and slowly walked out of the flower boat. As for the owner of Luanfeng Pavilion, Lin Shu didn't care anymore. When he stepped out of the flower boat, he saw the people of the Long family on the shore from afar. Lin Shu, you finally come out. On the shore, Long Li Chang, the young master of the Long family, opened his mouth, and in his voice, he was filled with anger. Lin Shu looked away, then his gaze fell on the woman beside Long Li Chang. This woman, very unfamiliar and so young, had the strength of the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Obviously, not being a member of the Long family but standing beside Long Li Chang, this person should be the Chu Ro. It must be said that Long Li Chang is a blessed man. Surprisingly, he was able to get the favor of a woman who was stronger than he was and had a stronger birth than he did. Unfortunately, this blessing is going to end here. Lin Shu looked at Yu Wu Ro. Where's your brother? Didn't he come? Yu Wu Ro, hearing Lin Shu's words, instantly understood. Looks like it was that punk Jian Yu who told you everything? Lin Shu, you are indeed not bad. Facing me you still have such confidence and can still be so calm. However, no matter how calm and confident you are, there is no hope for you in the face of the Northern Moon Palace. Originally, I was thinking of waiting for my brother to break through the 7th level of spirit transformation and exit the gate, then descending on the Lin family together to wipe it out. Now that you're standing right in front of me, it seems like you won't be able to see the scene of the Lin family's destruction. You must be thinking that you don't fear me with a divine secret treasure on your body, right? Since that's the case, I'll let you know what it means to be the North Moon Palace's underbelly. Only to see Yu Wu Ro's words fall. Beside her, 2 old men appeared. Lin Shu glanced at the 2 old men. Both of them were in the Avatar realm. No wonder Yu Wu Ro dared to face herself, so it turned out that there were 2 Avatar realms protecting her safety. Looking at these 2 Avatar realm old men, Lin Shu embraced Su Yan and then stepped into the air. It was as if there was an invisible bridge spanning between heaven and earth. Lin Shu, standing in the air, took 1 step towards the shore. The moment, the people of the Long family were all shocked. Flesh body, foundation building, spirit transformation, avatar, venerable. The only way to achieve the avatar realm was to be able to step into the air. Lin Shu was now stepping step by step in mid-air, which was clearly stepping in the air. In that case, Lin Shu had already stepped into the avatar realm. Not with the help of the rumored avatar secret treasures. Divine power secret treasures could only utilize divine power might, but could not allow the user to do so by stepping into the air. Yu Wu Ro, at this moment, also changed her face. For a long time, she had always thought that her brother was the ultimate heavenly pride. At just under 25 years old, he had reached the 5th level of spirit transformation, and this time, he had gained the chance to obtain a precious medicine, and after absorbing it, he would be able to reach the 7th level of spirit transformation at the very least. However, the Lin Shu in front of him was actually at the Avatar realm. Lin Shu, nowadays, seems to be less than 20 years old, I guess, or around 18. An 18-year-old at the Avatar realm has never been seen in the Jiangyu dynasty. Yu Wu Ro, within her eyes, a trace of ice coldness flashed. Such a terrifying heavenly pride should definitely not be allowed to grow any further. If, however, you have not been offended before, you can still try to pull it together. But his own brother had caused Lin Shu's father to be poisoned, which was an irreconcilable conflict. In that case, it could only strangle Lin Shu. Yu Wu Ro immediately spoke. Quick, kill him. As Yu Wu Ro gave the order, the 2 Avatar realm old men who were protecting her by her side instantly made their move at the first opportunity. The 2 Avatar realm old men, with a flash of their figures, also soared in midair. Seeing this scene, Su Yan opened her mouth in Lin Shu's arms. Young lord, release me. Holding me will affect your strength. Young lord, Lin Shu shook his head. Have you forgotten what I said before? What? Su Yan was stunned and quickly remembered. Picking stars. Yes, Lin Shu was talking about the star-plucking realm, which seemed to say that it was above the honored ones. Before, she didn't believe it, Thinking it was the love words those men in the hookah said to the women, "What, as long as you follow me, I can pick the stars and the moon for you." This kind of love talk, she had seen many men say to other women in the hookah. Therefore, when Lin Shu said it, she subconsciously assumed the same. Nowadays, it seems to be not a love story, but a true one. Su Yan, too, quieted down in Lin Shu's arms. "Kid, how dare you flirt in front of the old man, humiliating him like that? Kid, even though you have unparalleled qualifications and reached the Avatar realm at a young age, so what? Today, the two of us will join forces, and you won't be able to escape." Lin Shu looked towards the two old men, and then he gently raised his hand. Noisy. As the words fell, Lin Shu struck out. The electricity was flat, with no earth-shattering visions. However, it was between this flatness and nothingness that Lin Shu slapped out his palm. The two Avatar realm old men suddenly realized that they were already unable to move their entire bodies, and it was as if the heavens and earth where they were being manipulated by Lin Shu. Before they could even open their mouths to beg for mercy, that palm was already imprinted on them. The two Avatar realm old men, just like that, fell in front of Lin Shu, their bodies falling into the Moonlance River. Several large fish saw a body fall and immediately surrounded it, fighting for food. Heaven and earth, a silence. Yu Wu Ro, the Long family, and the people of the Long family, their faces were all in a state of stagnation at this moment. What's that guy? Two Avatar realm powerhouses. At the Avatar realm, in the entire Jiangyu dynasty, as long as one wasn't particularly licentious, they could all roam the party. And now, it had fallen so easily into Lin Shu's hands. Even Lin Shu didn't even utilize his fleshly aptitude, it was merely a mediocre palm, as if he was swatting a fly. Yu Wu Ro, looking at Lin Shu, at this moment above her absolutely beautiful face, she was finally no longer confident, no longer arrogant, and between her eyebrows, she was filled with fear. "What the hell are you? No, what realm are you in?" Lin Shu softly said, "It is a realm that you, at present, have no access to." Having said that, Lin Shu didn't hesitate to strike again. Although Yu Wu Ro was stunningly beautiful, to Lin Shu, this was an enemy. Enemies, even if they were good-looking, Lin Shu would never let them go. It was still a flat slap. However, this palm, which Lin Shu had slapped in the air towards the ground, was a palm that descended from the sky. Lin Shu, no, you can't kill me. I was born in the Northern Moon Palace. My brother is the first true lord, and my father is the second palace master of the Northern Moon Palace. Also, I have a sister-in-law who is now the empress of the Jiangyu dynasty. Kill me, and from here on out, both the Northern Moon Palace and the Jiangyu dynasty will not let you go. That's it? Lin Shu was expecting to be able to tell a scary background. Half the time, it's still in the Jiangyu dynasty. In that case, there's nothing to say. A palm fell. Yu Wu Ro, including the Dragon family's young master Long Li Chang, the Dragon family elders, and the other 50 or so strong members of the Dragon family, were covered by this palm. By this point, all were dead and fell on the spot. Chapter 8, Lin Shu's mother. Backhand. Go home. Lin Shu, taking a look at the scene with no more survivors, was also quite satisfied. The Dragon family, most of the strongest people have been killed now. In the entire Dragon family, there was only the Dragon family head and the other minions. At this time, it was naturally time to go home and tell the news to his father, so that he could bring the strongest members of the Lin family to completely destroy the Long family in order to put an end to the future. Lin Shu, with Su Yan in tow, disappeared by the Moonlan River. Not long after Lin Shu disappeared, by the Moonlan River, several figures appeared. If Lin Shu was here, he would definitely recognize a few of them. Wu Ming, head of the Wu family. Pang Long, head of the Pang family. Huang Yifei, head of the Huang family, as well as the Linjiang City Lord, Zhao Yunlan. These few people, all of them, were Linjiang City's powerhouses standing at the pinnacle. Each one of them was above the 8th level of spirit transformation, and some of them had even touched the barrier of the Avatar realm, and were only one step away from it. And now, these 4 people, looking at the corpses all over the ground by that Moonlan River, were also in deep horror at this moment. In the presence, they had seen several elders from the Long family, and although they were all only around the 3rd or 5th level of spirit transformation, they were still extremely astonishing. These several Dragon family elders were obviously killed without any resistance. Zhao Yunlan, the Linjiang City Lord, couldn't help but open his mouth. Several family heads. What do you think? The Wu family head was the first to speak. According to the news, it was that young master of the Lin family, Lin Shu, who killed an inner disciple from the North Moon Palace as well as the second son of the Long family, Long Li Sheng, before the Long family led the crowd. Pong Long, the head of the Pang family, added. It's said that at that time, before that Long family's Long Lixing died, he said that the Long family had taken up with the sister of the Northern Moon Palace's first true Chuan, and that he wanted to help the Long family capture the position of the No. 1 family in Linjiang City. Look guys, isn't that one Yu Wu Ro? The crowd looked over, and sure enough, among the many corpses, they saw the body of a stunningly beautiful woman. This woman, wearing a dress with a crescent moon on it. This is the symbol of the North Moon Palace. Zhao Yunlan looked away. It should be her. I didn't realize she was dead too. No, this person is the sister of the Northern Moon Palace's first true successor. It's impossible for her to not have a protector by her side. The person she's protecting is at least no less than the 7th level of spirit transformation, or perhaps even the avatar realm. Could it be that the person she was protecting is also dead? Several people began to look over the bodies, soon seen in the Moonland River. There were 2 corpses, now surrounded by a school of fish, which had been disfigured. However, judging from the corpse, the strength of the flesh was astonishing. It was not an unusual powerhouse. It was most likely an Avatar realm powerhouse. After all, unusual strong people, with average flesh, in this Moon Lanjiang River. I'm afraid that it won't take long to be divided, and these 2 corpses, so long has not been divided up. The strength in life must be extraordinary. The Avatar realm powerhouses are all dead. Seeing this scene, the 4 people who stood at the pinnacle of Linjiang City were all shivering inside at the moment. It was only after a long time that Wu Ming, the head of the Wu family, spoke leisurely. You guys, is this the work of that Lin Shu? The news says it's Lin Shu who has the secret treasure of divine power. Pong Long, the head of the Pang family, shook his head. Obviously, this is impossible. Lin Shu is too young. Even if he really has a divine power secret treasure, he can't kill the divine power realm. Huang Yifei, the head of the Huang family, was quite agreeable. Not bad, so it seems there is only one possibility. What might the remaining 3, all of them, immediately asked. Do you, by any chance, remember what happened 12 years ago? 12 years ago? For a moment, the remaining 3 were lost in memories. Soon enough, they figured it out. Zhao Yunlan opened his mouth. What you're saying, could it be that back then, the Lin family offended a major power, causing Lin Songhai, who was the head of the Lin family at the time, to fall, and several of the elders of the Lin family, to suffer varying degrees of injuries? Not bad. After that one incident, the Lin family by Ben could be ranked as the first great family status instantly fell, becoming the bottom of the 5 great families. After Lin Suncheon's efforts, this is finally more than the Long family, but still under us. This, too, I remember. But just what does this have to do with the matter at hand? Huang Yifei said. Back then, besides this matter, but there was another rumor. Could it be that you guys forgot? Lin Sangxiong seems to have taken up with a woman who came out from amongst an extremely powerful force, which gave birth to Lin Shu. Because of this, the Lin family has suffered this calamity. However, later on, the Lin family wasn't destroyed, and that great power disappeared, while that woman didn't enter the Lin family either. You guys, do you think this one thing could be done by Lin Shu's mother? Or perhaps Lin Shu's mother left behind strong men to protect Lin Shu? As soon as these words came out, the remaining 3 people present suddenly came to a realization. No wonder. In that case, it would make sense that Lin Shu has a divine secret treasure on his body. Yes, Lin Shu has never left Linjiang City since he returned to the Lin family, yet he possesses the Avatar's secret treasure. So it can only come from Lin Shu's mother. This time, when Lin Shu suffered a crisis, it was obviously solved again by the backhand left behind by Lin Shu's mother. Zhao Yunlan, listening, also nodded. Although he had only transferred over in the last 5 years, he had heard about the Lin family's affairs. Now this speculation is indeed justified. It seems that the news here must be reported to the royal family as soon as possible. When Zhao Yunlan thought of this, he spoke directly. Gentlemen, since the matter has been cleared up, I will return. You're welcome, City Lord. As Zhao Yunlan left, Wu Ming, the head of the Wu family, Pong Long, the head of the Pang family, and Huang Yifei, the head of the Huang family, followed suit and left the place. Wu family head Wu Ming returned to the family. At this moment, Wu Ming was still quite puzzled in his heart. That is, Lin Shu's mother. Regarding Lin Shu's mother, he was definitely one of the most knowledgeable people in Linjiang City other than Lin Sungdao. At that time, he had just become the head of the family for a few years, and on that day, a woman quietly groped her way into the Wu family, asking the Wu family to secretly help the Lin family. At that time, he had just become the head of the family not long ago, so it could be said that heaven and earth were not big. He was the biggest, and he didn't put anything in his eyes. However, in just an instant, that woman didn't even make a move, a single breath, and he lost his power to resist. And then, he was controlled by the woman, and he could only end up secretly helping the Lin family as he was told. Later, when a series of things happened in the Lin family, he realized that this woman was the wife Lin Sangxiang was looking for outside. But this thing today, it's so weird. If that woman could appear, why would she need to ask herself to help the Lin family? At the moment, there are only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the peerless woman, out of the control of that great power, had secretly returned. There was also the possibility that the Lin family had obtained another supreme opportunity. Anyway, either way, he had to visit the Lin family. I don't know whether it's the master who has returned, or whether the little master has obtained a heaven-defying chance. No matter what, if the Lin family is destroyed by that northern moon palace, I will die along with them. Unfortunately, although my master left resources behind, my qualifications are limited, and I've only broken through the 8th level of divine power today, so I'm unable to fight against the North Moon Palace, or else I would have been able to secretly get rid of the North Moon Palace. That's right, although he had been controlled, that peerless woman had also left behind resources for him, as well as a merit law and a divine ability. With that one merit law, and the resources, he had elevated to the 8th level of the divine profound realm. Because of this, the Lin family had been suppressed by the Huang family, and he had been able to help the Lin family many times in the shadows, silently, until he had given Lin Sungdao the ability to stand on his own. I don't know what Lin Sangxiang is capable of, making such a supreme woman think so much for him, and even before that one thing even happened, he had already left himself behind as a backhand. Wu Ming lamented in his heart. That peerless woman, although masked, could vaguely be seen through the thin veil as an exiled immortal woman. It can be said that this woman is only found in heaven, and it is rare to see her on earth. He shook his head without giving it any more thought and decided to go to the Lin family first to find out what was going on. If the master, the Jedi woman, had already returned, she herself would be able to resume her duties. If he hadn't returned, he should have joined forces with the Lin family to find a way to get through this crisis. This crisis was unprecedented, and Wu Ming knew that he couldn't survive it, so he could only face it with the Lin family. Today's opponent is not the Huang family. Chapter 9, Code Word Tian Yuan. You're one of hers? The Lin family. Lin Shu brought Su Yan back to the Lin family, and then he went to find his father Lin Sangxiang at the first opportunity. Soon, Lin Shu arrived at Lin Sangxiang's residence. Lin Sangxiang froze as he watched Lin Shu go out and come back so quickly. In the past, when Lin Shu went out, he always returned very late, and even in recent times, sometimes even less so. Soon, Lin Sungdao understood. Looking at the woman by Lin Shu's side, he got it. It turned out that he had brought that Ruyan back, which was why he had returned so early. Lin Sangxiang glanced at Ruyan. This woman, he had once poked around. After all, it was the woman Lin Shu often went to, so he naturally had to investigate so that Lin Shu wouldn't be cheated. After investigating, it was realized that Ruyan was a person with a tragic life, and because of Lin Shu, this did not fall into the position of receiving prostitutes. The reason why the two came together was the mutual redemption of Lin Shu and Ruyan. Lin Shu saves Ruyan from a pickup crisis. Ruyan allows Lin Shu to confide in the loneliness and bitterness he suffers in the Lin family. Since you followed this brat back, then from now on, consider the Lin family as your home. Lin Sangxiang spoke directly. Su Yan's face blushed when she heard this. Lin Shu spoke from the sidelines. Father, this time when I went out, something happened to me. I hope you're prepared for it. What? Looking at Lin Shu in such a grand manner. At this moment, Lin Sangdao was also startled and couldn't help but ask eagerly. What is it? Did you get into trouble? And a big one at that? No. Lin Shu then told Lin Sungdao what he had experienced today. After hearing this, Lin Sangxiang couldn't help but glance at Lin Shu suspiciously. Are you saying that you've killed someone and there's an Avatar Realm powerhouse? Yes. To Lin Shu's surprise, Lin Sangxiang didn't have the slightest suspicion and instead laughed out loud. Good. I told you that my Lin Sangxiang's seed with her. How could it be a mediocre person? No wonder. You were able to gain the ancient sage's regard. So that makes sense. Seeing that Lin Sangxiang wasn't surprised at all, Lin Shu's heart also relaxed quite a bit. Otherwise, one has to explain the source of the strength. Alright, since the dragon family has been crippled by you, the next finishing touches will be left to me, Lin Sangxiang said. A mere dragon family. How dare you think to step on my Lin family to become the #1 great family? What a nerve! Lin Shu asked from the sidelines. Father, would you like me to come along? No need, Lin Sengqiang said. Don't look at me as just the 7th level of spirit transformation, but I can be valued by your mother. There are still some abilities, although it's not as good as you, but under the avatar, absolutely no one is my opponent. The dragon family head is not yet my opponent. As for the rest of the people, by the elders will be enough. After all, the dragon family's elders are all pretty much dead. Hearing his father's words, Lin Shu didn't say anything more. It was also true that his own mother's identity was mysterious, and to be valued by her, there must be something special. Then I will leave father alone. Having said that, Lin Shu then left. After Lin Shu left, Lin Sangdao was also quick to give orders, mobilizing Lin family elders as well as elite disciples to the Long family, the dragon family. At this moment, the head of the Long family was still waiting for the good news to come back, and had even fantasized about the day when the Long family had become the #1 family. Just then, a voice came, Long Peng, come out and die. Hearing this voice, Long Peng, the head of the Long family, was also startled. Wasn't this the voice of Wu Ming, the head of the Wu family? Wu Ming, how could he suddenly come to the Long family and release such arrogant words? At this time, Wu Ming should have known that the dragon family already had the support of the Northern Moon Palace. However, no matter what, Wu Ming had actually come. Long Peng felt that he had to teach him some lessons. This time, he had obtained the pills gifted by Yu Wu Rou, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, and he was just one step away from stepping into the avatar realm. In terms of realm, but it was a bit higher than Wu Ming, and only Huang Yifei, the head of the Huang family, and Zhao Yunlan, the head of Linjiang City, were the same as himself. Wu Ming, you seek death. Long Peng rushed out of the room in a rage, and then he froze completely, only to see that Wu Ming was actually standing in midair. Wu Ming, you're actually an avatar realm powerhouse. He didn't understand that Wu Ming had always kept a low profile and didn't make enemies with any clans. I didn't expect that such a wimpy person who seemed to back down in every way would have reached the avatar realm. This made Long Peng, who originally wanted to teach Wu Ming a lesson, completely dismiss the idea in his heart at this moment. Can't beat it. Long Peng, at this moment, was also piling on the smiles. Family Master Wu, I wonder what wind has brought you here. Cut the crap. Today I'm here to take your head for a while. Original. Just now, Wu Ming wanted to pay a visit to the Lin family, but on second thought, he didn't seem to have brought any gifts. It later occurred to him that the Long family had offended the Lin family, so since that was the case, why not send the head of the Long family head as a gift? Wu Ming, which led him to the Long family. Wu Ming, with such impolite words, instantly and completely enraged Long Peng. If this was before, when he met the avatar realm, he would definitely not dare to talk back, but now, he was a person with a background. Wu Ming, don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you've broken through the avatar realm. My dragon family, the one who stands behind it is the Northern Moon Palace, and the Moon Wu Rou of the Northern Moon Palace is in my dragon family. Now that she's gone to kill Lin Shu, when she comes back, if she sees you, does your Wu family want to be wiped out just like the Lin family? Wu Ming, looking at Long Peng still waiting for Yu Wu Rou to return, also laughed coldly. Long Peng, it seems like you really don't know anything. The Moon Wu Rou you spoke of is already dead. Oh yes, and that young master of your Long family, your eldest son Long Li Chang, is also dead. Forgot, that second son of yours, seems to be long dead too. The elders of your dragon family haven't returned either, right? Guess how they are now? Listening to Wu Ming's words, Long Peng did not believe them in the slightest. Impossible. Yu Wu Rou has 2 avatar realms beside her. Even if she has broken through the avatar realm, she may not be an opponent. Who said, I killed them? Who else could it be? Why should I tell you? After saying that, Wu Ming directly struck out. Wu Ming was at the 8th level of the avatar realm, while Long Peng, however, was only at the peak of the 9th level of spirit transformation. Realm, almost a large realm difference. Wu Ming struck out, and without the slightest resistance, Long Peng was directly killed, and his head was cut off. At the same time, Lin Sengqiang of the Lin family brought the elders of the Lin family and many elite disciples before the Long family. Wu Ming? Lin Sengqiang looked at Wu Ming and in a split second, a hint of caution flashed. In this Linjiang city, Lin Sundong was not afraid of anyone else, even that Huang family head Huang Yifei, or Linjiang city head Zhao Yunlan. However, Wu Ming, Lin Sengqiang was quite scornful. Wu Ming, this person was too bizarre. seemingly backing down in every way, but the basic disk of the Wu family, however, was constantly growing, and was already the second largest family, compared to once only a little more powerful than the Long family. To this point today, it could be said that the development was astonishing. Lin Sangxiong thought that this person, Wu Ming, was bound to have a hide, or a hidden secret of the Wu family, and now, seeing it at the entrance of the Dragon family, Lin Sangdao suspected that the other party was most likely coveting the Lin family's resources before coming here. However, while Lin Sangxiong was being wary of Wu Ming spoke. "Brother Lin." "Goodbye, Brother Lin?" Lin Sangxiong was shocked. What is this Wu Ming doing? He has no relationship with him. In the 12 years that he has been the head of the Lin family, the number of times he has talked to Wu Ming is only less than 10. Between the two of them, they are very rusty. Brother Lin doesn't need to be vigilant. I have a gift here that I was going to give to you at your residence, but since Brother Lin is here, I'll give it to you now. With that, Wu Ming threw the cloth in his hand. The cloth was thrown to the ground and spread out, and a head presented itself. It was certainly the head of Long Pang. When Lin Sangxiong saw the dragon rock head, he was even more incomprehensible at the moment. Lin Sangdao was not surprised that Wu Ming was able to kill Long Pang. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming was able to directly enter the Long family to kill Long Pang without alerting the Long family guards. This showed that Wu Ming was in the Avatar realm, and the only way to fly in without alerting the guards was to fly in. As I suspected, this Wu Ming person is not simple. Lin Sangxiong muttered secretly in his heart. "Brother Lin, there's no need to be wary of me. There's a saying here that Brother Lin will definitely understand when he hears it." Wu Ming paused, then softly uttered two words. "Tian Yuan. You're one of hers? To be precise, I'm just a slave created by my master at random." Lin Sangxiong, at this moment, finally believed Wu Ming. At this moment, Lin Sangxiong finally understood why Wu Ming was not normal. So, this turned out to be one of her people. It was also true that with a status like hers, even if it was a slave that she casually controlled, it was not comparable to a small place like Linjiang City. Chapter 10, Lin Sangxiong's Retreat. Servant of the Lord's Thirst. "Brother Lin, what are you doing?" Wu Ming looked at Lin Sangdong and asked. "It's nothing. Come over and destroy the dragon family. In that case, I'll give Brother Lin a hand." "Thanks a lot then." With Wu Ming joining them, a powerful person at the 8th level of the Avatar realm, and with several elders of the Long family already dead as well as the head of the family having been killed, the Lin family easily rushed into the Long family. Less than half an hour. The Long family, there is no one alive. The large Long family, Linjiang City, one of the 5 big families, so out of the stage of history, destroyed. Lin Sangxiong left a few elders of the Lin family in charge of dealing with the follow-up matters after the destruction of the Dragon family, and then returned to the Lin family with Object Ming. As soon as he returned to the Lin family, Wu Ming couldn't wait to speak. "Brother Lin, has the master returned?" Lin Sangxiong shook his head. "Did not return. Then things are in trouble." When Wu Ming heard Lin Sangxiong say this, he could not help but frown at the moment. "Young lord, he has killed the county chief's son as well as 2 Avatar realm powerhouses of the North Moon Palace, and there is even one who is Yu Wu Ro of the North Moon Palace. This person is the daughter of a great man of the North Moon Palace. That great man, the second hall master of the North Moon Palace." Lin Sangxiong, naturally, was aware of all this, and Lin Shu had told him about it when he returned earlier. However, he didn't know that the slain person from the Northern Moon Palace had such an identity. He had only heard a name from Lin Shu. "Brother Lin, before my master left, he had instructed me to make sure to secretly help the Lin family, and I can handle some of the minor troubles your Lin family encountered before. This time the trouble isn't small. It's difficult to handle with my abilities. I wonder if Brother Lin has any solutions?" Lin Sangxiong thought for a moment and finally spoke. "I need to go into seclusion next, and during this time in seclusion, I need you to hold out for a while when the Northern Moon Palace arrives. The North Moon Palace shouldn't send an honored one for the time being. I think you can hold out. If the North Moon Palace really sends an honored one, you can go and seek help from my son Lin Shu. He might have a solution." Lin Sangxiong, in his heart, understood that he was not a match for the Northern Moon Palace today. The second hall master of the North Moon Palace, that's an honored one. The only way he could defeat it was to break through to the Avatar realm, or even above the 5th level of the Avatar realm, with the help of the fused green lotus heavenly flame. Otherwise, there is no chance. "Alright, Brother Lin, if the North Moon Palace doesn't send an honored one, I can hold them off. If the North Moon Palace sends an honored one, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do." Wu Ming immediately nodded, and then asked with some doubt, "Can I ask why I went to the young lord? The young lord is so young. Could he still have the means to face an honorable man? Lin Sangqiong didn't reply. He couldn't say that Lin Shu might have been valued by an ancient sage and left some cards for him, or that he could cope with the Zunis. I'm just trying, so if my son is really out of it, please be able to escort him out. You can rest assured about this, brother Lin. He is the offspring of his master. He is my young master. I will naturally protect his safety. Then I'll go into seclusion. Having said that, Lin Sangqiong then directly returned to the middle of his secret room, and then began his closed-door cultivation. He first took out the divine tendon and marrow cleansing pill and swallowed it. The matter between Lin Sangqiong and Wu Ming was already known to Lin Shu when they returned to the Lin family. After all, with the sudden appearance of an 8th-level avatar realm powerhouse in the Lin family, Lin Shu naturally had to pay attention. After knowing that avatar realm powerhouse wasn't an enemy, he didn't care. Of course, Lin Shu had also heard them discussing the matter of dealing with the Northern Moon Palace. The North Moon Palace, Lin Shu could have overthrown it with his hands, but in order to stimulate his father to be able to intensify his cultivation, he did not do so. There is a powerful enemy in place so that one's father will be under pressure, and pressure naturally leads to motivation. There's motivation and definitely thoughts of rushing to improve your strength, and as it happened, the reward Lin Shu had previously received from the system was handed to him, and he had yet to use it. Now, it's just the right time for this opportunity. I don't know. After swallowing the divine grade tendon and marrow cleansing pill and then fusing that green lotus heavenly flame, what level father's realm will be able to reach? I think that breaking through to the avatar realm will definitely be no problem. If that's the case, I can't say I can reach the realm above star picking. Lin Shu secretly pondered in his heart, then murmured in his mind, Father, you shut down well. The Lin family will be left to me to take care of for the time being, and when you break through and leave the gate, that Moonwuxin who left you with severe poison will be avenged by you personally. Lin Shu, without giving it any more thought, lay down on the recliner, leisurely enjoying Su Yan's ministrations. Young lord, what do you think of this intensity? Su Yan, very cozy, massaged Lin Shu, while still asking him how he felt. Lin Shu nodded. Not bad. Then the words changed. Su Yan, you don't have to be like this in the future. I didn't mean that I wanted you to be my servant when I ransomed you. I just wanted you to be more free. You should go and do something of your own. Just keep me company if you have a spare moment. Su Yan immediately shook her head. There's nothing I want to do. Staying by the young lord's side. Just like every time the young lord once went to me and I served the young lord. That's what I want to do the most. Lin Shu didn't say anything else, while in his heart, he was thinking about getting Su Yan to start practicing. Lin Shu's heart is still more nostalgic for old times. Su Yan is the first woman he met in this world who has a good feeling. If there is no cultivation, a mortal's life is only 100 years. Lin Shu naturally does not want to pass away like this. I also don't know how Su Yan's talent is. Although she has some flesh body third cultivation, but did not start to cultivate, it should be that she has not suffered a change of heart, and was once sold before the family were some baptisms, and then on the flesh body quenching, only then have this kind of flesh body. Think about it. Lin Shu then stood up. Go, Su Yan, accompany me to a place. Where? Lin family martial arts arena. Young lord, are you going to cultivate? No, it's a talent test for you. When Su Yan heard this, she immediately shook her head. Young lord, there's no need for that. My talent, once tested, is very average. Then test it again. Su Yan couldn't argue with Lin Shu, so she was dragged by Lin Shu to the martial arts arena. Soon, Lin Shu brought Su Yan to the martial arts arena. In the martial arts arena, many young Lin family disciples were cultivating here at the moment. Seeing Lin Shu's arrival, the young disciples of the Lin family, at this moment, all their gazes converged on Lin Shu. Lin Shu didn't care about these strange gazes. However, an untimely voice rang out, causing Lin Shu's great mood to vanish instantly. Yo, isn't this our young master of the Lin family? Bringing a whore home and treating it like a treasure, and carrying it around at all times. What a shame. The person who came was named Lin Ao. This Lin Ao is the grandson of Lin Shu's grandfather's former housekeeper, Grandpa Lin Ao. Because of the importance of Grandpa Lin Shu, at that time as the head of the family, Grandpa Lin Shu gave Grandpa Lin Ao the Lin surname, into the genealogy of the Lin family. However, Grandpa Lin Ao, after the death of Grandpa Lin Shu, had opposed Lin Shu's father, Lin Sangqiong, several times to succeed the family head position. Nominally, it said that in order for the Lin family to be strong, the hereditary system should not be used, but the system of selecting sages. Behind his back, he was trying to support his son to be the head of the Lin family. At that time, it was opposed by many patriarchs of the Lin family. which forced Grandpa Lin Ao to give up his idea. In the hearts of not a few Lin family members, Grandpa Lin Ao, that is an insatiable person. By the original in the Lin family, old master picked up as a child to follow around a maid, step by step to become the Lin family housekeeper, and then was given the Lin surname. Into the Lin family genealogy is not satisfied. He also wanted to take the Lin family for himself. The Lin family naturally had quite a few people who disliked him, but unfortunately, both Lin Ao's grandfather and Lin Ao's father had gotten a lot of resources when the old family head, that is, Lin Shu's grandfather, was the head of the family and had raised their strength to a good level. It was fine to want to move them. It was to make the Lin family turbulent. At that time, the Lin family itself had suffered a calamity, so in order to prevent the Lin family from becoming even more turbulent, they were left untouched. In this way, Lin Ao's family became even more aggravated. Lin Ao began to be lawless in the Lin family, suppressing other young Lin family disciples. Lin Shu, the person Lin Ao used to suppress the most, because Lin Shu's return led to the Lin family suffering a change of heart. Almost all of the Lin family members were not on Lin Shu's side, and Lin Ao became even more unscrupulous in suppressing Lin Shu. And Lin Shu's father, who took over the Lin family that suffered a change of heart, was so busy every day that he naturally had no time to take care of Lin Shu. Moreover, Lin Shu's father was still young at the time and was not a match for Lin Ao's grandfather. Later, Lin Shu's father, Lin Tsangqiong, grew up, and Lin Ao, perhaps warned, slowly stopped suppressing Lin Shu. However, Lin Ao has recently started up again, perhaps knowing that Lin Shu's father has been poisoned and can no longer control him. Since he had crashed into it now, Lin Shu also felt that it was time to deal with it. Without any hesitation, without saying a word, Lin Shu directly slapped out. Chapter 11, Teaching the Evil Servant a Lesson. Lin Zhihai's mind. Lin Shu, it seems that the lessons taught to you in the past were not enough, but I am a full 5 years older than you, and now I have even reached the third level of the Foundation Establishment realm. You're at a mere flesh realm. How dare you try to take a shot at me? Disdain flowed from Lin Ao's eyes. Then he spoke to the many young disciples on the side. Lin family rules, if one party makes a move, the other party can fight back. Everyone can see that this was Lin Shu who started the fight. Since that's the case, don't blame me for fighting back. Saying that, Lin Ao's heart was quite excited at the moment. In the past, he had long wanted to teach Lin Shu a lesson, but because of the Lin family rules, once he struck out at a Lin family disciple in the Lin family for no reason, then he would be punished. For this reason, he could only keep suppressing Lin Shu, trying to force Lin Shu to make a move so that he could fight back. When the time came, if he returned the favor, he would beat Lin Shu half to death, and he would not be afraid with the rules of the Lin family. Unexpectedly, Lin Shu used to be patient, but now he made a move just by saying such a sentence. Lin Ao glanced at the woman beside Lin Shu. Mindfulness, if I had known, I should have gotten this woman earlier. Lin Ao thought at this moment that Lin Shu could not help but make a move because of this woman in front of him. He didn't know that he hadn't made a move before because Lin Shu knew he couldn't beat him. Once he did it himself. When it came to his father's side, he ignored the rules and hadn't fought yet. For himself, for his father, it would be a joke. Now that he had the strength, Lin Shu naturally didn't need to hold back any longer. Lin Ao, who was excited at this moment, watched Lin Shu's palm slap over, and his aura of the third level of Foundation Establishment instantly erupted out at this moment. With this strike, he didn't intend to hold back, to completely waste Lin Shu. In the next moment, Lin Ao realized that Lin Shu's slap, which appeared to be plain and ordinary, was full of magic, and he could not block it in the slightest. Using all his strength and exerting his entire body, he had wanted to make Lin Shu wasted, and was just crushed by Lin Shu's seemingly ordinary palm. Lin Ao felt an extremely terrifying huge force coming from the palm, and without any power to resist, he flew backwards in the next moment. It's been a while since you've acted as a bully in the Lin family. Today, this young lord will clean up the Lin family's mess. Lin Shu, step by step, walked towards Lin Ao. Lin Ao, watching Lin Shu approaching step by step, was also filled with fear inside at this moment. In his own eyes, that Lin Shu, who could be casually taken by himself, was actually so terrifying. The third level of Foundation Establishment, surprisingly, could not even block a single blow. Looking at Lin Shu's eyes that were filled with a murderous aura, Lin Ao couldn't help but beg for mercy at once. Young lord, I was wrong. Recognizing a mistake so quickly? It seems I have underestimated you. Yes, I'm just a small person, so please, young lord can spare me and let me go like a fart. But, this young master, doesn't like to fart. Having said that, Lin Shu then stomped down. One of Lin Ao's legs was immediately stomped off by Lin Shu. Lin Ao, at once, howled. Lin Shu could not care about his howling. The past days, Lin Ao flaunted himself in front of him, constantly saying insulting words in front of his eyes vividly. Such a person should be killed, but he shouldn't be allowed to die too easily. Next, your other leg. Lin Shu, with an icy expression, once again stomped down. Lin Shu, how dare you treat me like this? My father and my grandfather won't spare you, but I have heard that your father is poisoned. Without it, my grandfather and my father might have feared a few things. Now that he has been poisoned, do you think he can keep you? Lin Shu was also stunned when he heard this. It seemed that Lin Ao didn't know that his father had recovered. So it seemed that Grandpa Lin Ao's father, seemed to have been ostracized by his own father from the center of power of the Lin family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unaware of the news of their own father's recovery when they went to overthrow the dragon family this time. Thinking about it, it was right. This family of wolves, it was impossible for his own father not to know. Naturally, he would find a way to take back the power in their hands, and then settle them. Since my own father already has this in mind, let me take care of all this. Thinking of this, Lin Shu then directly carried Lin Ao, who had his legs broken, towards the mansion of Lin Ao's grandfather and Lin Ao's father. Su Yen, I'm going to take care of some things. You test here first. Young lord, I'm in no hurry. I'll follow you. That works too. Lin Shu didn't refuse. Soon, Lin Shu carried Lin Ao, who was as if he was a dead dog, and left the Lin family martial arts arena. It was only after Lin Shu left that the martial arts arena erupted into intense murmurs. Was that Lin Shu just now? Outwardly, yes, but in terms of character and strength, it's a world of difference. Lin Ao is the third level of foundation establishment. Lin Shu was able to defeat him so easily. I'm afraid Lin Shu's realm is no less than the fifth level of foundation establishment. 18 years old and building the fifth foundation. That so-called number one heavenly pride of the Huang family in Linjiang City doesn't have this kind of talent, right? Wait, Lin Shu seems to be heading towards the mansion of Lin Ao's grandfather and Lin Ao's father. He can't be trying to face those two alone. Let's go. Quickly go and inform the several elders. Although Lin Shu has suffered calamities for the Lin family, he is after all the young master of the Lin family. Not to mention that he is now revealing his amazing talent, so he can't let those two old dogs, Grandpa Lin Ao and Father Lin Ao, persecute him. For a while, quite a few Lin family disciples left the martial arts arena and went to inform the Lin family elders. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Shu had arrived in front of a mansion. When Lin Ao saw this mansion, he immediately called out, "Grandfather, father, help me." Lin Shu, too, did not stop him from calling out. As Lin Ao shouted loudly, three figures rushed out from the mansion. These three figures were Lin Ao's grandfather, Lin Sihai, Lin Ao's father, Lin Aoyun, and Lin Ao's mother, Wang Guifan. As soon as the three rushed out of the mansion, they saw Lin Ao's appearance at this time, paralyzed in the place to move some. Aoer, what's wrong with you? Aoer, who hurt you like this? Aoer, speak up, we'll definitely avenge you. Lin Shu opened his mouth. There's no need to ask. This is all done by this young lord. The gazes of the three of them immediately looked at Lin Shu. Lin Ao's grandfather Lin Sihai asked in a deep voice, "Lin Shu, why did you treat my grandson like this? Look at him," Lin Shu said casually. "And of course, look at you old thing. You, a wanderer, were brought home by my grandfather, and later bestowed with a last name, and even with a name that is only one word away from my grandfather. Lin Kuo Hai, my grandfather treated you as a brother, and you old dog, under my grandfather's fall, you even attempted to subvert the Lin family and take control of it. Such a wolf-hearted person, how can I keep you?" Hearing Lin Shu's nonchalant words, Lin Sihai's face turned gloomy at the moment. Lin Shu's words could be described as word for word. After glancing at Lin Shu's side, there was no one else except for a woman. A cold aura flashed within Lin Sihai's eyes before he struck out. He had already decided that after killing Lin Shu, he would go and join the Huang family. Anyway, he was at the 8th level of spirit transformation, so if he defected to the Huang clan, the Huang clan would welcome him. Stop! Just then, several voices came from the distance, and it was clearly the voices of several elders of the Lin family. Chapter 12, Lin Shu's Wrath, Rectifying the Lin family plan. These few elders, who had just heard the report from the young disciples of the Lin family not long ago, rushed over at the first opportunity. Although, they did not treat Lin Shu well, after all, because of Lin Shu's appearance, which led to the death of the old family head. The Lin family, which should have been ranked as the #1 family in Linjiang City at that time, fell overnight. But no matter what, even if Lin Shu was to be disciplined, that would be a matter for the Lin family, and it was not the turn of a mere outsider who had been given a surname to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, after all, it was still a step too late. Lin Sihai had already struck out, and now they were still some distance away from where Lin Sihai as well as Lin Shu and the two of them were. At this distance, they were no longer able to prevent Lin Sihai's attack moves from landing on Lin Shu. Lin Sihai, how dare you? If you stop, on account of the fact that you used to follow the old family master, I can be lenient with you, or else there will be no place for you in the Lin family. Lin Sihai, seeing a few elders arrive from afar, a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Humph, before I die, it wouldn't be a loss if I could pull Lin Shu to my back. Don't think that I don't know that you Lin family clansmen have long been unable to accommodate me, and behind my back you might be thinking about how to liquidate me? A few elders couldn't help but open their mouths. All of this is not because you are too greedy. You yourself are a stray child. The old family master brought you around when you were young, taught you cultivation, gave you resources, and even made you a housekeeper later on. What about you? After the old family master passed away, you even tried to take the Lin family that the old family master left behind for yourself. How can we tolerate such behavior? If you didn't have such behavior, how could our Lin family not be able to tolerate you? Lin Jihai growled. On what grounds? I can't be the head of this Lin family? As far as that junior Lin Sengxiang is concerned, in what way is he as good as the old man? How old was he when he first succeeded as head of the family? And how much strength did he have? What's more, it even harmed the old family master. Even though I'm an outsider, at least I didn't harm the old family master, and I had followed the old family master to grow the Lin family. After saying that, Lin Sihai's figure was already in front of Lin Shu, and his powerful moves swept towards Lin Shu. Kid, go to hell. In the face of Lin Sihai's blazing moves, Lin Shu's expression was incredibly indifferent, and he merely gently stretched out a finger. Do you think that if this young lord didn't have the strength, he would be so stupid as to send himself to your door to be killed? Lin Shu gently flicked his finger, and the next moment Lin Jihai felt an incomparably terrifying force coming from the top of that finger, and his figure was like a kite with broken strings, and he was directly lifted out of the sky by a full 10 feet, collapsing the wall of the mansion that he lived in behind him. This scene was truly seen by the elders who were continuously approaching, and as Lin Shu lifted Lin Jihai off the ground, they too finally arrived in front of Lin Shu, looking at him in disbelief. Lin Shu, Lin Shu, you actually defeated this old man Lin Sihai in a single move? Lin Shu, what exactly is your strength? Lin Sihai is at least at the 8th level of spirit transformation. In the entire Lin family, he's able to rank. Lin Shu, could it be that you have a divine secret treasure on you? Thinking of Lin Shu's mother, one of the elders had to guess. Lin Shu's mother, after all, had come from a mysterious background, and although she had been taken back by the forces behind her, it would not be impossible if she had left Lin Shu with a life-preserving card. Lin Shu, hearing this, was speechless in his heart. Why? How could it not be because of one's own strength when one was suspected of having a divine secret treasure every time one defeated an opponent? However, Lin Shu was disappointed in the Lin family's intelligence capabilities. He had done such a big thing by the Moon Lan River, but the Lin family didn't even know about it? With this intelligence capability, how can the Lin family grow and develop? If it was just this intelligence capability, I'm afraid that the Lin family would still be in the dark when hostile forces hit their doorstep. It seems that there is a need for the Lin family to create an intelligence organization. Without an intelligence organization, there is no way to know if something is happening outside. Such a family is not the least bit risk-resistant. Lin Shu looked at the several elders. Several elders, this young lord is very disappointed in you. When the several elders heard this, their hearts were stunned. At this point, wasn't it himself who was asking Lin Shu? Why did Lin Shu say such a thing all of a sudden? When was it Lin Shu's turn to question them? The Lin family elders? An elder, at once, opened his mouth. Lin Shu, although your performance this time was surprising, we are after all the elders of the Lin family. Your clan elders, how can you be so rude? Facing this elder's words, Lin Shu was nonchalant. It is because of this that this young lord has allowed you to stand before him, or else that Lin Sihai is the consequence of what you have become today. As elders of the Lin family, you are in charge of the Lin family up and down. So if you didn't know about this young lord's strength before, that's excusable. However, by the Moon Lan River, such a great event has occurred, yet you do not know the slightest thing about it, and now you are still asking this young lord. Isn't this a dereliction of duty on your part? What's the big deal about Moon Lan River? The several elders looked at each other, not understanding what Lin Shu was talking about. Seeing that their eyes were filled with doubt, the disappointment in Lin Shu's heart increased. With just these elders, the Lin family was actually able to recover to the present day, enough to see just how much his own father had done. Otherwise, with these 2 ears of theirs, the Lin family would only have fallen down to the 5 great families long ago. Thinking of this, Lin Shu felt that it was necessary for the Lin family to reorganize itself. As elders, they were to assist the family head in managing the family, and these few, obviously, were unqualified. Changing elders is necessary. Thinking of this, Lin Shu immediately opened his mouth. Pass this young order. Let all the elders of the Lin family, in half an hour, to arrive at the central hall of the Lin family to convene a family meeting. All the elders, in addition to being in the field, cannot return. The rest of the people must arrive. Otherwise, with that, Lin Shu's figure rose up from the ground and stood in midair, overlooking the group of elders. Otherwise, this young master executes the family law. Of course you cannot care about this young master. You can try to see if this young master has that ability to execute the family law. Say it. Lin Shu did not care about these few elders anymore and then headed towards Lin Ao's family. At this moment, Lin Ao's family, except for Lin Sihai, who lived and died without knowing, Lin Ao and Lin Ao's parents, looked at Lin Shu, filled with fear, treading the air, avatar realm. Lin Shu looked at Lin Ao, Lin Ao's parents, and Lin Ao's grandfather, Lin Sihai. Considering your family, you have indeed contributed to the Lin family. Thus you can be spared from death. From now on, you will abolish your cultivation and stay in the Lin family to enjoy the last remainder of your lives. Although, Lin Shu wanted to kill all of Lin Ao's family. However, Lin Shu also understood that it was easy to kill, though once this was done, it would be difficult for the Lin family to gather the hearts and minds of the foreign clansmen. Lin Sihai, to be given a name by his own grandfather, had indeed made a contribution. In this case, only waste their cultivation, and then house arrest in the forest house. Let them enjoy the rest of their lives, also can be regarded as mercy to justice. In this way, it would not cause the Lin family to lose the hearts and minds of the other foreign clansmen, and with them under house arrest and their cultivation abolished, under the Lin family's watchful eyes, even if they wanted to do anything, they could not do anything about it. Once Lin Ao's parents heard this, they could only be thankful at this moment. Thank you, young lord, for your mercy. They understood that Lin Shu, being in the avatar realm, could kill them easily, and now, even though their cultivation had been ruined, they could still live out their lives in peace, which was considered a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Afterward, Lin Shu abolished all of their family's cultivation, and then left this place. Next, rectifying the Lin family was the focus. The Lin family was stable, and the elders would do things to better assist their own father in running the family. It was only when his own father had more time to practice that his father had more time to practice. For Lin Shu, it's the breakthrough of strength. Otherwise, his own father did everything himself. Where would he find the time to cultivate? And if his father didn't cultivate, he wouldn't be able to raise his cultivation level. Looking at Lin Shu as he left, the several elders, you looked at me, I looked at you, and ultimately did not speak. Nowadays, Lin Shu was displaying great strength, and in this world, the strong were honored, even in a family. Strength is the word. If Lin Shu had the strength, then they would have to listen honestly to what Lin Shu said. Let's go. Let's hurry and inform the other elders. There's going to be a big change in the Lin family. Perhaps, it's not good for us, but for the Lin family, maybe it's not a bad thing. Perhaps what the old family master has been pursuing all his life can be realized in Lin Shu. They, looking at Lin Shu's back, were somewhat complicated inside at the moment. It was Lin Shu who made the Lin family hit rock bottom that day. Today, Lin Shu had the formidable strength and the opportunity to lead the Lin family to the top, or even beyond the peak it once was. Soon, the few elders present left, leaving Lin Ao's family with their cultivation abolished, paralyzed on the ground, their eyes filled with regret. Chapter 13, Sealed Elder. The number is given as wind. Half an hour later, the central hall. At this moment, the many elders of the Lin family gathered together. In the entire Lin family, there were a full 23 elders. Among them, there were 13 of them, from the Lin family clan, and 10 of them, from outside the family name. In the Lin family, the elders with foreign surnames occupy almost half of the quota of elders in the Lin family, which is why Lin Shu did not completely drive the Lin Ao family to extinction. Once this was done, this group of outer surname elders of the Lin family would, in all probability, develop descent, and Lin Shu had done that in order to stabilize them. Of course, there was an even more desperate method, and that was to kill all of the Lin family's outer elders. Once that was done, then no one outside the Lin family could remain. At that time, the Lin family, up and down, more than 2,000 people, would have to kill at least 15,000 or more Lin family clan members, only a few, even if we add the collateral line, plus the women married by the Lin family, or the men who have joined the family. It is estimated that there are only more than 500 people. A family that wanted to develop could not all just rely on the Lin clan clansmen. It would be very difficult to develop. If one could really develop just by relying on a single family, then what would a dynasty need civilian officials and military generals for? What would a clan need to recruit disciples from outside? Looking at the 23 elders in the middle of the Lin family's great hall, Lin Shu slowly opened his mouth. This family meeting, is this young master summoned you and so on? My father at this moment is in seclusion. Family all things, by this young master to do. If there is disagreement, at this time to stand out. If waiting for this young master under the decision, you and so on then stand out. But do not blame this young master is not merciful. After Lin Shu finished his words, a burst of low murmurs came from the great hall. Obviously, quite a few of their elders were dissatisfied with the fact that the family head had not appeared, and that only Lin Shu had appeared. Lin Shu is only the young master, although in the future there is a chance to succeed the family head. Today is not yet after all. In terms of status, perhaps the Lin family has few people to compare, but in terms of power of speech, Lin Shu might not be able to compare to any of the elders present. Soon, an elder stepped out. I don't agree. You're just a young master. What ability do you have to call a family meeting? When one elder opened his mouth, other elders opened theirs, all disagreeing. On the contrary, the few elders who were in front of Lin Ao's mansion before did not make a sound at this moment. Knowing Lin Shu's strength, they naturally didn't dare to come forward to refute Lin Shu. However, to Lin Shu's surprise, there were actually elders who agreed. I agree with the young lord calling a family meeting. Lin Shu fixed his eyes and saw that this person was a collateral member of one of the Lin family clansmen. The age was not too big, and among the many elders, it could be said that he was the youngest. The many elders were basically all over 40 years old, and some were even in their 60s or 70s. This is the only one who looks like he's not even 40. To be able to achieve the position of elder at such a young age, it was obvious that this person's ability was very good. Lin Shu sensed the fifth level of spirit transformation. Among the many elders, it was not considered to be much stronger. Considering the relatively younger age, it was acceptable. It could even be said to be a genius, at least compared to the many disciples of the Lin family. The talent was absolutely top. Good. What's your name? Back to young lord. My name is Lin Fengya. Lin family. The first line is naturally the lineage of Lin Shu's grandfather and Lin Shu's father. This lineage is named after the vault of heaven, the earth, and the vast sea. Lin Shu's grandfather, Lin Kuai, is the generation of the sea of the Tsang Ocean, and as for Lin Shu's grandfather's siblings, they are the generation of the Tsang Ocean. 3 generations in a cycle. It's Lin Shu's father's turn to start a new cycle. Therefore, Lin Shu's father was named Lin Sengxiong, and as for Lin Shu's father's siblings, i.e., Lin Shu's uncles and aunts, these were the generation of heaven. Originally, it was Lin Shu's turn and should be the generation of the earth. However, because of that one incident of Lin Shu's, that is, Lin Shu's return, which led to the death of the old family head, Lin Shu had not yet entered the genealogy for the time being, and had not taken his name from the land. Of course, there was also the reason of Lin Shu's mother. The name was taken by Lin Shu's mother, and they were also worried about changing their surname rashly, in case one day Lin Shu's mother got out of trouble and looked for them to settle the score. That's how Lin Shu was always called Lin Shu. This is the first line of the Lin family, the main lineage. The rest of the collateral lineages, or branches, were characterized by the 5 elements plus wind and thunder, and there were 7 veins: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and thunder. This person's name was Lin Fengya, and he was obviously a person of the wind vein, which could be said to be the most downtrodden of the side characters, and had the least amount of resources. The man is a talented man to have accomplished what he has. Without hesitation, Lin Shu asked, "Tell me, why do you support this young lord in calling a family meeting?" Lin Fengya immediately opened his mouth. "Home lord, I have selected some disciples in the wind vein to form a secret organization, and because of this, I have learned that your strength, young lord, is in the divine profound realm, or even the divine profound realm onwards." Hearing this, Lin Shu's heart was delighted. "I was just thinking of creating an intelligence organization myself, and I never thought I'd get a head start." "Very well, you're very good. From today onwards, you're the first sealed elder of the Lin family, granting the title of Wind. As Elder Wind, I wish for you to utilize the secret organization in your hands, so that it can penetrate all over the place like the wind, obtaining first-hand intelligence for the Lin family, which belongs directly to this young master as well as my father. Sealed elder? It belongs directly to the young lord and the head of the family. Hearing this, Lin Fengya's heart was delighted. In that case, in the Lin family, wouldn't one only listen to the orders of young master Lin Shu and family head Lin Sangxiong, and could be said to be above 1,000 people and below too? Thank you, young lord. With Lin Shu's announcement, for a while, many elders, one after another, expressed their disapproval. Lin Shu, you're breaking the rules. The Lin family has its own elder academy, and any elder is subordinate to the elder academy. How can you make such a decision? The person who opened his mouth, Lin Shu recognized. This person was none other than the third chair elder of the Elder Academy. In the House of Elders, there were a total of 9 seats of elders. Among them, the first 2 seats were from the main vein, that is, Lin Shu's vein. This person in front of him was the third seat elder, which meant that he was the first person in the branch. No wonder, then, that he would speak at this point. Oh, Elder Lin Jinran is having an opinion? Lin Shu looked at this third seat elder, the first person of the branch vein, and opened his mouth. I don't know. Did you just hear Elder Feng say that this young lord is in the Avatar realm or even above the Avatar realm? Lin Jinran shook his head directly. Humph, how can such words deceive this elder? Yes? After Lin Shu finished speaking, his figure rose in the middle of the great hall and stalled in midair. Lin Jinran, still wanting to say something, froze when he saw Lin Shu just standing in midair. Lin Shu, surprisingly, was really in the Avatar realm. Now, is there anything else to say? Lin Jinran lowered his head. No, for this meeting, everything is subject to the young lord. As Lin Jinran, the elder, opened his mouth, the other elders, at this moment, all opened their mouths to indicate that they respected Lin Shu as their master. Since this is the case, then this young lord declares today's family meeting to begin. Chapter 14, Changes to the House of Elders. The second sealed elder. For a while, the many elders, all of them were sitting upright. Lin Shu, with his powerful strength, forced them to recognize it. This world, all rules, are constructed on the basis of strength. Now that Lin Shu had shown great strength, then the so-called rules were not rules. What Lin Shu said, that's the rule. First thing, the House of Elders remains. But, elder, from now on, only sealed elders can join, not the sealed elders. Any of the remaining elders are ordinary elders, and all of them had to be in the House of Elders. This statement was made. A silence fell over the great hall. Lin Shu. These few simple words had completely changed the pattern of the Lin family. The House of Elders has always been held by the patriarchs, 2 from the main lineage and 1 from each of the branch lineages, totaling 9. And now, with Lin Shu's words, this meant that 2 of the main veins and 1 of the branch veins had all been completely reduced to ordinary elders, and would not be admitted to the House of Elders. One must know that the House of Elders has the power to make decisions, and not joining the House of Elders means that, from now on, they will lose the power to make decisions. Without the decision-making power, it meant that they were no longer the group of people in the center of power of the Lin family. At the same time, the elders of the House of Elders, not only their own resources can get the family more large supply, the elders of the immediate family members also can get a lot of benefits. Today, that will be no more. Elders, any objections? In the silence, Lin Shu's voice came, and the many elders, awakened by the voice, immediately returned to their senses. No objections. Just kidding. What kind of strength is Lin Shu? The Avatar realm. If this dared to be dissenting, they had no doubt, let alone kicking them out of the House of Elders. Even if they were ordinary elders, they might not be able to become one. If one could not even become an ordinary elder, then the benefits and resources would be further reduced. Since there are no objections, then this elder will announce the second thing. From now on, the Lin family House of Elders will no longer be limited to only Lin family clansmen and foreign clansmen who are strong and have made great contributions to the Lin family and are loyal to the Lin family, will likewise be able to join the House of Elders and be bestowed with a title. In the next few moments, this young lord will investigate the past contributions of all the elders to the Lin family, and if the contributions are sufficient, then you will be allowed to join the House of Elders. This statement was made. Some of the outer elders, at this moment, all had smiles on their faces. Always, they had joined the Lin family, and although they had contributed quite a bit to the Lin family, they had never been able to truly enter the center of the Lin family. They only able to carry out the tasks arranged by the Elder Academy, regardless of whether the tasks were right or wrong. Now, Lin Shu had given them a way to rise, so that they would have a chance to become sealed elders and join the Elder Academy. Today, one last thing, elect the second sealed elder. This second sealed elder is also very simple. The strongest amongst the elders present is it. Now, you can show your strength to your heart's content. This statement was made. Lin Jinrun walked out at once. I'll do it. I'm now at the 7th level of spirit transformation. Even compared to the family head, my strength is not far behind. I'm definitely the strongest. As soon as Lin Jinrun finished speaking, another elder spoke up. Lin Jinrun, that's not necessarily true. Although I'm the same as you at the 7th level of spirit transformation, I've comprehended the power of will, and at the same realm, you're no match for me. Lin Shu fixed his eyes and looked. This elder who opened his mouth was a person of the Thunder Vein, named Lin Leihu. The Thunder Vein had always been the strongest vein in the Lin family, and the vast majority of the disciples of this vein cultivated the Thunder System technique. Thunder System techniques were originally more powerful in comparison to other system techniques. This person had actually comprehended the power of will, and if what he had comprehended was the will of thunder, then this person's strength was only under the avatar realm, and no one could say that they could win him steadily. Elder Lin Lei, who is it? Show the power of your will. Yes, young lord. Lin Lei, who didn't hesitate. His gong method ran, and at the same time, an astonishing power unfolded from within him. In the next moment, one could only see that lightning was actually generated around his figure. The so-called will is to use one's own strength to communicate with heaven and earth, so that the power of heaven and earth is briefly under one's control. Generally speaking, only after stepping into the avatar realm would one be able to control this kind of power. After all, the avatar realm, only then could one truly do so with the power of heaven and earth. Nowadays, around Lin Leihu's body, there was a hidden lightning generated, not from his body, and this was the power of will, and it's the will of thunder. Very good, not bad. From today onwards, you are also a member of the Elder Academy. The seal, let it be thunder. Lin Leihu hastily thanked him. Yes, young lord. In the meantime, the other elders, looking at Lin Leihu, their eyes were filled with shock. They didn't expect that someone could comprehend the power of will at the spirit transformation realm, and it was still the most violent and destructive will of thunder. Doesn't that mean that the strength is stronger than even the head of the family? However, with regards to the family head, they had never been able to see it, and they weren't sure just how much strength the family head had. It was only known that back then, when the family head was at the 5th level of spirit transformation, he had once defeated an 8th level spirit transformation elder of the Huang family. It was thought that the power of will should have been used as well, but it was a pity that everyone did not see that battle and did not know what the specifics were. Alright, today's Lin family meeting will end here. Elders, if you want to enter the House of Elders, then show your worth in the next few moments. This young lord will be watching. Lin Fengya and Lin Leihu stay. The rest of the elders can leave. As Lin Shu's words fell, the other elders, even if they were no longer willing in their hearts, could only leave grimly at this moment. Looking at them leaving, Lin Shu thought to himself, hopefully, this will stimulate you to be a little more motivated, and without competition, how can you grow? This time, I have not completely laid off all the elders, so I hope that you can recognize the times. If you still do not make an effort, the next time will be to lay off you. Lin Shu, after all, had left them some mercy, giving them some time to think everything through. Lin Shu's gaze returned to Lin Fengya and Lin Leihu. Elder Feng, this young lord has a task for you. For the rest of the time, you can feel free to recruit disciples in the Lin family to join that hidden organization of yours. As the controller of this organization, I need you to infiltrate them into the entire Linzhou County, the Northern Moon Palace, and even the entire Jiangyue dynasty in the coming time. I need to know their strength, as well as where there are secret realms and opportunities within the Jianyu dynasty. For Lin Shu, if there was a chance and a secret realm, then he needed to let his father compete for the chance and the secret realm, so that he would be able to improve. As much as it is said that you should expect your father to be a father, you can't really do nothing. Well, at least, he had to find some opportunities in secret realms for his father to enhance his strength. Otherwise, growth is too slow. Father used to just stay in this Linjiang city, and in 12 years' time, he had only reached the 7th level of spirit transformation from the 9th level of foundation establishment, and this speed was obviously not what father's talent should be. Linjiang city, after all, is too small. No secret realm, no chance, and even just so some resources, but also need the 5 big families and the city's main government and some small families to share. It's a wonder there's any lift at all. The only way to get promoted is to get out there. Lin Fengye immediately nodded his head when he heard Lin Shu's order. Yes, young lord. I will complete the mission. Very well, if you perform well. This young lord can seek out Zun rank techniques for you and help you achieve Zun status in the future. Zun level techniques. Lin Shu didn't have any, but Lin Shu could go looking for them. Jiangyu Dynasty, there were still some Zun sure. With Lin Shu's 7th level of star picking, was he still afraid that he wouldn't be able to find a Zun sure or a Zun level technique? Chapter 15, Breaking Through the 9th Level of Star Removal. The amazing Lin Sengqiong. Lin Lei Hu. Lin Fengye's task setup completed. Lin Shu's gaze looked towards Lin Lei Hu. Lin Lei Hu, hearing Lin Shu call him, also immediately answered. Young lord, I'm here. I wonder what young lord wants. Lin Shu said directly. I need you to select a group of elite disciples in the Lin family to create a guard of honor. Lin Fengye will be in charge of scouting for information from now on. While this organization you're in charge of will specialize in dealing with matters where the Lin family fights with other forces. That is to say, it's in charge of battles. I've given you only one task, and that is to train the elite disciples you've selected in as short a period of time as possible. And if you can, it's best to be able to make them comprehend the power of will at the spirit transformation or even foundation establishment realm. As long as you are able to complete it, I can likewise grant you a Zun rank technique, allowing you to break through to the Zun realm in the future. When Lin Leihu heard this, he was also shocked inwardly and couldn't help but open his mouth. Young lord, to comprehend the power of will, it's not simple. It was only by chance that I obtained a thunder origin fruit, and that's how I comprehended the will of thunder. This young lord naturally knows that it's not simple. If it was simple, then why would I need you? You don't need to have too much pressure. Just do your best. Lin Shu said, the power of will. If they can comprehend it, you naturally have great credit, but if they fail to comprehend it, as long as this squad, which is responsible for external battles, breaks through at least 5 minor realms for each member within a year, it will likewise be counted as a great credit for you. Lin Lei who then breathed a sigh of relief. If he really let himself train them to comprehend the power of will, he really didn't have any certainty. After all, the power of will could not be comprehended by a non-celestial pride. The Lin family, although it was considered to be a large family in Linjiang City, it was ultimately a remote area, so naturally, it could not produce any heavenly pride. But if he were to train them to improve their strength, he could give it a try. Yes, young lord, I will do my best to complete the mission. Lin Shu nodded. Good. From today onwards, the secret organization you created, Lin Fengye, will be called Wind Guard. As for Lin Leihu, the battle squad you'll be creating next is called Thunder Guard. As for how many Wind Guards and Thunder Guards, it's all up to you to decide. I don't look at the process, only the results. Lin Fengye and Lin Leihu received Lin Shu's mission and then left. After Lin Fengye and Lin Leihu left, in Lin Shu's mind, a system beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host's father, Lin Sengqiong, for swallowing the divine grade marrow cleansing in tendon elixir. His physique has metamorphosed into an innate body, and his cultivation has broken through from the 7th level of transformation spirit to the 9th level of transformation spirit. Does the host inspire the only passive to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of star removal? Upon hearing the system beep, Lin Shu realized that it was his father, Lin Sengqiong, who had absorbed that one divine grade marrow cleansing and tendon repairing pill in seclusion. This elixir, although it wasn't a realm improving elixir, nevertheless, after absorbing it, due to the metamorphosis of his physique, it still allowed his father, Lin Sengqiong, to reach the 9th level of the spirit transformation, and his realm was raised by 2 small realms. Without hesitation, Lin Shu naturally chose to raise his realm to the 9th level of star plucking. Afterward, Lin Shu left this great hall and returned to his mansion. At this time, Su Yan also happened to come back from outside. Since Lin Shu had to hold a family meeting earlier, she was left alone to head to the family martial arts arena to test her talent. Now that he had returned from the outside martial arts arena, it was obvious that he had already completed the test. As soon as Su Yan saw Lin Shu, she was instantly happy. Young lord, my talent test came out. It's a 3rd grade talent. No wonder Su Yan was so happy. 3rd grade talent. Cultivating to the spirit transformation realm in the future was not much of a problem. Such a talent, in Linjiang City, although it was not considered overwhelming, it was still a top-grade talent. It was indeed a surprise for her, formerly in the hookah, to be happy about. Spirit transformation, at such a realm, One could be considered a mainstay in any of the great clans in Linjiang City. Even in the Lin family, reaching the spirit transformation realm qualified one to become an elder. And Su Yan knew this, which made her happy. Third grade talent is not bad. From now on you will follow me and cultivate well. Yes, young lord. I will definitely cultivate hard and strive to become a strong person to better serve young lord. Lin Shu, without saying much, asked, what attribute gong methods do you wish to cultivate? My Lin family has a total of 7 family heirloom techniques that correspond to the 5 elements as well as wind and thunder. After Su Yan thought about it, she said seriously, young lord, I want to learn the wood system technique. Good, then I'll pass on my Lin family's wood system technique to you. This is a Lin family tradition and may not be passed on without my consent or the consent of the Lin family. Although, the Lin family's family heirloom technique was somewhat backward in Lin Shu's view today. However, this was ultimately the Lin family's gong method, and without special circumstances, it was natural that it could not be spread out. If the kung fu was spread out, if it was obtained by a hostile force, it would be easy to find a breakthrough in it, so that it could better target the Lin family, and as the young master of the Lin family, Lin Shu would still have to be responsible for them. Understood, young lord, I swear that I will never spread this technique out. Lin Shu didn't stop her from swearing, and after she finished swearing, Lin Shu passed the gongfu to her. This gong method, called the Long Spirit Gong. The Long Spirit Gong is divided into 3 chapters, the upper, middle and lower. The next chapter of the Incarnation, middle book of foundation building, previously on spiritualization. In other words, the highest one could only cultivate up to the spirit transformation realm, and further on, if one wanted to break through above the spirit transformation, they would have to change their technique. However, this world, there is no provision that each person can only cultivate a gongfu, so this gongfu, and now to only the physical body of the third weight of the Su smoke cultivation, more than enough. After passing the gong method to Su Yan, Lin Shu then told Su Yan not to follow and serve herself all the time, and told her to find a room next to her compartment to go and cultivate. As for Lin Shu, at this moment, he opened the system, and just now, Lin Shu seemed to have seen some changes in the system. System of Hope for the Father. Information on system hosts. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, 9th level. Talent, 3rd grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist. Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Wood. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, 90% of the axiom of gold. 90% of the axiom of wood. 90% of the axiom of fire. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungchong. Talent, 5th to 7th grade. Realm, 9th level of spiritualization. Technique, Golden Element Overlord Technique. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Avatar, 9 Fingers of the Overlord. Will, 50% of the Will of Gold. Physique, Innate Body. System Tasks. Task 1, ask the system subsidiary owner to survive the Northern Moon Palace's calamity. The system subsidiary owner's reward is unknown. The host's reward is passively upgraded by 1 small realm. Task 2, please ask the host and the system subsidiary owner to exterminate the North Moon Palace within 1 month. The system subsidiary owner's reward is unknown, and the host's reward is to passively upgrade 1 small realm. This was the first time Lin Shu had checked the information panel since he had bound the system. I didn't expect to see an extremely shocking scene. Chapter 16, Huangfu Invitation. Heavyweight Big Shot. Lin Shu, when he saw his father's information presented in the system, he was also a little surprised in his heart at the moment. Among Lin Shu's long-standing speculations, since his own father could be favored by that mysterious mother, he must not be simple. I didn't expect it to be so uncomplicated. 50% of the will of gold. The power of will is divided into 90%, and above 90% is perfection. His own father, on the other hand, had actually comprehended 50% of the power of will. 50% of the power of will. That was something that could only be comprehended at the 9th level of the unusual avatar realm. Father, on the other hand, had only comprehended it at the 9th level of spirit transformation. Even, it might have been comprehended when he was at the 7th level of spirit transformation before. This enlightenment, it was simply a demon. Lin Leihu, at the 7th level of spirit transformation, once he had comprehended the will of thunder, he had created a sensation amongst all the elders of the Lin family, causing all the other elders to lose any desire to compete with him. As for Lin Leihu, listening to himself, he still comprehended it by swallowing a heavenly treasure like the Thunder Yuan fruit that contained the power of thunder. I really didn't expect that father would hide so deeply. Lin Shu was overwhelmed with emotion in his heart. Moreover, in addition to the power of will, Lin Shu also saw that his father actually controlled divine powers. The so-called divine aptitude was naturally a means that cultivators used to fight against their enemies. What an ordinary cultivator controls is a martial art. Only by reaching the avatar realm could one cultivate avatars, or fleshly bodies derive avatars and control them. The father, however, is in control of the avatar, which is truly amazing. Lin Shu roughly estimated that with 50% of the will of gold as well as the avatar in hand, by virtue of the 9th level of spirit transformation, his father's strength nowadays was only under the 9th level of the avatar, and if he fronted up and fought with him, there were not many people who would be his rivals. Unfortunately, those who were strong in the avatar realm could step into the air. This was a natural disadvantage under the avatar. If the means were all out, his own father, too, would be able to survive under the avatar 9. It seems that this time when father was poisoned, there was definitely a strong person around the 9th level of the avatar who made a move. In Lin Shu's mind, he immediately had a guess. Looking at the system, a quest was refreshed there. The mission requires that one's father be allowed to pass through the Northern Moon Palace's calamity. If the one who came this time was still the same person who poisoned him last time, Lin Shu didn't know if his father would be able to cope. If he couldn't cope with it, Lin Shu felt the need to take some means. After all, this quest, related to adding one weight to one's passivity, that is, becoming 3 major realms plus 1 minor realm. It's not much, but a little goes a long way. I don't know if father next devoured the green lotus heavenly flame. Can he directly break through to the avatar realm? If he is able to break through, I'm sure father's strength can be enhanced by a large amount, at least in the face of the avatar powerhouse stepping into the air means of suppression. Is no longer unable to cope with it, Lin Shu looked forward to it in his heart. Just then, an elder of the Lin family suddenly came running from the distance. Young Lord, the Huang family invites the family head and young lord to be their guests. The Huangs? Lin Shu was a bit odd when he heard this. This family, Lin Shu naturally knew that after the Lin family went through that one incident, the Lin family fell off the seat of the number 1 family, and the Huang family took advantage of the situation to rise up and become the number 1 family in Linjiang City. This Huang family, it could be said that amongst the 5 great families, had always been the most at odds with the Lin family. The Huang family, at this time, invited himself as well as his father to be their guests, and Lin Shu didn't know what they had in mind. By all rights, the Huang family should also have known about what they had done by the Moonlance River. At this time, the Huang family should have to come to the door to make amends. Although the Huang family was the number 1 family in Linjiang City, the strongest person was only at the peak of the 9th level of spirit transformation and hadn't stepped into the avatar realm. Since I can't figure out what they're up to, there's no harm in checking it out. Lin Shu thought to himself and then asked this elder, did the Huang family say when? The invitation letter that the Huang family's butler just came to send. Please have a look at it. Young Lord, Lin Shu took the invitation and immediately opened it to read it. So it is. On the invitation, it wasn't just Lin Shu and Lin Sangdo who were among the invitees. There were also the rest of the several great clans, the Wu family's head and young master, the Peng family's head and young master, as well as the city lord's mansion, all of which were among the invitations. Generally speaking, the city lord's mansion, which was subordinate to the Jiangyu dynasty's court, was not involved in family strife. This time, however, the city lord's mansion was among the invitees. This banquet didn't seem to be hosted by the Huang family, but by the city lord's mansion. Knowing who was in charge, Lin Shu probably knew the purpose. The city lord? Or is it the River Moon dynasty? Lin Shu secretly pondered in his mind. I hope you won't be uneducated, or else this Jiangyu dynasty won't have to exist. The Jiangyu dynasty, in the eyes of the other clans in Linjiang City, might be very powerful, but in Lin Shu's eyes, it was nothing more than that. Go, notify Lin Fengya and Lin Leihu, have them come and head to the appointment with this young lord. Young lord, what about the head of the family? Father is in seclusion. There's no need to disturb father's seclusion for such a trivial matter. Okay, this elder still wanted to say something, but once he thought that Lin Shu was already in the avatar realm, a realm higher than even the head of the family, he didn't say anything else. It didn't take long for Lin Fengya and Lin Leihu to arrive in front of Lin Shu. Of course, Lin Shu had originally planned to bring Su Yin. However, thinking that Lin Fengya and Lin Leihu would still be needed in the future to manage the family's major events, Lin Shu took them there. After all, down the road, if there was anything else like this, perhaps they would be the ones to step in. Lin Shu lifted them into the Elder Academy. That was to liberate his father and of course himself. It's not like they were given the status of sealed elder for no reason. Young lord, you're looking for us? follow this young lord to the Huang mansion for the appointment. And in the future, if there are any more of these things, you will be needed to deal with them. Understand? Yes, young lord. We understand. Go! The Yellow House. Today's Huangfu was exceptionally lively, because one of the Huang family's talented disciples in the Jiangyu dynasty's royal capital had returned. Also, a valued guest was brought back. This honored guest, in the entire Jiangyu dynasty, had an extremely honorable status. The entire Huangfu was naturally extremely welcoming in the face of such an honored guest. In particular, the city lord's mansion had heard that this honored guest of the Huang clan had also descended upon the Huang clan. Huang Yifei, the head of the Huang family, couldn't stop the smile on his face at the moment. Originally, after he had learned that Lin Shu was at the Avatar realm, he was very hopeless about the next development of the Huang family, and had even been ready to pay a visit to the Lin family and then apologize to Lin Shu and make compensation for the past events. Unexpectedly, his own daughter had brought back such a heavyweight from the royal capital, with such a heavyweight big shot around. What was the district Lin family? Even if Lin Shu was really in the realm of the Avatar, there was no need to be afraid. That was one of the most honorable group of people in the entire Jiangyu. Even Yu Wu Xian might not be able to be as honorable as this person. Chapter 17, The King of Yu's Pull. Decision of Interests. The Yellow House. Lin Shu brought Lin Fengya and Lin Leihu with him to the Huang mansion. Lin Shu, why are you the only one here? Huang Yifei, the head of the Huang family, looked at Lin Shu and questioned. My Huang family is the #1 family in Linjiang City, and now that there is even an honored guest in my Huang family, your father didn't even come. Could it be that he doesn't see my Huang family in his eyes? Or is it that he doesn't regard the honored guest in his eyes? Lin Shu fixed his eyes. Beside Huang Yifei, there was a man and a woman. That woman, Lin Shu did recognize, was a heavenly pride of the Huang family, named Huang Yan. In the year when he was 12 years old, he was spotted by a tutor of the Jiangyu Academy and brought into the Jiangyu Academy. Jiangyu Academy, with Jiangyu as its name, as the name suggests, is the Jiangyu Dynasty Royal Academy, recruiting Jiangyu Dynasty territorial pride as well as Jiangyu Dynasty royal children for centralized training. Now, Huang Yan should be in her early 25 years of age, and her realm had already reached the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. I have to say, this qualification is really good. In the entire Linjiang city, I am afraid that it is the fastest cultivation speed in 100 years. This talent, it definitely reached the 5th grade, with the qualifications of an honored one. On the contrary, it was the man beside Huang Yan, whom Lin Shu had seen for the first time and did not recognize, who was obviously the one VIP that Huang Yifei, the head of the Huang family, had spoken of. This person, who looked to be roughly in his early 30s, was at a much higher realm than Huang Yan, and had clearly reached the 8th level of spirit transformation. At such a level, even in Linjiang City, one could enter the top 10. This man's talent, too, was definitely not low, and I'm afraid that it had also reached the 5th grade. With this talent, I'm afraid the origin is not simple. Lin Shu had pretty much analyzed everything in front of him in a moment. However, just in case, Lin Shu still asked symbolically, in case this man came from outside the Jiangyu dynasty, then he would have to be handled with caution. After all, although Lin Shu had reached the 9th level of star plucking, and could indeed be said to be invincible within the Jiangyu dynasty, outside of the Jiangyu dynasty, it was said that it was an even more expansive heaven and earth, and there were definitely existences that were even more powerful than the 9th level of star plucking. His own mother and the forces behind his mother were from outside the Jiangyu dynasty. Oh, I wonder what kind of honored guest. When Huang Yifei heard Lin Shu ask this question, his face was suddenly filled with condescension. Mindfulness. Aren't you in the Avatar realm? Nowadays, in my Huang family, you still have to be honest. Huang Yifei said, since you want to know, then I'll tell you that this gentleman is from the Jiangyu dynasty, named Jiangyu. His Majesty, the present day, has personally bestowed the title, King of Yu, surname Jiang, title King of Yu. Lin Shu immediately knew the identity of this person. Jiang was the royal surname of Jiangyu Wangbing, and this person's surname was Jiang, or a prince. In this way, the identity came to light. That is, the royal son of the current emperor of Jiangyu dynasty. No wonder Huang Yifei was so emboldened. Such an identity, in the entire Jiangyu dynasty, was indeed top. However, if it was just this layer of identity, then it wasn't enough for Lin Shu. Knowing the identity of the man in front of him, Lin Shu stopped being polite and spoke bluntly. Huang family master, the name of the person you call your guest of honor is already known to this young master. I wonder what is the reason for inviting this young master here. Huang Yifei's heart froze when he heard Lin Shu's seemingly unconcerned words. Is it possible that one has not been clear enough? Shouldn't Lin Shu be immediately kowtowing to His Highness the King of Yu at this time? Or did Lin Shu really think that, having reached the Avatar realm, he could ignore a prince, and a prince who had been crowned king at that? This showed that this imperial son was extremely loved by His Majesty, the Emperor of the Jianyu dynasty, a valued royal son. Then it was likely that he or she was protected by a strong person, perhaps an Avatar realm, or perhaps a Zunshur might not be. However, Huang Yifei didn't care if Lin Shu thought of this at the moment. Just now Lin Shu's behavior was already disrespectful to a prince, so he could just make trouble about it. Lin Shu, in front of His Highness the King of Yu, how dare you be so tongue-tied and disrespectful? Why don't you quickly kneel down and kowtow to His Highness, the King of Yu, and apologize for your mistake? Or do you think that because you are in the Avatar realm, you can leave His Highness out of your eyes? Original. Jiang Yu hadn't cared about Huang Yifei's conversation with Lin Shu. However, when he heard Huang Yifei say that Lin Shu was in the Avatar realm, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He was made a prince, and although it was a great reward, it also directly blocked his path. His dream, not the king of a corner, but the supreme throne. It was a pity that although he was incredibly talented, he did not have enough substance to compete with the crown prince. The Lin Shu in front of him, just born in such a small place, even reached the Avatar realm at such a young age. This qualification has never appeared since the Jianyu dynasty was founded 800 years ago. At less than 20 years old in the Avatar realm, given time, achieving Zunshur was absolutely no problem, and even breaking through above Zunshur was also very possible. At the thought of this, Jiang Yu's heart became excited. If he was able to take over, in the future when he ascended to the supreme throne, there would be absolutely no problem. Jiang Yu immediately stood out and drank Huang Yifei. Huang family master, you must not be rude. Of course, he wanted to directly beat up Huang Yifei as a way to win Lin Shu's favor. After all, in that scene just now, he could also see that Lin Shu and Huang Yifei seemed to have a conflict. However, once he thought that Huang Yifei had a good daughter, Huang Yan, who was also someone he needed to pull in, although perhaps not as good as Lin Shu, but still a heavenly pride. He did not make a move after all, and just drank. Drinking down Huang Yifei, Jiang Yu immediately came to Lin Shu. Hello Lin Shu, my name is Jiang Yu. I wonder if I could make a friend. Lin Shu, glancing at Jiang Yu, instantly understood. This person should have heard of his strength and wanted to pull himself together. As the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea. Lin Shu also spoke directly. Yes, hearing Lin Shu say that it was possible, Jiang Yu's heart rejoiced, but Lin Shu's next sentence instantly made Jiang Yu freeze. However, my Lin family previously killed 2 Avatar powerhouses from the North Moon Palace, as well as a disciple of the Foundation Establishment internal sect. By the way, there's another woman, named Yu Wu Ro, said to be the daughter of a certain Hall Master of the Northern Moon Hall, the sister of the Northern Moon Hall's first true Chuan. If you don't mind or help the Lin family deal with that what's his name Northern Moon Palace, I naturally don't mind being friends with you. Jiang Yu made friends with himself, obviously valuing his own worth. Well, Lin Shu wants to see what she's worth. If he could help deal with the Northern Moon Palace, Lin Shu naturally wouldn't mind having another friend. If you just want to get benefits from your own hands and he doesn't give, then this friend don't want it. As Lin Shu's words fell, Jiang Yu's face didn't look too good at the moment. Right now, he was faced with a choice, choosing Lin Shu and offending the Northern Moon Palace. If you choose the North Moon Palace, then you'll offend Lin Shu. Jiang Yu, inwardly, kept pondering the pros and cons, and then seemed to have made a decision. His heart crossed. Men, arrest him. Chapter 18, Terrifying Great Divine Power. The great compassionate heaven and earth hand seal showed its power. Just now, Jiang Yu thought through all the benefits in a short time, pulling in Lin Shu. Although Lin Shu was incredibly talented, it would take some time before he could grow up, and in the meantime, the crown prince may have completed the handover of the throne. One more thing, it was still unknown whether Lin Shu could grow up. After all, if the crown prince knew that he had such a supreme talent by his side, then, the crown prince would either pull Lin Shu in or just kill him. Either way, it's not good for you. Jiang Yu didn't think that Lin Shu would refuse the crown prince's pull because of himself. As for the crown prince, if he didn't pull the strings, but killed him outright, he had no ability to stop himself. In this way, although Lin Shu's had a lot of potential, it was also risky. On the contrary, if Lin Shu was directly arrested and sent to the North Moon Palace, with Lin Shu having killed Yu Wu Ro, at least one of the Northern Moon Halls would be inclined towards himself. In the Northern Moon Halls, there were at least 3 exalted masters in each hall. In this way, With the support of 3 reverends in a short period of time, one would have the capital to fight with the crown prince, and there was no need to wait for the future. In that comparison, the gain was greater than what Linus could bring to the table. As Jiang Yu made his choice, he immediately gave the order. Next moment, by Jiang Yu's side, 3 strong men appeared in an instant. Lin Shu, looking at the choice Jiang Yu made, sighed in his heart. This Jiang Yu, after all, had made the wrong choice. It seems that you have made your choice? Not bad, Lin Shu. This cannot be blamed on this king. You are amazingly talented. But in the end, you have not yet grown up, and without growing up, you are really weak compared to the Northern Moon Palace. Jiang Yu has now made a choice. Naturally, he doesn't mind revealing all his intentions. After capturing you and handing you over to the North Moon Palace, at least one of the North Moon Palace gives support to this king, which is the lesser of the two. This king is still able to see clearly. Strike! With Jiang Yu's order, the 3 powerhouses at its side struck out at once. Each of these 3 powerhouses was above the 7th level of the Avatar. There was another one, who had even reached the 9th realm of the Avatar. The 3 powerhouses, all attacked towards Lin Shu in unison, a terrifying might that swept across the scene. The entire Huang clan was enveloped by this terrifying might. In the meantime, the other people who were guests in the Huang family, at this moment, felt this horrible fluctuation, and also came out from the hall one after another, checking out what exactly had happened. The Peng family head, the Wu family head, and the city master came to the Huang family's door at the first time. In the next moment, when Wu Ming, the head of the Wu family, saw Lin Shu, he did not hesitate and immediately ran towards Lin Shu. Don't even think about hurting the young lord. Wu Ming had thought to watch the fun. After all, for the Huang family, he did not like it too much in his heart. If not for the fact that he had a mission in mind, the Huang family would have been destroyed by himself not knowing how many years ago. There was no need to sneak around and help the Lin family himself. Now that a battle was taking place on the day of the Huang clan's banquet, he was naturally happy to do so. I didn't expect to come out and see that it was Lin Shu. That's the master's son. It's the young master. If something happens to the young master, can he still live? No, he struck out at the first opportunity. Even though the other party had 3 avatar realms, one of which was still at the 9th level of the Avatar realm, a realm above his own, but he's not afraid. The master gave himself a great divine ability. Although his talent was average, that one great divine ability, only roughly comprehended, can barely reach the introduction. However, he was confident that against 3 Avatar realms, even if the other party had the 9th level of Avatar, he would be able to block or even suppress them. This scene completely stunned the people present. Wu Ming's sudden outburst caused Huang Yifei, the head of the Huang family, Peng Long, the head of the Peng family, and Zhao Yunlan, the city lord, to freeze. Wu Ming, the one who had always been the most low-profile amongst the several family heads, was unexpectedly hidden so deeply, a divine profound realm powerhouse. Lin Shu, on the other hand, was not surprised because Lin Shu knew about Wu Ming before. Now that he saw Wu Ming strike, Lin Shu did not strike again. Wu Ming, but he was at the 8th level of the Avatar realm, and he was still the backhand left behind by his own mother. As for his own mother, Lin Shu was currently not even sure of her details, and the people she left behind should have some strength. Lin Shu also wanted to see just how much strength Wu Ming had, and if he was not strong enough, it would not be too late for him to make a move then. Wu Ming soon rushed in front of Lin Shu. Young lord, please also leave first. I'll block them. No need. Just strike to your heart's content. Wu Ming looked at Lin Shu's eyes without the slightest panic. At this moment recalled the words of Lin Sangdao. Before Lin Sangdao closed, it seems to say that if he needs things, he can go to ask Lin Shu. Lin Sangqiong, it shouldn't be so bad as to pit his son. Then, young master, you back off a bit. Having said that, Wu Ming then took on 3 Avatar realm powerhouses. Under one round, Wu Ming and the 3 Avatar realms were, surprisingly, neck and neck. Jiang Yu, looking at the Avatar realm powerhouse that suddenly came out, couldn't help but ask, you seem to be the head of the Wu family in Linjiang City. Now that you're helping Lin Shu like this and disobeying this king, could it be that you want to push the Wu family onto the road of no return? Wu Ming said disdainfully, it's not for you to say anything about the affairs of my Wu family. Wu Ming thought to himself, if I don't make a move and something happens to the young master, that would be the real doom and gloom. Jiang Yu dynasty, can it still be more powerful than the master? Although it was said that the master might not be able to appear nowadays, but with enough time, sooner or later in the future, he would become stronger and would always come out one day. Once he came out and learned that he had actually seen death to the young master, the consequences, he didn't dare to think about. Wu Ming, without hesitation, struck out once more. Great compassion, hand seal of heaven and earth. One seal breaks the vault. Wu Ming, finally, had cast a great divine ability. Although, only being able to execute the first seal, even the first seal was only an introduction. However, when it was exerted, it still set off terrifying fluctuations. Between heaven and earth, a pair of gigantic handprints floated above the dome of the sky. It was as if the entire dome of the sky was encompassed by this handprint, and the entire heavens and earth seemed to have been torn apart by this gigantic handprint. Looking at this scene, the three Avatar realm powerhouses, at this moment, did not dare to be underestimated, and similarly cast out the divine abilities they controlled. The four divine abilities, colliding above the firmament, just the aftershocks coming from it, lifted the Huang family residence below, and the entire Huang family, at this moment, was turned into ruins. Huang Yifei looked at this scene. His heart was also anxious and incomparable. If this went on, I'm afraid that all the people of the Huang family would suffer, and there would be a lot of deaths and injuries. But he didn't dare to move around, nor did he dare to shout to stop. That was an Avatar realm powerhouse, not something he could meddle with. Above the dome of the sky, between the clash of divine abilities, it was impossible to see who was winning and who was losing. I don't know how long had passed, but the vault of the sky regained its clarity, only to see that Wu Ming was still standing there, and although his breath was slightly disorganized, he was still considered to be in good condition. As for his opponent, two Avatar 7th levels were coughing up blood at the moment, and one Avatar 9th level was looking at Wu Ming with a strong hold, even though he was still able to stand. You actually have great divine power? Chapter 19, Snapping Fingers to Destroy Divine Power. Venerable? Worldly divine powers can be categorized into four types based on the strength of their power and the difficulty of casting them. Minor Avatar, Major Avatar, and Supreme Avatar. As the protectors of the Yu King, they were people trained by the Jiangyu Dynasty, so they naturally knew the division of divine powers. Even in the Jiangyu Dynasty, there were only minor divine abilities, or at least they had only been exposed to minor divine abilities and had never seen anyone perform a major divine ability. Perhaps, even His Majesty, the current emperor of the Jiangyu Dynasty, might not be conversant with the great divine power. And now, in such a small and remote city of the Jiangyu Dynasty, how could he not be shocked to see someone performing a great divine ability? Who the hell are you? The Avatar 9th level powerhouse beside King Yu looked at Wu Ming with scorn in his eyes. This Wu Ming in front of him, born in such a small city, cultivating to the 8th level of the Avatar realm was already astonishing, and now that he was casting a great avatar, it could be considered unimaginable. Everything proves that this person is not simple. When Wu Ming saw that the powerful person at the 9th level of the Avatar realm beside the Yu King seemed to be scornful of himself, he couldn't help but directly pull up the tiger's skin. Is it not for you to know where I come from? Be sensible and get lost, or if my master knows about this, you will face extinction. Master? The 8th level of the Avatar realm, such a strong person, even has a master? Every strong person had their own condescension, and a master that could be recognized by an Avatar realm powerhouse was obviously one that could completely shatter the condescension of an 8th level Avatar realm powerhouse. That kind of strong person is definitely an honored one. No, not even an honored one could do that. The 8th level of the Avatar. Further up is the Zunshi. In front of this Wu Ming, now this age to reach the 8th level of the Avatar, may not be able to go further to reach the Zunshi. To be the master of such a person, it was hard for them to imagine just what kind of big shot they were. This Avatar realm 9th level powerhouse immediately expressed his speculation to Jiang Yu. When Jiang Yu heard this, his heart was also shocked, and for a moment, he seemed to realize that he had made an extremely wrong choice. Seemingly, Lin Shu's origin was no simpler than that of the Northern Moon Palace. Jiang Yu glanced at Lin Shu, and although he was very unwilling inwardly, he was forced to lower his head to show his apology. Faced with this scene, Lin Shu naturally did not accept it. Apologize? How can it be so easy to get yourself forgiven for a mistake? Jiang Yu, since he made a choice before this, letting the people around him catch themselves, in Lin Shu's mind, has already been convicted of a capital offense. Lin Shu shook his head. An apology is not necessary. This young lord does not accept it. Yu Wang is it? Now I'll give you 3 breaths of time to escape. After 3 breaths, if you manage to escape, I can let you live. If you are unable to escape, then stay today. Hearing Lin Shu's words in such a manner made Jiang Yu, who originally already had remorse, furious at the moment. In his opinion, Lin Shu's words, that was a pure insult. He was at least the prince of the Jiangyu dynasty. Behind him was the entire Jiangyu dynasty. even if Lin Shu had an extraordinary origin. So what? This was not a reason for Lin Shu to insult himself. Lin Shu, you seek death. Jiang Yu immediately opened his mouth. You're the 9th level of the avatar. You'll be the one to hold Wu Ming back. The remaining 2 7th level avatars, follow me to suppress Lin Shu. So what if it's even more extraordinary in origin? When I suppress it, I might be able to bring it to father to negotiate with the forces behind him for some resources. Once the 9th level of the avatar realm heard this, there was also a sigh in his heart. Since the king of Yu had opened his mouth, he could only do as he was told. He rushed towards Wu Ming to hold him back. Wu Ming had just executed a great divine ability, and now he was bound to be weak. For holding Wu Ming back, he still had some certainty. As for the other 2 7th level of the avatar realm, although they were struck by the great avatar and suffered considerable injuries, they were overjoyed to hear that they only needed to suppress Lin Shu next. If he couldn't beat Wu Ming, could he not beat a brat like Lin Shu? Kid, take your life. The 2 Avatar Realm 7th level powerhouses charged towards Lin Shu. Looking at the 2 Avatar Realm 7th level powerhouses charging in, Lin Shu smiled disdainfully. Instead, it was Lin Fengye and Lin Leihu, who were beside him, who hurriedly attacked towards Jiang Yu. They knew that with the strength of the two of them, they would definitely not be able to stop a 7th level powerhouse of the Avatar realm, even if the other party was already injured. In this case, one can only capture Jiang Yu first. In this way, it is also considered to control the leverage. Even if the other party really captured the young lord, they have the Yu King in their hands, they can also offer to exchange. Lin Shu saw the duo's actions in his eyes, but did not stop them. Though, what the two did was nothing necessary as far as Lin Shu was concerned, but putting themselves in their shoes, what they are doing at this point is indeed the right thing to do. Jiang Yu, looking at the two people of the spirit transformation realm beside Lin Shu rushing towards him, was also disdainful in his heart. Humph, just two small places of the spirit transformation realm. Today I will let you know that there is also a gap in the spirit transformation realm. When Lin Leihu heard this, he didn't hesitate and immediately exerted his thunder will. As the will of thunder was exerted, around Lin Leihu, bursts of thunder sounded, and thunder spread out over several feet around his body. You actually control the power of will? Originally, Jiang Yu, who still had a confident look on his face, changed his expression drastically at this moment. Spirit transformation realm, comprehending the power of will, and it was also the will of thunder, which had the strongest offensive power. Originally, the two Avatar 7th level powerhouses wanted to suppress Lin Shu at the first opportunity before turning their heads to help their own highness, the King of Yu. Where would I have thought that a mere 7th level spirit transformation would have comprehended the will of thunder? With the will of thunder added to the mix, they knew that his highness was categorically no match. They, too, could only help his highness get out of the trap first, or else even if they suppressed Lin Shu, his highness, the King of Yu, would be suppressed by the other party. In the end, it's still an exchange. In that case, it didn't make much sense, and if his highness the King of Yu was injured, they would even be punished. Lin Shu, watching the two Avatar Realm 7th level powerhouses reversing their direction in the air, gently smiled. Since you're coming at this young lord, isn't it too much of a disregard for this young lord to change your mind so quickly? Lin Shu, at last, had struck. Under the gazes of the two Avatar Realm 7th level powerhouses, Lin Shu merely gently lifted his finger and gently pointed it toward the front. In the next moment, the terrifying power of the golden will radiated out. The will of gold can be used as a defense as well as an attack. And now, used as an attack, it has the advantage of breaking everything under the sun. Two golden finger forces swept towards the two Avatar Realm 7th level powerhouses. The golden finger power, which cut through the sky, had already landed on the two Avatar 7th level powerhouses in an instant. The hearts of the two Avatar 7th level powerhouses were pierced through in an instant, and they immediately fell from the sky, already dead. What? This scene was truly seen by everyone present. Huang Yifei, the head of the Huang family, Pang Long, the head of the Pang family, and the city lord were all looking dumbfounded. Although, they had long guessed that Lin Shu had Avatar realm strength, they were not present at the scene of Lin Shu's battle with the Northern Moon Palace Avatar powerhouse on the Moonlan River and did not know exactly how strong Lin Shu was. Only now that he had seen it with his own eyes did he finally realize how terrifying Lin Shu was. The two Avatar 7th levels were killed so easily, as if they were like crushing two ants. In the meantime, the Avatar 9th level powerhouse who was fighting Wu Ming also saw the scene at this moment, and a shock went through his heart. Lin Shu, surprisingly, was even more powerful than Wu Ming. Wu Ming, with a small realm advantage as well as a great divine ability, This was the only move that had heavily injured the two Avatar 7th levels, and Lin Shu, surprisingly, was just a snap of his fingers. It's not even on the same level. You are honorable. Chapter 20, Iron-Blooded Means. The Lin family claimed the title. Your Holiness? Hearing this Avatar Realm 9th level exclaiming in shock, the people present, their hearts stared. Your Holiness. That was a strong person who stood at the peak of the Jianyu dynasty. Every venerable was a supreme powerhouse of the Jianyu dynasty. They, overlooking the entire dynasty, with one word and one action, were enough to decide the life and death of hundreds of millions of beings. Lin Shu. How old is this? Less than 20. A venerable man under the age of 20 is shocking and astounding. At this moment, Zhang Yu, who had been suppressed and subdued by Lin Leihu with the will of thunder, he also heard the alarmed cry of the 9th level of the Avatar Realm powerhouse who was protecting him. Zhang Yu, his eyes looked towards Lin Shu, and within his eyes, his face was deathly gray. A thought. What a thought with very different consequences. Lin Shu was actually an honored one. If, at that time, he hadn't chosen the Northern Moon Palace, he would have chosen Lin Shu instead. Then, one now has an honored friend. Zhang Yu, at this moment, was already unsteady and collapsed to the ground. A heavenly fortune, a heavenly chance, just slipped out of one's hands. Honored one? Lin Shu smiled. This young lord is not an honored one. When the Avatar Realm 9th level powerhouse heard this, he immediately shook his head. Impossible. If it wasn't an exalted one, how could you have killed two Avatar 7th level fingersnappers so easily? Who told you that in this world, an honored one is the strongest? Having said that, Lin Shu did not hesitate, and with a single snap of his fingers, he killed this 9th level of the Avatar Realm. The same finger, flat. Before he died, that Avatar Realm 9th level powerhouse was still pondering what exactly Lin Shu meant by that sentence. It wasn't until that flat, uninteresting finger pierced through his heart that he finally came to his senses. Lin Shu, not an honored one, but above an honored one. Wu Ming, looking at his opponent, who was so easily solved by Lin Shu, the young master, he also hurriedly came to Lin Shu's side. Wu Ming, pay respects to young lord. Lin Shu waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for him to be courteous, and then his gaze went to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, at this moment, was already in despair. Seeing Lin Shu's gaze towards him, Zhang Yu didn't even want to say anything when he begged for forgiveness. At this moment, he already understood that Lin Shu's power might not be comparable even to the royal family behind himself. To be able to cultivate such a young reverend, that power, unimaginable. Looking at Zhang Yu's face in despair, Lin Shu did not hesitate and ordered Lin Leihu to kill him. Lin Leihu, having received Lin Shu's order, naturally followed Lin Shu's order and killed Zhang Yu directly. After settling all this, only then did Lin Shu look at Huang Yifei. Huang Yifei, looking at Lin Shu's gaze over, immediately opened his mouth. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry, it's because I have no eyes. From today onwards, I'll take the Huang family and leave Linjiang City. From now on, Linjiang City will be dominated by the Lin family. Lin Shu let out a light laugh. Is that so? Do you mean that my Lin family needs you, the Huang family, to leave in order to dominate Linjiang City? Hearing Lin Shu speak so calmly, Huang Yifei was startled at this point and immediately corrected himself. No, my Huang family will not leave Linjiang City. From now on I will submit to the Lin family and take the Lin family as my honor. Late. Lin Shu shook his head. The Yellow family has been battling with the Lin family for so many years, targeting the Lin family, and the Lin family doesn't know how many people have died at the hands of the Yellow family. Having been drenched in the blood of the Lin family, and still attempting to climb up to my Huang family, where in this world is such a good thing? Huang Yifei, hearing Lin Shu's words, instantly understood what Lin Shu meant. Lin Shu, this is that he has no intention of letting the Huang family go and wants the Huang family to be exterminated. At this moment, he had no choice but to look at Huang Yan. He could only expect his daughter Huang Yan to do something about it. Huang Yan, after all, was from the Jianyu Academy, the royal academy that stood in the King City. However, Huang Yan didn't care at all at the moment, only to see her directly kneeling down towards Lin Shu. Young Master Lin, I'm willing to submit. I left the Huang clan when I was a child and I don't have the Lin clan's blood on my hands. Moreover, I'm a 5th grade talent. I can do anything for you, young Master Lin. Whatever young Master Lin wants to do, I can accept it. Saying that, Huang Yan exposed her neck, her shirt gently pulled down, and all of a sudden a flash of snow white was presented. In Huang Yan's opinion, Lin Shu was the kind of supreme heavenly pride that had never even appeared in the Jianyu Academy. In the future, Lin Shu would definitely walk out of the Jiangyu dynasty and become a generation of world-defying powerhouses. One would definitely not be at a disadvantage by submitting to Lin Shu. He also believed that Lin Shu would inevitably not refuse. After all, she was a 5th grade talent, and at such a young age, she was already at the 3rd level of spirit transformation, and would definitely not have any problems stepping into the ranks of Zunshi in this life. Moreover, one's figure and appearance were considered top-notch in the entire Jiangyu dynasty. Sending himself up like this, nakedly explicit, Lin Shu really had no reason to refuse. Lin Shu glanced at Huang Yan. Good talent and great body image. Unfortunately, the Huang family will be destroyed. Huang Yan, born into the Huang family, it is always a curse to keep such a woman. Even if Lin Shu really wanted a maid, there was no need to find a woman from an enemy's family. Huang Yan, able to give up her family without hesitation. Who knows, in the future she will not hesitate to betray herself. Lin Shu shook his head, then directly beheaded him. Huang Yan, to the very end, did not understand why Lin Shu was not the least bit attracted to her, and could only fall in a pool of blood with confusion and unwillingness. Only after killing Huang Yan did Lin Shu give the order. Wu Ming, Lin Lei Hu, Lin Fengya, the 3 of you will make your move to overthrow the Huang family. Wu Ming, Lin Lei Hu, and Lin Fengya received Lin Shu's order and without any hesitation, they all struck out and rushed into the collapsed mansion of the Huang family, starting an overthrow feast. Of the 5 great families, the Long family had been destroyed long ago. Wu Ming, the head of the Wu family, was one of their own. The Huang family was now being destroyed at this very moment, and the Peng family was the only one left. Peng Long, the head of the Peng family, directly knelt down towards Lin Shu before Lin Shu could even look at him. Young Master Lin, my Peng family is willing to submit to the Lin family. Lin Shu then looked at Peng Long, the head of the Peng family. For the Peng family, Lin Shu didn't have too much hatred. This Peng family, although they didn't have much friendship with the Lin family, they didn't have any grudges either. Since the Peng family chose to submit, Lin Shu accepted it. Good, since that's the case, from now on, all the clans of the Peng family will be merged into the Lin family. From now on, there will be no more Peng family. This young lord will arrange for elders to arrange for your Peng family members to be placed into the various branches of the Lin family, with men joining the family and women marrying into the Lin family. As for those who are already married, or have not yet reached the age of marriage, they will temporarily work as servants under the clansmen of the Lin family branch. If you make great contributions to the Lin family in the future, you can be granted the Lin surname and join the major branches. Peng Long, the head of the Peng family, was also beyond despair in his heart after hearing this. He knew that in this way, there would be no more hope for the Peng family. In less than 3 generations, there will be no more Pengs to remember ever being born. Lin Shu's move, although it didn't completely overthrow the Peng family, it did allow the Peng family to be overthrown without bloodshed. Zhao Yunlan, what's your decision? There was only one city lord present. Nowadays, Zhao Yunlan, hearing Lin Shu's words, also answered immediately. The city lord's mansion is disbanded as of today, and I'm willing to join the Lin family for their deployment. No need. Lin Shu shook his head. Your city lord's mansion, most of them are from the Jiangyu dynasty. Keeping them will make them enemies of this young lord in the future as well. I'll give you a choice. Settle the people in the Jiangyu dynasty in the city lord's mansion. If you can do that, this young master will let you and your family join the Lin family. Otherwise, you, the city lord who has been recognized by the River Moon dynasty, would not need to exist. After a pause, Lin Shu continued. This young lord will have Wu Ming supervise you, but in case you have any dissenting thoughts, you should understand the consequences. Original. Lin Shu was trying to destroy the city lord's mansion. After all, this was what the Jiangyu dynasty had resigned itself to, and by killing the Yu King Jiangyu himself, it could be said that he had completely stood in opposition to the Jiangyu dynasty. However, thinking about Zhao Yunlan's role as the city lord, he had never given the Lin family a hard time. When Zhao Yunlan heard Lin Shu's words, although he hesitated in his heart, he could only accept it for the sake of himself and his family. Yes, young lord, I will complete the mission. Just then, Lin Shu felt something in his heart, and his eyes looked outside Linjiang City. There, a number of strong auras came from. Chapter 21, North Moon Young Hall Master. The act of slaughtering the city. The moment. Outside Linjiang City, a group of 10 or so people were heading towards Linjiang City. The person in the lead was a young man, probably less than 30 years old. This person was none other than Yu Wuxin after he had emerged from the customs. The first true biography of the North Moon Palace, and the first heavenly pride of the North Moon Palace. Young Hall Master, Linjiang City is just ahead. Yu Wu Xin, hearing the reminder of the person beside him, gazed towards Linjiang City. At this moment, Yu Wu Xin's heart was filled with rage. Linjiang City, just such a small city, surprisingly let the North Moon Palace lost an inner disciple, 2 avatar powerhouses, and even his own sister, did not get out of Linjiang City. One must know that even in the Jiangyu dynasty's royal capital, there was no one, no power that dared to treat the North Moon Palace this way. Even if it was the royal family of Jiangyu dynasty, when they met their own sister, they would have to treat her well. Jiangyu dynasty's royal family, if they chose to go against the North Moon Palace, then this royal family would not be able to sit on the 10,000 miles of the North Moon Palace. Linjiang City, I hope it was my sister's momentary greed that made her forget to contact the Northern Moon Palace. Otherwise, if my sister has a death, the entire Linjiang City, more than 3 million people, will have to die. Until now, Yu Wu Xin still thought in her heart that her sister had suddenly lost contact and was not dead. Linjiang City was only a small city, and beside his own sister, that was 2 Avatar Realm powerhouses. In Linjiang City, the strongest people didn't even have the Avatar Realm. Even if there was someone in Linjiang City who was plotting against his sister, he couldn't possibly succeed. He believed that his sister, Yu Wu Ro, must have been greedy and did not contact the Northern Moon Palace in time. Although this was the idea in Yu Wuxin's mind, he ultimately did not dare to pack his bags without seeing his sister. After all, it was his own sister. No matter what, even if my sister just forgot to contact the clan because of a moment of greed, then I still have to find out what exactly caused my sister to be greedy. If my sister was just being playful, less people could have died in Linjiang City. If you are really dead, this Linjiang City, there is no need for it to exist. In Yu Wuxin's mind, even though Linjiang City had more than 3 million people, they were just ants. No amount of mole crickets is better than one of your own sister. Speed up. When we arrive at Linjiang City, the first time to go to the city lord's mansion as well as the 5 great families of Linjiang City, my sister lost contact. The city lord's mansion and the 5 great families can't get out of the way. Remember, no matter what happened to my sister, once the cause is asked, there's no need for the city lord's mansion and the 5 great families to exist. When these words came out, the people who accompanied them also froze for a moment. Young Hall Master, what if the city lord's mansion and the 5 great clans really had nothing to do with Miss Worrell's loss of contact? If I say there is, then there is, even if there isn't. Yes, although, they didn't recognize Moon Wuxin's words in their hearts, there was nothing they could do about it. Who made Yu Wuxin the #1 heavenly pride of the Northern Moon Palace for hundreds of years? At a young age, less than 30 years old, he had already reached the 8th level of the spirit transformation, and before he was 30 years old, he would be able to break through to the divine profound realm. Moreover, at the 8th level of spirit transformation, he had comprehended 20% of the power of will, and in the future, stepping into the Zunshur, it was a sure thing, and there was even a hope of stepping into the rumored star-picking realm above the Zunshur, which no one had stepped into for countless years in the North Moon Palace. In a sense, Yu Wu Xian's presence sometimes even spoke more than the 3 Hall Masters, because, while the 3 Hall Masters were unable to lead the Northern Moon Hall out of the Jiangyu dynasty, Yu Wu Xin could. Forget it, around are just some mole crickets. If they can make the young Hall Master happy, these mole crickets, they can be considered to have died a worthy death, they thought secretly in their minds. Soon, a group of 10 or so people then already set off to Linjiang City. Dozens of people, each cultivation at least in the Avatar realm. At this moment all of them are stepping into the air into Linjiang City, without the slightest concealment of their own. This scene to see the crowd of Linjiang City, all of them have been shocked. In Linjiang City, the Avatar realm was extinct, and now that a dozen people who stepped into the air had come, how could they not be shocked? However, very soon, this group of people from Linjiang City became completely furious. From now on, Linjiang City is on lockdown. Only in, not out. If anyone goes out of Linjiang City while I am stationed there, then everyone in Linjiang City gives them a burial. You people of Linjiang City, supervise yourselves, live or die. You choose. Having said that, Moon Wuxin did not linger, taking a dozen or so people around him in the direction of the city lord's mansion, not even leaving a single strong person behind to guard the city gates. He believed that once he made this statement, there was no need for a town guard, and these mole crickets would naturally supervise each other for the sake of their own lives. In every city, the city lord's mansion was in the most central location, so he didn't ask where it was located and headed towards the city. After Yu Wu Xin left, at this moment, in front of the city gates, all the people of Linjiang City, whose hearts were also incomparably angry, were cursing in their hearts. City Lord's mansion. Zhao Yunlan, after receiving Lin Shu's order, rushed back to the City Lord's mansion at the first opportunity. He made his choice with Lin Shu. If he chose to be born, he had to take care of the small group of troops stationed by the Jianyu dynasty. At this point, Zhao Yunlan understood why Lin Shu did this. After all, Lin Shu and the Jianyu dynasty's royal family had already formed a feud, and if these people were not killed, sooner or later, they would be stained with the blood of the Lin family's people. What was a little hard to accept in his mind was that these small groups of troops, however, were going to be the ones to throw their lot in, or else they were going to die along with them. It was all he could do for his family. Just as Zhao Yunlan was about to make his move, a dozen or so strong people descended over the city lord's mansion. Who is the lord of the city? The people who came were, naturally, Moon Heartless and his group. Zhao Yunlan looked at the people coming, except for one person who seemed to be using some means to navigate the air. The rest of them were able to do so by stepping into the air, and he didn't dare to slow down in the slightest, and immediately stepped forward. I am the city lord. I wonder what the seniors are doing here. My name is Moon Heartless. Without any nonsense, Moon Wuxin directly identified himself. Hearing this, Zhao Yunlan was shocked in his heart. Surprisingly, it was Moon Heartless. He didn't dare to be slow and saluted. Greetings, young hall master. Yu Wuxin, who clearly didn't care about Zhao Yunlan and was oblivious to his salute, spoke directly. Since you know me, then you should understand my intentions. As a city lord, do you know that my sister, Yu Wu Rou, once came to Linjiang City, and do you know where my sister is now? This, Zhao Yunlan didn't know what to reply at the moment. Yu Wu Rou, indeed, had come, but unfortunately had been killed by Lin Shu. He had just submitted himself to Lin Shu not long ago, so if he were to say so at this moment, would it not be a betrayal? But if he didn't say it out loud, he didn't know how to get past the hurdle in front of him. After pondering for a long time, Zhao Yunlan finally chose to tell the whole story. In his heart, he actually didn't want to submit to Lin Shu, but now that there was an opportunity in front of him, he had to cherish it. When the time comes, just let these people in front of Lin Shu fight it out. If the group of people from the North Moon Palace in front of him won, the North Moon Palace had always coexisted peacefully with the Jianyu dynasty, and would not tear itself apart from the Jianyu dynasty, and he himself, as a city lord recognized by the Jianyu dynasty, wouldn't have to be a parasite. If Lin Shu won, he himself would just continue to submit to Lin Shu, not much different from today, and the worst outcome would be nothing more than being exposed and killed by Lin Shu. But it's all our own people here, who would expose it as themselves. The people of the Northern Moon Palace. This group of people only looked at the results, and once they knew, it was impossible for them to talk nonsense with Lin Shu. Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Yunlan narrated the causes and consequences of the matter, and of course deliberately added a bit more fuel to the fire. In the dark, the hidden Lin Shu, at this moment, listening to Zhao Yunlan's words, also sighed. For such a small test, Zhao Yunlan didn't even carry it off. The movements of Yu Wuxin's group were naturally nowhere to be seen in front of Lin Shu, a 9th-level star-picking powerhouse. Lin Shu easily gained insight into their movements after entering Linjiang City. Learning that they had rushed towards Zhao Yunlan's city lord's mansion at the first opportunity, Lin Shu also rushed there. After all, Zhao Yunlan had at least just agreed to submit to himself, so he was under his own command, and Lin Shu naturally wanted to protect his safety. Unexpectedly, he had just come here, thinking of going out to block the group of people in front of him, and then deal with it after his father had come out of the gate, completing that system mission, the robbery of the North Moon Palace. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yunlan didn't even resist and sold himself directly. Although Lin Shu wasn't worried about being known by these people in front of him, being sold and betrayed just like that still made Lin Shu very unhappy. In this way, Lin Shu did not go out. Since he chose to betray, Zhao Yunlan was already defined as a dead man to Lin Shu, given a chance to live. And since you didn't treasure it, after this time, the city lord's mansion doesn't have to exist anymore. Lin Shu secretly pondered in his heart and gave Zhao Yunlan and the city lord's mansion under his control a death sentence. Yu Wu Xin, hearing what Zhao Yunlan had said, was burning with rage at the moment. His own sister, surprisingly, was killed. City lord, right? Since my sister was killed, why didn't you apprehend that murderer in the first place? Or is that murderer of yours an accomplice? Young Hall Master, I'm only at the 9th level of spirit transformation, and the person who killed your sister can kill the avatar realm, so how can I be a match? So, you're a waste? My sister is dead. Wouldn't it be an insult to my sister if a waste like you were alive? After saying that, Yu Wuxin directly ordered. Men, the city lord's mansion. No one will be left behind. I told you, if anything happens to my sister, not a single person will be left in Linjiang City. Leave 4 people to start from the city lord's mansion and start massacring the city towards the perimeter. The rest of you, follow me to the Lin family. Lin Shu as well as everyone in the Lin family. I'm going to personally take action to console my sister's soul in heaven. Chapter 22, Supreme Avatar. The beings of heaven and earth are chess pieces. As Yu Wuxin's order was given, beside Yu Wuxin, 4 Avatar realm powerhouses stepped out and directly made their move. Yu Wuxin, at this moment, was also remorseful. He had thought that the Northern Moon Palace would not tear itself apart from the Jianyu dynasty, and that he still had a way out. I didn't expect this person, Yu Wuxin, to be so brutal. There was no room for negotiation. He had explained everything, and he had to be killed. Yu Wuxin, you shall not die a good death. You will die at the hands of Lin Shu just like your sister. Good point. Yu Wuxin nodded. Since that's what he thinks, don't be too busy to kill him first. Break his 5 limbs and waste his cultivation. Let him see how Lin Shu was killed by me. Yes, young Hall Master. Soon, Zhao Yunlan then had his 5 limbs broken and his cultivation directly wasted. The miserable cry spread throughout the entire city lord's mansion. Lin Shu watched the scene without any sympathy. Serves you right. However, now he could not watch from the shadows, and it was time to go out. The people of the city lord's mansion, whether they were dead or alive, Lin Shu didn't care. But Yu Wuxin even wanted to slaughter the city, so Lin Shu had to take care of it. The rest of the people, after all, were innocent people, and in this matter, Lin Shu naturally did not want to see them get involved and thus be innocently implicated. As it happened, just now, Lin Shu heard a beep from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host's father, Lin Tsangdao, for fusing the Green Lotus Heavenly Flame and raising his cultivation to the 5th level of the Avatar realm. May I ask if the host will activate the only passive to raise his cultivation to the 5th level of Return to Void? Above Plucking Star was the Return to Void realm. Lin Shu, after his cultivation level was raised with his own father, Lin Tsangqiong, fusing the Green Lotus Heavenly Flame, his own realm was also raised to the 5th level of Returning to Void because of the system's passive relationship. In the realm of star picking, you can pick up stars. Returning to the Void realm can shatter the Void. At this realm, not to mention the increase in strength, just the Void shift alone was unimaginable. It could be said that nowadays, as long as Lin Shu wanted to, his body could vanish into the Void, and he could move 10,000 miles away in a split second. With a single thought, Lin Shu could instantly arrive at the royal capital of the Jianyu dynasty from Linjiang City, or even directly enter the imperial palace, which was only a matter of a single thought. This is the real mighty one. One thought and the heavens and earth fight. Lin Shu was satisfied in his heart. Then he transmitted his voice to his father who had just finished his seclusion. Though, that quest didn't say if there would be a penalty for not completing it, but when it was accomplished, for Lin Shu's father, there was a mysterious reward, and for himself, he was also able to have the system passively enhanced to raise another minor realm on top of the original 3 major realms. Lin Shu naturally couldn't afford to waste it, and definitely wanted his father to come and deal with the matter at hand. After transmitting his voice to his father, Lin Tsangqiong, telling him to hurry and come to the city lord's mansion, Lin Shu stepped out from the shadows. There's no need to go looking for this young lord. What man? Lin Shu's sudden appearance caught the attention of Yu Wuxin's group at the first opportunity. Seeing Lin Shu appear, Zhao Yunlan, who was still howling miserably, immediately opened his mouth as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Young Master Lin, save me. Lin Shu, glancing at Zhao Yunlan with an indifferent expression, didn't respond as his gaze looked towards Yu Wuxin. Yu Wuxin, at this moment, also looked at Lin Shu. You're the one who killed my sister. Nice. You've got a lot of guts. Killing my sister, and you still dare to appear in front of me? Yu Wuxin said and pointed at Zhao Yunlan. See him or not, your consequences will be 10 times worse than his. I have heard that among the mortals, there is a torture called human swine. I will dismember everything that moves on you and put you in an urn. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll hang on to your life for 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, so that you can't beg for your life and can't die. Lin Shu, indifferently said, there are ideals, but unfortunately the strength is poor. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like that in so many years. After Moon Wuxin finished speaking, he took action himself. In the face of the man who had killed his sister, he would have to do it himself, so that his thoughts could be clear. Anyway, in Yu Wuxin's opinion, Lin Shu was young, even younger than herself, and it was categorically impossible for him to be even stronger than himself. But he was at the 8th level of spirit transformation, and he had even comprehended 20% of the cold ice will. He had killed an avatar 1st level, fought with an avatar 2nd level without being defeated, and even escaped under an avatar realm 5th level by virtue of his strength of will as well as an aerial martial art. Lin Shu, granted, looked a bit weird and could even step into the air, but Yu Wu Xin was confident that he was by no means his own opponent. In the face of Yu Wu Xin charging towards Lin Shu was tempted to just slap him to death and get it over with. However, the thought of slapping it to death would result in the loss of his father's system mystery reward. Father's novice rewards were also amazing, allowing him to reach the 5th level of the avatar. That mysterious reward, even if it was worse, raising a realm or 2 would not be a big problem. I thought, father elevation, that's not the equivalent of elevating yourself. Can't be killed. In that case, let's just seal the cultivation. Think about it. Lin Shu also took a direct shot, only to see Lin Shu gently pinching 2 fingers. A black chess piece appeared on his fingertips. The black chess piece shot straight towards Yu Wuxin, and in the next moment, it disappeared into Yu Wuxin's body. As the black chess pieces disappeared into Yu Wuxin's body, Yu Wuxin instantly fell down from mid-air, and his cultivation level sank into the sea of stone, no longer able to be mobilized. Not bad, this divine ability. It's somewhat interesting. It's worthy of being the heavenly Yuan chess diffusion technique, with heaven and earth as the chessboard, and all living beings as the pieces. Holding the white chess piece can save all living beings, and holding the black chess piece can destroy all things. Lin Shu was satisfied in his heart. This was the first time he had used this divine ability, and it was worthy of being called a supreme divine ability. After entering this heavenly Yuan chessboard, all things in heaven and earth are chess pieces. Just like this Moon Wuxin, a single black chess piece sealed his cultivation. Even, Lin Shu could clearly see the entire heavenly Yuan chessboard, covering an entire Linjiang city. Everything in Linjiang city is under Lin Shu's control if he wants it to be. This was still the case when this divine ability had just been initiated. Lin Shu could hardly imagine how powerful this divine ability could be if it was cultivated to the point of profundity. 1 country? Or maybe it's 100,000 miles of heaven and earth. 1,000,000 miles of heaven and earth. Or more. Lin Shu found a special person, and after some careful sensing, it was Wu Ming, who was at the 8th level of divine power. Inside his body, there were 2 pieces, one black and one white. Lin Shu suddenly understood that those 2 pieces should be his mother's means of controlling Wu Ming. Interesting. Lin Shu nodded secretly. At this time, Yu Wuxin was not in as good a mood as Lin Shu. He felt that his cultivation was actually sealed, and looked at Lin Shu, his eyes filled with unbelief. What realm are you? You really in? Lin Shu, but did not take care of him, because Lin Shu sensed that his father Lin Sengqiong arrived. Chapter 23, Lin Sengqiong, you guys, together. Father, you're here. Lin Shu, seeing Lin Sengqiong come over, also greeted him with a smile. Lin Songdao responded, Brat, what's the matter with you calling me over in such a hurry? I've only just finished absorbing this, and my realm has only just broken through. It hasn't even stabilized yet? Lin Shu pointed at Yu Wuxin and the powerful men of the Northern Moon Palace not far away. Lin Songqiong looked towards the gaze pointed out by Lin Shu, and then his eyes immediately changed, and in his eyes, which were originally full of smiles in the face of Lin Shu, were now murderous. It's you, Moon Heartless. Yu Wu Xin, at this moment, was similarly looking towards Lin Sengqiong and was also quite surprised. It's actually you, Lin Sengqiong. How? Is it possible? Yu Wu Xin, naturally, knew Lin Sengqiong. Not long ago, he and Lin Sengqiong had a fight over the chance. At that time, both of them were at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. Originally, among the same realm, Yu Wuxin was confident that he was invincible. However, when he fought with Lin Songdao, several times, he faced Lin Songdao, but not once did he gain the upper hand, and every time he was suppressed by Lin Songdao. How could this be tolerated by him who had all been hailed as an absolute heavenly pride by the North Moon Palace since he was a child and had the talent of a star picker? For this reason, he had directly invited a Zunshur realm powerhouse from the Northern Moon Palace who specialized in toxins to poison Lin Sengqiong. That kind of poison, it didn't directly kill Lin Sengqiong, but was able to slowly weaken Lin Sengqiong's cultivation. In his opinion, Lin Sengqiong was also a rare genius, the kind of genius that often feared more than death. If directly killed, and cannot let Lin Sengqiong produce despair, and slowly weaken its strength, but can let Lin Sengqiong step by step to face despair, so far more effective than killing Lin Sengxiong. However, now that he saw Lin Sengxiong again, it had only been a few days since then, and Lin Sengxiong had already recovered without the slightest sign of poisoning. Moreover, just now, Lin Sengxiong still seemed to have stepped into the air. What did this prove? Lin Sengxiong, surprisingly, had broken through the Avatar realm. A few days ago, he and Lin Sengxiong were at the same 7th level of spirit transformation, and he himself also seized the opportunity to break through the 8th level of spirit transformation through seclusion. Unexpectedly, Lin Sengxiong was blessed by the misfortune and actually broke through the Avatar realm and went ahead of himself. Lin Sengxiong, how did you cure the poison? The poison of the poison dignitary is the most powerful poison in the entire Jiangyu dynasty. Even if you are the same dignitary, no one in the Jiangyu dynasty can solve it. How did you do it? It was really hard for you Wu Xin to imagine. Ah, the Poison Duke. This was an existence whose status was extremely honorable in the North Moon Palace. In terms of strength, it was merely below the 3 Hall Masters. If not for the fact that he had amazing talent and was a young Hall Master, he would definitely be able to rule the North Moon Hall in the future. Plus his father was one of the Hall Masters. Even Yu Wuxin might not be able to invite this Northern Moon Palace supreme powerhouse. And now, what he had done did not make Lin Sengdao become desperate by experiencing torment in the midst of his cultivation regression, but instead, it allowed Lin Sengdao to go even further. Lin Sengxiong, looking at Yu Wuxin, at this moment, there was only anger in his eyes. This Yu Wuxin, in terms of strength, could not compare to himself, so he sent his venerable self to poison himself. If not for the fact that he had Lin Shu, and that there was an ancient sage who traveled the world behind Lin Shu, his consequences would have been absolutely extremely miserable. The moment he thought of the consequences of that, Lin Sengxiong became enraged. Yu Wuxin, since you're here, let's settle old scores from the past today. Where's that Poison Duke? Tell him to roll out. I'd like to learn whether the so-called Poison Dignitary is really the champion of the entire Jiangyu dynasty. Lin Shu, seeing that his father had arrived, at this moment also withdrew the chess piece that had not entered Yu Wuxin's body. Anyway, in Lin Shu's opinion, Yu Wuxin's mere 8th level of spirit transformation could never be a match for his own father's 5th level of divine profoundness. Green Lotus Heavenly Flame, Power of Will, and Divine Power. His own father has a lot of cards. In particular, the Power of Will and the Green Lotus Heavenly Flame were far ahead of the same realm. Yu Wuxin, feeling her cultivation recover, was also regaining her confidence at this moment. Lin Sengxiong, just you, are not worthy of Poison Zun's hand. Even if you break through the Avatar realm, I can defeat you. Avatar realm, it's not like I haven't killed before. The moon was heartless, contemplating the fact that he had gotten a chance this time. Not only had his realm broken through 1 level, but his willpower had also increased by 10%. The 8th level of spirit transformation, 30% of cold ice will, and his own flying martial skill. If he put his life on the line, he might not be able to contend with the 5th level of the Avatar. As for Lin Sengxiong, even if he broke through the Avatar realm, it was estimated that he would only be at the 1st level of Avatar, with the power of will under Lin Sengdong's control. Although he was also able to fight across the ranks, it was estimated that he would just be able to compare himself to the 3rd or 4th level of the Avatar. Himself, there is still a big advantage. Yu Wuxin decided that since she had fallen from Lin Sengxiong's hands, she would now seek to recover from Lin Sengxiong's hands and make Lin Sengxiong fall at her feet. Facing Moon Heartless, Lin Sengdong shook his head. At the same realm, you were no match for me, and now that your realm is lower than mine, you're even less likely to be my opponent. I won't bully you either. You dozen of you, go together. Lin Sengxiong, having just observed, the strong men that Yu Wuxin had brought with her were all at the Divine Profound realm. There were 13 of them. Among them, 1 was at the 9th level of Divine Power, 2 were at the 8th level of Divine Power, as well as the others were at the 3rd to 7th levels of Divine Power. It was indeed an extremely powerful force. But what did he, Lin Sengdong, have to fear? Just as well, he hadn't met an opponent in I don't know how many years. Ever since he brought Lin Shu back to Linjiang City from the outside 12 years ago, Lin Sengdao had never gone all out. Strength of will, divine power, these undercards, he usually hid them. Now, having obtained another heavenly flame, the bottom card increased by 1. He also wanted to see what kind of strength he had. Lin Sengxiong's words caused Yu Wuxin to immediately feel a fiery pain on her face. He himself treated Lin Sengxiong as a rival, but he didn't expect that Lin Sengxiong would treat him like a mole cricket and didn't put it in his eyes at all. Since he was a child, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? All along, It had been him who had faced off against other heavenly prides across the ranks, and to his surprise, now he didn't even have the qualifications to enter Lin Sungcheon's eyes. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of fighting Lin Sungcheon fairly. He would let the strong people around him suppress Lin Sungcheon, and then he would slowly strike out himself and torture Lin Sungcheon to death, so that he could wash away his shame of being ignored by Lin Sungcheon. Strike together. Remember, don't kill him outright. Leave a few breaths. I want to deal with him personally. Hearing Yu Wuxin's words, the strongest members of the Northern Moon Palace, at this moment, surrounded towards Lin Sungdao. Lin Shu, looking at this scene, instead retreated a few steps away. Anyway, all of these people were in their own chessboard, and Lin Shu could always take control of them once his own father was defeated. It was just as well that Lin Shu wanted to see exactly what his father's strength could reach. Lin Sungcheon, die, Moon Heartless, took the lead. Cold ice will open. Ice Moon Wa Chop. In a blink of an eye, Moon Wuxin's surroundings instantly turned into a cold ice heaven and earth. A round of moonlight, with a piercing breath, flashing with amazing clear light, chopped toward Lin Sungcheon. Chapter 24, Overlord's 9 Fingers. The green lotus heavenly flame appeared in the world. Too weak. Lin Sungcheon, looking at this ice moon Hua slash, shook his head. This move, he had once watched him perform it not too long ago when he was battling with Moon Heartless. At the time, he was able to catch it himself, although there was that much of a struggle to catch it at the time. But now, this move, in Lin Sungdao's eyes, would have no power to speak of. 30% of cold ice will. Together with this small divine ability, it was indeed not much of a problem to kill an ordinary avatar first or second level powerhouse. But himself, he was the 5th level of the avatar. Lin Sungcheon didn't even execute a divine ability, merely gently tapped, and Yu Wuxin's proud stance instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. Yu Wuxin, looking at his own undercard being cracked just like that, was also almost exasperated at the moment. You aren't an Avatar 1? Lin Sungcheon smiled disdainfully. Who told you that I'm only at the 1st level of the Avatar? As the words fell, Lin Sungdao's aura of the 5th level of divine aptitude instantly erupted. Feeling Lin Sungcheon's naked outburst of the 5th level of divine power, Yu Wuxin was a little unsteady on her feet. God, Avatar 5th level, how did you do it? In less than a week, you've actually raised nearly a large realm. Pity. At this moment, Lin Sungcheon had no thoughts of answering him. With a casual move, he swatted the fly-like Yu Wuxin in front of him away, and then met the 13 Avatar powerhouses of the Northern Moon Palace. Facing 13 Avatar powerhouses, especially 1 Avatar 9th and 2 Avatar 8th, Lin Sungdao wasn't as careless as he was when he faced Yu Wuxin. The will of gold was finally exerted at this moment. Originally, when he was at the 7th level of spirit transformation, he had comprehended 50% of the will of gold, and now that he had broken through to the 5th level of the Avatar, the power of his will had once again risen by 20%, and had already reached 70%. Under 70% of the will of gold, he enveloped himself in layers around himself, in the middle of a golden light. Generally speaking, at the 9th level of the Avatar, one would only comprehend 50% of the power of will. Therefore, in the 70% of the will of gold to build the defense of the golden light, for a time, even if the Avatar 9 strong, are unable to enter its circumference of 10 feet, all the power of the will as well as the Avatar attack, are unable to work, as if invincible. Lin Shu, watching the scene, also had a rough idea of his father's strength. Below and exalted, it was almost invincible. The prerequisite was, don't run into that kind of demon with extremely heaven-defying enlightenment. In this way, Lin Shu was quite relieved. Just then, Wu Ming hurriedly arrived. Young lord, I sensed a multitude of powerful people appearing in this place. It's not too late, is it? Lin Shu pointed to the battle not far away. Wu Ming looked over, then couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that Brother Lin would hide even deeper than I did. Wu Ming, being at the 8th level of the Avatar, naturally felt how powerful Lin Sungcheon was at this moment. He felt that even if he went up, it would be difficult for him to cause any harm to Lin Sungcheon, and even if he performed the great divine ability Great Compassionate Heaven and Earth Hand Seal, he was afraid that he would be able to barely break through the golden light barrier condensed by the will of gold. At that moment, he sort of understood why Lin Sungcheon was able to be looked upon by his master. However, he quickly reacted and was about to join the battlefield. Young lord, I'll go help Brother Lin. Lin Shu waved his hand. No need. This young man are here watching without joining in. What are you going to do to make a scene? This. Wu Ming was also puzzled. Lin Shu, how to say that he was also Lin Sungcheon's son. How was he able to manage to stand on the periphery so easily at this time and watch his father fall into a situation where he was surrounded and beaten? It's still not biological. Lin Shu saw the look in Wu Ming's eyes and understood what was going on in Wu Ming's mind and did not explain. It's not that one doesn't want to help. There is really a task at hand. If he didn't have a mission, Lin Shu would have shot all of these people to death long ago. Anyway, looking at the situation, his own father hadn't exerted his full strength yet, a situation that was completely manageable. Lin Shu naturally left his father alone to complete the task alone. In this way, it would be good to see if the mysterious reward was generous if his father completed the mission alone. If the rewards were average, Lin Shu would needlessly do so in the future. Yu Wuxin was slapped out at the moment, and was already unable to participate in the battle for a while. Looking at Lin Sangqiang, who was surprisingly still swimming with ease, he immediately opened his mouth. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and set up the formation. Do you really want Lin Sangqiang to break each of you one by one? In an instant, the 13 Avatar Realm powerhouses, without hesitation, made seals in their hands and began to set up their great formations. North Moon Season's Upside Down Formation. This was a formation that the North Moon Palace was famous for, and it required at least 4 people to set up the formation. The formation is complete, and the formation can simulate the changing of the seasons. Of course, it's not just illusions, but also more killing formations. The spring formation, green and lush, but underneath that greenery is destruction. The so-called life and death are just between bouts of movement. If one didn't see through the formation and indulged in springtime, it was likely that a blade of grass, a willow leaf, would instantly turn into a life-threatening killing move. Let people fall in the middle of the formation without realizing it. And now, 13 people set up a formation. For each formation, there was no longer one person, but 3, one more person, sitting in the center of the formation, although not the main formation, but it is better to have the ability to move freely, can be in the formation of the most lax when the most deadly blow. Lin Sangqiang, looking at the great change in the heaven and earth around him, at this moment, he even became grave. The golden light barrier condensed by the will of gold was currently being continuously worn down by the power of the formation. What a powerful array! This array of the Avatar 9 falls in without any chance of survival. Lin Sangdao thought in his heart. In that case, let's try this move. Overlord 9 fingers. One finger shakes heaven and earth. In a split second, Lin Sangqiang stood under the dome of the sky, one finger, gently pointing towards the front. At this moment, Lin Sangqiang was like a supreme king, his body fatally revealing a hint of the hegemonic aura of a king over the world. That one finger of the hegemon, in an instant, seemed to have transformed into a finger of the heavens. Under a single finger, the entire heaven and earth, all seemed to greet a supreme king. A finger fell, and the 3 Avatar Realm powerhouses that were originally at the eye of the spring formation where the North Moon Season's Upside Down formation was located, were swept by an extremely overbearing finger force. The 3 Avatar Realm powerhouses, when they couldn't dodge, were instantly struck and flew out upside down. To this point, 3 Avatar Realms fell in this way. With the fall of the 3 Avatar Realms, this North Moon Season's Upside Down formation instantly revealed a gap, and Lin Sangdao didn't hesitate, and directly headed towards the gap, leaving the range of the formation's shroud. Walking out of the formation, Lin Sangdao, at the moment, looked incredibly solemn. After messing with you guys for so long, it's time to end it. Humph, just finding an eye of a formation. Do you really think you're invincible? The remaining 10 Avatar Realms continue to surround towards Lin Sangqiang, wanting to continue trapping him in the formation. However, at this moment, Lin Sangdao clearly didn't give them another chance. Green Lotus Heavenly Flame. Now, Lin Sangqiang palm, a green flame, as if the lotus flower in full summer, from its palm, slowly hanging high in the sky, bloomed open. Chapter 25, The Might of Heavenly Fire. The entire army was wiped out, accompanied by the descent of the Heavenly Fire. The moment, everyone present, looking at the Heavenly Flame in Lin Sangqiang's hand, had eyes filled with shock. Heavenly Fire, the strange fire born naturally in heaven and earth. The birth of each heavenly flame required heaven and earth to undergo at least 10,000 years of evolution under extremely harsh conditions. The heavenly flame, which only existed in rumors, had never been seen by anyone in the Jiangyu dynasty, let alone someone using it. Heavenly Flame, you actually have Heavenly Flame. How could you possibly take in the Heavenly Flame? Quickly, if we kill him, the Heavenly Flame will have no owner, and we'll all have a chance to obtain it then. Looking at Lin Sangdao, at this moment, the 10 Avatar Realm powerhouses had deep desire in their eyes in addition to shock. Heavenly Flame. Rumor had it that as long as one obtained the Heavenly Flame, No matter if one was cultivating fire attribute techniques, or alchemy, or comprehending the will of fire, they all had a staggering boost. It could be said that as long as one possessed the heavenly flame, then one's future achievements would definitely not be bad. Venerable may not even be the limit. Lin Sanqiong, looking at the incomparably dense desire in the eyes of the 10 avatar powerhouses, disdainfully said, "Humph, wanting my heavenly flame, just buy you guys." It wasn't that Lin Sangdao looked down on these avatar realm powerhouses in front of him. The heavenly flame, even if it was ownerless, as far as these people in front of them were concerned, there was no possibility of taking in, absorbing, or fusing the heavenly flame. This time he absorbed and fused the heavenly flame. He was also close to taking half his life, and this was still because of that heavenly flame mysterious book. This heavenly flame mysterious code seems to be a technique born specifically for absorbing heavenly flame. Without this kind of technique, Lin Sangdao thought to himself that he would never be able to take it in. The group of people in front of them, but only a mere avatar realm, without the heavenly flame secret scripture. Once they came into contact with the heavenly flame, 9 times out of 10, they would be burned to ashes. Lin Sanqiong, you do have a good chance to obtain the heavenly flame, but since ancient times, treasures have been given to those who can. You're only at the 5th level of the divine power, and such a supreme treasure would be a pearl in your hands. Ha ha, I am the 9th level of the avatar. If I take this heavenly fire of yours, I will definitely be able to break through to Zunshur. At that time, I will be the Fire Zun, and the Jiangyu dynasty will be at my mercy. Lin Shu, on the sidelines, couldn't even listen anymore. What a bunch of weird this is. Unable to help, Lin Shu reminded. Father, can you do it? Brat. Hearing Lin Shu's words like this, Lin Sangdao immediately glared at Lin Shu. How can you talk? If I can't, how come I have you? Father, if you dawdle any longer and the heavenly flame aura spills out, you'll be everyone's public enemy by then. When Lin Sanqiong heard this, he quickly understood. The aura of the heavenly flame was extremely special and vastly different from other flames. Anyone with a heart, sensing this aura, is bound to be aware of it. There were still some Zunis among the Jiangyu dynasty, and he was not afraid of any avatar realm nowadays, but the Zuni realm was still something that was difficult for him to fight against nowadays. Lin Sanqiong, at this moment, his expression also became solemn, utilizing the heavenly flame mysterious classic to exert the might of the green lotus heavenly flame to the limit of what he was able to exert nowadays. In a flash, the entire heaven and earth, the void seemed to become distorted. That was burned by the incomparably terrifying temperature of the heavenly fire. A green lotus, flickering with a demonic light, shot straight toward one of the avatar realm powerhouses. The avatar realm powerhouse, watching the green lotus heavenly flame sweeping down, naturally did not dare to take it on, and could only choose to escape. It was a pity that the green lotus heavenly flame, which blocked off the entire heaven and earth, was not so easy to escape. Soon, there are several avatar realm powerhouses, failed to dodge. Was the green lotus heavenly flame fell on the body? Just a few breaths of time, several avatar realm powerhouses will be directly turned into humanoid charcoal. Looking at the terrifying might of the heavenly flame, the avatar realm powerhouses who had originally coveted the heavenly flame in their hearts were also fearful at this moment. If this continued, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to obtain the heavenly flame, and it was also very likely that I would be buried in this heavenly flame. An avatar realm powerhouse, without hesitation, directly fled towards the distance. Is it too late to try to escape? Lin Sanqiong, looking at the avatar realm powerhouse who was trying to escape, a fire lotus came out of his hand and then swept directly towards the person who had escaped. The fire lotus, which instantly cut through the sky, landed on that fleeing avatar realm powerhouse. Another avatar realm powerhouse fell on the spot. There were 13 avatar realms, and now there were less than half of them remaining. Only 6. Lin Sanqiong, do you really want to drive us to extinction? We are the strongest members of the North Moon Palace. If we die here, the North Moon Palace Honored One will definitely come to investigate, and in front of the Honored One, even if you have heavenly abilities, you can't escape death. Let us go, and we can swear that what happened today will never be leaked out. Lin Sangdao smiled. Is that so? But how do you explain those avatar realms that have been killed? We can tell His Holiness that they met a strong enemy and died. The moment Yu Wuxin, who had never spoken, also spoke. Lin Sanqiong, I'm the first true legend of the North Moon Palace. As long as you let us go, we can push all the damages to the South Underworld Palace. My Northern Moon Palace and Southern Underworld Palace are worldly enemies. Your Holiness is bound to believe that. I can also swear that from now on, I will definitely not be your enemy. And even if you want to do anything in the future, I can still use the identity of the Northern Moon Palace to help you. With the help of the Northern Moon Palace, whatever you do in this Jiangyu dynasty will become incredibly easy. Lin Shu, looking at his father, was actually really thinking at the moment. Indeed, with the help of the Northern Moon Palace, the Lin family would definitely develop more smoothly, and these people in front of us, having made an oath, cannot break it, or they will suffer the wrath of heaven. The conditions, for the Lin family and for his own father, were tempting, but the system mission, whether it could be considered completed or not, that was unknown. To miss out on the system's mysterious rewards for the sake of this condition would not be worth it. Besides, the reason why these powerful people in front of the North Moon Palace were saying this was that they still weren't clear about their own strength. With yourself around, in the Jiangyu dynasty, who could resist the Lin family's development? Father, kill it. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Lin Sungdong nodded. I'm sorry, it seems my son doesn't like you guys. In that case, I can't keep you. For Lin Sungqiong, he was able to be where he was today, all thanks to his son Lin Shu. Since Lin Shu now wanted these people to die, he had to die even if he thought they were indeed useful. How can a better deal compare to your own son? After all, his own son had given all the heavenly flame to himself, and now such a small request, how could he not agree to it? Before that, he had promised that no matter what happened in the future, he would shelter Lin Shu, and that he would fulfill any request. Lin Sungqiong, are you really going to put the development of the Lin family at risk for the sake of your son? Even without the Northern Moon Palace, the Lin family, Lin Sungqiong, will be able to develop. Having said that, Lin Sungqiong then struck again. These Avatar Realm powerhouses, who themselves were not Lin Sungqiong's opponents, and who now had no will to fight, were naturally defenseless against Lin Sungqiong. That's all. A single Avatar Realm powerhouse was reduced to flying ash under Lin Sungdao's Green Lotus Heavenly Flame. Moon Heartless, it seems like you don't have an honored one following you today. Lin Sengqiong exterminated the 13 Avatar realms before he looked to the side at Yu Wuxin, who had long since lost her fighting ability and was seriously injured. Yu Wu Xin, looking at Lin Songqiong looking at himself, immediately opened his mouth at this moment. Please spare me. I can swear to serve you as your slave. I will inevitably inherit the Northern Moon Palace in the future and become the palace master of the Northern Moon Palace, and then you will be able to control the Northern Moon Palace. Yu Wu Xin, faced with the threat to her life, no longer had any condescension at this moment. He had hopes of breaking through above Zunshi and becoming the rumored star plucker powerhouse. Naturally, I don't want to die like this. Lin Songqiong, in the face of Yu Wu Xin's pleas for mercy, did not show any indication. A fire lotus landed on Yu Wuxin. Thus, Yu Wuxin was in the fire lotus, her life coming to an end. Chapter 26, Mystery Prize. Lin Shu left. Ding, Mission 1 complete. Due to the extremely outstanding completion of this mission by the system-affiliated possessor, the total annihilation of the North Moon Palace's incoming enemies has earned a perfect evaluation. Ding, system-affiliated possessor Lin Sungdao's Mission Perfection gift pack has been issued. Ding, the host system passive realm +1. The host realm is raised from the 5th level of the Void Returning Realm to the 6th level of the Void Returning Realm. As Yu Wuxin turned into ashes amidst the Green Lotus Heavenly Flame, the system's beep then rang out. In the meantime, Lin Shu's realm was also raised from the 5th level of the Void Returning Realm to the 6th level of the Void Returning Realm. The elevation of the realm was not something Lin Shu cared too much about. After all, this reward, Lin Shu had known about it for a long time, so naturally, he didn't have much to look forward to. In comparison, Lin Shu was still interested in the mysterious reward, though, again, that's the same as the newbie bundle, just a reward that belongs to your father. But Lin Shu didn't care. After all, when one's father elevated, it would be the equivalent of one's own elevation in disguise. Without hesitation, Lin Shu directly began to check up on the Quest Perfection package belonging to his father. As Lin Shu opened the perfect gift pack in the middle of the system space, 3 rewards were quickly presented in Lin Shu's mind. Ding, obtain the reward Small Spirit Gathering Array Disc. Ding, get the reward 10,000 Blood Pool. Ding, obtain a copy of the reward exclusive Mysterious Map. Small Spirit Gathering Array Disc. Using this Small Spirit Gathering Array Disc, you can generate a Small Spirit Gathering Array, which covers a radius of 1 mile, and within 1 mile, the concentration of spirit power is increased by 10 times. Good stuff. Lin Shu looked at the introduction and sighed in his heart. Gathering Spirit Array. Lin Shu had heard of it before. In the entire Jiangyu dynasty, Lin Shu had only heard of the 4 great sects as well as the Jiangyu royal family and the Jiangyu royal academy only. Now, it's time for Lin Shu to have one too. The most crucial thing was that this spirit-gathering formation could actually cover a mile in a square. A mile range. It didn't sound big, it was small compared to the entire Lin family residence. However, Lin Shu had heard that even in the four great clans, the Jiangyu royal family, and the Royal Academy, only a very small number of people were able to use the spirit-gathering formation to cultivate. Let's say the North Moon Palace. It was rumored that there were 10 cultivation chambers in the North Moon Palace, and generally speaking, only Heaven's Pride disciples of the North Moon Palace and strong people who had made great contributions to the North Moon Palace were allowed to go in and cultivate. Each chamber, it was said, was less than 10 square feet. Even so, every year, it still attracts many of the Jiangyu dynasty's pride to participate in the entrance examination, wanting to worship in the North Moon Palace. After all, entering a secret room to cultivate, the speed of cultivation, was far greater than cultivating outside. North Moon Hall, 10 cultivation chambers, 10 square feet each, totaling only 100 square feet. This had already caused many celestial pride throughout the Jiangyu dynasty to rush in. And this small spirit-gathering formation, covering a mile in a square, that was nearly 200,000 square feet, completely crushing the North Moon Palace. It could be imagined that the future Lin family would categorically rise rapidly. And this spirit-gathering array, there was no stipulation that only Lin Sungdao could use it. There was no such thing as an exclusive sign. Lin Shu, it works just as well. Although, perhaps the small spirit-gathering formation is no longer of much use to me at this cultivation level, but at least it can be used. You can't just look at it, Lin Shu muttered in his heart, then continued to check the other rewards. 10,000 blood pool, a small pool formed by the blood of 10,000 kinds of foreign beasts, 3 feet in circumference, can accommodate 30 people for bloodline baptism at the same time. After the baptism of the qualification and physical body will get a small increase. Each person can only be baptized once a month, applicable to all people, not limited to the realm, not limited to the talent. The higher the realm, the higher the talent. The baptism of the role of the relatively smaller spirit-gathering array to speed up cultivation. 10,000 blood pool to enhance cultivation roots. In that case, it would be hard for the Lin family not to rise. The Lin family has risen, so I can feel the fish better. Ah, no, Lin Shu immediately shook his head. With these two, my father's strength will be able to rise faster, and when my father's strength rises, my strength will naturally be able to rise with it. The rewards for this one, though, are not exclusive, but, again, it is possible for one's father to improve his strength. Mysterious map, exclusive only the system-affiliated owner can open and view the map, which may contain the address where some kind of chance exists. Well, it's none of my business, just give it directly to father when the time comes. If you want to improve your strength quickly, how can you do it without getting a copy? Lin Shu nodded secretly in his heart. This mysterious map is obviously a copy map. Lin Shu wasn't interested in making copies or anything else, so what this mysterious map actually recorded was of little interest to Lin Shu. Aside, after Lin Sangqian killed Yu Wuxian, he looked at Lin Shu, only to see that Lin Shu was currently dazed. Unable to help it, Lin Sangqian opened his mouth and asked, "Brat, what are you thinking? How about it? Was my father just overbearing?" At the 5th level of the Avatar realm, he killed over a dozen Avatar realms, and among them, there were also realms higher than mine. Lin Shu blankly glanced at him, not realizing that his father even had an old child side. I can't believe I'm pretending with myself. Yes, overbearing and incomparable. Father, you are so overbearing. You must cover me a little better in the future. By the way, I'm taking a trip away, Lin Shu said. Just now, I was dazed. In fact, it was that old liar who sent me a message again. Said he was going to give me some treasure and told me to go over and get it. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Lin Sangdao was instantly delighted. Go on then. I'll take care of the follow-up. Lin Shu would have liked to take it out directly, but it was too sudden to explain. Just right. There was still one more mission, and Lin Shu could take the opportunity to go out and finish that one along the way. Anyway, that mission didn't specify that one's father be allowed to solve it. In that case, it was fine for Lin Shu to strike out on his own. Then I'm off. Lin Shu turned around and left after saying that. When he was leaving, Lin Shu secretly put a white chess piece as well as a black chess piece into his father's body in order to ensure his father's safety. White pawns that can protect your father from being killed when he faces a strong enemy. As for the black pieces, if one's father was seriously injured by a powerful opponent, then the black pieces would leave the body and kill that powerful opponent. Although, the black chess piece didn't go into his own father's body, it was supervising his own father and had a controlling effect. But for his father's safety, it was the only way to go. When you come back, you can take it out again. Lin Shu left without saying much of a goodbye. Looking at Lin Shu's departing back, Lin Tsangdao murmured, "Thank you. With you, I now finally have hope that I can get back to your mother." Chapter 27, Brother and Sister. Special Physique? Outside Linjiang City, Lin Shu didn't hesitate once he left Linjiang City. In the next moment, his hand gently slashed towards the void in front of him, and a void crack appeared in front of Lin Shu's eyes. Lin Shu, stepping into the void rift, disappeared outside Linjiang City. On this trip, Lin Shu was heading to the Northern Moon Palace. For this clan, if it wasn't for the fact that there was a previous task that his own father needed to face in, Lin Shu had long ago traveled to destroy it. Now, his own father has perfected the task. The North Moon Palace, naturally, had no need to exist. After reaching the return to Void Realm, Lin Shu would be able to tear through the void and move through the void with a single thought. Naturally, it's unnecessary to fly through the air anymore. Although, the speed of the return to Void Realm's Imperial flight was many times faster than the Avatar Realm, but why waste more time on something that can be arrived at in the space of a single thought? North Moon Palace, in a mountain range in the most central place of the northern realm of the Jiangyu Dynasty, Linzhou City, although it also belonged to the northern realm of the Jiangyu Dynasty, was however relatively remote, and was a short distance away from the central land of the northern realm. What the distance was, Lin Shu wasn't sure, but 2,000 to 3,000 miles, for sure. Returning to the Void Realm, one thought can be 10,000 miles away. 2,000 or 3,000 miles is naturally no problem. Within moments after Lin Shu stepped into the void, he had already arrived in the mountain range where the Northern Moon Palace was located. Lin Shu, looking at the unfamiliar everything around him, was very satisfied with this return to Void Realm's Void Great Shift. As his thoughts probed, the North Moon Palace was not far ahead, just as Lin Shu was directly preparing to board the Northern Moon Hall. At this moment, not far away, two figures came running wildly in the direction he was in. They are two young people, a man and a woman. Lin Shu originally didn't want to care. Only, when Lin Shu saw these two young men, he saw that they had a very dense amount of toxins in their bodies. Moreover, this kind of poison seems to be of the same origin as the poison that his own father had once suffered. Just like that, Lin Shu stood still, quietly watching the two of them run wildly. As the two came to a short distance in front of him, Lin Shu immediately called out to them, "Stop, you two!" The two of them, however, did not hear anything in general, and ran wildly towards the distance. In that case, Lin Shu could only step in and leave the two behind. These two people, although their realm was quite high, with a cultivation level of the 9th level of spirit transformation, but in Lin Shu's hands, this bit of realm, naturally, was not worth mentioning and was easily controlled by Lin Shu. The two spoke immediately. "Why are you stopping us? Could it be that you are the people of the Poison Venerable? Poisonous Father?" Lin Shu felt that this title seemed somewhat familiar. Soon, Lin Shu remembered. Wasn't that what Yu Wuxin had said? The poison dignitary seemed to be one of the dignitaries who had poisoned his father. "No." Lin Shu shook his head. "Then why are you stopping us? Since it's not someone from the poison dignitary, then let us go. This is an opportunity we found with great difficulty. Once we're taken back, it won't be so easy to run out next time." Lin Shu smiled. "Oh, you guys were captured by the Poison Venerable? Since that's the case, then tell me about it. Perhaps I can help you." "You?" The two men glanced at Lin Shu. "You're too young, although you can control us, but the Poison Zune is the 7th realm of Zunshur, the number 4 of the entire Northern Moon Palace. In the entire Jiangyu Dynasty, it can be ranked in the top 20, and it's incredibly powerful. You're at best in the Divine Profound realm. To have such strength at such a young age, your talent is amazing. In time, you won't have any problems surpassing the Poisonous Zune. If you were to get involved in this matter and fall before you grow up, it would be a waste of your talent." Lin Shu didn't say anything, and flicked his fingers. Next moment, the heaven and earth in front of him was then slashed open by Lin Shu, and a crack in the void ensued. Lin Shu knew that there was no point in reasoning with them. He was too young, and even if he said that he could deal with the poison Zune, they wouldn't believe him. The only way to keep it simple and brutal is to see it with their own eyes, so they have to believe it. Sure enough, as Lin Shu's finger traced a crack in the void, the two immediately fell to the ground in obeisance. "Greetings, Elder." Although, they still didn't know exactly how strong Lin Shu was, but just this hand, it was clearly not something that an Exalted could do. It was definitely a powerhouse that surpassed an Exalted. As for Lin Shu looking so young, this was also very understandable. Either it's a disguise, or it's a residing face. "Now, can you guys talk?" "Yes, Senior. Senior will definitely know everything and say everything. Subsequently, the two then began to pontificate. Through their narrations, Lin Shu soon learned everything. The two men, who were twin brothers, the brother's name is Li Xian and the sister's name is Li Han, growing up together. At the age of 12, the two of them met and traveled to participate in the North Moon Palace's entrance examination, and eventually passed the examination and joined the North Moon Palace, becoming disciples of the North Moon Palace's 100 Herb Peak. After joining the 100 Herb Peak, the two quickly became the 100 Herb Peak Master's personal disciples because their speed of recognizing medicinal herbs far exceeded that of other disciples. They had initially thought that the 100 Herb Peak Master was a highly respected and powerful senior, and thus they were still very happy. However, not long after becoming true disciples, that 100 Herb Peak Master asked them to test the medicine. No matter what the medicine is, and no matter if it's poisonous or not, let them try it. They had thought that it was a dead end, but they didn't expect to be blessed by the misfortune, and the two of them were unexpectedly able to absorb all of these medicinal herbs, regardless of whether they were poisonous or non-poisonous. As a result, the two were bred. It was also from that time that the 100 Herb Peak Master, from time to time, had to bleed them, use their blood to make a potion, and so, day after day, year after year, they were left to live in darkness, until today. This was an opportunity. The 100 Herb Peak Master received a message from the 3 Hall Masters, as if they had said something. The 100 Herb Peak Master seemed to be shocked when he heard it, so he rushed directly towards the hall where the 3 Hall Masters were located, and all but forgot to lock them up. Hence, the duo escaped with this dismemberment. After hearing all this, Lin Shu sort of understood. No wonder Lin Shu sensed that the poison in these two men was of the same origin as the one his own father was suffering from. Dare I say it, the poison that his own father was suffering from was caused by the poison pill that was refined with the blood of these two people. These two are the so-called mother of all poisons. However, Lin Shu was curious. These two had eaten so many herbs, poisonous or non-poisonous, and not only were they fine, but they had absorbed them instead. It looked as if he wasn't even as old as himself, and he had actually reached the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. This talent, it was not known how much higher than the so-called first true successor of that Moon Heartless. Unfortunately, the two were kept in captivity, or else the first true legacy would not have taken the turn of Yu Wuxin. Obviously, these two should have some kind of special physique, whether it was innate or because it was forged later in life. It was certainly extraordinary. These two had grown up together again, so if they were brought back to the Lin family and nurtured, they would certainly become a powerful party in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Shu immediately said, "Although you have escaped, with your strength, how long can you escape? How about, from now on, you follow me?" Lin Shu's words had just fallen. Both men immediately fell to their knees. "We are willing to worship Senior. If you're not a worshipper, follow me. I don't take on disciples. It's too much of a hassle to teach them or anything." Hearing that Lin Shu was not accepting disciples, their eyes dimmed for a while, but being able to follow Lin Shu, they did not hesitate for a second and directly agreed. No matter what, in their opinion, Lin Shu was a senior, and following Lin Shu was better than that master who captive bred them, who would only let them test medicines, and who constantly bled them. "Let's go. Follow me to the North Moon Hall." Seeing that the two agreed, Lin Shu then led them towards the North Moon Palace. Chapter 28, Billions of Innocent Deaths. Rage, rage, rage. However, before he could go far in the direction of the North Moon Palace, a voice came from the distance. "Two disciples, why did you leave in such a hurry without saying anything to your master?" Li Xian and Li Han, the siblings, when they heard this voice, immediately changed their faces and looked at Lin Shu, saying, "Elder, it's Poison Duke. He's here." Lin Shu's gaze looked towards the direction from which the voice came, and in the distance there was an old man, dressed in a white robe, who was riding the wind, looking quite immortal. If he hadn't known about that thing he did, he would indeed have looked at a glance like a man of high moral standing. It's no wonder the two siblings thought so in the first place. It's really a case of knowing what you know and not knowing what you don't know. Li Xian and Li Han's siblings, the two immediately shrunk beside Lin Shu at the moment. Lin Shu was able to see that the two seemed to be trembling a bit at the moment, obviously afraid. It was enough to think of what appalling things this poisonous father had done to Li Xian and Li Han in the past. "Don't be afraid." Lin Shu gave a comforting cry. "Since you guys have followed me, I will take care of this old thief for you today." "Thank you, Elder." The two siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, immediately expressed their gratitude. In the meantime, while Lin Shu was talking with the two siblings, the old man was already flying through the air and arrived in front of Lin Shu's 3 people. "My good disciples, it seems that you know that you are unable to escape from your master, and that's why you stopped to wait for your master here, right?" The old man glanced at the two siblings, then his eyes glanced at Lin Shu for a few moments before he paid no further attention. Lin Shu, looking less than 20 years old, at such an age, even if he was a genius, he would at most be able to reach the spirit transformation realm, or maybe even the foundation establishment realm. It was estimated that, in terms of strength, none of them were the opponents of the two Li Xian and Li Han, and it was categorically impossible for them to be the strongest people Li Xian and Li Han had found. Since you have stopped, then go back with Master, but don't force Master to do anything. You should be clear about Master's methods. Lin Shu, at this point, finally spoke. Poisoned Zun, right? You won't be able to take the two of them away today. Just now, they've decided to follow me. There's no way I'm going to watch the people around me step into the fire pit. Seeing Lin Shu open his mouth, Poisonous Zun sized up Lin Shu, and surprisingly did not see the slightest hint of fear in Lin Shu's eyes. Instead, there was a hint of contempt, which made Poisonous Zun's heart also quite curious and asked, "Who are you?" Knowing that my father is the poison dignitary, how dare you talk to my father like that? Today, if you tell me an identity that will convince this honorable man will be able to let you go, or else you'll become a poisonous person under this honorable man's hand. Lin Shu smiled gently. Talking to you, it's because this father looks up to you. It's because you're still of some use, otherwise you'd have been slapped to death by me long ago. Keeping you is just a matter of bringing you back so that my father can take revenge himself. On this trip, Lin Shu naturally came to exterminate the Northern Moon Palace. Other people, Lin Shu doesn't matter. However, the person in front of him who had poisoned his father, Lin Shu on the other hand, wanted to capture him alive and bring him back to his father so that his father could personally take revenge. Your father? Poison Zun was a bit puzzled as he listened to Lin Shu's words. My father has killed countless people in his life. And who is your father? Lin Sangqian. So it's you. Hearing Lin Shu say Lin Sangqian's name, at this moment, Poison Zun's expression also changed. Lin Sangdao. He naturally knew. Not long ago, the young hall master had asked himself to step in and poison someone named Lin Sangqian. At that time, this Lin Sangqian gave him a great shock. Although his cultivation level was not high, it was only the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, but it was a cultivation level similar to that of a personal disciple of the Northern Moon Palace. However, Lin Sangdao had comprehended the extremely profound will of gold and also controlled an extremely powerful divine ability. Even if it was a great divine ability, it was not as powerful. This was a genius, and at that time, he wanted to refine Lin Sangdao into a poisonous person to enrich his army of poisonous people. However, the young hall master wanted to torture that Lin Sangqian, wanted Lin Sangqian to lose all his cultivation and die in despair. I didn't expect that I would be approached by Lin Sangqian's son now. Of course, Poison Zun was naturally not afraid of Lin Shu. He was just curious. After all, he was able to suppress even Lin Shu's father. So what could Lin Shu turn over? He was just curious as to what kind of cards Lin Shu had when he came here single-handedly as such a person. Was he simply coming over to send himself to his death? Forget it. No matter what kind of undercard you have, it's useless in front of an honored one. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, the poison dignitary went straight for it. Anyway, as long as Lin Shu died, then the matter would be over. Even if Lin Shu had a card, he was already a dead man. As he watched the poison Zun directly strike, Lin Shu's expression remained calm. Gently lifting his hand, he flatly slapped it towards the poison dignitary. However, it was such a plain and ordinary palm, as if the entire heaven and earth were in the center of the palm, and the void became distorted. Poison Zun instantly felt that he had lost contact with the entire heaven and earth in general, as if he had become a rootless weed in this world. As an exalted one should be able to harness the entire heaven and earth and utilize the power of heaven and earth against their enemies, but now they were unable to connect with heaven and earth, which was dividing the entire heaven and earth. It was only at this moment that Poison Zun realized how terrifying Lin Shu was. What the hell are you? You're definitely not Lin Sangqian's son, yes or no? When you meet my father, you will naturally understand. Lin Shu didn't talk nonsense to him, so he was going to directly abolish his cultivation. Just then, the poison dignitary snapped. Humph, do you really think that the name of this poison venerable is for nothing? Using poison is what my father is best at. Say it. The poisonous father took out a bone flute. Afterward, poisonous sovereign unexpectedly began to slowly blow his bone flute in front of Lin Shu. As the bone flute was blown, an eerie sound spread out. Lin Shu, listening to the weird voice, was a bit curious. The voice did not seem to contain any toxins, nor did it possess any offensive power, and this was able to make the poison dignitary use it as a base card. so it was thought that it couldn't be that simple. Lin Shu carefully sensed it, and soon Lin Shu sensed where the flute sounds converged. That direction. It's 100 Grass Peak. Lin Shu looked in the direction of 100 Herd Peak. The next moment, Lin Shu understood, only to see a group of figures, after the sound of the flute, fish out from the 100 Herd Peak. In a blink of an eye, thousands of channels had already converged. There was the Foundation Establishment Realm, the Spirit Transformation Realm, and the Avatar Realm. Even among these, there were 5 more that had actually reached the Zunshur Realm. However, these figures, their eyes were all black and devoid of any animation, as if they were godless. Inside them, there are toxins that reside in the heart and mind. So it's a bunch of controlled poisoners, right here and now. The Poison Duke spoke up. So what if you are powerful? This poisonous person of mine was refined by me over the past 200 years, and in order to refine them, I have spent no less than 1 million medicine men, and I have specially created a large formation for them. Even if you are the legendary star-picking powerhouse, under this 1,000 poisonous people formation, you will also fall on the spot. That grand formation was obtained by my father from the middle of an ancient cave. Although it was crippled, after I made up for it, its power is immeasurable. Once I used him to suppress an exalted 9, and it only took less than half a quarter of an hour. Looking at these thousands of poisonous people, rage instantly flared up in Lin Shu's eyes. 1 million medicine men refining 1,000 poison men. And how many millions of medicine men does it take to make it work? 10 million? Or maybe it's one. More than 200 years. The poisonous Zun this person even killed 10 million or even hundreds of millions. Do not have to think. There is bound to be a lot of involuntary. The number of innocent people is only absolutely in the tens of millions. Lin Shu didn't think he was a good person, but the fact that millions of innocent people were victimized by him still made Lin Shu angry. No wonder that moon heartless descended on Linjiang City and moved to slaughter the city. Dare I say, this is a lineage of the North Moon Palace. Chapter 29, Poison Grand Formation. Poison Zun fell. Congratulations, you've totally pissed me off. Originally, what I wanted was to waste your cultivation and bring it back to my father so that he could personally take revenge. But today, I've changed my mind. I will abolish your cultivation and make you into a human sculpture while publicizing what you have done. At that time, what you will suffer, that is unknown, but it is certain that you will definitely be begging for life and death. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the poisoned Zun laughed indulgently. Ha ha ha, since ancient times, the weak are the strongest, and it's their honor to be a stepping stone for my father to become stronger. As for you, now that the ancient formation of 1,000 poisonous people has been established, you will also become my 1,001 poisonous people, and you will even become the head of the poisonous people, contributing to my breakthrough to star picking in the future. A star-plucking powerhouse being the leader of the poison people and controlling the poison people formation. This honored one can't imagine how powerful this formation will be able to be in the future. Lin Shu glanced at the great formation formed by the 1,000 poisonous people. Indeed powerful, it was already comparable to a star-plucking powerhouse, but it was only comparable to a star-plucking first level. With such might, if one were to say that it would sweep through the entire Jiangyu dynasty, it would have a great chance. But in Lin Shu's eyes, it was nothing more than that. He himself was at the 6th level of the Return to Void realm, unless these 1,000 poisonous people were 1,000 honored ones, and even among them, there were Return to Void realm poisonous people presiding over the formation, so that they could pose a threat to themselves. As for now, they're just ants. Lin Shu, then, was going to make a move to completely kill these poisonous people. Right at the moment of striking, the 2 siblings on the side, Li Xian and Li Han, suddenly opened their mouths. Elder, can you not kill them? They are also innocent and forced. Lin Shu shook his head. This I know naturally, but they live, and if they go out, each one carries a huge poison, and a poisoner may cause the death of a city. Li Xian opened his mouth. The poison on their bodies all came from us. In fact, the poison elder started refining poisonous people a long time ago, but almost all of them died. These poisonous people in front of us would have died as well, but after absorbing our poisonous blood, they miraculously lived, and for this reason, the poison elder has kept us in captivity, and continuously bleed us out. Lin Shu listened and asked, so you have a way to save them? Li Xian shook his head. Not at the moment. After all, at the moment the poison in our siblings' bodies can't be controlled by ourselves. If we raise our strength, we might be able to give it a try. Lin Shu understood. There's no point in killing when there's something to save. Well, in that case, I'll listen to you, but although we won't kill them, they must be centralized and controlled in order for them to go out and wreak havoc. Think about it. Lin Shu immediately cast the divine ability he controlled. Next moment, between heaven and earth, a huge heavenly yuan chessboard appeared, enveloping all of these 1,000 poisonous people. Lin Shu, continuously striking a black and white chess piece into them. Black is to control them from going out and wreaking havoc on the world. White, on the other hand, can make them no longer controlled by the poison and repair their bodies. However, in order to completely treat them and restore their sanity, the two siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, would need to break through the realm in the future before resolving it. Just like that, 1,000 poisonous people. Lin Shu didn't spend much effort to control them, and the entire poisonous array was naturally cracked at this moment. The poison dignitary, looking at this scene, was shaken to the core. You are not a star picker, definitely not an ordinary star picker. Lin Shu, without explanation, directly abolished the Poison Zune's cultivation. The Poison Zune, who was only at the 7th level of spirit transformation, nearly 2 great realms lower than Lin Shu, naturally had no power to fight back in Lin Shu's hands, and the realm was abolished by Lin Shu without any effort. After abolishing the Poison Zune, Lin Shu directly then made a human sculpture of him. Afterward, Lin Shu handed over the Poison Zune, which had been made into a human sculpture, to the two siblings Li Xian and Li Han. This man, I'll leave it to you. I need you to publicize what he's done with the evidence you control, so that he'll be duly punished. The two siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, immediately nodded their heads. Don't worry, senior. We will spread all the evidence. Upon hearing this, Poison Zune, who had already been turned into a human sculpture by Lin Shu at this moment, also immediately begged for mercy. Apprentice, don't. You guys are at least trained by your master. How can you be ungrateful? Cultivation? Do you mean pouring hundreds of poisons mixed with other drugs into us every day when we were only 12 or 13 years old and subjecting us to inhuman torture? Li Xian and Li Han both said angrily. If it weren't for our special bodies, we would have been dead for an unknown number of years by now. And you have the nerve to mention cultivation? As Lin Shu watched them bicker, he couldn't help but interrupt them. While temporarily sealing out Poisonous Zune's voice, Lin Shu had made him into a human sculpture, and apart from his cultivation being wasted, nothing else was sealed. Because, that's how he can feel the torment most truly. However, now that he was too noisy, he could only temporarily seal the sound channel to prevent him from making a sound. After resolving the Poison Zune, Lin Shu looked towards the 1,000 poisonous people and prepared to send the poisonous people away first. Next, the North Moon Palace was to be destroyed, and the entire area surrounding the North Moon Palace was definitely to be destroyed by Lin Shu in its entirety. They stay here, they might get a ripple effect. After thinking about it, Lin Shu directly transmitted his voice to his father. Return to the Void Realm, and now this place is only 2,000 or 3,000 miles away from the Lin family. This distance sound transmission can still be done. Father, next I'm going to send 1,000 poisonous people to Linjiang City. You're responsible for finding a remote place to settle down, and you mustn't let anyone get close. Originally, Lin Tsangdao, who was dealing with the aftermath, heard Lin Shu's voice and immediately said into the air, okay, you send it over and I'll arrange it. You take these 1,000 poisonous people and send them to the forest outside the East City Gate. I'm not that far away from the East City Gate here. I'll be able to arrive soon. Hearing his father's response, Lin Shu didn't hesitate to take these 1,000 people and began to utilize void shifting in batches, sending them to the forest outside the East City Gate. 1,000 people were finally delivered after Lin Shu's dozens of void shift transports. So tired. After Lin Shu finished delivering it, he also felt that his body was quite tired at the moment. Moving in the void by himself was naturally not tiring, but this time, it was dozens of trips back and forth, so naturally it was extremely tiring. It seems that in the future, we'll have to look for a treasure that can accommodate thousands or even tens of thousands of people shuttling through at once. Lin Shu thought secretly in his heart. After arranging the 1,000 poisonous people, Lin Shu left a mark and returned to his original location. It didn't take long. Lin Sangqiong then arrived in the middle of the forest outside the East City Gate. When he saw the mark left by Lin Shu, he went there directly and was shocked when he saw the 1,000 poisonous people. So many poisonous people. Where did this brat get them? Could it be that ancient saint did it? That's not right. If it's an ancient sage, why would he need to get such a group of poisonous people? Although these people's realm is not bad, but for an ancient sage, it would be too weak and not useful in the slightest. Lin Sangqiong did not think anymore. Anyway, it was his own son's request, so he did as he was told. When Lin Shu was done with his business, he would just ask when he got home. Subsequently, Lin Sangdao followed the manipulation method that Lin Shu had transmitted, and the poisonous people under his control brought them to settle down. As for Lin Shu, At this point, he has already arrived in front of the gate of the North Moon Palace. Chapter 30, North Moon Massacre. Suppressing the Blade Father. What man? The person guarding the gate of the Northern Moon Palace immediately snapped when he saw Lin Shu appear. What are you doing in the North Moon Palace? May I have an invitation to pay my respects? Lin Shu, directly through the poisoned dignitary. Today, this young man has come to destroy the North Moon Palace. The disciple who was watching the door saw the old man who threw himself over, and in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. It's the 100 Peak Master, Lord Poisoner. See this scene. Several disciples, who were watching the door, went in to report the news. However, before they could go out far enough, they were already separated from their bodies. Reporting is not necessary. Lin Shu shook his head. This trip came, but it was to exterminate the North Moon Palace, and with such a big commotion, the strongest members of the North Moon Palace would know sooner or later. Why bother with the extra work of getting the watchman disciple to report the news? After killing these few gatekeeper disciples, Lin Shu blasted out with a palm. That North Moon Hall's gate, as well as the North Moon Hall signboard, had weathered an unknown number of storms without any breakage, and now under Lin Shu's palm, it was reduced to smithereens. The movement of the gate quickly spread into the North Moon Palace. Numerous disciples, hearing the sound, all hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the gate. When they arrived at the gate, they only saw a young man, who was currently walking towards the inside of the North Moon Hall from the great city, and none of the disciples of the North Moon Hall and his surroundings survived. That young man, with every step he took, dozens of disciples would die in his hands. For a while, the many disciples were furious. What kind of bold person dares to come to my North Moon Palace to commit murder? Lin Shu, with regard to this voice of anger, acted as if he hadn't heard it. With each strike, dozens of lives could be harvested. Of course, Lin Shu was perfectly capable of resolving the North Moon Palace with a single move. The reason why he didn't do so was naturally to let the poison Zune, to let the people of the Northern Moon Palace, gradually fall into despair. They did such a thing. If it is so easy to let everyone die without realizing it, it would be too cheap for them. Especially the poisoned Zune. There was even some light of hope in this person's eyes. This was something Lin Shu couldn't tolerate. A brutal honored one who had scourged at least tens of millions of innocent people. Could he let his heart have expectations? He did not deserve it. The only thing he should experience was despair. Since Poison Zune felt that the Northern Moon Palace might have a chance to save him, then he himself would let the Northern Moon Palace move step by step towards extinction, completely cutting off his expectations. The many disciples of the Northern Moon Palace were all incomparably angry at this moment. For many years, the Northern Moon Palace stood at the peak of the Jianyu dynasty, ranking among the 4 great sects. Even the Jianyu dynasty needed to treat them with respect. And now, someone had directly hit the door and started carrying out the killing without saying anything. How can this be tolerated by them? But Lin Shu's strength was so terrifying that there was not a single disciple that could last more than a single move in Lin Shu's hands. Outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples, even if they were stronger, in Lin Shu's hands, they would still be a trick. It's an honored one. It must be an honored one. Quickly, go and invite the peak masters of the peaks and the masters of the 3 halls. North Moon Hall. There are 3 halls. Under the 3 halls, there are 12 more peaks. The 3 hall masters as well as the 12 peak masters were all at the exalted realm. Because of this, the North Moon Palace was able to stand at the peak of this Jianyu dynasty for so many years, never having declined, but instead becoming more and more powerful, especially in this generation. The first true Chuan is claimed to have the qualifications of a star picker, and the reputation of the North Moon Palace is the most prestigious of the 4 great sects, and is vaguely known as the strongest force in the Jianyu dynasty. Even the Jianyu dynasty, which was originally above the 4 great sects, was now forced to recognize the power of the North Moon Palace, and there was a hidden intention of compromise. Soon enough, an exalted one arrived. Seeing that an exalted one had come, all the disciples of the North Moon Palace were excited at the moment. It's the 100 Refinement Peak Master. The 100 Refinement Peak Master is a powerful venerable who ranks 5th among the 12 Peak Masters, and his cultivation has already reached the 5th level of venerable. With the 100 Refinement Peak Master's hand, this person will surely die. No, how can we let him off so easily? The family members behind him as well as those related to him, relatives and friends must be found out, and then exterminated through and through. Yes, to make it kneel down in my Northern Moon Palace and let each of our disciples abuse it. How could the Northern Moon Palace let him die so easily? A disciple's proposal was recognized by the crowd, and the 100 Refinement Peak Master nodded his head at this moment after hearing it. Very well, that's a good offer. Killing my North Moon Palace disciples should be treated as such. Having said that, the 100 Refinement Peak Master, then, had already rushed in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu, looking at the 100 Refinement Peak Master, the 5th level of an Exalted, was even lower than the realm of the 100 Herd Peak Master. "You're too weak to be as good as him," said Lin Shu again threw the poisoned Zune at the feet of the 100 Refinement Peak Master as if he were a piece of trash. The 100 Herd Peak Master, seeing the person Lin Shu threw at him, disdainfully said, "Humph, my father is an Exalted 5th level. Who can compare to my father?" Only, when he saw the person who was thrown at him, his face changed. "Moeen, it's you, Moeen, the Peak Master of the 100 Herd Peak." No, Poison Zune. In the North Moon Palace, it was ranked as the 4th in the realm, only below the 3 Great Hall Masters, and the 1st of the 12 Peak Masters. The 100 Refinement Peak Master, although confident, knew that his realm was indeed incomparable to Moeen. "Moeen, what happened to you? How did you get caught by him?" At this moment, Moeen desperately wanted to say something, yet the sound channel was sealed by Lin Shu, and although he opened his mouth vigorously and his tongue was constantly fluttering, he was unable to make any sound and could only be heard by himself. Quickly go and invite the 3 Hall Masters. Open the clan protection formation and invite the ancestral weapons." Only the voice. Unfortunately, no one could hear. Moeen was aware of Lin Shu's power. He was no match for him, especially since Lin Shu had casually broken the ancient formation he had obtained from the ancient cave. His strength was categorically that of a star picker, and it must be a second, third or even stronger. This Peak Master in front of him could never be Lin Shu's opponent. However, when Moeen couldn't make a sound, the 100 Refinement Peak Master thought that he was asking for help and immediately comforted him. "Don't worry, old Mo, even though I don't know why you were captured, but in this North Moon Palace, since he came, he absolutely cannot leave. Even if he's strong, with the 3 Hall Masters here, he'll still have to drink his heart out. However, before the Hall Master comes, I'd like to try to find out, so young, where his strength comes from." After the 100 Refinement Peak Master finished speaking, he was about to strike. He knew that Lin Shu was strong, and even if it might have been a sneak attack to defeat Moeen, that would still be at least the 8th level of Zune Shu's strength. If he had encountered it elsewhere, the 100 Refinement Peak Master would have naturally rushed to flee, but in the North Moon Palace, it was naturally unnecessary. Next moment, the 100 Refinement Peak Master took out a large sword. It was the top weapon in his hands. As the 100 Refinement Peak Master, refining weapons is what he is best at, especially the knife in his hand, which can be said to have reached the pinnacle of refining weapons in his life. It was known as one of the top 10 honorable weapons of the Jianyu dynasty. Having this great sword gave him the courage to test the waters even if he faced the 8th level of Zune Shu. Boundless saber intent, sweeping in, so vast that it seemed to split the heavens and earth. Looking at this terrifying blade intent, Lin Shu merely let out a soft breath. Afterwards, a mouthful of clear air was exhaled towards the blade intent. In a flash, the terrifying blade intent that was enough to split the heavens and tear apart the earth and sky dissipated so easily. "Told you, you're too weak." Lin Shu, without giving the 100 Refinement Peak Master the chance to strike his sword again, his figure had already arrived in front of him in a flash. In the next moment, the 100 Refinement Peak Master fell from the air, and at the same time, his entire cultivation was reduced to nothing at this moment. For a while, heaven and earth were silent. Chapter 31, Strong Men of the Northern Moon Palace come out. The Grand Hall Master plotted. 100 Refinement Peak Master. He is known as the Duke of Knives, Honorable Fivefold. In his hand, he even held the North Moon Underworld Sword, one of the Jianyu dynasty's top 10 honorable weapons, a strength that even the 3 Great Hall Masters might not be able to defeat in a short period of time. However, now it was defeated just like that, completely and utterly, without the slightest resistance. The many disciples of the North Moon Palace, looking at Lin Shu, were as if they were looking at a god or devil at the moment. This Jianyu dynasty, how could there be someone so powerful? That's Zuni 5. It was simply appalling that a Zune Shu's 5th grade saber intent was dispersed by a single breath. If this were to be said, there would definitely be people who would think it was a big lie and a joke. However, it was such a ridiculous, incomprehensible thing that was happening right in front of their eyes. Moeen, the 100 Herd Peak Master, and the poisoned dignitary naturally saw it at this moment. He was not surprised by this. He had seen Lin Shu's power a long time ago, and if the 100 Refinement Peak Master had been able to shake Lin Shu, he wouldn't have been left here like this. This idiot, let him go and invite the 3 Hall Masters and the ancestral weapons, but he was so good that he rushed up to die. He really deserved it. Moeen, at this moment, cursed angrily in his heart. That is, He was unable to make a sound, otherwise he would definitely have to talk to the 100 Refinement Peak Master. Lin Shu, not caring about those fearful eyes around him, picked up the knife. Although, this 100 Refinement Peak Master, his strength was indeed not good, but this sword was still good. Instead, we can take it back and give it to the Lin family when the time comes. The Lin family, at the moment, didn't have a single zunshi, and a blade like this was definitely a supreme treasure for them. As for Lin Shu, the knife was good, but Lin Shu could easily crush it into pieces if he wanted to. The realm gap was too great, and this blade was naturally a chicken rib for Lin Shu. Hold it for me first. Lin Shu snuffed out the connection between this sword and the 100 Refinement Peak Master, becoming a masterless object, and then threw it to Li Xian at the back, allowing him to hold it in his place first. After all, one had to continue to exterminate the North Moon Palace next, and holding his sword in one's hand affected one's play. Placing the knife in place, Lin Shu's gaze, at once, looked into the distance. Himself, having just fought with such an exalted one as the 100 Refinement Peak Master, that battle fluctuation had finally been detected by the many powerhouses of the Northern Moon Palace. In that North Moon Hall, there were numerous avatars at the moment, rushing towards the direction where Lin Shu was. The Avatar Realm, there were at least 30 of them. As for the Exalted Realm, there were also a dozen of them. The strongest, Lin Shu sensed, had certainly reached the 9th level of the Zunshi realm. Nope, there's another one, vaguely more powerful than even the 9th level of Zunshi. It seems to have already stepped into the star-picking realm, but looking at the breath that is quite withered, it should not be a complete breakthrough, rather like a failed breakthrough. This aura, for the time being, hadn't moved and was still in a large hall deep within a Northern Moon Palace. That's right, with this injury, if he strikes again, he is bound to die. Such a person will definitely not strike so easily. At this, Lin Shu didn't care. He was going to die anyway, whether he made a move or not. He would find him out and kill him himself later. As for now, those powerful people, already getting closer, arrived not far in front of Lin Shu. The person at the head of the group was a person of the 9th level of Zunshi, and this person should be the Grand Hall Master of the North Moon Palace, the North Lord. Upon his arrival, the North Lord took a look at the wretched scene that was present. Seeing the 100 Herb Peak Master, Poison Venerable Moen, as well as the 100 Refinement Peak Master, Blade Venerable Nia He, both Peak Masters had lost their cultivation and collapsed to the ground. Their gazes also stared. Afterward, the Northern Lord's gaze fell on Lin Shu. Who are you? Why did you come to my Northern Moon Palace to go on a killing spree? If you have any misunderstandings, you can speak up, and if you are able to clear up the misunderstandings, then all will be happy. Northern Lord. He couldn't see through Lin Shu's realm. It was reasonable to say that Lin Shu would not be too strong for someone as young as he was, but with both Peak Masters being invalidated, he was clearly powerful. The Northern Lord suspected that Lin Shu's strength was definitely not below his own. If they fought, there was certainly a chance to leave Lin Shu behind, but the entire Northern Moon Palace would be completely destroyed. In that case, it seems to be a bit of a losing proposition. Although he lost 2 Peak Masters, it was better than having the entire Northern Moon Palace destroyed. Haven't you all been looking for this young man? Lin Shu said. Yu Wu Ro died, and it was this young man who killed him. When Yu Wu Xin died, it was also killed by this young man. By the way, there are also those dozen or so Avatar realms that likewise died by this young man's hand. Although, these latter people died at the hands of their own father. In Lin Shu's opinion, there was not much difference between dying at the hands of his father and dying at his own hands. If they wanted to seek revenge, surely it was impossible for them to say that they were only looking for their father and not themselves. Lin Shu's words fell. In a flash, beside the Northern Lord, a middle-aged man stood out in incomparable anger and roared towards Lin Shu. What? It's even you. Why did you kill my son and my daughter? Today, no matter what the reason is, you will not be able to walk out of this North Moon Palace. There was no need to guess. The person who opened his mouth was bound to be the second Hall Master of the Northern Moon Palace. Yu Tianya. Humph. Your son encouraged this old man to poison my father. That deserves to die. Lin Shu said disdainfully. As for you, now this young man will send you on your way to reunite with your son and daughter down there. Remember, keep your eyes open in your next life. And don't offend this young man. Yu Tianya was already overwhelmed by anger at this moment, and didn't care about the 2 Zunas, Moen as well as Nia Yun, whom Lin Shu had wasted earlier. He directly then launched an attack towards Lin Shu. This hall wants you dead. Aside. The Northern Lords couldn't even stop it in time. He watched as Yu Tianya rushed out, wanting to stop Yu Tianya, when he suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, It's not bad to let Utienya try this person's strength, at least he's an exalted 8th, so he should be able to test the other party's strength. If this person is really unbeatable, by the time this person has already killed Utienya, the North Moon Palace and its contradictions will also end. If this person's strength is not unbeatable, then it will be completely left behind. Thinking of this, the Northern Lord as the Grand Hall Master did not stop Utienya anymore. Even in his heart, he couldn't wait for Utienya to die. Maybe in the future, this Northern Moon Palace, he could completely control it. The North Moon Palace, since its creation, has been under the control of the North and Moon families. Now, the two outstanding generations of the Moon family's offspring, Yuwu Xin and Yuwu Ro, have already died, and if Utienya also dies, the Moon family will be completely hopeless, and the rest of the people, all of them, are all just useless people. At that time, then slightly use some means to deal with a third family where the 3 Hall Masters joined later, so that the North Moon Hall is returned to the North family. No, at that time, it shouldn't be called the North Moon Palace, the word moon should be removed. For a while, the Northern Lord suddenly had a bit of anticipation in his heart. I hope you can really kill Utienya. At that time, this palace master will then invite the old ancestor out, explode the power of the star picking and kill you, and this palace master's prestige will definitely reach its peak, completely controlling everything. Lin Shu, at this moment, naturally did not know that the Northern Lord still had such schemes in his mind. Nowadays, Lin Shu is already interested in the end of the last moon. Chapter 32, Star Picking Upanishad. A hint of returning power. Though I don't know exactly what means you used to defeat the 2 peak masters, Moin and Nyayun, but this Hall Master is an exalted 8th level. Even if I don't defeat you, I'll still make you lose a layer of skin. At this moment, Utienya also calmed down. He knew that he had just been too impulsive. It was really a matter where anyone else would have been able to resist the anger and the urge to do so. That was his favorite son as well as his daughter, especially the son. It is also known as the talent of the star picking, and in the future, it can almost be said that it will be 10 times more stable to step into the star picking. A descendant who was so outstanding was killed just like that. How could he not be angry? However, now reacted. He realized that he was too impulsive. He should not be alone, but the entire North Moon Palace together. After all, revenge, kill Lin Shu can be. The big deal is that when Lin Shu is dead, he more vents some anger in Lin Shu's family, relatives, friends on the line. Today, it can be a difficult ride. He wasn't stupid. If Lin Shu dared to come to the Northern Moon Palace like this, he naturally had the strength, not to mention that the 2 Zunis, Moin and Nyayun, a Zuni 5 and a Zuni 7 were just lying there, their cultivation wasted, but now in front of so many disciples and peak masters, he couldn't be bothered to ask others to join forces with him. After all, if he did so, he would lose all his face, and at the same time, he would lose his prestige. At that time, how could one still be the 2nd Hall Master and manage them? Hey, just give it a try with all your might, and if you can't beat them, then get them all together in time. I don't believe that between one move, he can still kill me. Think about it. Utienya then didn't think any further. His aura of Azun Shur 8th level completely exploding out at this moment. At the same time, Utienya was also displaying his full strength at this moment. Ice Will, 90%. The will that had almost reached perfection was displayed at this moment, and all of a sudden, the entire heaven and earth were frozen at this moment. In Utienya's hand, a bead appeared. This was an ancestral bead of the Moon family, a bead that could allow for a great increase in willpower for a short period of time. 90% of the will. Under the increase of this ancestral condensed ice bead, Herrera surpassed the cold will consummation, and even vaguely still improving. There were already signs of metamorphosis towards the cold ice Upanishad. Upanishad, that was rumored to be a force of heaven and earth that belonged to the power of the star-plucking realm that could only be perceived by those who were strong at the star-plucking realm, far surpassing the force of will. Kind of funny, Lin Shu was a bit surprised to see this scene. This Northern Moon Palace, worthy of being one of the 4 great sects of the Jiangyu dynasty. In recent years it has even had a hidden tendency to be the head of the 4 great sects. Once I saw it today, it really lived up to its name. And its strength was truly extraordinary. Moin, this 100 peak master, although his methods were extremely cruel, the 1,000 poisonous people as well as the ancient array of underpinnings really did allow his strength to reach a rather high level, and star-plucking powerhouses could be traumatized if they were not careful. Nya Yun, although his realm was low, that blade was really good, plus the fact that this person's blade intent was also comprehended quite profoundly. His strength was also extremely extraordinary. Now the 2nd Hall Master Utienya, that special supreme treasure bead, could even increase the power of will, reaching the level of axiom for a short period of time, which was truly equipped with the power of picking stars, but also on top of Moen. These three people alone were enough to prove the depth of the Northern Moon Palace. Unfortunately, you've met me by chance, Lin Shu sighed in his heart. Then, a gentle prodding of the hand. The blue bead that emitted an astonishingly cold aura that seemed to be enough to freeze the entire heaven and earth was then collected by Lin Shu with a show of his hands. 10% of the power of the cold Isopanishad was indeed not bad, but to Lin Shu, it was ultimately not enough. Although, nowadays, Lin Shu didn't know what level his Aeon power had reached, but when he had looked at the system when he was in the star-plucking realm before, at that time, the Aeon power was shown to be 90%, and there were still a full 3 types of Aeon power. Such a small amount of cold Isopanishad couldn't shake Lin Shu yet. Yu Tianya, looking at the fact that his moon family's inheritance, the condensed ice pearl, was actually taken away so easily by Lin Shu, his heart was also startled, and without any hesitation, he immediately opened his mouth towards the 2 Hall Masters at the back as well as the remaining 10 Peak Masters. Quick, strike together, this person's strength is too amazing. At this very moment, he no longer had any regard for his own face. Face is important, but life and death are even more important. If you don't ask for help, I'm afraid that your life and death are out of your control. Lin Shu's strength was too terrifying. It was simply a true star-plucking powerhouse present. Of course, he had never seen a star-picker powerhouse and could only guess that Lin Shu was a star-picker. Otherwise he wouldn't have such strength. Facing a true star-plucking powerhouse, Yu Tianya naturally did not dare to have any thoughts of facing it alone. Rumor has it that is a great power that can truly do the job of picking the stars and taking the moon, and it seems that only that founding great ancestor of the Zhongyu dynasty has reached this realm. The next 3,000 years, no one has ever reached. Perhaps there is, but those people are no longer in the Zhongyu dynasty, is already out, to the wider world. Also do not see this area of 10,000 miles of territory. After all, a star-picking powerhouse was able to pick stars. How big the star was. Yu Tianya, who had been to the secret realm left behind after the fall of the star-picker powerhouse, naturally knew. The small one is also thousands of miles. The big one, the entire Zhongyu dynasty 10,000 miles of territory compared to it, is also like dust. Just like the secret realm of a star-picking powerhouse he had once visited. The secret realm was 25,000 miles across when there was a single star in it. That time, it completely shocked him and solidified the idea that he must step into the star-picking realm. Unfortunately, in the end, it was not possible to get what he wished for, and that realm was just too far away. Behind, the Great Hall Master North Lord, the Third Hall Master Nightcold, and the rest of the 10 Peak Masters and 12 Exalted Masters. Upon hearing the plea for help from the Second Hall Master, Yu Tianya did not hesitate to make a move at this moment. Anyone with discerning eyes would definitely be able to tell that Lin Shu's strength was extremely powerful. At this time, the only way to resist was to strike together. Once Yu Tianya lived and died, it would be one less strong person, and they were naturally unwilling to see that. Even the Northern Lord, who was rather looking forward to Yu Tianya's death in his heart, had to choose to make a move. He wanted Yu Tianya to die, but that didn't mean he really wanted the Northern Moon Palace to be overthrown. In a split second, 12 venerable masters, all striking out in unison, or performing divine abilities, or wielding powerful blades, or formations. It could be said that the 12 venerable masters were each displaying their own abilities, especially the Northern Lord as the Grand Hall Master. In his hands, he was holding a picture. As soon as this figure came out, a terrifying power filled the air. This was the Northern Moon Hall's ancestral artifact, named the Star-Picking Void-Breaking Diagram. Lin Shu, looking at the diagram, at that moment, a bright light flashed within his eyes. This trip to the Northern Lunar Palace is really full of surprises. That one picture, Lin Shu felt the fluctuation of the power of the void, although, just a wisp, but is able to completely inspire, but also absolutely can break the void, have a hit back to the power of the void. However, I'm afraid that if you want to inspire it, the only person who can do so is a star-plucking powerhouse. The group of people in front of them, the strongest of which was only the 9th level of exaltedness, could not be catalyzed at all, and would only be able to be used to suppress their opponents for a bit, provided that the opponent, of course, did not have the ability to break the void. Obviously, Lin Shu, being a true return to void realm, shattering the void could be said to be a matter of having the hands to do so. This one picture was naturally no threat to Lin Shu. Not a bad figure, so this young man will laugh at it, said. Lin Shu then wanted to reach out and take that one picture over, just in time to bring it back to the family. If a star-picking powerhouse appeared in the Lin family in the future, allowing them to comprehend the power of breaking the void, they would have a chance to step into the void-returning realm. However, just at that moment, an old voice came. As a star-picking powerhouse, little friend, the world is so big that you can't go anywhere? Why make things difficult for the small northern moon palace? Chapter 33, Vertical Invincible in Tianji. The world beyond Jiangyu. Lin Shu. Looking in the direction the voice came from. Oh, this remnant of your body. You're finally willing to come out? This person, Lin Shu had just sensed. It was the strongest person in the entire North Moon Palace. One had once broken through to the star picking, but had failed for a reason, and thus suffered an extremely heavy injury. Lin Shu had thought that this person wouldn't come out for fear of death, but he didn't expect to come out anyway. In this way, all of the strongest people in the entire Northern Moon Palace, and now were all present. The old man stepped out. One time, the Great Hall Master North Lord, the Second Hall Master Moon Skyward, and the Third Hall Master Night Cold all arched their hands and spoke respectfully. Elder Ancestor. As the three Hall Masters opened their mouths, those peak masters as well as the many disciples of the Northern Lunar Hall all had shocked pupils. The North Moon Palace, surprisingly, still had an old ancestor in existence. The Grand Hall Master was all at the 9th level of the Zunshur. How strong should this old ancestor be? Could he not be a star-plucking powerhouse? For a while, these peak masters, as well as the many disciples, spoke respectfully. Greetings, old ancestor. The old man waved his hand, his gaze looking towards Lin Shu. Little friend, it's better to settle grievances than to tie them up. You are a star-picking powerhouse. Outside of the Jiangyu dynasty, there is a vast expanse of heaven and earth. Why would you make things difficult for a group of juniors if you don't go there? Little friend, if it's possible, how about my little friend kills me, takes this power of mine, and spares the Northern Moon Palace? Lin Shu, listening to the old man's words, was somewhat surprised. This person, on the contrary, had quite a bit of temperament and was willing to lay down his life to protect the North Moon Palace. But Lin Shu, who had come here for the purpose of destroying the Northern Moon Palace, was not something that could be dispelled by a few words from just anyone. No, today the North Moon Palace will be destroyed. Not to mention your mere half-crippled pseudo-plucked star. Even if it's a real plucked star, you're not qualified to make this young man stop. The old man sighed when he heard Lin Shu's words. AI, after all, it's the old man. No one is willing to agree to such a small request nowadays. To think that in the beginning, the old me, in Tianzheng, had not lost a single battle for 300 years across the Jiangyu dynasty, but now he has ended up in such a state. In Tianhao, hearing this name, Lin Shu couldn't help but look at it more. In Tianzheng, this person was in the Jiangyu dynasty. That was a powerful person who was on par with the founding great ancestor of the Jiangyu dynasty. 500 years ago, In Tianzheng came out without a single defeat. In the Jiangyu dynasty, no one was his opponent. 200 years ago, In Tianhao disappeared into the Jiangyu dynasty. Rumor has it that In Tianzheng left the Jiangyu dynasty to go to the wider world of the outside world, perhaps making a great name for himself in the outside world. I didn't expect that such a person would be living in the North Moon Palace, half dead. I don't know if my little friend is willing to listen to me when he hears my name. I still have some knowledge about the outside world. In that case, tell me about it. Lin Shu, using his divine ability, had already manifested the heavenly Yuan chessboard, completely enveloping the entire territory where the Northern Moon Palace was located. In this frontier, any breeze was in Lin Shu's eyes, so Lin Shu wasn't afraid of anyone who would play tricks under his nose. Although the old man had to die, Lin Shu also wanted to know what the outside world was like. Lin Shu's understanding of this world was the Jiangyu dynasty, and the rest could be said to be the slightest bit unknown. Though, one can find out for themselves, but it doesn't hurt to hear it first nowadays. The old man, it seemed, was very happy that Lin Shu was willing to listen to him. He pontificated. This world is called the Heavenly Yuan Dao Domain. As for just how big the Tian Yuan Dao Domain is, no one knows for sure. I've been outside the Jiangyu dynasty before, and I wasn't able to learn about it either. It's only vaguely known that the Tian Yuan Dao Domain is divided into 5 domains. Jiangyu dynasty, precisely in the Eastern Wasteland domain. The Eastern Wasteland domain. I also only understand it and have not traveled through it. The Eastern Wasteland domain has 3,000 states, and the Jiangyu dynasty is merely an inferior dynasty under the Cloud State, one of the 3,000 states. There are no less than 1,000 inferior dynasties like the Jiangyu dynasty in the entire Cloud State. The most powerful force in the Cloud State is a mighty kingdom called the Cloud Neon dynasty. Under its rule, There are numerous superior dynasties as well as many powerful sects and family forces. The Jianyu dynasty is merely a corner in the western part of the Cloud State, and the Jianyu dynasty's periphery is controlled by a power called the Flowing Wind sect. I was once an elder in the Flowing Wind sect, and under the Flowing Wind sect, there are a total of 18 forces like the Jianyu dynasty, and the rest of the clans and sects are even more numerous, and like the North Moon Palace, there are 30 if not 50. Listening to its narration, Lin Shu finally understood some of it. Lin Shu was about to ask something when the old man continued to speak, and in the Cloud State, the Flowing Cloud sect is similarly unable to rise to the occasion. A superior dynasty comes with an emissary, and the head of the Flowing Cloud sect has to be treated respectfully. You must know that the sect leader of the Flowing Cloud sect is a powerful person of the 9th level of star picking, and the entire Flowing Cloud sect is even built on top of an extraterrestrial star plucked down by the Flowing Cloud sect's old ancestor. You're only at the 9th level? Lin Shu muttered in his heart when he heard that. In that case, this Flowing Cloud sect, if I want to, I can also wipe it out with my hands. I didn't realize that I had already reached such heights without even realizing it. This made Lin Shu look forward to his father's rapid growth more and more. As long as one's father grew fast enough, one could not help but be invincible in the Cloud State, the Eastern Wasteland, or even the entire Tianyuan Dao region if one stayed in this Jianyu dynasty. Just then, being the North Moon Hall's Grand Hall Master, North Lord, suddenly asked, "Old ancestor, you were once invincible to the Jianyu dynasty for 300 years. Going to the Flowing Cloud sect, did you fail to rise? With old ancestors' qualifications, can't you still blossom in the Flowing Cloud sect?" The old man sighed. "Once upon a time, I was indeed spirited and entered the Flowing Cloud sect, and was among the geniuses, but I ran into a special physique possessor, the same plucked star first weight, but I lost without even receiving 3 moves, and the realm was also beaten down plucked star, so I could only return to the Jianyu dynasty from the Flowing Cloud sect in a gloomy manner. Sadly, I used to still fantasize about that star plucking above, returning to the realm of emptiness." Having said that, the old man looked toward Lin Shu. "You are very young to have such strength, much like I once was, even more demonic than I once was. That's why I'm telling you some of the news, in the hope that you won't follow my old path in the future. Today, I will burn this remnant of my body to put up a fight, and if you win, there will be a place for you outside of Jianyu. If you lose, I can only say that you are another loser like me, so don't think about going out in this life, and stay in the Jianyu dynasty to dominate for the rest of your life." Having said that, the old man then waved his hand, and that one picture went straight into his hand. Of course, Lin Shu did it on purpose. Such an old man seemed to be very different from the people of the Northern Moon Palace. Lin Shu, too, didn't want him to walk away with regrets. In that case, let him exert his full strength in the last moment of his life. "Thanks a lot." The old man also seemed to know that it was Lin Shu's deliberate intention that he was able to recruit that one painting back so easily, and he gave a word of thanks before striking. Chapter 34, That Extraterrestrial Star That Fell from the Sky. The star is a tomb. Little friend, this is a blood-burning divine ability under my control. Under this divine ability, I can briefly recover to my peak, which is the first level of star-plucking cultivation. Once upon a time, I relied on this divine ability to be invincible across the Jianyu dynasty. Today, let's use this divine ability to walk through this life of mine. Between the fall of the words, one could only see the aura on Yin Tianji's body begin to skyrocket, and his body instantly became parched. The blood-burning avatar burned all the blood from his entire body. If it was a normal cast, it would certainly not do so, and would definitely leave some of it behind, and then utilize the cultivator's powerful strength to continuously create blood to recover. Now, he burned all the blood in his body, which was a complete end to himself. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, he will be completely dead after this battle. Unless, of course, it can be done in flesh and blood. Obviously, this was not something that a star plucker could do, let alone a Yin Tianji who had fallen from the star plucker realm, as Yin Tianji executed the blood-burning avatar to the extreme. Yin Tianji's aura also recovered to the first level of star plucking. As it recovered to the first level of star picking, the returning power in that one painting was also completely activated by it. At this moment, Yin Tianjiao was also startled. I didn't realize that such a terrifying power was hidden in this one painting. He had broken through the star picking outside of the Jianyu dynasty, and when he came back to the Jianyu dynasty, his realm was already falling. Therefore, it is natural to be less clear about this one painting. Only now did he realize that this painting had such power, that it could be considered a treasure even in the entire Ruyan sect. Little friend, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this painting to have such power. This time, I'm the one who broke my word and dragged you down with me. If you can dodge it, then dodge it. This power. I can't control it. It's a legendary power. After Yin Tianzheng finished speaking, Lin Shu clearly felt that the eyes of the entire Beiyu Hall, from the hall master to the disciples, from the top to the bottom, their eyes at the moment, were all becoming teasing. Obviously, they were watching Lin Shu's jokes, and there was a grimace amidst the banter, as if they were expecting Lin Shu's death. Compared to Yin Tianji's candor, the Northern Moon Palace, indeed, was far, far worse. Lin Shu spoke up. This young man admires your candor, so in order to give you a ride, let's exert some means slightly. Next moment, Lin Shu's finger gently pointed to the sky. 2 words then gently escaped his lips. Star come. In a split second, above the celestial dome, boundless visions swept across the sky, and the entire dome of the sky tumbled up. In the meantime, outside the domain, a small star, pulled by Lin Shu's finger power, was being pulled down from the domain at an astonishing speed in the direction where the Northern Moon Palace was located. At this moment, Yin Tianzheng looked at Lin Shu, and his eyes were also filled with intense shock. You were actually able to do the star picking, the so-called picking stars, said to be able to pick extraterrestrial stars, in fact want to do, but is extremely difficult. The Tian Yuan Dao domain, for countless years, the extraterrestrial stars that were close to the Tian Yuan Dao domain had long since been picked by the ancestors. The other extraterrestrial stars were almost all distant, or extremely large, and could not be hauled in by the power of star picking. However, looking at that fluctuation, it was obvious that there were really stars being pulled into it. Lin Shu's realm was truly unfathomable. It wasn't just as simple as the first level of star plucking. Above the dome of the North Moon Palace, boundless visions tumbled, and at this moment, in the Jiangyu dynasty, almost all of the powerhouses had noticed. That's the power of picking stars. North Moon Palace, who broke through the star-picking realm? With such fluctuations, it's definitely the star-picking realm without a doubt. Jiangyu dynasty, a single Zun sure. In different directions, at this moment, their gazes were all coincidentally looking in the direction of the North Moon Palace. Linjiang City. It was only a mere 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from the North Moon Palace, and at this moment, Lin Sangdo also saw that amazing vision. That direction seems to be the North Moon Palace. I didn't expect that someone from the Northern Moon Palace would break through the star-picking realm. I have an enmity with the North Moon Palace. It seems that I must cultivate hard, or else if the North Moon Palace comes to seek revenge, this 5th level of my divine aptitude is just too weak. Lin Sangdao, without hesitation, handed the matter over to Lin Fengya as well as Lin Leihu, the 2 sealed elders that Lin Shu had personally ordained, and then directly entered the secret room to begin his seclusion, in order to quickly break through the realm. At this moment, he no longer had any scruples and used the green lotus heavenly flame with all his might to continuously quench himself. Although, with this method, it might expose the green lotus heavenly flame scent and attract the covetousness of an exalted one, but that's the way it has to be these days. If they didn't make a quick breakthrough, then if the North Moon Palace came to seek revenge next, the Lin family would definitely be destroyed. Himself, he could only bring the green lotus heavenly flame to fall unwillingly. Lin Shu naturally did not know that his outburst of the power of picking stars at the North Moon Palace had actually caused his father to recklessly try to break through the realm, even disregarding the exposure of the green lotus heavenly flame. At this moment, under Lin Shu's traction, the extraterrestrial star was already getting closer and closer, and soon it had already surfaced above the firmament, and even with the naked eye, one could clearly see everything on the surface of this star. It was a miniature star, not even 1,000 miles in diameter. Lin Shu picked it out on purpose. Lin Shu, he was going to use this one star to completely bury the North Moon Palace, and also serve as Yin Tianji's tomb. Of course, considering that if it was too big, once it was hauled down, the entire Jiangyu dynasty would have to be destroyed. An extremely tiny star was chosen. In the words of Lin Shu's previous life, it could be called an asteroid, or even a small satellite. Today, this young man will use this star to send you on your way, and when you die, this star will be your grave. Yin Tianzheng listened to Lin Shu's words and was now in hot tears. Many thanks, little friend, for letting me have this decent fall. I'm here to wish you, little friend, a straight path of cultivation in the future. The great road is at your feet. Lin Shu gently nodded. I appreciate the kindness, please be on your way. Having said that, Lin Shu then collected that one painting, and as for the trace of void-breaking force, it was naturally forced back into the painting by Lin Shu's overwhelming means. Yin Tianzheng did not resist anymore. He already knew at this moment that Lin Shu was too much stronger than him. Now, It has been a blessing in life to have this decent fall. Yin Tianhao, on the contrary, went to his death openly. The rest of the North Moon Palace crowd, the 3 Great Hall Masters, the 11 Peak Masters, and the many disciples, were in a state of panic at the moment. As for the other Peak Master, naturally, it was the 100 Herb Peak Master, Poison Venerable Moen. Lin Shu, however, had said that he could not die easily, and that he must be tortured by the world to atone for the over 10 million innocent beings he had killed. Therefore, the Poison Zun, Moen, was being protected by Lin Shu at the moment, and of course, there were the 2 siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, who were also being protected by Lin Shu. The stars are falling. The North Moon Palace, under the falling stars, completely became history. None escaped, all were buried under the stars. Lin Shu, sensing that there was no living person sent, before he mentioned a few words on top of the star, utilizing his great power. The Tomb of Yin Tianzhao. Chapter 35, Lin Shu's Strength Exposed. The Secret of Mother's Power. Not long after Lin Shu overthrew the entire North Moon Palace and pulled the stars to fall down on the North Moon Palace, the venerable masters of the Jianyue dynasty had rushed from all over the dynasty to the place where the North Moon Palace was located. A single eminence, looking at the star, standing above the North Moon Hall's boundaries, which had been destroyed, were all looking at each other at this moment. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the star-picking powerhouse isn't from the Northern Moon Palace? What exactly did the Northern Moon Palace do to attract a star-plucking powerhouse to make such a move to bury them? At this moment, the exalted masters of the Jianyue dynasty who had come to the North Moon Palace to check it out were all confused. The star-picking powerhouse, since it wasn't from the Northern Moon Palace, was from outside the Jianyue dynasty. To be able to make a star-plucker powerhouse do this, the Northern Moon Palace must have incurred this kind of powerhouse. It was just that star-plucking powerhouses only existed outside of the Jianyue dynasty. So how did the Northern Moon Palace provoke them? That's something that has to be cleared up. Or perhaps it was that the North Moon Palace had not been messed with at all. It was just that star-plucking powerhouse had purely looked at the North Moon Palace with displeasure and casually annihilated it. If that was the case, that starcatcher was a temperamental person. And now in the Jianyue dynasty, would it be possible to get upset and destroy the other forces as well? At the thought of this, the Zunis present, all of a sudden, everyone was at risk, fearing that this possibility existed, and inadvertent, they became the second force to be destroyed after the Northern Moon Palace. The Zunis present immediately searched for traces left at the scene. In a flash, the crowd saw the brush of a gully outlined with the power of supreme greatness above that star. Looking at the pen of the gully, it had formed a few large letters, Tomb of Yin Tianji. One time, the Zunis present were instantly shocked. Yin Tianhua. I didn't realize it was him. Yin Tianzheng, once an invincible powerhouse of the Jianyue dynasty. Didn't they say he left the Jianyue dynasty? It seems that Yin Tianzheng caused the trouble that led to the destruction of the Northern Moon Palace. I'm afraid that may not be the case. If it's really Yin Tianzheng's enemy, have you ever seen someone who erected a monument for his enemy? It's still impossible to determine why that star-picking powerhouse did what he did and why he overthrew the North Moon Palace. For today's solution, we can only restrain the disciples under our door to not cause trouble during this period of time, in case we mess with the star-picking powerhouse. I'm afraid that we will become the next North Moon Palace. Without getting any useful clues, the arriving Zunis, too, left in droves. As for the extra-dimensional star on the original ruins of the North Moon Palace, no exalted dared to set foot on it either. It was a star that the star-picking powerhouse had pulled down from outside the domain, and without the consent of the star-picking powerhouse, they wouldn't dare to step on it easily. That's blasphemy against a star-picking powerhouse. The consequences of the North Moon Palace were now in front of them, and they didn't want to become the second North Moon Palace. One by one, the reverends left, while restraining the disciples under them that from now on, they could not set foot on the place where the North Moon Palace was located without permission. In this way, the place where the North Moon Palace was located, 500 miles in circumference, became an unwritten forbidden area of the Jianyue dynasty. Lin Shu, naturally, didn't know that everything he did casually was being speculated on for many reasons in the eyes of the Jianyue dynasty venerable. At this moment, Lin Shu had already returned to Linjiang City with the 2 siblings Li Xian and Li Han. And, of course, there was the poisonous Honorable Moen, who had been made into a humanoid sculpture. Elder, what are we doing in this small town? The 2 siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, were a bit curious. Linjiang City, such a small city. The strongest person is estimated to be at the spirit transformation realm. I'm afraid it's not as good as themselves. It was indeed a surprise to them that a former senior like Lin Shu would come to such a small town. Lin Shu didn't explain, but just said, "Next, you will go on your own to fulfill the task I have given you." Regarding poisoned Zun Moin, he must be punished as he deserves. How? I don't care. I just want results, and I hope that soon I'll be able to see that everyone in the Jiangyu dynasty knows all the things that Moin has done. When Li Shan and Li Han heard Lin Shu's words, they immediately nodded their heads, and then without any hesitation, they directly dragged poisoned Zun Moin away. They, however, did not enter Linjiang City. For them, Linjiang City was too small and unfavorable to act. After all, this kind of small city, the flow of information is far less than the big city. Since they want to make the matter of Moin spread throughout the entire Jiangyu dynasty, it is obvious that they should go to the big city. Take, for example, the county seat of Linzhou County, Linzhou City. Looking at Li Xian and Li Han as they both left, Lin Shu also withdrew his gaze. Afterwards, the mind sank into the system. With the overthrow of the Northern Moon Palace, the system's second mission was also completed, and now Lin Shu naturally wanted to check how the rewards would be after the mission was completed. After Lin Shu sank into the system panel floated directly in front of Lin Shu's eyes. System of Hope for the Father. System Host Information. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, 6th level. Talent, 3rd grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist. Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Wood. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold. Perfection of the Axiom of Wood. Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungchong. Talent, 5th to 7th grade. Realm, 5th level of the Avatar. Technique, Golden Element Overbearing Body Technique. Heavenly Flame Mysteries. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Avatar, 9 Fingers of the Overlord. Will, 60% of the Will of Gold. Physique, Innate Body. System Tasks. Task 1, ask the system subsidiary owner to survive the Northern Moon Palace's calamity. The system subsidiary owner's reward is unknown, and the host's reward is passively upgraded by 1 minor realm. Completed. Reward claimed. Task 2, ask the host and the system subsidiary owner to exterminate the North Moon Palace within 1 month. The system subsidiary owner's reward is unknown, and the host's reward is a passive upgrade of 1 small realm. Completed. Reward not claimed. System, claim your reward. Ding. Due to this overthrow of the Northern Moon Palace, the system-affiliated possessor did not make a move. The evaluation of this mission's completion is average, and you'll receive an ordinary mission gift pack. Ding. Normal quest gift packs are issued. Ding. The host passively raises 1 minor realm. The host realm is raised from the 6th level of Return to Void to the 7th level of Return to Void. Next moment, Lin Shu then sensed that his strength had risen by a small realm, reaching the 7th level of Return to Void. The mission evaluation is average. It seems that if there's another mission like this next time, we still need to call on Father. Lin Shu muttered darkly, but of course Lin Shu did not regret this move. After all, the North Moon Palace was extremely powerful. His own father, Lin Songqiong, was only at the 5th level of the Avatar, and while he certainly had some substance, he was not yet a match for the North Moon Palace Venerable. This time, even if they went, it was estimated that they couldn't do much. At most, they would clean up some of the North Moon Palace's minion disciples and waste time. And the duration of the mission is 1 month. A month's time would obviously not allow his father to reach the Exalted Realm and fight against the truly powerful people of the North Moon Palace, and he would directly settle it himself, once and for all. In this way, it would be better for Father to cultivate in peace instead. Let me take a look at what's actually in the so-called normal quest bundle. Lin Shu, without hesitation, immediately opened the ordinary quest gift pack. So is this the ordinary quest gift pack? That there's only 1 reward. The perfect mission gift pack. Lin Shu remembered. It was 3 rewards. That should be the gap. I just don't know if there will be a gap in the quality of the items rewarded. In addition to the difference in quantity, Lin Shu checked up the only piece of reward in the big gift bag. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward 1000 Ideas Tower. The Tower of 1000 Wills. The tower contains thousands of will crystals, and by entering the tower you will have a chance to obtain the will crystals, which can help one to comprehend the power of will. It seems that it's the quantity that makes the difference, not so much the quality. Lin Shu looked at the reward and was quite satisfied. With this 1000 will pagoda, from now on, the people of the Lin family would be able to enter it to obtain the will crystals, and with the will crystals, they would be able to comprehend the power of will. The power of will was the knocker to the Avatar realm. In this way, in the time to come, it was thought that more and more people from the Lin family would comprehend the power of will. thus stepping into the Avatar realm and becoming Avatar realm powerhouses. This trip, the harvest is really good. A painting that contains the power of returning to the void, a bead that can temporarily increase the power of will, and a sword that can be called the pinnacle of the Zune realm. Also, the North Moon Palace's treasures over the years, resources, divine abilities, and techniques are all available. With these, in a short period of time, the Lin family will not lack cultivation resources or divine abilities. Indeed, robbing a house is a good means to get rich. Lin Shu sighed and then headed back towards the Lin family. These resources, treasures and whatnot were of little or no use to Lin Shu. On the contrary, it was of great use to the Lin family and should be made available to the Lin family at an early date, so that the Lin family could develop rapidly. It didn't take long. Lin Shu then returned to the Lin family. As soon as he returned to the Lin family, Lin Shu directly found his father, Lin Sungcheong. To Lin Shu's surprise, his own father was frantically utilizing the green lotus heavenly flame to quench himself in order to quickly break through the realm. Father, aren't you afraid of being exposed when you use the green lotus heavenly flame like this? Lin Sungdao said helplessly. It can't be helped. With the sudden appearance of star-plucking powerhouses in the direction of the Northern Moon Palace, in all probability it's a certain Northern Moon Palace powerhouse breaking through to the star-plucking realm. If I don't hurry to use the green lotus heavenly flame to quench and quickly increase my strength now, once the North Moon Palace comes, at that time, not only will the green lotus heavenly flame be taken away, but the Lin family, as well as you and I, will be killed by the North Moon Palace as well. Hearing this, Lin Shu instantly understood. It turned out that what he had done unintentionally was causing his father to feel a great deal of pressure. It was precisely because of such immense pressure that father had this disregard for everything to raise his strength, not even caring about the green lotus heavenly flame being exposed. Thinking of this, Lin Shu immediately opened his mouth. Father, about that one-star picking powerhouse, it's actually no one else. Lin Sungcheong froze, then looked at Lin Shu and asked with some incredulity, could it be that you're trying to say that the star-picking powerhouse is you? Not bad, it's exactly me. The North Moon Palace sent people many times. I couldn't see eye to eye, so I took advantage of the free time when I went to meet the old liar to destroy the North Moon Palace by hand. Hearing Lin Shu's words, a trace of horror flashed across Lin Sungdong's face. You really are the star-picking realm? What? Father doesn't believe me. Want me to let you feel it? Lin Shu did not intend to hide his realm, especially from his own father. It was meaningless. What's more, with a high realm of one's own, one might not be able to make one's father even more pressurized, thus frantically cultivating to improve. In which case, for Lin Shu, there would only be benefits but no harm. It's not disbelief. Lin Sungcheong shook his head. You were able to make that old liar. Not right, brat. I said, don't call it that again. That's an ancient saint high person. You should put some respect. You can let the ancient sage look at you. There is bound to be something amazing about you. It's just that you're just too amazing. 18-year-old star picking. This talent, even in the power where your mother is from, that's no one else can compare. Even your mother, at your age, is not as good as you. Hearing his father mention his mother, Lin Shu couldn't help but ask along with the topic. Father, I would like to know what kind of power mother is from. Lin Sungcheong sighed when he heard this. What kind of power is that? I'm not sure. I've never been there either. Your mother and I only met in Yunjo. The power behind your mother, I've only heard her talk about it. The most powerful force in the cloud state is named the Yun'an Dynasty. Your mother once said that a dynasty like this, with the forces behind your mother, could be overthrown by just walking out an elder. If you want to overthrow the Yun'an Imperial Dynasty, it's definitely an ancient sage. Now you should understand how powerful that force is, right? Brat, you have such a talent. You should cultivate hard so that you can have a chance to reunite with your mother in the future. I will also cultivate well, although talent-wise, even if I am now an innate body, I am still far from you, but I will also work hard to cultivate and achieve ancient sage, and when that time comes, I will stand squarely in front of that power and bring your mother home. Lin Shu listened and nodded in support. Father, I believe you. By the way, there are some treasures here that might be of some use to you in your cultivation. Father said. Lin Shu then took out the small spirit-gathering array disc, the 10,000 blood pool, the 1,000 intentions pagoda, as well as all the various resources harvested from the destruction of the Northern Moon Palace. This, Lin Sangqiang watched Lin Shu continuously pulling out treasures, and at the moment he was also looking dumbfounded. Chapter 36, Lin Sanqiang's surprise. All sons of Qi. Father, this is a small spirit-gathering array disc. It can set up a spirit-gathering array that covers a mile in a radius. Lin Shu introduced as he took the treasure outward. Father can put it to good use. It's best to set up the array disk in the center of the Lin family so that it can better cover more people in the Lin family. With this formation, when the Lin family cultivates, the concentration of aura will increase tenfold. Lin Shengqiang immediately smiled and nodded his head. Brat, don't worry, I still know about this spirit gathering formation. I'll definitely maximize its use. Lin Shu didn't refute. At least he had once been outside the Jiangyu dynasty, so naturally he wouldn't even be unaware of the spirit gathering formation. With a little explanation, my father knew how to use it and didn't have to go through the trouble of explaining it himself. Lin Shu then introduced the 10,000 blood pool again. This is the pool of 10,000 bloods, and the one that is in my hands today was shrunken using a technique called the Sumeru Arabidopsis. Father only needs to select a location for it and place it down, and this 10,000 blood pool will naturally grow to its original size of about 10 feet square. Lin Shengqiang was startled. The art of the Shumai and the Arabian Sea. This, he was hearing about for the first time. However, he wasn't curious. The Tianyuan Dao domain was vast and boundless, and a strong ancient saint would be able to open up small worlds, and it was not surprising that there was this Sumeru Arabidopsis technique today. It was as if it was a storage ring, a storage space, which appeared to be just a small one, but the space inside was extremely large, much like the scaled-down model of the 10,000 blood pool that Lin Shu had placed in his hands in front of him. Lin Shengqiang didn't ask what the Sumeru Arabidopsis art was, but rather asked about its function. What is the function of this pool of 10,000 bloods? Father, the 10,000 blood pool, as the name suggests, is a pool with 10,000 types of blood gathered in it, and in the future, you can let the people of the Lin family enter it every month for baptism and tempering. Lin Shu replied, it must be once a month, otherwise it has no effect. As for the specific effect, it can enhance the physical body and root bones. The lower the realm, the higher the boost, and vice versa. This statement was made. Lin Sangdao was a bit surprised at the moment. You're saying this can enhance the root bones? Nice. Lin Shu nodded. What's the problem? Lin Shengqiang immediately said. Big problem. Generally speaking, root bones are doomed from the moment you are born. Although it is said that the root bones may not necessarily completely determine future achievements, they are also capable of determining an 78 out of 10. Unless one possesses amazing chances, extraordinary backgrounds, or an extremely terrifyingly firm belief as well as an overwhelming will, only then can one break the shackles of the root bones, transcend the limitations of the root bones, and go beyond the realm that the root bones are supposed to reach. Therefore, it can be said that many people in cultivation are doomed to what they can achieve in the future almost from the moment they are born, generally below the limit of what the root bones can achieve. And now, the existence of this 10,000 blood pool, which can enhance the root bones, is equivalent to the entire Lin family obtaining an amazing chance once a month. This is simply appalling. Even those with great fortune can hardly manage to obtain an amazing chance once a month. You should know that if you can raise your root bones, no matter how much, the chance won't be small. Lin Shu's expression was flat when he heard it. With regards to what Lin Sangdao had said, he naturally understood it in his heart a long time ago. Because of this, with this 10,000 blood pool, Lin Shu believed in his heart that the Lin family would be able to develop. After all, with the 10,000 blood pool, the roots and bones of all the people in the Lin family would be enhanced. Root bone enhancement. As long as the people of the Lin family don't slack off in their cultivation, this achievement can't be low. As for slacking off or not slacking off, Lin Shu will naturally look for someone to supervise. Thinking of this, Lin Shu decided that another sealed elder must be selected to enter the House of Elders, and from now on, he would be specifically responsible for overseeing the cultivation of all the people in the Lin family. See if they are lazy and set up a good system of rewards and penalties. If you are lazy, naturally, you will be heavily penalized. If they are diligent, they are to be rewarded. N. Let it be called Elder of Reward and Punishment, and give the title of punishment. However, one has to finish the baby with the father before going to the selection. After all, this was related to the future development of the Lin family and could not be acted upon sloppily. Father, one's growth, unless one reaches an overwhelmingly powerful realm, is ultimately limited when facing those great powers. If the Lin family develops, it will be of great help to father in the future, both in raising his realm and in acting outside. Let's say the matter of father and mother. If father doesn't have the depth to reach the same realm as mother in the future, the forces behind mother may not agree. Lin Shu said, after all, in this world, in addition to emphasizing the strongest, it's also about the right family. If you, father, were a member of a family that possessed an ancient saint sitting at the helm, Would the forces behind Mother treat you this way? Lin Sangqian laughed after hearing this. Brat, you've seen it all, and now you've even turned around and lectured my father. Don't worry, I understand all of this. I will definitely develop the Lin family, and now with the existence of the 10,000 blood pool and the spirit gathering formation, I already have strong confidence in developing the Lin family. Lin Shu nodded. This is the pagoda of 1,000 intentions, which contains 1,000 will powers. Will powers transformed into crystals, and if you can obtain them, you will have a chance to comprehend the will, how important the will really is. Father thought he knew it well. As Lin Sangqian listened, his face at this moment similarly became astonished. Brat, are you sure this is all from that ancient sage senior? Yeah, what's up? Lin Sangqian, at this time, wasn't speaking. However, he had come to realize that this was somewhat unlikely. This kind of treasure, unless that ancient saint was a loner. The power where the ancient saint was located would guard it as a heavy treasure. How could it be taken out? Lin Shu, in all probability, was lying, but he didn't bother to expose it. Consider it Lin Shu's hidden secret. Lin Sangdao naturally wouldn't really break the pot. This involves secretive matters. Even the father-son relationship, there is no need to ask more questions. Ask too much instead of making the relationship between the two sides to produce a gap. Anyway, as long as it's your own son. Afterward, Lin Shu handed over to his father the resources he had harvested from the Northern Moon Palace, including divine abilities, techniques, martial skills, weapons, the art of alchemy, the art of refining weapons, and so on. Father, nowadays the Lin family can be considered to have everything. It's definitely only a matter of time before they surpass the Northern Moon Palace. Ha ha ha, these treasures, I will speak to the Lin family crowd. After all, they got the benefits. So they must be made to remember your benefits and be grateful to you. Lin Sangqiang said, you are in the hearts of many people in the Lin family. That was the murderer who killed your grandfather. They still have some grudges against you. With this, they should change their minds, and completely recognize your identity as the young master in the future. Lin Shu didn't mind. No matter, as long as there is strength, it doesn't matter if they recognize it or not. The reasoning is so, but we are ultimately a family. There are some conflicts that are better unraveled. And if it's an outsider, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. It doesn't matter. Lin Sangqiang said, if it is the same family, stay the same bloodline, or do not give birth to a gap is good. A family, although the need to compete to be able to develop and grow, but unity is the most important. Otherwise every day thinking of pitting their own family, the family even if powerful, but also a plate of scattered sand. Lin Shu nodded. Do as father says, I'll do as I please. Good. Then I'll go make the arrangements. Say it. Lin Sangqian left with these treasures. After Lin Sangqian left, Lin Shu also acted. Chapter 37, Elder Criminal. Lin Shu's aunt, Lin Xiongyu. Next, I need to set 2 sealed elders. One person is responsible for overseeing the cultivation of all the people in the Lin family. This person must make a clear distinction between public and private, reward and punishment. In addition, a sealed elder is also needed, who will be responsible for gaining a deeper understanding of all the people in the Lin family, so that he or she can establish a shadowy monitoring organization to better understand if there are any spies infiltrating the Lin family as well as if anyone is betraying the Lin family. Lin Shu knows, a family that is going to be strong, spies as well as betrayers, then they must be removed. Otherwise, with the presence of these assholes, it was very likely that the Lin family would collapse at once. Lin Fengya, while there are wind guards who can spy on intelligence, if secretly placed in the clan, they can likewise pick at spies as well as betrayers. But one person's mind is ultimately limited, and when one is responsible for too many things, it's easy for things to go wrong. And, if everything is left to one person, if something goes wrong with that person, it's a big deal. Lin Shu made a decision and without hesitation, immediately called a family meeting. In the meantime, Lin Sangqiang, Lin Shu's father, also called a family meeting. Since this was the case, there was no need for Lin Shu to make any further notifications. When his father called a family meeting, it was just a matter of announcing himself directly at the family meeting. Lin family, Central Hall. The moment, one of the Lin family's elders, including the 2 previously designated Elder Academy sealed elders, Elder Win Lin Fengya and Elder Lei Lin Lei Hu, also arrived at the Central Hall. When they arrived at the Central Hall and saw the family head as well as the young master both appearing at the same time, they also understood that there was bound to be a big announcement. On everyone's face, they all became solemn. Lin Sangqiang, watching the elders arrive, immediately opened his mouth. Starting today, the Lin family is going to step into a period of rapid development. As elders, you must set an example. Do not slack off. This is a spirit gathering formation disc, which allows the center of the Lin family to cover a mile of the area with a spirit gathering formation, increasing the concentration of aura by 10 times. This is the pool of 10,000 bloods. From now on, every member of the Lin family can enter it for baptism, once a month, and it will enhance the root bones. This is the pagoda of 1,000 intentions. In this pagoda, one can obtain martial will crystals, which help to comprehend the power of will. There are also numerous resources that I will separately place in the Hidden Scripture Pavilion, the Hidden Weapons Pavilion, and other Lin family treasures, which will be open to the public for the next month, and after that, they will require contribution points to enter. Lin Tsangdao, without any nonsense, directly opened the door and told everything in full. By the way, these are all things that my son Lin Shu fought for everyone. I know that in the Lin family, there are quite a few people who have some opinions about my son because he returned and my father was persecuted by that mysterious force. From today onwards, I don't want to hear such words again in the family. If so, these treasures, then don't use them. The Lin family doesn't need ungrateful people. After all, since I have a problem with my son, if I still use the treasure my son acquired, I'm sure I wouldn't be able to live with it in my own heart. When Lin Sangxiang finished speaking, the elders present immediately opened their mouths. Please don't worry, family master, we definitely won't, and wouldn't dare to have a problem with young master. Just kidding. The last time the family head was in seclusion and a family meeting was held, Lin Shu, as the young master, privately convened a family meeting, but they were against it at that time. But after Lin Shu showed his great strength, they stopped objecting. As for opinions, naturally they are no longer available. At least, as elders, they were indeed free of that kind of thinking. Even some of their elders, who were even deprived of their status in the House of Elders, could only listen and did not dare to have an opinion. Lin Shu, just watching from the sidelines, didn't comment. However, his father's words had given Lin Shu a sudden inspiration. Cache of scripture, cache of soldiers, these are places that now have the ability to obtain feats, weapons, and more from the North Moon Palace. In this way, it can't be as casual as it used to be. The same need for elders to watch over them. Otherwise, without the elders to watch over it, the people of the Lin family would have said that they would have to empty it. These places, is extremely important place, cannot be sloppy, related to the merit, that is related to the inheritance. Lin Tsangdao, and then talked about the resources Lin Shu had obtained as well. The moment they heard that so many resources had come from Lin Shu's hands, the elders present were also shocked. Regarding this resource, the entire Lin family, it was estimated that they might not be able to accumulate it for a few thousand years. I'm afraid, for a time, all the elders present bowed to Lin Shu. Thank you, young lord, there's no need to be polite. You being able to cultivate hard and grow up is the best way to thank this young lord. There was a pause. Lin Shu continued to speak. Therefore, in order for everyone to cultivate without slacking off, this young lord needs to select an elder who will be responsible for overseeing everyone's cultivation, and at the same time provide a summary of your cultivation progress every month, every 6 months, and every year. There will be rewards for the fastest progress in cultivation every month, every 6 months, and every year. Meanwhile, the slowest will be penalized. Therefore, this elder will be directly admitted to the House of Elders, and this young lord will personally bestow the title of criminal. Gentlemen, I wonder who feels capable of serving as a criminal elder. This statement was made. The many elders present were all somewhat moved in their hearts. However, the many elders also knew that serving as a criminal elder, this was categorically a big thing that offended people. Even though there were some intentions, many elders with low strength did not dare to come forward. Young lord, I'm willing to give it a try. A woman stepped forward. Lin Shu knew this woman. It was the person of the main vein and his grandfather's daughter, Aunt Lin Shu to be precise. Lin Shu didn't know much about this aunt, because, as far as I can remember, this aunt was not kind to herself when she returned to the Lin family because of her grandfather's death, and she hardly walked around with her. It could be said that if she hadn't taken the initiative to open her mouth, with so many elders present, Lin Shu wouldn't have even noticed her. Now that she had opened her mouth, Lin Shu couldn't help but look at her. This aunt of his, she was actually an expert. 9th level of spiritualization. All along, Lin Shu had thought that the strongest members of the Lin family were his father and Lin Leihu, who had comprehended the power of will. They were all at the 7th level of spirit transformation before. Now that a spirit transformation 9th level had appeared, it was naturally unexpected. Yes, I can, even though you're my aunt. To be an elder of punishment, you must make a clear distinction between public and private, between reward and punishment. You have a 1-month probationary period, and in 1 month's time I need to see your results, as well as establish a clear system of rewards and punishments. If, during the trial period, you don't do a very good job and can't satisfy me, even if you're my aunt, you can't be given this criminal elder. Lin Shu's aunt, Lin Xiaoyu, immediately spoke up. Please don't worry, young lord. If I don't do a good job, there is never a need for young lord to speak up. I will ask for my resignation. In this great hall, at family meetings, there are only positions, not relatives. After all present were relatives. Lin Xiaoyu, even Aunt Lin Shu, on this occasion, knew how to behave and addressed Lin Shu as young lord. In this case, from today onwards, Lin Xiaoyu, you are the first criminal elder, entering the House of Elders and being ranked at the 3rd seat of the House of Elders. Thank you, young lord. Chapter 38, Lin family changes. Venerable One attacks. After the elder of the 3rd chair of the House of Elders confirmed it, Lin Shu continued to speak. Next, the Lin family still needs a 4th seat elder dean. This 4th seat elder is in charge of detecting family spies as well as traitors. As the family develops and grows, other forces will inevitably find ways to strike at the Lin family. And this strike is not only limited to external strength strikes, but there is also a great possibility that the Lin family will be internally polarized and disassociated. In that case, it's very likely that other forces will send people into the Lin family to act as spies. After all, the Lin family recruits quite a few members from the outside world into the Lin family every year, which will give those forces the opportunity to arrange spies and scouts. At the same time, apart from spies, it is possible that other forces will support the Lin family members and turn them on favorable terms. There was a pause. Lin Shu continued to speak. These people, this young lord will definitely not be tolerated. Now, who would like to go and serve as the elder in charge of this matter? Obviously, this elder, again, is an elder who is easily offended and is likely to become a widow and orphan once he has been made this elder. Everyone understood that if the other forces knew that the Lin family had such an elder, 9 times out of 10, they would take the lead in targeting this elder. And if not, they would use quite a few tactics to make this elder tired of checking out the family's spies as well as traitors. Outside is so. Again, not a good job for the family internally. After all, the people inside the family were definitely unwilling to get involved with such an elder. Relationships are good, and there will be rumors that there is a plot to buy off this elder. A poor relationship would be just as likely to have rumors that it was bound to be a spy or a traitor. Otherwise, why would one have a grudge against this elder if he was not a spy or a traitor? It could be said that the elder in charge of this matter was definitely neither inside nor outside. Lin Shu was not surprised to see this scene, with no one recommending themselves. Before crossing over, even in a class, not many people would have a good feeling about the student who was in charge of discipline and took names behind their back. Classmates, not having much to do with each other per se, did not feel good about a classmate who remembered names. Not to mention the fact that the family, basically, is all connected, and that makes it even more so. No one wants to be the lone widow who offends people, and it's safe to say that such a person is bound to have no friends. Since all of you are unwilling to do so, then this young lord will do it himself. Elders, I wonder if you have any comments? Hearing Lin Shu say so, the many elders nodded their heads. We don't have a problem with that. Since that's the case, then all of you elders will have to properly warn those clansmen under you not to do anything harmful to the clan, or else if this young master finds out, he will expel them from the clan if it's not easy, and kill them if it's serious. Yes, young lord, we will definitely give them a good warning to always remember young lord's words. The reason why Lin Shu was willing to be this elder was naturally because Lin Shu already had someone in mind. He is not surrounded by Li Xian, Li Han's siblings. These 2 siblings, in terms of strength, had both reached the 9th level of spirit transformation, and had bizarre means of using poison. Sure, maybe they weren't proficient at using poison, but just the fact that they were covered in toxins was enough to give people chills. Moreover, these 2 were not members of the Lin family. They were people who only belonged to themselves. And for the Lin family, there would be no harboring, and if someone betrayed, they would find out about it and would definitely tell them in the first place. Of course, all of this would have to wait until the 2 siblings came back from dealing with the matter of poison Duke Missouri-een. Next, Lin Shu set up separately, the elder who guards the pavilion of Tibetan scriptures, with the title of Elder of Scripture, Hidden Soldier Pavilion Guardian Elder, Seal Elder of Soldiers, as well as the 1,000 Ideas Pavilion's Guardian Elder, the Sealed Ideas Elder, 10,000 Blood Pool Guardian Elder, Seal Name Blood Elder, Resource Pavilion Guardian Elder with the title of Source Elder. These people, all of them, were admitted to the House of Elders. By now, the House of Elders had a total of wind, thunder, penalty, scripture, soldiering, intent, blood, and source plus Lin Shu's own elder in charge of detecting spies and traitors, for a total of 9 seats of elders. It can be said that today's House of Elders, the number of seats is already restored to the number of the original House of Elders. Of course, the previous House of Elders was basically elders who didn't do anything, and now, these 9 elders all had their own areas of responsibility. The House of Elders will then set 9 seats of elders for the time being, and if the development of the Lin family needs to be increased in the future, we'll talk about it then. Also, the chief elder of each vein needs to be set next. The chief elder of each vein is responsible for each vein, and if anything goes wrong with any vein in the future, the first one to be held accountable will be the chief elder of that vein. If the chief elder of a vein does a very good job, then the chief of that vein can enter the House of Elders. Starting today, resources for sealed elders, chief elders, and ordinary elders will be supplied in 3 grades, with sealed elders having the best resource benefits and ordinary elders the least. At the same time, such as the 10,000 blood pool, the 1,000 ideas pavilion and other special treasures of the family, there is also a priority to enter. Perhaps and now you think that everyone can enter. The priority or not does not matter. After all, even now the Lin family has 2 to 3,000 people, but what if there are 20 to 30,000 people, or even 2 to 300,000 people down the road? Now, can you choose whether or not to be the chief elder of your vein? Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, numerous elders, at this moment, spoke, expressing their willingness to become elders of their own veins. Since so many of you want to be the chief elder of a vein, then the matter will be left to your own veins to go back and elect them. A lineage elects a chief elder, and when it is elected, the list is given to this young lord. Of course, you can choose to be complicit, but if you do, in the future, once something happens to your vein, then all of you will be punished, including stopping the supply of resources, the right to use the treasure land, and even disbanding the lineage and expelling it from the family. Lin Shu understood that when it came to such things, one had to be stern, without strict discipline. A family, which is dabbling with relatives everywhere, can easily let the family degenerate once they harbor each other. Think about it. Lin Shu spoke again. That's right, Lin Xiaoyu. Since your title is criminal and you're a criminal elder, you'll be the law enforcement elder for the time being, responsible for the matter of penalizing errant family members. I don't know, would you like to? Lin Shu looked at his aunt and asked. Lin Xiaoyu immediately nodded her head when she heard Lin Shu's words. I'm willing. Father once wanted to build the Lin family into a powerful family the most. Now that the family already has the capital to become powerful, I naturally don't want the entire family to fall due to various scourges causing the family to degenerate. This matter I will definitely carry out strictly. So very good. Aha! Suddenly, Lin Shu's complexion stared. This was because Lin Shu sensed that there were Zunis rushing in the direction of Linjiang City. Thinking of this, Lin Shu immediately opened his mouth. Since it's fine, the family meeting will end here. Everyone go back to your respective duties. Whether or not the family can develop and grow, we still need to look at everyone's efforts. Our goal is to be the first great family of the Jiangyu dynasty, and even to get out of the Jiangyu dynasty, the first great family of the Jiangyu dynasty, and even out of the Jiangyu dynasty. Hearing these words, many elders had a bright light flashing in their eyes. It's breaking new ground. If you make a great contribution, it is enough to open a separate page on the genealogy, or even a separate genealogy. This kind of thing, that is a supreme honor. How could they not be excited? Chapter 39, Jiang Yu's First Alchemist. Zhao Si Magpie. Ding. Detected an incoming venerable with the intention of dyeing the green lotus heavenly flame. Please system-affiliated possessors as well as the host to get through this. Successfully pass through. System-attached possessor reward unknown. Host system passively upgraded by 1 minor realm. As the family elders left the main hall, beside Lin Shu's ears, there was a system beep. Hearing this system beep, Lin Shu instantly understood why an exalted one had come to Jiangcheng. Linjiang City, such a small and remote city. There should have been nothing that could attract a Zuni. Now, it seemed that it was his own father's previous use of the green lotus heavenly flame without a care in the world that caused the heavenly flame's aura to leak out and be detected by the exalted one. Hence, that's why the honored one rushed here. Think about it. Lin Shu immediately looked at his father. Father, an exalted one is coming towards Linjiang City. I think you should understand what the other party is here for. Father? When Lin Sangxiang heard this, he thought about it a little and immediately understood. Could it be that it's for the green lotus heavenly flame? Not bad. After all, Linjiang City, there's nothing that's worth a trip by your holiness yet. except for the fact that you utilized the green lotus heavenly flame to cultivate before, causing the heavenly flame's breath to leak out, and also those treasures you just took out. But those don't have a breath to leak out again. Lin Sungdao understood. Since that's the case, should we hurry up and gather our clans to fight against the incoming attackers? Lin Shu shook his head. No. Why? Wouldn't that be a better way to let the family know what you're capable of? Lin Shu replied. This is certainly true, but the family knowing my true strength may bring two disadvantages. First, if I can suppress the venerable ones, those family men, by then, will think that they are already invincible in the Zhongyu dynasty, and will most likely develop condescension. Secondly, I have such strength that I am a giant umbrella holding up the sky. Do you think they would worry about some raindrops underneath a giant umbrella holding up the sky? They won't. So how can the family develop when it's only just developed and then they're allowed to have this kind of mindset? I told my father because he wouldn't slack off because of it. But the family is so large that there's no guarantee that everyone's heart is the same as yours. Father, hearing Lin Sengxiong's words, Lin Sengxiong pondered on what Lin Shu said and finally nodded. You're right, but we can't keep hiding it. And besides, we certainly can't hide it. Sooner or later we'll find out. Lin Shu laughed. There is no hurry. I will personally give the family a test. If they pass, I will personally show the strength. If they cannot pass, that is rotten. This family, I will never care about it in the future. Fine, whatever you want. Lin Sungdao naturally didn't have any opinions. Let's go. Let's go meet the arriving exalted one. Having said that, the two of them, Lin Shu and Lin Sengxiong, rose up in the air and flew towards the direction where that honorable man had come from. Linjiang City, outside the North City. The moment, 3 men and women were coming in a flying spirit boat. Master, this is just an extremely barren and remote small town. Would there really be a heavenly flame aura? The young man, looking at the small town in front of him, asked rather contemptuously. In front, an old man immediately said, that's not necessarily true. Although this Linjiang city is indeed barren nowadays, 1,000 years ago, this place was unusual. Back then, there was a star-picking mystery realm present in this place, and the me at that time was only in my teens, so I couldn't participate in it at all. Although, the star-picking mysterious realm has disappeared for 1,000 years, it's not unlikely that there are still hidden secrets here, and it's not impossible for there to be heavenly flames. The secret realm of picking stars? Hearing these words, the two young people, a man and a woman beside the old man, were instantly startled. Master, are you talking about the secret realm left behind by a star-plucking powerhouse of the same strength as the one that appeared in the direction of the Northern Moon Palace not long ago? The old man nodded. The young woman spoke. A mysterious star-picking powerhouse has appeared in the Northern Moon Palace, and now there is a suspected leak of heavenly flames aura. Could there be any connection between these? When the old man heard that, he also thought about it. Maybe there is, but it's not known at the moment. But either way, I have to try. If it's ownerless, then take in the heavenly flame. If there is an owner, we can also spend some cost to borrow some. I already don't have enough lifespan. I've already devoured quite a few longevity pills before, but the side effects are too great. If I don't refine the star-breaking pill, I won't be able to step into the star-picking realm, and I'm afraid that in less than 10 years, I'll have to completely run out of lifespan. The young man spoke. Master, you'll definitely succeed. Even if you're really a star-plucking powerhouse, I don't think you'll be able to refuse the kindness of a future star-plucking powerhouse. AI, the star-picking powerhouse is nebulous. If it really is the heavenly flame of the star-picking powerhouse, I'm not sure if I can borrow it. The old man sighed, the white hair on his face, blowing in the wind, full of sorrow. Just then, suddenly, 2 figures appeared before the flying boat. What man? The young man and woman beside the old man immediately spoke. At this moment, the old man also saw the two. Both of them were traveling in the air without the aid of any apparatus, which indicated that both had divine powers and even above the realm. The old man immediately waved his hand, signaling the 2 disciples around him to be at ease. If it was just an avatar 5th level, the old man naturally didn't care. After all, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Zuni realm. In the entire Zhongyu dynasty, it was enough to rank in the top 3. An avatar 5th level was not yet able to enter his eyes. However, this avatar 5th level, surprisingly appearing in Linjiang City, required some careful pondering. Linjiang City should not be able to come out of the avatar 5 strong. After all, the general big city only have this kind of strong. Meanwhile, another, 2 young men, so young, younger than the 2 disciples beside himself, yet he was also able to step into the air. The 2 disciples beside themselves, those were geniuses. each possessing the qualifications of a Zunsher, but still only at the spirit transformation realm. This person in front of me is so young and is at the avatar realm, so I have to be careful. After all, at this juncture nowadays, the mysterious star picker had just appeared in the northern moon palace. This one in front of him, it was highly likely that he was related to that star plucker powerhouse, perhaps even a master and disciple relationship. Only a star plucking powerhouse would be able to cultivate such a young avatar heaven's pride. My name is Zhao Sigue. I don't know why your excellencies are blocking my way, Zhou Ziqi. Lin Shu couldn't help but look at his own father when he heard that. Lin Shu had not heard of this name. Lin Tsangdao, seeing Lin Shu's eyes, immediately understood and introduced himself. It's normal that you don't know. This person, Zhao Si Magpie, is perhaps the oldest person in the Jianyu dynasty today. This person, once known as the first alchemist of the Jianyu dynasty, has disappeared for many years. I didn't expect that he is still alive today. It's quite surprising to me. Lin Shu nodded after hearing this. A peak Zuni 9 powerhouse. At first, when he heard the name and didn't recognize it, Lin Shu thought that someone from outside the Jianyu dynasty had come. Listening to his father, Lin Shu understood. A powerful person who had been in hiding for many years was just sensing the heavenly flame coming out now. Lin Shu, looking towards the Zhao Si Magpie, directly opened the door. I already know what you've come for. Zhao Sijie looked at Lin Shu, who was surprisingly so unconcerned about himself, and became more and more certain that Lin Shu was the disciple of the star-plucking powerhouse. Otherwise, one's hallowed peak of the 9th level of the Zunsher, a junior, would not be able to see that he was indifferent. Since this little friend knows, I wonder if you can introduce me. I would like to thank little friend here, originally addressed as Your Excellency. Now the address instantly changed to little friend. Introductions? Lin Shu froze. Wasn't this person the one who came to look for the green lotus heavenly flame as the system said? Why do you have to introduce yourself? Introduce what? After thinking for a while, Lin Shu seemed to have some understanding. Right, the green lotus heavenly flame. If it had a master, then the master who took him in was bound to be of a not-so-low cultivation level. It wasn't like they knew that their father had the heavenly flame secret codex and had unique means of conquering the heavenly flame. I'm only afraid. He thought it was a strong person who had taken him in, and he was so young that he had asked himself to be introduced. Introductions will not be necessary. You can say what you request. Lin Shu, seeing that Zhao Sijie was polite, did not directly make a move to expel or even decapitate him, just in time to hear the request. This is a powerful alchemist after all. If he could be recruited, it would be of great benefit to the Lin family. Chapter 40, Father's Mercy and Son's Piety. Wood Dan Zun, who are you? My master asked you to introduce me, so you introduce me. Beside Zhao Sijie, the young man, at this moment, was offended and immediately snapped. Originally, he had looked at Lin Shu with displeasure. Ever since he was a child, he was a genius and was held up by the stars, especially when he grew up. He was detected by Zhao Si Magpie as having a talent for alchemy, thus accepting him as a disciple. In this way, he could be counted as the #1 cultivator and alchemist of the younger generation of this Jianyu dynasty. Originally, seeing that Lin Shu could step into the air, being in the realm of the avatar, and that Lin Shu was so young, he was jealous in his heart. How could there be someone else in this Jianyu dynasty who was even more talented than himself? However, he didn't open his mouth until his own master pressed him not to speak. Now, this young man, in the face of his own master, dared to be so disrespectful. Without a care in the world, he couldn't hold back any longer. He believed that he had not only stood up for his master, but had likewise taught Lin Shu a lesson for himself. Definitely the best of both worlds. Hearing this person's words, all of a sudden, Lin Songdao's as well as Lin Shu's faces coalesced. What Lin Sangqian wanted was for someone to look down on his son in front of him. In the past, Lin Shu was not treated well by the people in his family. He could not help it. After all, he owed the family in the first place. But in front of outsiders, he himself had never condescended to his son. At that time, he was not as strong as this, and now that he has the strength, he is naturally even more unhappy to see someone belittling his son in front of him. If you keep talking nonsense, I don't mind teaching you how to talk, Lin Sangqian said angrily. Lin Shu glanced at his own father, and his heart was pleased. His own father, although the strength is not better than his own, then the other side of the young man master is also inferior. But in the face of that young man, still dare to say so, this father, when it is really good. Lin Shu also spoke up. Zhao Sigue, right? This disciple of yours, he looks very ill-mannered. In that case, leave, whatever you want. I can't possibly give it to you with him around. Of course, before you leave, This man taught me a lesson first, and he'll have to leave a leg behind. Zhao Si Magpie, at this moment, also immediately looked at his disciple Zhao Si Magpie. Quickly apologize and ask for this little friend's forgiveness, or else master won't be able to spare you. Zhao Sijie also didn't expect that this disciple of his, in front of himself, were so calm, and opened his mouth to provoke others at the drop of a hat. In the past, he did know that his disciple was high-minded and looked down on anyone outside, but those things, his own disciples were able to set things right on their own, so he didn't care. But what kind of person is this in front of us? The disciple of the suspected star-plucking powerhouse had reached the avatar realm at a young age, and would definitely become a supreme genius of the star-plucking realm in the future. His own disciple, actually still so unaware of the sky. Master, why do you beg him so? The young man didn't have the slightest intention of apologizing. Instead, he intensified his words. He's just a young man, even if he's really related to that powerful person. He's just a disciple. And master, if you really borrow the heavenly flame, you will definitely break through the star-picking realm, and then it will be at the same height as that powerful person. Even if that person is really his master, he will have to treat his master with respect when the time comes. Hearing this, Zhao Si Magpie immediately drank. Shut up, adversary, said Zhao Sigue directly, then struck out, breaking one of the young man's legs with a palm strike, and then looked at Lin Shu. I'm sorry, little friend, this disciple of mine has been spoiled by me. Now that I've taught him a lesson, do you think you could introduce your master? As long as little friend is willing to be introduced, I can promise little friend 3 conditions that are within my power. And when I become a star plucker someday, these 3 conditions, I think, will be very useful to little friend. Lin Shu glanced at the young man who had already had one of his legs broken, then nodded. Yes, since you say so, then this heavenly flame can be temporarily lent to you. Zhao Si Magpie was delighted. Thanks, little friend. Lin Shu looked at his father. Father, lend him the heavenly flame for the time being. Sure, this is a test for Lin Shu. If this Zhao Sigue was able to pass the test, that is, if he saw that the heavenly flame was on his father's body, and was able to curb the greed in his heart and refrain from killing and seizing the fire, Lin Shu would really lend it to him. Otherwise, if he ever had that in mind, Lin Shu wouldn't mind letting him die. Although, it was true that Lin Shu wanted to take in an alchemist for his own use. This person had already lowered his impression in his own mind by quite a bit due to the disciple issue, and thus it was not a necessity to take him in. Zhao Si Magpie, looking at Lin Songdao, a green-colored fire lotus emerged in his hand, emitting a heavenly fire aura. At this moment, his gaze was fixed. He hadn't expected that the controller of the heavenly flame would not be that mysterious star-plucking powerhouse, but a person at the 5th level of the divine profound realm. For a moment, his mind became alive. There were 2 paths before him. First way, just go out and grab it. The second path, following what Lin Shu had just said, was to borrow the heavenly flame himself, and from then on he would also owe Lin Shu 3 things. Without waiting for Zhao Sigue to speak, the young man on the side spoke again. Master, look, there is no star-picking powerhouse. The skyfire is in his hand. Said, he immediately pointed at Lin Songdong. How can you control the heavenly flame when you're just in the avatar realm? If you're sensible, hurry up and hand over the heavenly flame, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Because he wanted to test Zhao Sigue, Lin Shu didn't care about his disciple's claim at the moment and waited for Zhao Sigue's reply. Otherwise this young man would have been slapped to death by Lin Shu. Zhao Si Magpie, at this moment, was in the middle of deep contemplation. It was only after a long time that Zhao Sigue spoke. Please also borrow the heavenly flame and return it immediately after use. I am willing to swear. Only then did a smile appear on Lin Shu's face when he heard Zhao Sigue say that. Very well, congratulations on making a correct choice. Since that's the case, this heavenly flame will be lent to you for the time being, and for the duration of its use. You'll go to my Lin family first. Just then, suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Old Ghost Zhao, you're still as scared of death as ever. You didn't even take the heavenly flame when it was obvious it was current. Since you don't want this heavenly flame, then this heavenly flame, today, belongs to this honor. As the voice fell, all of a sudden, several venerable masters descended from the sky, and the person at the head of the group was also an old man, but compared to Zhao Sigue, he appeared to be quite a bit younger. As soon as this person appeared, only the young man beside Zhao Sigue immediately greeted him respectfully. Latecomer pays his respects to the Wood Danzun. Shin Bu Bu, excuse me, this time you have done a very good job. When the heavenly flame arrives, if you want, you can leave this incompetent master of yours and switch to my discipline. I don't know if you are willing to do so? Disciple Qin Bufu was willing. The young man, also known as Qin Bufu, immediately nodded happily. The person who was called Wu Danzun was also quite happy at the moment and looked towards Zhao Sigue. Old Ghost Zhao, you're finally getting old. Even your disciples don't want to follow you anymore. Zhao Si Magpie didn't look at the Wu Danzun, but instead looked at his disciple Qin Bu. Why, Master, you're already old. You obviously have an honorable status, yet you're living in such straitened circumstances. I'm the number one Danwu person in the younger generation, yet I can only follow you and live a simple life. I want to be famous. Qin Bufu opened his mouth. Moreover, you went so far as to break my legs for the sake of an outsider. Is this something a person who is a master should do? Zhao Si Magpie opened his mouth. You should understand that I can heal you at any time. A mere broken leg is not worth mentioning to my master. Yeah, the leg can be attached, but the heart is cracked. Lin Shu, watching with great interest from the sidelines. I did not expect to see a scene of father's kindness and filial piety, although not father and son relationship, but one day as a teacher for life as a father, but also about the same. As for those later ones, the Wu Danzun brought a few Zunis with him, and it looked like they just wanted to kill and take fire. Lin Shu didn't put it in the slightest. It's nothing more than coming to die. Chapter 41, Fear. You're actually the star picker. Aside, Zhao Si Magpie's female disciple, who had never spoken up, couldn't help but open her mouth now. Qin Bufu, you're actually so wolfish. Master treated you well, and now you're actually inviting Master's enemies in. When your family was facing a disaster, it was still Master who helped you solve your family's predicament. Otherwise your family, including you, would only have died long ago. You have the nerve to tell Master that his old man broke your heart? Qin Bufu was silent. Just then, that Newton Zun spoke up. Qin Bu, don't listen to your senior sister. You have such talent. If you had met Lao Fu earlier, Lao Fu would have likewise accepted you as a disciple. And the problems of your family, Lao Fu can also solve them for you. Old Ghost Zhao, it's just that he sees that you're gifted. If you were poorly gifted, would he accept you as a disciple? Would solve the family's predicament for you? In the end, Old Ghost Zhao is doing it for himself, and if he can do it for himself, so can you. Upon hearing this, Qin Bufu immediately nodded his head. Elder Wu Danzuan said yes. Late generation understands. Afterward, Qin Bu looked at Zhao Si Magpie. A man is not for himself. The heavens and the earth will be destroyed. You don't even dare to seize a single heavenly flame, but you still talk about the star-picking realm. I think that's exactly what happened after so many years when you couldn't break through the star-picking realm. Zhao Si Magpie, his face turning blue as he looked at Qin Bu. His heart was also filled with disappointment at this moment. Although it was undeniable that when he had first begun to accept Qin Bu as his disciple, he had indeed valued his talent, but he himself later treated him with sincerity, and in his life, he was obsessed with alchemy, and thus did not have a Tao partner or offspring in his life. It was only in his later years, when he was afraid that what he had learned in his life would disappear into this world with his death, that he took on two disciples, a female disciple named Xia Yan, a male disciple named Qin Bufu. Being widowed all his life, he treated both disciples as if they were his own sons and women, a lifetime's worth of learning, taught in every way possible. And now, this male disciple was betraying himself and secretly luring his enemies here. How sad. Zhao Si Magpie, looking towards Lin Shu. At this moment, after knowing that the heavenly flame was in the hands of Lin Sangdao, he had already understood that there was no star-plucking realm powerhouse behind Lin Shu. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Little friend, I've made you laugh. For today's sake, I'd like to ask you to please be able to take this female disciple of mine away. You have the heavenly flame. They will definitely not let you go. Take my female disciple and leave the Zhengyu dynasty so that you can possibly save a life. As for them, I'll hold them back. Although I don't have the star-plucking realm, I've refined quite a few pills in my life, so it's still possible to hold them back for a while. Please. Saying that, he pushed Xia Yan to Lin Shu's side. Xia Yan, at this moment, also spoke with a sobbing voice. Master, I won't leave. Even if I die, I'll die with Master. I don't have a family. I was an orphan since I was a child. Master is my only relative. Master, if you die, there is no point for me to live. Zhao Si Magpie opened his mouth. Yener, you have talent, and in terms of talent, you're even a bit stronger than your senior brother. And if it weren't for your favoritism, in terms of cultivation and alchemy, you'd definitely be farther along than your senior brother today. You escape, and if you grow up later, you can still avenge your master. He knew that Xia Yan would never leave if he didn't say so. Although, She didn't want Xia Yan to live with hatred. This might be the only way to make Xia Yan leave. Looking at this scene, Lin Shu couldn't help but open his mouth. Say, why do you guys have to make it look like you're dying? Lin Shu's words caused Zhao Si Magpie as well as Xia Yan, who were in the midst of their grief, to also look at Lin Shu. In the meantime, Wood Danzuan, at this moment, also spoke. Yeah, old man Zhao, what are you thinking? Now, I have brought 5 exalted ones with me, and this one beside me is even the palace master of the southern underworld palace. At the 9th level of the exalted realm, not only will you die, but this female disciple of yours will likewise die. You're on the road together, so naturally there won't be any parting of the living and the dead, said. Wood Danzuan looked at Lin Shu. Your kid's speech is very much to my liking. Let's do it this way. Seeing as you're so young that you're actually able to fly in the air, I can accept you as my disciple. And you, if you offer the heavenly flame, I can also take you under my tutelage, even though you are slightly older. But to be able to reach the 5th level of the avatar, you are considered a genius. Wood Danzuan similarly looked towards Lin Sengxiong. Lin Shu, when he saw Wood Danzuan talking like this, immediately slapped him. Just now, the reason why he tolerated Zhao Sigui's disciple Qin Bufu's provocations was because Lin Shu felt that Zhao Sigui could serve the Lin family. As for this what's her name Wood Danzuan in front of him, Lin Shu had no idea. This person had come to snatch the heavenly flame, so naturally he was an enemy, and when dealing with an enemy, then there was only one solution. Kill it. Lin Shu's slap appeared to be ordinary, and when it fell into the eyes of Mu Danzuan, it was also without the slightest bit of skill. It was not a divine ability, and it was not even the most unusual martial skill. Don't think that just because you're young and have some talent, you can challenge my father. Since you don't want to become a disciple of my father, then go to hell. Wood Danzuan also struck out, and once he struck out, he showed no mercy, and the strength of the 8th level of the Zunshur was displayed without any hesitation, and all of his strength erupted, wanting to completely kill Lin Shu with a single move. At this very moment, Zhao Sigui's face also changed, and without any hesitation, he also made a direct strike. For the sake of today's plan, he still needed Lin Shu's father and son to leave with his female disciple. Lin Shu can't die. As soon as Zhao Sigui made his move, the 5 Zunas who were by the side of the Wood Danzun were also the first to make their moves to stop Zhao Sigui. Do you really think that I have lived these 1,000 years for nothing? However, before they could clash their attacks together, an unexpected thing happened. Wood Danzuan, this Zunshur 8th gravity, the 2nd-ranked alchemy Zunshur of Jiangyu Dynasty, unexpectedly flew out directly backwards, not even carrying a single move in Lin Shu's hands. The sudden scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Zhao Si Magpie, likewise, was incomparably confused. Wood Danzuan, that was a strong person that even he needed some time to defeat. How could it be so unbearable in Lin Shu's hands? Can't help it. Zhao Si Magpie suddenly thought of an extremely frightening speculation. Could it be that Lin Shu was that mysterious Starcatcher powerhouse? The terrifying existence that had overthrown the Northern Moon Palace? All along, he had been taking things too much for granted, and since Lin Shu was young, he hadn't looked at Lin Shu in the eye, and his biggest guess was that Lin Shu was the disciple of a powerful star-picker. But in this world, there are no surprises. No one can stipulate that a star-picking powerhouse must be pale. Besides, looking young on the surface doesn't necessarily mean you're really young. He himself could still refine some longevity pills. So what was so strange about a star-plucking powerhouse that possessed some means of keeping his face intact? Thinking of this, Zhao Sigui immediately spoke respectfully. Senior greetings to Senior Star Picker. Senior Star Picker is currently present, but Senior is still unaware of this. Please forgive me. Chapter 42, Subduing the First Danzun, Total Annihilation of Exalted Ones. Picking stars? As Zhao Si Magpie opened his mouth, those present, including the Wood Danzuan and the 5 Zunas brought by the Wood Danzuan, were all looking at Lin Shu in shock at this moment. They didn't doubt Zhao Si Magpie's words in the slightest, because, not long ago, the North Moon Palace was destroyed. Someone plucked the extra-dimensional star and buried the entire Northern Moon Palace. If it was in the past, they would naturally not believe it, but now at this juncture, there was no room for them to disbelieve it. What's more, Wood Danzuan was knocked out with a single move that seemed effortless. If it wasn't the star-picking realm, who else could do it? Lin Shu could not care less about them, looked at Zhao Si Magpie. Now, I'm only going to ask you one question. I'll give you the right to use the heavenly flame. As a condition, from now on, you need to follow me. Are you willing? Zhao Si Magpie immediately nodded her head. Willing, latecomer willing, and now the juncture. If you are not willing, Zhao Sijia, but understand that he is already desperate. With the Wood Danzu and those people in, it is impossible to be able to leave. The only thing that can be done is to die. Following such a star-picking powerhouse as Lin Shu, that would be able to survive. How could this be unwanted? So very good. Lin Shu nodded in satisfaction. In that case, then take that female disciple of yours and stand beside me. Yes, elder. Without hesitation, Zhao Sigui pulled Xia Yan, who was still in a daze, and immediately stood behind Lin Shu. Lin Shu, and only then did his gaze turn to those several venerable masters. You few, coveting the heavenly flame, then you'll be on your way. The Wood Danzuan, as well as the 5 exalted ones, all fell to the ground at this moment. Senior, don't kill us, we are also willing to follow Senior. Pity. Lin Shu didn't listen at all. If they had just come to borrow the heavenly flame, Lin Shu might have been able to spare them, but they came with the intention of looting, and to kill and take fire. There is naturally no need to keep such a person. Remember to keep your eyes open when robbing others in your next life. Say it. Lin Shu then took a direct shot. 5 Zunas, plus the Wood Dan Zun, for a total of 6 Zunas. One of them was at the 9th level of Zunshur, one was at the 8th level of Zunshur, and 4 others were around the 6th to 7th level of Zunshur. Such a force, put anywhere in the Zhongyu dynasty, it was an unrivaled force. However, to Lin Shu, they were just ants after all. Facing these 6 venerables, Lin Shu didn't even need to use his divine abilities. They weren't worthy yet. With just ordinary moves, they were powerless to resist. Do you really want to kill everyone so badly? Behind us, we represent the great power of the Zhongyu dynasty. I'm the South Underworld Palace Master. I am the Grand Elder of the Sichuan sect. I am the Vice Master of the East Cold Pavilion. Once we are all dead, the major forces of the Zhongyu dynasty will surely come out of the woodwork, and you will have trouble dealing with it even if you are in the star-picking realm. Wood Danzuan also opened his mouth at this moment. I'm a Danzun, and I also have a friend in the Zhongyu dynasty who acquires pills from me. If I die, that friend of mine will definitely come in person. Although that friend of mine is also at the exalted realm, there is a star-plucking powerhouse behind him. If you let me go, I can refine pills for you for free in the future. Lin Shu listened to these words and looked at his father. Father, what they said all remember. When I am free, what South Underworld Palace, East Cold Pavilion, West Shin Sect, I personally go. North Moon Palace has not been gone for a long time. Then let them go down to gather together. Lin Sundao nodded. Don't worry, I'm keeping track. Suddenly, Lin Sengqion looked at Wood Danzuan. Tell me, who is the star-picker powerhouse behind that friend of yours? Which side of the force? Maybe I even know him. When I was young, I also went out of the Jianyue dynasty, and at that time, I also befriended a true legend of the Luyun sect. Even if I don't recognize it, in the future, I should be able to know about it if I ask that true legend about it. Lin Shu was also stunned when he heard his father's words. The Flowing Cloud sect, that was a big power. His own father, when he was young, actually knew the true sect of the Flowing Cloud sect. When my father was young, he was only in the Foundation establishment realm. Right, so how could he know that kind of character? Luyun sect true successor. Such a person, if he arrived at the Jiangyu dynasty, it would be a person who would be enough to make the entire dynasty bow down. However, once he thought that his father was able to chase even a great person like his mother at that time, knowing a regional Luyun sect true successor was not a big deal. Wood Danzuan, at this moment, was also horrified in his heart when he heard Lin Sunxiong's words. If anyone else had said that, he must have scoffed. The true successor of the Flowing Cloud sect, what kind of character was that? It was not something that a small avatar 5th level could recognize, but if this 5th level of the avatar realm had a son of the star-picking realm, then everything would be understandable. In that case, the man behind the man himself is nothing. Even though he was certainly a star-picker, he didn't dare to go and fight against the Flow Cloud sect's true successor. Luyun sect's true biography, that is said to be in the future if not dead, will certainly become Luyun sect's elders, and even Luyun sect's patriarch, are decided from among the true biographies. Looking at Mu Danzuan's face as if he was dead, Lin Shu knew that this person knew, and was probably a minor character. Since it's a minor character, there's not much need to know. The Luyun sect, in their own eyes, were all like ants, and if they wanted to overthrow them, it would only be a matter of a slap. A small player that was even worse than the Flowing Cloud sect was naturally not worth caring about. Without hesitation, Lin Shu then directly killed Wood Danzuan. At the same time, it also wiped out the remaining 5 exalted ones one by one. As for Qin Bubu, Lin Shu didn't kill him. This was Zhao Sigui's disciple, and Zhao Sigui had now followed himself. so this kind of thing would be left to him to deal with on his own. Zhao Si Magpie, looking at Qin Bu 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 left behind, also understood Lin Shu's meaning. It was for him to clean up his own house. Zhao Si Magpie slowly walked towards Qin Bu Bu Bu. Qin Bufu, at the moment, was scared out of his wits inside. He watched his master come and kowtowed vigorously. Master, I was wrong. This is what Zun Mudan forced me to do, and as you know, I'm only at the 8th level of spirit transformation, so how can I go against the words of a Zuni 8th level powerhouse? Zhao Si Magpie shook his head. If you were really forced, why didn't you tell Master? And do you want Master to believe such a clumsy lie? Having said that, Zhao Sigui's heart crossed, and he directly wiped out Qin Bu 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 on the spot. Although, his heart is still a little intolerant. After all, is his own child, not biological, but also comparable to biological. But Qin Bufu, who was really too much of a disappointment to him, had no choice but to do the same. Lin Shu looked at Zhao Sigui and nodded. Come on, follow me back. Yes, Elder, there's no need to call me senior. I'm the young master of the Lin family in this Linjiang city. Since you're following me, in the future you'll be like everyone else. Just call me young master. Yes, young lord. Having said that, Zhao Si Magpie immediately asked Xia Yan, who was beside him, to call out for someone. Xia Yan, too, obeyed her own master's words and honored the young lord. You are very good, talented and quite filial. Since you follow this young master will naturally cultivate you, and in time, surpassing your master will be easy. Thank you, young lord. Soon, the group then returned to the Lin family. Chapter 43, Picking Stars? Nah, I am a returning void powerhouse. System of Hope for the Father. Information on system hosts. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, 7th level. Talent, 3rd grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist. Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Wood. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold. Perfection of the Axiom of Wood. Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungchong. Talent, 5th to 7th grade. Realm, 5th level of the Avatar. Technique, Golden Element Overlord Technique. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Avatar, 9 Fingers of the Overlord. Will, 50% of the Will of Gold. Physique, Innate Body. System Tasks. Task 1, ask the system subsidiary owner to pass through the Northern Moon Palace's calamity. The system subsidiary owner's reward is unknown, and the host's reward is passively upgraded by 1 minor realm. Completed. Reward claimed. Task 2, ask the host and the system affiliated owner to exterminate the North Moon Palace within a month. The system affiliated owner's reward is unknown, and the host's reward is a passive elevation of 1 small realm. Completed. Reward has been claimed. Task 3, request the host and the system's subsidiary owner to survive the Green Lotus Heavenly Flame. If they succeed, the system's subsidiary owner's reward will be unknown, and the host will be rewarded with a passive upgrade of 1 small realm. Completed. Reward not yet received. Back to the Lin family. Lin Shu didn't hesitate, so he directly opened the system. After opening the system, Lin Shu saw that the system mission had been completed. Without hesitation, Lin Shu immediately gave an inward meditation. System, claim your reward. Ding. Due to this Green Lotus Heavenly Flame Havoc Quest completion evaluation being excellent, it is therefore rewarded with a General Excellence gift pack. Ding. The Excellent Mission gift pack has been distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a passive elevation of 1 minor realm. The host's realm has been elevated from the 7th level of Return to Void to the 8th level of Return to Void. Lin Shu immediately sensed that he had become a few more points stronger. Didn't particularly care. However, Lin Shu was quite impressed with this system reward. Looking through these missions, Lin Shu sort of roughly came to a conclusion. Systematic evaluation in 3 grades, Ordinary, Excellent and Perfect. Ordinary, on the other hand, is when one's father is not present. Excellent, on the other hand, is the presence of one's father. As for perfection, that's the whole thing being addressed by your own father. Roughly, of course, Lin Shu was only guessing, and as to whether this was the case or not, it would need to be seen when the mission was completed in the future to see what the rating was. All in all, Lin Shu felt that no matter what, bringing his father along would definitely be beneficial. This is really a system of looking to your father, and you really have to think about your father all the time. Lin Shu didn't think much about it, and then opened the excellent gift pack. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a copy of the Reward Father exclusive mystery map. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a reward Wudao Tower. There are only 2 rewards, 1 bonus copy of the regular prize pack, 2 prizes for the great gift package, 3 rewards for the perfect bundle. In this way, Lin Shu's suspicions were further confirmed. The first reward, again, is an exclusive mystery map. Lin Shu didn't bother to look. There was no doubt that this was another mysterious map that only his own father could view. The only way to know exactly what it was would be for his own father to see it. Speaking of which, the last map, which was still in Lin Shu's hands, Lin Shu had almost forgotten about it. Give them together to father when the time comes. Lin Shu then checked the second reward. Wudao Tower. In the Wudao Tower, there are many branded martial arts powerhouses, and practitioners can enter the Wudao Tower to fight with the powerhouses in the Wudao Tower, thus improving their combat abilities. This Wudao Tower is, in layman's terms, a place of training. Lin Shu understood roughly after reading it. Just then, Lin Sangxiong brought Zhao Sigue over. Xiao Shu, this senior has something for you. Family master. You mustn't call me that. I'm the young master's man. You are the young master's father. How can you call me that? Zhao Si Magpie immediately spoke up. Family master can still call me Old Zhao or Dancer Zhao. Okay, then I'll call you Old Zhao from now on. Lin Shu, seeing them arrive, was also aware of Zhao Si Magpie's intentions. I guess I can't wait to borrow the heavenly flame. Not by speaking directly. There's no need to ask me about this borrowing of the heavenly flame. Father, the heavenly flame is in your hands, so just deal with it yourself. Having said that, Lin Shu looked at Zhao Si Magpie again. As for you, if you want to borrow it, just ask my father directly. Zhao Si Magpie nodded, then spoke again with a rather worried voice. Young lord, there is one more thing that I still need to ask young lord for his opinion. Say it. It's like this. If I were to borrow the heavenly flame, it would be to use it to refine pills in order to help me break through the star-picking realm, and I'm afraid that when utilizing the heavenly flame to refine pills, the heavenly flame's breath would still leak out, and it wouldn't even be any smaller than the one that leaked out in the first place. Zhao Si Magpie opened his mouth. I was relying on my special sense for flames, which is how I detected the heavenly flame aura, and now if I use it for alchemy, it's bound to be a bigger commotion than it was back then, and in that case, it's likely to attract even more powerful people to come. Even Zhao Si Magpie was quite worried. Even more, it might attract star-plucking powerhouses that exist in the neighboring dynasties, and there might be big trouble then. So I want the young lord to lead us to a place where people are rare, so that we won't be detected. Hearing this, Lin Shu understood the worry in his heart and immediately gave him a stabilizing look. Don't worry, with this young lord here, no small-minded person will dare to come. If they really dare to come, this young lord doesn't mind killing a few star-plucking realms. I'm a bit tired of killing Zunis all the time. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Zhao Sijie was also shocked in her heart. Plucking a star is no match for an honored one. However, in Lin Shu's mouth, it seemed that the star-plucking realm, just like an honored one, could be killed whenever it wanted. Lin Sangqiong, at this moment, was also a bit worried. Brat, don't try to be brave. You yourself are only at the plucked star realm. How can you kill a plucked star? Lin Shu smiled and asked a rhetorical question. Since when have I ever said that I myself am in the star-picking realm? This statement was made. In a split second, Lin Sangqiong also froze. What else could it be if not a star-picker? Could it still be above picking stars? Lin Sangqiong couldn't help but ask. Could it be that you are in the Return to Void realm? On the side, Zhao Sigue was a bit confused and asked curiously, what is the Return realm? Lin Sangqiong replied, Old Zhao, returning to the void is the realm above the star-plucking. It is said that returning to the void realm can break the void. A thought can be moved to 10,000 miles away. It is a true great power. What? Zhao Sigue was shocked when she heard this. Shattering the void and moving 10,000 miles away with a single thought. Is this still human? Wouldn't it mean that this kind of existence, as long as it wanted to, could arrive at the Jiangyu dynasty's palace in an instant and kill the Jiangyu dynasty's emperor, and it could do it silently as well? That's not too horrible. That's a lot of killing. Lin Shu, without answering, merely made a stroke of his finger. Next moment, the unbelievably hard void was then like papier-mâché, and a crack was cut open by Lin Shu. This is the void rift. When the two saw it, their faces were shocked, finally realizing that Lin Shu was actually a return to void powerhouse. Lin Sangqiong, at this moment, was also puzzled in his heart. My son didn't try particularly hard to cultivate. When he was a child, he didn't have a high talent for testing, so how did he suddenly become a return to void powerhouse? Chapter 44, Heavenly Flame Alchemy, Plucked Star Sensation. I didn't expect that the young lord would be such a strong person. Since that's the case, then I can feel at ease with my alchemy. Jiaoxi Magpie, at this moment, was also very excited in his heart. Originally, he had another concern. That is, it wasn't just the leakage of the heavenly flame that would lead to star-plucking powerhouses coming to snatch it. That is, once one succeeded in refining that kind of elixir, it might trigger a heaven and earth anomaly. That was a rumored elixir that could break through the star-picking realm. This Dan, ranked at the 6th grade, was called the Star-Breaking Dan. 6th grade pills. In the records, the completion of the pills will have a danjia present, and the fragrance of the pills will float for miles. It is impossible to conceal such a vision. Once this kind of elixir appeared, then it would attract countless Zunis. After all, that was a chance to break through the star-plucking, and no Zuni could carry the temptation of such a chance. Now, with young Master Lin Shu, then everything would not be a problem. The return to Void Realm was enough to suppress everything. Young Lord, I'm fortunate to be able to meet you in this life, and if I succeed in this alchemy and manage to break through the star-picking realm, I swear that I will definitely follow young Lord to the death in this life. Well, let's wait until Dan Chang breaks through star-picking. Lin Shu didn't want to spend so much to take in such an alchemist and be milked to death by his own poisonous milk. After all, it's easy for the average person who makes a flag to simply become a last word. He himself was still hoping that Zhao Sigue would be able to refine cultivation-enhancing pills for his father. If your own father raises his cultivation, then you can raise your own cultivation. Otherwise, why would Lin Shu bother with that effort? Young Lord, then I will retire and go prepare for the alchemy. Go on. Zhao Siki soon left. Star-breaking pill. This pill was ranked at the 6th grade, and it was the first time that Zhao Si Magpie had refined it. In his life, he had refined an unknown number of 5th grade pills, and the refining of 5th grade pills was simply a matter of having his hands full for him. But the star-breaking Dan, after all, was a 6th grade, even though he had been studying the Dan formula for almost 200 to 300 years, and knew all the various details like the back of his hand. The melting of what herbs and the control of the fire were basically well known. However, in order to refine it better, nowadays it was necessary to go back and meditate a bit to maintain an extremely good condition. After Zhao Sigue left, Lin Sangxiang was also leaving. Lin Shu called out to his father. Brat, what's wrong? I'm going to go cultivate. Your kid actually reached the return to Void Realm without saying a word. I can't drag my feet, not to mention anything else. I must at least break through a Zuni. I need to take a dip in the 10,000 blood pool first. Lin Shu listened to his father's words with great satisfaction in his heart. Yes, that's the attitude to practice. The harder his father worked, the better his own chances of raising his cultivation. But, the mysterious map was still in his hands, and it was useless to keep it in his hands, so Lin Shu could only take it out and give it to his father. Here are 2 maps. Father, see if there's anything special about them. Lin Sandong, without hesitation, then took the map. This map. It seems to be recorded around Linjiang City. It says there's an honorable secret realm. Unfortunately, if you want to enter the secret realm, you can only be at the exalted realm. It seems that I can only wait until I break through to exalted before exploring. Lin Shu also spat in his heart when he saw that his father had just gotten his hands on the map and knew where it came from just by looking at it. That's a pretty sweet system. Not bad for an exclusive reward. What about the other map? Lin Shu asked. Lin Sangxiang immediately focused on checking it out. As he watched, Lin Sangxiang's face suddenly became brilliant. Xiao Shu, this is a map about the heavenly flame. It's 300,000 miles away from here, and it's not within the range of the Jianyu dynasty. Surprisingly, it's heavenly fire. Lin Shu sighed in his heart when he heard that. In the meantime, Lin Sangxiang continued to speak. Pity. What's wrong? It's a pity that the secret realm where this heavenly flame is located can only support the star-plucking realm to enter. Lin Sangxiang said. Otherwise, Xiao Shu, you would have possessed a heavenly flame. Lin Shu opened his mouth without a care in the world after hearing this. There's no harm in this. Heavenly flame is dispensable to me. Even without the heavenly flame, in the same realm, no one is my opponent. Lin Sangxiang nodded after hearing this. Then I can only try to see if I can take in this heavenly flame by myself. If I can, and have 2 kinds of heavenly flames. According to the heavenly flame mysteries, if the heavenly flames are fused, the heavenly flame mysteries might be able to evolve. At that time, my strength will definitely be on a higher level. With 2 kinds of heavenly flames in my hands, I may be invincible in the star-picking realm. Lin Shu also congratulated. Then, congratulations in advance to father for conquering the heavenly flame. Brat, don't flatter me. I really don't know how you managed to break through to the return to Void Realm. With that, Lin Sungqian left. Today he has found purpose once again. That would be to break through to Exalted first and explore the secret realm of the Star Plucker powerhouse. And after that, he walked out of the Jiangyu dynasty, and then went in search of that heavenly flame. That was his next goal. A few days later, Zhao Sigui had finally adjusted his state, and at this moment, he was finally starting to refine the elixir. From Lin Songdao, he borrowed the green lotus heavenly flame, heavenly fire. Wanting to devour and absorb it and take it in was not simple. However, alchemists had the art of controlling fire, so if it was briefly manipulated to be used for alchemy, it could still be done. Zhao Sijia was not weak and relied on fire control techniques, so she could sort of control this green lotus heavenly flame. But of course there was also a part of the reason that Lin Sangdao had taken the initiative to let go of his authority. Otherwise, there is a master of the heavenly fire. It is absolutely impossible to be manipulated by others. The only way is for the master of the heavenly fire himself to release the authority to borrow to others, or to kill the master of the heavenly fire. With Lin Sungdao's authority, the green lotus heavenly flame was very gentle in Zhao Sigui's hands, and it didn't seem to be that mighty and violent heavenly flame. Without hesitation, Zhao Sigui took out his own cauldron of alchemy. The tripod was more than 3 feet high and more than 1 foot wide. Zhao Si Magpie immediately controlled the green lotus heavenly flame and began to cauterize the tripod. At this very moment, the people of the Lin family, too, had gathered to watch Zhao Sigui's alchemy. When they realized Zhao Sigui's identity, the many Lin family members, too, were shocked. Surprisingly, it's the first Danzun of Jiangyu. He actually came to the Lin family to refine pills. I've heard that it's to borrow the family master's heavenly flame. The family master actually has a heavenly flame. This is too unbelievable. In that case, this Zhao Danzuan owes my Lin family a favor, and this favor is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. While the many clansmen of the Lin family were shocked and happy, the aura of the green lotus heavenly flame overflowed in all directions, and it didn't take long before it was already overflowing out. At this very moment, the entire Jiangyu dynasty, all the Zunas, were feeling this hot and terrifying flame aura. Even outside the Jiangyu dynasty, there were also strong people who had similarly sensed this aura. It's heavenly fire. In this world, absolutely only heavenly flame can possess such a terrifying flame breath. Ha ha, heavenly fire descending. The opportunity is now present. If we can obtain it, a breakthrough is expected. One time, numerous powerhouses rushed towards the direction of the heavenly flame scent. Chapter 45, Lone Sword Venerable. Seconds, Linjiang City. Zhao Sijie threw a variety of medicinal herbs, according to the ratios, into the cauldron for alchemy in a sequential manner. Under the scorching hot flames of the green lotus heavenly flame, these medicinal herbs, relying on Zhao Sijie's fire control technique, began to melt. Lin Shu, at this moment, his gaze was no longer on top of Zhao Si Magpie's alchemy, but rather, his gaze was looking into the distance. With Lin Shu's strength nowadays, his perception of breath could be said to be extremely wide, and the entire Jiangyu dynasty was among Lin Shu's perceptions. Lin Shu could sense that all over the Jiangyu dynasty, there were strong people coming towards Linzhou City. On each of the powerhouses, the aura was extremely powerful. All of them were Zunshi realm powerhouses. Not to say that all of the venerable masters of the entire Jiangyu dynasty had come out, then it could be said that at least 80% of them, at this time, were all in action. It can't be helped. It's heavenly fire. Once one was able to obtain the heavenly flame, for an exalted, one could absolutely say that they were invincible in the same realm, and even breaking through the star picking in the future would become relatively easy. Which venerable one could refuse such an opportunity? Jiangyu dynasty, the royal capital. The moment. Deep in the palace, Jiang Tianqin, who was His Majesty the Emperor of the Jiangyu dynasty, he was originally in the middle of reviewing the Zhengbiao, when all of a sudden, his head snapped up. Jiang Tianqin, his gaze looked to the north, and then without any hesitation, he directly opened his mouth. First mate, can you feel it? As Jiang Tianqin's words fell, a eunuch beside him, who was about his age and size, also hurriedly opened his mouth at this moment. Your Majesty, I sensed the aura of heavenly flame. That direction. It's the direction of Linzhou County in the northern part of the dynasty. Seeing that his eldest companion felt the same way, Jiang Tianqin immediately gave the order. Great companion, pass my order. Let the palace as well as the Jiang family Zunshi realm powerhouses, together to the direction of Linzhou County. Since the heavenly fire appeared in the middle of my dynasty territory, that is my chance. The fate of the heavens is in me. In the direction of Linzhou County, it was the northern moon palace that was the strongest. And now that the northern moon palace has been destroyed, No one in this Jiangyue dynasty can compete with me for the heavenly flame. The eunuch nodded in response, then exited the imperial study and began to go make arrangements. Sure, the same thing naturally happened to the major powers. South Underworld Palace, Zixuanmen, East Cold Pavilion. These most powerful forces among the major boundaries of the Jiangyu dynasty had sent out their reserves to the original North Moon Palace's area of influence. Of course, there were also quite a few Zunis who were not top-tier forces, and at this time, they were likewise moving on. This day, Jiangyu dynasty, all the major frontiers, one cultivator after another, were shocked as they watched the venerable masters come out one after another. What has happened? Why are these venerable seniors appearing so frequently today? What on earth is it that has attracted such a rush of exalted ones? Not long ago, when the Northern Moon Palace was destroyed, His Holiness wasn't even so this active. Let's go. Follow over and take a look. To be able to make venerable masters all rush over like this, it's worth it for us to even take a look. Time. The slow flow. There was already an hour that had passed since Zhao Sijie had begun alchemy. At this moment, Zhao Sigue was already completely immersed in alchemy. Without any worries, he immersed himself in alchemy with his whole body and mind. After all, with Lin Shu around, he could be completely unconcerned about being disturbed by other people. Zhao Sigue's alchemy was very smooth. Lin Shu, watching Zhao Sigue's alchemy go quite smoothly, was also quite satisfied in his heart. If Zhao Sigue's alchemy went well, it would mean that the elixir to break through the star-picking realm could be refined. In this way, Zhao Sigue had hopes of breaking through the star-picking. After Zhao Sijie broke through the star-picking, Lin Shu would not have to do some of the things in the future and could leave them to him. Unlike today, when you run into something slightly big, you have to take matters into your own hands. Just when Lin Shu was very satisfied, a voice came from outside Linjiang City. Ha ha ha, this honored one is the first to arrive. It seems that this heavenly flame is this honored one's. The person who came was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, looking at Zhao Sijie who was in the middle of alchemy. At this moment, a color of joy also surfaced in his eyes. I didn't expect that it would be you, Zhao Sigue, who is refining pills here. This is really heaven's help. Since you're in the middle of alchemy, then don't blame me for not being polite. The middle-aged man, secretly laughing in his heart. Zhao Si Magpie, if he is not in the alchemy, he still has fear. After all, can stand at the peak of the Jiangyue dynasty, one of the few people. There were only a handful of people who could match that, no more than a handful. As for those who could secure a victory, there was even less. Unless they were star-plucking powerhouses, there was no one in the Jiangyu dynasty who dared to say that they could suppress Zhao Si Magpie. However, nowadays, Zhao Si Magpie didn't seem to perceive his arrival and was completely immersed in it. At this juncture, he could definitely succeed if he sneak attacked, and once he succeeded, he would directly grab the heavenly flame and leave. By then, the world would be so large that even if the other venerable masters of the Jiangyu dynasty came, they would not be able to find themselves since they had already left long ago. Big deal. First leave the Jiangyu dynasty, find a place where people are rare and hide, and then come back after refining the heavenly flame and breaking through the star-picking realm in the future. With that in mind, he went straight for it. An astonishing divine ability was unleashed in his hands, just when he thought he was winning and could succeed in a sneak attack, or even directly kill Zhao Sijie in a sneak attack. At some point, a young man suddenly appeared beside him. The young man, naturally, was Lin Shu. Lin Shu, looking at the venerable one who appeared first and actually tried to make a sneak attack on Zhao Si Magpie. Naturally, he couldn't stand it. This was a Zhao Si Magpie who was able to alchemize pills for his father to enhance his strength, as well as a Zhao Si Magpie who was able to run errands and be a toolman for his future. How can you let someone sneak up on you? Therefore, Lin Shu struck out directly. Once he struck, although it wasn't at full strength, he was still moving to kill. Even if Lin Shu didn't exert his full strength, in the event that he moved to kill, it was definitely not something that a mere Zuni could resist, and moreover, it was only a Zuni third tier. Just like that, a venerable threefold, to the point of death, didn't even know who had killed him, sneaking up on this young lord's person right under his nose. You're really looking for death. Lin Shu glanced at this middle-aged male venerable, and then moved to a big tree in the sky and hung his corpse on the tree. And then, sitting quietly above the firmament, he looked at the Zunis who were getting closer and closer in all directions of the Jiangyu dynasty. It wasn't until they were close to Linjiang City that Lin Shu spoke. This is forbidden land, and honored ones are forbidden. If there is a breach, this man will be the end of it, said. Lin Shu pointed at the middle-aged man who had just been killed and hanged not long ago. Originally, when these Zunis came and saw that a young man had dared to block their path, there was more or less some anger in their hearts. They were exalted ones. When did a junior dare to come and block the way? However, upon seeing that venerable one, his pupils instantly shrunk. This is the Lone Sword Father, Lone Xingyun, and he died just like that? That's the latest generation of legendary sword exalted to rise. The exalted third sword intent has already reached 90%. How did he die so silently? One time, the various venerable masters who arrived did not dare to overstep their bounds. Chapter 46, One Man is a Heavenly Fence. The Way to Death? Lone Sword Cloud, the Jiangyu dynasty's swordfather who had gained notoriety in these recent years. Although he was only at the third level of Zun Shi, his sword intent comprehension was extremely deep and had already reached 90%. This kind of will mastery was something that even some veteran Zun Shi 8th and 9th level powerhouses might not be able to achieve. Because of this, Lone Sword Zun was invincible in the Jiangyu dynasty in the same realm. It is reputed to have the qualifications of the Mad Zun of 500 years ago. Mad Zun, that is, the absolute powerhouse who came out 500 years ago, who had never lost a single battle in the same realm for 300 years across the entire Jiangyu dynasty. In Tianzheng, it's not a shocking comment, to say the least. There were even rumors that Lone Jianyun was perhaps the most promising existence to break through to the star-picking realm among these Zunis today. The crowd of Zunis, looking at the body of the Lone Sword Zun Lone Xingyun hanging from the tree, could not help but tremble in their hearts at this moment. There weren't many Zunis present who could be stronger than the Lone Sword Zun. Lin Shu, on the other hand, didn't look like he had any injuries on his body, and they hadn't even felt the fight fluctuations before. What does that mean? It means that the Lone Sword Zun Lone Xingyun, most likely, was killed in seconds, and Lone Xingyun was killed without even reacting. One of the more powerful Zunis couldn't help but open his mouth at this moment. The Lone Sword Father was killed by you? Who the hell are you? Why? Among the Jiangyu dynasty, I've never heard of you? Lin Shu, glancing at that venerable one, spoke extremely plainly. You are not qualified to know. That person, hearing Lin Shu's words so unceremoniously, instantly blushed in displeasure. You, as the words reached his mouth, he suddenly realized something and stifled it. This young man in front of him, if he was truly a strong person who could kill Lone Sword Zun in seconds, if he were to anger himself, there was a high possibility that he would step into the dust of Lone Sword Zun. Lin Shu, seeing that he didn't dare to open his mouth again, only looked at him slightly and stopped paying attention. A Zun Shi 5th level, such a Zun Shi, if he dared to talk nonsense again, Lin Shu wouldn't mind having another Zun Shi corpse hanging from this tree. However, this person reacted quickly and didn't dare to open his mouth again, so Lin Shu naturally didn't bother with him. That's all. Above the celestial dome, a dozen or so Zunis, looking at Lin Shu, fell into a moment of silence. At this moment, no one dared to open their mouths again, let alone overstep Lin Shu to approach Zhao Sijie and snatch the heavenly flame. If these people didn't do anything, Lin Shu was naturally too lazy to do anything and was happy to be free. This leisure didn't last long, when a few untimely sounds suddenly disturbed the peace. Since all the honored ones have come so early, yet they are still waiting here, could it be that they are waiting for my Sichuan sect? In that case, then this elder will thank you all here. When this elder captures the heavenly flame, when that time comes and everyone is wanting to try it out, this elder won't be stingy in lending it to you to try it out. Lin Shu looked away. 9 reverends arrived, and the one at the head was an old man. Cultivation, reaching the 8th level of Zun Shi. This person called himself this elder and was clearly an elder of the Sichuan sect. The Western Xian sect, along with the Northern Moon Palace, belonged to the 4 major sects of the Jiangyu dynasty. The second hall master of the North Moon Palace was the 8th level of an exalted, and since the North Moon Palace was still vaguely known as the number 1 clan, then this elder should be the grand elder of the Western Xian sect. Sure enough, it was as Lin Shu had guessed. A dozen or so loose cultivator reverends had already reached, and when they saw the visitor, they also opened their mouths at this moment. Greetings to the grand elder of the Sichuan sect. So it's Senior Venerable Xian Yun. Greetings to Senior Xian Yun. Xian Yun, waving his hand. You all don't have to be polite. He then immediately asked, Gentlemen, don't tell this elder that you're really just waiting for this elder. I wonder what happened. Is it possible to clear up this elder's confusion? Venerable Xian Yun. He naturally knew that these venerables in front of him, although they were not as deep as the Western Xian sect, however, if they arrived early, the heavenly flame was current, and it was also absolutely impossible that they would wait for the Western Xian sect. The reason why he was waiting here was definitely because he had met something. It was just that Venerable Xian Yun was curious as to what kind of thing had made a dozen or so venerables not dare to take the lead in grabbing the heavenly flame. Venerable Xian Yun, could not help but look in the direction of the heavenly flame. Jiaoxi Magpie. It's him. Although Jiaoxi Magpie is powerful, it's not so powerful that they wouldn't dare to move. Could it be that they didn't come to snatch the heavenly flame in general with themselves, but rather, they were allies that Zhao Sigui was looking for and asked them to come and protect the law? Thinking about it this way, Venerable Xian Yun felt that the possibilities were high. Zhao Sijie, the first Danzun of the Jiangyu dynasty. Although this person was not good at socializing, but with such a layer of status, inviting some Zunis to protect him was not much of a surprise. Venerable Xian Yun, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right and couldn't help but ask, "Everyone, could it be that you are protecting Zhao Danzuan?" However, to Venerable Xian Yun's surprise, all of these venerables, surprisingly, shook their heads in unison, and then, his gaze went to Lin Shu. Venerable Xian Yun, at this moment, only then did he refocus his gaze on Lin Shu. Just now, he had seen Lin Shu, just such a young man that he didn't care and just took it as the descendant of a certain reverend. Now, it seemed that things were not simple, and when this group of Zunis looked at Lin Shu, there was clearly a deep scorn contained in their eyes. That makes it strange. How could a young man make a group of venerable masters jealous? Venerable Xian Yun couldn't help but carefully sizing up Lin Shu. Being young and able to step into the air meant that the realm was at least divine. Yes, the realm. Venerable Xian Yun immediately checked Lin Shu's realm, yet when he did, he couldn't see a single thing. The young man in front of him was as if he were an ordinary person in his own eyes. There are only two possibilities for this one. The young man had practiced a secret technique to astringe his realm's aura so that he could not view his realm. The young man's realm was higher than his own, and much higher, so that he was likewise unable to view his realm. If it was the second choice, then it meant that the young man was a star-picker powerhouse. At the thought of this, Venerable Xian Yun was startled. He immediately thought of the Northern Moon Palace and the mysterious star-picking powerhouse that had overthrown it. Venerable Xian Yun immediately opened his mouth cautiously and asked, "Dare I ask, is Your Excellency the mysterious star-picking powerhouse who overthrew the Northern Moon Palace?" Lin Shu, looking towards Venerable Xian Yun, although this person seemed a bit arrogant, his mind was quite lively, and he guessed his origin in a flash. "You can think so." The conversation between Venerable Xian Yun and Lin Shu reached the ears of all the venerables present. For a time, these Zunis, looking at Lin Shu, were all filled with a strong look of shock. He was able to kill the Fox Sword Exalt and didn't have combat fluctuations and wasn't injured himself. In that case, it does fit. Think about it. These honored ones, without hesitation, bowed. "Greetings to Elder Starcatcher." Venerable Xian Yun, this Grand Elder of the Sichuan sect, likewise spoke with incomparable respect. "Senior Xian Yun, Grand Elder of the Sichuan sect, greets Senior Starcatcher. No need to be polite." Lin Shu spoke with a flat expression and an indifferent tone. "If you do not covet the fire of heaven, since you can live, and vice versa is the way to death. Since Your Excellency is a star-plucking powerhouse, I wonder if you are willing to take a move from my father." Lin Shu froze. At this time, there are still rash people looking for death? However, it soon became clear. As it turns out, another force has arrived. Looking at the appearance of the man in the center of this power, wearing a dragon robe, Lin Shu understood the origin of this power right away. This is, the Jiangyu royal family has arrived. Chapter 47, Red Lotus Venerable, the third true successor of the Flowing Cloud sect, honored? Lin Shu gazed at the person who opened his mouth. He was curious. At this time, knowing that he was a star-plucking powerhouse, all the other exalted ones facing him were calling themselves juniors, and yet now someone was calling themselves this exalted one in front of a star-plucking powerhouse? In the world of cultivation, there are only three kinds of people: Taoist friends, junior friends, seniors, and mole crickets. For Lin Shu, those who were stronger than himself were seniors. Those who are weaker than yourself, that's a mole. As for those with similar strength as yourself, it's up to your own will. If you want to call a name, if you want to call a Taoist friend a Taoist friend. This does not include those who are weaker than themselves and call themselves honored before them. When Lin Shu's eyes looked over, he saw a man in red. Before Lin Shu could understand this person's identity, a venerable one present had already spoken. Surprisingly, it's him, Venerable Red Lotus. I didn't expect Venerable Red Lotus to be here as well, and he's even with the royal family. Yes, there are rumors that Venerable Red Lotus is not from the Jiangyu dynasty. When he first appeared in the Jiangyu dynasty, because he was too arrogant, he also suffered from the royal family's manhunt, and now this situation is truly unexpected. Venerable Red Lotus? When Lin Shu heard this name, he also remembered such a person. Once, the Jiangyu dynasty appeared a bold character. This person is the Red Lotus Venerable. It is said that this person even one after another evil caught the royal family 2 princesses and 3 consorts, even said that the Red Lotus Venerable once even touched into the queen's bedchamber, forcing the emperor of the Jiangyu dynasty to put out a wanted notice, although it is only reported, but often things do not come from empty holes. Now this Red Lotus Venerable, but with the Jiangyu dynasty royal family to stay together is indeed surprising. However, Lin Shu didn't care about this kind of crap and didn't want to know why they were together. Lin Shu, looking towards Venerable Red Lotus. If you want to take a move from this young lord, it depends on what your bet is. Venerable Red Lotus immediately replied, since your excellency is a star-plucking powerhouse, I'm sure you won't be interested in ordinary bets. I wonder how about a great divine ability. This statement was made. The many Zunas present were suddenly startled. Worthy of being Venerable Red Lotus, opening his mouth is a great divine power. Yes, all the divine abilities circulating in the Jiangyu dynasty are small divine abilities. Only some Zunas with strange encounters as well as deep backgrounds have large divine abilities, and even then, that's the bottom card, and he's actually taking it out as a bet. That's normal. After all, when facing a star-plucking powerhouse, if there is no great power, how can it arouse interest? Lin Shu shook his head. The great avatar is good, but Lin Shu possesses supreme magical powers. That was sealed in Lin Shu's mind by his mother when he was a child, and it wasn't until Lin Shu obtained the system, and with the system's passive enhancement, when his cultivation reached the star-picking realm, that supreme divine ability was revealed in Lin Shu's mind. There was a supreme divine power, and a mere great divine power was not enough to arouse Lin Shu's interest. And what does His Excellency want? Venerable Red Lotus, seeing that Lin Shu was surprisingly uninterested in any of the great avatars, he was also a bit surprised and couldn't help but ask. Life and death. Lin Shu's voice was extremely indifferent and filled with morose coldness. As Lin Shu's words fell, Venerable Red Lotus frowned slightly at that moment. Your Excellency is too overbearing, isn't he? It's just a district competition. Why should it involve life and death? Since you don't dare then get lost, this young master has no obligation to fight with you, unless you are the one who sends you to your death. This young master is somewhat interested. You are certainly a star picker, but heaven and earth is big. Star picker is not you one. You may not know my origin. If you know, you will not think that Star Picker can be proud of the world people. Oh, sounds like you've come from an unusual place? Other than that, Lin Shu wasn't interested, but the other party's origin did interest Lin Shu. It involves whether one can just kill him or not. If he had a deep background, Lin Shu would still need to consider it. After all, he wasn't invincible nowadays. If the background was within his reach, Lin Shu would not spoil him. I'm the third true disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, Venerable Red Lotus. His face was filled with condescension as he spoke these words. Perhaps, you don't know about the Flowing Cloud sect, but I can tell you that the Flowing Cloud sect can casually find more than 20 star-picking realms like yours, and my master, who is the Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, has even reached the 7th level of star-plucking. Venerable Red Lotus, the more he spoke, the more arrogant he became. Because of this, it is because I played with 2 princesses and 3 concubines of the Jiangyu dynasty, and even had the empress serve me tea, and I was wanted by the Jiangyu dynasty, but in the end, I had to make amends to me instead. With those words, present, many Zunas, at this moment, had their faces become incomparably wonderful. Originally, I thought that it was just that the Red Lotus Exalted One had captured 2 princesses and 3 concubines, and later sent them back to the Jiangyu dynasty, and that was the end of the matter. It turned out that there was such a hidden secret. If that was the case, the Jiangyu dynasty royal family, indeed, had to admit defeat. That's a 7th level star picker. Jiangyu dynasty, in the past, there were no star-picking powerhouses, but it didn't prevent them from imagining the power of a star-picking powerhouse, not to mention that this was still the 7th level of star-picking. However, at this moment, Lin Shu was smiling inwardly upon hearing that. To mess up half a day, pretending to be so arrogant. It turns out that behind the back is only the Ruyan sect, just a star-picking 7 weight of the elders. If it was someone from that Yunni imperial dynasty, Lin Shu might be a bit wary, but the Ruyan sect, it's just an ant. Lin Shu already had no interest in talking nonsense with him anymore. Next moment, Lin Shu then struck out. It was still flat and uneventful, not exerting any divine abilities and lightly slapping out a palm. Venerable Red Lotus, seeing Lin Shu striking out, was actually a bit excited at the moment, and he too immediately cast a great divine power. Good timing. It's been 10 years since I've been practicing outside. These days, my father has constantly challenged the venerable masters of the 18 dynasties under the boundaries of the Ruyan sect, and so far, I haven't lost a single battle. It just so happens that a few days ago, he broke through the 9th level of Zunshur, the Zunshur realm. My father is already invincible. Today, let this honorable father battle picking star, and when I defeat you, it's time for me to go back. Red Lotus Venerable. Although this person was arrogant, his strength was indeed extremely good. It was the strongest one among those Lin Shu had seen so far, other than Yin Tianji, who used the blood-burning avatar to inspire the drawing that contained the power of returning to the void. Even Zhao Sijie, in Lin Shu's opinion, was inferior to him. This person, the power of will had been sensed to perfection, and there was more than one, especially this force of will that Lin Shu currently feels from its body, like the will of blood and some devouring intent. It should be blood-sucking. This is already on the verge of touching the level of the Upanishads. However, it is all empty in the end. This palm of Lin Shu's appeared to be ordinary, but it was a palm that returned to the void, not exerting all its strength, not causing the void to shatter, but causing the entire heaven and earth to be in the middle of this palm. The power of will, no matter how strong it was still ultimately aided by the power of heaven and earth. And now, with this palm of Lin Shu's, which directly isolated heaven and earth, even the most powerful wills became castles in the air. Venerable Red Lotus, who was originally full of confidence, until Lin Shu's palm completely fell, his face immediately changed. You are not a star picker one? As she watched Lin Shu's palm get closer and closer, Venerable Red Lotus was suppressed by an extremely terrifying pressure that prevented her from moving, and at this moment, she finally cowered. No, you can't kill me. My master is the second elder of the Flowing Cloud sect. He was at the 7th level of star picking, and now that 10 years have passed, he may have been at the 8th level of star picking. Lin Shu, as if he hadn't heard it, this palm remained unabated in speed. Emperor Jiangyu, quickly, help me. As long as you help me, I'll go back and tell my master to make Jiangyu dynasty the head of the 18 dynasties. Upon hearing this, the emperor of Jiangyu dynasty did not hesitate and immediately ordered, someone, invite the ancestral weapons and form the 9 intentions extreme Zun formation. In a split second, in the royal family of the Jiangyu dynasty, the 9 honored ones then walked out directly, enveloping Lin Shu in them. Chapter 48, Killing in Progress. Emperor Jiangyu fell. Lin Shu, looking at the 9 imperial exalted persons who surrounded him, his expression was unavoidable. At this moment, his gaze looked towards the emperor of the Jiangyu dynasty. Do you want to be exterminated? The emperor of Jiangyu dynasty looked at Lin Shu and immediately arched his hand. Senior, we have no choice but to do so. As long as Senior lets go, my royal family will naturally not make things difficult for Senior. Hear this. Lin Shu didn't say any more. A round, but just a few more kills. The moment, Lin Shu didn't hold back any longer. The Red Lotus Venerable One, in but a moment, was slapped to death by Lin Shu. And then, as Lin Shu reached out, his body was instantly fished over, and then smoothly hung from a tree to the side. As of this moment, this tree that had been moved over by Lin Shu along with the land where its roots were rooted had 2 venerable masters hanging from it at this moment. And that, necessarily, is not the limit today, because the 9 imperial honored ones had already finished setting up the grand formation at this moment. Looking at Lin Shu, he killed the Red Lotus Venerable without the slightest bit of discussion. The emperor of Jiangyu dynasty was also furious at this moment. You dare to be so bold as to kill the Red Lotus Venerable. Venerable Red Lotus died in the Jiangyu dynasty's territory. Even if I stop now, it's already too late. You've led the Jiangyu dynasty to the brink of extinction. Today, even if I have to pay a greater price, I'll let you fall here. 9 intentions extreme exaltation formation. Enlighten. Having said that, this emperor of the Jiangyu dynasty didn't hesitate and actually joined the grand formation himself, presiding over it. Lin Shu, at the moment, was in the middle of a large formation, and even though Lin Shu didn't know anything about formations, he was able to see exactly what this formation was doing. This formation contained 9 types of willpower, and it was also 9 types of perfect willpower. No wonder, it was called the 9 intentions extremely honorable grand formation. An exalt who controlled the power of consummate will, in the unusual sense, could not be the one who had reached the limit of an exalt and could be called an extreme exalt. At this very moment, the other exalted ones present, for a moment, didn't know how to conduct themselves. Lin Shu, the mysterious star picker, killed Venerable Red Lotus. Venerable Red Lotus's master, who was at the 7th level of star plucking, would definitely come to take revenge. At this moment, They were thinking about whether they should now join in the siege of Lin Shu just like the Jiangyu royal family. If he joined in, he would be offending a star plucker powerhouse on the spot. If he didn't join in the future, when the Red Lotus Venerable's master would come and he would just watch, would he be liquidated by that star-plucking 7th level Flowing Cloud Sect's Grand Elder? Suffice it to say, they are on or off. Gentlemen, what do we do now? What else can we do? We can only go on with our heads. With this royal family's great formation plus the ancestral weapon left behind by the royal family's first ancestor, the star-picking strongman, if we all go out together, we may not be without the power to fight in the face of the star-picking strongman. But what if we still lose? The anger of a star-plucking powerhouse is not so easy to bear. Is the anger of a star-picking powerhouse good to bear? Or is the anger of that Ruyan sect good to bear? Think clearly. Ruyan sect, according to Venerable Red Lotus, can casually find more than 20 star-picking there. For a while, the many Zunis, who had originally been intimidated by Lin Shu's star-picking strength and had previously treated Lin Shu with respect, now thought that the Ruyan sect had more than 20 star-pickers, and they also directly struck out. No way. A star plucker. The deterrent power was certainly strong, but the Flowing Cloud sect's deterrent power was even stronger. Of course, there were also exalted ones who still didn't choose to make a move at this moment. Why don't you guys think about it? If he dares to kill Venerable Red Lotus, does that mean he's not afraid of the Flowing Cloud sect? The Flowing Cloud sect is certainly powerful, but it may not be the most powerful. I still believe that he is stronger than the Flowing Cloud sect, just based on the fact that he just had no fluctuations in his demeanor, and that killing the Red Lotus Venerable was as if he was crushing ants. I can guarantee that this senior categorically has a strength that is no less than the Flowing Cloud sect. Gentlemen, I'll take my leave. I won't get involved in this matter, and I won't fight over the heavenly flame. Many exalted ones had even begun to leave this place. Lin Shu, looking at the departing Zunis, didn't leave them behind. Since these people were so sensible, there was no need for Lin Shu to kill them all, and since they hadn't done anything detrimental to themselves yet anyway, he would let them live. As for the question of whether or not he would snitch on the Flowing Cloud sect, Lin Shu had no fear in his heart. If the Ruyan sect was so powerful that it couldn't cope with itself, Lin Shu might have just settled all the Zunis present for the sake of secrecy. But since he wasn't afraid of the Ruyan sect, he wasn't afraid of informing on them either. Of course, even though there were quite a few Zunis who left, there were still quite a few Zunis who stayed behind, even joining the Imperial formation. Roughly looking over, there were already no less than 20 Zunis under siege today. Even that Grand Elder of the Western Xian sect, Venerable Xian Yuan, who had previously appeared to Lin Shu to be capable of flexing his muscles, had now unexpectedly joined the Nine Intentions Extreme Venerable formation under the auspices of the Imperial family. Stubborn, Lin Shu gently spat out a cry, and then, without any further hesitation, his figure flickered and immediately disappeared in place. Appearing again, there was already an exalted one in his hands, but this exalted one was already dead. No one knew exactly how Lin Shu had done it. This bizarre scene caused the originally besieging Zunis to feel some trepidation in their hearts. Lin Shu's strength seemed stronger than expected. No good. Some exalted reacted and without hesitation, they directly broke away from the siege, and then turned around and flew away towards the distance. Lin Shu, looking at those Zunis who had participated in the siege but were now trying to flee, smiled contemptuously. It's already too late. In the meantime, Lin Shu's hand gently pinched, and between heaven and earth, an invisible heavenly yuan chessboard that only Lin Shu could see emerged. Every exalted one was instantly enveloped in the heavenly yuan chessboard, and supreme great divine abilities were cast. A black and white chess piece appeared between heaven and earth. Those Zunis who had participated in the siege of Lin Shu and were now trying to escape were all unable to move at this moment and were confined above the firmament. Fifth, Lin Shu gently counted, and then on the big tree, there was one more venerable corpse, the initial middle-aged man, the later lone sword venerable, and the Red Lotus venerable, plus that one venerable just now, and now naturally the fifth. Lin Shu's voice, which was extremely plain, fell into the ears of the venerable masters present, but it was like a demonic sound, as if the cultivators of hell were whispering to them. 6th place, 7th place, 8th place, one by one, all the Zunis, without the slightest ability to fight back, were struck down by Lin Shu and then hung from the tree. The emperor of the Jiangyu dynasty, and now he was also afraid. Lin Shu's strength was too terrifying. Originally, it was thought that with the ancestral artifact left behind by the star-selecting ancestor, together with the Nine Intentions Extreme Exalted Grand Formation, even if it was impossible to kill Lin Shu, it should be no problem to fend him off a little. However, Things went far beyond expectations. Gentlemen, we can't run away anymore. If we let him break us down one by one, we will have no chance of winning. Transfer the power to me. I will open the star-picking ancestral weapon. Lin Shu. His eyes looked towards the emperor of the Jianyu dynasty, and then a black chess piece swept away. You're the one who's full of crap. Next moment, the emperor of the Jianyu dynasty, who was still thinking of fighting for his life, directly became a corpse on a tree. Emperor of Jianyu dynasty, Meteor, 49, the arrival of the star picker. Seeing the flowing cloud sect again? With the death of the emperor of the Jianyu dynasty, the Nine Intentions Extreme Exaltation Grand Formation was left without a main formation. Without the main arrayer, the power of this so-called Grand Array naturally plummeted. With the existence of the Grand Array, they were unable to fight against Lin Shu, not to mention the absence of the Grand Array nowadays. With the death of the person in the main formation, for a while, all the venerable masters, too, had panic in their hearts. Escape! Without any hesitation, they already had no desire to fight at this point. Unfortunately, Lin Shu had long ago laid down a heavenly yuan chessboard in this heaven and earth, and each and every one of them was in the chessboard. A pawn in Lin Shu's hands. How can a chess piece? How can it jump out of the board? How can it escape from the control of the chess player? When they wanted to escape, their figures seemed to be fixed in place, and no matter how they acted, they were unable to move their figures by half a point. Elders, spare your life. Facing the fear within their hearts, even the high and mighty venerable ones, who now had no pride of their own, opened their mouths. Senior, we are willing to submit. Please forgive us. Senior, we are all exalted. We must be of some use to you. As long as Senior is willing to spare us, we will surely obey Senior's words. No one dares to disobey. Senior, I can still submit the forces behind me to Lin Shu, and in the future, if Senior has any orders, we can saddle up for Senior. Hearing these words, Lin Shu shook his head. Where in this world is there such a good thing as trying to beg for forgiveness when you fail? When you guys just struck out, that tactic wasn't gentle at all. If not for this young lord's strength, I'm only afraid that I would have become a corpse by now. Listening to Lin Shu's words, the many Zunshur powerhouses all had a heavy expression on their faces at this moment. Obviously, Lin Shu was not going to give them a chance to live. Since Lin Shu didn't want to give them a chance to live, they naturally wouldn't let Lin Shu have a good time either. Everyone, since he is unwilling to accept our goodwill, then we will die or we will strike him hard. Everyone, follow me and explode together. If so many of our honored ones explode, even if he is a star-plucking powerhouse, it will definitely be hard for him to resist. This man's proposal was quickly agreed upon. Unable to live, the only way to die, they naturally wanted to die with a bang. Lin Shu looked at them as if they were ready to die, and if he didn't know, I'm afraid he would really think that these people weren't afraid of death. Although, Lin Shu wasn't worried about them blowing themselves up. A group of mole crickets, even if they blew themselves up, could not possibly harm the mighty tiger. But Lin Shu didn't want to watch them blow themselves up either. Lin Shu struck out. Is it too easy to think of blowing yourself up in front of this young lord? The moment Lin Shu struck, a single Zunshur, before he could react, directly fell on the spot. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that just coming here would actually allow this seat to see such a wonderful show. As Lin Shu continued to harvest the life of an exalted, several figures quietly arrived between the skies, their speed extremely fast, far from being comparable to that of an exalted. Lin Shu gazed over with a slight interest in his eyes. The person who came was at the star-picking realm. It seemed that it was the aura of the heavenly flame spreading too quickly, and it was already being felt by the other dynasty powerhouses 10,000 miles away. To the star-picking realm, 10,000 miles was not far away. At the time when they felt the aura of the heavenly flame, to their arrival today, this amount of time was enough for them to cross 10,000 miles. Looking at the appearance of several powerful people, the Zunis who were originally being harvested one by Lin Shu were as if they had found a life-saving straw at this moment, and they hurriedly opened their mouths. Elder, help! Elder, please still save us. This person is the murderous devil. As long as Senior saves us, we are willing to become Senior's slaves and be driven by Senior from now on. A few plucked stars, who had trekked 10,000 miles away, glanced at the several venerables who had begged for help, and then looked at Lin Shu. This fellow Daoist, although these venerables have offended you, I don't think they can do you any real harm, so why don't you see fit to let them go? I happen to be short of a few servants by my side. Lin Shu swept a glance at the strong man who had opened his mouth, the second level of star plucking. Then, without opening his mouth, he struck out once more, killing an exalted and hanging on a tree to the side. his expression flat to the end, as if he didn't put anything in his eyes. Lin Shu's expression instantly angered that star-plucking second-level powerhouse. Fellow Daoist, aren't you going a little too far with this kind of sightlessness? Not cool? Lin Shu glanced at him. If you're not happy, you can just go ahead and strike. It just so happens that there are enough honored ones hanging from this tree, and now it's time to hang one to remove the stars. You, that star-plucking second-level powerhouse. His face instantly turned red and he was about to directly strike. The few around him, however, immediately stopped him. Both of you, we're all star-pluckers. Why should we hurt our peace over the deaths of some honored ones? Right, the two of you should still shake hands and make peace. If you hurt your peace for the sake of your holiness, it would be a laughing stock. We're all here for the heavenly flame. Compared to that, honored ones aren't worth mentioning. This fellow Daoist, please continue while we watch. Upon hearing these words, the original venerable who had begged for help suddenly turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. I thought that I could survive. I did not expect that in the eyes of the star-picking powerhouses, Zunis they are so cheap, that is, they are slaves. People do not even take into account. Lin Shu, while continuing his operation of hanging people, said, if you are here for the heavenly flame, then you may leave. What? Could it be that you want to take the heavenly flame all to yourself? They could not care about the exalted one, but they had to care about the heavenly flame. Your holiness, if they were so inclined, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to cultivate a few. But the heavenly flame, this was a true wonder of heaven and earth, and without chance, it would be impossible to stumble upon it in one's lifetime. Now that he had come across it, it was the opportunity of a lifetime, so he couldn't give it up just because Lin Shu casually said so. Swallow it alone? This heavenly flame is originally this young lord's. How can there be any talk of keeping it all for oneself? The star-picker powerhouse couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoists don't think we're from this lowest of dynasties. If the heavenly flame was taken in by you, how could you not have any heavenly flame scent on your body? Viewing the scent of your friends, they are all the same as us and have not used the heavenly flame. If fellow Daoist is truly the owner of the heavenly flame, wouldn't he have never used it? There was a venerable, who even opened his mouth. Don't say that you're not the master of the heavenly flame. Even if you really are the master of the heavenly flame, there's no rule in this world that says that the master of the heavenly flame can't be changed. As soon as these words came out, Lin Shu's gaze immediately glared over. What was reflected in the eyes was a rich and beautiful woman. It's a pity that pretty is pretty, but the most poisonous woman's heart. This person opened her mouth to kill herself. Facing this kind of murderous intent towards himself, Lin Shu didn't care if you were a woman, let alone if you were good-looking. Just now, is that what you said? The plump beauty was suddenly angling her chest. So what if it is? Other people won't offend a starcatcher at will, but I'm not afraid. I forgot to tell you that my brother is an elder of the Ruyan sect, and my husband is the head of the 18 dynasties under the Ruyan sect. My son and daughter, both of whom are in the Flowing Cloud sect, are even ranked as true legends. The likes of you don't make it into my eyes. A word of advice. Hand over the heavenly flame and I can keep you around as a facehead. After all, you're young and good-looking. Lin Shu all but laughed at this woman who didn't know what she was doing. When faced with a woman like that, then the only way to solve it, that is, send her to her death. Chapter 50, Cave of Heaven. Empress Ci. Once upon a time, there were quite a few people like you, and now the grass is growing on their graves. The plump beauty snorted coldly when she heard Lin Shu's words. You're a star-plucking realm, nestled in this lowest of dynasties. Naturally you're lawless and no one can provoke you, but the heavens and the earth are so large that you, a countryman living here at a snail's pace, cannot know them. Having said that, the plump beauty then looked at the several star-picking powerhouses that had come together and spoke directly. You few, if you are willing to help me kill him, I can be the master of making you my Yuanyang dynasty's guest ministers. My Yuanyang dynasty, that's the first of the 18 dynasties under the boundary of the Ruyan sect. The resources are unimaginable to you. Become a guest secretary. All kinds of resources you will be qualified to enjoy. And you, how about just getting his head for me? In this world, is there a simpler test to become a guest secretary of the Yuanyang dynasty? Hearing this, for a moment, the several star-plucking powerhouses present all looked at each other. You looking at me and I looking at you, not knowing what they were thinking. Soon enough, a star-picker powerhouse spoke up. This person was none other than the star-picking realm powerhouse who had clashed with Lin Shu just after his arrival. Empress Ci, I am willing to follow you, and I can contribute to killing this man. Empress Ci, naturally, is the name of this buxom beauty? Of course, her real name, named Ci Mei. was called Empress Ci because she was the Empress of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Yuan Dynasty. Cimmerian glanced at the man and nodded. Very well, you're very good. You're the first to take the initiative to open your mouth. Today's matter, no matter how it ends, I'll grant you a position as a second-class guest secretary of the Yuan Dynasty. Thank you, Empress Ci. The man's heart was not happy when he heard that. The Yuan Dynasty, the top of the 18 lower dynasties under the Ruyan sect. There were countless strong people who wanted to join the Yuan Dynasty every year. It's not just because the Yuan Dynasty is powerful and has a deep heritage, but also has the elder of the Ruyan sect behind it as a backer. One must know that the elder of the Flowing Clouds sect, unless it was a special case, could not be an elder unless it was at the 5th level of the star-plucking realm. At the star-plucking realm, the gap between each realm was also extremely large, because, at this realm, one could absorb the power of the extraterrestrial stars to cultivate. The higher the realm, the more distant the power of the extraterrestrial stars could be drawn to come and thus cultivate. It was known that the more distant the extraterrestrial star was, the more dense the star power was. After all, the distance is close, that our countless star picker absorbed. Although the effect is stronger than the unusual heaven and earth spiritual power is a few points, but by no means can be compared to the star power pulled from a distance. The denser the star power, the stronger the physique and the stronger the strength. As such, the star-plucking second level might be twice as strong as the star-plucking first level, but the 5th level of star-picking might be 5 times or more stronger than the 4th level of star-picking. Among the various dynasties under the boundaries of the Ruyan sect, there was then a saying, 1 star-picking 5th level was far stronger than 10 star-picking 4th levels. Now, he had received Ci Mei's promise that he could become a second-class guest minister, meaning that he could cultivate in a second-class cave. In the second-class cave sky, the star power contained in it is much denser than the first-class cave sky, and generally speaking, the only way to qualify is to be above the 3rd level of star removal. He, who was only at the 2nd level of star removal, was 1 realm away, not to mention that he hadn't even made any contribution to this opportunity yet. These words, if they were to reach the ears of those star-picking triumvirate powerhouses who wanted to join the Yuan Dynasty, those powerhouses, they would only go crazy with jealousy. Cimmerian continued to speak. Other star-plucking powerhouses, if you are willing to kill him this time, I can all give you second-class guest status and enter second-class cave cultivation. This statement was made. Those star-plucking powerhouses who were originally still hesitant were also a bit foolish for a while. The offer, too generous, with the second-class cave heaven as a cultivation environment, absorbing a higher concentration of star power, they would have a chance to cultivate to the 5th level of star-plucking. From then on, he was also a strong man among the star-picking powerhouses. At the 5th level of the star-picking realm, one could attempt to haul down an extraterrestrial star and use it as one's own private cave. With an extraterrestrial star as a private cave, then would there be any fear of not having the power of the stars to cultivate in the future? +1 for the old man. I do too. Spell it out. This head. I'll take it. I'm sorry, fellow Dioist. You should understand just how much of a treasure the second-class cave heaven is to a star-plucking powerhouse. The so-called extraterritorial stars are first class, but that's only for those above the 5th level of star-plucking to be qualified to enjoy. We are all below the 5th level of star-plucking, and to be able to have a second-class cave cultivation treasure is already excellent. Lin Shu, listening to these words, wasn't angry at the moment, but was thinking about the information contained in these people's words. Extraterrestrial stars, by the sound of it, seem to be more useful than one might think. No wonder, when that extraterrestrial miniature star was hauled down, Lin Shu felt an extraordinary aura. It was just that aura seemed to be of little use to him, so Lin Shu didn't pay any attention to it. Nowadays, it seems that this should be what the star-picking powerhouse needs the most. If Lin Shu was cultivating up on his own, he might have known. However, Lin Shu was not practicing on his own, so he could be said to know very little about such things. It seems that more information is needed in the future. Lin Shu secretly sighed in his heart. Then his gaze retracted and landed on the star-plucking powerhouses present. And now, of the 6 plucked stars that had arrived, surprisingly, only 1 plucked star was still watching and had not chosen to join Ci Mei's team. However, since this person didn't choose to join, Lin Shu didn't pay any attention to him, and instead gazed at Ci Mei. Just a short while ago, there was a Venerable 9, who called himself the Red Lotus Venerable. He said he's the disciple of the Grand Elder of the Flowing Clouds sect, or the 3rd true disciple of the Flowing Clouds sect. At the time, he was as untouchable as you are. And then, Lin Shu pointed to a man dressed in red on that one tree and continued. Afterward, he was hung from a tree by this young lord, so you could have gone and made a companion of him. CI May's face changed when she heard that. Red Lotus Venerable. This person she naturally recognized. This person. Not only was he one of the most honorable true disciples in the Flowing Cloud sect, his master was even under one person in the Flowing Cloud sect and above 10,000 people, with his cultivation reaching the 7th level of star plucking. Such an existence, even if it was the Yuan Dynasty that wanted to climb up, it would be difficult to do so. His own 2 children, although they were also disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, and were even going to become true transmitters as well, compared to the 3rd true transmitter, Venerable Red Lotus, that was far too far. Sumerian, somewhat incredulously, looked to the man in red. He hoped it was just one that liked to wear red as much as he did, and not the man himself. Otherwise, it's a big deal. However, when he looked over, the familiar face was instantly reflected in his eyes. A few years ago, Venerable Red Lotus went out of the Flowing Cloud sect for a training trip, and had invited the talented Venerable to fight in the Yuan Dynasty. At that time, she also had a brief dewy affair with this Red Lotus Venerable, and although it was only for a short night, Face could never forget it. You, how dare you kill the Red Lotus Venerable? You're dead, you're going to die, and everyone connected to you is going to die. Ha ha ha, it seems that even if I don't make a move, you won't be able to live for long. I can imagine the great elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, in a fit of rage, pulling an extraterrestrial star to fall, and the entire Jianyu dynasty's 10,000 miles of land instantly wiped out. Sumerian laughed and laughed wildly. Chapter 51, Starfall. Void Banishment. Lin Shu was non-committal. Yes, but even then, you won't be able to see that scene. Say it. Lin Shu then struck out. CI May. Looking at Lin Shu as he struck out, no fear surfaced on his face. You shouldn't know yet that the reason I was able to get them to follow me wasn't just because of my identity, but also my strength. Between the fall of the words, the aura on CI May's body violently erupted, and it was an aura belonging to the 4th level of the star-plucking realm. If it weren't for the fact that the realm is not visible on you, I'd be worried that you have some cards. However, even if you have any more cards, you can't escape death today. When you die, I will bring the corpse with me to the Flowing Cloud sect to look for the Grand Elder. I believe that would definitely be an extremely generous reward, said. In CI May's hand, all of a sudden, an elixir appeared. Above this elixir, there was a starlight flickering, appearing extremely extraordinary. Lin Shu saw the elixir in CI May's hand, and at that moment, he also took a slight extra glance at it. On this elixir, Lin Shu sensed a familiar aura, the same aura that he had picked from the extraterrestrial star not long ago. In this way, the aura contained in this elixir was the power of the stars. Just as Lin Shu had guessed, CI May took out the elixir, and then without any hesitation, she directly swallowed it into her mouth. This elixir, named Star Rising Elixir, is a top-grade elixir of the 6th rank. You should feel honored that even this precious elixir was used in order to deal with you. Sumerian finished. The star plucker powerhouses around him all had faces that showed shock at this moment. Surprisingly, it's the Star Rising pill. Within the entire boundaries of the Ruyan sect, there is only one person who can refine it, and that is the existence known as the Ruyan Dan King, the Star Rising pill in a flash. Rumor has it that after swallowing it, it can briefly raise the realm of a star-plucking powerhouse by 1 star, and it can be swallowed under the 5th level of star-plucking, and there are not many side effects, just 3 years of rest and recuperation after using it. Lin Shu, listening to the words of these star-picking powerhouses, was also somewhat disappointed in his heart. Originally, I thought that there was something special about this elixir, but it turned out to be so chickenish. If it was an elixir that could directly raise a star-picking powerhouse by 1 star, Lin Shu would be somewhat interested. After all, nowadays, he had such an alchemy venerable like Zhao Sijia by his side, and after breaking through, he would be able to become the star-plucking realm, so when the time came to study it, there might be a chance to refine it as well. Once it was refined, when his own father reached the star-plucking realm, he could use it to raise his realm, and in this way, he himself could raise his realm as well. Instead, it's just a brief star ascension that means little. Since he understood the effects of this elixir, Lin Shu didn't intend to keep his hands off it, and he didn't want to ask for the formula of this elixir nowadays anyway. At the same time, after CI May had swallowed the sudden star rising pill, her original star-plucking 4th level realm had directly reached the star-plucking 5th level in an instant. After reaching the 5th level of star removal, CI May's face had become confident at this moment. Today, I will let you see what it means to be a star that falls from the sky. When CI May said that, all of a sudden, she pointed towards the sky, only to see a flash of radiant power between her fingers. instantly penetrating the sky and arriving at the depths of that infinite heavenly dome. All of a sudden, above that vault of heaven, deep in the boundless heavenly dome, in the extraterritorial land, a star, at once, was drawn by May, and the star was tugged and rolled, falling from outside the domain towards the boundary where the Jiangyu dynasty was located, at an extremely rapid speed, at great speed. At this moment, in the middle of the Jiangyu dynasty, a vision occurred once again. In the meantime, the South Underworld Palace's crowd of reverends were rushing towards Linzhou County. The Southern Underworld Palace Venerable, seeing such a vision, was also greatly shocked at this moment. It's star-picking. A star-picking powerhouse has struck. The Jiangyu dynasty doesn't have a star-picker. Could it be that? It's that same mysterious star-picker powerhouse that once overthrew the Northern Moon Palace. Hurry up, now that we're almost there. We may not be able to witness the honorable appearance of the star-picking powerhouse. South Underworld Palace, because it was located in the southern border of the Jiangyu dynasty, was the farthest among the major forces. The distance was more than 2 or 3 times that of the other forces, so it had not yet arrived. Of course, if they knew that the forces that had already arrived, those honored ones, were already corpses, they wouldn't be so eager to go at this point. The South Underworld Palace Venerables, due to the fact that the palace master had gone out not long ago and had not returned, were now under the leadership of the Grand Elder, rapidly advancing towards the direction from which the vision had come. Due to their eagerness to witness the star-plucking powerhouse's honorable appearance, their speed at this moment was accelerated by a few more points. It didn't take long before they had already arrived at Linzhou County and Linjiang City. Next moment, they then saw an amazing scene. A woman, at this moment, was hauling the extraterrestrial star down at extreme speed. They, at last, were seeing that one star-picking powerhouse. I didn't expect that the mysterious star-plucker powerhouse would be a woman. Venerable Southern Underworld Palace was outside Linjiang City, looking at this scene and sighing in his heart. Only, when their gazes looked at the scene, their faces changed instantly. No, it's not just one plucked star. These people all seem to be at the plucked star realm. Where did so many star-plucking powerhouses come from? Could it be that the heavenly flame attracted it? Suddenly, a Southern Underworld Palace Venerable, looking towards a nearby tree, only to see the tree, surprisingly, dozens of corpses hanging from it. The faces of these corpses were extremely familiar. Great Elder, look, what's that? The Southern Underworld Palace Venerable, who was originally attracted by the Star Plucker powerhouse, couldn't help but look in the direction referred to when he heard it at this moment. As they looked, they were suddenly frightened and backed away for miles. It's an honored one. All those corpses are honored ones. The Western Xian sect, the Eastern Cold Pavilion, and the Jiangyu Imperial family. They're honored ones. All of them are actually dead. Hiss. What the hell happened before we got here? Seeing this, all of the South Underworld Palace powerhouses were filled with fear in their hearts at this moment. Afterwards, they all arched their hands in the direction of the Star Picker powerhouse. I'm sorry, Senior. We went in the wrong direction. We'll leave now. They knew that these exalted ones, who were only trying to snatch the heavenly flame, had been destroyed. Nowadays, if the Southern Underworld Palace was still here, then the ultimate end that awaited them would be the same. That is, death hanging from a tree. But, at this moment, none of the star-plucker powerhouses present cared about their words. In the eyes of the star-plucking powerhouses, Zunis were like ants. No one would even care if they came or left. May, her gaze fixed on Lin Shu at this moment. This move, let's see how you break it. Lin Shu looked up and then laughed softly. You mean this? After saying that, Lin Shu's finger gently scratched towards the star that was falling extremely fast above the firmament. In an instant, only a void crack appeared in the direction of Lin Shu's fingertips. The crack in the void, growing larger and larger, stretched towards the stars above the firmament. In just a matter of breaths, the star that was originally falling at breakneck speeds unexpectedly directly disappeared into the place of the void rift that stretched across heaven and earth. The stars, banished by the void. This, between heaven and earth. A deathly silence fell at this moment. Chapter 52, Return to Void, Return to Void. Plucked star falls. A star that just disappeared, without a trace, never to be seen in the slightest again. Everyone present, looking at Lin Shu, had a look of incredulity appear on their faces. What kind of tactic is this? With just a single stroke of his finger, a crack across the heavens and earth was drawn, a crack that extended above the firmament, and the entire firmament cracked open. The many venerables of the Southern Underworld Palace, who had just escaped a short distance away at this moment, also could not help but turn back and stare carefully at Lin Shu. What they saw and heard today was too shocking for them. First, he saw the sight of the falling stars of the domain. the great star fell from beyond the domain, suffocating them as if they would be crushed into ashes at any moment. And then they saw several honored ones, the only ones they had ever seen in their lives. Originally, I thought that a star-picking powerhouse was already astonishing and incomparable. Unexpectedly, another young powerhouse appeared, and in a light manner, he broke the star plucker powerhouse's move, and even the extra-dimensional star disappeared in an instant. Even though they had never seen such tactics before, they understood that this young powerhouse was only stronger than the star-plucking realm, compared to the southern underworld palace venerables. At this moment, Siamei as well as the other star-plucking powerhouses already had a strong look of fear on their faces. They looked at Lin Shu. At this moment there was no longer the confidence they had just had. Even if they were as high and proud as Siamei, she was now trembling in her form. That was frightened. They knew exactly what that hand really meant. Breaking the void. That was a tactic rumored to be only available when crossing into the return to void realm. Above the plucking of the stars is the return to the void. Such a strong person had never appeared in the entire square million miles, including the Flowing Cloud sect and the 18 dynasties. At least, not for the past 3,000 years. Only 3,000 years ago, there was an extremely powerful existence that was suspected to have broken through above the star plucking. However, that person had long since disappeared from the boundary of the Flowing Cloud sect. After 3,000 years, they didn't expect that this kind of strong person would allow them to meet again. Facing this kind of strong person, they did not hesitate and spoke respectfully. We pay our respects to Senior. Lin Shu glanced at them. You guys, are you going to die by yourselves? Or will this young lord send you to your deaths? The moment Lin Shu said this, their faces changed drastically. If it was before, if Lin Shu had said this, they wouldn't have cared too much in their hearts. After all, he was a star-picking powerhouse, and it wasn't that easy to let himself die. But now, they are convinced of this statement. A return to Void Realm powerhouse was qualified to say this. Sumerian, immediately fawning. Senior, I'm willing to be your slave. No matter what you do, I'm willing. Everything I have, including my body, is yours, said. Siamei even went so far as to shatter her own clothes, surprisingly revealing her own silky blasphemy, especially when she could still see the snow-white piece, and now it looked like it could be described as waves, which could be described as extremely plump in principle. However, Lin Shu merely glanced at it slightly before pointing out a finger to kill it on the spot. It is true that Lin Shu was male in gender and female in hobbies, but Lin Shu didn't like women who had murderous intentions towards him, not to mention this woman, who wasn't known to be a few handfuls of goods. Sumerian, to the point of death, could not understand why he was still being killed after all he had given. In the past, when she met men, as long as she showed her capital, there was almost no one who didn't take the bait, and all of them would be immersed in their own gentle ridge as well as floating spectral springs. Watching Lin Shu kill Siamei without any hesitation, the other venerables, at this moment, could only beg for mercy once again. Elder, spare your life. We were compelled by her. Senior, as long as you spare us, we can do anything for Senior. Senior, this man Siamei has offended you. We can destroy the Yuanyang dynasty for Senior. Lin Shu did not open his mouth, and then quickly struck out. These, however, were the ones who had revealed their killing intent towards themselves, so naturally, they could not be kept. Besides, if Lin Shu wanted to destroy the Yuanyang dynasty, he still needed their help. Not to mention, this group of star-plucking powerhouses simply didn't have that ability to exterminate the Yuanyang dynasty. Several star-picking powerhouses fell in less than a few breaths in Lin Shu's hands. That, originally staying out of the way and not helping Siamei's star-picking powerhouse, saw Lin Shu's gaze looking over, and without any hesitation at that moment, he fell down in the void. Senior, I didn't make a move against you. Please spare your life. Don't worry, this young lord won't kill you. Lin Shu glanced at the only plucked star powerhouse who hadn't followed Siamei to make a move on himself and said, however, since you're here, it means that you also have designs on the heavenly flame, so letting you go is naturally impossible. Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins cannot be escaped. Before Lin Shu had finished speaking, this star-picking powerhouse immediately grabbed the opportunity to open his mouth, deeply afraid that if he was slow in opening his mouth, he would be directly convicted by Lin Shu. That is a return to void powerhouse. Once the words are said, there is no room for change. One can only speak first in order to be forgiven, no matter what it takes. Senior Qi Yunfan, I am willing to be Senior's servant and honor Senior as the master. Hearing this, Lin Shu also glanced at this person. This man has some gumption. Originally, Lin Shu was thinking of directly pulling him into the Lin family, so that the Lin family could also add a star-picking powerhouse. He was good. he actually directly recognized himself as the master. Although it was similar to joining the Lin family, but joining the Lin family was a freedom. Recognizing himself as the master would be a servant whose life is that of Lin Shu, his master. In that case, from now on, you will follow this young lord as a servant. Yes, master. Lin Shu, flexing his fingers, a chess piece immediately disappeared into his body. Although, this person had already recognized himself as his master, the necessary means of control was still necessary for insurance purposes. With such means, even if he was pretending to be a servant, he would not be able to get out of control unless his strength exceeded his own. After resolving Qi Yunfan, Lin Shu looked several miles away. What about you guys? Venerable Southern Underworld Palace. Seeing Lin Shu's gaze looking over, his body instantly softened at this moment. This was a ruthless person who even killed star-plucking powerhouses as if they were chickens. As far as they were concerned, these exalted ones, they were truly like ants. Without hesitation, they too spoke up. We are willing to submit to our master, so please forgive us for intruding into this place. After glancing at these Zunas, Lin Shu remembered that he seemed to have to monitor the Lin family for any future spies or traitors. These exalted ones, if they were controlled by themselves, would undoubtedly be the most suitable to be used for this kind of thing. They only listen to themselves and there is no possibility of buying them off. Good, then do as you wish. Lin Shu quickly made a decision. Qi Yunfan, from now on, you will temporarily lead them to create the heavenly net and follow the orders of this young lord. Yes, master. Qi Yunfan immediately nodded his head, and the rest of the venerable masters, too, nodded their heads. Chapter 53, Stairway to Heaven. Advancing to the Tong Tian realm. Ding, the host's father has been baptized by the pool of 10,000 bloods. His talent and root bones have been enhanced, and his cultivation has advanced to the 9th level of the avatar. Ding, may I ask if the host activates the only passive to raise his cultivation from the 8th level of Return to Void to the 2nd level of Tong Tian? Just as Lin Shu finished resolving the incoming offenders, the system's voice rang out in Lin Shu's mind. Hearing this voice, Lin Shu's heart was immediately delighted. His own father, surprisingly, had completed the baptism of the 10,000 blood pool so quickly, and his talent had been raised from the original 7th grade to the 8th grade. His cultivation level had also reached the 9th level of the divine power, and if he went one step further, he would be able to break through to Zun Shi. Thinking of this, Lin Shu did not hesitate and immediately chose to activate passive. As Lin Shu activated the passive, his cultivation level began to rise from the original 8th level of the void returning realm towards the heavenly realm. Soon, Lin Shu's cultivation reached the 9th level of returning to void, all the way to perfection. Just then, before Lin Shu's eyes, a heavenly ladder appeared. It is? Lin Shu was a little curious in his heart, but there was a strong desire in his heart that if he stepped onto this heavenly ladder, there would definitely be unimaginable benefits. Without hesitation, Lin Shu stepped towards the heavenly ladder. As Lin Shu stepped onto the heavenly ladder, Lin Shu instantly felt an extremely mysterious aura enveloping him, an aura that made Lin Shu feel an invisible pressure, as if he didn't want Lin Shu to continue climbing. The pressure, though small, was still felt by Lin Shu. This was still the first step of the heavenly ladder, and as one could imagine, the pressure must have increased the further back one went. If you don't let me, I'll do it. Lin Shu's heart crossed, then he stepped out and walked up towards the top of the heavenly ladder step by step. Sure enough, Lin Shu's guess was right. As he took one step towards the top of the heavenly ladder, the pressure began to rise. This pressure was not only directed at the physical body, but also at the spirit and soul. 10 steps, 100 steps, 1,000 steps. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Shu had already ascended 1,000 steps. Still not at the head? Lin Shu looked at the heavenly ladder that towered into the depths of the void without stopping. He felt that if he were to ascend to the end of the heavenly ladder, he might have unexpected gains. Without hesitation, Lin Shu continued to climb, and at this moment Lin Shu exploded his entire body's cultivation. At this very moment, the star pickers who had originally been taken in by Lin Shu as well as the venerable ones, they were also puzzled in their hearts when they saw that Lin Shu had just suddenly stopped and then walked towards the depths of the celestial dome. Some Zunis wanted to go forward to inquire about it. Only before they could get close, they were lifted off by a terrifying pressure, and no one dared to go forward again. Qi Yunfan, looking at this scene at the moment, was also puzzled. He didn't understand how Lin Shu suddenly became like this, as if immersed in it. Still, he opened his mouth. Don't disturb the master. The master is acting like he's in enlightenment. I'm afraid the master is having a great realization. We are here to protect the master. We shall not let anyone disturb the master's enlightenment. Although Qi Yunfan didn't know why Lin Shu had become like this between them, such a situation was indeed somewhat like enlightenment. Besides, even if they weren't, as master slaves, they should be guarding the master's perimeter. Lin Shu was naturally unaware that his ascent to the heavenly ladder was somewhat inexplicable in the eyes of the others. Nowadays, Lin Shu was fully immersed in climbing the heavenly ladder. 1,500 steps, 1,800 steps, 2,000 steps, 2,100 steps. After half an hour had passed, Lin Shu had already ascended the 500 steps. However, the heavenly ladder was still endless, not being able to see the end at a glance, not knowing where it extended to, as if it was never ending. I don't believe it. Lin Shu didn't feel discouraged by the endlessness of the heavenly ladder and didn't give up. Instead, he increased his interest a bit more and even became a bit more determined. Lin Shu felt that this was a test. Since it was a test, one could not give up halfway. Otherwise the 2,500 steps of the heavenly ladder climbed in front of them would not be wasted. 2,600 steps, 2,700 steps. At this moment, the pressure was already to the point where even Lin Shu could hardly stand if he wanted to, and above the heavenly ladder, Lin Shu's figure was hunched over. The path of cultivation is to fight against the heavens. Although I don't know what kind of test this is, but a mere heavenly ladder will never stop me. Today, I'm going to climb up there even if I have to. Lin Shu secretly swore in his heart, and then ignored the torture and pain that was brought about by this tremendous pressure on his body, and forcefully withstood the pressure and once again climbed towards the heavenly ladder above. 2,510 steps, 2,530 steps, 2,600 steps, 2,700 steps. Lin Shu was already completely unable to stand up, and his fleshly body was vaguely in danger of collapsing from this tremendous pressure. He could feel that all the bones in his body were breaking at this moment, and his spiritual energy was on the verge of depletion. However, it was good that Lin Shu was finally seeing the light. That was the dawn of ascending to the top of the heavenly ladder. The end of that heavenly ladder. Lin Shu was finally seeing it. In this way, it is like being thirsty for 2 days and 2 nights in the middle of the desert and now seeing an oasis spring. For a while, Lin Shu felt that all the pressure on his body seemed to have lightened considerably. He braced himself to stand, then continued to climb. 2,750 steps, 2,800 steps, 2,870 steps, 2,940 steps. No, there are only a few dozen steps left. I categorically cannot fail again. Lin Shu didn't care, and at this moment, the power of the Upanishads under his control also exploded in full force, with the 3 consummate Upanishads enchanting himself. Although, casting out the 3 perfection Upanishads in such a heavily injured body might leave an indelible trauma, the goal was right in front of him, and if he gave up, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. The wound can be healed. Regret, and then there is no chance to make up for it. As the 3 perfection Upanishads were cast, Lin Shu instantly felt another burst of vigor, and his feet moved with difficulty again. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, 50 paces. Finally, the end is close at hand, with only 10 steps to the sky. At this moment, Lin Shu was no longer able to stand up, no matter what means were used, and even Lin Shu had even exerted his supreme divine power. It was still to no avail. I told you, even if I have to crawl, I'm going to crawl to the end. Lin Shu's paralyzed body began to move above the heavenly ladder. It was already soaked with Lin Shu's blood, and even some bits of broken flesh that had been pressed out by the pressure could be seen. Lin Shu's vision was all a bit blurred, and the end, it seemed, had become infinitely distant again, but at this moment, Lin Shu didn't care. If you can't see it, then hold on with perseverance. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 9 steps, 10 steps. Finally, dragging his already crippled body, Lin Shu finally ascended to the end of the heavenly ladder, arriving at the 3,000 steps of the heavenly ladder. As he ascended the 3,000 steps of the heavenly ladder, Lin Shu instantly felt the aura within his body ushering in a surge at this moment, and his fleshly body, which was already a remnant of a body, unexpectedly began to reorganize on its own at this moment. Flesh and blood, in rebirth, the first weight of Tong Tian, become. Along with the arrival of the realm at the first level of Tong Tian, all the decadence in Lin Shu's body completely disappeared, all the pressure disappeared, and the heavenly ladder collapsed in front of Lin Shu's eyes before a wave of energy failed to enter Lin Shu's body. Lin Shu's realm, once again, had risen by 1 level, arriving at the 2nd level of Tong Tian. I didn't realize that the so-called heavenly ladder is actually the path to heaven. If you cross over, you will achieve the passage realm, and if you don't, you won't be able to achieve the passage realm. After breaking through the Tong Tian realm, Lin Shu was finally aware of the origin of that heavenly ladder. This was the path to heaven that only belonged to the void-returning realm powerhouses breaking through to the heavenly realm. If you pass, you enter the Tontine. Otherwise, they cannot enter the passage. And, the longest the ladder, the stronger the future potential as well as the strength. Lin Shu, checking the information about the path to heaven that had surfaced in his mind after he stepped into the path to heaven realm, also lamented in his heart. I didn't realize that the 3,000 steps of my road to heaven is the longest. 3,000 great roads, 3,000 heavenly stairs is the limit. Lin Shu didn't think any further, and when he returned to his senses, he only saw that he was in the depths of a pale sky, and without any hesitation, Lin Shu's body flashed and returned to the sky above Linjiang City. Qi Yunfan, as well as all the venerable masters, immediately opened their mouths. Congratulations to Master on his successful enlightenment. Lin Shu silently nodded, then opened the system. System of Hope for the Father. Information on system hosts. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, Tongtian 2nd level, passive, 3 major realms and 2 minor realms. Talent, 3rd grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist. Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Wood. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold. Perfection of the Axiom of Wood. Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, 30% of the domain of gold. 30% of the domain of wood. 30% of the domain of fire. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungcheon. Talent, 5th to 8th grade. Realm, 9th level of the Avatar. Technique, Golden Element Overlord Technique. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Avatar, 9 Fingers of the Overlord. Will, 20% of the Golden Aeon. Physique, Innate Body. System Tasks, please click for details. Chapter 54, Domain Wonderful Uses. Opening up a small world. Opened the system interface and looked at it. After a cursory scan, Lin Shu saw some changes. That is, his own father, Lin Suncheon's talent, was already at the 8th grade. There are 9 grades of talent in the world. 8th grade talent, although not the world's top, that is also extremely top talent. This is undoubtedly the ultimate genius can only have the talent. With this talent, Lin Shu believed that his own father's realm would rise even faster. In addition to seeing his father's talent improve, Lin Shu also saw that he was now once again in control of a power of heaven and earth. It is the power that succeeds the will and the arcana, and is called the domain. Lin Shu tried to mobilize this force. The next moment only saw the sky and the earth. The wind rose up. A void crack appeared at the same time. Lin Shu's eyes unexpectedly through the void crack, saw the desolate light in the middle of the void crack. It is? Lin Shu felt that he could actually split a small part of the world to form a separate heaven and earth. Could it be that this is a small world? It seems that my cultivation has gone too far beyond the frontier I'm currently in, and my eyes have already failed to keep up with my cultivation. So it's time to go out and take a look at the outside world. In Lin Shu's mind, an idea quickly surfaced of wanting to go out and travel outside. At the very least, one had to understand some of the conditions of the cultivation world, or else one could only limit oneself by one's extremely shallow vision. Go back to the Lin family first, explain the situation to father, and I'll set off when Zhao Sijie succeeds in her alchemy. Subsequently, Lin Shu brought Qi Yunfan and a group of 8 southern underworld palace honored ones back to the Lin family in Linjiang City. As for the tree that was hung with the corpses of Zunis as well as star-picking powerhouses, Lin Shu didn't bring it back, but instead mentioned a phrase on it. Trespasser, die. These few words, Lin Shu incorporated a trace of the power of the domain. In the future, if he left the Lin family to go outside to play, once a strong person came to this place, saw this tree, looked at the tree on the body of a strong person, as well as felt the breath of the few words exuded, will certainly be jealous of some, so it is also considered to be the protection of the Lin family. The Lin family. At this moment, the Lin family's crowd was still watching Zhao Sigui alchemize pills, and they didn't know in the slightest that just now, outside Linjiang City, a great battle had occurred. However, it was good that they didn't know, lest they see that they casually crushed Plucked Star with their own hands, and then they would develop a condescending heart, and from then on, they would be blind to everything. And now, for them, it's the best. With cultivation resources, a cultivation environment, and a potential crisis, only then could the Lin family truly develop. If the Lin family is not strong, how can his own father let go of his cultivation and how can he get out of this small Linjiang city? Lin Shu's father, Lin Sungcheon, was not like Lin Shu, who needed to cultivate and grow on his own. But nowadays, Linjiang City, and even the Jiangyue dynasty, did not have this kind of growing environment. After all, want to grow, no competition is not feasible. His own father, to say the least, must also stand to the cloud state this cultivation stage, to be able to play out the power of that 8th grade talent, to be able to grow faster. In Lin Shu's opinion, his own father wouldn't have left if the Lin family was unsettled. This was also the reason why Lin Shu, who didn't really have much of a sense of belonging to the Lin family, was willing to help Lin Shu develop. To help the Lin family, that was to help his own father, to help his father, and at the same time, to enable his father to better cultivate and passively feed himself through the system. Just as Lin Shu returned to the Lin family, Lin Sangqiong also ended his baptism in the 10,000 blood pool and came to the place where Zhao Sigui was refining pills, and just in time to see Lin Shu, he couldn't help but ask, "Just now I seem to have sensed a group of extremely powerful auras that should have been rushing towards the heavenly flame. Now that it's gone, did you solve it?" Unlike the rest of the Lin family, Lin Shu's father, Lin Sangqiong, had originally been invincible under the Zunus, and was naturally able to feel the power of those breaths of Zunus descending outside Linjiang City. Therefore, just after leaving the 10,000 blood pool, this came straight here. Although he knew that Lin Shu was powerful and was already above the plucked star, there were too many of those powerful auras, so it was inevitable that he was still a little worried. And now that he saw Lin Shu unharmed, his heart was quite settled. Lin Tsangdao, his gaze fell to Lin Shu's side. "They are?" Lin Shu replied. "These are the powerful people who came this time to try to snatch the heavenly flame. They didn't put up a fight, so I didn't kill them and took them in as my slaves." When Lin Sangqiong heard this, he nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The matter didn't need to be in his hands anyway, since Lin Shu wanted to stay as a slave. He believed that Lin Shu had the means to control them, and there was no need to waste too much of his own words. Lin Shu, also thinking of his next plan, could not help but open his mouth. "Father, next, I may have to leave the house for a while. Nowadays, although my cultivation is good, my understanding of this world is too shallow, and my eyesight can't keep up with my cultivation, so I want to go out and see the world, so that I won't be a frog in the bottom of a well." "Yes," Lin Tsangdao nodded. "Just be careful yourself. The outside world is not like Linjiang City. There are many strong people there. Even you may not be invincible, so act with some caution. When you are at the top of the cloud state, if you stand there on another day, I will feel free to tell you about your mother's matter. And as for you nowadays, it's not a good thing for you to come into contact with that power too early." There was a pause. Lin Sangqiong then spoke. "I might also need to take a trip away from the Jiangyue dynasty. In the Jiangyue dynasty, if I want to break through to Zunshur, it might still take me a while, so I want to go for some training. Fighting and competing is the fastest way to grow. Originally, I would have been able to walk around in the Jiangyu dynasty, but nowadays, it seems that the venerable masters of the Jiangyu dynasty are probably pretty much taken care of by you, and I won't be able to get much experience." Hearing Lin Tsangdao's words, Lin Shu was quite happy in his heart. Originally, Lin Shu was still thinking of persuading his father to go out for a walk. Nowadays, that doesn't seem to be necessary. In the end, it was someone who had been out there before, something that was still seen through. While Lin Shu was talking with Lin Tsangdao, Zhao Sigui's alchemy was finally at the final step. 2.5 hours had already passed since the start of the alchemy, and now it was finally time to condense the Dan, only to see Zhao Sigui using very old-fashioned means. The medicinal liquid made from the melting of various medicinal herbs in the Dan furnace began to coalesce. As the medicinal liquid began to coalesce, the sky above the dome of heaven was suddenly filled with shocking thunderstorms. Dan robbery appeared. Zhao Si Magpie, watching the Danjak appear. At this moment, his figure, finally moving, rushed up to the sky and met the Danjak. Dan robbery. Only the alchemist himself can degree. The loss of others interfere. Dan robbery collapse. Then the Dan will not be able to form, even if the formation of the Dan effect will not be greatly reduced, or even fall down the grade. Lin Shu glanced at the Danjak, and roughly estimated that the power of this Danjak had already reached the level of star plucking. With Zhao Si Magpie's ability, he was only afraid that it would be difficult to get through it, pondering on how to help him get through it without interfering with it with his own hands. After all, Zhao Sigui was of great use to the Lin family, and to himself. Right, isn't there another Qi Yunfan here? He's a star-picking powerhouse, so maybe he knows. Lin Shu quickly informed Qi Yunfan of his problem. On the side, Qi Yunfan listened and spoke directly. "Master, there are 3 ways to help him pass through this Dan tribulation." Qi Yunfan quickly narrated these 3 approaches. Chapter 55, 6th Grade Dan Tribulation. Jiaoxi Magpie brought a surprise. The first method, that is to utilize an array to weaken the power of the Dan tribulation landing on him. Shi Yunfan said, of course, this is something that requires that he will set up a formation and have the formation that weakens the Dan tribulation, or resists it, completed during the period of time that the Dan tribulation is completely cohesive and formed. If it's really not possible, you can also use the array plate that has already been set up. All you need to do is to drip blood into the array plate and the plate activates, and drip blood to control the plate, so that heaven and earth will also think that it's his own power, and thus it's not considered interference. Hearing this, Lin Shu shook his head. This method won't work. It seems that Zhao Sigui doesn't know how to set up formations, and he doesn't have a formation disc on him. Shi Yunfan immediately said the second way. The second way, on the other hand, is to lend a hand. When a 6th grade pill is completely condensed into an elixir, it will explode into a powerful force. He can borrow this power for his own use, and thus fight against the Dan tribulation, because the pills were refined by him, and thus this means, too, is possible, not counting the interference of outside forces. That's one approach that works, but Lin Shu didn't know if Zhao Sigui he would be able to do this kind of tactic, so Lin Shu said directly, you're talking about the third one. When the time comes, tell Jiaoxi Magpie all 3 methods and let him decide which one to use. This last method is naturally the use of an innate divine ability, an innate weapon. Shi Yunfan opened his mouth. As we all know, after an avatar realm powerhouse breaks through, divine abilities will be derived from their bodies, and that kind of divine ability that is derived from the body itself is called an innate divine ability. Instinctive avatar. This is far rarer than the great avatar and even the rumored supreme avatar. Only some people with amazing luck and talent in the world are able to derive the instinctive avatar, because it is derived from their own body and is extremely suitable for them. And if it is performed at the beginning, it has a horrifying power, and it can even be easily fought across the ranks. If he has an innate divine ability, he may not be unable to cope with this Dan tribulation, which is comparable to the power of the star-plucking realm, if he casts it at his cultivation level. As for the original weapon, it is from the foundation establishment realm onwards. It will utilize its own essence blood to breed the weapon. The original weapon. It can be said that it has reached the point of unity with the person, and when it is cast out, it also has the ability to fight across the ranks. Have to say, Shi Yunfan was worthy of being from outside the Jiangyu dynasty, and his insight was, indeed, extraordinary. Jiangyu dynasty. Many people knew that the avatar realm could derive divine abilities, but no one was clear on exactly how to derive them and what the derived divine abilities were. Even Lin Shu did not know, but when you think about it, you're only a 3rd grade with this kind of talent. With this kind of talent, reaching the spirit transformation realm was simple, but if one wanted to break through to the avatar realm, they might not even be able to succeed. With this talent of his own, it would be strange to be able to derive divine abilities. He himself didn't even have the Divine Destiny avatar, so naturally Lin Shu didn't know the concept of the Divine Destiny avatar, the Heaven's Destiny weapon. This Lin Shu had likewise never heard of it. The foundation establishment realm was to build the foundation of the Tao, and one had never heard of utilizing essence blood to nurture a weapon. Lin Shu didn't know if Zhao Sigui had it or not. However, and now that all 3 methods were available, Lin Shu told him directly. As for whether or not he can use it, that's up to him. Shi Yunfan received Lin Shu's voice transmission. Originally, he was still thinking about how he should deal with this Dan tribulation. Although, being at the peak of the 9th level of the Zunshi realm and having briefly mastered the heavenly flame now, he might not be unable to fight with Plucked Star. The chances of winning were still not great. After all, he was not the true owner of the heavenly flame. He was only borrowing it temporarily, and his power could not be fully utilized. Now that she heard Lin Shu's voice transmission, Zhao Sigui immediately remembered. Yeah, I still have the method of controlling the Dan. This method, ever since I got it from that ancient cave, has been treated as a chicken rib, but I didn't expect to have such a wonderful use. Before, he had refined quite a few 5th grade elixirs, but those 5th grade elixirs were, at best, capable of erupting with Zuni might. As for himself, he was at the peak of the 9th level of exaltedness. Exerting such a power was of little significance to him, so he treated it as a chicken ribs and only studied it a little before caring about it. Now that he heard Lin Shu's voice transmission, he remembered. Unlike the previous elixir, the one refined today was a 6th grade elixir that was capable of exploding with star-picking might. If one was able to control it, it would mean that he or she would be able to burst out with star-picking prowess in a short period of time. Plucked Star Mighty, facing the Dan tribulation, was perfectly fine. Think about it. Without any hesitation, Zhao Sigue began to exert his Dan control techniques. Originally, the elixir was coalescing and the power began to leak out in all directions, and with the execution of the Dan control technique, this power was suppressed within the elixir. The next step was to compress this power so that it could truly explode against the Dan tribulation. Qi Yunfan, looking at this scene, could not help but sigh at this moment. Master, I didn't expect this Zhao Sijie to have such a means. The method of controlling the Dan. That's a means that even that one Dan king of the Luyun sect is seeking everywhere. And yet he, a Dan Zun, is in control of it. Although it looks rather clumsy and unskillful, through his method of controlling the Dan, one can still tell that this method is not simple. This Dan Zun, if cultivated, his future achievements may hopefully surpass that one Dan king of the Luyun sect. Lin Shu did not comment. In the beginning, Lin Shu had only spared him because he thought that this person knew how to concoct pills and could concoct pills for his own father to enhance his strength, and because he did not covet the heavenly flame. Nowadays, it seems to have picked up a treasure. With the blessing of the Dan control method, Zhao Si Magpie was no longer worried at the moment when faced with the Dan tribulation that was finally taking shape, and he exploded with the might of the Star Plucker, finally carrying off the Dan tribulation. Once the Dan tribulation passed, the 6th grade pill was finally completely refined to perfection, and the fragrance of the pill filled the air all of a sudden. Lin family, some people with low cultivation levels, smelling this fragrance of Dan, unexpectedly began to break through one after another. Of course, they were all clansmen who hadn't even crossed into the Avatar realm. To be more precise, it was all the members of the Lin family, except for his own father. They, to a greater or lesser extent, had all raised 1 to 3 minor realms. Zhao Si Magpie, having collected the Sudoku star picking pill, came to Lin Shu's side. Thank you, young lord, for your guidance. There's no need to thank this young lord. These methods are what he said. If you want to thank him, Zhao Si Magpie. Then her eyes looked over to Lin Shu's side and saw Qi Yunfan, as well as those venerable members of the southern underworld palace who were submissive to Lin Shu. Soon, he understood. These Zunas should be the ones that Lin Shu had taken in for his own alchemy protection this time. His gaze rested on Qi Yunfan. Many thanks to this fellow Taoist. There's no need to be courteous. You are able to refine 6th grade pills at just the Zunsha realm, and you also know the method of controlling pills. I'll have to rely on you in the future. Qi Yunfan, being a star picker, didn't dare to be arrogant at the moment and shook his head back and forth. Alright, so you guys don't need to be polite. Next, this young lord has some things to explain to you. Next time, Lin Shu began to arrange things before he left. Chapter 56, Zhao Si Magpie Request, Su Yen Metamorphosis. Next time, Lin Shu gathered Lin Leihu, Lin Fengya, Lin Dome Moon, and the 8 sealed elders of the Lin family's House of Elders, as well as Zhao Sijie and Qi Yunfan, and told them about his departure from the Lin family, and at the same time arranged for them to do what they needed to do after his departure. Of course, it was mainly the matter of arranging for Qi Yunfan, and the matter of the other sealed elders had been said long ago, so now it was also slightly more mentioned. On the contrary, it was Qi Yunfan who had only just submitted, and some things had to be explained clearly before he could do what Lin Shu wanted. Qi Yunfan, after you create Skynet, your main purpose will be to pick at possible future traitors and spies within the Lin family, as well as other forces' possible plans against the Lin family. Qi Yunfan nodded repeatedly when he heard Lin Shu's words. Please don't worry, master. I understand what to do. So very good. Lin Shu continued. Of course, after this young lord leaves the Lin family, if the Lin family encounters a crisis, you can step in at the moment of crisis, and if the Lin family can resolve the situation on their own, you can just watch in secret. Yes, young lord. Afterward, Lin Shu looked at Zhao Si Magpie. Zhao Si Magpie, you stay in the Lin family. Your main duty is to be in charge of alchemy. Of course, if there is a crisis that the Lin family can't solve, you can join forces with Qi Yunfan to solve it. Hearing Lin Shu's command, Zhao Sijie nodded her head with the same respect. Don't worry, young lord. As long as I'm around, nothing will ever happen to the Lin family unless I die. You don't have to. The only way you can make a move is to wait until the people of the Lin family are unable to resolve it. The Lin family has only just developed. If you make a direct move, it will cause them to develop a sense of condescension as well as laziness, and such a move will not be conducive to their growth. Young lord, I understand. Zhao Si Magpie finished, then requested. Young lord, there is also something I want to trouble young lord with. What is it? Young master, I have a disciple, named Xia Yan. Young master, you have seen. She has been with me, never seen the light outside. This time the young master is going out. Can I implore the young master to take a belt? If you delay the young master's trip to the outside, you can casually thrown in the middle of a clan can be. My disciple's talent is still good. When Lin Shu heard Zhao Sigui's request, he pondered for a while and finally agreed. Fine, then let her follow, but you have to remind her that she must listen to this young lord when she gets outside. This young lord doesn't want to bring along someone who doesn't listen. Don't worry about this young master. That disciple of mine knows about your strength and worships you. She definitely listens to your words. It better be. Arrangements were made for things to be done after leaving. Next, Lin Shu then prepared to make a trip to the 10,000 blood pool. Going on a trip outside was naturally not just a trip. If one was able to improve their strength, they definitely wanted it as well. However, Lin Shu's talent was too low, and with this third-grade talent, according to theory it was almost impossible to reach the heavenly realm. Thus, if one were to cultivate on one's own with such a talent, one would only cultivate for 180 years, and would not make much progress at the Tong Tian realm. In this case, it was natural to go to the 10,000 blood pool to baptize, so that one might be able to enhance some of the root and bone talent, so that it would always be better for one's cultivation. The only system that is passive does not state that you cannot practice. Lin Shu soon arrived at the 10,000 blood pool. When he arrived at the 10,000 blood pool, Lin Shu saw a number of Lin family members lining up, and these Lin family members, seeing Lin Shu's arrival, made way for Lin Shu. Young lord, after you. Young lord, you don't have to queue up. You can go straight to the baptism. They, at the moment, were aware that the young lord was above the avatar realm, and that all these treasures as well as resources that would help the Lin family grow were obtained by the young lord. Although, the return of the young master had previously led to the death of the old family head, what the young master had done today was already far more than what the Lin family had once had. Naturally, they had no prejudice against Lin Shu in their hearts and already recognized him. Even, to a certain extent, Lin Shu had become the backbone of the Lin family, especially above the family head. Lin Shu, without saying anything more, directly headed to the 10,000 blood pool. In the 10,000 blood pool, 30 people could be baptized at a time. When Lin Shu arrived at the edge of the 10,000 blood pool, there were already 30 people being baptized. Among them, Lin Shu saw a familiar figure. That person was none other than Su Yan, the woman he had brought back a long time ago, Miss Ruyan. Today she is in the midst of her baptism. In less than half an hour, Su Yan completed her baptism in the 10,000 blood pool, and after she succeeded in her baptism, she saw Lin Shu standing next to her and immediately walked towards him. Young lord, I've succeeded in my baptism, and now I have the feeling that my talent seems to have risen quite a bit from before. Young lord, I'll test it for you, said. Su Yan then walked to a stone tablet set outside the 10,000 blood pool. This was the talent tablet that Lin Shu had obtained from the destruction of the Northern Moon Palace, and after bringing it back to the Lin family, it was located here so that the disciples of the Lin family could be the first to test their talents and see the effects of the baptism after going through the 10,000 blood pool baptism. Lin Shu gazed over, just in time to also see how Su Yan's baptism was going. After all, Su Yan is a relatively close person in this world. Before there was no system binding, she was a close friend. At that time, Lin Shu was, so to speak, a loner in the Lin family, and the only way he could confide in himself was to be with Su Yan, which was why Lin Shu had picked him up in the first place. If Su Yan could improve, Lin Shu would naturally be happy. Su Yan came in front of the talent tablet, then without hesitation, dripped a drop of blood into the talent tablet. In the next moment, the talent tablet bloomed with brilliant light, and after a burst of light, on the talent tablet, there was nothing displayed. This talent tablet, from the North Moon Palace, could test 1st to 5th grade talents. To test for talent, all that is required is a drop of blood, at which time the number is presented. Today, there are no numbers coming up. There are only 2 reasons for this: talent exceeding the upper limit of the test or no talent at all. Obviously, the second one is impossible. After all, Su Yan had tested out her talent in the Lin family before, and now that she had gone through the 10,000 blood pool baptism, it was impossible for her to wash away her talent, in which case, it would be a talent that exceeded the 5th grade. Good for you. Congratulations. Lin Shu walked up and said, "Thank you, young lord. It's still thanks to your 10,000 blood pool. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to improve like this." Su Yan said very modestly, "I heard that young lord is leaving this time, so I'm sure you'll need someone to take care of your living and living along the way. I want to follow young lord and take care of young lord's living and living." "Yes, then you will follow." Lin Shu, indeed, needed someone who would take care of his food and clothing. Although Xia Yan followed, she was the disciple of Zhao Sijie, who was the #1 Danzun of the Jiangyu dynasty, and was only a well-bred person, so it was necessary to bring Su Yan with her. Lin Shu then stepped into the pool of 10,000 bloods and began the baptism. Chapter 57, Leaving. The Violet Spirit dynasty met an old friend. Less than half an hour. Lin Shu then walked out of the 10,000 blood pool. Sure enough, the higher the realm, the less effective the baptism. Lin Shu didn't improve much by baptizing in the pool of 10,000 bloods, without needing to go to the talent tablet to test it, just by checking it through the system interface. Lin Shu knew his talent after his baptism, just from the 3rd grade to the 4th. Such a talent was likewise not too useful for Lin Shu's current Tong Tian realm. It seems that if there is an opportunity, it would be a good idea to look for heavenly materials that can enhance one's talent. Although, with the system in place, as long as my father's cultivation improves, I'll be able to improve. But if I myself am able to cultivate as well, in that case, then my cultivation will naturally improve even faster. Lin Shu felt that his goal after leaving, apart from increasing his insights, was to see if there were any heavenly treasures that could enhance his talent, and if there were, he definitely wanted to find a way to get his hands on them. In the following time, Lin Shu stayed at the Lin family for 3 days. For 3 days, Lin Shu went to meet the siblings Li Xian and Li Han. These two siblings, on the contrary, did not forget Lin Shu's orders and accomplished things well. The poison dignitary, nowadays, was placed by them in the most lively and large city in Linzhou County. They, too, had spread the word about what poisonous sovereign had done. When Lin Shu traveled there, he saw the poison Zhu kneeling there, and many people were pointing their fingers at him, while some of the bold ones were directly striking out. The two siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, saw Lin Shu arrive and hurriedly paid their respects. Senpai, there's no need to be polite. What I arranged for you to do was accomplished quite well, and now that this matter has spread, there's no need to care much about what comes next. Lin Shu said, the two of you have good talent, so there's no need to be wasting your time on Poison Zune. You guys come back to the Lin family with me, so you can cultivate in the Lin family for the rest of the day, and strive to break through your cultivation as soon as possible to save those poisonous people. Li Xian and Li Han hurriedly responded respectfully. Yes, senior, we will definitely work hard to cultivate and save those poisonous people. The poison man was placed in a secret land by my father. When your cultivation breaks through, just go find my father. My father will tell you the location of the poison man. Okay, senpai. Next moment, Lin Shu then took Li Xian and Li Han and moved in the void, disappearing into the Linzhou County city and returning to the Lin family. Of course, before returning to the Lin family, Lin Shu incidentally also inquired about the county head. After all, that county head's son had died at his own hands. However, the news that was inquired about made Lin Shu cry and laugh. This county head, after learning that the Northern Moon Palace had been overthrown, surprisingly announced that he had severed ties with his own son on the very same day. Obviously, he was afraid that that mysterious star picker would liquidate the family members of the disciples of the North Moon Hall after destroying the North Moon Hall, and that was why he had made such a decision. After all, if his son died, he could regenerate, but if he died himself, there would really be nothing left. Since this county head had done so, Lin Shu was too lazy to make another move to erase the county head. 3 days later, Lin Shu, Su Yan, and Xia Yan then set off. Of course, when they learned that Lin Shu was leaving, the two siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, wanted to follow along. Lin Shu, on the grounds that they were going to save the poisonous man, asked them to stay and let them leave with him the next time they had the chance after saving the poisonous man. Brat, remember to be careful in everything out there. Lin Songdao patted Lin Shu's shoulder and said this, then turned around and left. The parting of a father and son does not require too many pretentious words. The meaning to the line, everything is in the unspoken. The many clansmen of the Lin family also came to see Lin Shu off. Young lord, have a safe journey. Lin Shu waved his hand, and then he powered the flying boat that he had obtained from Qi Yunfan. The flying boat instantly disappeared into the firmament, swiftly flying in a certain direction. Above the flying boat, Lin Shu opened the map he had gotten from Qi Yunfan. This is a map of Yunzhou. By looking at the map, Lin Shu knew that Yunzhou was divided into 5 pieces in total. They were the Eastern Cloud State, Western Cloud State, Northern Cloud State, Southern Cloud State, and the Yunni Imperial Dynasty. The Yunni Imperial Dynasty, located in the most central frontier of the Cloud State, and the remaining 4 pieces, naturally, were located in the southeast, northwest, and north boundaries of the Cloud State. The place where the Luyun sect is located is in the East Cloud State, a relatively small piece of territory in the East Cloud State. And it is such a small piece of territory. It is a vast expanse of millions of miles. This heaven and earth is really mesmerizing. Lin Shu, looking towards Xie Yan and Su Yan, pointed at the map and asked, "You too, look at the map. Is there anywhere you want to go?" For Lin Shu, in the boundaries of Yunjo, you can go anywhere, and it's pretty much the same wherever you go, since it didn't matter where they went. Lin Shu left the choice to them. Su Yan looked at it, then shook her head. "Young lord, I don't know anything about the outside world at all, so I'd better not choose." Xie Yan then said, "All this time, I've heard from my master that the Violet Spirit Dynasty is the one with the most flourishing alchemy culture among the 18 dynasties, and I want to go and take a look. Since that's the case, then we'll go to the Violet Spirit Dynasty." Lin Shu pointed to the map, to the Purple Spirit Dynasty amongst the 18 dynasties. The Purple Spirit Dynasty, which was relatively remote from the Jiangyu Dynasty, which was among the 18 dynasties, was 800,000 miles away. I don't know who drew this map. This person really has some spare time. Even the distances are marked. Could it be that this person has really measured heaven and earth? Lin Shu looked at that distance and spat in his heart. Fortunately, although 800,000 miles was far away, this flying boat was Qi Yunfan's. Qi Yunfan is at least a star-picking triple powerhouse. This flying boat is generally used for its travel. Naturally, the speed is not slow, although the speed may not be as fast as a star-picking powerhouse, but it is several times faster than a peak Zunshur powerhouse. 800,000 miles. At normal speed, it would take less than a day to arrive. It was a long way to travel, so for the rest of the day, Lin Shu chatted with Su Yan and Xia Yan. In this way, time flew by. He set out in the morning, and by evening, he was already arriving at the Purple Spirit Dynasty. As soon as he entered the Violet Spirit Dynasty, he suddenly heard a voice. "Elder Qi, is that you?" When Lin Shu heard the voice and thought of Qi Yunfan's name, he was able to guess that the voice should be called Qi Yunfan. As such, Lin Shu stepped out of the flying boat, and as soon as he did so, he saw a line of people parked on the left side of the flying boat at the moment. "Who are you guys? Are you looking for Qi Yunfan?" The group of people seemed a bit surprised as they watched Lin Shu appear, but they didn't ask too many questions and answered directly. "Not bad. This flying boat is Senior Qi's flying boat. We happen to see it. Naturally, we want to pay our respects. I wonder who you are, Senior Qi." "None of your business." Lin Shu was tempted to say that Qi Yunfan was his slave, but with this line of people, the strongest of them was only a Zunshur, so he guessed that they wouldn't believe him even if he said it, and he would definitely need to spend time explaining at that time. Lin Shu didn't want to waste time talking about this, so he casually replied, and then drove the flying boat to continue forward. Chapter 58, Purple Spirit King City. Extermination. Looking at that flying boat flying towards the distance, it gradually disappeared from sight. The group immediately looked at the woman in the center and asked, "Miss, Qi Yunfan, she doesn't seem to be on top of the flying boat. What should we do now?" The woman in the center pondered for a moment, then spoke directly. "Send a couple of men to keep an eye on them, and by the way, investigate what they are. I need to know if this flying boat was accidentally acquired by them or if it was gifted to them by Qi Yunfan." The people around him immediately nodded their heads. "Yes, ma'am." Afterwards, several people immediately chased towards the distance. Only after a few people had chased off towards the distance did the young woman continue to speak. "That's right, tell Elder Du about this news." "Elder Du? Could Miss be talking about that Elder Du Ming?" "Not bad. Du Ming and Qi Yunfan have always had a grudge against each other, and now that Qi Yunfan's flying boat is here but Qi Yunfan didn't show up, I believe that Du Ming will also be very curious." "Miss, what if this flying boat is a gift from Qi Yunfan? Once this is the result, it means that their status is extraordinary, making even the star-plucking powerhouses have to honor it. Will we offend them if we act like this?" The young woman shook her head. "That's unlikely. Qi Yunfan, this person. It's not like you guys don't know him well. The status of the true transmission of the Luyun sect is honorable enough, right? Even so, Qi Yunfan wouldn't give those true legends a good face. Even if this person's status is even higher, could it still be higher than the true legends of the Luyun sect? If I'm not wrong, something might have happened to Qi Yunfan, and this flying boat is an accidental gain for them. In that case, we might have a chance to get that flying boat, or even see if there are any treasures left behind by Qi Yunfan in their hands. The treasures of a star-plucking powerhouse are an extremely lucrative amount of resources for our family." Far away, above the flying boat, Lin Shu was originally talking with Xie Yan and Su Yan when he suddenly realized that he was being followed, and his face sank. It was the first time he had come to this Purple Spirit Dynasty, and it could be said that he didn't know anyone in this dynasty. And now, there were people following them. So these people, most likely, were the same group of people just now. Poof! Lin Shu let out a cold snort, then his hand gently probed, and in a flash, a void rift was torn out, and his hand probed into the void rift, immediately confining the several people who were following dozens of miles away, and then apprehending them. A few people, originally in accordance with the instructions of their own young lady, in the flying boat dozens of miles away from the tracking, did not expect suddenly in the void probed a palm, and then they will be confined, and once again open their eyes, but also on top of the flying boat. Especially, the man who presented himself in front of them was clearly the person that Miss had asked them to follow. Lin Shu, looking at the few of them, spoke at once. Speak up, what are your intentions? Why are you following me? Several people, looking at Lin Shu, kept their mouths shut. Lin Shu, without any nonsense, glanced at Xia Yan by his side. Here's a task for you. I ask a question and if they don't answer, you chop off a hand or a leg until they start answering. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Xia Yan did not hesitate in the slightest, and directly walked towards them, and then towards one of them. He instantly chopped down an arm, just like that. Lin Shu quietly watched to see how long they could keep their mouths shut. Xia Yan, seeing that they hadn't opened their mouths yet, slashed down towards another person's arm again. Xia Yan's strength, although not as good as the group of people in front of her, but they had Lin Shu's suppression and were unable to move. Thus Xia Yan was able to chop them up without any pressure. Finally, after Xia Yan cut down 3 people, someone finally couldn't hold back. Stop, you are provoking the Lu family by doing so. Purple Spirit Dynasty. The Lu family is one of the 3 major Danzun families. The entire Purple Spirit Dynasty's pills, 80% of them come from the 3 major Danzun families. One word from my Lu family, even if it's the Star Plucker, you have to consider the consequences. Lin Shu, his complexion unchanged, gestured for Xia Yan to continue. He wasn't trying to ask that, and without hearing the answer to his own question, then what he was saying wouldn't stop. Xia Yan, seeing Lin Shu signaling, also continued to act. Another person had his hand cut off by Xia Yan. How dare you, you guys? This time, Xia Yan didn't need Lin Shu's reminder and acted on her own. Finally, the line couldn't hold back any longer and said in a rush, "It was the lady who told us to follow. This flying boat is Qi Yunfan's flying boat, and Qi Yunfan is one of the top 10 star pickers of the Violet Spirit Dynasty, and is also a star picker whose strength is ranked in the top 3. Miss wants us to investigate Qi Yunfan's whereabouts, whether he's alive or dead, and why he would gift the flying boat to someone else." Lin Shu then waved his hand, not letting Xia Yan continue, and then asked, "In that case, what does your lady intend to do?" Miss didn't say, but with Mrs.'s style of behavior, if this flying boat was gifted to you by Qi Yunfan, she will try to find ways to inquire about your background. Yes, if this flying boat was accidentally obtained by you, it's very likely that the young lady will directly make a move to snatch it. Lin Shu listened and asked again, "Say, where's the Willow family?" "In the royal capital of the Violet Spirit Dynasty." Having heard the answer to the last question, Lin Shu then waved his hand. Next moment, a terrifying might swept toward them, and in an instant, they had already disappeared without a trace, having already died, and could be described as corpses and bones that had been turned into flying ash. Only then did Lin Shu speak. "Let's go. Since this Lu family has hit me over the head, let's go exterminate a Lu family for fun first." The 2 girls, Xia Yan and Su Yan, were naturally fine with it. Afterward, the flying boat made its way towards the royal capital of the Violet Spirit Dynasty. Not a moment too soon, the 3 of them then arrived at the Violet Spirit King City. The flying boat, straight away, stayed over the Violet Spirit King City. The Violet Spirit Dynasty was but a dynasty even weaker than the Yuanyang Dynasty, so Lin Shu naturally did not intend to sneak into it, but rather enter it openly. In the Violet Spirit Dynasty, the dynasty's royal family had a rule that no flying boats were allowed to stay in the sky above. Now, there is even a flying boat so disobedient to the rules of the dynasty, openly parked in the sky above the royal city. For a time, many strong people have looked toward that flying boat. Isn't that Qi Yunfan's flying boat? Qi Yunfan is certainly powerful, but he's not powerful enough to ignore the royal family of the Violet Spirit Dynasty, right? What the hell is going on here? Could it be that Qi Yunfan has lost his mind? Just as the many powerful people were curious, in the middle of the flying boat, a young woman walked out, and it was definitely Xia Yan. Xia Yan stood at the head of the boat, overlooking the entire Violet Spirit King City, and spoke. "His Excellency has an order restricting the Lu family to hand over their own young lady within a day to be dealt with at their own discretion. Otherwise, Lu family, exterminate." This statement was made. In a flash, It swept through the entire Purple Spirit King city. Chapter 59, Willow Family Choice. The Great Ancestor comes out. The Ryu family. What family is that? Violet Spirit Dynasty. The three great Danzun families. Pill business. Occupying the entire Purple Spirit Dynasty, more than 20% of the share. In the entire Dynasty territory of 30,000 square miles within the circle. Many cities, there is the Lu family's pill pavilion. Except for the potion business. That Danzun of the Lu family even had the reputation of being an external guest Danzun of the Ruyan sect. At the same time, the Lu family also had two star-picking powerhouses, although the strongest was only at the second level of star-picking. But in the entire dynasty, it was an existence that ranked in the top 10. If Qi Yunfan had said this, the Lu family might have needed to deliberate. But the woman who appeared at the head of the flying boat today was just like a strange woman, and her cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of spiritualization, not even stepping into the avatar realm. Granted, to have such a cultivation level at this age is a heavenly pride, but how can any more heavenly pride be compared to the Lu family? However, in the Violet Spirit King city, everyone did not act rashly. After all, people were here for the Lu family. There was no need to force their way into this muddy water. But, instead, it was a man in full body strength armor who rushed to the front of the flying boat at this moment. This person was the specially appointed Royal City Guard General of the Violet Spirit Dynasty's royal family, Yang Wu. Yang Wu flew to the front of the flying boat and looked at Xia Yan. This girl, the matter between you and your son and the Lu family has nothing to do with this general. But this general is the guarding general of this king city, responsible for the duties of guarding the king city, and it is against the rules of the king city for you to keep your flying boats in mid-air. If this girl and your son are new to the king's city, this general may be able to arrange accommodation for you. Please don't make it difficult for this general. In the cabin of the flying boat, Lin Shu heard the general's words and did not make things difficult for him. If this person had struck out as soon as he came up, Lin Shu naturally wouldn't have been so polite. However, since this person was so polite, Lin Shu would never be too rude. In that case, please arrange a place for us to stay. General, please. When Yang Wu heard this, he hastily made an invitation. Lin Shu, at this moment, was also slowly walking out of the cabin with Su Yan. As Lin Shu walked out, General Yang Wu was also stunned. Too young. Originally, I thought that the person who dared to face the Lu family in this manner, and even said that the Lu family would be destroyed, was a strong person, at least a star removal triple powerful person. So, Yang Wu, this will be so polite. After all, for this kind of strong person, is the Purple Spirit Dynasty royal family? Will not be easily offended. Their own is just a king city guard general. Only the peak of Zunshur, naturally cannot afford to offend. I didn't expect that it would be such a young generation. Looking, not even 20 years old. How much cultivation can you have at such an age? Spiritualization? Or the avatar? Definitely won't reach the Zuni cultivation level. However, the other party even dared to call out the Lu family, and was riding on Qi Yunfan's flying boat. His identity must be extraordinary. Yang Wu also did not dare to underestimate in the slightest. This gentleman is truly a young talent. Please follow this general. May. Lin Shu retrieved the flying boat, and then he followed General Yang Wu, bringing Xia Yan and Su Yan, and landed in the royal city. This scene, looking at the many powerful people in the king's city, their hearts were also somewhat shocked. I didn't expect this gentleman to be so young. Just now, that was treading the air. Right, less than 20 years old. And at least the existence of the avatar realm behind this person is only extraordinary. Could it be that he's a disciple taken in by Qi Yunfan? Or else how could he dare to treat the Lu family like this? So, it's Qi Yunfan who wants to make a move against the Lu family? It can't be. Although Qi Yunfan is stronger than the strongest person in the Lu family, if he were to strike against the Lu family, it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. I don't know. Let's wait and see what happens. Just see how the Lu family responds. After all, people just want Miss Lu family. Maybe the Lu family sends it out directly, so there won't be too much conflict. The moment. Violet Spirit King City, East End, the Lu family residence. The head of the Lu family as well as the many elders of the Lu family gathered in the central hall of the family. The many elders looked towards the Lu family's head. What's going on? Family master? This flying boat belongs to Qi Yunfan. Could it be that Miss has offended Qi Yunfan? Family master, where is the young lady now? Let her come out and explain the situation. If she really offended Qi Yunfan, it would be best to bring her forward to make amends. Yes, although the Lu clan is powerful, it would not be beneficial to the Lu clan if they were to die with Qi Yunfan. There are elders who support bringing in reparations. Naturally, there were also elders with a strong attitude. This matter must not be. Even if the young lady has offended Shi Yunfan, Shi Yunfan can just come secretly to demand some compensation. We naturally won't say anything more, but he has blatantly threatened us like this over the King City. No, with such a threat, if my Lu family agrees, how can we gain a foothold in the future? And won't the other two major Danzun families look at us as a joke? Yes, our two old ancestors. How can we say that we also have the strength of the first or second level of star plucking? Together, we may not be unable to resist the Lu family. Just then, an old voice rang out. In this matter, allow the old man to go ahead and probe a bit. Between the fall of the words, in the middle of the hall, an old man appeared, and it was clearly the Lu clan's old ancestor, also known as the great ancestor and first ancestor because he was the first person of the Lu clan. Seeing the appearance of the old ancestor, all the elders of the Lu family present, including the family head, opened their mouths. Greetings, great ancestor. No need to be polite. This is a matter of great importance. The great ancestor waved his hand. According to normal circumstances, Xiaoshan shouldn't be the type of person who doesn't know what's important and wouldn't offend Shi Yunfan rashly. There might be some misunderstandings among them. I'll go ahead and scout around. If Shi Yunfan really wants to do so, I wouldn't mind fighting with him. It just so happens that I just recently broken through the third level of star picking. Hearing the words of the great ancestor, all the elders present were delighted. In the entire Violet Spirit Dynasty, the strongest person was at the fourth level of star plucking, and that was the royal ancestor. If the old ancestor reached the third level of star plucking, that would be the same realm as the other three star plucking third levels, including Qi Yunfan, and all of them could be tied for second place. Furthermore, there was another old ancestor of the Lu family who also had the star picking realm. Congratulations to great ancestor. Congratulations to great ancestor. There goes the old man. After the great ancestor of the Lu family finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared in the middle of the hall. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Violet Spirit King City, Yang Wu also brought Lin Shu's trio to the middle of a mansion. After bringing Lin Shu, Yang Wu left. Just shortly after Yang Wu left, there were quite a few people visiting the door. For such visits, Lin Shu naturally accepted them one by one. This trip to come and exterminate the Lu family was just one of the small interludes. Growing insight, that's the point. Since he wanted to increase his knowledge, it was naturally unavoidable to come into contact with people. And now that someone had paid a visit, Lin Shu naturally had no reason to refuse. Soon, a dozen people had gathered inside Lin Shu's residence. None of these people were strong in the Avatar realm. It seems that these people are treating me like the Avatar realm, Lin Shu secretly guessed in his heart. Just then, suddenly a voice came. I, Lu Lin, have come to pay a visit to fellow Daoist Shi. As the voice came, inside the mansion, those who had come to visit earlier marveled. It's that great ancestor of the Lu family. Chapter 60, one word, plucked star retreated. Great ancestor Lu Lin of the Lu clan. This is the Lu clan's C-pin. He even came in person. I just don't know if this one came to make amends or something else. Then there's still no need to think. For this kind of thing, at most, the Lu family head will send that young lady of theirs. Even if the young lady of the Lu family really did something, it's not possible for the Lu family's great ancestor to come. And now that she's here, 9 times out of 10, she's not compensating for her sins. And she must have other intentions. The Lu family's great ancestor came. I don't know when the person behind this gentleman will appear. It's not so bad that he has to face the Lu family's great ancestor. This is a star-picking second-level powerhouse. In the Violet Spirit Dynasty, it can be ranked among the top 10 powerhouses. Didn't they say that the one behind him was Senior Qi Yunfan Qi? The moment when the crowd heard that the Lu clan's great ancestor had personally come, they were also talking about it. Lin Shu, naturally, heard the sounds coming from outside. The Lu family, surprisingly, was allowing their family's old man to come, so it seemed that this was not going to hand over that young lady of their family. Faced with this scenario, Lin Shu explained the matter to Xia Yan. After listening to Lin Shu's explanation, Xia Yan then walked to the door and said to Lu Lin, His Excellency commanded that if the Lu family hands over the young lady, you can enter. Otherwise no member of the Ryu family will be allowed to enter. The toughness of the attitude and the tone of voice made the people who came to visit in the mansion. At the moment, all of them were in a daze. This is the great ancestor of the Lu family. Such a strong person. Even if he went to the imperial palace, His Majesty the Emperor would need to treat him with respect. Lin Shu, such a young man, in the face of such a powerful person personally visiting his door, even directly refused his entry, and still allowed a woman beside him to pass on the message. This kind of attitude was completely disregarding the Lu family's great ancestor. How dare this man? Even if there really is a star-picking powerhouse behind him, he shouldn't be like this. Yes, if Senior Chi Yunfan were here at this moment, he wouldn't have turned away like this in the face of the Lu family's great ancestor. I don't know if it's because the artist is so bold, or if his background is so powerful that he can ignore a star-plucking powerhouse. On this frontier, those who are this young yet are able to ignore star-picking powerhouses do not even exist in the Flowing Cloud sect, even if it's that first true successor of the Flowing Cloud sect. Inside the mansion, the crowd looked at Lin Shu, wanting to see what kind of look Lin Shu had on his face at the moment. However, Lin Shu's expression at the moment was incomparably calm, as if the one arriving outside was not a star-picking powerhouse who could reign supreme in the Violet Spirit Dynasty, but a mortal. For a moment, they weren't sure what was going to happen next. However, it is certain that there is definitely less of a big battle. A star-plucking powerhouse was rejected. One could imagine how angry he would be, and now that he stayed in this mansion, he was afraid that he would all suffer the repercussions. Many of the people who had come to visit were getting up and then quickly leaving the place. They only wanted to get acquainted with Lin Shu, but they didn't want to be angered by the Lu clan's great ancestor and the others, who would casually erase the mansion and become unwarranted themselves. Lin Shu, not caring about their departure, hadn't put them in his eyes either, wanting to expand his horizons. Lin Shu's target, and not them, was the truly strong. This group of people were only at the Avatar realm, and even though they were born in the Violet Spirit Dynasty, Lin Shu didn't think that they really had a bigger vision than himself. If you leave, and you save yourself the trouble of having to personally kick people out when the time comes. Lin Shu, at this moment, looked at the doorway, just wanting to see what this so-called great ancestor of the Lu family would do. Soften up? Or do you mean breaking and entering? If they were to soften and send that Miss Lu family, the Lu family could live. If he were to force his way in, he would be able to kill a star picker and announce his arrival to the entire Violet Spirit Dynasty, and at that time, Lin Shu would not be afraid of not having any star picker powerhouses to come to his door, and in that case, if he wanted to understand something, it could be much faster than these people in front of him, who were merely at the Avatar realm. Willow Forest. The great ancestor of the Willow family looked at Xiayan. He had never imagined that a young woman of the mere spirit transformation realm would be the least bit afraid in the face of himself, and would dare to look straight at him. What was the courage that supported her in doing this? As a matter of fact, there was still a little bit of fear within Xiayan today. Of course, before leaving the house, the master explained that he would listen to everything the young master said. Although, Xiayan didn't know to what extent Lin Shu's cultivation was actually strong, but listening to her master's tone, it was definitely stronger than picking star. Hence, it was only because Lin Shu had asked him to come out and speak so forcefully to a Starcatcher transmission that she did not hesitate, and did not even show the slightest bit of timidity on her face. Either bring your Miss Lu family here, or go back. Xia Yan, looking at this great ancestor of the Lu family in front of her, saw that he was still standing at the door and couldn't help but repeat. Lu Lin, at the moment, was also a bit uncertain for a moment. Before leaving the house, Lu Lin guessed that Lin Shu was Qi Yunfan's disciple, but today, that doesn't seem to be the case. Qi Yunfan's disciple could never have faced himself without the slightest hint of timidity. However, today, he can be considered to be riding a tiger. Just leave? If he really did. Soon after, the entire Violet Spirit Dynasty would spread the news that his hallowed star-plucking powerhouse had been stopped by a young woman at the 9th level of spirit transformation, and that he was too scared to go in. At that point, the majesty of being a star-plucker powerhouse would be all gone. But it's not wise to break in and not know the exact identity today. Although, the Violet Spirit Dynasty was under the boundaries of the Flowing Cloud sect, one was not afraid of any of the young men of the Flowing Cloud sect. But what if the other party came from a frontier outside of the Flowing Cloud sect? But the existence of more powerful than the Star Picker, that such a strong person can turn a million miles in a thought. Breaking the void, terrifying, incomparable. Destroying the Flowing Cloud sect was all just a matter of raising his hand. It takes a gamble. If you win the bet, you will be able to maintain your majesty. If you lose the bet, then the Lu family will disappear. Lu Lin, contemplating at the moment, ultimately chose not to force his way in. All he could do was speak to the mansion. Since that's the case, then I'll come to the door later. There was no way around it, but handing over Lu Shan, compared to going to gamble on the safety of the entire Lu family, handing over Lu Shan was obviously easier. After finishing his speech, Lu Lin then turned to leave. He still needed to go and find out more specific things from Lu Shan. His Excellency said that the Lu family only has one day to think about it. Looking at Lu Lin as he left, Xia Yan couldn't help but give a reminder. Everything that happened here quickly spread throughout the entire Violet Spirit King city. For a time, the Violet Spirit King city was also thrown into a sensation. In the meantime, a middle-aged man in the middle of the Violet Spirit King city had just come out of seclusion when he received a message. Someone, riding on Qi Yunfan's flying boat, entered the royal city. Qi Yunfan is back? This middle-aged man immediately asked when he heard the news from his Sikh disciple. Back to master. Qi Yunfan didn't show up. There were just one man and two women, 3 young men who arrived at the royal city in his flying boat, and those 2 young women seemed to have quite a bit of respect for the young men. And just now the Lu family's great ancestor, Lu Lin, went there and was stopped by one of the young women, and Lu Lin was scared back from not entering the mansion where that young man is now. Hearing this, the middle-aged man also pondered. Lu Lin, this old piker, even though he's relatively weak, he shouldn't be such a wimp. It seems that I, Du Ming, will have to go and check it out myself. Having said that, Du Ming's figure disappeared, ready to go and explore on his own. Chapter 61, Lu Shan Schemes. The Battle of the Stars. The Ryu family. As soon as Lu Mu returned to the Lu family head as well as the elders immediately greeted him. They had been paying attention to the great ancestor, and thus with the great ancestor now returning, they desperately wanted to know exactly what the great ancestor was thinking inside. An elder immediately asked, "Great ancestor, why haven't you gone in?" The other elder followed closely behind. "Great ancestor, nowadays in the king's city, there are quite a few people who are secretly talking about how my Lu clan was even intimidated by a mere brat in the district." The rest of the elders also spoke up. "Great ancestor, I believe you have your own thoughts in your mind. I wonder if I can ask the great ancestor to shed some light on this. Great ancestor, could it be that you detected a terrifying aura there and that's why you didn't go in?" Lu Mu, looking at all the elders of the Lu family, whose faces were full of anticipation at the moment, did not hide it and explained. "That young woman, when she faced me, did not have the slightest fear in her eyes. I guess that explanation makes sense to you guys, right?" After Lu Mu finished speaking, the elders of the Lu family, many of them also nodded their heads in a hurry. Although not explicitly stated, it is better than explicitly stated. A young woman who was so fearless in the face of a star plucker powerhouse. There are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that the woman didn't know the cultivation level of the great ancestor, and those who didn't know had no fear. Obviously the likelihood of this is almost nil. At that time, in the middle of that mansion, but there were still quite a few people from the king's city who had gone to visit, and although these people were not in a high realm, merely in the avatar realm, they definitely knew about the great ancestor of the Lu family. This woman, even if she didn't know it herself, she should have understood it by listening to those people. In that case, there is only a second possibility. That's really not caring. A young woman who was only at the spirit transformation realm dared to not care about the star-plucking powerhouse, indicating that the woman had an extremely powerful powerhouse behind her, and had even obtained that powerhouse's permission. It seems like that young woman doesn't look at the star-picking powerhouse in her eyes. In fact, it's the person behind her who doesn't care about the star-picking powerhouse. The person behind this was, at the very least, at the level of an elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, or even more powerful. Great ancestor, then what should our Lu family do now? Are we really going to hand over that girl Lu Shan? Quite a few elders, their gazes looked towards the family head. Lu Shan was none other than the daughter of the head of the family, and the only one at that. The head of the family for the development of the Lu family, can be said to have done a lot of contribution. Lu Shan, although a woman, but also for the Lu family to recruit a lot of performance, so that the Lu family and the Purple Spirit Dynasty's share of the pills, the share of the increase of at least 5 percentage points. If you hand it over, I'm afraid it will chill the heart of the family head, and in the future, who will still do their best for the family? The Lu family? The Lu family lord, seeing the gazes of the elders looking towards him, was forced to open his mouth at this moment. Since this matter was caused by Xiao Shan, let's wait for her to return and have her personally go to make amends. Of course, if the other party wants Xiao Shan's life, for the sake of Xiao Shan's and this family head's contribution to the Lu family, at that time, all the elders and great ancestors, please don't stand idly by. Now, as the head of the Lu family, he could only do so much. If it was just the elders who were here, he, as the head of the family, could make the decision. But there is still the great ancestor in. Even the head of the family cannot make the decision. The great ancestor is the real pillar of the Lu family, because the great ancestor is in the Lu family's elixir business, so that there will be no one to covet. Even if someone covets, can be resolved. At this moment, as the Lu family head, he can only beg in his heart. His daughter is not too much to punch each other, just a small conflict. compensation will be finished. Otherwise, things are in big trouble. He also understood that the great ancestor wouldn't be aimless and wasn't that fearful. The fact that the great ancestor didn't dare to go in meant that in all probability the other party did have an extremely astonishing background. This background, the Lu family couldn't afford to mess with. Time slowly passes. Lu Shan, after receiving the news from her family, had originally planned to head to the Yuanyang dynasty, and halfway through the journey, she also set off to return. Returning to the clan, Lu Shan was immediately summoned. Willowwood, seeing Willow Shank's return, also spoke directly. You and everything you know from the truth, not allowed to leave out any trace of the slightest. If this matter is not handled well, the Lu family are in danger of extinction. Lu Shan, looking at the great ancestor, are so solemn, at this moment naturally do not dare to hide, will be what he did, all set out. You're saying that you guessed that Qi Yunfan might be dead? That's what allowed his flying boat to stray out and be obtained by those three? Moreover, the direction in which that flying boat arrived was the direction of the relatively weak few dynasties of the 18 dynasties? Willowwood listened and pondered the possibility at the moment. This guess is indeed a possibility. Qi Yunfan, star-picking triple, a powerhouse ranked in the top 3 in terms of strength in the Violet Spirit dynasty. It is true that he did not leave his flying boat, and now that the flying boat appeared but others did not, it is possible that he has fallen. There is some truth in what you say, but that doesn't explain why a young woman of the transformation spirit realm in the district, standing in front of me, isn't afraid of me in the slightest. And you also said that the man you sent out to follow you has not been heard from, and is perhaps dead. Even if Qi Yunfan is really dead, it doesn't mean those three don't have identities. Liashan smiled. Originally, I was planning to have the person following me test the waters, and if the other party didn't have the strength, then I would just rob them. After all, Qi Yunfan's flying boat as well as the resources that might be left behind after his fall would be of great use to the Lu family. Since they're probably dead now, then it's the second step of the plan. Du Ming and Qi Yunfan are both in the 3rd level of star picking and have always had a grudge. Now that Qi Yunfan's flying boat has appeared, Du Ming will definitely not ignore it. Next, let Du Ming go ahead and test the waters. Yanagi, looking at Yushan, you really dare to think your idea has reached Du Ming. It's a pity that you're not a male, otherwise you would be the next head of the Lu family. Lu Shan silently lowered her head without speaking. In his heart, at the moment, there was some resentment. He himself, for the sake of the Lu family, constantly planning, but in the end is still unable to be recognized, or rather, has been recognized, but because of the non-male body, that position in the end with their own no chance. In that case, don't blame me for grabbing it myself. Thinking, Lu Shan crushed a jade talisman. This Lu family headship, I have to do it, and grab it too, while the Lu family was waiting for Du Ming's trial. In the meantime, Du Ming was already in the mansion where Lin Shu was now temporarily residing. Of course, he didn't choose to come openly like Willowwood, but secretly sneaked in. Ming Lai, if something happens, one's own, that would be a disgrace, the same as Lu Lin, reduced to a laughingstock. Dark to come, once things are not right, one can still escape, then who knows that he went, things will not be exposed, even if he fails, he will be able to save his face. Du Ming is ready to quietly sneak in to see, however, he has just approached the mansion, will feel the sky spinning. The bucket shifts, eyes a trance, once again fixed eyes, has appeared in a lobby. In front of him, a young man was quietly watching him. Who are you? What is the purpose of sneaking into my son's residence? Lin Shu, sizing up the visitor, calmly opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 62, Re-accepting the Star-Selecting Servant. Lin Shu's intentions were first revealed. This is Elder Du Ming? The moment. In the middle of the lobby, in addition to the people who had already left just now because Yanagi had come, there were still some people left behind. When they saw a middle-aged man suddenly appear in the middle of the lobby, they also immediately looked over. At this look, the crowd was taken aback. The person who came was, surprisingly, Du Ming. Du Ming, on a par with Qi Yunfan. In terms of strength, they were only below the royal ancestors of the Violet Spirit dynasty, although everyone liked to call them the top 3 of the Violet Spirit 10 strongest men. In fact, they're both tied for second place. In terms of fame, in terms of strength, they were all greater than the previous Lu clan great ancestor. The 2 men, who had stepped into the star-picking triple heavy, had been there for hundreds of years at least, and were truly veteran star-picking triple heavy powerhouses. Even if someone from the later group broke through to the 3rd level of star-plucking, they might not be a match for Du Ming and Qi Yunfan. However, they didn't know at this moment that Du Ming didn't appear in the lobby by himself, but was forced to appear here. Therefore, When they saw Du Ming arrive, they all spoke respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Du." However, Du Ming treated this respectful obeisance from them as if he had not heard it. Du Ming, looking at Lin Shu, a trace of fear unconsciously surfaced in his heart. In that instant just now, he felt the ability to change the sky and the earth, so that he did not have any resistance will be directly caught up in the road. From the mansion outside instantly appeared in the lobby. It seemed a bit like the legendary void shift, but legend has it that void shifting is wherever the returning void powerhouse's own thoughts go, he or she can arrive in person. Why? And now it was himself who had instantly performed the shift. Du Ming was puzzled. However, whether it was understood or not, it was certain that there were unimaginably strong people in this mansion, and this strong man, in all likelihood, was the young man sitting in the center of the lobby in front of him, quietly looking at himself at the moment. Du Ming, without any hesitation, then bowed directly. "Junior Du Ming, greetings to Senior." Lin Shu, seeing that the star-plucking triple heavyweight who had just been directly ingested over by himself, addressed himself as Senior as soon as he met him. Extremely respectful, also understood that this person had probably vaguely guessed his own strength. Du Ming's words immediately set off shockwaves in the middle of the lobby. What did they see? Du Ming, the top 3 ranked powerhouse of the Violet Spirit Dynasty, unexpectedly treated Lin Shu with such respect and even addressed him as a senior. They, too, were looking at Lin Shu incredulously at this moment. Could it be that this young gentleman was not a young man, but a rejuvenated, or a supremely powerful man who had the ability to reside in the face? Previously, they were thinking of being on equal footing with Lin Shu, and now, seeing Du Ming all this respect, they didn't have any hesitation and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Elder." Du Ming has paid his respects. If they don't, maybe Linus doesn't care, but Dwayne definitely cares. After all, this is not giving face to Du Ming. Who dares not to give face to Du Ming? Anyway, they were only in the district avatar realm and did not dare to have such thoughts in the slightest. Lin Shu, casually waving his hand, didn't look at the others, but at Du Ming. "Du Ming, right, you as a star-picking triple but do such sneaky things. If you can't say a reason, don't blame me for sending you to the road of transformation, the so-called Tao of Transformation. For practitioners, that's putting it nicely. On a harder note, that would be death." The fall. Durname spoke immediately. "Back to Senior. I have some grudges with Qi Yunfan. This time I heard that his flying boat appeared while he himself did not appear. That's why I wanted to sneak in to see if Qi Yunfan was dead or that he was so badly injured that it was inconvenient to see outsiders. The latecomer really didn't know that Senior was here, or else I wouldn't have dared to come and disturb Senior even if I were given 10,000 guts. Please forgive Senior, as long as Senior needs it. Senior is willing to do anything for Senior." Lin Shu, thinking about it, now that he had come to the Purple Spirit Dynasty, the only people around him were Su Yan and Xia Yan. These two, although they listened to themselves, were still inferior in strength. Himself, in this Purple Spirit Dynasty is not always to everything have to be their own hand. If this Du Ming in front of me obedient words, in the Purple Spirit Dynasty to stay in this period of time, but can be used as a subordinate to make call. Some things that he didn't want to do himself and the 2 women around him couldn't accomplish. It was still possible to let him do it. As for his feud with Qi Yunfan, Lin Shu didn't care. Qi Yunfan was merely a slave that he had taken in. His grudges had nothing to do with him and could not affect him. Since this is the case, then you will make an oath to be my slave at ease and do my bidding during the time my lord stays in the Violet Spirit Dynasty. This, as soon as Du Ming heard about slaves, he was also a bit hesitant for a moment. After all, he was also a stable 3 top 2-star picking triple powerhouse of the Purple Spirit Dynasty, and in Qi Yunfan's absence, he was the proper second powerhouse. It does seem a bit embarrassing to go and be a servant. If you don't want to, then die. Lin Shu, looking at Du Ming's hesitation, directly extended a palm and the next moment, Du Ming instantly felt that the heaven and earth where he was, seemed to have undergone a sea change, and had already fallen under Lin Shu's control, as if it had been stripped from the original heaven and earth. Hiss, what kind of tactic is this? In the twinkling of an eye, it seems to be able to cut a side of heaven and earth and incorporate it into the center of one's palm. Could this be the true power of the legendary return to Void Realm? It was too late to think. Du Ming directly kneeled down. "Elder, I'm willing, I swear, I am willing to become Senior's most loyal slave and serve Senior to the best of my ability." Du Ming was afraid that if he spoke slowly, he would die on the spot. Lin Shu, who then withdrew his hand. "Very well. In that case, my lord will give you your first task. Miss Willow sent someone to follow my lord and commit misdeeds in the first place. Now, Yuan go to the Lu family and bring the people here. Originally, my lord gave them a day's time, but they didn't seem to hear it, and sent an old undead to test my lord. Du Ming immediately nodded his head when he heard Lin Shu's command. Yes, master, I'll go and bring the people here. May I ask if master wants to arrest everyone in the Lu family? Or is it just the Miss Lu Shan of the Lu family alone? Do you think that you can capture everyone from the Lu family? That so-called great ancestor of the Lu family, when he arrived earlier, my lord probed and was in the same realm as you. When Du Ming heard it, he was also surprised in his heart. This old piker, he actually broke through. In that case, if he went to the Lu family to arrest someone, he was afraid that it would not be easy. However, he was clearly more willing to face the Lu family than to face Lin Shu. Master, I'm going to the Lu family. After saying that, Du Ming left the lobby. As Du Ming left, the lobby fell into dead silence. Everyone, looking at Lin Shu, was filled with intense fear. This was a peerless existence that had subdued Du Ming with a raise of his hand. Lin Shu, glancing at them, also had little interest in talking to them, and said directly, this Gongzi has descended to the Violet Spirit Dynasty and is just taking a casual look around. If you or your family or clan have any secret stories and news about this world, no matter what aspect, you can speak with this Gongzi. If my lord finds it worthwhile, he will naturally give you the benefit of the doubt. Of course, the minimum is plucked star, preferably above plucked star. As for below plucked star, this Gongzi has no interest. When the people present heard Lin Shu open his mouth, they all expressed their willingness to go and collect for Lin Shu, and then they left one after another. Chapter 63, The First True Tradition. Supreme Overlord Yun Ni Academy Palace. Du Ming, after receiving Lin Shu's mission, exited the mansion and headed straight to the Lu family. Damn the Ryu family. Road. Du Ming's mind was cursing at the moment. Before Lin Shu had even arrived at the royal city, his own disciples received a message from the people of the Lu family that the Qi Yunfan flying boat had appeared. Now that I think about it carefully, the Lu family, at that time, had the intention of making themselves the wrongdoers? Although, with the appearance of Qi Yunfan's flying boat, even without the reminder of the Lu family, one would definitely go and investigate. But who made him want to vent to someone right now? Since this was the case, it was just the right reason to rely on this to turn on the Lu family. Du Ming, walking on the road to the Lu family, was constantly thinking in his head. This time, although there was almost no return because of the probe, but now it's also considered a blessing due to the misfortune, and it's actually accompanied by such a strong big brother. Du Ming, although he didn't know exactly what Lin Shu's realm was, he could be sure that it was definitely enough to walk horizontally in the boundary of the Lu Yun sect, and now that he had become one of the people under such a strong man, even the Flowing Cloud sect could be unafraid, and even said that he might have a chance to get a glimpse of that star-plucking fifth realm. If one wanted to break through the fifth level of star-plucking, one would need extremely dense star power. Therefore, it was necessary to haul down the extraterrestrial stars to be able to break through. In order to pull down the extraterrestrial star, one would either need to be at the fifth level of the star-plucking realm, or one would need many strong people under the fifth level of the star-plucking realm to join forces together in order to do so. As for the fifth level of star removal, it was only available in the Flowing Cloud sect, and while the Flowing Cloud sect could certainly haul it down, if you wanted to go and cultivate it, you had to submit to the Flowing Cloud sect. Because of this, the Flowing Cloud sect was the giant of this million-mile area, and they controlled the lifeblood of a person who wanted to break through to the fifth level of the plucked star. At one time, there were also quite a few strong people under the fifth level of star removal who wanted to unite and work together to pull down the extraterrestrial stars to break the monopoly of the Flowing Cloud sect. In the end, the Flowing Cloud sect sent out many strong men to suppress them and kill them. It can be said that throughout the boundary of the Lu Yun sect, in addition to the submissive star-picking powerhouses, the other star-picking powerhouses, 9 out of 10, are relatively hateful to the Lu Yun sect in the bottom of their hearts, and Du Ming is naturally one of them. Du Ming originally also intends to soon go to defect to the Lu Yun sect, so as to obtain an extraterritorial star cave cultivation place, so as to break through the fourth level of the plucked star, and further peep into the realm of the fifth level of the plucked star. Well, now, no need for that. Lin Shu, it seemed to be stronger than the Flowing Cloud sect. With such a strong person around, what was the need for the Flowing Cloud sect? If you work hard to complete the task yourself, perhaps you will have a breakthrough in time. Thinking about it, Du Ming's heart was suddenly energized, and without realizing it, he was already in front of the Lu family's door. Elder Du, the person who watched the door of the Lu family, seeing Du Ming come to the door, immediately opened his mouth respectfully. Elder Du, please wait a moment. Senior will go and report. It's not necessary. Du Ming waved his hand, then he rushed straight into the Lu family. Master has ordered the Lu family to hand over Lu Shan immediately, or else the chickens and dogs will not be happy. But with the task to come, Lin Shu is obviously not like the Lu family. Du Ming is naturally for the Lu family cannot give a good face, not to mention the Lu family before, but also vaguely calculated their own. Du Ming will not be able to follow the rules of the Lu family to, naturally, is to break into the strong. Du Ming's forceful intrusion, the Lu family's crowd, immediately noticed it. Many elders, family heads and even old ancestors of the Lu family were the first to appear. Lu Lin, the great ancestor of the Lu family, looked at Du Ming as he came and couldn't help but open his mouth. Fellow Daoist Du, my Lu family has not offended you. Are you not being a bit too rude by forcing your way into the Lu family like this? Du Ming, glancing at Lu Lin, it was true that he had broken through to the third level of star plucking, just as Lin Shu had said. However, Du Ming was not afraid. After all, he himself had been immersed in the third level of star picking for hundreds of years, and had long since reached the peak, only missing an opportunity to break through to the fourth level of star picking. Lu Lin, after all, had only just broken through to the third level of star plucking, and such a person could not yet threaten himself. Cut the crap. This is the master's mission. Hand over Lu Shan and this seat will leave immediately. Otherwise what the seat said before about the chickens and dogs will never be empty words. Don't challenge the seat's patience, master. This time, the people of the Lu family heard it truly. Before, they thought they hadn't heard clearly, but now that they heard it again, they could be sure that Du Ming was definitely talking about the master. Who is it that can be the master of the Dunamis? Willowin, too, couldn't help but ask. Fellow Daoist Du, I don't know who the master is that you're talking about. Don't get close to this seat, you know it in your heart. As soon as Willowin heard that, she immediately thought, and now, in the entire Violet Spirit King city, it seemed that the only one who wanted Lu Shan was the young man who had appeared not long ago. Could it be that the owner of the Du name was the strong man behind the young man? Just then, Lu Shan also walked out from a mansion of the Lu family as she looked at Du Ming. Elder Du, I'm afraid you won't be able to take me away today. What are you? Du Ming glanced at Lu Shan, a mere second level of the Avatar realm. Since when is it your turn to interrupt when this seat is talking to your lord? After saying that, Du Ming was directly about to slap Lu Shan. However, just as Du Ming's slap was about to go down, in Lu Shan's hand, a token appeared. Elder Du, this token, you have to take a good look at it. Du Ming, when he saw the token, his expression suddenly froze. This token, which was clearly engraved with the word Lu Yun, was a Lu Yun sect token. And, this token, is still purple. The most honorable of the Flowing Cloud sect tokens, based on its color, was gold. Those were the tokens of the Flowing Cloud sect's patriarch as well as the supreme elder. Other than that, it's purple. Purple tokens were only able to be held by elders as well as the top-ranked true legends. Right now, this Lu Yun sect token was purple, so it meant that behind Lu Shan, there was a Lu Yun sect elder or that mysterious first true successor of the Lu Yun sect. Seeing Du Ming's hand retracted, Lu Shan then coldly grunted. This token was given to me by the first true legacy of the Flowing Cloud sect. I wonder if Senior Du would like to check the authenticity of it. The first true tradition. Hearing this, Du Ming's face changed. In the Flowing Cloud sect, the most terrifying person was this first true evangelist. It was even, in a sense, more terrifying than even certain elders. The first true biography, mysterious and incomparable. There are rumors that this first true biography of the Flowing Cloud sect has already entered the Yun Ni Academy. Yun Ni School Palace, that was the legendary unschooled palace of the Cloud State's overlord, the Yun Ni Imperial Dynasty. If this was just an elder token, although Du Ming was surprised, this matter was arranged by Lin Shu, and he had no fear in his heart. After all, in his mind, Lin Shu's strength was definitely above the Flowing Cloud sect. However, if it was the first true successor, then it would be troublesome. That was someone from the Cloud Neon School Palace, the entire Cloud State, the most supreme school palace, the Cloud Ne Dynasty royal family founded, has supreme power. That first true transmission, in terms of true strength, in Du Ming's opinion, should be no better than Lin Shu. But Yunni Academy, this is not comparable to Lin Shu. For a while, Du Ming was also a bit hesitant, not knowing what to do. It seems that we should first send a message to the master, so that he can decide personally. This matter is already beyond his control. Du Ming did not hesitate, and then passed the sound to Lin Shu. Chapter 64, Yun Tianming, Childhood Uncle Yun, Yunni Academy? Lin Shu, who heard the voice transmission, was also a bit surprised. According to the information that he had previously received from Ying Tianzheng of the Jianyu dynasty, the Yunnan imperial dynasty was the true hegemon of the cloud state. The Lu Yun sect, on the other hand, was just the surrounding 18 dynasties that were honored within this territory. The Lu family, even the Flowing Clouds sect, was a far cry. It was indeed surprising that a woman from the Lu family in the district could still be related to the people of the Yunni Academy Palace. Lin Shu replied with a voice transmission. How much do you know about the Cloud Neon School Palace? Du Ming didn't understand why Lin Shu would ask that. After all, in Du Ming's opinion, Lin Shu's strength was far more powerful than his own, and the Yunni Academy, Lin Shu should also know more about it than he did. However, since Lin Shu had asked this, he had no choice but to honestly transmit his voice to answer. Yunjo, divided into 5 frontiers in the southeast, northwest, and center, the Flowing Cloud sect, even in the eastern cloud state, can only be considered a relatively average power, while the Cloud Neon School Palace, which is subordinate to the Cloud Neon Imperial family, is naturally the topmost giant power in the cloud state. The strongest of the Flowing Cloud sect is the 9th level of star removal. As for the strongest in Yunni Academy Palace, I'm not sure, but it's certain that the 9th level of star plucking is not considered a strong person in Yunni Academy Palace. Next, Domain said a whole lot more. However, to Lin Shu, they were all meaningless things, because, after all, he himself had not been able to learn what cultivation level the strongest person in the Cloud Neon School Palace was. Returning to the void, through the sky, or is that above the Tontine? If it was a return to void, Lin Shu would naturally not be afraid. However, the Yunni Imperial dynasty was so powerful that the Yunni Academy obviously wouldn't have only returned to void powerhouses. Tonto is a little more likely. If it is Tongtian, Lin Shu is not afraid. He has gone through the 3,000 heavenly stairs. It is the realm of Tongtian. Lin Shu is not afraid to meet. The same was true even if the other party's cultivation was higher. Fear was afraid that the other party had an existence that surpassed the Tongtian, in which case, offended rashly, things turned troublesome. Wait, Lin Shu suddenly thought of a problem. Even if the first true successor of the Flowing Cloud sect was a disciple of the Cloud Neon School Palace, he might not be a disciple of the strongest one, himself. It seems, doesn't have to be so careful. Just as Lin Shu decided to settle things first, suddenly Du Ming's voice came. Master, that Lu Yun sect's first true transmission is here. When Lin Shu heard this transmission, he didn't hesitate and immediately utilized his divine thoughts to cage towards the Lu family, wanting to see what was going on with this first true legend. The moment, the Ryu family, Yun Tianming, the first true biographer of the Lu Yun sect, looked at Du Ming. How about letting the matter of Lu Shan go? Having said that, Yun Tianming directly threw out an object to Du Ming. When Du Ming took a look, a shock went through his heart. Surprisingly, it's a star core. It was rumored that within the extraterrestrial stars, there were star cores that had undergone billions of years of evolution. Each piece of star core gathered at least half of the star power of the extra-dimensional star. A single star core was enough to allow a person with sufficient qualifications to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level of star plucking. This Yun Tianming is really a big deal. Just this one piece of star core was enough to buy the entire Violet Spirit dynasty. Unfortunately, this matter is not his master. If it is Du Ming himself master, at this time he will certainly be no hesitation to accept, and then all of this is revealed. But this was Lin Shu's business, and the matter still needed to be asked of Lin Shu. However, right at this moment, in Du Ming's mind, a voice came. Put the matter of Lu Shan on hold for now, and bring that Lu Yun sect's first true successor. Lin Shu hadn't thought that this so-called Lu Yun sect's #1 true biographer was actually an acquaintance. When Du Ming received Lin Shu's message, he also immediately said towards Yun Tianming, Mr. Yun, my master has an invitation. Your master? Interesting, to think that I still need my lord to meet him. Yun Tianming smiled. This Gongzi is also curious as to what kind of person is able to make a person like you, who is at the peak of the 3rd level of star plucking, willing to submit, lead the way. Yun Tianming took Lu Shan with him and then left the Lu family with Du Ming. At this moment, in the Lu family, numerous elders, their gazes were all looking towards the Lu family head. What's going on? Family master? The Lu family head was similarly confused in his mind at this time. This daughter of his, when did she even have a connection with the most mysterious first true scholar of the Flowing Cloud sect? Moreover, it looked like the relationship was not shallow. After all, that purple token was given to his daughter. Elders, I'm not sure about this matter. When she returns, you can ask her yourselves. When many of the elders present heard this, they immediately shook their heads. An elder, somewhat embarrassed, opened his mouth. Family head. I said some bad words before. When the time comes, I would like to ask the family head to be able to put in a good word for me. This matter is my fault. The Liu family lord naturally knew what it was. They were advocating for their daughter to be handed over. And now that they see that their daughter has such a layer of identity, they naturally don't dare to mention it, and they are even afraid that their daughter will settle the score afterward. In this matter, it is better to ask the elders to speak for themselves. With his daughter having such an identity, what is he afraid of now? Even if a great ancestor is present. The first true legend of the Flowing Cloud sect. This is the most mysterious person of the Flowing Cloud sect, and the legend has entered the Cloud Neighborhood School Palace. Yun-Ni Academy. That was a giant in the Cloud State. The scholars in here, as long as they don't fall, 80% of them will be able to break through to above the star picking in the future. The great ancestor, too, was only a star-picking triple. Du Ming, with Yun Tianming and Lu Shan in tow, returned to the mansion where Lin Shu was. Master, Lord Yun has brought it. Lin Shu didn't listen to Du Ming's words, but instead looked at Yun Tianming and finally said, Uncle Yun, it's really you. Your Koshu? Yun Tianming, looking at Lin Shu, his eyes filled with astonishment, and then, surprisingly, he directly knelt down on one leg. Yun Tianming, meet young lord. The scene. It left Du Ming and Lu Shan who were present in the room dumbfounded. Honestly, Lin Shu was also a bit confused at this point. Earlier, I heard my father say that he seemed to know true legends in the Flowing Cloud sect. Lin Shu didn't expect it to be that mysterious first true evangelist. What was even more unanticipated was that this first true legend was actually Uncle Yun, whom he had known when he was a child following his father. Just why? How come this close friend of his father's addressed himself as young lord? Uncle Yun, what's going on? Yun Tianming glanced at Du Ming. You get out first. Du Ming looked at Lin Shu, who nodded, and with Lin Shu's permission, Du Ming then walked out of the lobby. Subsequently, Yun Tianming then narrated all the ins and outs of the matter. Chapter 65, Mother's Arrangement. Ancient Sage Powerhouse. Original. Lin Shu's mother, running out to play, meets Yun Tianming. At that time, Yun Tianming was being pursued by his enemies. When Lin Shu's mother saw that he had some talent, she helped him kill his enemies. In order to repay his kindness, Yun Tianming chose to follow Lin Shu's mother, who agreed to teach him kung fu. In this way, the two of them, a master and a servant, traveled to the Cloud State and arrived at the boundary of the Flowing Cloud sect. Lin Shu's mother meets Lin Shu's father, Lin Sanqiong, and the two have a series of events that end up together. However, from that moment on, Lin Shu's mother knew that it wouldn't go so smoothly. Sooner or later she had to go back, and for that reason she started laying out from that time, letting Yun Tianming join the Flowing Cloud sect. He quickly became a true disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect due to his powerful talent. It was at that time that Yun Tianming followed Lin Shu's mother's instructions, so he told Lin Sangdao that he was a true descendant of the Flowing Cloud sect. Listening to all this, Lin Shu couldn't help but ask, so, can I ask how my father and mother hooked up? Yun Tianming immediately shook his head. In this matter, I don't know exactly, but I have a feeling that the master seems to have come to the boundary of the Flowing Cloud sect on purpose, as if he knew he would meet it. Lin Shu was stunned and suddenly seemed to think of something. Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Technique. This was the gong method that his own mother had engraved in his mind. Since this was the case, mother should have practiced as well. And among this gongfu, there seemed to be the art of the great deduction of heaven and earth. Perhaps, it was the mother who had projected something by utilizing the great extrapolation technique of heaven and earth, and that was why she had run away to such a remote and backward little place. Young lord, master had said that you would sooner or later walk out of the Jianyu dynasty. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Master asked me to secretly shelter you after you walk out of the Jianyu dynasty. Since you're here, young lord, I wonder what young lord has planned next. Lin Shu shook his head. I don't have any plans for the time being. I just want to grow my horizons. There are so many things that I simply can't inquire about in the Jianyu dynasty. What does the young lord want to know? For example, the cultivation realm. That's a good one. Yun Tianming immediately said. Cultivation realms, from low to high, are corporeal body, foundation building, spirit transformation, divine aptitude, venerable, star plucking, returning to the void, and passing through the heavens. As for above Tong Tian, that is the legendary ancient saints, already transcendent. That is, in the land of Yunjo, there are no ancient saints. However, according to my guess, the master was already stepping into the ancient saint realm back then. What? Lin Shu was appalled when he heard this. How old was mother back then? I don't know, but I can guess by my father's age. about the same age as my father. The father was also in his 40s, and back then he was in his early 20s, definitely no older than 25. A 25-year-old ancient saint. What kind of demon is this? You've been practicing since you were born? No, I should say it was practiced in the womb. Lin Shu already didn't want to think about it. Compared to his own mother, his own system hanging open, felt a bit unsatisfactory. Oh father, you can hurry up and cultivate. In Lin Shu's heart, he couldn't help but sigh at this time. Just then, Yun Tianming snapped. Lu Shan, kneel. When Lu Shan heard that, she didn't hesitate and knelt down right in front of Lin Shu's eyes. Regarding Yun Tianming, Lu Shan knew too well. He remembered that 3 years ago, he went to a border city of the Violet Spirit Dynasty. At that time, in the border city, there happened to be a dozen or so star-plucking realm powerhouses who crossed the border from outside the boundaries of the Flowing Cloud sect and arrived at the Violet Spirit Dynasty, and began to go on a massacre at the border of the Violet Spirit Dynasty. Yun Tianming, descending from the sky, killed all of the group of star-picking powerhouses in just a few moves. At the time, he saw it with his own eyes. He had never imagined that this Lu Yun sect's first true successor was hiding so deeply, and while outsiders all thought that he was still only at the 9th level of Zunshur, he had in fact long since stepped into the star-picking realm, and perhaps even more. Originally, he was going to die when he saw the secret, but he was so wise in his haste that he immediately swore a poisonous oath never to disclose it, which saved his life. Why are you kneeling to me? Kneel for young lord. Why did you offend young lord before? If you don't obtain young lord's forgiveness, then you don't have to live. Lu Shan immediately knelt down towards Lin Shu. Yun Tianming, at this moment, spoke to Lin Shu. Young master, she offended you for some unknown reason. If you have nothing to lose, then leave her alive. This woman's physique is somewhat special. That's why I left her alive and also intend to help her take control of the Lu family. Originally, the heart thought that the young master should not be so fast out of the Jianyu dynasty, which is not so fast to help her control the Lu family. She controlled the Lu family. The young master came. By then there is such a Dan Zun family. What you want, then you can have what? Lu Shan, at that moment, also understood that her life was in Lin Shu's hands, and hurriedly kowtowed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have sent anyone to follow you, young lord, and I shouldn't have coveted the Qi Yunfan flying boat that you may have in your hands as well as the resources. Lu Shan wanted to say more, but Lin Shu stopped him. Originally, you were going to die, but since you're the one Uncle Yun left behind, this death sentence will be spared. Thank you, young lord. Lu Shan immediately paid his respects. Suddenly, Yun Tianming opened his mouth. Young lord, this Lu Shan will be handed over to you. Young lord, from now on, her physique is special. I purposely left it for you. Young lord, her physique, called the Xian beautiful body. Although it's not a sacred body, it's still the topmost physique under the sacred body. This physique, cultivating yin attribute techniques can be said to be twice as effective as half the effort. And if one is in dual cultivation with someone, it can greatly increase the speed of cultivation, although it doesn't play a big role after reaching the ancient sage realm. But before the ancient sage, even if it's a Tong Tian, it's still effective. As soon as Yun Tianming finished speaking, Lu Shan immediately said, Young lord, I am willing to serve you. Lin Shu glanced at Lu Shan. This woman's appearance was indeed good and her body was impeccable. If he took it, it would be fine. At least he could raise his cultivation without having to rely entirely on his father. He could still rely on her to raise his cultivation. There was no reason for Lin Shu to refuse something that could enhance his cultivation. Good. In that case, from now on, you will follow me. Of course, before that, you must swear allegiance to this young lord, or else the previous you plotted against me first. It's hard for me to believe you. Lu Shan listened and nodded her head. Yes, young lord, I'll swear. Afterwards, Lu Shan began to take her vows. Only when Lu Shan made her vow did Lin Shu put her heart down and accepted her. Just then, suddenly, Lin Shu sensed a violent fluctuation. It was from the direction of the Jianyu dynasty. Not only that, Lin Shu also heard a beep coming from the system. Ding! The host's father broke through the first level of the Zuni realm. Does the host activate the system's only passive to raise his cultivation to the third level of the Tong Tian? Yes. Lin Shu nodded silently inwardly. Only Yun Tianming could be heard speaking. Young lord, there is a secret realm out there, and it seems to be in the direction of the Jianyu dynasty. Lin Shu understood that it should be the key that his father had gotten from himself, thus opening the secret realm. This time when the secret realm came out, I'm afraid that it would be able to attract quite a few strong people. I should go over and take a look. Otherwise I'm afraid that my father wouldn't be able to cope with it. Chapter 66, Legendary Ancient Green. Yun Tianming's surprise. The Jiangyu dynasty shook. And this kind of fluctuation could be said to have caused numerous places within the boundaries of the Luyun sect to be affected. The 18 dynasties, almost all of the strongest people, had felt this fluctuation. For a while, the gazes of many powerful people looked in the direction of the Jiangyu dynasty. There were star-plucking powerhouses that were excited inside at the moment. Star-picking powerhouses have a long lifespan of 3,000 years. Some of the star-pickers have already been living for more than 2,000 years. Living longer, the things they have seen, naturally, the more they have seen some. The appearance of the secret realm made them remember something they could hardly forget. 2,500 years ago, within the boundaries of these 18 dynasties of today, an astonishingly talented person appeared. This person, named Gu Chang. He was the only one among the 18 dynasties in the frontier where the Flowing Cloud sect was located who had broken through the blockade of the Flowing Cloud sect and thus stepped into the 5th level of star plucking. If the others wanted to break through to the 5th level of star removal, they either had to be a member of the Flowing Cloud sect or submit to the Flowing Cloud sect. Because the Flowing Cloud sect controls the extraterritorial stars and controls the star resources for the 4th level of star plucking who wants to break through to the 5th level of star plucking. And of course nowadays it is called the first class cave heaven. The 4th level of star picking into the 5th level of star picking required extremely dense star power, and such dense star power was only found in first class cave geniuses. As a result, the powerhouses outside of the Flowing Cloud sect were either unable to break through or chose to submit. Only this person, Gu Chang, had unexpectedly broken this phenomenon under the monopoly of the Flowing Cloud sect, breaking through to the 5th level of star picking, becoming the only star-picking 5th level not under the control of the Flowing Cloud sect since the establishment of the Flowing Cloud sect in the midst of this territory. Such a move naturally offended the entire Flowing Cloud sect. The Flowing Cloud sect, in order to consolidate their dominance, in order for the Flowing Cloud sect to be able to remain in this frontier for all eternity, with a perpetual legacy, had begun a hunt for that one. It was expected that the ancient green would sink and blip. However, this person, Gu Chang, had risen in the midst of adversity, and not only did he not fall, but instead, his cultivation level had risen rapidly in the midst of constant battles, rising all the way to the peak of the 9th level of star plucking. It is a pity that Gu Chang this person is too straightforward, never will only confront positively, will not meander a bit, if it is able to slightly concessions, perhaps can break through the realm of returning to the void. However, he didn't do so, and instead, he had always chosen to carry the Flowing Cloud sect head-on and hard. In the end, after he reached the peak of the 9th level of star picking and thought he was invincible, he started to work on breaking through above star picking and breaking through that rumored return to void realm in front of the Luyun sect. Obviously, he failed. The star-plucking powerhouse of the Flowing Cloud sect knew that once he broke through, then the Flowing Cloud sect would completely disappear. In order to prevent the Flowing Cloud sect from continuing to rule, eventually, on that day, a great event that shook under the boundaries of the Flowing Cloud sect occurred. The Flowing Cloud sect came out with a group of over 2,000-year-old star-picking powerhouses who had formed a self-destruct team, and all of these veteran star-picking powerhouses used their self-destructs as a price to stop Ancient Qing in a hard way. Although, in terms of personal strength, Gu Qing was already powerful to the point of invincibility, and it was difficult for an ordinary star-plucking 9 to even last 10 moves in his hands. However, this time, these veteran star-pluckers, instead of fighting with them, numerous star-pluckers chose to explode themselves. Even the several oldest ancestors of the Luyun sect at that time, several peak star pluckers 9 peak powerhouses who were already close to 3,000 years old, also chose to explode themselves. Up to this point, Gu Chang had failed and had not entered the return to void realm. If, for example, that person had backed off a little and not done this in front of the Luyun sect, but had first hidden himself or disappeared to make a breakthrough, then the result would have been completely different. There is no doubt that Gulching is a legend, but unfortunately a sad one. In that breakthrough, Gu Qing failed and likewise suffered a heavy blow, eventually disappearing. And then, decades later, a voice came out, the voice of the man. Want to break through the 5th level of star picking? If you want to, then go find it. I'll arrange my grave in the middle of a secret realm. For a time, all the star plucking powerhouses were in a rush. That's Gu Qing's tomb. If this person died, finding his tomb might be able to find the secret of him breaking the blockade of the Flowing Cloud sect to break through the 5th level of star picking. Even, one could get the technique to break through above the star plucking. One must know that no matter if it was a secret to break through above the 5th level of the star picking or a technique to break through above the star picking, it was an unparalleled chance. All of the star-plucking powerhouses were surging towards the direction of the Jianyu dynasty. Even for the powerhouses of the Flowing Cloud sect, although they didn't want the secret of breaking through the 5th level of star-picking, they didn't want other star-picking powerhouses to obtain it. A single Guqing had silenced the Ruyan sect for thousands of years, nearly causing it to be destroyed. Nowadays, the Flowing Cloud sect naturally didn't want to see the rise of another Guqing. Besides, Guqing's technique for breaking through the return to Void Realm was something that the Flowing Cloud sect likewise wanted. In the entire Ruyan sect, there was only just one technique to break through the return to Void, and if there was a chance to get the one from Guqing, they naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. Of course, this secret realm, whether or not there was an ancient Green's tomb, was still unknown, but no secret place can be missed. What's more, this time, the fluctuation of this secret realm out of the world was so great, it was definitely extraordinary. Even if there wasn't an ancient Green's tomb, it definitely wasn't simple, so to go and take a look, it would never be a loss. Jianyu Dynasty, outside Linjiang City, by the Moon Lan River, a secret realm was open at the moment. Quite a number of star-plucking powerhouses arrived, and Lin Shu's same hall also arrived at the first opportunity after sensing the fluctuations. Lin Shu, watching from the shadows, that one of the secret realms had already opened, and a passageway into the secret realm had appeared. At the same time, the images in the secret realm were presented in the firmament. In that image, Lin Shu saw his father, Lin Tsangqiong, already stepping into the secret realm. Who is this man? Could it be that this person has opened the secret realm? So what if he opens it? Just because he opens it, it doesn't necessarily mean that he'll be able to obtain the chance. Numerous star-plucking powerhouses had also discovered that Lin Sangdao had already entered it. In particular, when the crowd saw that in that image, there was actually a grave in the center of the secret realm, they were all heartbroken at this moment. There were star-plucking powerhouses that could no longer hold back and directly entered towards the entrance of the secret realm. However, just as they approached the entrance, they were sent flying by a powerful force. At the same time, a voice came out. Plucked stars may not enter. The familiar voice came out, making some of the people present who had lived for more than 2,000 years and had seen or heard the voice of Guqing when they were very young immediately feel happy. It's him, that voice is definitely him. It seems that his tomb is in it. I didn't expect that such a legend as him would place his tomb in such a most backward dynasty. A dynasty that doesn't even have a star picker. Many of the star-plucking powerhouses immediately began to act one after another after lamenting, since the picking of the stars is inaccessible. Then, arrange for His Holiness to enter. Although, this secret realm was the star-picking secret realm, it was because there was Guqing who set it up before he died. If he forced his way through, even though he could break through, the secret realm would collapse, and at the same time, the tomb of ancient green would fall into the void. The star-picking powerhouse, who had yet to touch this dimension of the void, would then no longer be able to enter the ancient green tomb? For the sake of today's plan, they could only act according to the arrangement left behind by Guqing. Beside Lin Shu, Yun Tianming was stunned as he looked at the image that appeared in that secret realm. How is this possible? Your father actually broke through to an exalted? Chapter 67, Lin Sangqiong who changed his fate against the heavens. Brutal truth. Yun Tianming's surprise was somewhat surprising to Lin Shu. Uncle Yun, my mother is so demonic, and since my father can be valued by him, breaking through an exalted doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Yun Tianming immediately shook his head. It's impossible. His talent, I know it very well. At most he will be able to break through the avatar realm in this life. It's almost unlikely that he will want to enter the venerable. This is someone who has changed their fate against the heavens for them. Jianyu Dynasty, there shouldn't be anyone who can do it. I observe his talent. It has already risen from the 3rd or 4th grade to a point that makes my blood throb. This talent, it's at least the 7th grade, or even the 8th grade. It's simply unlikely. The master can't even do it. An 8th grade talent, that's a peerless talent that can enter the ancient saints directly without a realm bottleneck. Listening to Yun Tianming's words, Lin Shu also understood where his surprise lay. It turned out that it was because of his own father's elevated talent. However, from Yun Tianming's words, Lin Shu heard something beyond the words. That is, his own father really didn't seem to be anything special. At least, talent-wise, it was the same as what Lin Shu had previously seen, with no hidden talents. However, why was it that such a low level of talent was able to catch the eye of a mother who was already an ancient sage at the age of around 20, and even gave birth to a son? Lin Shu himself. There seems to be some logic in this that doesn't make sense. Uncle Yun, can you tell me why my mother looks at my father? Is there really nothing special about my father? I don't know. Yun Tianming said. Master's scheming. Is it not something I can see through? If young lord wants to know, just go ask master yourself. So can you tell me where my mother really is? Lin Shu continued to ask. No. Yun Tianming still shook his head. Master still has a lot of things to do. If you, young lord, know about it nowadays, you'll most likely go over there, and in that case, you'll definitely disturb master. Why don't you tell me, Uncle Yun, and I'll just listen without going over to look for it? This is a death order given to me by my master. I can't disobey it. Please forgive me, young lord. Lin Shu saw that Jun Tianming seemed to have real difficulty in saying anything, so he didn't ask any more questions. Since one cultivated the heavenly diffusion sacred skill, one could manipulate others. Then, his own mother must be able to do the same, and Yun Tianming, perhaps, had been placed under some sort of restraint by Lin Shu. Unable to say something, Lin Shu gave a sigh of relief in his heart. Mother, what are you planning? At this moment, Lin Shu felt that his mother didn't seem so simple. Was she really taken back? Just the presence of Wu Ming and Yun Tianming alone. Lin Shu didn't quite believe that his mother would be so easy to capture back. Forget it, all things, when I'm strong enough, I can definitely know. Above Tong Tian, according to what Uncle Yun said before is the ancient sage. Perhaps I will know when I reach the ancient sage. Father, I hope you can quickly reach the 8th level of exaltedness, so that I can step into the ancient state realm and know all the mysteries. Lin Shu, without further thought, continued to hide in the shadows and watch. Time, soon enough, had passed for the better part of an hour. These star-plucking powerhouses, unable to enter on their own, thus began to go and receive the arrival of their descendants and heirs at the first opportunity. All of them are in the realm of the honored ones. After arriving, these exalted ones did not hesitate and flooded into the secret realm at the first opportunity. As soon as they entered the secret realm, they didn't hesitate and rushed towards the center of the land. They had been ordered by the family's oldest ancestor to enter the ancient green grave in the center of the secret realm at all costs. As for the chance left by the original owner of this secret realm, if it is on the way it is possible to obtain 1 or 2, if it is not on the way, then don't. After all, this secret realm, which was just a star-plucking secret realm, was not very attractive to those family ancestors, who were strong at the star-plucking realm. Looking at the strength of this secret realm, if it hadn't been rearranged by ancient Chang, it was estimated that it was only left by the 4th level of star-plucking, which obviously hadn't been able to arouse the interest of star-plucking powerhouses. The secret world, Lin Sangqiong, at the moment, walked aimlessly among them. It had already been more than half an hour since he had entered the secret realm, but so far, he had yet to obtain any useful chance. Lin Sangqiong didn't believe that his son would arrange for him to enter a useless secret realm. One must know that he was able to enter the secret realm purely because of the mysterious map left behind by his son. Previously, the 10,000 blood pool, the 1,000 intentions pagoda left behind by his son, as well as the antidote pill and heavenly flame used before were all useful. This secret realm, it is absolutely impossible to be useless. Right at this moment, Lin Sangdao suddenly sensed the arrival of someone behind him. Could it be that this secret realm has opened and others have sensed it, thus entering it? Think about it. Lin Sangqiong, at once, hid, just as Lin Sangqiong had hidden himself away. Several people walked past the place he had just stayed in, and rushed towards the center of the secret realm rather eagerly. Lin Sangqiong, looking at each of their faces that seemed to be quite eager and looked as if they knew something, didn't hesitate and immediately followed. Anyway, if you can't find it yourself, you might as well follow them first. Lin Shu, looking at his father following a few reverends, couldn't help but also mutter in his heart. Rather, I didn't realize that my father still had the character to be the oldest six. Lin Shu then looked at Yun Tianming. Uncle Yun, you can't talk about my mother's matter, so why don't you tell me about that ancient tomb in the middle of this secret realm? It looks like all of you star pluckers seem to care a lot about it. Yun Tianming nodded and began to narrate for Lin Shu. Young lord, while talking about Gu Cheng, I need to tell young lord a piece of news. That is why the many star-picking powerhouses, who would rather stay under the boundary of the flowing cloud sect unable to break through to the 5th level of star-picking, are slow to leave? This remark, on the contrary, happened to be what Lin Shu was more confused about in his mind. Yeah, star-picking powerhouses, and it's not like they don't have feet. The 18 dynasties are under the control of the flowing cloud sect. Then, they leave and not immortal, a few tens of millions of miles. Star-picking strong people want to leave. It is not easy and casual. Even if there was monitoring by the flowing cloud sect, could it still monitor all places? It could always find a chance to leave. Yun Tianming continued. Because, All of the giant forces within each of the boundaries of the Eastern Cloud Prefecture have formed an alliance, the Flowing Cloud Sect. It's in this alliance. It's not just within the boundaries of the Flowing Cloud Sect that's the case. It's also the case for the rest of the various boundaries of the Eastern Cloud Prefecture. If they don't run away, they can still live out their lives. If they run away, then the only way is to die. The forces that are in the alliance will arrest the people who smuggled them in, then torture them to force them to find out where they came from, and send them back to the frontier where they were originally from. At that time, not only will the person himself die, but this person's friends and family, all those who have connections, and the forces that are related, will all be wiped out. Every year, there are star pickers who escape, but without exception, they are sent back, and then their families are copied and exterminated. So it is. For the first time, Lin Shu felt that this world was so cruel. Either the way forward was cut off, stopping at the 4th level of star picking for the rest of his life. Either that or submit honestly. Otherwise, if you run away, your family will be copied and destroyed. Chapter 68, Meeting Ancient Green. It was actually the Tong Tian realm. Young Lord. This person, Gu Chang, possesses the method to break through the 5th level of star plucking without relying on the Flowing Cloud Sect, and he even has the technique to break through the Return to Void realm. Now should you understand why his tomb is so valued? Lin Shu nodded in understanding. In the ancient green tomb, there might be a leftover way to break the game. At the same time, regarding the whispers of the star-picking powerhouses about why Gu Qing didn't leave the frontier of the Luoyun sect to break through the Return to Void, there was now an answer to that as well. It's not that you can't leave. Rather, leaving is equally dead. Within the boundaries of the Flowing Cloud sect, it was still just the Flowing Cloud sect sanctions, and when they went to other boundaries, they were sanctioned by one more powerful force. Nowadays, that's just another problem. Uncle Yun, listening to those star pickers whispering, Gu Qing should still be able to hide to break through. Why isn't he hiding? If he hides to break through the Return to Void, then the Flowing Cloud sect won't be able to do anything about him, and will even be destroyed by him. Yun Tianming shook his head. Young Lord, it seems you still don't get it. I said alliance before. If no returning void appears within the boundaries of the Luoyun sect, the alliance will not intervene, and the Luoyun sect will resolve the matter on its own. If returning void appears within the boundaries of the Flowing Cloud sect, then the Flowing Cloud sect will definitely report it to the alliance, and then the alliance won't just stand by and watch, and a group of returning void will arrive at that time. No matter how it's done, Gu Qing's end is doomed. Whether he hides or not, his end is destined to be death unless he submits to the Flowing Cloud sect. After hearing all this, Lin Shu suddenly felt sad for these people. These people, from the beginning, their fate was sealed. There's no chance of any change, unless, of course, they don't have a growth process. And as long as there's a growth process, the only end is death. Lin Shu suddenly looked at Yun Tianming. Uncle Yun, then what kind of role do you play? Are you the first true disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, or are you one of the Cloud Neon School Palace? Yun Tianming smiled. The so-called alliance is nothing more than a child's play to the master. Young master need not care. Even if they want to blockade it, it can't affect you. Young master, of course, if the young lord is unwilling, he can simply overthrow this so-called alliance. I can be the young lord's horse's foot soldier since, as long as the young lord asks, I can do everything for the young lord. Why don't I help young lord destroy the Flowing Cloud sect first? Yun Tianming, speaking with extreme ease, did not seem to look the alliance in the eye. Lin Shu could not help but take a closer look at Yun Tianming, returning to the peak of the 9th level of the void, just one step away from ascending the heavenly ladder and stepping into the heavenly realm. With such strength, it was indeed possible to not put the Flowing Cloud sect in their eyes, and it seemed that the so-called alliance could be disregarded. However, for all this, Lin Shu was in no hurry. This is a question that can be left to your own father. As it happened, Lin Shu was thinking about his father having more adventures, and he thought that the Luoyun sect, as well as the so-called alliance, would be a good target for the adventures. There is experience that leads to growth. How can growth come if there is no crisis all the time? In that case, Lin Shu felt that the chance in this ancient green tomb should be given to his father. With this opportunity, Lin Shu believed that the Luoyun sect would inevitably target his father. Say, isn't it a bit too paternal for me to do that? Lin Shu couldn't help but mutter in his heart. AI, no matter, who asked me to have a hopeful father system? If I didn't, the so-called Flowing Cloud sect, I would definitely slap it to death right now. Next moment, with a flash of divine thoughts, Lin Shu had already entered the middle of the secret realm without the crowd noticing anything. As a Tong Tian realm powerhouse, a mere star-picking mysterious realm could naturally enter silently. Even after experiencing Gu Qing's arrangement, there was still no deterrent for Lin Shu. Since he wanted his father to have access to the opportunity, he needed to plan for it. According to the current situation, there could be no shortage of peak exalted 9 peak powerhouses entering. Father is only an exalted one, and even as an old 6, it's hard to obtain. However, if he were to give it directly to his own father, his father would surely have suspicions. In that case, one would need to scheme by stepping forward with the ancient green. Lin Shu's divine thoughts, without entering the secret realm, traveled unhindered all the way towards the center of the secret realm, and then disappeared into the center of the secret realm, in the tomb of ancient Chang. First let me see what kind of method it is. Lin Shu utilized his divine thoughts to search everything in the ancient tomb. Just then, a voice rang out. Who are you? How dare you enter the Seat's tomb? Lin Shu looked over, and a figure emerged, but the figure was somewhat illusory, and was obviously only left behind by Gu Qing before he died, presumably to be used for someone to receive the inheritance. You don't need to know who this Gongzi is, since you've come out. It will save this Gongzi the trouble of searching everywhere. Hand over your breakthrough to the 5th level of star plucking as well as the void returning technique, right? For Lin Shu, hauling an extraterrestrial star down to form a first-class cavern could be done by raising his hand, but this was step-by-step cultivation, and it would never improve as fast as experiencing the experience of battle. Besides, no one had stipulated that with a first-class cave, one couldn't practice, a method that Lin Shu was bound to win. Humph, big talk, no matter what you are, since you've arrived in this Seat's tomb, you're going to die. It doesn't matter if it's the Flowing Cloud sect or the East Cloud Alliance. I, Gu Qing, have kept a strand of my divine thoughts just to deal with you. Lin Shu, not wanting to talk nonsense, just released a slight hint of pressure from his divine thoughts and completely suppressed him. This Gongzi doesn't want to talk nonsense. He came on this trip only to find you an inheritor. As for the Flowing Cloud sect or the East Cloud Alliance, this Gongzi is not interested, and they are not worthy of this Gongzi's interest. The ancient green shadow was suppressed by Lin Shu, and he looked at Lin Shu with some surprise. You really aren't from the Flowing Cloud sect or the Eastern Cloud Alliance? But why are you so strong? If you are able to break through their blockade, why do you need to seek my inheritance? Lin Shu shook his head. It's not my lord, it's my father, and this is the man, said. Lin Shu passed Lin Sundao's appearance to Gu Qing to see. Alright, although I don't know what kind of bad taste you have, but this inheritance can be given to your father. But I can't just give it to him directly. Well, at least I have to make a show of it. That's simple. You set up a test, and the strongest person in the same realm obtains your inheritance. Isn't that all right? Your father, who can be invincible in the same realm? Yes, Lin Shu nodded. If one possessed heavenly flame and still had an 8th grade talent, as well as superior aptitude and will aspects, it would be a hell of a thing if this still couldn't be invincible in the same realm. Okay, I know what to do. The ancient green void shadow nodded its head as a promise to Lin Shu. He then asked with some anticipation, am I able to ask you what exactly is your cultivation level? It's just sloppy, Tong Tian triple. When Gu Qing heard this, his silhouette froze. He was able to sense that Lin Shu was not very old, and at such a young age, he had actually reached the 3rd level of the Tong Tian realm. This realm, this age, is simply appalling. Afterward, Gu Qing began to laugh indulgently. Ha ha ha. Flowing Cloud sect and East Cloud Alliance. Your end has finally come. Chapter 69, Gu Qing's examination. Each with their own thoughts. The secret world. The many Zunis who had been arranged to enter had all arrived at the center of the secret realm after more than an hour of rushing through the middle of the secret realm. In the center of this secret realm, there was nothing but a lone grave sitting there. However, the numerous venerable masters were not the slightest bit disappointed. Instead, they all had heartfelt smiles on their faces, because this grave was exactly the goal of their trip into the secret realm. As for the other opportunities in the secret realm, they could be considered dispensable for them. The secret realm master's 4th level of star plucking, such strength placed in the Jiangyu dynasty, was naturally an invincible existence, a realm that everyone in the Jiangyu dynasty dreamed of pursuing. The owner of the secret realm is also very clear. He this secret realm, but also have in the Jiangyu dynasty to be able to let these people interested, put in other places. Maybe there will be people ask for, but certainly is not as Jiangyu dynasty tends to rush. And this time, the secret realm came out somewhat abruptly, and outside of the Jiangyu dynasty, only the star-plucking powerhouses were able to feel the fluctuations and thus come. Therefore, the honored ones who entered the secret realm, they all had star-plucking powerhouses behind them, and in terms of strength they were no better than the secret realm owner. So they naturally didn't care about the original secret realm owner's chances. The only thing they cared about the most was Gu Qing's chance. Just as the crowd was looking at the grave, a shadow left behind by Gu Qing floated out from the grave. When the crowd saw this shadow, they all stared at it, and many Zunis even had a look of excitement appear on their faces. Because this existence was a legendary figure who had caused even the Flowing Cloud sect to suffer heavy losses. The Flowing Cloud sect, as the hegemon of this side of the frontier, since its establishment, no one had been able to make it so this wretched, and Gu Qing was the first. For such a legendary figure, the non-Liueyun sect's venerable members present were naturally extremely admiring in their hearts, and now that they saw their idol appear, how could they not be excited? Greetings to Senior Ancient. Quite a number of venerable emperors, one after another, paid their respects. Gu Qing didn't care, but spoke directly. Your intentions for coming are naturally clear to this seat. It's nothing more than for the chance on this seat. Chance is given to those who can. So if you want chance, you need to pass the test. Many Zunis opened their mouths at once. I wonder what the test is. Elder, please also tell us straight. No matter what the test is, we are willing to give it a try. Senior, I will do my best to complete the test without dishonoring Senior's chance. Gu Qing continued to speak. The test is simple. Only the strongest are eligible for this seat's chance. But looking at your ages, cultivation levels are mixed. If we let you compete directly, those among you with slightly lower cultivation levels will definitely be unconvinced, and will definitely think that they may not be inferior to those in a larger realm. Since this is the case, they will all use the first level of Zunshur as the standard, and all those who take the test will have their realm suppressed at the first level of Zunshur, and whoever is able to become the strongest Zunshur first level will be qualified to receive this seat's chance. When these words came out, all the honored ones present, although some of them had some complaints in their hearts, there was nothing they could do about it. The chance was in Gu Qing's hands, and they could either take the test or leave the secret realm. Besides, their realm was one level higher than that of an exalted, so even if they suppressed their realm, they still had an extreme advantage. After all, while the realm could be suppressed, the physical body might not be, and there was also the power of the comprehended will that would likewise not be limited by the suppression of the realm. To be able to reach the 8th or 9th level of exaltedness, which one of them had not reached more than 70% of their willpower, or even 80 or 90% was not impossible, and for the true heavenly pride, even their wills had already been perfected. As for the first level of Zunshur, well, comprehension was unusually only 50 to 60%, from the aspect of will, that is, if an exalted 9th suppressor suppressed his cultivation, facing the original exalted first, he also had a huge advantage. The people at the 8th or 9th level of exaltation had no opinion, so the rest of the people naturally had even less of an opinion. After all, with this test, Gu Qing was already taking very good care of the low realm Zunis. Since that's the case, then the examination will begin, in the form of a ring match, 2 by 2. Before you arrived, this seat has already made your respective number plates. Each of you come to receive a number plate, which represents your number. At that time, go up to the ring with the number on your number plate to fight against each other. For a while, the Zunis present went to Gu Qing to receive their number plates. The number plates were finished, and there were a total of 518 Zunis participating in the examination. The examination begins. Number 1 versus 518. Soon, the two Zunis stepped into the ring. These two, respectively, were number 1 as well as number 518. This ring, naturally, had just been set up by Lin Shu, and as long as one got into the ring, one's cultivation would be suppressed to the first level of Zunshur. Of course, in order not to expose himself, Lin Shu was utilizing the shadow of Gu Qing when setting up the ring, and to the outside world's plucked star, that was Gu Qing setting it up. In fact, Gu Qing did not have the ability to set it up. If he was still alive, the peak Gu Qing might be able to set it up, but now that there was only a shadow left, he could not do it at all. Lin Shu, however, was able to set it up easily. Outside of the secret realm, the many star-plucking powerhouses looked at everything in the secret realm, and naturally, they also saw the test that Gu Qing had set up. For a while, quite a few star-plucking powerhouses were all speculating. Same realm sparring test. In that case, low realm Zunis can almost all be ruled out. It seems that this time, the test should be chosen among those who are at the peak of the 9th level of the Zunshur realm. It's just that I don't know who will be the final victor. My son is at the peak of the 9th level of Zunshur, controlling a great divine power and reaching 90% of his willpower. He should have a chance. Only a mere control of a great divine ability and 90% of the power of will. Isn't this the standard for the peak of an exalted 9? This is also trying to seize the opportunity. It's too whimsical. Of course, some people discussed it to their heart's content, while others pondered it in silence. After all, it's not a good thing to bring to the table. Everyone understands that the chance is a hot potato. The Flowing Cloud sect is staring at it, and it's best to obtain it secretly. At this moment, some of the star-picking powerhouses, especially the star-picking powerhouses that had sent in their juniors at the peak of the 9th level of exaltedness, were expecting that Gu Qing had left behind a backhand in their hearts. Otherwise, with such an assessment to determine the victor, being watched by so many people, they were afraid that they would not be able to take it away at all, and they expected that Gu Qing had arranged a backhand to be able to allow the inheritor to leave peacefully with the opportunity. While many star-pickers in the outside world had their own thoughts, in the secret realm, the ring match was also in full swing. 1 against 548, number 2 against 547, number 3 versus 546, a quarter of an hour, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. At this moment, it has come to 50 against 499. No, 50, precisely Lin Shu's father Lin Sanxiong's number. Lin Sanxiong at this moment is also from among the honored ones out. Stepped on the ring. Chapter 70, Lin Shu's anger. Destroying the Yuanyang dynasty with a single palm. Surprisingly, it's only the first level of exalted. How did such a cultivation level come to the secret realm as well? Just which side of the force sent it in? Isn't this coming to send death? Because this party's secret realm was all about the various star pickers bringing their own descendants, clansmen, or disciples, all selected elites. As a result, the realms were all relatively high, and the sight of a Zuni one now caused the many Zunis present to freeze. With such a cultivation level, isn't going into the ring just waiting to die? There was no stipulation in Gu Qing's test that one could not lay a deadly hand on top of the ring. In the previous 2 hours or so, with nearly 50 examinations, there were more than 20 deaths, although not many. As for injuries, there were more. Losers, almost all of them were injured. That's still the case when those people were at about the same realm before they were suppressed. Nowadays, this number 50, Zuni 1, should be the lowest cultivation level. Regardless of who they encountered, that was the realm at a disadvantage, and even if the opponent suppressed the realm, the physical body, will, and other aspects were definitely at a disadvantage. His opponent is so lucky. This is like a promotion spot for nothing. AI, my opponent was an exalted 9th level, that's why I failed and lost my chance to advance. If my opponent had been him, I would have advanced in less than 3 moves. What a time and place. Lin Tsangdao didn't care about these murmurs. In terms of realm, he indeed did not hold any advantage, and it could even be said that he had a huge disadvantage. However, in terms of will, physical body, and divine abilities, Lin Sangdao was confident that he was not weaker than any Zuni. Flesh, baptized by the pool of 10,000 bloods. Will, there are 1,000 wills to elevate. As for the divine ability, the Overlord 9 Fingers was gifted by his wife back then, although it is not a supreme divine ability, but it is also extremely unique. Besides, he still had his innate body, and after going through the baptism, his physique had undergone another metamorphosis, vaguely having the power of a holy body, as well as there's the fire of heaven. With these underpinnings in place, Lin Sangdao was naturally unafraid of any Zunis, especially Zunis who were suppressed to the same realm. As Lin Sangxiong walked onto the ring, his opponent, number 499, similarly walked onto the ring. It was a middle-aged woman who looked at Lin Sangdong and laughed. This princess is so lucky to have met such a weak opponent. However, seeing as you're not bad-looking, if you take the initiative to admit defeat, this princess can refrain from killing you and even let you be this princess's facehead. By the way, I forgot to tell you that this princess is the eldest princess of the Yuanyang dynasty, and Emperor Yuanyang is this princess' younger brother. Lin Sangdao responded indifferently. I'm sorry, but I already have a wife, and as for you, you're no match for a single strand of my wife's hair. After saying that, Lin Sangxiong struck out. Humph, a mere cheap servant girl, how can she compare to this princess? I was going to leave you alive, but since you're bent on finding death, then I'll give you a ride. Elder Princess Yuanyang let out an angry cry, and then she also directly struck out. Outside, Yun Tianming, looking at everything in the secret realm, especially seeing what Elder Princess Yuanyang had done and hearing what he had said, a flash of anger flickered out in his eyes at this moment. Aside, Lin Shu felt Yun Tianming's anger and couldn't help but say, Uncle Yun, leave this matter to me, since this woman insulted my mother. It just so happens that the Yuanyang dynasty also had a person who claimed to be Empress Ci feud with me before. It's time for the Yuanyang dynasty to be destroyed. Yun Tianming froze when he heard Lin Shu's words. Young lord, although the Yuan-Yang dynasty is a mole. But young lord, you are still young nowadays, so it's better to leave this matter to me, and insulting their master, they will die by all means. Being young doesn't mean being weak. Lin Shu smiled. Mother was an ancient sage back then, and even though I, as her son, am not as good as mother, overthrowing a mere Yuan-Yang dynasty can still be easily done. Watching my father, if something happens to him in the secret realm, please ask Uncle Yun to help out a bit. Say it. Lin Shu's figure then disappeared into thin air. Yun Tianming, looking at Lin Shu as he disappeared, was also incomparably shocked in his heart. With his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the void returning realm, he hadn't even noticed the slightest fluctuation in Lin Shu's disappearance. This was enough to prove that Lin Shu's cultivation level was still above the 9th level of return to void. Young lord, it's actually Tong Tian. Yun Tianming could not help but laugh bitterly. Oh master, you asked me back then to help the young lord a bit when he left the Jianyu dynasty, and now it seems that the young lord's strength is more or less the same to help me. At the same time, Yun Tianming was relieved in his heart. Lin Shu, having left the place where the secret realm was located, between the flashes of his body, he had already arrived at the Yuan-Yang dynasty. The Yuan-Yang dynasty was a full 500,000 miles away from the Jianyu dynasty, though, however, to Lin Shu of the Tong Tian realm, it was only a few breaths of time before he arrived. Yuan-Yang dynasty, King City. Lin Shu, arriving in the sky above the royal city, without any hesitation, directly then slapped out a palm. Yuan Ba Palm. This was an ordinary martial art of the Lin family that Lin Shu had already controlled before he even obtained the system. Although it was only an ordinary martial skill, in the hands of Lin Shu, who was at the Tong Tian realm, the power was extraordinary. With a palm strike, a giant golden hand emerged above the sky, covering the entire King City. This scene immediately drew all the experts in the Yuan-Yang King City. One by one, the exalted masters and star pluckers all flew up into the sky from all parts of the Yuan-Yang King City. They saw Lin Shu. Who are you? Why did you come to the Yuan-Yang King City to spread your wildness? Unbridled. A voice came out from all parts of the Yuan-Yang King City. At the same time, several powerful figures walked out of the Yuan-Yang Imperial Palace. One of them, he was wearing a dragon robe. This person was clearly Emperor Yuan-Yang. Who are you and why are you against me? Lin Shu glanced at this Emperor Yuan-Yang. A woman who calls herself Empress Ci has a grudge against my lord, and a woman who calls herself the first princess of Yuan-Yang insults my lord's mother. Today, Yuan-Yang perishes. Say it. Lin Shu's golden giant palm once again extended and grew in size, and it clearly encompassed the entire royal city, which was nearly 1,000 miles. Emperor Yuan-Yang, looking at the golden pale sky giant palm, a shocked look appeared in his eyes. Under this palm, he suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness, as if he was like an ant. He tried his best to open his mouth and explain, but the unparalleled pressure made it impossible for him to open his mouth at all, and he could only watch as the golden pale sky palm fell. The same was true for the other King City powerhouses, whether they were Zunis or star pluckers. Boom! The golden pale sky giant palm fell. After a loud rumbling sound, rolling dust and smoke swept thousands of miles of earth, and many cities of the Yuan-Yang dynasty were all affected. After the rolling dust and smoke dispersed, many powerful people from many other cities went to check it out, only to see that the original location of the King's City no longer existed, and only a huge pit with a circumference of 1,000 miles was left there, which was so deep that it could not see the bottom. The entire royal city, all of it, was erased and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Chapter 71, Unexpected Ending. Lin Shu appeared. Jianyu Dynasty, outside Linjiang City, by the Moon Lan River. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to the examination in the secret realm. The battle between No. 5 Lin Sangqiang and No. 499 Yuan Yan Rapunzel had begun. It was thought that the battle was uncontested. After all, Elder Princess Yuan Yang was at the peak of the 9th level of the Zunshe realm, and that Lin Sangqiang was only at the 1st level of the Zunshe realm. Although Lin Sangqiang didn't look very old, he was estimated to be in his 40s. Having this kind of cultivation was extraordinary, and his talent was extremely amazing. But nowadays, it is still young after all, and compared to the eldest princess of Yuanyang, it can be said to be a far cry. Unexpectedly, as soon as the battle began, Elder Princess Yuanyang fell into a disadvantage. That Lin Sangqiang, with his extremely strong physical body, had a hard slap against Elder Princess Yuanyang. Half of Elder Princess Yuanyang's arm was broken, but on the contrary, Lin Tsangdao was at peace with himself. Which dynasty is this person from? Why is his flesh so strong? How exactly is this tempered flesh? On the strength of this flesh, I'm afraid that there aren't many people in the Zunsha realm who can compare, and it can even be comparable to some people who have just entered the star picking. Could it be a special physique? If it's a special physique coupled with acquired tempering, it's possible. Yun Tianming, at this moment, was also looking on, somewhat surprised. Sacred body. It really is a sacred body. 20 years ago, he clearly didn't have any special physique and his talent was relatively ordinary. How is this possible? It's a pity that the master can't be contacted, or else this matter would definitely be reported to the master. Just as Yun Tianming was feeling emotions in his heart, Lin Shu was already back by Yun Tianming's side. Watching Lin Shu return, Yun Tianming immediately asked, "Master, how is the Yuanyang dynasty doing?" The Yuanyang royal family along with the Yuanyang royal city has become history. There is no more Yuanyang royal family in the world. Yun Tianming did not doubt Lin Shu's words. After all, that was a disappearing trace that even he could not capture. And with this kind of means, exterminating the Yuanyang imperial family would not be a breeze. In the Yuanyang imperial family, the strongest one was only at the 4th level of star plucking. For that matter, he himself could raise his hand and destroy it, not to mention the young lord who couldn't even see through himself. Yun Tianming did not ask more questions on this topic. For him, it was just a mole cricket, nothing to be concerned about. If it wasn't for that eldest princess of the Yuanyang dynasty who had gone so far as to insult her master, such a mole cricket dynasty wouldn't even be qualified to enter his eyes. Even if it was the Flowing Cloud sect, the backer of the Yuanyang dynasty, the same was true. In comparison, Yun Tianming was more curious about Lin Sunxiang's change. That's a holy body. A sacred body was worth more than even the cloud state. It's safe to say, if a saint body could be created at the cost of destroying the cloud state, certain existences would not hesitate to do so. Young lord, what happened to your father? Lin Shu glanced at Yun Tianming. Uncle Yun, there are some things that you'd better not explore. Yun Tianming, seeing Lin Shu's face change, immediately nodded his head. Young lord, don't worry, I definitely won't probe. I'm just worried that someone is plotting against young lord. If young lord knows about it, I naturally won't pay attention to it anymore. In the middle of the secret realm, the battle between Lin Sundong and elder Princess Yuanyang continued. Although, eldest Princess Yuanyang had lost a hard fight, resulting in a broken arm. However, this didn't have much of an impact on Azun. Very well, you've managed to get this princess somewhat interested. This body of yours, I will keep it well and probe all the secrets in you. Elder Princess Yuanyang immediately swallowed the elixir and mended her broken arm before striking out once more. This time, it's no longer a test. Around its body, willpower burst out, and it belonged to the will of fire. Lin Songdao, watching the will of fire burst forth, a smile appeared on his face as well. Playing with fire? You're really good at attacking your own strengths with your own shortcomings. As Lin Songdao's words fell, the will of fire burst forth. Originally, Lin Songdong mainly cultivated the will of gold, but since fusing the green lotus heavenly flame, he had not only comprehended the will of fire, but the perception of the will of fire had surpassed the will of gold, especially with the help of the Thousand Intentions Pagoda again. The will of fire had skyrocketed, and with the constant breakthroughs in cultivation, as well as the constant tempering of the green lotus heavenly flame, the will of fire had already reached completion. The consummate will of fire was unleashed, and Elder Princess Yuanyang's will of fire was instantly shattered by the impact. Elder Princess Yuanyang revealed an incredulous expression. How is that possible? You actually comprehended the perfection of the will of fire with a mere exalted one. Everything in the ring caused the other Zunis in the secret realm at the moment to be shocked. Ben thought, it's a mole. I didn't expect to become a giant dragon. The will of fire consummated. This person whose cultivation was only at the 1st level of Zunshur was now surprisingly qualified to win the title. There were quite a few people of the 9th level of Zunshur who looked at Lin Songdao and silently memorized him as one of the opponents of the test. Under the suppression of the will of fire, and being completely suppressed by Lin Songdao in his best aspect, Elder Princess Yuanyang was also losing her battle advantage at this moment, as well as her will to fight. Soon enough, Elder Princess Yuanyang was defeated. After losing, Rapunzel Yuanyang was directly eliminated and expelled from the secret realm. Rapunzel Yuanyang returned to her own ancestor. Also at this time, the old ancestor of the Yuanyang imperial dynasty suddenly changed his face. When Rapunzel Yuanyang saw her old ancestor's face change, she had thought that her defeat at the hands of a mole cricket who was only a Zuni 1st level had caused her old ancestor to be displeased. She spoke immediately. Forgive me, old ancestor. However, The old ancestor didn't pay any attention to her, but instead opened his mouth in a disoriented manner. The Yuan Yang imperial family, overthrown. What? There were many people present, many star-plucking powerhouses, and although old man Yuan Yang's voice was small, it couldn't be hidden from everyone. For a while, many of the star-plucking powerhouses who heard this news had their faces changed drastically. Old Yuan Yang. What happened? How could the Yuan Yang imperial family be overthrown in good time? The news can't be false, right? There's someone else on this frontier who has the ability to exterminate the Yuan Yang imperial family? The moment. It was the elder of the Ruyan sect, who hadn't opened his mouth all this time and had only paid attention to the secret realm, who couldn't help but ask with curiosity, what the hell happened? Elder Yuan Yang, seeing the elder of the flowing cloud sect open his mouth. At this time, he also showed the message that had just been delivered as well as the picture. Soon the picture was revealed. Yuan Yang King City, completely disappeared, and at its original address, the only thing left there was a huge pit. Seeing this image, the many star pickers present, their hearts were shocked. What kind of power does this possess? The Yuan Yang royal family, although an old ancestor had come, there were still star pickers sitting in the royal family, including the royal city, and now they had been wiped out just like that. How powerful should the person who made the move be? Right at this moment, a figure walked out abruptly and arrived in front of old man Yuan Yang. The person who appeared was clearly Lin Shu. Chapter 72, Ruyan Sect? Annette, who are you? Old ancestor Yuan Yang looked at Lin Shu, who had suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but ask. Lin Shu, with a bland expression, opened his mouth. You don't need to know who this prince is, you only need to know that the Yuan Yang royal city was erased by this prince. Originally, you should have died a long time ago, but just now that so-called Yuan Yang elder princess of yours is still inside, and now that you've come out, it's a good time to send you all on your way together in one piece. Old ancestor Yuan Yang, listening to Lin Shu's words, all of a sudden, anger instantly ignited within his gaze. My Yuan Yang dynasty, how have I ever offended you? Why did you do something so hurtful? Not long ago, a person who called herself Empress Ci offended my lord, and just now, in the middle of the secret realm, your so-called first princess of Yuan Yang insulted my lord's mother. As Lin Shu's words fell, old ancestor Yuan Yang, at this moment, was also stunned. Just like that, you overthrew millions of lives in the entire Yuan Yang royal city? Even though we were offended first, you could have demanded compensation. Why be so ruthless and brutal? Lin Shu did not explain. What ruthlessness? What brutality? Since he wants to think so, let him think so for the time being. The next moment, Lin Shu struck out. Watching Lin Shu strike, old ancestor Yuan Yang also immediately said to the people around him at this moment, everyone, this person is already falling into the devil's path with such behavior. Please follow me to kill the evil devils. However, at the words of old man Yuan Yang, many of the star-plucking powerhouses present not only did not choose to help, but instead pulled away from him for a distance. What a joke! Whether Lin Shu was an evil demon or not, they weren't very clear, but the Yuan Yang dynasty, definitely not a good thing, mixed with the Ruyan sect, climbed up the whole Ruyan sect, for other dynasties can be said to be extremely suppressed. Yuan Yang royal city was overthrown, and the Yuan Yang royal family is only a few leagues of the Yuan Yang old ancestor in front of us today. This was a great joyous event for them. How could they possibly help old man Yuan Yang nowadays, if it wasn't for the Flow Cloud sect elder being here? Just when the news came in, they would have already made their move together to take care of these few leaks in the presence of the Yuan Yang royal family, such as the Yuan Yang elder ancestor. When elder Yuan Yang saw that the other star-plucking powerhouses present not only didn't help, but instead backed away, he had no choice but to look at the elder of the Ruyan sect, the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect. At this moment, finally spoke. Where do you come from? There seems to be no one as strong as you under this territory? The elder of the Ruyan sect, at this moment, was also unable to fathom Lin Shu's origins, and thus did not choose to strike directly, but instead, he was quite careful to probe Lin Shu's origins. Where does this Gongzi come from? You don't deserve to know yet. If you want to help this old thing, you can just strike. If you don't dare to make a move, then stand aside honestly. The moment these words came out, the Flowing Cloud sect elder's face also changed drastically. As an elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, how had he ever suffered such treatment? Even though Lin Shu might have some strength, the Ruyan sect was more than just the Ruyan sect. It was also one of the member forces of the Eastern Cloud Alliance. Even if Lin Shu was stronger, could he still be stronger than the entire East Cloud Alliance? Thinking of this, the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect immediately opened his mouth without a good mood. Since your excellency is so uneducated, then don't blame the Flowing Cloud sect for being rude. Having said that, this elder of the Flowing Cloud sect immediately flashed his body and stood beside Elder Yuan Yang. At the same time, the rest of the Luyun sect's powerhouses also came to the side of the Luyun sect's elder. Afterwards, the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect looked at the other powerhouses, all of which were star-plucking powerhouses from the major powers of the 18 dynasties. Elder, follow this elder to kill the evil demons. There was a forcefulness in his tone, not a request, but a command. This was the hegemony of the Flowing Cloud sect, and in this territory, the Flowing Cloud sect could command everything. Upon hearing the order from the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, the faces of the major star-plucking powerhouses present immediately changed. It's a conundrum. Lin Shu could easily overthrow the Yuanyang royal family and wipe out the Yuanyang royal city. This strength was extremely terrifying. If one chose to stand beside the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, then they would offend this terrifyingly powerful person. Judging from what had happened before, it was clear that this strong man was not a good-tempered person. After all, it was just a little bit of a conflict, slightly insulting his mother, which overthrew the Yuanyang royal family. Once he stood beside the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, if this terrifyingly strong person escaped next, all of those present would definitely be settling scores by the fall, and be subjected to its great cleansing, and would most likely be overthrown as well. However, if one were to wait and see at this time and not take the side of the elders of the Flowing Cloud sect, one would offend the Flowing Cloud sect. The Flowing Cloud sect was the true overlord of this territory, and now that it had done so, the Flowing Cloud sect would likewise liquidate it. Whichever side you choose will be liquidated by the other side. As for neutrality, that was impossible, and with such a strong tone from the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, it was clear that he did not want them to be neutral. There was a star-plucking powerhouse that looked towards the elder of the Luyun sect, and at this moment, his heart crossed, and then he walked towards Lin Shu. Obviously, he wanted Lin Shu to win more than the elder of the Luyun sect. After all, the Flowing Cloud sect had previously blocked the hopes of the crowd to break through, and to him, it was a mortal enemy. Lin Shu, although it was currently unknown whether he was good or bad, he was an enemy of the Luyun sect. The enemy of my enemy, that's a friend. This gentleman, you are the second one after Gu Cheng who dared to take on the Luyun sect. Back then Gu Cheng failed. Today I don't want to see another failure. Otherwise the Luyun sect will still rule this frontier. This frontier, it will still be darkness. Today, even if I die, I will still fight. At least I don't have to live in a lousy way anymore. Lin Shu, glancing at the Star Plucker powerhouse who approached him, merely nodded symbolically. Although, this person wasn't very helpful to Lin Shu, it was still relatively rare for him to stand by his side at this time. With the first person, there were soon a succession of star-picking powerhouses that walked towards Lin Shu. Obviously, these were star-picking powerhouses that were oppressed by the Flowing Cloud sect, and each of them was at the third and fourth level of star-picking. Only those in this realm could better understand how deadly the Flowing Cloud sect's blockade was to them, completely cutting off their way forward. Previously, even if they were united together, they were unable to resist the Luyun sect and could only get by. Now, with Lin Shu leading the way, they finally exploded. Flowing Cloud sect, I have endured you for a long time. Humph, Flowing Cloud sect, don't even think about ordering me around. So what if it's the Flowing Cloud sect? Even if it's a death, I'll die a good death. The elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, looking at this scene, had a look of anger on his face at the moment. It seems that you are bent on choosing a path of death. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if this one you're supporting is above the plucked star, you still don't have any chance of winning. The Eastern Cloud Alliance. There is no shortage of powerhouses above the star plucking. This elder laughed shamefully. The Flowing Cloud sect has stood in this frontier for so many years, and I don't know how many times I've faced scenes like this one, but those people are all dead. And there's not even a record of them in history, because everything has been erased by my Flowing Cloud sect. As for Gu Cheng, it would have been time to completely erase his traces after this incident. Since you have jumped out, then I will overthrow you along with you, and along with that, completely erase all traces of you from history. Having said that, the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, without any hesitation, immediately contacted the Flowing Cloud sect. Lin Shu did not stop. Anyway, for Lin Shu, it was better to come together, just to get it all in one go. As for the original plan to leave it to my father's experience, now it seems that there is no need for that. The sky is so big that there are many places to practice, and it doesn't necessarily have to be on top of this territory. Chapter 73, Tong Tian Realm Division. Cloud State Invincible. The elder of the Luyun sect, after contacting the Luyun sect, then looked at Lin Shu. strong men from the Flowing Cloud sect will soon arrive. And when the strong men from the Flowing Cloud sect arrive, you will realize how ridiculous it is to be an enemy of the Flowing Cloud sect. Seeing that he had already contacted the Flowing Cloud sect, Lin Shu directly then slapped out. A palm shot out. Originally this Ruyan sect elder's face is still overflowing with dejected smile, completely came to an abrupt end. Was Lin Shu a palm directly fan flying? In the backward flight on the way, the body shape instantly burst open. A burst of blood mist splashed in the air. This Ruyan sect elder, directly body death. The reason why I gave you the opportunity to contact the Flowing Cloud sect is just that my lord wants you to notify the Flowing Cloud sect, so that the Flowing Cloud sect will feel the crisis and all return to the sect together, so that we can kill them all in one go. Still really think that this Gonzi is afraid of your so-called Ruyan sect? Lin Shu murmured. Then, looking towards the group of star-plucking powerhouses gathered around the elder of the Ruyan sect, he once again struck out. Lin Shu did not show any mercy. The strong men around the elder of the Ruyan sect were soon all killed by Lin Shu alone. Their gods and forms were destroyed. Not even their corpses were left behind, and they were completely turned into flying ash. This scene completely dumbfounded the star-plucking powerhouse who had made his choice earlier and stood by Lin Shu's side. The star-picking powerhouses, in Lin Shu's hands, were actually so unbeatable that they couldn't even last a single move, and all of them directly turned into flying dust. Lin Shu, after exterminating the elder of the Ruyan sect as well as the powerhouses around him, then looked at the powerhouses who had chosen to stand on his side and opened his mouth. Congratulations on making the right choice. From now on you are free. This mail will not restrict your breakthroughs. This extraterrestrial star, if you have the ability to do so, you can haul it down on your own. Having said that, Lin Shu then looked in the direction of the Flowing Cloud sect. The Flowing Cloud sect should already be gathering the clan's strongest people now, and with this trip past, they should have almost finished gathering, so they can be completely wiped out in one fell swoop. After pondering in his mind for a while, Lin Shu no longer hesitated and left a divine thought on his own father to protect his safety. Then he did not linger any longer before bringing Yun Tianming towards the direction of the Ruyan sect. Road. Lin Shu looked at Yun Tianming. Uncle Yun, as you're the first true disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, I'm going to destroy the Flowing Cloud sect. I wonder if you have any ideas? Yun Tianming immediately spoke. Young master, don't worry, everything I have is bestowed by the master. The Gongfa is from the master. The resources are acquired by myself. As for the Ruyan clan, just stayed in it for more than 10 years. I didn't get any from the Ruyan clan. Instead, quite a lot of the resources of the Ruyan clan are still acquired by me. I don't owe the Flowing Cloud sect. If the major wants to destroy the Flowing Cloud sect, I'll fully support it. Why don't you just wait by the secret realm, young lord, and I'll just go and exterminate the Flowing Cloud sect all by myself. Lin Shu shook his head. No, there's nothing to do around here, so there's no harm in taking a walk. That's right, tell me a little bit about the underpinnings of the Flowing Cloud sect. Yun Tianming immediately replied. The Flowing Cloud sect, currently among the sect, there exist 5 peak star-plucking 9th level powerhouses. There are more than 20 other powerhouses above the 5th level of star-plucking. Of course none of this counts as the bottom of the Flowing Cloud sect. The true bottom of the Flowing Cloud sect is the East Cloud Alliance. The Eastern Cloud Alliance is the dominant force in the eastern part of the Cloud State, the top force that covers all the boundaries of the eastern part of the Cloud State. If the Flowing Cloud sect is destroyed, the Eastern Cloud Alliance will definitely not stand by and watch. They will definitely step in. Secondly, the Flowing Cloud sect has dominated this frontier for so many years, and there are quite a few geniuses who have left, and those geniuses, who have cultivated and grown up outside, have quite a few who have broken through to the void returning realm. The strongest one is even working as a first-level tutor at the Yunni Academy Palace, and has now reached the second level of the Tong Tian realm. There was a pause. Yun Tianming continued to speak. Also, the reason why the East Cloud Alliance dares to block the front path of cultivators from such a large territory in the eastern part of the Cloud State in such a blatant alliance, there must be the support of the East King's mansion behind it. The Eastern King, the 4 major Xindian kings of the Yunni dynasty, are extremely powerful, with the existence of powerhouses exceeding the 5th level of Tongtian sitting in the town. In the front, Lin Shu was not too interested. What East Cloud Alliance? What return to void? They were all just dirt. Rather, it was this Eastern King's mansion that Lin Shu was quite taken with. Thinking of this, Lin Shu asked directly, I don't know, does Uncle Yun have any understanding of the Tong Tian realm? Hearing Lin Shu's words, Yun Tianming immediately replied, the Tong Tian realm, in the Cloud State, has the title of Emperor. When the void returning realm breaks through the heavenly realm, a heavenly ladder will surface based on the individual's physique, physical body, perception of heaven and earth, and various other factors. The heavenly ladder possesses at least 300 steps, and the highest is said to be 3,000. Those who have climbed past the 300 steps of the heavenly ladder into Tongtian will be honored with the title of Yuan Emperor. Those who have climbed over 1,000 steps of the heavenly ladder into the heavenly palace will be honored with the title of Earth Emperor. Those who have climbed past the 2,000 steps of the heavenly ladder into the heavenly palace will be honored with the title of Heavenly Emperor. Those who have climbed past the 2,500 steps of the heavenly ladder into the heavenly palace will be honored with the title of Supreme Emperor. As for the legend, those who can climb over the 3,000 steps of the heavenly ladder into Tongtian will be honored with the title of Emperor. After a pause, Yun Tianming continued, Emperor, Emperor of Emperors, Emperor of Emperors. Back then, my master told me that if one ascends the 3,000 heavenly stairs while stepping into the heavenly realm, one will become an emperor in the future, and can break the rules of heaven and earth, and step into the emperor realm before the heavenly Tao reveals the emperor's path. Such an existence, even after stepping into the emperor realm, should be the supreme emperor among the great emperors. Young lord, as I observe your realm, it seems that you have already broken through to the passing heaven realm. I wonder how many steps of the heavenly ladder young lord climbed to enter the passing heaven realm. As Lin Shu listened to these words, his heart felt a sense of gratitude. Luckily, at the time, he felt that ascending the stairway to heaven would be a wonderful thing to do, and he managed to make it to the top despite everything. If he had given up at that time, he would have been sorry for the rest of his life. Young lord? Seeing Lin Shu in deep thought, Yun Tianming couldn't help but call out, Young lord, if the heavenly ladder you climb to enter Tongtian isn't high, there's actually no need to rush. In this world, there are still chances to climb back up the celestial ladder. Young lord doesn't have to be lost. Yun Tianming thought that Lin Shu was silent because the heavenly ladder he climbed was not high enough, and could not help but comfort him. Lin Shu smiled and didn't explain. From Yun Tianming's mouth, Lin Shu knew how supreme the emperor was. Although, Yun Tianming was loyal, but this kind of thing, it was better not to tell him. Once it leaked out, there would definitely be big trouble. Lin Shu, with a twist of words, asked, Then I wonder, is there any other difference between Yuan Emperor, Earth Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, Supreme Emperor, and Imperial Emperor besides the difference in titles? When Yun Tianming heard this, he did not hesitate to explain. Under the Heavenly Emperor, there is not enough potential to break through to the ancient saints. Below the Supreme Emperor, there is not enough potential to break through to the Great Emperor. On top of that, for every level the title is raised. When facing a lower level Heavenly Emperor, one can defeat their opponent across at least 2 minor realms. A Tongtian first level Earth Emperor can defeat a Tongtian third level Yuan Emperor. As to whether one can defeat an opponent across more minor realms, it depends on one's control of divine abilities, domains, and whether or not one has a special physique, etc. Hearing this, Lin Shu estimated, he himself was a Tongtian triple emperor, so he could at least defeat a Tongtian 5th Supreme Emperor, a Tongtian 7th Heavenly Emperor, and a Tongtian 9th Earthly Emperor. Thinking of this, Lin Shu asked again, what realm is the strongest in the Yunni dynasty? What realm is the strongest in the Eastern King's mansion? Yun Tianming didn't care why Lin Shu asked that, and said it directly without thinking. The strongest in the Yunni Imperial dynasty is an Earth Emperor of the 9th level of Tongtian. As for the Eastern King's house, this is not so clear, but it is certainly not as strong as the Cloud Neon dynasty. After all, the Eastern King was also bestowed by the Cloud Neon dynasty, and it is unlikely that he is stronger than the Cloud Neon dynasty. Otherwise it would not be the Eastern King, but the Cloud Emperor. After hearing all this, Lin Shu couldn't help but relax in his heart. The original, without realizing it, he himself was already invincible in the entire Cloud State. Chapter 74, A Conspiracy Spanning 1,000 Years. A plot laid by a mother? Originally, Lin Shu was still worried. Overthrowing the entire Flowing Cloud sect would implicate the East Cloud Alliance, and it's possible that the East Cloud Alliance is covered by the East King. The Eastern King was also a member of the Yunni Imperial dynasty. If he did this, he would undoubtedly attract the Yunni Imperial dynasty, and it would be difficult to deal with it then. Nowadays, it seems that one's strength, at the very least, is in the same class as the Yunni dynasty. Then what's there to be afraid of? Lu Yun's sect, it will be destroyed. Think about it. Lin Shu didn't have any hesitation, and then picked up his pace by a few points, carrying Yun Tianming. In an instant, the heavens and earth buckled, and 1,000,000 miles of earth had been reached in a matter of moments. In the sky above the Lu Yun sect, Lin Shu sensed many powerful auras in the Luoyun sect. Moreover, there were also powerful auras in the distance rushing towards the Flowing Cloud sect. Obviously the strongest people scattered all over the place received the news and rushed back. Lin Shu was not in a hurry, so he hid in the shadows and quietly watched as these powerhouses rushed back inside the Luoyun sect. That way, it's a better 1-2 punch. If they were to directly strike now, they would only be afraid that the Flowing Cloud sect would be destroyed first, and those people would not have rushed back yet, so that there would still be leaks. Since they had to be exterminated, they had to be exterminated cleanly. Leaving behind the fish that escaped the net was obviously not what Lin Shu needed. Lin Shu, looking towards Yun Tianming, said, "Uncle Yun, keep an eye out to see when all of the strongest people in the Flowing Cloud sect gather." Yun Tianming couldn't help but shake his head after hearing this. "Young lord, even though I've been in the Flowing Cloud sect for 20 years, I'm not very clear about how many strong people there are in the Flowing Cloud sect. After all, in order for the Flowing Cloud sect to take control of this territory, amongst the many forces in this territory, there are elders from the Flowing Cloud sect who go to be offerings, guest ministers, and so on. That's all I know about the number of strong people who are regularly active within the Luoyun sect, and how strong the strongest people in the Luoyun sect are." Hearing this, Lin Shu also felt a bit troubled. In that case, wouldn't it be true that there would be a leak? Just then, Yun Tianming spoke. "Young lord, in fact, if you want to completely wipe out the Flowing Cloud sect, there is still a way. The Flowing Cloud sect, seemingly ruling this frontier, high above the rest. In reality they are also being manipulated. I once secretly investigated the techniques practiced by the Flowing Cloud sect, from the elders to the disciples, all have one thing in common. This means that these feats, most likely, come from the same gongfu." As Lin Shu listened to Yun Tianming's words, he understood somewhat, but this did not seem to have much to do with overthrowing the Luoyun sect. "Young lord, you might as well think about it. Since their techniques come from the same technique, does this mean that the person who possesses the general outline of this technique can easily decide whether they live or die? As long as young lord is able to obtain the master syllabus of the merit law, at that time, it will naturally be possible to overthrow the Luoyun sect in its entirety." Lin Shu nodded, and at this point, he sort of understood. But, if it was according to what Yun Tianming had said, then there was a huge conspiracy. The person behind that, who had laid out his plans for so long, wouldn't just control these mole crickets, and would surely have greater intentions, since the Flowing Cloud sect was under control. What about the East Cloud Alliance? And behind the East Cloud Alliance was most likely the East King's mansion. The Luoyun sect, will it be controlled by the East King's house? To a certain time and then harvested? Just, thinking about it roughly, the Flowing Cloud sect had ruled this territory for at least 5,000 years, and the strongest of the Eastern King's mansion couldn't reach the ancient sage, which was the Tongtian realm. How many lifespans do you have in the heavenly realm? 8,000 years old. If it was really someone from the East King's house, then this person should be in his later years now. What is he waiting for at this time of year, when there is no harvest? Lin Shu felt that it was less likely that it was the Eastern royal family, and even the conspiracy behind this. I'm afraid that the Yunni dynasty was sunk in it. Lin Shu suspected that it was the ancient sage behind this, and the ancient sage had a long lifespan before he had a long time to scheme. Without thinking any further, Lin Shu now only wanted to know if Yun Tianming knew where the master outline of the gongfu was, since he had spoken out about this matter. Yun Tianming, who seemed to understand Lin Shu's thoughts, then said directly, "Young lord, I do indeed have in my hands the general outline of the feats cultivated by the Flowing Cloud sect." Originally, he thought that Yun Tianming would lead himself to it, but he did not expect to get an unexpected answer. Thinking of this, Lin Shu didn't hesitate to step in and take control of Yun Tianming. Although Yun Tianming was at the peak of the 9th level of Return to Void, in Lin Shu's hands, he did not have the slightest resistance and was quickly suppressed. The suppressed Yun Tianming, looking at Lin Shu, instead revealed a smile. "Not bad, young master, your vigilance is very high, but this general outline of the technique is not mine, but was given to me by my master. I could have sworn." Having said that, Yun Tianming then swore in front of Lin Shu. Seeing Yun Tianming swear, Lin Shu was forced to believe his words. Could it be that his own mother was behind all of this? However, his own mother was not very old, and this conspiracy of the Flowing Cloud sect was at least 5,000 years old to begin with. Unless, of course, one's mother is not as young as she seems, but the clues united and it seemed to be really his own mother. Mother was an ancient saint and should not have come to such a backward place, but she did. Mother has the general outline of the Kung Fu in her hands. This, all of it, reveals weirdness, combined with Wu Ming and Yun Tianming. It could be clearly proved that one's mother was definitely a person who liked to lay out and leave a backhand. Yun Tianming, looking at Lin Shu, couldn't help but say, "Young master, I know what you're speculating about." The master said that if the young master has doubts, he can open this jade slip since then, and all questions can be answered at that time. Lin Shu, looking at the jade slip handed over by Yun Tianming, was hesitant to take it at the moment. Although it was his own mother, it was hard for Lin Shu to determine if his own mother would have laid out a plan on himself. This jade slip, would it have some sort of means? After a long time, Lin Shu could only put the jade sketch away and did not open it. Lin Shu decided to wait until he broke through the ancient sage later. As for now, this Lu Yun sect, Lin Shu decided to give it to Yun Tianming, who swore to himself, enough to prove his loyalty. In that case, Lin Shu would let him exterminate the Lu Yun sect, and it didn't matter if there were some leaks. Anyway, the general outline of the feats was there, and if there was a leak, it was in another, bigger net. It's just that this is a bigger net that Lin Shu doesn't dare to collect at the moment, but sooner or later it can be collected, so there's no such thing as a leaky net. Thinking of this, Lin Shu opened his mouth at once. "Uncle Yun, this flowing cloud sect, it's all yours. Don't worry, young lord, as long as they are within the flowing cloud sect nowadays, none of them will be able to escape." Having said that, Yun Tianming then made a direct move. Chapter 75, The Flowing Cloud Sect Gathers. Cloudy Sky was clearly mighty. Lu Yun Sect. The moment. The Great Hall of Flowing Clouds. After receiving the sect's summons, numerous powerful people returned from within the boundaries where the Flowing Cloud sect was located. "Patriarch, what happened? Why have you summoned us all back all of a sudden?" A star-picking powerhouse returned to the Flowing Cloud sect and entered the Flowing Cloud's Great Hall, so he immediately couldn't wait to open his mouth and ask. The rest of the powerhouses that came back similarly opened their mouths, inquiring about the cause of the matter. "Patriarch, what exactly has happened? Could it be that the 18 dynasties have collectively rebelled? Otherwise, why have they summoned us all?" It shouldn't be. Even if the 18 dynasties collectively revolt, they shouldn't be able to shake the Flowing Cloud sect. The 18 dynasties, the strongest of them is the 4th level of star plucking, and their number of star pluckers is far less than that of my Flowing Cloud sect. They don't have the guts yet, do they? Lu Yun sect patriarch, looking at the Great Hall, the many elders, as well as sent out to all the major powers to act as guest ministers and offerings of the star-plucking powerhouse. You a word in IA word. The hand gently pressure. For a time, the Great Hall fell into a short period of silence. All the powerful people looked at the patriarch, waiting for his words. The patriarch then spoke slowly. "Gentlemen, in the direction of the Jiangyu dynasty, a secret realm has appeared, and within this secret realm exists the tomb of ancient green from back then." When they heard the name Gu Cheng, the crowd of powerful people from the Flowing Cloud sect were immediately startled. This was the one person who had dealt the greatest blow to the Flowing Cloud sect in the last 2 to 3,000 years, even forcing several of the Flowing Cloud sect's supreme elders whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the plucked star to explode themselves, and only then did they seriously injure Gu Cheng. Now that he heard it, as a strong member of the Flowing Cloud sect, his heart was naturally unable to calm down. "Patriarch, could it be that Gu Cheng isn't dead? He just swindled his way to death in the secret realm?" The patriarch shook his head. "That's not the case. Gu Cheng did die, but while exploring that secret realm, a man named Lin Sangxiong clashed with that eldest princess of the Yuanyang dynasty. A strong man came out behind that Lin Sangxiong. That strong man overthrew the entire Yuanyang royal family, and the Yuanyang royal city was all directly erased and disappeared from this world. An elder of my Flowing Cloud sect clashed with him as a result, and that elder wasn't certain of defeating the other party, so he sent a distress signal. Among the distress signals, that elder suspected that the other party was a peak star plucking 9th level powerhouse, and may have even broken through to the void returning realm. For this reason, that's why I urgently called you all back, preparing to head to the Jiangyu dynasty to suppress that person. This might be another strong person like Gu Cheng. The scene from back then can't happen again." After listening to the words of the patriarch, all the powerhouses in the Great Hall instantly understood. Things are surprisingly so. A character suspected to be comparable to Ancient Green had reappeared, and this was indeed an extremely tricky matter. "Patriarch, don't worry. Back then we were able to defeat Ancient Green, and now we'll be able to defeat this person. Yes, back then, we still didn't have a void-breaking weapon, but over the years, many of the heavenly prides that have gone out of the Lu Yun sect have broken through to void returning and have also sent back void-breaking weapons for the sect. With the void-breaking weapons in place, it's even if the real Ancient Green is resurrected, we can also easily suppress it. Patriarch, let me go. I just happened to break through the 9th level of star plucking not long ago now. I may not be that person's opponent in a solo fight, but if I am holding a void-breaking weapon, that person will definitely not be a match for me. Just then, suddenly, in the Great Hall, numerous powerful people sensed an extremely terrifying might. Feeling this astonishing might, the crowd of powerhouses in the Great Hall did not hesitate and left the Great Hall in a flash, only to see that in the sky above the Flowing Cloud sect, there was a person standing. This person, at this moment, was launching an attack against the Flowing Cloud sect. It's you, Yun Tianming. Yun Tianming, as the first true disciple of our clan, why are you attacking our clan now? Are you betraying the clan? Lu Yun sect. The crowd of powerful people at a glance to see the person standing in the sky above the Lu Yun sect. It is clearly the first true scholar of the Lu Yun sect, but nowadays, it should be said that it is a scholar of the Yunni school palace. It was just that they couldn't figure out how they could not understand why Yun Tianming would make a move against the Lu Yun sect, but it doesn't matter. Since Yun Tianming chose to betray the clan, then he had to clean up the door. An elder immediately greeted him. Yun Tianming, you are certainly the strongest heavenly pride since my Lu Yun sect was founded, but you are still young after all. Today, this elder will let you know that a heavenly pride is a heavenly pride after all, and a heavenly pride that hasn't grown up is nothing. This elder, the third elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, had clearly reached the 7th level of star plucking. However, just as his words fell, before he reached Yun Tianming, he was directly slapped into a bloody mist by Yun Tianming, dissipating into the heavens and earth, having already lost his divine form. Not good, he's returning to the void. Seeing this scene, the rest of the powerhouses also reacted. To be able to easily shoot the 9th level of the plucked star into a bloody mist, this kind of strength, only the returning void can do it, and even the 9th level of the plucked star is difficult to do it. The crowd of powerful people from the Flowing Cloud sect looked at Yun Tianming, their eyes filled with shock at the moment. Yun Tianming, surprisingly, was not at the peak of the 9th level of exaltation, but at the return to Void Realm, which was too much of a shock for them. One must know that the true legends of the Flowing Cloud sect must not be older than 50 years old. Yun Tianming, but he had experienced the sect's bone age test, and was definitely no more than 50 years old. Originally, Yun Tianming's peak of Venerable 9 was already extremely astonishing, and now that he had revealed his return to Void Cultivation, it could be said to be astounding. They had never heard of anyone reaching return to Void under the age of 50, not even under the age of 100. The Eastern Cloud Alliance, with so many strong people covering the entire eastern part of the Cloud State, did not have such a heavenly pride. Yun Tianming, are you sure you want to do this? You should know very well the depths of the Flowing Cloud sect. My Lu Yun sect has several returning void, and there is even a Tongtian Emperor in Yunni Academy Palace. This move of yours not only makes you betray the Lu Yun sect, but from now on, you won't even be able to set foot in Yunni Academy Palace. Yunjo, there will no longer be a place for you to stand. Yun Tianming only scoffed at this. How I will be in the future. Then I don't need the Flowing Cloud sect to worry about it. Since the young lord has ordered it, the Flowing Cloud sect will be destroyed today. Yun Tianming no longer stayed his hand, returning to the virtual cultivation revealed, between strikes, the might of the heaven and earth, the place where the Lu Yun sect is located. The void is broken open. Seeing that Yun Tianming was surprisingly so tough, the Flowing Cloud sect patriarch could not help but shout at this moment. Please ask the Supreme Elder to come out. Please Shinzong weapon Shiansu tripod. The voice of the Flowing Cloud sect's patriarch traveled into the depths of the Flowing Cloud sect. In the depths of the Flowing Cloud sect, a few auras revived all of a sudden, and it was the aura of the peak of the 9th level of star plucking. At the same time, there, a great cauldron floated out from the deepest part of the mountain range, breaking through 10,000 feet of mountain peaks. The giant tripod broke through the air and in a split second, it enveloped the entire Flowing Cloud sect, covering the sky and earth, and could set the void in all directions. Just then, Lin Shu walks out of the hidden void. Chapter 76, Holy Son of the Holy Land? Overthrow of the Flowing Cloud sect. Lin Shu's appearance was seen by all the people of the Lu Yun sect. Who are you? Lin Shu didn't pay any attention to them, but instead gazed at the giant cauldron. Yun Tianming, seeing Lin Shu appear, immediately spoke. Young lord, just leave this matter to me. Why do you need to do it yourself? Young lord? Young master? Yun Tianming's voice reached the ears of the strongest members of the Lu Yun sect. Yun Tianming, less than 50 years old at the void returning realm. Such talent could be said to be overwhelming in Yunjo. How could such an absolute heavenly pride be so polite to such a young man? Even if this young man was of the same status as that of the imperial princess of the Yunni Imperial Dynasty, It was not enough to qualify Yun Tianming to be so polite, was it? Could it be that they, at once, thought of an extremely frightening speculation? Legend has it that the Eastern Wasteland has a vastness of 3,000 states. Yunjo, among the 3,000 states, could only be considered a relatively ordinary state. 3,000 states, divided into upper, middle, and lower states. Yunjo, it was said, was just one of the lower states. As for the medium or superior states, there were ancient saints that existed beyond the Tong Tian emperors. The power created by an ancient saint is called a Holy Land. This young man in front of them, to be able to make the peerless Yun Tianming so respectful, could it be that he was from a Holy Land? Otherwise they really couldn't think of any possibility. The Flowing Cloud sect patriarch looked towards Lin Shu. I don't know about this noble guest of the Holy Land. Is there anything that my Flowing Cloud sect has offended? If there is, please tell us what your honored guest has done, and we can make amends. Facing a young man who was suspected to be from one of the Holy Lands, even the Flowing Cloud sect patriarch was forced to bow his head at this moment. That's holy ground. The Yunni imperial dynasty was all but a mole for the Holy Land, and as long as it wanted to, the Holy Land could even directly suppress a state. And the district's Luyun sect, even though it was a power of the Eastern Cloud Alliance, and had a heavenly emperor as a backdrop, it was also a mole. Lin Shu, glancing at the Flowing Cloud sect patriarch, did not speak. Lin Shu came out just for that giant tripod. After all, this is a good treasure. When father walks in the world, this tripod is given to father. It can also be considered to grow a few points of strength. Lin Shu put the tripod away directly, and then his figure disappeared in place. Yun Tianming, who had watched Lin Shu disappear, was also continuing in his strikes at the moment. I'm sorry, it seems that the young lord is in a hurry. In that case, you guys should all go together. The crowd of powerhouses from the Flowing Cloud sect, watching the Xiansu tripod being taken away just like that, were also shocked at the moment. That was a void-breaking weapon. And even in the Flowing Cloud sect, it was only possible for many star-plucking powerhouses to jointly activate it before it was able to slightly stimulate some of its power. However, it was just taken away. This indicated that the other party was at least a return to Void Realm powerhouse. Looking at that person's appearance, he seemed to be even younger than Yun Tianming. A return to Void that was even younger than Yun Tianming was only an extremely honorable person in the Holy Land, and might even be the Holy Son of the Holy Land. When did the Flowing Cloud sect provoke such an existence? They tried to figure out what was going on, yet none of the other parties seemed to care to talk to them. This is the condescension of the Holy Land, Holy Land. It was only at this moment that they realized that they had ruled over these millions of miles of territory all these years, towering above the rest. But in the eyes of the Holy Son of the Holy Land, they were so insignificant that they weren't even worthy of letting the Holy Son say a word. There were star-plucking powerhouses that couldn't help but laugh to themselves at this moment. Ha ha ha, truly there is a heaven beyond the heavens and a man beyond men. I have seen it today, but even so, old me will still fight to the death. Having said that, this star-plucking powerhouse directly rushed towards Yun Tianming, wanting to recreate the scene of recreating ancient Qing back then once again. Unfortunately, before he could reach Yun Tianming, he was directly slapped into a bloody mist. The difference in realms was too great, and even if one wanted to end one's life with a tragic self-destruction, one would not be able to do so. Just like that, Yun Tianming opened up a bout of carnage in the middle of the Flowing Cloud sect. Every single one of the Flowing Cloud sect's star-plucking powerhouses was determined to fight to the death, but every single one of them was unable to get close to Yun Tianming, and were blown away by an attack from afar. Uncle Yun, be steady, don't destroy the treasures and resources within the Flowing Cloud sect. Lin Shu looked at Yun Tianming, who was as if he was possessed by a god of killing, and was deeply afraid that he would destroy all the resources that the Luyun sect had treasured for thousands of years, so he could not help but remind him, this resource, for the father, could definitely boost his strength quite a bit. To raise the strength of your father is to raise your own strength. In that case, how could Lin Shu let these resources be destroyed? After all, today's Lin Shu desperately hoped that his father would make a quick breakthrough, so that he himself could break through the ancient saints as soon as possible and know some of the hidden secrets. Yun Tianming immediately transmitted a voice reply. Don't worry, young lord, I have my measure. I will definitely not destroy a single bit of the Liyun sect's treasures. If there is even the slightest damage, I am willing to carry my head. Yun Tianming finished transmitting his voice and continued to start moving against the Luyun sect. Every time he made a move, many disciples of the Luyun sect fell, and even the so-called picking star was similarly unable to carry a move. Even if it was a peak star plucking 9th level Taishan elder, without the assistance of a void-breaking weapon, he would likewise be unable to carry a single move. The gap of a large realm was not so easy to overcome. Half an hour later, the entire Ruyan sect, except for some places that were relatively intact, other places, were destroyed and turned into a ruin. As for the disciples, elders, and other powerhouses of the Flowing Cloud sect, none of them were alive at this moment. Ruyan sect, extinguished. Subsequently, Yun Tianming began to collect the resources of the Ruyan sect. Yun Tianming, who had done a period of time as the first true heir of the Ruyan sect, naturally knew where those treasures were hidden, and had avoided them before, and now he could just go directly to fetch them. Yun Tianming collected all the treasures and resources. Young lord, this is the collection of the Flowing Cloud sect for thousands of years. There are even a dozen star cores in it. A star core is enough to create 10 strong people above the 5th level of star plucking. Just these dozen star cores can create a hegemonic power that is stronger than the 18 dynasties. Lin Shu took it directly. Star core, although this treasure was useless for himself, it was useful for the Lin family. The resources of the North Moon Palace could allow the Lin family members to become exalted, and the star cores were enough to allow the Lin family members to become star pickers. It had to be said that this extermination was really the best way to enhance the strength of the family. Lin Shu glanced at the Ruyan sect, then slapped his palm out, completely turning the place where the Ruyan sect was into a giant pit. Then he and Yun Tianming left the place. Jiangyu Dynasty, outside Linjiang City, Moonlan River. At this moment, the examination in the secret realm was still continuing. Lin Sangqiong, who had advanced time and time again, had just become the favorite to win the title. Nowadays, Lin Sangqiong had successively defeated several Zunshi 8th and 9th level powerhouses in addition to defeating Elder Princess Yuanyang in the same realm. And all were relatively easy to beat. Ancient Chang, a silhouette left behind at this moment, looked at Lin Sangdao, and there was also quite a shock in his eyes. Lin Sangqiong's performance was really too much of a surprise to him. Exalted 1, dual will perfection, flesh strength exalted unrivaled, and his physique was also extremely special and powerful. Is this still human? However, once he thought of Lin Shu, he was relieved. This family, it's pretty freaky. Lin Sangqiong, time and time again, advanced and defeated opponent after opponent, eventually passed the test and became the test champion. Gu Chang, looking at Lin Sangqiong, who really succeeded with his own strength, also sighed inwardly and then spoke. Congratulations. No. 50 Lin Sangqiong, you have won the final victory. In here are the chances I have. From now on they are all yours. In your hands, I believe they can blossom into splendor, and they will surely be famous in Yunjo someday. Lin Sangqiong, receiving the jade slip, also gave a word of thanks. Thank you, Elder. Chapter 77, Lin Shu's great filial son. The hunted Lin Sangdao, Jiangyu Dynasty, outside Linjiang City, Moonlan River. After Lin Shu and Yun Tianming overthrew the Flowing Cloud sect, they returned outside the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the many powerhouses watched Lin Shu return and immediately bowed. Greetings, Elder. Lin Shu glanced at them and then said directly, the Flowing Cloud sect has been destroyed, and from today onwards, you won't have to worry about being blocked by the Flowing Cloud sect from breaking through to the 5th level of star plucking. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the many powerful people present were immediately startled. What? The Flowing Cloud sect has been destroyed? That was too fast, wasn't it? Could Senior really be the existence above that star plucking? All of the star-picking powerhouses were overjoyed at this moment. The destruction of the Flowing Cloud sect represented that they finally had hope for an upward breakthrough. Though, the hope wasn't very great. After all, to break through the 5th level of star plucking, one would still need pounds of star power. This, they didn't have. And even if they joined forces to haul in the stars, they might not be able to succeed. But at least there was hope. In the past when the Flowing Cloud sect ruled, none of them were able to attempt to haul in the extraterrestrial stars, and once they were informed, that would definitely result in their families being copied and exterminated by the Flowing Cloud sect. Senior's great kindness is unforgettable. Senior's favor, Senior will never forget. If Senior has a dispatch in the future, Senior will die 10,000 deaths. Senior's great virtue is admired by the younger generation. Each of the star-plucking powerhouses bowed respectfully to Lin Shu, and their mouths did not mince words of praise in the slightest. Lin Shu, who naturally didn't care about their words of praise, glanced at his father in the middle of the secret realm. At this time, his father had already won the championship and obtained the Ancient Green's chance. Thinking of this, Lin Shu immediately opened his mouth. Since you are thankful to my lord, I wonder if you are willing to help me with one thing I need your help with. This statement was made. All the plucked stars nodded their heads and volunteered. Elder, I'm willing. Senior, I come from the royal family of the Violet Spirit Dynasty. Now that both the Yuanyang Dynasty and the Luyun sect have been destroyed, my Violet Spirit Dynasty can almost be said to be the strongest force. If something happens to Senior, we'll definitely do a better job than anyone else. You fart. The Purple Spirit Dynasty is just a bunch of alchemists, not good at fighting. How can it be as powerful as our Manchu Dynasty? The martial arts style of our Manchu Dynasty is definitely the best among the 18 dynasties. Senior, you'd better choose me. The rest of the various forces, too, opened their mouths and recommended themselves. Lin Shu watched them arguing with red faces, desperately wanting to perform in front of himself, and also waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. The crowd of powerhouses immediately quieted down. Lin Shu. Only then did he point at his own father in the middle of the secret realm and slowly opened his mouth. I know that although you are now free from the blockade of the Flowing Cloud sect, it is still incredibly difficult for you to break through above the 5th level of star plucking, the lack of vast star power, and it is even more difficult to haul in extraterrestrial stars down to the realm to supply cultivation. But in the secret realm, that person has obtained the inheritance of ancient Qing, so you can obtain the inheritance from him, and in doing so, you will have a great chance to break through above the 5th level of star plucking. This statement was made. The many powerful people present were startled. Just kidding. Previously, the secret examination. Yuan Yang Rapunzel and that person fighting. Mouth insults a few words. Then the Yuanyang dynasty was destroyed. Immediately after that, the Yuanyang dynasty turned to the Luyun sect for help, and the Luyun sect was also destroyed. For that matter, who would dare to rob the chance this man had obtained from Gu Qing? Thinking that his life was too long, Lin Shu couldn't help but explain as he looked at the awe that flashed within the eyes of the many star-plucking powerhouses. Naturally, this Gongzi is not asking you to personally go out and snatch it, but rather, he is asking you to arrange for the venerable members of your sect to snatch it. As long as you send your venerable masters and are able to snatch it without making a move yourselves, my lord will definitely not make a move. As soon as these words came out, the many star-plucking powerhouses present immediately understood Lin Shu's intentions. This was clearly a way for the various exalted clans to go and be a chaperone for the one in the secret realm. One of the pickers immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Then may I ask, Senior, is it possible as long as one is an exalted, even if it's an exalted ninth?" Naturally, as long as an exalted one goes there and snatches it, it belongs to you. Of course you can give him some life and death crises, but you can't really kill him. Lin Shu opened his mouth. If he dies, I'll make everyone bury him with him. Remember, you can only know about this matter yourselves, and you must not reveal my existence, or you understand the consequences. The crowd of plucked stars hurriedly nodded their heads, indicating that they understood and would absolutely follow Lin Shu's instructions without revealing a single bit. Seeing that the secret realm was about to close and his father was about to come out, Lin Shu didn't stay any longer, and with a flash of his body, he took Yun Tianming and left directly. Now is not the time to meet with your father. As for letting these people grab the opportunity, it was naturally because Lin Shu desperately wanted to improve his strength. Nay, his own talent was really average, so he could only let his own father put more pressure on him. With pressure, you can grow better. After Lin Shu left, the secret realm was finally closed. Within the secret realm, Lin Sangdong was also rejected by the secret realm. As soon as he excluded himself, Lin Sangxiang saw the gazes of many Zunis looking at him, and in those eyes, they were eager to eat themselves alive. Seeing this scene, Lin Sangdong knew that this was coveting the chance he had obtained. Without any hesitation, he directly fled towards the distance. After them, the Zunis watched Lin Sangxiang flee and immediately chased after him in the direction he had left. As for the star plucker powerhouses, they watched quietly and did not make a move. Although, they did want Gu Qing's chance very much, Lin Shu's intimidation was just too great. They wouldn't dare to go against Lin Shu's words. Although Lin Shu is not in sight now, who can guarantee that he is hiding in the dark? Their guess was right. Lin Shu was indeed hiding in the shadows even though he had disappeared from their sight. One is to test the waters a bit to see if they will actually listen to themselves. Although, Lin Shu had left a means on his own father and was not afraid of them actually making a move. If they did so now, Lin Shu would not mind killing a batch of plucked stars in the process. As for the second, it was to see his father being chased by a group of Zunis. Seeing that everything was moving in the direction he had arranged, Lin Shu secretly handed over the resources to his father and left. Lin Sangqiong, being chased, naturally did not know that he had a lot more resources in his storage ring. At this moment, he was thinking about how to quickly escape from the chase. Young lord, if you do this, aren't you afraid that your father will find out later and then blame you? On the side, Yun Tianming looked at this scene and also asked, Lin Shu smiled. Mother's strength is so powerful. If father doesn't have some pressure and just goes through the motions of cultivation, how can he grow up fast? And if he doesn't grow up fast, how will he be able to be reunited with mother as soon as possible? Lin Shu thought to himself. Even if you know, so what? Blame? It doesn't exist. Anyway, one's own realm would always be higher than one's father's, and the so-called blame would only be spoken of a few times at most. If just being spoken to a few times could make his father as well as himself stronger, that could be too valuable. Go! Lin Shu stopped paying attention to his father. Go to the Violet Spirit Dynasty and bring them with you, and then go to the Yunni Dynasty. Chapter 78, Yunni Academy. Woman stalking. 1 month later, Yunni Imperial Dynasty, Yunni Academy Palace, Yellow Pole Yard, Yellow Pole Class 1. A month ago, Lin Shu had brought the 3 girls, Su Yan, Xia Yan, and Lu Shan, to follow Yun Tian Ming to Yunni Academy, and had become a Yellow Extreme Class instructor of Yunni Academy. Yunni Academy Palace, divided into 4 courtyards, which are Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Among them, the Yellow Extreme Courtyard was the lowest one, but Lin Shu didn't care too much about it. Lin Shu didn't really come to the Yunni School Palace to teach the disciples here, but mainly because there were so many collections of books in the Yunni School Palace, which is why Lin Shu entered the Yunni School Palace. In Yunni Academy, it was either a scholar or a tutor. Lin Shu didn't want to go as a scholar. After all, there were all sorts of school palace tasks for scholars, and Lin Shu didn't want to do the tasks. So just by casually exposing some of his cultivation, he became a tutor in the Yunni Academy Palace, in charge of the Yellow Pole First Class. At that time, when Lin Shu had just arrived to reveal his cultivation, it had caused a huge stir in the entire Yunni Academy. After all, Lin Shu had reached the star-picking realm at such a young age, a talent that surpassed even the most gifted Heavenly Extremity Courtyard students among the Yunni Academy. This was also why the Yellow Extreme Class 1 was the strongest class in the Yellow Extreme Academy, and shouldn't have been taught by such a newly arrived tutor as Lin Shu. But Lin Shu showed amazing talent, and the Academy Palace eventually let Lin Shu teach the strongest class in the Yellow Extreme Academy. It was also the case that the Academy Palace had a rule that Plucking Star could only teach the Yellow Extreme class. Otherwise the Academy Palace would have wanted Lin Shu to lead the Shen level class or even the Earth level class. When the lesson ended, Lin Shu walked straight out of the Yellow Pole First Class. As he watched Lin Shu walk straight out of Huangji Class 1, the scholars in the class could not help but talk about it. Director Lin is going to the library again. I don't know what kind of weirdo Director Lin is. With so many good places in the academic palace, he prefers to go to the library that collects some miscellaneous books. I originally thought that since Director Lin is at the star-plucking realm at such a young age, he should be extremely diligent in his cultivation. But in the past month, it seems that I've never seen Director Lin cultivate. For a month, what Lin taught us was all the basics. I doubt if those rumors about Lin are false. After all, from wherever I look, Lin doesn't look like a heavenly pride. Lin Shu, stepping out of the Yellow Pole Class 1, heard the discussion among the scholars and just smiled gently, not caring. Then, the heart murmured, "System, check the attribute panel." As Lin Shu mumbled in his mind, a panel that only he could see surfaced in front of Lin Shu's eyes. System of Hope for the Father. System Host Information. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, Tongtian 7, Emperor. Talent, 3rd to 5th grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist. Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Wood. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold. Perfection of the Axiom of Wood. Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, 50% of the domain of gold. 50% of the domain of wood. 50% of the domain of fire. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungchong. Talent, 5th grade 7th grade 8th grade. Realm, 5th level. Technique, Golden Element Overlord Technique. Heavenly Flame Secret Code, disabled. Zune level, Star Swallowing Technique, disabled. Return to Void level. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Avatar, 9 Fingers of the Overlord. Star Swallowing Technique. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Physique, Innate Inferno Sacred Body. System Tasks, click for details. In a month's time, Father has actually raised his realm 4 times. Lin Shu looked at the cultivation level presented in the system and muttered inwardly, I don't know whether it's the innate Inferno Sacred Body that undergoes a metamorphosis that cultivates just this fast, or whether it's the Star Swallowing skill that Father obtained from Guqing that caused the cultivation speed to be so fast. Shaking his head, Lin Shu didn't think any more about it, no matter what the reason was. As long as it was because his father's cultivation had increased, it would be a good thing for Lin Shu. After all, one's current cultivation level was already at the 7th level of the Tong Tian realm. Just then, a voice came. Lin Shu, you're out of class. Lin Shu didn't even need to look up to know who the visitor was. The person who came was the dean of the Yellow Pole Academy of Yunnan Academy Palace, and it was said that he was also the sister of the current emperor of Yunnan Dynasty, named Yun. This person, on Lin Shu's first day of entering the Yunnan Academy Palace to be a tutor, he was present at the time and saw with his own eyes Lin Shu exposing his star-picking cultivation, and has been pestering Lin Shu for the past January, coming to seek him out as soon as he has a spare moment. No, she had just finished teaching the next class to the Yellow Pole class herself, and here she was again. Dean Yun. Looking at Yun, Lin Shu also called out, I've said there's no need to be so formal. We're about the same age. I'm only a few years older than you at most. Just call me Rhyme. Okay, Dean Yun. Yun sighed in her heart even as she looked at Lin Shu's oil and salt. As the most outstanding contemporary heavenly pride of Yunnan Dynasty, at only 25 years old, she had already cultivated to the 9th level of star plucking, and she had never looked at anyone in the eyes since she was a child. In the Yunnan Imperial Dynasty, she didn't know how many supreme celestial pride had revealed their feelings to her, but she didn't care, because, in her eyes, none of those people were worthy of her, and the person she was looking for was either stronger or more talented than herself. It wasn't until, a month ago, Lin Shu's appearance that she was finally the one who had found the one she had in mind. Lin Shu, at such a young age, seemingly less than 20 years old, had already reached the 3rd level of star plucking. This talent was definitely higher than her. Since that time, she had been pursuing Lin Shu, but Lin Shu had spent almost all of his time, for a month, in the book collection. Originally, she was secretly pursuing it, giving Lin Shu some signals to be the first to say it. Since this month's contact, Yun felt that getting Lin Shu to take the initiative to talk was obviously unlikely. Therefore, she decided to take the initiative to speak up, and that's why she came here just after Lin Shu had finished his class. Lin Shu, it's my birthday today, and I'd like to invite you. Lin Shu was just about to refuse when Yun immediately opened her mouth. By the way, the book collection seems to have lost a few books yesterday. The owner is investigating and is closed to the public today. This was naturally not true. It was Yun who did this on purpose. Otherwise she had no doubt that Lin Shu would still refuse on the grounds that he had to go to the book collection. In that case, all the careful preparations he had made would not be in vain. Looking at the anticipation that flowed from Yun's eyes, Lin Shu sighed. Well, after a month of reading, it does get a little boring. So you're saying yes? Lin Shu gently nodded. Okay, the birthday party starts in the evening. I'll send someone to pick you up at your place then. Having said that, Yun left happily, as if she was afraid that Lin Shu would back out. Lin Shu, looking at Yun's departing back, muttered, this woman, what is her intention? Lin Shu does not believe that just a meeting, a woman will have a good feeling about a man. There must be a reason. Chapter 79, Young Hall Master of the Heavenly Star Hall. The domineering Yun, Duke, as Lin Shu looked at Yun's back, Xia Yan, along with Su Yan and Lu Shan, came to Lin Shu's side at an unknown time. Gongzi, from our eyes, the dean seems to be really interested in you. Gongzi, won't you consider it? Lin Shu shook his head. We'll see how it goes. And besides, if I do end up with her, what will you two do? Lin Shu looked towards the two women, Su Yan and Lu Shan. Su Yan, the woman with whom Lin Shu had the earliest relationship. As for Lu Shan, it was only after she came to this Yunnan Academy that she had a relationship. The two women, Su Yan and Lu Shan, immediately spoke in unison. My lord, we don't mind if she stays together. Lin Shu shook his head. She's the sister of the emperor of the Yunnan Dynasty. Do you think that if she really wanted to be with me, she wouldn't mind the two of you? This statement was made. Su Yan and Lu Shan were also silent for a while. Yeah, that was the personal sister of the emperor of the Yunnan Dynasty. Yunnan Dynasty is the real hegemon of the Cloud State? Yunnan Dynasty emperor's own sister. This kind of identity can be said to be extremely honorable. How would it be with people serving the same husband? Well, don't think too much, Lin Shu said. Yunnan Academy Palace is just a transition for me, and I may not stay here for long, so when I leave at that time, naturally I will have nothing to do with her. Today, it's a good time to talk to her while she's at her birthday party. Time slowly passes. Soon the night came. Night had just fallen when someone arrived outside the mansion where Lin Shu lived. Sir Lin, Her Highness the 10th Princess has ordered me to come and fetch you to the banquet. I wonder if you are ready to leave now." When he heard voices coming from outside the mansion, Lin Shu stepped out of the mansion and saw a group of forbidden guards, 15 in number, waiting outside the mansion. The person at the head of the group was a middle-aged man in armor. The man was stout and full of majesty. Lin Shu took a look at him. This person's strength was quite powerful, reaching the Tong Tian realm. One must know that the Tong Tian realm was an expert even in the Yunnan Imperial Dynasty. Now, but he was sent to pick himself up to go to the banquet. It could be seen that Yun should be extremely serious about this matter. However, the more Lin Shu felt that things were not simple. Just to see what you're up to, and it better not be bad or else. Lin Shu was now at the 7th level of Tong Tian, and in terms of strength, one could say without hesitation that no one in the entire Yunnan dynasty was Lin Shu's opponent. An emperor of the 7th level of Tong Tian. That was enough to be comparable to a supreme emperor of the 9th level of Tong Tian at the very least. And the Yunnan Imperial Dynasty didn't have a supreme emperor. If there was a genuine attempt, Lin Shu could easily deal with it. "Let's go." Lin Shu walked out of the mansion and took a look, then nodded silently, looking at Lin Shu unexpectedly being so calm. This Tong Tian realm forbidden army expert could not help but look at Lin Shu twice more. One must know that an unusual young man, not to mention seeing him, even seeing the forbidden guards, would find it difficult to be calm and would show a hint of panic. And this person in front of him, yet he was able to be so calm. This determination, it was not comparable to an ordinary person. "Mr. Lin, please enter the dragon carriage." This is what Her Highness the 10th Princess personally explained. "Inviting you to a banquet. Naturally you can't let you walk by yourself." Lin Shu, glancing at the dragon carriage, nodded and stepped into it. In the next moment, the dragon whiskey rose up from the ground and flew in the direction of the Yunnan Imperial Palace under the guidance of a heavenly emperor who opened the way and 14 void returning great powers who escorted it. It didn't take long for the dragon carriage to finally arrive at the Yunnan Palace, arriving at the prayer hall in the middle of the palace. At this moment, outside the hall of prayer for the years, there were already quite a number of people gathered. These were all powerful people from all over the Yunnan Imperial Dynasty and all over the Cloud State. Yunnan Dynasty's 10th Princess Birthday Banquet. They naturally had to come to the banquet. After all, that was the Yunnan Dynasty Emperor's most favored princess, Yunnan Dynasty, and the overlord of Yunjo. How could they not come? Even without an invitation, they had to come and mix a face. Just at this moment, a dragon carriage descended from the sky. Seeing this dragon carriage, the crowd was also startled. There were only 2 people who were able to ride in the dragon carriage in the entire Yunnan Imperial Dynasty. One is His Majesty, the current emperor, and the other is the most favored Her Highness, the 10th Princess. Now that the dragon carriage has appeared, could it be that His Majesty the Emperor or rather His Highness the 10th Princess has come? For a while, the many arrivals, even if they were as powerful as the returning void or even the heavenly realm, were at this moment looking at this dragon carriage with quite a bit of respect. However, the dragon carriage quickly landed, and the one who stepped out of it was not His Majesty the Emperor, but also Her Highness the 10th Princess. Outside the Hall of Prayer, the crowd was also confused at the moment. Why, in this dragon carriage, is a young man? His Majesty the Emperor and Her Highness the 10th Princess. Those are both women. The young man, apparently, was nobody. It was just that, since it was not His Majesty the Emperor, nor was it Her Highness the 10th Princess, yet why was she able to ride the dragon carriage into the palace praying for the year of the Emperor? In front of the Hall of Prayer for the years, the people looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. There was a moment of silence before a young man spoke. "Who are you? Why have you come in a dragon carriage?" Lin Shu glanced at that young man and didn't care, but instead looked at the Tong Tian Realm Forbidden Guards powerhouse who had picked up his arrival and asked, "Where to next?" Her Highness the 10th Princess has said that Mr. Lin doesn't need to wait outside. He can enter the Hall of Prayer for the years first. Lin Shu nodded and walked towards the prayer hall. However, before Lin Shu could reach the entrance of the Hall of Prayer for the years, the young man who had just opened his mouth suddenly stopped Lin Shu in his tracks. "This young hall master asked you a question. Didn't you hear me? Who the hell are you?" Lin Shu, looking towards the Tong Tian Realm Forbidden Guards powerhouse. What should be done if someone blocks the guests of Her Highness the 10th Princess? That Tong Tian Realm Forbidden Guard powerhouse immediately spoke. "Self-expelled. Say it." This Tong Tian Realm Forbidden Guard powerhouse came directly to that young man's side. "From now on, you are expelled, and you are restricted to leave immediately, or I will take the necessary measures." The young man immediately spoke. "Do you know who this young hall master is?" "My father is the Heavenly Star Hall Master." "Yes?" Just then, In the hall of prayer for the years, a woman walked out. The woman was dressed in a brocade green dress, and the person who came was Yun Yun. Lin Shu also looked over towards Yun Yun, and it was obvious that Yun Yun had been carefully dressed up and was a few points prettier than before. The young man who called himself the young hall master of the Heavenly Star Hall immediately greeted Yun Yun when he saw him appear. "Rhymer, you're here. I've prepared a great gift for you today. It will definitely satisfy you." However, this young hall master of the Heavenly Star Hall was directly slapped away by Yun Yun before he could even get close to him. "Who are you to call this princess Rhyme?" After doing so, Yun Yun immediately walked over to Lin Shu's side. "Lin Shu, you're finally here. Quickly follow me in." Saying that, she was about to take Lin Shu's arm. Lin Shu, with a twist of his body, dodged Yun Yun's move to hold his hand. This scene, see the young hall master of the Heavenly Star Hall, at the moment is burning with rage. Chapter 80, Shock. Lin Shu, who was confessed to the Heavenly Star Hall as one of the top 10 first-class forces in the Yunni Imperial Dynasty. The Hall Master was a Tong Tian 7th level powerhouse. As the young Hall Master, he was also amazingly talented from a young age, and now he is only in his early 30s. He is also already in the 9th level of the Zunshi realm, and it won't be long before he can step into the star-picking realm. He was stunned the first time he saw Yun Yun and swore in his heart that he would take her as his wife in this life. He also believed it would be possible to marry. After all, in terms of identity, he himself was the young Hall Master of the Heavenly Star Hall, and in the entire Yunni Imperial Dynasty, his identity was honorable and top-notch. In terms of talent strength, it's also top-notch. However, now there was such a man, who popped out of nowhere, and had made Yun Yun treat him in such a manner. And the man, surprisingly, seemed ungrateful. In particular, he had even been slapped in public by Yun Yun. He didn't dare to find trouble with Yun Yun, but he wasn't afraid of Lin Shu. In the entire Yunni dynasty, except for the royal family, he was not afraid of the rest of the people, even if the other party was also from the top 10 first-class forces of the dynasty. He got up from the ground and looked at Lin Shu. "If you are sensible, leave Rhyme by yourself, or else the Heavenly Star Hall will let you know what it means to be in pain." Having said that, he then walked directly in the direction of the outside of the palace. After all, Yun Yun had issued an expulsion order, and he didn't dare to stay here. Otherwise offending Yun Yun would be a huge disaster for the entire Heavenly Star Hall. Lin Shu, looking at the back of the young Hall Master of the Heavenly Star Hall as he left, thought about whether or not to directly strike out and finish him off. The District Heavenly Star Hall, after reading miscellaneous books for a month in the Yunni Academy Palace's collection, naturally knew about this power. Yunni Dynasty, the territory is vast. The entire central region of Yunjo is the territory of Yunni Dynasty, covering more than thousands of millions of miles. On such a huge territory, naturally, it also possessed many forces. The Yunni Imperial Dynasty had a hierarchical division for these forces. They are first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, and no-rate. The so-called first-rate forces were those that had more than a Tong Tian 5th-ranked powerhouse sitting in their midst. Second-rate forces were those that had a heavenly powerhouse sitting in their midst. Third-rate forces, on the other hand, were forces where there existed return to void realm powerhouses. As for those forces that didn't even have return to void realm powerhouses, they were categorized as unimpressive. The Heavenly Star Hall Master was at the 7th level of the passing sky, and thus was a first-class power. However, to Lin Shu, this power was not yet a threat to himself. Since the young Hall Master of the Heavenly Star Hall in front of him had offended himself, he definitely had to be resolved. However, while Lin Shu was pondering whether to kill him on the spot or say that he would go to the Heavenly Star Hall to settle the matter when it was over, Yun Yun suddenly spoke up. "It seems that the slap you just received wasn't enough to teach you a lesson. In that case, you will leave your legs behind today. When is it your turn to threaten the guests invited by this princess? Or do you think that the Heavenly Star Palace is already above this princess, above the entire Yunni royal family?" Having said that, Yun Yun then made her move. And this time Yun Yun was directly heading towards the young Hall Master of the Heavenly Star Hall's legs. This young Hall Master was only at the 9th level of Venerable, while Yun Yun was at the 9th level of Star Picking, without the slightest resistance. This young Hall Master's legs were directly broken. This scene caused everyone present to suck in a breath. They looked at Lin Shu and pondered what kind of person Lin Shu really was. Ride in the princess's dragon carriage, and then the princess herself came out of the hall to meet her. He even made the princess slap the young Hall Master of the first-class power Heavenly Star Hall for him, and at the same time, he also wasted both of his legs. "Throw it out." After Yun Yun broke the young Hall Master of the Heavenly Star Hall's leg, she gave a cold voice, and soon after, some forbidden guards stepped in and threw the young hall master of the Heavenly Star Hall out. Up to this point, Lin Shu still didn't understand what Yun Yun really wanted to do, attracting hatred to himself and making the Heavenly Star Palace hostile to him? But looking at Yun Yun's eyes, that didn't seem to be the case. But it seems a little unrealistic to say that you're really just taking it out on yourself. He himself was only at the 3rd level of star plucking, and in terms of value, he was far inferior to a Heavenly Star Hall that had a 7th level of star plucking powerhouse in attendance. Take a step and see. Lin Shu no longer thought about it. Anyway, no matter what happened, it was all within his control. Afterward, Lin Shu and Yun Yun walked into the Hall of Prayer for the Years. In the Hall of Prayer for the Years, there were already quite a few people at the moment. However, these people were all extremely powerful. Above the 5th level of star plucking, Lin Shu took one look and roughly recognized the identities of several people. The head of a first-class power in the Yunni Imperial Dynasty, or a member of the royal family. At this moment, all of their gazes were directed towards Lin Shu. Obviously, they had naturally seen what had just happened outside. Yun Yun, with Lin Shu in tow, walked all the way through the main hall of the Hall of Prayer for the Years, and soon arrived at the very front of the hall. Lin Shu, sit with me. Lin Shu didn't say anything more and directly sat down on one side. Only when Lin Shu sat down did Yun Yun speak. I would like to thank you all for being able to come to my 25th birthday party. Today, I have an announcement to make. As soon as Yun Yun said this, all the people present in the Great Hall sat up straight. Yun Yun paused and continued to speak. All this time, I've been looking for a man to be my Dao mate. This Dao couple is either more talented than me or stronger than me in the same realm. And now, at last, I have found it. He is Lin Shu. These words fell. In the middle of the Great Hall, the gazes of the crowd once again fell on Lin Shu. Yun Yun, who hadn't finished, continued to speak. From today onwards, I will officially pursue Lin Shu until I become a Taoist couple. Ha! Yun Yun's words caused the crowd in the Great Hall to be startled. Pursue? With such a grand announcement, it's amazing that half the time it hasn't been finalized and it's still just being pursued. When had the 10th princess of the Yunni dynasty been reduced to taking the initiative to pursue the matter? At this moment, even Lin Shu was in a daze. Things that happened so fast. Originally, Lin Shu had planned to let Yun Yun have a good birthday banquet and then show his cards to her. Unexpectedly, she announced it straight away, directly catching Lin Shu off guard. This made Lin Shu, for a moment, not know what to do. Promise? Denial? Promise is impossible to promise. After all, nowadays there is Su Yan, Lu Shan, 2 women around. As for refusing, obviously you can't either. At least not to your face. In terms of everything that had happened so far, Yun Yun, the woman, at least did not show any malicious intent, and from the matter of the young hall master of the Heavenly Star Hall, looked out for herself in every way, and in the face of the threat of the young hall master of the Heavenly Star Hall, she overbearingly unraveled the situation. For that matter, Lin Shu couldn't refuse it to his face, couldn't let it lose face in front of so many guests. Unable to agree or refuse, Lin Shu could only choose to remain silent. On the contrary, Lin Shu's silence instead made the crowd in the Great Hall even more imaginative. On the contrary, it was Yun Yun, who didn't hear Lin Shu's refusal, and her heart was instantly delighted. No rejection means there is hope. As a result, she was in a much happier mood. Gentlemen, I'm done. You can enjoy yourselves. The birthday party finally began in a lively as well as pleasant manner. Chapter 81, Yun Yun's attempt. Forming a Dao couple. The banquet, which lasted for a good 5 hours, didn't end until the next day. Only after the many guests had left did Lin Shu look at Yun Yun and asked, "What the hell are you doing? I can clearly tell you that I already have a woman by my side. And with your status, it's absolutely unacceptable. I'm sure you don't want to see your own Taoist partner surrounded by other women, right? Seeing as you're not a bad person, if you have something to do, you can just say it, and if things aren't troublesome, I can help you out." Yun Yun smiled sweetly. "The women beside you, I naturally know about them. Su Yan, Lu Shan, as well as Xia Yan. These 3 women followed you into Yunni Academy Palace. How could I not know about them? Then you're still talking so high and mighty about courting me in front of all these people?" Lin Shu asked. "To be honest, you do have a good appearance and a strong talent. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't refuse, but nowadays I have a woman by my side, and with a status like yours, you are destined to not agree that there are other women by my side, so you should understand that you will most likely refuse. And the reason for the loud and high-profile announcement despite knowing that it will be refused is that you still know it will be refused." Yun Yun was silent for a long time before she slowly opened her mouth. "You've stayed in the library a lot this January. so you should understand some things about this world. In the Eastern Wasteland, where 3,000 states exist, the Cloud State is only a lower-class state that doesn't even have a single ancient saint. Thus, the Cloud State has, in secret, been coveted by other states, and the Yunnan Imperial Dynasty, as the true overlord of the Cloud State, has been fending off a number of foreign state forces that covet the Cloud State in secret. You reach the third level of star plucking at a young age, and you may still have a hide. Surface strength may not be true strength, so your realm may be higher. I suspect you possess a sacred body. Similarly, I also possess a saint body, but my saint body is very special and is not allowed by heaven and earth. So if I want to advance to ancient saint, I'm afraid it won't be that simple, and I might even need to go through heaven's punishment. I'm not sure I can get through it. Once I don't, I might die and be destroyed. There was a pause. Yun continued to speak. I am the hope of the Yunnan Imperial Dynasty, carrying the mission of the Yunnan Imperial family since I was a child. The old ancestor and the emperor's sister both take care of me, and no matter what treasures, the resources are my priority to obtain. Thus, trying to help Yunnan when the Yunnan Imperial Dynasty is facing a crisis. Since I might die under the heavenly punishment for advancing to ancient saint, I want to find someone with strong talent to become a Dao couple and give birth to a child. Generally speaking, children born to parents with strong talent are definitely not low in talent either. I want to leave a descendant with strong talent to protect the Yunnan dynasty. As for you, Hide, I break through the ancient saints when I encountered the talent. If I fall, you can directly leave. If I did not fall, you can likewise leave, as a love affair, and I won't interfere with the woman beside you. After all, even if I did stay with you, it would be hard for me to go through life. Lin Shu, at that moment, realized everything. There's no such thing as love at first sight. As Lin Shu said, there was indeed an attempt. However, this attempt was somewhat impressive to Lin Shu. Everything is for the Yunnan dynasty. Unfortunately, her plan, after all, would not work. Lin Shu shook his head. Thank you for confessing everything, and as much as I'd love to help you, there's really nothing I can do. My talent, it's actually quite average. Even amongst the Yunnan Imperial Dynasty, a random ordinary student of the Yunnan School Palace has a higher talent than me. If you don't believe me, I can test it myself in front of you. Lin Shu's own talent was naturally clear to himself. Before that, there were only 3 pints. Having gone through the baptism of the 10,000 blood pool, he had now reached the 5th grade. 5th grade talent, in the Jiangyu dynasty, was naturally a supreme talent, but when put into the Cloud State, it was relatively average, and in the Cloud State's dominating power, the Yunnan Imperial Dynasty, it was even less worth mentioning. The Yellow Extreme Class 1 served as the scholar class of the Yellow Extreme Academy, which was the lowest of the 4 academies, and the talent of the Yellow Extreme Class 1 scholars were all higher than Lin Shu's, not to mention a few other academies further up the ladder. Looking at Lin Shu's look of conviction, Yun was somewhat convinced. Only, she couldn't understand how Lin Shu could have reached the star-picking triple heavyweight at less than 20 years old if his true talent was inferior to the talent of even the average student of Yunnan Academy Palace. Even, the star-picking triple is not the limit. There might be hidden, this cultivation talent. Yun asked herself how it could be ordinary talent when she was inferior. So I can't help you. Lin Shu spread his hands and revealed a look of love. Yun was silent. Ryoko. Suddenly Yun was firm. I still want to become a Taoist couple with you. Why? Lin Shu was really puzzled. He had said that his talent was average, and becoming a Taoist couple, it was impossible for him to have a child with her that had the talent to become a saint. If it is not possible to give birth to the child of sanctification, then all is in vain. Yun laughed. Indeed, my plan does, but there's one thing that I didn't say. In fact, you really are the first man in my life that I've ever looked at more favorably, and although I can't say that I fell in love at first sight, I do have a crush on you. Therefore, I still want to form a Tao couple with you. Maybe you really do have average talent, but I have strong talent, and our offspring will still have half the chance of having strong talent. The chances of that are greater than the probability of me looking at another gifted and powerful man. Besides, you claim that your talent is low, but your realm is not low at all. This shows that talent is not absolute. Perhaps you possess an existence that is even better than your powerful talent, although I don't know what that is, but I'm certain that you're special enough that I'm willing to take a chance. And with the fact that we already had a 50-50 chance of having a powerfully gifted offspring, the probability of overlapping each other is already 80 to 90%. In that case, I naturally have no reason to give up. Yun's words also surprised Lin Shu in his heart. In this world, for the vast majority of people, that's talent only. Yun, likewise, was the same. as evidenced by her desire for a powerfully gifted offspring. And it did surprise Lin Shu a bit that such a woman, who was judged by her talent, could actually put aside her talent and see things differently and say such things. Yun, this woman, was smarter than expected. Since this was the case, and she had said so and was so insistent, what reason did Lin Shu have to refuse? Lin Shu nodded. In that case, I promise you. Remember what you said before about not interfering with those around me. Really? You promise? When Yun heard Lin Shu promise, surprise immediately flowed out of her eyes. Chapter 82, Yun's Revenge. Slaying the Heavenly Star Hall Master. Lin Shu left the palace. Lin Shu, who had left the palace, didn't rush back to Yunni Academy. Otherwise, there would be no need for Lin Shu to leave by himself. Yun had all but promised to accompany herself while being escorted. The reason why he didn't say yes was because Lin Shu still needed to do one more thing, the Temple of the Heavenly Star. This young hall master of the Heavenly Star Hall had clashed with himself before the banquet started yesterday. Seeing the resentment in his eyes when he was thrown out, the man would definitely make a move for revenge. In order to prevent him from retaliating, Lin Shu naturally had to take the lead and overthrow the Heavenly Star Hall first, so that was the way to avoid being retaliated against once and for all. The Heavenly Star Hall, located in the Heavenly Star mountain range of the Yunni Imperial Dynasty, a huge mountain range stretching for 100,000 miles in the south of the Yunni Imperial Dynasty. The Heavenly Star Hall was situated in the middle of that mountain range. Lin Shu, out of the palace, will be directly hidden form, and then the earth and sky change. The stars shift. In an instant, Lin Shu has already arrived in the south of the Yunni Dynasty, in the Tianqing mountain range. As soon as he entered the Heavenly Star mountain range, Lin Shu directly ran in the direction where the Heavenly Star Hall was located. Right at this moment, Lin Shu suddenly sensed a violent fluctuation coming from within the Heavenly Star mountain range. Above the celestial void, there were powerful people fighting furiously. There are sounds of fighting in the Heavenly Star Hall, and it looks like it's spreading to the entire Heavenly Star Hall. Above the celestial void, there is even a Tongtian realm powerhouse fighting. Lin Shu murmured. Could it be that some other powerful force is at war with the Heavenly Star Hall? Lin Shu, concealing his figure, approached in the direction of the Heavenly Star Hall, intending to first see which force was fighting the Heavenly Star Hall, and then secretly take care of the Heavenly Star Hall. In a short while, Lin Shu arrived at the depths of the Heavenly Star mountain range, and everything that had happened in the Heavenly Star Hall immediately surfaced before Lin Shu's eyes. It is? Lin Shu looked at the person who was fighting with the disciples and elders of the Heavenly Star Hall. Over the past month, Lin Shu had read a lot of books in the library, and a lot of them were also miscellaneous wild stories. Rumor had it that the Yunni Imperial Dynasty had 5 major legions. These 5 legions are the Shenon, Jinbei, and Jinshi armies. As for the 5th legion, it was mysterious and almost never appeared. Among the wild history, back then, when the Yunni Dynasty was in civil unrest, a mysterious legion appeared, and its name was the Vermilion Bird Army. This legion, all of them wore fiery red armor with a vermilion bird pattern inscribed on top of the armor. When Lin Shu saw it before, he treated it as a wild story, but now he has seen it with his own eyes. The person who fought with the Heavenly Star Palace was wearing fiery red armor with the vermilion bird pattern engraved on it. Apparently, this is the Jubilee Army. Among the miscellaneous wild stories, it is considered the most mysterious and powerful legion. It was just that this legion, how could it be in the Heavenly Star Hall and still look as if it was going to overthrow the Heavenly Star Hall? Lin Shu hid his figure and then disappeared into the void. Above the void, at this moment, an extremely powerful Vermilion Bird Army powerhouse wearing fiery red armor was fighting a middle-aged man. At the time of the battle, that middle-aged man was also quite puzzled at the moment. Why are you making a move against the Heavenly Star Hall? My Heavenly Star Hall has never offended the royal family. The middle-aged man spoke as he fought. The Heavenly Star Hall, indeed, did not offend the royal family, but you have offended one person. Who? Lin Shu. Who is this? Go back and ask your son. The middle-aged man spoke again. Even if my son acted a bit playful outside and accidentally offended that Lin Shu in your mouth, my Heavenly Star Hall can make amends. So why would you want to exterminate my Heavenly Star Hall? With my Heavenly Star Hall in place, I'm at least able to fend off some crises for the Yunni Dynasty. Does the Yunni Dynasty really want to overthrow my Heavenly Star Hall for the sake of a Lin Shu? The strong man in the fiery red armor opened his mouth. Her Highness the 10th Princess thinks that this move is worthwhile. Her Highness said that Lin Shu is her Taoist partner, and she won't allow an accident to happen to her Taoist partner. The Heavenly Star Hall is high up in the sky. It's hard to reconcile, even on the surface, but not necessarily behind the scenes. and overthrowing you is the way to keep Lin Shu from being retaliated against once and for all. His Highness said that it would obviously be easier to overthrow you than to make you pay for your sins. After saying that, the man in the fiery red armor struck again. In the dark, Lin Shu heard everything this leader of the Vermilion Bird Army said, and was able to roughly understand the cause of the matter. It turned out that it was Yun who had secretly sent people to come and overthrow the Heavenly Star Hall. The reason, surprisingly, was similar to what Lin Shu thought. If Lin Shu hadn't wanted to come and destroy the Heavenly Star Hall, he wouldn't have known that Yun had secretly cleared such a big trouble for himself. Unable to help it, Yun, the woman, suddenly gained a few points in Lin Shu's heart. No woman in the world, I'm afraid, will ever be able to do this for Lin Shu again. Lin Shu murmured in his heart, Yun, since you are so sincere, then I will do as you wish. Perhaps, I may not give birth to an offspring with outstanding talent with you, but I can guarantee that with me around for a day, I will definitely not let the Yun dynasty fall into a crisis. What Yun did made ripples in Lin Shu's heart. In other words, moved Lin Shu. Lin Shu, having calmed down a bit, watched the battle, ready to deal a fatal blow to the Heavenly Star Hall Master at any time. This Heavenly Star Hall Master was at the 7th level of Tong Tian. His opponent, the leader of the Vermilion Bird Army, on the other hand, was at the peak of the 8th level of Tong Tian, and now he was being pressed again. But being pressed didn't mean he couldn't escape. Once he felt it was too much for him, Lin Shu could be sure he would flee. What Lin Shu wanted to do was to prevent him from escaping and completely make him fall here. As expected, after experiencing a battle, the Heavenly Star Hall Master had been suppressed and was finally a bit overwhelmed, only to see him look towards the Vermilion Bird Army leader in fiery red armor. Yun Ginghong, today's matter, this Hall Master has made a note of it. When he returns in the future, he will make the Yunni Imperial Dynasty accompany my Heavenly Star Palace. If you kill 80,000 disciples of my Heavenly Star Hall today, one day this Highness is going to bloodwash 80,000 people of the Yunni Imperial Dynasty. Say it. A shocking aura violently erupted from the Heavenly Star Hall Master's body, and the surrounding void distorted, only to see a void vortex being born with it. This was the vortex door to the land of emptiness, and once one stepped into it, then they were faced with endless void turbulence. When Lin Shu saw this scene, he understood what the Heavenly Star Hall Master was thinking. Obviously, he knew that he couldn't fight, and if he stayed here, the only thing he could do was wait for death. As for hiding into the land of void turbulence, although there were many crises and the risk of falling, there was also a chance of survival. Lin Shu, naturally, could not let him escape, and thinking of this, Lin Shu struck out directly. Without hesitation, Lin Shu smashed the vortex door created by the Heavenly Star Hall Master's powerful divine ability. Subsequently, a palm directly rolled towards the Heavenly Star Hall chairman. The Heavenly Star Hall Master, unable to react, seemed to find it hard to imagine that there was another terrifyingly strong person hiding in the shadows to sneak attack. The moment he was hit, he looked back with difficulty, but he saw nothing but a broken void. The Heavenly Star Hall Master, with unwillingness, fell on the spot. Chapter 83, Challenge. Xin Yuxuan's shock. The leader of the Vermilion Bird Army, at this moment, was also looking at that piece of emptiness, and could not help but be alarmed. Although, the person in that piece of emptiness had utilized a sneak attack to kill the Heavenly Star Hall Master, but even if it was a sneak attack, to be able to kill him with a single blow, it would still require an extremely powerful strength. The leader of the Vermilion Bird Army asked himself that it would be difficult for him to do the same in his place. Obviously, the other party's strength was not below his own. As the leader of the Vermilion Bird Army, Yun Jinghong was able to rank in the entire Yunni dynasty and could be in the top 5. When did such a powerful mysterious powerhouse appear in the Yunni Imperial Dynasty? Looking at the void, Yun Jinghong couldn't help but open his mouth. Many thanks for your help, fellow Taoist. He didn't bother to ask who the visitor was. Since the other party chose to hide his figure, he naturally didn't want anyone to know his identity, at least for the time being. Yun Jinghong saw that there was no answer in the void for a long time, so he stopped talking and carried the body of the Heavenly Star Hall Master back to the Heavenly Star Hall. The Heavenly Star Hall Master is dead. If you surrender, you can join the Imperial Dynasty Army to undergo rehabilitation. Otherwise none of you will be left behind. The Heavenly Star Hall disciples and elders, who were originally still fighting with the Vermilion Bird Army, saw the corpse of the Hall Master, and at this moment, they were all out of the mind to fight. The Hall Masters were all dead, the strongest were all dead, and even if they continued to fight, the result would only be death. For a time, many of the Heavenly Star Hall disciples and powerhouses chose to surrender. The young Hall Master of the Heavenly Star Hall, looking at his father's corpse, also revealed a look of disbelief. His own father was so powerful and now he was actually dead. While the young Hall Master of the Heavenly Star Hall was still immersed in disbelief, Yun Ginghong, the leader of the Vermilion Bird Army, directly struck out and killed this young Hall Master. After all, Her Highness had explained that everyone else in the Heavenly Star Hall could be left unkilled, except for this young Hall Master, who had to be killed. After all, he was the source of the conflict. Lin Shu, hidden in the void, glanced at the fact that the young Hall Master of the Heavenly Star Hall had also been killed, and knowing that the matter of this trip was over, he directly left Yunni Academy Palace. Lin Shu had just returned to the academy when he received a message. The Triennial School Palace competition is about to begin. Every time there was a great competition of the academic palace, the emperor of the Yunni imperial dynasty would come to watch. If one's performance was outstanding, one might be valued by the Cloud Emperor, and then it would be a step to heaven. Not only can you get tons of resources to train, but you can also get other great rewards. Of course, as a tutor, if one's class was able to produce a person who was valued by Emperor Yun, then that tutor would also receive many rewards. In this regard, Lin Shu didn't care, not to mention whether or not the Yellow Extreme First Class could produce that one person. Even if it did, the reward from the Cloud Emperor would be dispensable to Lin Shu. After all, Lin Shu wasn't relying on himself to cultivate, and things like resources were of little use to Lin Shu. With the limitations of his talent, even if he had more resources, it would be difficult for Lin Shu to use them. As for the fact that once a student was valued by the Cloud Emperor, then the tutor who taught that student would be personally honored by the Cloud Emperor with the title of Master Teacher. Lin Shu cared even less. Lin Shu's purpose was not to come here to teach in the first place, and after finishing the books in the collection library, he was expected to leave and would not stay in Yunni Academy Palace for a long time, and the so-called title of Master Teacher would not be of any use. However, just as Lin Shu did not care about the great competition of the Academy Palace, a woman arrived. This person was the instructor of the Yellow Extreme Class 2 of Yunnan Academy Palace. Lin Shu, I want to challenge you. Lin Shu looked at the visitor, somewhat puzzled. Himself and this woman, there doesn't seem to be any conflict, right? How come this person wants to challenge himself as soon as he comes? There is something wrong with him. Lin Shu didn't pay any attention to her. Lin Shu, are you still a man? If so, accept my Qin Yushuan's challenge. Qin Yushuan, blocking Lin Shu's path, stood in front of him. Lin Shu frowned. Why should I accept your challenge? Besides, you are the 9th level of star picking, challenging my mere 3rd level of star picking. How dare you open your mouth? Qin Yushuan immediately said, when I say challenge, I don't mean a challenge between the two of us. I naturally won't challenge someone whose realm is lower than mine. When I say challenge, I mean a challenge from our students. You were able to be placed by the academy to teach the first class, so you must have some ability. How about it? Do you dare? Lin Shu shook his head. I don't want to accept your challenge, so if there's nothing else to do, get out of the way and don't bother me with my book reading in the library. You. Qin Yushuan looked at Lin Shu and choked for a moment. As the daughter of the Jinbei king, the head of the Jinbei army of the Yunni imperial dynasty, when had he ever been ignored so much since he was a child? All the other men, they were trying to find ways to please themselves, while the man in front of them actually ignored them so much. Originally, she was supposed to teach Huangji Class 1, but because of Lin Shu's arrival, she was eventually arranged to teach Huangji Class 2. Therefore, she was disconcerted in her mind. Lin Shu's realm was only at the 3rd level of the Plucked Star, but he himself was at the 9th level of the Plucked Star, so why should he be able to teach the first class while he taught the second class? As such, this time, the great competition of the Academy Palace was about to begin, and she wanted to challenge Lin Shu, to prove in front of Emperor Yun that the daughter of the king of Jinbei was no weaker than anyone else, and was by no means comparable to someone who came in through the back door. Sister Yushuan, Lin Shu. Just then, Yun Yun's voice rang out. Seeing Yun Yun arrive, Lin Shu also spoke immediately. Dean, take her away. This person somehow approached me for a challenge. I don't want to accept it, and she seems to be relying on me. Yun Yun couldn't help but open her mouth when she heard Lin Shu's words. You have promised to become a Taoist couple with me. How can you still use such a rusty name? Just call me Reimer in the future. What? Qin Yushuan looked at Yun Yun and Lin Shu incredulously as she listened to the two. Reimer, you have a Taoist couple? And it's still a Taoist couple with him. She had been away from the imperial city for the last few days and thus was unaware of this matter. And now that she had heard it, she was shocked. One was the princess of the imperial dynasty, Emperor Yun's favorite sister, and the absolute pride of the imperial dynasty with the most demonic talent. Even though she was the daughter of the king of Jinbei and had outstanding talent, she was ashamed of herself in the face of Yun. As for Lin Shu, in her eyes, he was one who came in through the back door. Being a tutor in the middle of the academy, teaching is not attentive at all, and every day he just goes to the library to read some useless books, and does not cultivate. How could such a person be worthy of Yun? Yes, Sister Yuxuan, he is now my Dao couple, so you can see that the matter of the challenge is not necessary. How can we say that we are at least a family? So this is a bit bad. The king of Jinbei, being able to be crowned king, is naturally a member of the imperial Yun family. Qin Yuxuan was the daughter of the Jinbei king, while Yun was the sister of Emperor Yun. So naturally, they were close. Since that's the case, I won't challenge him. But Rhyme, with your talent, why would you look at him? When Qin Yuxuan heard Yun open her mouth, she stopped obsessing about challenging Lin Shu. Sister Yuxian, Lin Shu is only 18 now. What? When these words came out, Qin Yuxuan was stunned. 18 years old, star-picking triple. How is this possible? Even if Qin Yuxuan was 18 years old, she had only just managed to break through the star-picking realm, right? One must know that Qin Yuxuan was still a supreme heavenly pride who possessed the legendary saint body and had hopes of becoming a saint in the future. Lin Shu, such a person who was extremely lazy about cultivation, and who also got by with teaching, in his eyes, could be said to have no desire to forge ahead, and now he had actually become a heavenly pride even more astonishing than Qin Yuxuan, which was really a surprise to her. Rhyme, are you telling the truth? At the time of the test, I was personally present. Bone age 18, 1,000 times true. Getting Yun's certainty, Qin Yuxuan was finally convinced. Chapter 84, Heaven Mending Pill. Supreme Emperor and Emperor. I'm sorry I misjudged you. Qin Yuxuan then looked at Lin Shu and immediately apologized. Before, I thought you came in through the back door, plus you only went to the library to read books day after day, and were not interested in either cultivation or teaching. That's why I was unfriendly to you. After all, the scholars of Yunni Academy Palace, even if they are only from the Yellow Extreme Academy, that is still a heavenly pride recruited from all over the Yunni Imperial Dynasty. I can't just watch these heavenly prides being taught to be invalidated. That's the future of the Yunni Dynasty. But since you're a supreme talent, I'm sure you naturally have your own cultivation methods as well as teaching methods, which doesn't require me to bother much. Lin Shu didn't care. After all, what Qin Yuxuan said was also the truth. It was true that he hadn't practiced much. His talent was limited. The cultivation of the Tong Tian realm, with Lin Shu's talent, it was estimated that it would be very difficult to break through the realm with 1,000 years of cultivation, so he might as well use that time to learn more about the world. As for teaching, it was just incidental, mainly to see the collection of books in Yunni Academy. Now, a month down the line, it's pretty much the same look. Thinking of this, Lin Shu immediately opened his mouth. Rhymer, this Miss Qin Yuxuan is right. I'm actually not keen on teaching, and now that I've come to Yunni Academy to read the books I've been reading, I've almost finished. Therefore I would like to resign from this tutor position. You as the dean of the Yellow Extreme Academy, when the time comes for me to resign, you will have to give me your approval. Yun immediately nodded her head when she heard Lin Shu's words. No problem. Since you're not interested in teaching, I naturally won't force you. The matter of resignation, I approve. When you want to leave, just say a word. I'll arrange for other instructors to come and teach the first class of the Yellow Pole at that time. By the way, I came over to tell you something. Yun didn't care if Lin Shu was teaching at Yunni Academy or not, and didn't reject Lin Shu's request to resign in the slightest. The conversation immediately turned to the purpose of the arrival. Yesterday's matter was known to my royal sister and several old ancestors, and although my royal sister and several old ancestors never interfered with my decisions, the old ancestors still wanted to see you when they learned of this matter. I don't know if you have the time to accompany me back to meet Imperial Sister and the several old ancestors. Sister? Hearing this, Lin Shu was a bit surprised. All along, Lin Shu had thought that the emperor of the Yunni dynasty was a man. Nowadays, it seems that it is still an empress. Otherwise it would not be called an imperial sister. Well, it just so happens that I have time right now to make the trip. Really? Yun said immediately. Then I'll contact imperial sister and ask her to tell the old ancestor that we're going over there now. On the side, Qin Yuxuan also spoke. Rhyme, I haven't been in the palace to see His Majesty for a long time either, so I wonder if I can tag along? The king of Jinbei is imperial sister's uncle. Sister Yuxian should call out to imperial sister just as I do. And if Sister Yuxian wants to go and see Imperial Sister, she can naturally do so anytime. Yun nodded. As it happens, Imperial Sister also wants to know how Jinbei King's situation is nowadays. After all, the northern part of Yunjo is not peaceful, and there are frequent activities over in Yunjo, so I wonder if Jinbei King has noticed anything. Yunjo. Hearing this, Lin Shu couldn't help but think of something. Yunjo. That was one of the 3,000 states bordering Yunjo, and its overall strength was similar to that of Yunjo. However, because of the special geography of Yunjo, the fire attribute energy there was extremely active, and the vast majority of the strongest people in Yunjo practiced fire attribute techniques. And with that, in terms of the same realm, it was a few points more powerful than Yunjo in general. Of course, apart from that, there is another extremely important reason. Earlier, Lin Shu received a reward from the system and obtained a mysterious map. That map was exclusive to his father and Lin Shu was unable to view it. Viewing it through his father, Lin Shu knew that it was the Heavenly Flame map, and the location that the Heavenly Flame map was pointing to seemed to be Yunjo. The Yunjo has a lot of activities. Does it mean that the Heavenly Flame is only going to come out in a short time? Hey, but the map says that you need the star-plucking realm to travel to the location of the Heavenly Flame. I don't know if father will be in time. If he's too late, he'll have to miss out on the Heavenly Flame opportunity. Lin Shu was secretly contemplating in his mind. Yun watched Lin Shu fall into deep thought and couldn't help but speak. Lin Shu, what are you thinking? Is not going to see my royal sister and old ancestor heart nervous? No need to be nervous. My royal sister is still very easygoing. As for the old ancestor, they are very good to me, and will definitely not make things difficult for you. Lin Shu shook his head. No, I was thinking that since I'm going to meet the parents, I should at least bring a gift, right? I don't know what your imperial sister and the old ancestor like. I'll see if I can prepare for it. It's not too good to go empty-handed. Yun waved her hand in a hurry. No, just go straight there. They won't care. It's their business if they don't care. I should send it anyway. Why don't you think about it? Seeing Lin Shu's insistence, Yun could only say, my royal sister doesn't have much to like. There are only two things she should be extremely concerned about in her mind. For one, I hope that the Yunni imperial dynasty becomes powerful and produces an ancient saint. Hearing this, Lin Shu immediately shook his head. That's too much for you to think of me. After a while, Lin Shu might break through to the ancient sage, but right now, it was still early. This matter is a matter of my Yunni imperial dynasty. Naturally, you don't need to do it. You don't need to care. Yun continued to speak. The second thing, that's to break through the passage realm. The words came out. Lin Shu was also quite curious. Yunni dynasty, the cloud state hegemony. The controller of such a hegemonic power had not even entered Tongtian. This news was too shocking. Yun looked at Lin Shu, who seemed surprised, and immediately explained. My royal sister's talent is also amazing. Although her physique may not be as good as my forbidden saint body, it's still a saint body. Unfortunately, because of the damage to the origin of the sacred body, it has been stuck at the peak of the return to void realm, unable to break into the heavenly realm. We've also been looking for a solution and haven't been able to find one. Or we found one, but we just can't implement it. Lin Shu couldn't help but ask. What method? The heaven mending pill. Yun replied. The heaven mending pill, with the effect of taking over the creation of heaven and earth, can be used to make up for the origin of the holy body, but the materials needed to refine the heaven mending pill are extremely numerous, with 99 medicinal herbs of the 7th and 8th grades alone. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that the refining of the heaven mending pill still requires two more types of drug leads. One of them is the blood of the sacred body. This I am able to provide. The second is the blood of the Supreme Emperor, and this has yet to be found. Tonic. This Lin Shu had seen in the collection library. It was an 8th grade elixir. However, the specific role was not well informed, and now that he heard Yun say it, he probably understood some of it. However, if only the blood of the Supreme Emperor was needed, this didn't seem to be much of a problem. Lin Shu might not have anything else, but the Emperor's blood, which was more powerful than the blood of the Supreme Emperor, Lin Shu had. The heaven mending pill refined by the blood of the Supreme Emperor was useful, so the heaven mending pill refined by the blood of the Emperor must be even more useful. Okay, that's it. I'll go figure out how to collect the Supreme Emperor's blood. What? Lin Shu's words came out. In a split second, Yun and Xin Yushuan both looked at Lin Shu with shock in their eyes. Chapter 85, Fire Emperor's Secret Realm. Yun Tianming's true identity. Lin Shu, you can't be unaware of the Supreme Emperor, can you? Xin Yushuan looked at Lin Shu and couldn't help but ask. That's the Supreme Emperor. When breaking through to the heavenly realm, one needed to climb 2,500 steps of the heavenly ladder. Currently, A supreme emperor had never appeared in the long historical years of the Yunni imperial dynasty. Not to mention the Yunni imperial dynasty, even in Yunjo, there had never been a supreme emperor present. Even the neighboring states, several of them, have not appeared. After all, that is an achievement that even the holy body may not be able to achieve. The holy body does not fall. It can only be said that it can achieve the ancient saint, but it may not be in the breakthrough through the realm of the heavens and can become the supreme emperor. Qin Yuxuan knew that Lin Shu had a powerful talent, reaching the third level of star picking at a young age, perhaps on par with Yun Yun, and probably also a sacred body. But to the emperor, counting all over the cloud state as well as the several large surrounding states, it had never appeared. It wasn't something that could be found just by saying that you wanted to find it. Listening to Qin Yuxuan's words, Lin Shu spoke bluntly. After a month of reading in the library, I still have some knowledge of these. Supreme Emperor, a name for a Tong Tian realm powerhouse, an existence that ascends above the 2,500 steps of the heavenly ladder when breaking through the Tong Tian realm. Qin Yuxuan asked when she saw that Lin Shu had accurately stated the information about the Supreme Emperor. In that case, you still open your mouth so casually. This is not something that can be found casually, not to mention the cloud state. The surrounding several large states do not exist, even if you have the intention that is powerless. Lin Shu smiled gently. Don't worry, since I promised, I naturally have a way. Yun Yun, seeing Lin Shu's confident look from the side, interrupted Qin Yuxuan's words as she continued to speak and said to Lin Shu, if you are really able to find it, then you are the benefactor of the entire Yunni royal family, and from now on, whatever you need to do, the Yunni royal family will fully support you. Yes, Lin Shu nodded. In that case, I happen to have a request. Lin Shu, the reason why he wanted to help them obtain the blood of the Supreme Emperor, aside from the fact that there was the reason that Yun Yun was now his Taoist couple, there was another extremely important point. There was a lot of activity over in Yunzhou, and Lin Shu suspected that it wouldn't be long before the heavenly flame came out. The heavenly flame was extremely important to his own father's cultivation of the heavenly flame mysteries, and in order to go and compete for the heavenly flame, one needed to reach the star-plucking realm, and currently, father was only at the 5th level of exalted. Although, this kind of cultivation breakthrough was already extremely astonishing, it wasn't enough. One had to break through their cultivation to the star-picking realm before the heavenly flame came out, so that they would be qualified to enter the place where the heavenly flame was birthed. Lin Shu didn't have a way to make a quick breakthrough in his father's strength, so he could only ask the Yunni royal family. After all, the Yunni royal family was the overlord of the cloud state, so there was no telling what could be done. What request? You say? Yun Yun said, as long as my royal family has it, no matter what the request is, it will be granted to you. Lin Shu replied directly. I want someone at the 5th level of Zunshur to quickly reach the star-picking realm. The faster the better. By the way, that person cultivates a fire attribute technique as well as a devouring type technique. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Yun Yun was still in deep thought. Aside, Qin Yuxuan then spoke directly. If it's just this point, I do have a place to recommend, but that place is filled with crises and requires a strong protector. Hearing Qin Yuxuan's words, Lin Shu immediately asked, what place? What kind of strong protector is needed? The Fire Emperor's secret realm. Qin Yuxuan opened her mouth. This person is a strong person from the Yen state. His cultivation has already surpassed the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian, ascending to the half-saint realm, just one step away from breaking through to the ancient saints. Unfortunately, in order to make a breakthrough, he went to a forbidden land to cultivate, and ultimately failed to succeed and fell in the middle of that forbidden land. This forbidden land is also known as the Fire Emperor's secret realm, the deepest part. Naturally, only ancient saints can set foot on it, but if it's just for the sake of an exalted 5th to break through the star-plucking, a Tongtian 9th protector is also feasible, and it's best to have 3 of them for insurance purposes. As soon as Qin Yuxuan's words fell, Yun Yun immediately opened her mouth. Lin Shu, if the person you're talking about is going to cultivate, I can persuade my old ancestors to come out as a protector. My royal ancestors, there are still a few Tongtian 9. In that case, thanks a lot. Lin Shu nodded. Although, Lin Shu felt that with his current strength, he was already completely impervious to the Tong Tian 9 heavens, and an ordinary Tong Tian 9 heavens would only be hard-pressed to last a single move in Lin Shu's hands. However, since this forbidden place had such a wonderful purpose, I thought that there must be quite a few people going there, and they might meet quite a few strong people. By himself, once he meets something, I'm afraid that he will be separated from his body, so it is still necessary to have a few more Tao protectors, so that it will be easier to deal with the crisis. Fine, I'll go search for the Supreme Emperor's blood now, Lin Shu said. The matter of the Tao protectors will be for you to tell the old ancestors and the others. Having said that, Lin Shu then turned around and left. Xin Yuxuan looked at Lin Shu's back as he turned to leave and asked Yun Yun, who was at the side. Reimer, do you really believe that she can search for the blood of the Supreme Emperor? I believe it. Why? The blood of the Supreme Emperor can't be found by pouring out the power of the entire royal family, let alone him alone, because, he himself said that his talent is very average, not as good as any of the Academy Palace's scholars, but was able to reach the star-picking triple heavy at such an early age, because Uncle Tianming was all very respectful to him. What? Hearing these words, Xin Yuxuan was shocked. Average talent. Not as good as the Academy students. The most ordinary of the Academy Palace's scholars had to have 6th grade talent. As for the Heavenly Extreme Academy, they were basically all 7th grade talents, and many even possessed special physiques. Even so, none of them were able to reach the 3rd level of star picking so young. Lin Shu, however, reached it on the contrary. The implications of this can be intriguing. The most crucial thing was that the Uncle Tianming in Yun Yun's mouth was the only one who could be addressed by her in such a manner. Yun Tianming, that person who mysteriously disappeared back then and reappeared, was already at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Returning Realm. If Yun Yun was the number 1 in talent in the Yun Ni Imperial Dynasty, then Yun Tianming and the current Emperor Yun, His Majesty, were number 2 in talent. These two, whoever breaks through to the heavens first, will be 2nd in talent. In the Yunni Dynasty, Yun Tianming's importance was no less than that of Yun Yun and His Majesty the Yun Emperor, if not even more so. After all, although the Yun Yun physique was extremely powerful, it was taboo. His Majesty the Cloud Emperor has a holy body, but the holy body's origin is damaged. Only Yun Tianming, who didn't seem to have any physique, but had such an achievement, with nothing forbidden and no damage to his origin, had the greatest hope of breaking through to the ancient saints in the future. Such a person who was so important in the royal family was so respectful to Lin Shu. If she hadn't heard Yun Yun say it, Xin Yuxuan would never have believed it. So, you're guessing that Lin Shu has an extremely terrifying identity? Yes, it's a pity that when I asked Uncle Tianming, he kept his mouth shut about it. Lin Shu naturally didn't know that Yun Tianming was actually a member of the royal family. At this moment, Lin Shu returned to his residence and transmitted his voice to Yun Tianming. After all, the father is still in the land of the 18 dynasties, but also need him to go to bring his father to come to go to that Fire Emperor's secret realm. Chapter 86, Fire Emperor's True Identity. The ancient sage himself. Young lord, you're looking for me? Yun Tianming, who was originally preparing to break through the Tong Tian realm, suddenly received Lin Shu's voice transmission and without hesitation, rushed over at the first opportunity. When Lin Shu saw Yun Tianming arrive, he did not hesitate and opened the door. Uncle Yun, I need you to do something. Young lord, please command. It's not a big deal. It's just that I want you to make a trip to the land of the 18 dynasties and then fetch my father. I want to take my father to the Fire Emperor's secret realm. Yun Tianming was a bit surprised when he heard this. Young lord, you want your father to go to the Fire Emperor's secret realm, that forbidden place where that half-saint powerhouse fell? Not bad. Could it be that there is something wrong with this Fire Emperor's secret realm? Yun Tianming shook his head. There's no problem, but if the major wants to go, he can take a look at the deepest part. Oh, Lin Shu was quite surprised and couldn't help but say, but I did hear that only an ancient saint can set foot in the depths. Yun Tianming smiled. That's for other people. For the young lord, naturally there is no such thing as a forbidden place. As a matter of fact, the Fire Emperor didn't fall. Back then he almost failed when he made his breakthrough. Then Master helped her and made her breakthrough successful, and she followed Master. There was a pause. Yun Tianming continued to speak. All these years, the Fire Emperor has been cultivating in the depths of this forbidden land and has never left. So to the outside world, it's naturally equivalent to falling. Now that the young master is going, naturally, the Fire Emperor should be the Fire Saint now. We have to let him come to pay his respects to the young master. After hearing Yun Tianming's words, Lin Shu also understood, but Lin Shu was curious as to how many people his mother had arranged. Wu Ming of Linjiang City of the Jiangyue Dynasty, the Yun Tianming in front of him, plus that Fire Saint that I haven't met yet. Uncle Yun, do you know exactly how many people my mother has arranged? Young lord, I'm not sure about this. I only know that there are 5 around Yunzhou. Which 5? I don't know. At the moment I only know of one me as well as a Fire Saint. As for the other 3, I asked my master at the time and he didn't say anything. Okay. Lin Shu heard Yun Tianming say so and stopped asking more questions. In that case, set out and bring my father as soon as possible. Don't worry, young lord. I promise to complete the mission. Without another word, Yun Tianming's figure disappeared from Lin Shu's mansion, after Yun Tianming left. Only then did Lin Shu find a special jade bottle that could ensure that the energy would not leak out. After finding the special jade bottle, Lin Shu instantly gently made a cut on his own finger. Of course, this was Lin Shu purposely suppressing his physical body. Otherwise, with Lin Shu's physical body nowadays, he might not be able to break through the defense, let alone slashing a hole. Even if he were to chop it with the Imperial soldier, Lin Shu's fleshly body was already far stronger than its counterparts after experiencing the breakthrough to the 12th level of fleshly body. Later on, he ascended the 3,000 heavenly stairs and metamorphosed once again, and now his fleshly body is only comparable to that of an ancient saint. And even if it is not comparable to that of an ancient saint, it is definitely the strongest under the ancient saints, and naturally, it is unparalleled. As the mouth was cut open, drops of blood flowed out of the mouth and dripped into the jade bottle with a special seal. To Lin Shu's surprise, his own blood was actually golden in color. All along, although Lin Shu had had a few battles, each time he had used his high realm to suppress his low realm, and the battles had been pure crushing, thus he had never suffered any injuries. It was also when he ascended the heavenly stairs that he was almost crushed into flesh, but at that time, Lin Shu had not yet broken through the heavenly realm. After breaking through the Tongtian realm, Lin Shu was able to solve his opponents much more easily, not having suffered any injuries. Naturally, he was unaware that his blood had turned golden though. The golden blood dripped into the middle of the jade bottle. The next moment Lin Shu felt a sinking. All along, Lin Shu had known that his fleshly body was extremely powerful, but it was ultimately on his body. And now, as the golden blood dripped into the bottle, Lin Shu held the bottle in his other hand, and only then did he feel that the blood was actually so heavy. With Lin Shu's realm today, it could be said that even a mountain range could easily collapse. Such power, and the force was strong even though it wasn't taken with any force. And now it feels as if the body sends down the consciousness to take a piece of paper, but the piece of paper arrives as if a mountain has squashed it. The golden blood, surprisingly, was as heavy as a mountain. Lin Shu couldn't help but recall the miscellaneous books he had seen in the library. Legend has it that a single drop of blood from a powerful ancient saint can collapse a mountain range. One's own blood seemed to faintly possess the might of ancient sacred blood. So, without realizing it, I'm already this strong? Lin Shu muttered secretly in his heart. And then with a thought, the originally injured mouth instantly healed as if it had never been broken. Lin Shu put the jade bottle away. Now that the gift was there, it was time to meet that Cloud Emperor, and of course, the several old ancestors of the Yunni royal family. However, on second thought, he had just separated from Yun for less than a quarter of an hour. It would be too soon to go over there and say you found it. In that case, let's wait for tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lin Shu was in no hurry. Duke, just then, a voice came. It was Su Yan's voice, and Lin Shu sensed that Su Yan, Lu Shan, as well as Xia Yan were all here. Su Yan had entered the Heavenly Extremity Academy because she had experienced the baptism of the 10,000 blood pool and had detected a 7th grade talent when she entered the Yunni Academy. Lu Shan, on the other hand, had similarly entered the Heavenly Extreme Academy because she had a special physique, the Xian beautiful body. As for Xia Yan, although her cultivation talent was only 6th grade, because of her strong alchemy talent, she had also broken the rules to enter the Heavenly Extreme Academy. As a result, the three girls did not live with Lin Shu and only came over occasionally. However, this time Lin Shu sensed that not only the three girls had come over, but in addition to them, there was also a middle-aged woman. So powerful. Lin Shu sensed that this middle-aged woman was extremely powerful, more powerful than any other woman Lin Shu had met. Moreover, the realm gave Lin Shu an unknown feeling. Could it be an ancient saint? Lin Shu couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. What was the purpose of an ancient saint's arrival? Fortunately, Lin Shu had already understood that he already possessed the might of the ancient sage when he had just dripped his blood, so he was not too worried about the arrival of the ancient sage. Moreover, Lin Shu did not feel any killing intent from this woman, and although this woman gave herself an extremely powerful feeling, she did not have that sense of fatal crisis. This meant that one might not be weaker than her, so naturally there was no need to be afraid. Come in, Lin Shu answered softly. Soon, the three women entered Lin Shu's residence and went to the courtyard. As soon as the three women entered the courtyard, they stood beside Lin Shu, while Lin Shu's gaze fell on the middle-aged woman. Who are you? What is the reason for coming here? Chapter 87, Ethereal Palace. Another ancient saint came out. The middle-aged woman glanced at Lin Shu and said, to introduce myself, I'm from Bizho Misty Palace. Lin Shu shook his head. I've never heard of it. Just tell me what you're doing here. I don't need to know anything else. Eastern Wasteland, 3,000 states. As for the specific states in the 3,000 states, Lin Shu was not clear about them, and only knew about Yunjo and a few nearby states. As for Bijou, it's something I've never heard of or read about in a book. Apparently, this Bizho is very far from Yunjo. The middle-aged woman was not surprised that Lin Shu reacted in such a manner. The Cloud State was merely a lower-class state that didn't even have any ancient saints, and was relatively remote among the 3,000 states. As for Bizho, it is a medium state, where ancient sage powerhouses exist, and it is quite far away from Yunjo, so it is not unusual for this Lin Shu in front of him to not know about it. The middle-aged woman continued to speak. I came here to take these three away. My Misty Palace is powerful and deep. These three people staying in the land of Yunjo is too much of a waste of their talent. If you join my Misty Palace, you will be taught by an ancient saint, and you can hope to become a saint someday. So it is. Lin Shu finally realized where this woman was coming from. But shouldn't we ask the world at large about such things? Lin Shu looked at the three women. You can decide this matter yourselves. There is no need to ask my opinion. All three women spoke directly. My lord, we don't want to go with her. The middle-aged woman knew at this point and said, originally, I wanted to take them directly, but they didn't want to follow, which is why I came to you. See if you can persuade them. There is not much future for them if they stay in Yunjo with this kind of talent. The only way to tap into all their potential and achieve infinity is to go to the Misty Palace. Lin Shu waved his hand. Since they don't want to go, I naturally have nothing to advise them. You. The middle-aged woman was also stunned when she heard Lin Shu's words, as if she didn't understand why Lin Shu had decided to do so. Are you going to stand by and watch them deplete their potential in Yunjo? Do you know what an ancient saint is? There isn't a single ancient saint in the Cloud Prefecture. They basically have no chance of being ancient saints in the Cloud Prefecture, whereas if they go to the Ethereal Palace, they'll most likely break through to ancient saints. Lin Shu gently shook his head. I know what an ancient saint is, and I'm also clear that if the Netherworld Palace had an ancient saint, it would certainly be able to teach them better, but they don't want to go, so why should I force them? On the side, Su Yan also spoke. Elder, since my father-in-law said the same thing, then you can leave. I only wish to follow my father-in-law in this life. The rest of the places, I don't want to go anywhere. Lushan spoke in the same way. I'm already your son's person, so naturally I won't leave you. As for Xia Yan, she said, before I came out, Master had warned me that I must follow Gongzi no matter what, so naturally I can't go against Master's words. Looking at the three women with such a resolute attitude, Lin Shu didn't persuade them, and the middle-aged woman had a fire in her belly at the moment. When had she, the ancient sage, ever stooped so low? Now it's good that as an ancient saint, he himself was traveling outside and came across three good seedlings, wanting to take them away and teach them personally, and they actually refused. Since soft doesn't work, you have to be tough. No, you three must come with me. Today I must take you away even if I have to use force. Having said that, the middle-aged woman then made a move. Just as the middle-aged woman was about to make her move, a voice came out. Your Excellency should think carefully before making a move. Between the fall of the voice, a woman had already appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged woman was shocked. She hadn't thought that there was even an ancient saint hidden in the Cloud State. She looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared and couldn't help but ask, who are you? Why are you meddling in my Misty Palace's affairs? Although you are an ancient saint, there is more than one ancient saint in the Misty Palace. The woman who appeared glanced at the middle-aged woman and said disdainfully, Misty Palace, the top power in by prefecture, has a total of 3 ancient saints, the palace master as well as the 2 supreme elders. You must be one of those 2 supreme elders, but it's a pity that you're only at the 2nd level of a mere saint. With a strength like yours, you're only able to come to a barren place like Yunjo to show off. Since you're so tough, why don't you go to the Great Desolate Holy Land? In the Great Desolate Holy Land, there are far more talented people than in this barren cloud state. The middle-aged woman, listening to the person in front of her speak of the Misty Palace's underpinnings as if she were counting them, was also shocked. Obviously, the person in front of him was definitely not a person from Yunjo, and even if he was definitely a person who had gone out to see the vastness of heaven and earth. In particular, this woman actually knew about the Great Desolate Holy Land. That was one of the topmost holy places in the eastern wasteland that had once produced the legacy of a great emperor. How could she dare to go to this kind of power, when she was only a sage first realm? Who the hell are you? I'm going to take these 3 girls as disciples. Why are you interfering? Could it be that you want to take these 3 girls? The middle-aged woman said, if you have an idea, let's just split it up. 1 for you and 2 for me. Or rather, that Shenon beautiful body goes to me and the other two go to you. However, her words were quickly dismissed. I don't care where these three women go, but since they're going to follow this gentleman, I'm in charge. If you are sensible, you will leave directly now. Otherwise the district ethereal palace. I don't mind traveling to make a trip, but that price, it may not be something you can afford anymore. Nor can your ethereal palace. The middle-aged woman, at this moment, finally became angry. Humph, today I'd like to see just how strong you are. Being rejected one after another. Even he was moved to true anger at this moment. Yes? The woman just gave a soft cry, and in that voice, there seemed to be a wisp of pressure hidden. In a split second, the middle-aged woman's face changed drastically as she felt herself being locked by an extremely powerful aura, and her entire body felt a terrifying sense of oppression. With this feeling, it was obvious that the woman who had suddenly appeared in front of him was clearly a saint who was even stronger than himself. It was stronger than the other supreme elder. What this person said might be true. If she went to the ethereal palace, there was a real possibility that she might bring terrible consequences to the ethereal palace. At the thought, she spoke at once. I'm sorry, it's my eyes that fail me. I'll leave now. It's too late to leave now. The woman said, you were just given the opportunity, and since you yourself want to make a move, you'll bear the cost of doing so. Your misty palace seems to have a holy maiden, so bring her here and serve by this male side from now on, and this matter will be resolved. The middle-aged woman immediately shook her head. No, my misty palace holy maiden has outstanding talent. How can I serve her? In that case, then you will stay by this gentleman's side for the time being, and do whatever this gentleman tells you from now on. How can that be? He's just a mere star picker. How is he worthy of my service? Humph. It's only you who currently has some strength around yunjo. If not, you're worthy of serving? The woman snapped. To put it politely, your misty palace only has that holy maiden with the sacred body that can still catch the eye. The others, even if they are tied together, are not as good as Gonzi. This world is huge. There are many forces that can decide the life and death of the ethereal palace at will. The great desolate sacred land can. Then do you know that the great desolate holy land, in the eyes of certain existences, can also be easily destroyed? The woman's words, sounding out, reached the middle-aged woman's ears. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman was shocked in her heart. That was an inheritance that had once produced great emperors, standing at the peak of the eastern wasteland, and over the millions of years, it was unknown how many ancient saints had been produced. How could such a power be easily destroyed? Looks like you want to die. When the woman saw that the middle-aged woman hadn't made any moves yet, she directly struck out. Today, I'll kill you first, and after some time, I'll destroy the Netherworld Palace. Chapter 88, Mother's True Disciple. Battle of the Saints. In a split second, the middle-aged woman immediately felt a huge killing chance, as if she was about to fall on the spot at any moment. Faced with such a life and death crisis, she didn't have the heart to think about the great desolate Holy Land at this time. Without hesitation, he immediately spoke. I am willing to do as I am told. Late. The woman shook her head. The current you can only be a servant. Hand over your own native holy soul and you can only live now. The middle-aged woman wanted to say something, but couldn't. Compared to this woman in front of him, his own previous methods could be said to be extremely mild. This woman, just after arriving, told herself to leave. A little more than a word from herself, and she made herself serve someone else, and then say one more word and make yourself a servant. Even though she had lived for so long, it was the first time she had seen such a domineering person, not giving the slightest bit of room for rebuttal. This kind of style might not be found even in those saints who came out of the Holy Land. You have 5 breaths left to hand over your holy soul, or you will not live. Hearing the woman speak again, the middle-aged woman no longer hesitated at this moment and immediately handed over her own innate holy soul. She had no doubt that if she had delayed any longer, she would have been killed on the spot today. She was a saint with a long lifespan and didn't want to fall here. After she handed over her own holy soul, the woman immediately handed it over to Lin Shu. Take control of her, and from now on, she will be your holy servant. Lin Shu, looking at the scene in front of him, didn't even know what was going on at this point. Who are you? The middle-aged woman's confusion was likewise Lin Shu's. The woman smiled. Introduce yourself. My name is Luo Cheng. Your mother is my master. This statement was made. Lin Shu understood at once. In that case, it all makes sense. It turned out to be his own mother's disciple. It's no wonder they helped themselves. In that case, this person should be one of the remaining 3 people that his own mother had left behind in the surroundings of Yunzhou, following Yun Tianming and the Fire Saint. Rather, I didn't realize that she had been in Yunzhou all this time, and seemingly, to have been by her side. So much so that she appeared at the first opportunity when the ancient sage arrived. Since he was his mother's disciple, Lin Shu had no doubts about accepting the middle-aged woman as a holy servant, and directly took control of a strand of the middle-aged woman's holy soul. With that strand of holy soul under control, the middle-aged woman immediately said respectfully, "Subordinate Wu Wenjing, meet the master." Only after watching Wu Wendian being controlled by Lin Shu did Luo Cheng speak. "Gongzi, now that you have her protection, your safety is considered guaranteed. I have some things I need to take care of and will be gone for a while." Having said that, Luo Cheng then disappeared. It really came and went. Seeing that Luo Cheng had already disappeared, Lin Shu didn't bother much and instead looked at Wu Wenjing. "In the conversation just now, I heard that you are a sage too, but is that so?" "Yes." Ying Wen Young nodded her head. "Since that's the case, I'm sure you're extremely familiar with the realms beyond the passage realm. Why don't you tell me about it?" Afterward, Wu Wenjing began to narrate for Lin Shu. After the heavenly realm, it was the ancient sage realm. However, ancient sage was just a general term. Ancient saints are further divided into the three great realms of saints, holy kings, and great saints. Saints at the second level were considered relatively weak ancient saints. After listening to what Wu Wenjing said, Lin Shu suddenly remembered something. Hadn't one always wanted to know what strength one really had today? It was just as well that there was a sage second-level powerhouse right in front of him, so he could use her to test how strong he was. "Wu Wenjing, follow me to the void above." Wu Wenjing froze. Above the void, not above the firmament. If it was above the dome of the sky, an Avatar realm powerhouse would be able to barely step on it. But the void, that was a place where only those who had reached the void returning realm powerhouse of shattering the void could set foot. Isn't the master in front of you only a star-picking third grader? However, before Wu Wenjing could open her mouth to express her doubts, she only saw that Lin Shu had already disappeared into the void. Wu Wenjing, seeing this scene, was shocked. In that very instant just now, she had sensed a shocking fluctuation in her aura from Lin Shu's body. It's not a return to the void. Rather, it was the realm of the Tong Tian. This, Wu Wenjing was shocked in her heart. Lin Shu doesn't seem to be very old, right? Although she hadn't tested Lin Shu's bone age. For the sage too, she could tell that Lin Shu's bone age was extremely young just by looking at it with her naked eyes. Definitely only about 20 years old. Don't know exactly, but I know roughly. At around 20 years old, he had reached the Tong Tian realm, and was still at the 7th level of Tong Tian. Is this still human? The holy daughter of the Netherworld Palace. What a stunning talent, possessing a holy body, and having the Misty Palace lifting up the palace to cultivate it. Even so, when this holy maiden was around 20 years old, she was only at the star-picking realm, although it was at the high level of the star-picking level, but compared to the Tong Tian realm, it was simply a small witch. Only, above the sacred body. That was the legendary Great Emperor's bloodline. She didn't believe that Lin Shu was of the Great Emperor's bloodline. If it was really a Great Emperor's bloodline, how could it come to such a barren cloud state? This kind of existence must be in seclusion in the most prosperous cultivation place, in order to break through the realm as early as possible, so as to go and impact that legendary Emperor's path. In cloud state, for those who are truly talented, it's a waste of talent. Only, other than that, she couldn't think of anything else that could allow Lin Shu to reach the 7th level of Tong Tian at such a young age. Wu Wenjing didn't think any further, and with a flash of her body, she similarly disappeared into the void. The void. Lin Shu looked at Wu Wenjing and spoke directly. "Fight me, master. That's not good, is it? Don't worry, I'm the one who told you to take a shot." "Then be careful, master. The power of a saint is very human." Soon, amazing fluctuations then came from the void, and the sounds of battle stretched to the depths of the endless void. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Shu and Wu Wenjing returned from the void. At this moment, Wu Wenjing's face was filled with shock. Obviously this battle was out of her expectation. Originally, she thought that by virtue of her breakthrough to the 2nd level of sage with the title of Earth Emperor, she could easily suppress Lin Shu, but before she knew it, she was suppressed instead. Emperor? It's definitely an emperor of the 7th level of Tong Tian. Only then will I be able to suppress my sage too. A Tong Tian 7th level emperor was comparable to a Tong Tian 9th level supreme emperor. The 9 heavens of the supreme emperor could not cross 2 more small realms comparable to the saintly 2nd level of the heavenly emperor's breakthrough. After all, it was not just 2 small realm gaps, there was also the difference between the mortal and sacred, the difference between a large realm. Although she was not a heavenly emperor but an earth emperor breaking through, she was not something that could be suppressed across a large realm difference by just any Tong Tian realm. The only one who can do that is the emperor. In this world, the only two kinds of people who could cross the difference between mortals and defeat saints with the heavenly realm were Supreme Emperors and Emperors. If it was a Tong Tian 9 Supreme Emperor, it might be possible to suppress himself, but it was only possible, and since Lin Shu was only at the 7th level of Tong Tian, it was clearly impossible for him to be a Supreme Emperor, but an Emperor. I didn't realize that I had unintentionally followed such a demonic master. She understood very well how terrifying an emperor really was. Such an existence would have an unlimited future in the future. Even, she suspected that the great emperor of this life was probably Lin Shu. Thinking of this, her heart didn't seem to be repulsed by the matter of recognizing her master. Chapter 89, Yun was shocked. Ancient sage as a servant? You said before that you would take them away and teach them to cultivate. Now that you're following me, you'll be responsible for teaching them when there's nothing else going on in the future. Lin Shu pointed at the three women, Su Yan, Xia Yan, and Lu Shan, and spoke to Wu Wenjing. Wu Wenjing immediately agreed. Don't worry, master, I will definitely teach them well. Lin Shu gently nodded and didn't make another sound as he returned to his room. Wu Wenjing, on the other hand, followed Lin Shu's instructions and brought the three girls to the side, and then began to guide them in their cultivation. Time quickly crept by. One night passed. When it was time for Lin Shu to head to the palace to meet Emperor Yun as well as the royal ancestors, Lin Shu summoned Yun early in the morning. Yun received Lin Shu's transmission and was also shocked. She hadn't expected that Lin Shu would have acquired the blood of the Supreme Emperor in just one day's time. The blood of the Supreme Emperor, how precious it was. The Yunni imperial dynasty had secretly searched for an unknown number of years, but had come up empty-handed. Qin Yushuan followed Yun towards Lin Shu's residence together. On the way, Qin Yushuan asked with some curiosity, Reimer, what exactly is the identity of this Dao couple of yours? Lin Shu, and how did he obtain the blood of the Supreme Emperor so easily? Yun shook her head. How would I know? All I know about him is that he has a rather high realm at his young age, and the realm he may have shown is not all of it. As for the rest, I don't know anything about it. Qin Yushuan was also speechless in her heart. So you're going to marry him without even knowing him? Aren't you afraid he's a bad guy? Yun laughed. What bad guy do you see running to the stash all day? What does that tell you? Bad guys can't read books? Qin Yushuan asked rhetorically. Yun shook her head. That's naturally not true. Even if he really is a bad guy, at least he's not trying anything on me. I can't tell you how many times I've met up with him over the past month and he's refused. Once can be considered lustful. Twice, 3 times, 10 times, 20 times? As long as she doesn't have any intentions towards me, it's enough for me. Besides, I believe she's definitely not a bad person. If she really is, Uncle Tianming wouldn't be able to treat him so respectfully like this. Qin Yushuan couldn't help but laugh as she listened to Yun's narration sentence by sentence. Okay, I know he's not a bad guy now. Is it necessary for me to say one thing and you to retort several times? Really? You look now like a rich young lady in the middle of those folklore books who was reckless for her so-called love. And in the words of the talkie novels, that's love brain. Yun guffawed. Which is not. I just don't want you to misunderstand him so much. If he really has a special identity, you're afraid that something will happen if you talk about him as a bad person like this. So remember not to say it again in the future. Okay, I know. I won't say it again. Qin Yushuan nodded. How come I didn't know that you would treat a man like this before? You used to be extremely unfavorable to men. Yun did not speak again. The two of them, just like that, flew towards Lin Shu's residence, and soon arrived at Lin Shu's residence. When they arrived at Lin Shu's residence, Qin Yushuan and Yun saw a middle-aged woman teaching the 3 women Lin Shu had brought into the academy to cultivate. When looking at this middle-aged woman, they couldn't help but probe a bit. Only in their eyes, this middle-aged woman seemed to be an extremely ordinary woman. But that's clearly not possible. On the clothes worn by this woman, it is enough to prove that absolutely extraordinary. That clothes seem to be an extremely extraordinary vestments. Even if the unusual strong may not be able to break open the defense of this clothes. Obviously, this middle-aged woman was not a mortal, but her realm was too high for them to see through. They were at the star-picking realm, and those who could make them unable to see through must have a cultivation level starting one large realm higher. This middle-aged woman was, at the very least, at the Tong Tian realm. Tong Tian realm, it wasn't rare in the Yunni imperial dynasty, but now it was used to teach the 3 women around them, which was unusual. Just then, a voice reached their ears. Just at the star-picking realm, you dare to probe her people recklessly. Don't you know that probing others in the cultivation world is an act of great disrespect? If you hadn't come to find your master, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to leave alive today. In the meantime, Lin Shu also walked out from the room. You should remember this lesson. When you don't know the truth, it's better not to probe her people indiscriminately. This time it's one of your own. If you run into strangers, you should understand the consequences. Yun Yun and Qin Yuxuan hurriedly opened their mouths. We will definitely keep that in mind. They then apologized to Wu Wenjing. Senior, I'm sorry, it was the two of us who were abrupt. There's no need to be polite. You're the guests of your hosts, and I'm only teaching you some of the rules of the cultivation world, so apologizing is not necessary. Lin Shu, on the contrary, did not want to waste time on this matter and immediately changed the topic. Well, can we go over there now? Naturally, I've already asked Imperial Sister, Old Ancestor and the others to wait. In that case, we'll leave now. Before leaving, Lin Shu said to Wu Wenjing, you don't have to go. Stay here and teach them to cultivate. From now on, they won't have to go to the Heavenly Extremity Courtyard. I believe you should teach them better than the Heavenly Extremity Courtyard. That's naturally so. How can the Heavenly Extremity Courtyard be compared to me? They're only at the Tongtian realm. Tongtian realm. Only? Hearing Wu Wentian's words, Qin Yuxuan and Wu Wentian were instantly shocked. Ben thought that Wu Wentian was the Tongtian realm, and from her tone today, it was clear that she did not care about the Tongtian realm in the slightest. To be able to be so unconcerned about the Tongtian realm, could, in the hearts of the two men, they immediately had a terrible guess. How is this possible? In particular, it was even more shocking that such a powerful person had honored Lin Shu as his master. Go! Lin Shu watched as the two women, Yun Yun and Qin Yuxuan, seemed to look a bit dumbfounded, so he reminded them. Only then did Yun Yun and Qin Yuxuan come back to their senses, and then led Lin Shu out of the area. On the way, Qin Yuxuan still couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and asked, Lin Shu, what exactly is that senior's realm? By the look on your face just now, you obviously already know, so why ask more? Although Qin Yuxuan didn't get an accurate reply from Lin Shu's words were nevertheless an admission in disguise. That, Lin Shu, I somewhat offended you yesterday. I hereby apologize to you. You mustn't mind my offense yesterday. Lin Shu waved his hand. Don't worry, if I cared, you wouldn't have been able to leave yesterday. Besides, you had a reason for what happened, and you're Rhyme's friend and relative, so I naturally wouldn't care. The three soon came to the palace. Chapter 90, Emperor's Blood Present. Emperor Yun was shocked. The Imperial Palace. After Lin Shu followed Yun Yun and Qin Yuxuan, the two women, to the palace, he made his way towards the depths of the palace, because Yun Yun led the way. The palace was also unobstructed and did not suffer any obstruction. Soon, the three of them arrived at the depths of the palace, in front of a rather ancient and simple ancient hall that had undergone the baptism of the ages. Lin Shu, this is my Yun family's ancestral hall. Imperial Sister and Old Ancestor are in the ancestral hall. Let's go in. As Lin Shu looked at the ancient hall, he could sense several rather powerful auras within it. Each of these auras, each of them was at the 9th level of the passing heaven. But there wasn't that sense of crisis. Obviously, these few Tongtian 9 heavens were not as strong as Lin Shu in terms of strength. The three of them stepped into the ancient hall. In a split second, Lin Shu then felt several gazes all staring at him, and a vague invisible pressure enveloped him. However, this kind of pressure was equivalent to nothing for Lin Shu, who was calm and self-assured as he looked at the people in the hall. In the temple, there were 6 people in total. A young woman, 5 relatively old men, a crone, and 3 old men. Lin Shu's gaze scanned over them, then his eyes fixed on the young woman. This young woman, wearing a black phoenix robe. Above the phoenix robe, there was a true phoenix soaring in the clouds. This woman should be the Cloud Emperor, His Majesty, the current emperor of the Yunni Imperial Dynasty. Very young, I must say. Originally, I thought that to be able to be in charge of such a large imperial dynasty, Emperor Yun's age, if not very old, was definitely not small, but now it seemed that it was not the case. It looked like it was almost the same as Yun. If she didn't know that Yun called out to her as her royal sister, if she ran into Yun and her elsewhere, she might not be able to tell who was the older sister and who was the younger sister. Of course, compared to Yun, this Cloud Emperor had a noble aura about him, and in his eyes, he vaguely exuded majesty. This was the aura of royalty that was nurtured by being in the position of the Cloud Emperor. In comparison, although the Cloud Emperor looked extremely similar to Yun in appearance, his eyebrows were relatively mature, belonging to the cold imperial type. Yun, on the contrary, does not have that cold temperament. As Lin Shu sized up Emperor Yun similarly sized up Lin Shu. For a while, The atmosphere in the Great Hall was somewhat heavy. Instead, it was Yun Yun and Qin Yuxuan who broke the point of heaviness. Yun Yun directly walked towards Yun Huang, then took his hand and, "Imperial sister, this is my Taoist partner Lin Shu." Qin Yuxuan, on the contrary, did not go forward, but stood in place, bowing slightly. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When she finished speaking, she looked at the 5 old ancestors again. "Greetings, old ancestor." A faint smile appeared on Emperor Yun's cold face at this moment. "Yuxuan, you don't have to be so polite. You are also a member of the royal family. Although you follow your mother's surname, not Yun's, you are also of the Yun family lineage. I am a year older than you. You can call me clan sister or royal sister. The title of Your Majesty. How rustic. Your Majesty, etiquette must not be abrogated," Qin Yuxuan said. Seeing that Qin Yuxuan was so insistent, Emperor Yun didn't say anything else and instead looked at Lin Shu. "To have the 3rd level of star-picking cultivation at such a young age, it's worthy of my family's Yuner." Hearing this, Yun Yun immediately pulled on Emperor Yun's hand. "Imperial sister, what kind of words are you talking about? What do you mean that the reverse is also worthy of me? The matter of forming a Dao couple with Lin Shu, I myself have already decided. You can't put that set of facing the civil and military officials in the courtroom onto Lin Shu. If so, I won't be able to bring it in the future." Hearing Yun Yun say this, Emperor Yun's face, which was originally cold in the face of Lin Shu, suddenly surfaced with a smile. "Rhyme is right. Some of this is habit. Don't mind if you do. I would never oppose a decision Rhyme made." "You weren't shocked just now, were you?" Lin Shu was speechless. "Scared? What a joke. The ancient sage himself wasn't afraid. How can you be scared by the Cloud Emperor?" Lin Shu shook his head. It wasn't that Lin Shu didn't want to speak, but he didn't know what to say. Although, it was true that Lin Shu wasn't scared, but at least it was meeting the parents. It would be a little bad to just say you're not afraid. It would have been even more inappropriate to say that he was afraid, so he simply responded in silence. Yun Yun, at this moment, immediately came out to round up the situation again. "Imperial sister, Lin Shu has brought you a gift that you will absolutely love." "Oh," the Cloud Emperor laughed. "It doesn't matter if it's a gift or not. The important thing is to be able to treat Yuner well." Lin Shu, on the other hand, directly took out the jade bottle at this moment. After taking out the jade bottle, Lin Shu did not hesitate and immediately opened the lid of the bottle. As the lid opened, a strange aura immediately emanated out, enveloping the entire hall. This, the 5 old ancestors, who had originally been watching and had not opened their mouths, now had a condensed expression, and with a flash of their bodies, they immediately came to Lin Shu's side. They looked at Lin Shu's jade bottle and saw the items within it through the mouth of the bottle. "This is the blood of the Supreme Emperor? Such a peculiar aura. It's definitely the blood of the Supreme Emperor. I didn't expect that you would have the blood of the Supreme Emperor." But, soon after, an old ancestor asked, "This aura, it's the blood of the Supreme Emperor all right. Just why is this blood golden in color?" "Golden blood? I've never seen it before. Could it be some kind of special physique? There are many bodies in the world. There are some physiques where the blood is very different from normal people. Not like normal people's blood is bright red. However, like golden blood, they had never heard of it, nor had they heard of any special physique that was golden blood. It is the blood of the holy body, which is not golden in color. At least, what they knew of Yun Yun as well as the current Cloud Emperor were both sacred bodies, but the blood was not golden. Yun Yun's blood is black. The Cloud Emperor's blood, on the other hand, was bright red with a slight hint of purple. Another old ancestor spoke. "No, this doesn't seem to be the blood of the Supreme Emperor. Among the records, the blood of the Supreme Emperor contains the aura of the domain, while other Tongtian emperors sense domains. Tongtian Supreme Emperors are able to incorporate the power of domains into their blood, and it is rumored that the blood of Supreme Emperors, even just a single drop of blood, is enough to derive an independent heaven and earth. In this blood, it seems that it's not a domain aura, but a different kind of heaven and earth aura. And under careful sensing, there's a vague feeling of subjugation. As soon as this old ancestor opened his mouth, the other 4 old ancestors, at this moment, were also sensing carefully. As they sensed, it was true. How is this possible? What kind of blood is this? It seems to be even more amazing than the blood of the Supreme Emperor. In this world, could there be an emperor more powerful than the Supreme Emperor? Just then, Emperor Yun suddenly spoke. Could it be the legendary emperor's blood? This statement was made. There was silence in the Great Hall. Emperor Yun then spoke. Rumor has it that there are heavenly prides that have amazed the ages that can climb the 3,000 steps of the stairway to heaven when they break through the heavenly realm. And such a heavenly realm can be called an emperor. This is the information that was passed on in the bloodline inheritance when I once attempted to break through to the heavenly realm. It's extremely difficult to achieve Emperor. It's said that one needs to break the extremes of the realm in order to succeed, and it's impossible for even a sacred body to do so. I didn't expect that I would actually come across the blood of an emperor today. As for the aura that is even more astonishing than the power of the domain, that is the aura of the laws. That is the power that only the supreme emperors of legend can control. Listening to Emperor Yun's words, the 5 old ancestors also understood. No wonder they didn't know. It turned out that they were too shallow in their eyesight, and the Cloud Emperor knew this because of the inheritance. In that case, this emperor blood was far superior to the supreme emperor blood. The 5 old ancestors looked at Lin Shu. Are you really going to make it a gift? Chapter 91, Lin Shu is an emperor. Yun Yun's decision. Lin Shu nodded. Since I took it out, naturally as a gift. This statement was made. Emperor Yun immediately bowed towards Lin Shu. Thank you. With this emperor's blood, refining the heaven-mending pill, if I were to take it and break through the passage realm, I would definitely be able to achieve the supreme emperor 100%. You've given me a new life, and I'll agree to any conditions from now on, if you mention them. Lin Shu hurriedly opened his mouth. You're Rhyme's sister. I'm Rhyme's Taoist. We're family. There's no need to be so polite. Yes, Emperor Cloud said. The emperor's blood, probably in the entire world, only exists in such a single copy. Its value is incalculable. The conditions of the district can be said to be worthless compared to the emperor's blood. Seeing that Emperor Yun was so insistent, Lin Shu said directly, in that case, I happen to have a request. That request I told Ryan before. That is, I need a few old ancestors to be able to escort one person into the Fire Emperor's secret realm. The blood of an emperor is certainly precious. However, to Lin Shu, it was no big deal. For Lin Shu nowadays, a mere amount of blood, even if lost, would be able to be made up immediately. Instead, the father elevates the realm, which is the most useful. As long as his father was able to raise his realm, he himself would be able to break through to the ancient sage. Once they reached the ancient sage, they would undergo a metamorphosis at that time. The blood of the district is not worth mentioning, although, with Lin Shu's strength nowadays, it seemed that he didn't need the Cloud Neighborhood Imperial Ancestor. It was still true that it was better to be more stable in everything. After all, it was a Jedi, and one never knew what kind of crisis there was. Granted, Lin Shu was there, as well as Wu Wenjing, and even the Fire Saint, but a few more Dao protectors wouldn't be much of a problem. His father's safety was more important to Lin Shu than anyone else. If his father died, Lin Shu didn't even know that the system was still useless. And once it was useless, how could he improve by cultivating on his own in the future? With that little talent, it was not enough to support his cultivation. When the 5 old ancestors heard Lin Shu's words, they immediately spoke. Don't worry about this. As long as we're around, we'll definitely do our duty as Dao protectors. Although the Fire Emperor's secret realm is treacherous, it's nothing compared to the Emperor's blood. Even if we all die, we will definitely not let any harm come to those who protect our path. Now that the sacred body origin can be replenished, and you can even achieve Supreme Emperor, your future achievements are unlimited. You have brought a great gift for my Yun family for 1,000 years. A gift that is enough to allow the Yun family to prosper for at least 10,000 years. Hearing them agree, Lin Shu also nodded. In that case, I won't intrude then. Alright, now that we have the Emperor's blood, we must refine the heaven-mending pill as soon as possible, and we'll catch up again on another day. And thank you properly then. The 5 old ancestors hurriedly opened their mouths, and it was obvious that they were looking forward to it in their hearts. Subsequently, Yun, Lin Shu, and Xin Yushuan's group of 3 then left the ancient hall. Looking at Lin Shu's departing figure, an old ancestor suddenly spoke. That said, why don't you ask where this emperor's blood came from? As soon as this old ancestor opened his mouth, the gazes of several other old ancestors immediately looked over. Next time use your head before you speak. This shall not be mentioned again. To be able to obtain the blood of an emperor is already a blessing for the ages, but to go and probe the root cause is foolish. The Cloud Emperor also spoke. Old ancestor, I respect you, but your words are indeed over the top. It's not obvious where this emperor's blood comes from. Since he won't say, how can we ask? There are some things that knowing may not be good for us. The Cloud Emperor was clear in his mind. How precious the emperor's blood really was. There was only one reason why Lin Shu could take it out, and that was because the emperor's blood belonged to Lin Shu himself. In other words, Lin Shu was that one true emperor. Although Lin Shu was very young, being a Tong Tian realm emperor was quite unthinkable. However, the existence of the emperor, itself is the only way to become an emperor is to have a supreme heavenly pride that amazes the ages. If there is no unimaginable achievement, how can one become an emperor? This is not something that can be understood with common sense. Rhymer, you've really found an unparalleled Tao partner in the world this time. An emperor. Emperor Yun was very happy for his sister in his heart. His own sister, who possessed a forbidden saint body, would most likely fall when she became a saint. But with Lin Shu, this fate might be able to be changed. And once the fate was changed and he succeeded in stepping into the saint realm, then he would definitely be the most terrifying existence in this land in the future. Emperor Yun did not bother to think any further, looking at the jade bottle in his hand with determination in his eyes. I must quickly replenish my saint body origin to be able to break through to the ancient saints more quickly. And when that happens, with my strength, I may still be able to fend off some of the changes for you. Rhyme. Afterward, Emperor Yun started discussing the refining of the heaven mending pill with the old ancestors. The rest of the materials for the heaven mending pill had already been prepared long ago, and now with the addition of the emperor's blood, it could be said that the materials were completely complete. The next step was alchemy. The refining of the heaven mending pill was extremely tedious, so it was necessary to plan properly. If the emperor's blood was all there but it had not been successfully refined, then it would truly be a lost cause. Outside the palace, Yun, Qin Yuxuan, and Lin Shu walked on top of the Imperial City Avenue. Yun suddenly came to Lin Shu's ear and spoke. Lin Shu, thank you. I hadn't thought that you were the one who had already broken through to the heavenly realm, and you're still an emperor. If I can become a saint, I will help you achieve greatness in the future. The moment Yun made a decision. Originally, with his forbidden saint body, if he was able to pass through that one calamity of becoming a saint, then he would definitely be able to become an emperor. Previously, she had thought of becoming an emperor herself, but now that she learned that Lin Shu was actually an emperor, she decided to fulfill Lin Shu, because, in every era, only one person becomes an emperor. If he became an emperor himself, Lin Shu would never have another chance. Instead, his own forbidden saint body, even if he didn't become an emperor, he still had a way to witness the Tao. It was just that it was a bit tougher as opposed to becoming an emperor. But Lin Shu was able to pay for the emperor's blood to replenish his sister's saintly body origin, so what was the harm in giving in to Lin Shu himself? Lin Shu, looking at Yun, did not understand why she would suddenly say such a sentence. Lin Shu was not surprised that she knew she was an emperor. This is the kind of thing that is good to speculate on. With a little thought, Lin Shu was just a little confused about that last sentence of hers. Whether or not one could become an emperor didn't seem to depend on her. Did it? Or does she know something? Associated with the fact that she possessed a forbidden saint body, perhaps there was a saint body inheritance that knew something. Great Emperor, is there still something fishy? And so on. Lin Shu suddenly thought of something. Could it be that she's saying that because there's only one emperor in one life? Thinking about this, Lin Shu seemed to somewhat understand the meaning of Yun's words. At this moment, Lin Shu was also feeling a little weepy in his heart. Yun, this was afraid that she would take over her great emperor position. This was an initiative to withdraw from the battle for the emperor position. Lin Shu secretly shook his head in his heart, but he had a system. As long as his father's strength increased, he would be able to break through sooner or later. No longer thinking about it, Lin Shu's mood regained its calmness. After all, this matter was still far away. Nowadays, he himself hadn't even reached the ancient sage. And as for Yun, he hadn't even stepped into the returning void realm. One could only say that Yun had not been a bit too wishy-washy. Yun, however, did not know that she had a system, and according to normal logic, she was now 2 great realms higher than her. If he really wanted to become an emperor, he himself was definitely before her, and it seemed that even if she wanted to grab it, she didn't have that time, or did that forbidden holy body of his make her confident that she could keep up. In that case, Lin Shu was curious and couldn't help but ask, Rhyme, what exactly is that physique of yours? Chapter 92, East Cloud Alliance moves. The old man meets. In the meantime, Yunjo, East Cloud Alliance. At this moment, in the middle of a magnificent hall, the top powerhouses from the various boundaries in the eastern part of the cloud state converged. Just a few days ago, they got a message. The Flowing Cloud sect, surprisingly, was overthrown. Although, in the Eastern Cloud Alliance, the Flowing Cloud sect was extremely weak. It would not be an exaggeration to even say that it was the weakest. There was not even a single return to Void Realm powerhouse. However, the Ruyan sect has ultimately suppressed the land of the 18 dynasties, commanding tens of millions of miles of territory. Under the rule of the Flowing Cloud sect, there was no force, no powerhouse that had the qualifications to provoke the Flowing Clouds sect, let alone overthrow it. Thus, the destruction of the Flowing Clouds sect had cast a shadow over everyone. Under the boundary of the Flowing Clouds sect, there was no force that could fight against the Flowing Clouds sect, or even qualify for comparison. But now it was overthrown, which could only mean one thing, that there were strong people outside the boundary of the Flowing Clouds sect that had struck out. The key question at hand today was whether it was the strongest people in the eastern part of the Cloud State where the Eastern Cloud Alliance was located who had made the move, or whether it was said to be the strongest people outside of the eastern part of the Cloud State who had made the move. If the east of the Cloud State is strong, this matter is not a big problem. The Ruyan sect was destroyed. The big deal is that the East Cloud Alliance to support another force to control the land of the 18 dynasties. If a strong person from outside the east made a move, this would be troublesome. Everyone, regarding the situation of the Flowing Cloud sect, what do you say about what to do? In the middle of the large hall, a middle-aged man at the head opened his mouth and asked. This middle-aged man was none other than the alliance leader of the Eastern Cloud Alliance, as well as the most top-tier power in the eastern part of the Cloud State, the pavilion leader of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. In the eastern part of Yunjo, there are two giants. One is the East King's house. This is the East King bestowed by the Yunai dynasty. Although it is not as good as the Jindong King such as the Jinbian King, but because it is bestowed by the Yunai dynasty, the East King's house power is also extremely powerful. As for the Cloud Sky Pavilion, it had been inherited in the eastern part of the Cloud State for tens of thousands of years, and was a truly veteran force, a dominant presence. The alliance leader of the Eastern Cloud Alliance was naturally the non-Cloud Sky Pavilion leader. As the Cloud Sky Pavilion master opened his mouth, the rest of the representatives of the top powers of the major frontiers, or the heads of dynasties, or the elders of clans, or the patriarchs of families, or the sect masters, were now arching their hands one after another. In their boundaries, they were all existences that stood at the peak, but in front of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, they didn't dare to be arrogant in the slightest, because the Cloud Heavenly Pavilion was the eastern part of the Cloud State, the only two Pasanthian realm powerhouses in plain sight. This kind of strong person, not to mention the eastern part of the Cloud State, even in the central part of the Cloud State, in the Cloud Neon Dynasty, it was enough to occupy a party to claim respect. They were only at the return to Void Realm, so naturally, they didn't dare to be disrespectful. Alliance Master, the overthrow of the Flowing Cloud sect is most likely an external powerhouse meddling, otherwise the eastern part of the Cloud State would all be under my alliance's control, and it should be impossible for our internal powerhouses not to be aware of our alliance's deterrence. And so it would definitely be impossible to overthrow the Flowing Cloud sect. Allied Lord, at the first sign of news coming from the destruction of the Ruyan sect, I have already gone to probe the returning void powerhouses within my territory, and none of these returning void powerhouses have ever been to the 18 dynasty territory where the Ruyan sect is located. I don't think that's necessarily true. All of you mustn't forget about the Guqing of that year. He almost made the Flowing Cloud sect perish back then. In the end, it was the Flowing Cloud sect that saved the Flowing Cloud sect at the cost of a few old ancestors blowing themselves up. Nowadays, it may not be impossible for another Guqing to come out. For a while, in the Great Hall, the representatives of the various alliance forces had expressed their opinions, and the noise was a bit overwhelming. Seeing this scene, the Cloud Sky Pavilion Master, and the East Cloud Alliance Master couldn't help but stop them. This Alliance Master asked you to come here, not to see you fight here, but to ask you how this matter should be resolved. A family patriarch spoke up. This matter is simple. If it's our internal powerhouse, then we don't have to care. Just support another Flowing Cloud sect. If it's an external powerhouse, we can also ignore it. After all, the other party can appear in Flowing Cloud sect silently, which means the other party isn't simple. We, the East Cloud Alliance, have to pursue this matter. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to end it. No, if it's an external powerhouse, we can't look on. Although the Ruyan sect is weak, and the land of the 18 dynasties is even weaker, but once this opening is opened, external powerhouses will see that we don't care, and they will come in a steady stream. And then how else will the East Cloud Alliance be able to control the eastern part of the Cloud State? And once more come, they will inevitably fight with us for the resources and boundaries. Can we just be so give up our territory? Then what else? At the moment, we don't even know who the other side is. If we do, we can still negotiate. If we don't know, everything is for nothing. Just then, in the middle of the main hall, a young disciple came in. Pavilion Master, news has come in that the person who overthrew the Flowing Cloud sect is most likely related to Lin Sengxiong, who's been on the rise recently in the 18 dynasties. According to the news, When the ancient green mysterious realm opened, Lin Sengqiang clashed with elder Princess Yuanyang, who was the head of the 18 dynasties, in the mysterious realm, and then the Yuanyang dynasty was overthrown. After our people investigated deeply, we learned that there is a strong person behind Lin Sengqiang who was powerful or the murderer behind the destruction of the Flowing Cloud sect. When the Cloud Sky Pavilion master heard this, he immediately asked, "Do you know Lin Sengqiang's identity?" Lin Sengqiang is the family patriarch of a small, remote city in the Jianyue dynasty, which ranks relatively low among the 18 dynasties. The young disciple opened his mouth. After our people went through some detailed investigations, they learned that Lin Sengqiang was only at the spirit transformation realm not long ago and was about to lose all of his cultivation from a severe poison. It was the same point in time that the young master of the Lin family was rumored to possess a divine power jade talisman, which was later confirmed to be non-divine power jade talisman, relying on his own strength. This young master of the Lin family, the current realm remains doubtful, but this person is most likely the person behind Lin Sengqiang. Of course, maybe there is someone else behind the young master of the Lin family. When the Cloud Sky Pavilion master heard this, he opened his mouth. Since that's the case, let's pay a visit to the Lin family first and meet that Lin Sengqiang as well as that so-called young master of the Lin family. After saying that, the Cloud Sky Pavilion master looked towards the representatives of the various forces present, and after a pause, opened his mouth again. "Gentlemen, would you be willing to accompany this ally on a journey?" "Yes," the crowd nodded. One day later, Jiangyu Dynasty, Lin family. Lin Sengqiang had finally returned to the Lin family after more than a month of being hunted down. Nowadays, Lin Sengdao was already aware that someone had purposely had someone hunt him down. Through his suppression of those who were pursuing him, he learned that the Star Plucker powerhouse would not make a move, and now that he was already an exalted fifth, he was already unafraid of any exalted, so that's why he dared to go home. Not long after returning to the Lin family, Lin Sengqiang saw a familiar person coming. "Yun Tianming, it's actually you." Looking at the visitor, Lin Sengdao couldn't help but feel happy at this moment. This person was none other than the one that Lin Sengdao had once spoken of as the true successor of the Ruyan sect. Lin Sengqiang was naturally very happy when his deceased friend visited, and the first thing he did was to order a banquet to be hosted. However, Yun Tianming refused. "Brother Lin, I came here on this trip because I was entrusted by the young lord to ask you to make a trip to the Yunni dynasty." "Young master?" Lin Sengqiang froze and couldn't help but ask. "Who is your young lord?" Lin Shu. Chapter 93, East Cloud Alliance Crisis. Lin Family Robbery. Linus? Hearing Yun Tianming say this name, Lin Sengqiang was also a little confused at the moment. However, it was not long before Lin Sengdao understood. "You're one of hers?" The her in Lin Sengqiang's mouth was naturally his own mysterious wife. Lin Sengqiang completely understood now. Why, back then, she would take Yun Tianming. What a chance encounter. That's all made up. It turned out that Yun Tianming had been her person since the beginning, and that was why he had followed her around. This would also explain why Yun Tianming had addressed Lin Shu as young lord. Yun Tianming wasn't at all surprised that Lin Sengdao had guessed it, and nodded, admitting it frankly. "Not bad, I'm the master's man. In that case, I'll travel with you." Lin Sengqiang learned that Yun Tianming was one of her people, and now that he had also come on Lin Shu's orders, he naturally had little hesitation. Just then, suddenly, a voice came. "East Cloud Alliance Master and Cloud Sky Pavilion Master Han Yun has come to pay his respects to the Lin family's young master and Lin family master." The voice traveled into the Lin family. Originally, the Lin family members, who were either cultivating, baptizing, comprehending their wills, or verifying their strength at the Martial Dao Tower, were the first to step out when they heard this sound. High above, the East Cloud Alliance Master, Cloud Sky Pavilion Master Han Yun, stood above the firmament with many powerful men from the forces of the East Cloud Alliance, overlooking the Lin family. Upon taking such a look, the numerous powerhouses were instantly shocked. Jiangyu Dynasty is the end of the 18 dynasties. This Linjiang city is the Jianyue dynasty in the extremely remote small city. The other cultivators in the city, most of them are still only flesh. Foundation realm, extremely small number of people to reach the spirit transformation realm, as if it were a molehill, so to speak. However, the Lin family was extremely special. They clearly saw that the Lin family had treasures that far exceeded what the Jiangyu dynasty borderlands could possess. In the middle of the Lin family, there was a red pool that was clearly a blood pool. In the blood pool, they sensed an extremely dense energy, which had the scent of many exotic beasts. How is this possible? The energy aura in this blood pool is so complicated. Just a cursory probe. There are no less than 100 types. What 100 species? I think it's no less than 1,000. Some of the aura, even I, the return to void realm, feel a pressure. And it doesn't belong to human beings, it seems to be ferocious beasts. How did the Lin family come to possess a blood pool made of the blood of ferocious beasts? In the entire land of Yunjo, because the Yunni dynasty hunts ferocious beasts all year round. Ferocious beasts are almost extinct, so how did the Lin family get the blood of ferocious beasts? Not to mention there are thousands of them. More than that, you guys look at those extremely ancient buildings. I can sense that the aura is unusual. I can't even probe deeper. It seems to have shielded my perception. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, their eyes filled with astonishment. This Lin family's heritage, how could it not look like it was possessed by a small remote city family in the district? Just this heritage alone. It was the major forces within the East Cloud Alliance that were not so strong. Moreover, the cultivator realms in Linjiang City were extremely low, and the spirit transformation realm were all peak powerhouses. And in the Lin family, there were quite a few at all the divine power realms, which were a huge step higher than the realms of the other cultivators in Linjiang City. The most crucial thing was that these people, without exception, had extremely powerful flesh bodies and amazing talents. As far as these Lin family disciples were concerned, if they hadn't seen it here, if they had seen it elsewhere and said that it was a heavenly pride of the Yunni dynasty, they would have believed it without hesitation. Just then, Han Yun suddenly looked stagnant. I didn't expect that there was even a strong person at the peak of the return to void realm hidden amongst the Lin family. Hearing Han Yun's words, the other powerhouses also probed carefully. However, other than a few strong people who had reached the 7th level or above of the void returning realm who had noticed something, the others couldn't detect it at all. Alliance Master. Could it be that this person is the murderer who overthrew the Flowing Cloud sect? Could it be that this person is behind the young master of the Lin family? I think that it's very likely that a peak return to void powerhouse can indeed easily overthrow the Flowing Cloud sect. Just as they were talking, Lin Sengqiang and Yun Tianming, at this moment, had also arrived above the firmament. Lin Songdao, looking at the arriving strong men, each one of their breath was extremely powerful, making him feel a huge pressure. Knowing that these people had horrible strength, Lin Songdao also asked, "You all are so powerful. I wonder what you seek me for." Han Yun didn't look at Lin Sengqiang, but rather at Yun Tianming. "Who are you? Where are you from? Is the Flowing Cloud sect your handiwork?" Yun Tianming glanced at Han Yun and returned rather casually. "The Flowing Cloud sect is indeed my handiwork. As for who I am and where I come from, it's not for you to know yet." Unbridled, beside Han Yun, a strong man immediately drank. "Our alliance master is at the heavenly realm. You're only at the 9th level of void returning. Who gave you the courage to talk to our alliance master like that? Be sensible and hurry up and tell where you came from, or else." Yun Tianming glanced at the man, returning to the 9th level of emptiness. The strength is barely strong, but this talent of being a dog's leg is not bad. If you are not convinced, you can directly come forward and defeat you within 3 moves. 3 moves? Let alone 3 moves. What's the harm in giving you 30 moves? Don't think that you can ignore the world's strongest people just because you killed a bunch of star-picking mole crickets from the Flowing Cloud sect. With that, the man was about to make a move, but he was stopped by Han Yun. Han Yun, looking at Yun Tianming, "Your Excellency, we don't have any malicious intent. We're just purely curious about your identity and why you want to overthrow the Flowing Cloud sect. The Yuanyang dynasty insulted my master, and the young lord overthrew the Yuanyang dynasty. So naturally there's no need for the Luyun sect to exist if it wants to come out strong." "Master?" A powerhouse at the peak of the 9th level of void returning had to respectfully address his master. How powerful should that cultivation be? "Who is your master?" Han Yun was a bit curious. "You don't deserve to know. Your Excellency, I am talking to you with sincerity. Why do you have such an attitude? I am also very sincere in my answer, and it is up to you whether you believe it or not." In Yun Tianming's heart, how powerful the master was he not qualified to know by these people in front of him? Alliance Master. It seems that he doesn't want to tell the truth, so he made up a trumped-up master to scare us, and when we suppress him, then we can just kowtow and ask for everything. Yes, everything about the Lin family is unusual. If there is really a master behind him, how could he let the Lin family with such a heritage hunker down in such a barren land? As I see it, it should be that he has gotten a certain chance, but his own strength is not enough, so he naturally hides in this barren land to develop obscenely. Please order the Alliance Master to grant us permission to strike. Han Yun, at this moment, finally nodded his head. He was also skeptical about Yun Tianming's words. Besides, even if it was true, Han Yun had a bottom line in his heart. The East Cloud Alliance was close friends with the East King's mansion. The Eastern King was a prince personally bestowed by the Yunni Imperial Dynasty to guard the eastern part of Yunjo. Although not as good as the four major Jinbian princes, it was one of the four major different surnamed princes of the Yunni Imperial Dynasty, just below the four major Jinbian princes. Even if there really was that one master behind this person in front of him, he was still no match for the Yunni Imperial Dynasty. Unless, of course, that master is an ancient sage. However, there were no traces of ancient saints in the Cloud State or even the several large states surrounding the Cloud State. The only Fire Emperor who was expected to become a saint also fell a decade or two ago. Unless, of course, that ancient saint came from an even more distant place. If that was really the case, why would this person in front of me stay in this bulletproof place, having received the Alliance leader's permission? For a moment, the strongest members of the East Cloud Alliance went straight out. Chapter 94-95, 2-in-1 chapter, Returning to Father's Aid. The ancient sage spat out blood. Ding! Mission released. Yunni Dynasty. After Lin Shu came out of the palace, he walked with Yun Yun and Qin Yuxuan to roam the streets. Just then, all of a sudden, the system's beep sounded. Hearing the system beep, Lin Shu was instantly startled. This was the first time that the system had taken the initiative to issue a quest beep. All along, the quests had been refreshed on the attribute panel and had never been actively reminded. Lin Shu's face also became grave as he listened to the system beep after finishing his mission. Then, without any hesitation, he directly opened the system panel. Hope Father becomes a dragon system. System host information. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, Tongtian 7, Emperor. Talent, 3rd to 5th grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist. Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Wood. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold. Perfection of the Axiom of Wood. Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, 50% of the domain of gold. 50% of the domain of wood. 50% of the domain of fire. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungcheong. Talent, 5th grade 7th grade 8th grade. Realm, 5th level. Technique, Golden Element Overlord Technique. Heavenly Flame Secret Code, disabled. Zune level, Star Swallowing Technique, disabled. Return to Void level. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Avatar, 9 Fingers of the Overlord. Star Swallowing Technique. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Physique, Innate Inferno Sacred Body. System Tasks. Ask the host and host father to survive the East Cloud Alliance's calamity and guard the Lin family. The task is completed. The host receives a reward system passively upgraded by one small realm. The host father's reward is unknown. The East Cloud Alliance? Looking at the mission information, Lin Shu did not hesitate and immediately opened his mouth to Yun Yun. Rhyme. There's something I need to take care of, so I might have to leave for a while. Looking at Lin Shu's rather eager appearance, Yun Yun couldn't help but ask, what happened? There was no room for Lin Shu not to be in a hurry. The Eastern Cloud Alliance. Lin Shu was aware of what kind of power it was. The overlord of the entire eastern part of Yunjo. The Flowing Cloud sect was only the most inconspicuous one amongst the Eastern Cloud Alliance. Although Lin Shu did not understand just how powerful the Eastern Cloud Alliance was, to be able to become the hegemon in the eastern part of the Cloud State, there must exist a Tong Tian realm powerhouse. Tong Tian realm it was definitely not something that his own father could currently contend with. Even though, now that Jin Tianming had been sent by himself to fetch his own father, he might encounter it. It seemed to Lin Shu that Yun Tianming might not be able to cope with it when faced with it. Yun Tianming, after all, was at the peak of the 9th level of Return to Void, and if the other party only had one Tong Tian, in Lin Shu's opinion, with Yun Tianming's qualifications that could be seen by his own mother, it might not be difficult to deal with. But the East Cloud Alliance, it was an entire alliance with many strong people. People wouldn't go one-on-one. Yun Tianming, even if he had outstanding talent, it would be difficult for one person to fight against an entire Eastern Cloud Alliance. Yun Tianming couldn't even cope with it. His own father that would be even more unlikely. The 5th level of the Zune Sure, the difference in realm was too far. This was a big crisis. For Lin Shu, once something happened to his own father, his cultivation could come to a standstill. Lin Shu absolutely could not let this happen. Rhyme. This matter is so urgent that I won't be able to explain it clearly to you in a short period of time. I have to leave. Having said that, Lin Shu then immediately sent a message to Wu Wenjing, who was in the middle of Yunni Academy. Come quickly. Wu Wenjing, who was originally guiding the 3 girls in their cultivation, suddenly heard Lin Shu's voice transmission. which seemed to carry a hint of urgency, and without any hesitation, Wu Wenjing didn't even say anything to the three girls, and directly disappeared into thin air. In just a few moments, Wu Wenjing came directly to Lin Shu's side. "Master, what is it? Accompany me to a place and..." Lin Shu's words revealed a morose coldness. "Kill." As Lin Shu said the word murder, the surrounding area seemed to freeze in the blink of an eye. Yun Yun as well as Qin Yuxuan, the two girls whose strength was relatively low, immediately felt an incomparably terrifying pressure that made them feel like it was difficult to breathe. Is this her true strength? Qin Yuxuan, sensing the aura on Lin Shu's body, was also shocked beyond belief at the moment. Once upon a time, she had wanted to challenge Lin Shu, and although she had not directly challenged the other party, but had only let the students of both parties compete, when she thought about it now, she had been really bold at that time. At that time, if Lin Shu was in a state of shock and anger, I'm afraid I would be a corpse by now. This aura, in Qin Yuxuan's opinion, was more terrifying than even her own father's cultivation as one of the four great border suppressor princes. Before they could say anything, Lin Shu and Wu Wenjing, the two of them, had already disappeared in place. Reimer, help me look after the three girls in the Yunni Academy Palace. Su Yan, Lu Shan, and Xia Yan. The moment Lin Shu disappeared, a voice reached Yun Yun's ears. Yun Yun immediately nodded her head. "Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of them for you." Yun Yun didn't bother to ask Lin Shu for support. She understood that with Lin Shu's strength, the support of the Yunni dynasty was not important. Lin Shu himself was an emperor of the Tongtian realm, and just his strength would be enough to sweep away the powerhouses of the entire Yunni imperial dynasty, and even the old ancestor might not be a match for him. What's more, there was also a mysterious ancient saint following Lin Shu around. I'm afraid that the strongest person from the Yunni dynasty who went to support them was going to drag their feet. In the void, Lin Shu spoke to Wu Wenjing. "Wu Wenjing, go to the eastern part of Yunzhou. Remember, be fast." Seeing how eager Lin Shu was, Wu Wenjing couldn't help but speak directly. "If Master wants to arrive quickly, then I need to take Master with me in a great movement in the void. At the ancient saint realm, void shifting can reach up to 10 million miles away. It's absolutely fast. However, if I were to bring you, Master, your fleshly body might not be able to withstand it." Lin Shu didn't explain. He just gently made a stroke on his hand, and a drop of golden blood suddenly flowed out and dripped onto Wu Wenjing's hand. Wu Wenjing, seeing this golden blood and feeling the terrifying power of the golden blood that was enough to collapse a mountain range, instantly understood Lin Shu's meaning. "In that case, Master, I'll grab you and lead you in a void shift, lest you fall into the void turbulence." "Good. Speed." Without saying any more, Wu Wenjing directly grabbed Lin Shu's hand in the next moment, while utilizing the power of the ancient sage to wrap around Lin Shu, and directly opened the great void shift. Although, she knew that Lin Shu's fleshly body was powerful, no less than an ancient sage's body, but with such a cloud of her own, she was able to use her ancient sage's power to fend off Lin Shu for a while. After all, he himself could get hurt, but Lin Shu definitely couldn't. Not to mention that Lin Shu was his own master. Even if it wasn't, it was still a Tongtian realm emperor, and such an existence would certainly achieve greatness in the future. Even if he died himself, he definitely couldn't let the future great emperor get hurt in the slightest. As long as one did well enough, even if one was just a servant, in the future that would still be a servant of a great emperor. At that time, the so-called great saints would have to be respectful when they saw themselves. A great shift in the void, a step of 10 million miles. Lin Shu, only feeling a trance in front of his eyes, the heaven and earth changed, and he had already appeared in an unknown territory. Wu Wenjing, without pausing, once again performed the great void shift. After experiencing several great void shifts, Lin Shu was finally able to see the familiar frontier. Here it is. When Lin Shu saw this familiar frontier, he immediately opened his mouth and spoke. In the meantime, Wu Wenjing's taut heart instantly loosened up, and at the same time, she spat out a mouthful of blood. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Shu looked at Wu Wendian spitting out blood and couldn't help but say. Wu Wenjing shook her head. "No problem. It's just that too many void great movements were performed in a short period of time, resulting in some disorganization of the energy in the body. It'll be fine after a short period of time of mediation. We'd better go and do the master's business first." Lin Shu couldn't help but say. "Since that's the case, you can just meditate first, and I'll just leave the next thing to myself." The Eastern Cloud Alliance, for the once former Lin Shu, might be extremely powerful. However, to Lin Shu nowadays, this would seem somewhat inadequate. Since Wu Wendian was injured at this time, Lin Shu naturally could not let her take another shot. How to say that she was also forcing herself to do things for her own sake. for a short period of time, carrying out a number of great void transfers. Although it was said that she was her own servant, she could not be treated as less than human. Now that he had arrived outside the Jiangyue dynasty, the distance to Linjiang City was only about 10,000 miles, and for Lin Shu, even if it was himself, he could arrive directly at Linjiang City in an instantaneous movement. Lin Shu supported Wu Wenjing, then his figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared he had already arrived in Linjiang City. Less than 3 breaths of time had just passed since Lin Shu had received the system mission alert message, a whole tens of millions of miles, arriving in 3 breaths of time. This was the speed of a saint, which could be described as astounding. Although a little injured, it was still difficult to conceal the saint's speed. Even though Lin Shu now possessed strength comparable to that of a saint, he was ultimately inferior to a saint in terms of speed. Come to think of it, the cloud state is nearly 10,000 miles across all of them, and the bi-state is even more than that. I don't know how many great states it is across from the cloud state. If Wu Wenjing was able to come to Yunzhou, how could he arrive if his speed was not good? It could be said that if other cultivators were to be replaced, even if they were in the return to void realm, this kind of distance across an unknown number of large states, if they didn't have special tools, they would only have to use years of calculation to catch up. Lin Shu glanced at Wu Wenjing and placed him in the Lin family before saying, "You stay here and tune up first. Strike that." Lin Shu's figure then soared directly above the firmament. At this moment, above the firmament, Yun Tianming was fighting with a strong person of the 9th level of the Void Return Realm. In just a few moves, Yun Tianming had suppressed that Void Returning Realm 9th level powerhouse. "Everyone, come with me. There's something odd about this person's strength." The East Cloud Alliance's return to Void 9th level powerhouse had trouble resisting Yun Tianming's attack, and without any hesitation, he directly requested the other powerhouses from the East Cloud Alliance who had arrived together to make a move. The other powerhouses of the East Cloud Alliance, seeing that the situation was not right, also directly chose to surround them. "Humph, it's just a siege. Why would I be afraid of that?" Yun Tianming, although he didn't have a saint body, his talent was also top of the line in Yunzhou, otherwise he wouldn't have been valued back then. Now, facing the siege of all the powerful people from the East Cloud Alliance, Yun Tianming's strength all exploded, and his terrifying aura radiated out. For a time, it was even vaguely separated from the strongest of the East Cloud Alliance. One must know that the East Cloud Alliance had 3 Return to Void 9 alone, and the rest of the Return to Void Realm powerhouses added up to as many as 10. As for the other powerhouses, including East Cloud Alliance Master Han Yun, they were now watching from the sidelines, and were of course wary of Yun Tianming's escape. Lin Shu, flying above the firmament, came in and caught the attention of the Eastern Cloud Alliance. Yun Tianming, who had exploded with all his might, also saw Lin Shu at this moment. "Young lord, why have you come over?" Yun Tianming was shocked in his heart. "You have to know that this place is tens of millions of miles away from the Yunnan dynasty. How did the young master know that something big had happened and rushed over? At this distance, even an ancient sage wouldn't be able to detect it. Could it be that the young lord still has the ability to see things before they happen? I was a little upset and sensed that something might have happened on your side, so that's why I came over. Since young lord has come, then these so-called Eastern Cloud Alliance are unbeatable." The Eastern Cloud Alliance, looking at Yun Tianming and a strange young man just talking to each other so recklessly, just like not putting them in their eyes, immediately looked at Lin Shu and said angrily, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Eastern Cloud Alliance?" Lin Shu, looking towards the crowd of the Eastern Cloud Alliance, "Originally, I only exterminated the Flowing Cloud sect and had no intention of laying my hands on the so-called Eastern Cloud Alliance, but I didn't expect you guys to actually send yourselves to your deaths. Since that's the case, there's no need for the so-called East Cloud Alliance to exist." The East Cloud Alliance Master looked at Lin Shu. "You're that young master of the Lin family who destroyed the Flowing Cloud sect? Since you've appeared as well, it just saves us the trouble of searching. Today, no matter how mysterious your identity is, it's hard to escape death." Lin Shu smiled. "Is that so? It looks like you guys think Yunzhou is invincible? Humph. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if the person behind you is a great figure of the Yunni Imperial Dynasty, we, the Eastern Cloud Alliance, are still unafraid." Han Yun, the Alliance Master of the Eastern Cloud Alliance, said, "His Excellency, the Eastern King, is the strongest person under the Yunni royal family and the 4 great Jinbian kings, unless the person behind you is the Yunni royal family." Just then, Yun Tianming suddenly spoke. "To your disappointment, my name is Yun Tianming. Which cloud did you say this cloud is? As for the young lord, since I was able to call her young lord, what do you guys guess the young lord's status is?" just by virtue of your Eastern Cloud Alliance, and that what's his name Eastern King. Are you worthy of talking about identity with the young lord? What? When Yun Tianming's words fell, the crowd of powerhouses from the Eastern Cloud Alliance were startled. Surname Cloud. Doesn't it mean that it's the royal surname of the Yun Ni royal family? Lin Shu looked at Yun Tianming. This was the first time he knew that Yun Tianming actually had such an identity. The main reason was that Yun Tianming had said that he was being hunted down before being saved by his own mother. And in Lin Shu's opinion, since he was being hunted down, he must not be very powerful. I didn't expect that it would actually be the Yun Ni Imperial clan. That was the strongest force in the cloud state. How could they be hunted down? Yun Tianming saw Lin Shu looking at himself and couldn't help but say, I'm sorry, young lord. I was hiding something before. In fact, I'm a member of the Yun Ni royal family. The current Cloud Emperor even has to call me an uncle. As for the other things, after this matter is over, I will explain it clearly to the young lord. Lin Shu nodded. East Cloud Alliance. Listening to these words, once again a shock. Not only is the royal family, but also the uncle of the Cloud Emperor. The cultivation is also the 9th level of the return to Void Realm. Such an identity, in the Yunni royal family, only to be an extremely honorable existence. And yet such an existence addressed Lin Shu as young lord. Obviously, the person behind Lin Shu was extremely terrifying, and the Tong Tian realm was obviously unable to do so. So there was only one possibility. That Lin Shu, is he a disciple of the ancient sage? At the thought of this, the people of the Eastern Cloud Alliance, too, looked at Lin Shu in fear. If it was a disciple of the ancient sage, then this was truly a great person that could not be messed with. The East Cloud Alliance Master's face changed, and his originally murderous face was immediately replaced with a smile. That young Master Lin, this matter may be a misunderstanding in my opinion. How about we just retreat and let today's matter go? A disciple of an ancient saint was definitely not something that the East Cloud Alliance could mess with. Or else if the ancient saint descended, the East Cloud Alliance or the East King's mansion would all be ants. In front of the ancient sage, the Cloud State was not worth mentioning, not to mention the District East Cloud Alliance. Those who know what's good for the time are good at what they do. And nowadays, softening is the point. Lin Shu looked at Han Yun and shook his head. I'm sorry, this young master doesn't want to forget about it. You all have to die. Han Yun. A complex look flashed in his eyes before he opened his mouth to the crowd of the Eastern Cloud Alliance. Everyone, strike together. So what if it's a disciple of the ancient sage? The ancient sage isn't here. We'll kill him and then slaughter all the living beings in the nearby 10,000 miles. Even the ancient sage may not know who did it. Having said that, Han Yun was the first to strike, and the aura of the first level of the Tongtian realm ravaged the heavens, causing the void to be cracked open. He didn't hesitate and went straight for Lin Shu, wanting to kill him in one blow. Chapter 96, Overthrowing the Eastern Cloud Alliance. System Passive Elevation. As he watched Han Yun, the Lord of the East Cloud Alliance, directly attack himself, Lin Shu's expression was extremely calm, and he only slowly stretched out a finger. In a split second, Han Yun's incomparably astonishing attack instantly turned into nothingness and dissipated into nothingness under a single finger of Lin Shu. This one finger, which broke Han Yun's attack, did not slow down at all before it continued to attack towards East Cloud Alliance Master Han Yun. Han Yun's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. What realm are you? You in this? How is this possible? In Han Yun's eyes, Lin Shu was merely a junior, and at full count, he was estimated to be around 20 years old. At such an age, even if one was an ancient sage disciple, even if they possessed the legendary saint body, their cultivation level was categorically not high enough. It might just be the star-picking realm, and against all odds, it might reach the return to void realm. However, to break through his own attack with just a single finger, where was this something that star-plucking and void returning could do? Definitely the Tong Tian realm, and it was still a stronger Tong Tian realm than his own. Demonic, too demonic. Han Yun, the East Cloud Alliance Master, lost his desire to fight in a split second. This kind of demon, how can we still fight? Without hesitation, Han Yun immediately opened his mouth. Young Master Lin, please don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave. And, from now on, I can also have the East Cloud Alliance guard the Lin family. Lin Shu shook his head. Be my slave? Are you worthy of that? In the past, Lin Shu lacked strong people around him, which was why he took in some slaves of little quality. However, nowadays, there was Wu Wenjing by her side, and Wu Wenjing was a saintly powerhouse. With such a slave, what use were the other slaves, who did not enter the sage realm, to Lin Shu? Lin Shu. The decision didn't change in the slightest. and that finger quickly traversed the void, directly penetrating Han Yun's body and piercing through his heart at an unimaginable speed. Up to this point, Han Yun, the Lord of the East Cloud Alliance, had not even carried a single move in Lin Shu's hands before he directly drank his hatred on the spot. Lin Shu turned his head to look at Yun Tianming. At this moment, Yun Tianming was caught in a siege. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu was about to step in and completely decimate the East Cloud Alliance powerhouses that were besieging Yun Tianming. Suddenly, he saw that in the middle of the firmament, his own father was standing there as well. At this moment, Lin Shu couldn't help but think of the system mission. And, of course, remembering the previous missions, it appears that the evaluation after task completion is based on father involvement. Now, his own father was just watching. If he directly killed those people, his own father seemed to have little involvement, only that after the mission was completed, it was expected that the evaluation would not be too high at that time. What does it take to get a higher rating? Lin Shu pondered in his mind. Killing them was extremely simple for Lin Shu, but for the sake of richer rewards, Lin Shu had to scheme a bit. Suddenly, Lin Shu thought of a plan. Theoretically, each one of these strong men from the East Cloud Alliance was at the star-plucking and void-returning realms, and since his father was only at the 5th level of exaltedness, he might not be a match for any of them even if he fought alone. But what if one seals their cultivation? Whatever, let's just give it a try anyway. Even if the final rating remains unchanged, it won't waste much time at all for me. Thinking of this, Lin Shu struck out directly. As soon as Lin Shu made his move, the powerhouses that had originally surrounded Yun Tianming naturally did not have any power to resist, and were instantly suppressed by Lin Shu. After suppressing them, Lin Shu directly then wasted all of their cultivation. Looking at this scene, Yun Tianming was puzzled. Young lord, why don't you just kill them? Idle and bored. Play a game. Abolish their cultivation and give them to my father to kill. Having said that, Lin Shu then directly threw them all to his father. Father, their cultivation is ruined, so I'll leave it to you to kill them. Lin Sanqiong, although very puzzled that his son clearly had the strength to kill them all at once, but still had to be so superfluous. However, seeing that the enemies were in front of them, there was no hesitation in cutting them all down one by one. Ding! Congratulations on mission completion. Ding! This mission is evaluated as excellent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 minor realms of passive system enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host's father for receiving a reward excellence gift pack. Hearing the system's beep ringing out, Lin Shu's heart was also delighted. I didn't realize that my own casual attempts had actually led me to such a rather buggy method. After decapitating the group of strong men who had arrived from the Eastern Cloud Alliance, Lin Shu, Lin Tsangdao, and Yun Tianming returned to the Lin family. Lin family, at this moment, everyone looked at Lin Shu, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Above the dome of the sky, those powerful people, they didn't know what realm they were in though. However, they could be certain that all of these powerhouses, without exception, were existences that surpassed exalted masters. Such an existence, any one of them, would be enough to annihilate the Jiangyu dynasty. Yet it was such a powerful existence that in Lin Shu's hands, there was not the slightest resistance. Young Lord, a single member of the Lin family was currently shouting out the name of young Lord Lin Shu. Lin Shu looked at them and said directly, "Why don't you go cultivate and stay here? If the Lin family has so many resources and still needs this young lord to personally take action, then what do I need you for? In the future, if you run into trouble, you need to deal with it yourselves. Otherwise the Lin family will never be able to develop into a great family. This young lord's goal is for you to become a sacred race, not to nestle in this acreage of the Jiangyu dynasty in Cloud State." Upon hearing Lin Shu's reprimand, the Lin family members were all hemming and hawing, not angry, but rather happy. After all, this was a supreme powerhouse, and it would be a supreme honor to be reprimanded by such a supreme powerhouse. Don't worry, young lord, I'll definitely work hard on my cultivation and step out of the Jiangyu dynasty to traverse the Cloud State and even surpass it. Me too, me too. In the middle of the Lin family, Lin Xiongnu's eyes were moist even as she looked at this scene at the moment. Father, did you see that? My Lin family has finally risen. My brother, and my nephews, they're all able to hold their own today. Father, you must be comforted in heaven, mustn't you? Lin Xiongnu, Lin Shu's aunt, this Lin Shu's personally appointed law enforcement elder criminal, was also starting to evacuate the Lin family members at this moment and told them to go back to their cultivation. After doing so, she came to Lin Shu's side. Young lord, thank you, there's no need to be polite. Auntie, we're all family. It's not a family meeting now, just call me by my name. Auntie, I'm sorry for you. Once because of my father's death, I still had some grudges against you in my heart. I hereby apologize to you. My father's death was indeed due to me, and it's only right that Auntie, as grandfather's daughter, should have a grudge against me, but the matter has already passed, and Auntie should better manage the Lin family today, enforcing punishments and urging them to work hard on their cultivation. I will naturally be attentive to this matter. The development and growth of the Lin family is not only father's idea, it is also my goal. Lin Shu exchanged pleasantries with Lin Shoyu for a while, then returned to his young master's mansion and the Lin family. Chapter 97, Mountain River Tower. Terrifying Cultivation Plugin. System, check the attribute panel. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, Tongtian 7, Emperor. Passive, 3 major realms and 2 minor realms. Talent, 3rd to 5th grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist. Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Wood. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold. Perfection of the Axiom of Wood. Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, 50% of the domain of gold. 50% of the domain of wood. 50% of the domain of fire. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungchong. Talent, 5th grade 7th grade 8th grade. Realm, 5th level. Technique, Golden Element Overbearing Body Technique. Heavenly Flame Secret Code, disabled. Zune level, Star Swallowing Technique, disabled. Return to Void level. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Avatar, 9 Fingers of the Overlord. Star Swallowing Technique. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Physique, Innate Inferno Sacred Body. System Tasks. Surviving the East Cloud Alliance Havoc, mission completed. Reward not claimed. Looking at the information panel, Lin Shu directly clicked to receive the mission reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The host has gained a passive system boost of 2 minor realms. Ding! Please ask the host whether to activate it. Lin Shu nodded. Yes. As Lin Shu murmured in his heart, the next moment the realm began to rise. Very quickly, it was raised from the Tong Tian 7th level to the Tong Tian 9th level realm. Very good. Only one step away from the first realm of the ancient saints. The Saint Realm. Now, Lin Shu was satisfied. Although, this time it was indeed a bit sinister and the situation was quite critical, but the rewards are also huge. This system was passive, directly raising 2 small realms, a boost that had never been seen before. Next, let me look at the Excellence Bundle. Lin Shu didn't forget that this time he was evaluated as excellent and received a Father's Excellence gift pack. System, open the prize package. Lin Shu once again murmured in his heart. Next moment, the prize package was instantly opened. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward Ice Spirit Sacred Pill. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward Mountain and River Tower. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward Exclusive Mystery Token. Ice Spirit Sacred Pill, Ice Attribute Sacred Pill. After swallowing the Sacred Pill, when fusing the Heavenly Flame, it can alleviate the suffering of the Heavenly Flame burning body. So it seems that this elixir should be used for Father when he absorbs the fusion Heavenly Flame. Lin Shu saw the introduction and quickly understood its function. Heavenly fire is a strange fire that has evolved between heaven and earth through countless years. It was naturally not that simple to absorb and fuse. Even if one's father had the Heavenly Flame mysteries, it was equally not easy. Not to mention the fact that his father would have to absorb a second one next. In that case, it would be even more dangerous. And with this Ice Spirit Sacred Dan, it would be able to be absorbed better. Mountain and River Pagoda. There are 9 layers of mountains and rivers, and each layer contains a side of the world of mountains and rivers. The time flow rate of each side of the mountain and river world is different. The first layer of time flow rate is 10 times the outside world, and each layer after that is increased by 10 times. The energy concentration of each side of the mountain and river world is 10 times higher than that of the outside world in which it is located. And the energy concentration of the mountain and river world changes as the outside world changes. After reading this introduction, Lin Shu was shocked in his heart. This was surprisingly a spacetime supreme treasure. With this tower, from now on, the Lin family's cultivation would definitely increase in speed by a lot. The first level all had 10 times the time flow, as well as an energy concentration 10 times that of the outside world. Wouldn't that be? The first layer is equivalent to 100 times the cultivation speed. Then, if the disciples of the Lin family cultivated in it, and the outside world was in January, under the double superposition of time flow as well as energy concentration, wouldn't it be equivalent to cultivating for more than 8 years? If this were a disciple of the flesh realm to enter the cultivation, and come out a month later, his cultivation would be able to step into the foundation establishment realm at least, and for those with high talent, stepping into the spirit transformation and avatar would be possible. As for the Lin family, now that they had the 10,000 blood pool to enhance their talents, every single one of them was very good, and now that they had the mountain and river pagoda, this was simply open cultivation. The key is, Lin Shu thought of his father. His own father entered it to cultivate, and with his father's saint body physique, that cultivation qualification was extremely astonishing, and that speed of cultivation, Lin Shu could not even imagine. Most of all, father was at the exalted realm, so I'm afraid that he was not only able to enter the first layer. Afterward, Lin Shu immediately checked the tower levels that each realm of the mountain river tower was able to go to. The 3 realms of flesh body, foundation establishment, and spirit transformation can be entered into the first level of the mountain and river pagoda to cultivate. The 3 realms of avatar, Zun Shi, and Starplucker could enter the second level of the mountain and river tower to cultivate. Returning to the void and passing to heaven realms, one can enter the third level of mountain and river to cultivate. The 3 realms of ancient saints, saint kings, great saints, and the excessive realm of quasi-emperors who advanced to great emperors after the ancient saints, were allowed to enter the 4th level to cultivate. Great emperors may enter the 5th level to cultivate. As for the mountain and river pagoda towards the back, it was currently unopened, and Lin Shu guessed that it should involve another level of the world. After all, the great emperor was already supreme in this world. If you look at it this way, father's venerable realm, you can enter the second layer to cultivate. The second layer time flow rate of 100 times, coupled with the energy concentration, is 10 times higher than the outside world. That's the equivalent of 1,000 times higher cultivation speed than one's own in the outside world. Father is a saint body. This 1,000 times cultivation speed, one day in the outside world, is enough for father to undergo a metamorphosis, right? Lin Shu was delighted in his heart and couldn't wait for his father to enter cultivation. No wonder, before going to the Fire Emperor's secret realm, father could still raise a few minor realms, and he himself would be able to break through the ancient saints and achieve the sage realm. I have to say, although the crisis is huge this time, the rewards can really be described as outrageous. Lin Shu, without hesitation, immediately bound the mountain river tower. After the mountain and river pagoda was bound, Lin Shu would be able to enter the mountain and river pagoda at any time. And of course, he could also bring people into the mountain and river pagoda at any time. That is to say, this tower is not only a cultivation plugin, but also a plugin to escape. When you meet someone you can't beat, hide inside. Who knows? It was a pity that Lin Shu's talent was low. If his talent was high, he would hide inside and cultivate for a while to go out. And any enemy, the situation would be reversed and then hanged. Lin Shu, already, couldn't wait for the Lin family members, including his own father, to be bound. This way, no matter where they were, they would be able to enter it to cultivate. Of course, the mountain and river pagoda was too heaven-defying. This Lin Shu had to bring it with him. It was not safe to keep it in the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Shu walked out of his mansion, and as for the last reward, Lin Shu didn't even bother to look at it, because that's an exclusive reward. The exclusive reward, which only his father could see, Lin Shu had already experienced several times, so naturally he didn't bother to look at the exclusive reward, and gave it to his father directly when the time came. After leaving the mansion, Lin Shu directly opened the family meeting, and then announced that the Lin family should gather. Chapter 98, The Shock of the Mountain and River Pagoda, Manipulating an Entire Family. The Lin Family Hall. The moment all the elders of the Lin family were gathered in the main hall, Lin Shu swept a glance at the elders, then he spoke directly. I'm sure you've all seen what happened today, so it's safe to say that you have no risk resistance today. Therefore, this young lord has decided to speed up your cultivation. Lin Shu said this. In the great hall, the many elders looked at me and me at you, somewhat unsure. Speed up? How do you speed it up? Besides, the Lin family's recent cultivation speed was already very fast. Not long ago, the Lin family was only at the highest of the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. However, in today's Lin family, there were already more than 10 powerful people of the divine profound realm, not to mention the fact that the family head had already reached the exalted realm. The Lin family, in a short period of time, was already reaching achievements that only those families in the Jiangyu dynasty that had been passed down for thousands of years had achieved. However, when they thought of those powerful people, they were silent again. Compared to those powerhouses, the Lin family was indeed too weak and feeble. Could the young lord really have the ability to enable the Lin family to be able to catch up with those above Zunshur powerhouses in a short period of time? young lord, just tell us straight, we'll do whatever you say. Nowadays, Lin Shu, in the Lin family, that can be said to be the absolute one voice, the real backbone. No one is unconvinced. Lin Shu now said that he would speed up the Lin family's cultivation, and although they didn't quite understand how else it could be speeded up, they nonetheless chose to believe Lin Shu. Lin Shu spoke directly. In the hands of this young lord, there is a supreme treasure. This supreme treasure can allow you to cultivate 10 times, 100 times or even more. And in the midst of this supreme treasure, the concentration of energy is 10 times that of the outside world. With this supreme treasure, your cultivation enhancement speed can be increased by at least 100 times. As Lin Shu's words fell, the entire Great Hall was suddenly silent. What did they hear? Increase your cultivation speed by at least 100 times. With the talent of the Lin family's clansmen nowadays, they were already at the top of the Jiangyu dynasty. And as for outside the Jiangyu dynasty, they weren't sure, but they thought that it wouldn't be much faster. If it was boosted by 100 times, wouldn't it mean that the cultivation speed could definitely sweep outside the Jiangyu dynasty? If that was the case, the young lord really wasn't wrong about this. It could definitely allow the Lin family to give birth to a strong person above the level of a Zunshi in a short period of time. 100 times the speed of cultivation. Wouldn't this be the equivalent of cultivating for a year? Equivalent to cultivating for 100 years nowadays. And after a year, as long as the Lin family members weren't lazy, all of them would be able to cultivate in that supreme treasure. And I'm only afraid that except for newborns, everyone would be divine masters, or even exalted masters, at that time. As for today's avatar realm, it was definitely possible to step above a Zuni. On the side, Lin Tsangdao, who was the head of the Lin family and was now like a mascot, was shocked beyond belief at this moment. That brat, I knew he had a secret. And talk about old men, ancient saints. For this supreme treasure, even in the hands of an ancient saint, it would be a supreme opportunity, and it would be impossible to take it out. However, this treasure is too precious. Taking it out like this, I'm afraid that it will lead to murder. Lin Tsangqiong, although he didn't want to doubt that the elders of the Lin family present would leak this news out, he wasn't afraid of 10,000, but he was afraid of the unexpected. Defense is necessary at all times. He was about to remind Lin Shu, but he heard Lin Shu say, of course, this supreme treasure is naturally extremely precious for being able to enhance the cultivation speed so much. Therefore, in order for you to divulge information, perhaps you may not do so of your own accord, but you cannot afford to be searched. Therefore, I need you to leave a mark on top of this supreme treasure, either a drop of blood, or a strand of soul, a hint of spiritual power. In this way, if you are searched for your souls outside, or if you are forced to say something about the supreme treasure, you will be teleported into the supreme treasure at the first opportunity. In this way, you can eliminate the risk of the supreme treasure leaking out, and at the same time, it can also be used as a means of preserving your lives. If you meet a strong enemy outside who is unbeatable, you can take the initiative to stimulate the seal, thus avoiding the crisis of falling. When these words came out, for a moment, many elders showed joyful expressions. This supreme treasure, surprisingly, had such a function. Doesn't that mean you don't have to be afraid of death from now on? Lin Shu looked at their excitement and couldn't help but speak. Perhaps, you think now that you are not going to die, but that is not the case. Passive triggers naturally don't fail, but the active trigger, once the opponent's strength is far stronger than yours, they can make you unable to move with a single thought. That is, you can't even do it if you want to trigger the seal. Just like this young lord, if I wanted to, a single thought would be enough to make all of you fall. You wouldn't be able to react at all, and you'd die without even knowing what happened. Therefore, you must not arrogantly provoke strong people at will just because you have this life-preserving mark. By doing so, you will absolutely die very quickly. Passively triggered, usually only triggered when you name the most precious treasure and when you are searched for your souls. You must remember that the seal is for life preservation and for supervision, but it is not the money for you to be wild. Once Lin Shu said this, those elders who were originally excited calmed down. It was also true that if this supreme treasure was truly so heaven-defying, wouldn't that mean that it was absolutely invincible? Anyway, if you can't beat it, you can enter it, and you can still cultivate by entering it. As long as you don't die, you can always cultivate and grow. Wouldn't that be invincible? Obviously, where in this world is it so easy? Well, now you may leave your mark. Sure, there was one thing that Lin Shu hadn't said yet, that is, as the owner of the Supreme Treasure Mountain and River Pagoda himself, those who left their imprints were under Lin Shu's control. There's no way around it. Otherwise, it was impossible for Lin Shu to feel comfortable opening up to them. And since he was not invincible nowadays, he naturally had to use some means to avoid being exposed. Soon, numerous elders had left their marks on the mountain river pagoda in Lin Shu's hands. For a moment, the many elders, at once, felt that they had an extra link with the supreme treasure, and that they could enter it as long as they wanted to in their hearts. Next, you are responsible for gathering the Lin family members together. Remember that before they have left their mark on this mountain river tower, none of you may reveal it today, or else you will suffer the consequences. A few hours later, after the Lin family members gathered, each of them left a mark on the mountain river tower. From then on, all of them could enter the mountain river tower to cultivate. Of course, because of the marks left behind, they may not reveal a single bit. After doing so, Lin Shu found the two siblings Li Xian and Li Han, and also called Yun Tianming and Wu Wenjing over. Yun Tianming was his father's servant. Wu Wenjing was her own servant, and this time when she crossed the void, the Great Void Shift made quite a large contribution. As for the two siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, they had long been following Lin Shu, and the two of them had special physiques. It's just right, let them go to the 10,000 blood pool to baptize, so that their fleshly bodies and talents can be upgraded. Of course, Lin Shu himself had to be baptized. After all, he was baptized once a month. This talent of his was too low, and he needed to be upgraded most of all. Even if it wasn't by much, it was always upgraded. As long as the number of times is high, Lin Shu believes that sooner or later his talent will be upgraded, and then he will not only rely on the system to be passive, but will also be able to rely on his own cultivation to improve. Chapter 99, Rebaptism. Amazing twin siblings. Lin Shu soon brought the four of them to the 10,000 blood pool. This is the pool of 10,000 bloods, condensed using the blood of tens of thousands of exotic beasts. It can temper the flesh and enhance talent. You four, choose a corner and go down to baptize in it on your own. When Wu Wenjing heard this, she was surprised. Master, you actually even have such a heaven-defying supreme treasure? Even as a saint? Wu Wenjing was shocked in her heart at this moment. After all, a treasure that enhances talent is a supreme treasure that is enough to set off a bloody storm anywhere. Once it comes out, even saints will kill rivers of blood and ambush billions of miles. And that's just for personal talent enhancement. This pool of 10,000 bloods, Lin Shu had actually asked everyone to go down. Wouldn't that mean that it could be used for collective talent enhancement? Such a supreme treasure is only unprecedented. If it were to be circulated, it would definitely cause the Holy Land and even the great imperial Dao system to go crazy. A Holy Land, which could recruit numerous heavenly pride, and a great emperor Dao lineage. Needless to say, if these heavenly prides experienced baptism, it would only be enough to suppress the entire world. Who wouldn't be impressed? Wu Wenjing, without giving it another thought, walked into the 10,000 blood pool as Lin Shu had said, looked for a corner, and then directly began to baptize. Yun Tianming, although he was also shocked, but he knew the identity of Lin Shu's mother, so he wasn't too shocked, and just thought that it was a supreme treasure left behind by his master. After all, that power of the master. If he were to say that collecting tens of thousands of types of foreign beast blood to condense such a blood pool, it would still not be difficult. If he were to know that this 10,000 blood pool was not formed by simply collecting the blood of tens of thousands of foreign beasts, and that it also involved even more mysterious forces, he would not have been so relaxed. It could be said that this 10,000 blood pool was absolutely unique. As the four entered the 10,000 blood pool, Lin Shu likewise stepped into the 10,000 blood pool to begin his baptism. 1 hour later, Lin Shu and the remaining four were all baptized. Just then, Wu Wenjing took out a stone tablet from within her storage space. It's a tablet for testing talent. Wu Wenjing carries it with her. As the Misty Palace's supreme elder, she usually didn't have much to manage, so she just likes to wander around and see if she can meet any good prospects. The natural reason for bringing the talent stone tablet was so that if you couldn't see the situation, you could use it to test your talent. After Wu Wenjing took out the talent stone tablet, she then directly began to test it herself. As Wu Wenjing imprinted her palm on the stone tablet that tested her talent, a trace of energy from her body surged into the stone tablet. In the next moment, a number was suddenly revealed on the stone tablet. 7. At the same time, behind the numbers, there are 3 more horizontal lines. This, my talent, it's actually risen that much. It's actually reached the top level of the 7th grade inferior talent. Before, my talent was only at the 7th grade lower talent ordinary level. And this is such an improvement after only less than an hour of baptism. Wu Wenjing, looking at the stone tablet of the test of talent, murmured, and in her words, an extremely shocked look flowed out. 7th grade talent, ancient saint's talent, 7th grade lower talent, sage's talent. In the past, with her talent, Breaking through to sainthood was almost the limit, and at most, she would be able to reach the 3rd or 4th level of sainthood, so she was now at the 2nd level of sainthood, and had already been stuck for a whole few hundred years. There was no hope of a breakthrough, which is why I came out to walk around. Now that he had reached the lower 7th grade of top talent, he could hope to reach the 9th level of saints, and if he had enough chances, he might be able to peek into the realm of Saint Kings. How could Wu Wenjing not be shocked? "Thank you, Master, for your renewed kindness," Wu Wenjing hurriedly replied. "This time you saved my family, my father, and you deserve it." With Lin Shu's speed, he definitely couldn't make it back so quickly, and by the time he made it back, he was afraid that his own father would be cold. It could be said that Wu Wenjing had definitely made a huge contribution, and with such a contribution, how could Lin Shu not reward her? Wu Wenjing thought to herself as she heard Lin Shu's words, "If I could get a talent boost just by performing a few void shifts that resulted in a little injury, I'd really like to do it a few more times." Compared to the talent boost, that little injury could be said to be worthless. "Master, do you want to take a test?" Wu Wendian then wanted to put the test talent stone tablet away, but soon thought of something and asked. At the same time, looking at Lin Shu with an expectant gaze, she was curious in her heart. Lin Shu was a Tong Tian emperor at such a young age. What kind of talent should he be? However, Lin Shu shook his head. It was better not to reveal the matter of one's low talent. Though, with this baptism, Lin Shu's talent was again enhanced. However, on the system's information panel, it was only the 6th product. 6th grade talent was already not bad, at least in the cloud state. It was definitely quite a top talent, but in front of Emperor Tong Tian, it could be considered worthless. Seeing Lin Shu shaking his head, Wu Wenjing's expectant expression dimmed, thinking that this time she could take a look at her master's talent. After all, it was so demonic. Let the 3 of them test it. Honestly, Lin Shu was curious about the talent of the 2 twin siblings, Li Xian and Li Han. Of course, Lin Shu was equally curious about Yun Tianming's talent. After all, he was his mother's person. The 2 siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, were also quite excited when they heard this. They obviously want to know how talented they are too. Next moment, Li Xian directly walked forward and imprinted his palm on the talent tablet. A number 7, immediately apparent. At the same time, 9 bars appeared next to it. 7th grade absolute top qualification. This is the qualification of a great saint. Wu Wenjing, looking at this scene, looked at Li Xian, looking at this young man who looked unimpressive, and couldn't help but sigh. 7th grade absolute top qualification. This was the strongest qualification under the sacred body. Even, in a certain aspect, the future achievement might not be weaker than a sacred body. After all, the achievement of a holy body was generally a great saint, and a few were able to achieve a quasi-empire. As for great emperors, it depended on the holy body's chance as well as enlightenment, will, perseverance, and so on. Pity. Wu Wenjing then shook her head. If there is specialized teaching and resource supply from a young age, on this talent, now at this age, Zun sure is the start, and it's not impossible to pick a star. Whereas now, it's only at the divine profound realm. When Lin Shu heard Wu Wenjing's words, she thought to herself that Li Xian was already most fortunate to be alive. If he hadn't destroyed the North Moon Palace himself, he would still be under the control of that poison Zun today. However, now that it was saved, Lin Shu believed that Li Xian's future achievements would definitely be a straightforward one, and that great saints might not really be much of a problem. I'll try. Seeing that Li Xian had tested his talent and that it sounded extremely high, Li Han also stepped forward. It was soon detected, and just like Li Xian, Li Han was likewise a 7th grade absolute top qualification, a great saint's qualification. This looked at Wu Wenjing that was a succession of emotions, and his face could not stop sighing. Next, it's Yun Tianming's turn. Chapter 100, 1 Year's Promise. About to enter the sacred. Wu Wenjing, at this moment, was also looking towards Yun Tianming. She was also aware of Yun Tianming's strength. Although she had not participated in the battle before, she had seen that battle. Yun Tianming was a peak void returner and could easily suppress other peak void returners. At such an age, with such strength, one's talent was definitely not low. Yun Tianming said, "Master said that I have good talent, but I've never tested it, so it's the perfect time to test it now. Say it." Yun Tianming then imprinted his hand on the talent stone tablet. Next moment, on the talent stone tablet, a number emerged. 8. At the same time, 5 horizontal lines appeared next to the 8. 8th grade medium qualification. This qualification, it's already better than an average saint body. If you don't fall, the future quasi-emperor will definitely have no problem. and you can even enter the imperial path to compete, although you may not be able to win. But you can definitely leave a good reputation for future generations to look up to. Wu Wenjing looked at it and then explained. However, the tone of voice was clearly tinged with awe as well. This kind of talent, even if it was placed in the Netherworld Palace, it would be an existence that was enough to suppress anyone. Perhaps, only those top-tier Holy Lands and even great Emperor Dao lineages had such supreme celestial pride. Wu Wenjing's heart was unsettled. Yunjo, wasn't it a small barren and backward state that didn't even have any saints? How did so many amazingly talented people pop up? Lin Shu, Yun Tianming, Li Xian, Li Han, Su Yan, Xia Yan, and Lu Shan. Oh, and that mysterious woman, Luo Qing. In terms of where this is a barren and backward small state that should have a heavenly pride configuration, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a medium state. In Baizhou, it was difficult to even identify so many top-tier heavenly prides. Wu Wenjing was unsettled in her heart and always felt that there was something fishy going on. Either that or Yunjo is special. Either that or the heavens and earth will change greatly and a golden age will come. Generally speaking, when the heavens and earth changed drastically and a golden age came, all sorts of heavenly prides would emerge. Wu Wenjing feels that it is likely that the golden age is quietly approaching. Otherwise, what could be so special about such a Thai place as Yunjo? One day later, Lin Shu, Lin Sanqiong, Yun Tianming, Wu Wenjing, Li Xian, Li Han and their group set off. Of course, the main reason for delaying the departure by one day was to let Li Xian and Li Han deal with the matter of the poisoner. Yesterday, the two of them, with Lin Shu's help, were finally able to settle the matter of the poisoner once and for all. However, these poisonous people wanted to follow Li Xian and Li Han, but Li Xian and Li Han refused. What a joke! Now that they knew that they were great saints, how could they be willing to lead a group of poisonous people who had already recovered? If it was before, when they were only active in the Jiangyu dynasty, it would have been good to bring them along to follow. After all, it was a rather good battle force. However, now that they were leading the Jiangyu dynasty, bringing these poisonous people with them was obviously a burden. So they were rejected by Li Xian and Li Han, allowing them to go straight home. Above the vault of heaven, a flying boat flew in the direction of the Yunni imperial dynasty. It wasn't long before Lin Shu's flying boat departed. Lin family, quite a few young sons and daughters of the Lin family. They walked out of the Lin family and began to head towards the outside of the Jiangyu dynasty. Of course, this was something Lin Shu didn't know, and it was their own decision. Lin Shu's battle yesterday was deeply imprinted in their minds. They want to get stronger. Obviously, the Jiangyu dynasty was already insufficient to support them to become stronger. It wasn't a matter of resources. After all, there was the mountain river tower. It's the eyes and all the other aspects. Staying in the well, even with all the growth, has limitations. Jumping out of the well, that's where the vastness of the earth and the vastness of the world are. A group of young sons of the Lin family parted ways in the Jiangyu dynasty. Gentlemen, this time, let's compete to see who will make a name for themselves first. Good. Let our reputation resound first from this land of the 18 dynasties. Now that I've gone through the baptism of the 10,000 blood pool twice, I'm already a 6th grade talent, and when I come out this time, I'm bound to be famous in the cloud state. Then we'll set a 1-year appointment, and we'll see you at the royal capital of our Yunni dynasty a year later. After saying that, this group of young Lin family children who had experienced the baptism of the 10,000 blood pool and whose talents had been enhanced, all of whom had already reached the 5th or 6th grade of talent, left in the direction of their choice. They knew that a 5th or 6th grade talent might not necessarily be a top talent. However, they could enter the mountain river tower to cultivate at any time. And with 5 or 6 grade talents stacked on top of each other, it was definitely no less than 7 or 8 grade talents. At that time, being famous in the cloud state was definitely not a thing. A year's appointment may seem short. In fact, for them, it might as well have been hundreds of years of previous cultivation. If not for the fact that they needed to hurry, it would definitely amount to more time. The other side, Wu Wenjing's flying boat was already leaving the land of the 18 dynasties. On top of the flying boat, Lin Sangdao looked at Lin Shu and asked, Xiao Shu, what are you doing this time when you asked me to travel to the Yunni dynasty? What else could it be about? Father, could it be that you've forgotten the heavenly flame map? Lin Shu said, over in Yenzhou, it's getting more and more active, and with my guess, I'm only afraid that the heavenly flame is about to appear. Naturally you need to travel. Of course, before that, you need to break through the star-picking realm first, so that you are qualified to participate in the competition. Lin Sangdao then remembered that there was indeed such a thing and nodded. If you don't say it, I've forgotten about it. For the last month, I've been hunted down and killed. It was not easy to get rid of the pursuit and return to the Lin family, and then I ran into that East Cloud Alliance. I didn't have the time to think about it at all. Hearing his father talk about the East Cloud Alliance, Lin Shu then remembered that the East Cloud Alliance hadn't been extinguished yet. Uncle Yun, you come and drive the flying boat. Go and exterminate that so-called East Cloud Alliance first, so that we don't have to leave and that group of people from the East Cloud Alliance searching for people find their way back to the Lin family again. Yes, young lord. Yun Tianming immediately nodded his head. Afterward, Lin Shu took out the Ice Spirit Sacred Elixir as well as the exclusive mysterious token. Father, this is for you. This elixir will be of great use to you in absorbing the heavenly flame in the future. Keep it well. Aside, when Wu Wenjing saw the elixir, she couldn't help but blurt it out. Holy Dan! However, she soon learned that she had lost her color. Compared to that 10,000 blood pool, the sacred Dan seemed to become worthless. Though still precious, Lin Sanqiong, who also knew that Lin Shu had a hidden secret, now didn't bother to ask Lin Shu where the elixir came from, so he just put it away. As for this token, father, just look at it yourself. Lin Sanqiong received the token once again, and was then called by Lin Shu to enter the Mountain River Pagoda and start going to cultivate. After all, it would still take some time to arrive at Yun'an Imperial City by taking this flying boat, at least 3 or 5 hours. Adding to the fact that he would have to exterminate the East Cloud Alliance later, it would take even longer. A day might not be used. Most of the day would definitely be needed. Most of the day, in the Mountain River Tower, was enough for father to cultivate for a long time. On his own, he might be able to break through the ancient saints and step into the saint realm on the way. Chapter 101, Shock. Lin Shu becomes a saint. Lin Shu and his group, traveling in a flying boat, set off from the Jiangyu dynasty, advancing all the way towards the eastern part of Yunzhou, passing by the forces of the Eastern Cloud Alliance. Lin Shu would have Wu Wenjing and Yun Tianming just overthrow them. In just a small amount of time, 3 East Cloud Alliance forces had already been destroyed. After all, Wu Wentian was a saint, and with her striking, it could be said that it was extremely swift, and even if they wanted to resist, they simply couldn't do so. Having just finished resolving the 3 forces, they continued their journey towards the East Cloud Alliance headquarters, the location of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Just then, in Lin Shu's mind, a system beep sounded. Ding! The host's father, Lin Sanqiong, has broken through to the 6th level of exaltedness. Ding! Please ask the host if he will stimulate the system's only passive to raise his cultivation to the 1st level of sage. Hearing the beep from the system in his mind, Lin Shu's heart was delighted. Finally, it was time to cross over into the saint realm. Without hesitation, Lin Shu immediately chose OK inwardly, with Lin Shu identified. In a flash, the wind rose between heaven and earth. The sudden drastic change in heaven and earth caused Wu Wenjing and Yun Tianming to be alarmed in their hearts, and they stepped out of the cabin of the flying boat to check out what had happened. Soon, they saw Lin Shu also walk out of the cabin of the flying boat from the side, only to see Lin Shu walk out of the cabin and without stopping, he directly flashed his body and went straight into the sky above. You guys retreat to the side and wait for some time. I'll go and cross the threshold first. What? A robbery? They looked above the dome of the sky, and sure enough, they saw bursts of thunder condensing. Indeed, it was a sign that the thunderbolt was about to descend. This was indeed a scene only found in the transition. Lin Shu's cultivation level, which was previously the Tong Tian realm, would not be able to cross the tribulation in the minor realms, and the only way to trigger a thunder tribulation was to break through the major realms. In that case, wouldn't it mean that Lin Shu was going to break through to the ancient sage realm? Sanctification. At the thought, both of them were horrified in their hearts. What a saint of less than 20 years old. Wu Wenjing's heart was very shaken at the moment. Biz Ho, as a medium state, had produced many ancient saints, yet every one of those ancient saints had become at least 100 years old. Even for a saint body, this was the case, and there had never been a breakthrough of an ancient saint before the age of 100. Around Bijou, the same is pretty much true. Moreover, there existed ancient saints in by prefecture, and ancient saints were so powerful that they could get away with it. They could easily cross over to other states, and there were even those who had been to the superior states. There were even more ancient saints in the upper-class states, and there were even top-level sanctuaries with great saints and quasi-emperors in attendance. Even great Emperor Dao lineage legacies existed. Even so, although there were those who became saints before the age of 100, there were none who became saints before the age of 20. With this alone, Lin Shu is already among the first in the 3,000 states, and I'm afraid that he is the fastest person to achieve ancient sainthood in the 3,000 states since countless years. Is this the terror of an emperor? Wu Wenjing was secretly shocked in her heart. Previously, she had only heard of the emperor and had not seen him. I have only heard rumors that the emperor demon, as long as he doesn't fall, is definitely the most powerful contender for a great emperor, and in the future, 9 times out of 10, he can become a great emperor, knowing that even top-tier saint bodies, great emperor bloodlines, and emperor's sons did not dare to say that 9 times out of 10 they could become great emperors. It was evident that the potential of emperors was great, but hearing about it was just hearing about it. And now that she had seen Lin Shu become an ancient saint at less than 20 years old and step into the realm of saints, Wu Wenjing believed it. Lin Shu, that's the future great emperor. Even the 3,000 states of the eastern wasteland, the great emperors that had come out, seemed to not have broken through to saints at less than 20 years of age. Such an achievement was difficult to compare to even the great emperors of the ancient times. I've become a slave of the future great emperor. Wu Wenjing's heart was thrilled, as if she saw Lin Shu's might and invincibility. He himself, as a slave, is also able to make the scene of reverence for all beings. He was only a saint, and while his strength could be considered top-notch in by prefecture, he could not be called top-notch at all in the 3,000 prefectures. And in the future, if Lin Shu achieved greatness, Wu Wenjing believed that even a great saint or even a quasi-imperialist would have to be polite when they saw themselves. After all, this was a great emperor's slave. Regarding the great emperor, not to mention a slave, even if it was a dog beside the great emperor, all beings needed to honor it, because the great emperor is invincible and supreme. Wu Wenjing was shocked in her heart, and Yun Tianming was similarly so, a less than 20-year-old ancient saint. This cultivation speed is faster than even the master. No wonder the master said back then that her future offspring would surpass her. At that time, I didn't believe it. After all, the master was an ancient saint at such a young age at that time. It was already extremely unbelievable. How could he have been surpassed? Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I'm finally convinced. Yun Tianming, looking up at the dome of the sky above the figure of Lin Shu, who was currently under the thunderbolt, felt a pang of emotion in his heart. The two twin siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, were filled with admiration in their gazes at this time. In terms of age, they were about the same as Lin Shu, but they were only in the avatar realm today. Lin Shu, on the other hand, was already an ancient saint. Nowadays, they were aware of how strong the ancient sage was. Avatar, venerable, star picker, return to void, Tong Tian, ancient sage. The difference can be unimaginable. At the same age, Lin Shu was 5 great realms higher. How could this not make them look up to him? We must cultivate well and never drag Senior Lin down. Elder Wu also said that we have the qualifications of great saints. In terms of talent, although we are not as talented as Elder Lin, but we also have huge potential. Even if we can't catch up, at least we won't be pulled apart. Li Xian and Li Han looked at each other, then came to Wu Wenjing's side. Elder, we are willing to follow you in your cultivation. No matter how Elder wants to specially train us, we can stick to it, and we only hope to quickly increase our strength. You figured it out as good. You have a great saint's capital. Talent in the 3,000 states are the top level. I teach, you will be able to blossom in the future in the 3,000 states, and follow the master. He may become the master's generals, along with the master to fight the emperor road. You are the future of the emperor generals. That is the supreme glory, shining in the past and present, and the history of the world, and the fame of 10,000 years. Listening to Wu Wenjing's words, the two young men and women, at the moment, were filled with excitement in their eyes. In the meantime, above the sky, the thunderbolt had already converged. The first thunderbolt, condensed and completed, carried the power of destruction and slashed fiercely towards Lin Shu. Feeling the might of this thunderbolt, Lin Shu instantly chose to give up resisting it and instead used his physical body to receive it hard. The first thunderbolt directly bombarded on top of Lin Shu's flesh. Lin Shu's flesh skin emitted a light golden light. The thunderbolt destructive power actually failed to break through Lin Shu's flesh defense. What a strong physical body! Wu Wenjing sighed when she saw this scene. Although the first thunderbolt, which did not yet possess true saintly might, had definitely surpassed the 9th level of Tong Tian, yet even Lin Shu's physical body was unable to break through it. And this kind of physical body could not be said to be less than astonishing. I think I was the year of the holy robbery. Almost took half of my life. Is the first. I also used nearly 50% strength defense. Now a comparison. It is really a huge gap between people and people exist. Wu Wenjing's heart is overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 102, Emperor's Holy Tribulation. Mother present. The first thunder tribulation was easily passed by Lin Shu. Second course. The third way. All the way to the 9th channel. Lin Shu all passed through with ease. not even making a move, just simply using his flesh to catch it hard. Even the ninth thunderbolt, Lin Shu's flesh was cracked by the thunderbolt, and even the golden color of blood was spilling blood into the sky. But to Lin Shu, it was ultimately just a superficial wound, not too much of an injury. Wu Wenjing and Yun Tianming looked above the firmament, their hearts shocked at Lin Shu's method of crossing the tribulation, but their gazes now coalesced on the place where the thunder gathered above the firmament. Logically speaking, 9 thunder tribulations had already been crossed, and it would already be a success. However, above that dome of heaven, the thunder did not seem to have disappeared, but instead became even more oppressive, as if an even more terrifying presence was still brewing. Ing Manqing didn't understand. How is this possible? 9 holy tribulations. This has been the case throughout history. How come the 9 tribulations have passed and the thunder tribulation hasn't dissipated yet? Lin Shu, on the contrary, didn't know that the holy tribulation was 9. Although Lin Shu had read a lot of books in the Yunni dynasty's library, since there were no saints existing in the Yunni dynasty or its surroundings, he did not know that there were still saint tribulations for sainthood, let alone how many saint tribulations there were for sainthood. Lin Shu also didn't ask Wu Wendian about the sacred tribulation, so he didn't know about it. In today's situation, Lin Shu only thought that the holy tribulation hadn't ended yet. He stood above the firmament, and his physical body, which was originally split open due to the 9th lightning tribulation, was currently being rapidly repaired. Lin Shu could sense that the thunderbolt seemed to be still brewing a terrifying attack. However, Lin Shu wasn't afraid, but he hadn't utilized any means so far. If he really can't get through, he'll just vanish into the mountain and river pagoda. Lin Shu doesn't believe that the lightning can still enter the mountain and river pagoda. Just as Lin Shu was pondering, a figure suddenly stepped out from the midst of the thunderbolt. This is, people, one that's completely coalesced from thunder? Lin Shu looked at this scene and was also stunned. On the contrary, on top of the flying boat, Yun Tianming was shocked when he looked at this figure. Master, not bad. The figure coalesced from this thunderbolt was none other than Lin Shu's mother, her master, Mu Chi Yao. Aside, Wu Wenjing heard Yun Tianming's voice and couldn't help but look at him. You know the person this thunder coalesced with? Yes, she is none other than my master. Yun Tianming asked, as a saint, you have seen a lot of things. Do you know why the young lord's journey through the tribulation? Why it attracted my master? Wu Wenjing shook her head. I've never heard of such a situation, let alone seen it. Even in Bai Prefecture, there are no rumors of such a situation. Perhaps only those top-tier Holy Lands or great Emperor Dao lineage legacies may be able to clear it. There was a pause. Ing Manqing asked, since this person is your master and can evolve in a thunderbolt, it must be unusual. Didn't she tell you about it? No, the master has never told me anything like that, although he has told me some things, and besides, the master may not have seen it. That's true, such a lightning tribulation has not been recorded in Bizhou either. Perhaps it may not be the first case. Wu Wenjing nodded, and then focused on Lin Shu, who was transiting the heavenly dome above. In the meantime, Tian Yuan Dao Domain, a place of mystery. A woman, who was originally in the middle of cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. Interesting, it seems that another emperor has emerged from this world, to the extent that he is the one who triggered the emperor's thunder tribulation, and even activated the mark that I had engraved in the tribulation during my saint tribulation. And I wonder who this person really is? Will it make a difference to my scheming? Say it. The woman began to push forward. As the woman deduced, one black and white chess piece dispersed in all directions as if it was being pulled. Soon, the pieces were converging again, facing in one direction. That direction is the eastern wasteland. The woman continued to deduce, and all of a sudden, the woman stopped, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I didn't realize it was him. This growth rate is rather more astonishing than I had imagined. I don't know when we'll be able to meet each other. After the woman finished speaking, her hands kept changing. The Emperor's thunder tribulation. She was able to sense it, and those ancient existences in the Tian Yuan Dao domain were likewise able to sense it. She was able to deduce that it happened in the Eastern Wasteland, and those people were surely able to deduce it as well. What's more, in the Eastern Wasteland, the great Emperor Dao lineage inheritance was the least, with many ancient existences laid out. Thus, she needed to cover up the Emperor's thunder tribulation, or at the very least, she needed to cover up the heavenly chances so that it would be difficult for people to deduce it. After doing so, the woman then called out softly. As the woman's voice fell, in a flash an old man appeared before her eyes. The old man looked plain and uneventful, and there was nothing extraordinary about him. However, in the old man's eyes, it was as if there were the vicissitudes of the sea and the flow of the years. Take this object on a trip to the eastern wasteland. Find the person who makes this object fit, and then protect him in secret. Yes, Holy Mother, say it. The old man then disappeared into thin air. Watching the old man disappear, the woman suddenly thought of something and sent a message into the void. On the other side, an old man received the news, and in his eyes, a hint of joy flashed before he regained his composure and re-entered his cultivation. As the woman pushes the heavens and covers them, Tian Yuan Dao region, several extremely mysterious regions, or the Great Emperor's legacy, or the Forbidden Zone of Antiquity, all of them were awakened by supreme powerhouses, deducing the heavenly chances at the first opportunity. However, the celestial mechanism is disorganized, as if someone is deliberately interfering. Some people chose to give up their deduction, while others invited out their imperial weapons to continue their deduction. Obviously, an emperor crossing the sacred tribulation, even they were unable to have peace in their hearts. After all, this was a strong contender for the great emperor. No matter what, it has to be found, or an early kill, or plan ahead. Can't just leave everything alone. Lin Shu naturally did not know that he had already attracted the attention of an unknown number of people in the shadows just by crossing the threshold. Nowadays, Lin Shu's gaze was all over the figure condensed by that thunderbolt, because this figure was extremely familiar to Lin Shu. Mother! That's right. The figure was none other than Lin Shu's mother. How could mother be in the midst of the thunderbolt? Lin Shu was curious and wanted to try to communicate, but he quickly gave up. This mother figure, which was not spiritually intelligent, but simply coalesced from the thunderbolt, looked like it should be the one that one needed to go through in order to cross the tribulation. Does this require me to defeat my mother? Lin Shu was puzzled in his mind. Did my mother also survive this calamity, or is there another reason for this? I couldn't figure it out, so I just stopped thinking about it. Since she wasn't her real mother, Lin Shu naturally wouldn't hold back. The next moment, Lin Shu directly exerted his full strength and attacked towards his mother. Chapter 103, Lin Shu vs. Mother. Soaring to the 4th level of Saints, Yuan Ba Fist. In a split second, above the sky, a pair of incomparably large golden fists covered the entire heaven and earth, carrying terrifying holy might as they swept towards the figure coalesced by the thunderbolt. Golden fist, extremely fast across the firmament. The void was shocked and cracked inch by inch, extending to the depths of the endless void. The entire heavens and earth, under this incomparably powerful golden fist, all seemed to be subverted. This was the first time since Lin Shu traveled through this world and obtained the system that he had not only used a martial art, but also the moment when he had utilized the power of the martial art to the extreme. Under this pair of golden fists, at this moment, even Wu Wentian felt as if he was like a mole cricket, and could only prostrate himself between heaven and earth. To have such terrifying strength before completely breaking through to sainthood, how powerful would this be if it breaks through to sainthood? Moreover, it seems that this is still only a martial skill and not a divine ability. If one were to cast a divine ability after breaking through the saint realm, wouldn't one be invincible in the saint realm? Wu Wenjing was shocked beyond belief. When she was young, she was also a heavenly pride, or else she wouldn't have been able to reach her current achievements. In Baizhou, among the sane generation, there were only a dozen or so people who could compare with her, and those who could suppress her could be counted on both hands. Facing Lin Shu, she realized what it meant to be truly heavenly, a true heaven's pride. Not only was their cultivation speed unimaginably fast, their strength in the same realm was also unparalleled. However, that figure condensed from thunder was clearly no slouch either. Facing Lin Shu's terrifyingly incomparable golden fist, it was surprisingly not the least bit disadvantageous, and for a time, it was evenly matched. This thunderbolt, branded with the mother's figure, its strength should also be similar to the mother's, so it seems that the mother's strength, too, is extremely terrifying. It seems that I was right in my guess just now. That mother has also survived this calamity, and that's why she's branded in it, and will be revealed when those who come after her also survive this calamity, and used to test those who come after her. Lin Shu's mind was clear. However, instead of being chagrined, the battle spirit was high. Lin Shu also wanted to see how powerful his mother was without having a system like himself, yet she was able to break through to the ancient sage in her 20s. With such talent, without hesitation, Lin Shu cast the domain all over his body. In an instant, 3 distinct domain power auras burst out from Lin Shu's body. The realm of gold, sharp and incomparable. The field of wood is alive and well. The realm of fire, burning up heaven and earth. Under the superposition of the 3 domains, 3 domain small worlds around Lin Shu gradually formed at this moment. The mother figure condensed by the thunderbolt might be spiritless, but the thunderbolt seemed to have a spirit. As Lin Shu's 3 major domains emerged, The 3 domain worlds stood across the firmament, standing in the void. Lin Shu's mother, at this moment, was likewise exerting the power of her domain. In a flash, 2 extremely terrifying domain powers emerged and were in a bipolar state. A kind of domain power was scorching hot, especially better than Lin Shu's domain of fire. The other kind of domain power was piercingly incomparable, and the entire heaven and earth were frozen, transforming into a heaven of ice and snow, a yin and a yang. It is the 2 poles of the world. Surprisingly, it's a yin and yang domain. A yin and a yang, both are the most extreme domain power in the world, and the combination of the 2 domain powers is even able to form a yin and yang domain. When Lin Shu saw this scene, he also understood the means that his mother's silhouette had cast. Luckily, her own mother's control over the domain seemed to be less deep than her own, and although powerful, she was unable to break through Lin Shu's 3 major domain small worlds for a while. In the void, the 5 domain worlds were constantly colliding, and every time they collided, a black void would appear in the void, swallowing everything in the surrounding area into it. If this continues, I'm afraid that the entire void around here will be wiped out, and this world will collapse. It can't be spent like this. If it's spent like this, I'm afraid that after its tribulation, not to mention the entire eastern part of Yunjo, at least 1,000,000 miles around, that's definitely turned into a dead world. Lin Shu looked at this scene, and then he was about to perform the ultimate means. Just then, he saw his mother figure, suddenly lit up with a burst of light, and within the light, a voice rang out. "Humph, using me to test my son, are you worthy?" As the voice fell, the figure of Lin Shu's mother, condensed by the thunderbolt, directly dissipated between heaven and earth at that very moment. As this figure dissipated, above the dome of the sky, the thunderbolt also disappeared. Lin Shu sighed as he watched the thunderbolt disappear. It's a pity that it wasn't a complete duel with mother. After the thunderbolt disappeared, Lin Shu's realm, finally, completed a transcendent leap, completely stepping into the ancient sage realm and stepping into the sage first heavenly realm. Ding! Detected that the host's father has broken through to the 7th level of exaltation. Ding! Detected that the host's father has broken through to the 8th level of exalted. Ding! Detected that the host's father has broken through to the 9th level of exalted. Ding! May I ask if the host activates the system passive and raises his cultivation to the 4th level of sage? What? Listening to the system's beep, Lin Shu's heart was also stunned. He had only crossed a calamity. How could his own father have directly raised 3 realms? Lin Shu immediately checked it out, and as Lin Shu checked it out, he immediately understood the cause. It turned out that 2.5 days had already passed since he had crossed the threshold. This caused Lin Shu's heart to go into shock. In one's own impression, the transmigration was only a while in the past. How come it was 2.5 days? Or was it that when he had just fought with his mother, the 2 of them had entered that black hollow world due to the collision of the small worlds, and while it seemed like just an instant, 2.5 days had actually passed. Lin Shu didn't bother to think about it much. Anyway, he was now breaking through, and the thunderbolt had disappeared, so there was no point in thinking about this. Activate the passive, as Lin Shu murmured in his mind. Next moment, Lin Shu's realm began to soar rapidly. Sage 1, Saints twofold, Saints triple, Saints fourfold. Lin Shu's realm, which had been raised to the 4th level of sage, only stopped. Below, Wu Wenjing watched as Lin Shu's tribulation finally came to an end after 2.5 days. Only, seeing Lin Shu still motionless above the firmament was a bit curious. However, just as she wanted to go forward to call out to Lin Shu, she saw that the aura on Lin Shu's body was unexpectedly surging rapidly. Several realms were broken through in a row before the surge finally stopped. How is this possible? How is it possible to reach the 4th level of the Saint realm once you've passed the sacred tribulation? Original. Wu Wenjing thought that this time, he watched Lin Shu's tribulation, and that mysterious woman, Lin Shu's mother fighting with some enlightenment, will be stagnant for hundreds of years of cultivation breakthrough. To reach the Saint Triple, this situation is already a deep chance. When compared to Lin Shu, Wu Wenjing immediately suppressed that originally somewhat happy mood and became depressed. It wasn't until Lin Shu returned to the flying boat from above the dome of the sky that Wu Wendian came back from her depression. Congratulations to Master for breaking through to the Saint Realm. Lin Shu nodded. Let's go. Settle the East Cloud Alliance matter back to Yunni Imperial City early. Chapter 104, 2 Supreme Emperors. The crowd metamorphosed. 2 days later, Lin Shu and his group were finally back in the Yunni Imperial City. There were many forces in the East Cloud Alliance, and although the party was powerful, they needed to go looking for them one after another, thus delaying them for some time. 2 days ago, Lin Sangdong had come out of the mountain river tower. In Lin Sangdong's words, she needed to prepare before breaking through the star-picking realm. Lin Shu didn't care about this. Anyway, he had already broken through the ancient sage realm now. Even if his father directly broke through the star-plucking realm, he would only be raising a small realm, and it wouldn't have a great impact on him. Lin Shu naturally did not force his father to break through the star-picking in the mountain river tower before coming out again. Inverted. For the past 2 days, Yun Tianming, Li Xian, and Li Han had made great progress. Yun Tianming went from the peak of the 9th level of returning to void to enter the 3rd level of the mountain and river pagoda to cultivate, with 1,000 times the flow of time, as well as 10 times the concentration of energy to add to it. Surprisingly, he had directly broken through to the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian. Moreover, Yun Tianming, due to his amazing talent and Lin Shu's use of the Emperor's blood to pave the way for his breakthrough to the Tong Tian realm, allowed him to become a Tong Tian Supreme Emperor. Now, Yun Tianming was a peak Tong Tian 9 Heavens Supreme Emperor, and in a single leap, he had become the strongest expert of the Yun Ni Imperial family, still above those few old ancestors of the Yun Ni Imperial dynasty. After all, those few old ancestors were only ordinary Earth Emperors, and Yun Tianming alone could kill them all in seconds. Of course, from this Yun Tianming breakthrough, Lin Shu came to a conclusion. One's own emperor's blood could cause a person to undergo a metamorphosis. Originally, Yun Tianming was still a bit short of achieving Supreme Emperor, and it was Lin Shu's emperor's blood that merged into him, allowing his fleshly body to be upgraded by a notch, thus crossing the 500 steps of the heavenly ladder and achieving Supreme Emperor. Compared to Yun Tianming's breakthrough of a large realm, the two siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, were truly on a realm binge. Originally, they were only at the 2nd level of the Avatar realm. However, after obtaining the ancient Bible handed over to them by Wu Wenjing, they were respectively under the 10 times time flow rate of the first layer of the mountain river tower plus the 100 times time flow rate of the Zunsha realm above the breakthrough avatar that could enter the 2nd layer of the mountain river tower. Their cultivation levels, too, had directly reached the peak of the 9th level of Zunsha, and they had actually directly leveled up with Lin Shu's father, Lin Songqiong. For this, Lin Shu's father, Lin Songqiong, couldn't sit still. He had been out of the mountain and river tower since 2 days ago, and now he had entered it once again. In his words, being surpassed by 2 juniors was too faceless. When his father, Lin Songqiong, entered the mountain river tower again, Lin Shu naturally raised his hands in favor of it. After all, every time his father made a breakthrough, he himself was able to make a breakthrough as well. If it wasn't for the fact that his father still had to go to the Fire Emperor's secret realm and search for the heavenly flame, Lin Shu would have hated for his father to stay in the mountain and river pagoda every day to cultivate. After all, if his father was not active in his cultivation, how could he himself become stronger quickly? How could he become an emperor? Yunni Imperial City. As soon as Lin Shu returned to the Imperial City, Yun, Qin Yuxuan, Emperor Yun, and the Imperial ancestors arrived at the first opportunity. To Lin Shu's surprise, Yun, Qin Yuxuan, and Emperor Yun had all broken through the realm. Yun broke through the plucking star to reach the 2nd level of Return to Void. Qin Yuxuan broke through the plucking star to reach the 1st level of Return to Void. The Cloud Emperor, on the other hand, was at the peak of the 9th level of Return to Void, and had unexpectedly stepped directly into the 3rd level of Tong Tian. When Yun saw Lin Shu, she immediately walked up and took Lin Shu by the arm. Lin Shu, you're back. How was it? Did things go well? If there are still aftermaths, be sure to say so. I'll send an expert from the Yunni royal family to take care of it. Lin Shu smiled. It's nothing major. It's just that the Eastern Cloud Alliance and the eastern part of the Cloud State is actually trying to target my family, and that's why I'm rushing back in a hurry. Now, all the forces of the East Cloud Alliance have been destroyed by me. Yun immediately opened her mouth after hearing this. The Eastern Cloud Alliance? Isn't that the power in the eastern part of the Cloud State? That seems to be where the Eastern King is holding down the fort. Say it. She looked to her sister. Imperial sister. The East Cloud Alliance seems to have some connection with the East King's house. Now that the East Cloud Alliance has been destroyed, the East King's house will undoubtedly make a move. Why don't you send a couple of strong men to warn them, and if they don't listen, then they will take care of the East King. I don't care what the Eastern royal family did in the past. After all, he stabilized the eastern part of Yunjo, but if he puts his mind on the Lin Shu family, then he's too dead to be spared. Hearing this, Emperor Yun nodded. I will make arrangements for this matter. Emperor Yun then looked at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, thanks to your materials this time, we were able to refine the heaven mending pill, which allowed me to make a one-time breakthrough in my realm to the 3rd level of the passing heaven, and it's still a supreme emperor. My sister and cousin are both getting a lot of light. They absorbed some of the leaked medicinal power on the side and both broke through the realm as well. After hearing this, Lin Shu was also able to understand why each and every one of them had broken through the realm, and still had more than one small realm, in the short span of only 4 or 5 days since he had left. After all, this wasn't a low-level realm like Fleshbody or Foundation Establishment, and they didn't have the Mountain River Tower. Since it was a heaven-mending pill, it could be explained. However, as Emperor Yun spoke, his eyes caught sight of the person beside Lin Shu, especially when she looked at Yun Tianming. She couldn't help but open her mouth in the next moment. Uncle Yun, I remember that you're in the same realm as me. How come I can't see through your realm now that I've made a breakthrough instead? Yun Tianming smiled. Thanks to Young Lord's blessing, I have broken through to the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian, and I am only one step away from being an ancient saint. What? Yun Tianming's light-hearted words instantly caused Yun, Qin Yushuan, Emperor Yun, and even a few of the old ancestors, to look shocked. Returning to the peak of the 9th level of the void, in just a few days, he had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Tong Tian. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Could it be that in these few days, Yun Tianming had mistakenly entered the Great Emperor's secret realm and obtained a supreme chance? It was just that even if a Great Emperor came, he would not be able to manage to break through a major realm in a few days, knowing that this was a return to void to passage to heaven, not an introductory realm of cultivation such as Flesh-Body Foundation Establishment. Tianming, you've really broken through to the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian? An old ancestor couldn't help but open his mouth to confirm. Yun Tianming did not explain, but directly released his aura. In a flash, several old ancestors instantly felt this astonishing aura. It was clearly the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian, and his aura was extremely powerful, more powerful than the unusual peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian. It made them all feel a great pressure. They, too, are forced to believe. It was incredible. Tianming, your talent is truly unprecedented. With you in the Yunni dynasty, you can ensure 100,000 years of trouble-free life. Several old ancestors praised it. Yun Tianming shook his head. It's all the young lord's doing, and I'm just cultivating by the book. Young master? It was then that the several old ancestors noticed the title. Seeing the confusion in the eyes of the old ancestors, Yun Tianming said directly, back then, when I was struck by a calamity, it was the young lord's mother who saved me and passed on my techniques and taught me to cultivate. Hearing Yun Tianming's explanation, the several old ancestors finally understood. Chapter 105, Yun Tianming's History, the Power Behind the Mother. Hearing Yun Tianming's words, Lin Shu then remembered that the last time, Yun Tianming seemed to have said that he would reveal his business once the matter of the Eastern Cloud Alliance was over. Now that there was just the right amount of time, Lin Shu asked directly, Uncle Yun, since you are a member of the royal family of the Yunni Imperial Dynasty, how could you be hunted down and killed? How could the Yunni Imperial family not care? When Yun Tianming heard Lin Shu's doubts, he answered directly, indeed, in the middle of Yunjo, if I was being hunted down and killed, it would be impossible for the Yunni Imperial family to ignore it. But I wasn't being hunted down and killed within Yunjo at that time. Rather, I was being hunted down and killed outside of Yunjo, in a realm known as Leizhou. Ever since I was a child, I was detected to possess amazing talent. But since the cultivation environment in Yunjo wasn't exactly good, not a single ancient saint has appeared in countless years. Thus, after cultivating for a few years in the Yunni Imperial Dynasty and gaining a little bit of strength, I resolutely left the Cloud Prefecture and traveled to other states, wanting to pay homage to one of the great powers that had an ancient sage sitting in their midst. I was lucky. Not long after I left the Cloud State, I met a middle-aged man senior. That man was extremely powerful. He saw that I was gifted, so he offered to take me back to the Cloud Thunder Holy Land in the Thunder State. Once I heard that it was a holy land, I naturally agreed. After entering the Cloud Thunder Holy Land, I became the sitting personal disciple of that senior who brought me into the Thunder State, and above me, there were 5 other personal disciples, and I ranked 6th. I was in the Cloud Thunder Holy Land and began to rise rapidly after worshipping an ancient saint. Originally, I would have been cultivating step by step in the Cloud Thunder Holy Land, breaking through to ancient saint all the way. However, something happened. Speaking of which, Yun Tianming paused for a moment. And then what? A few Cloud Neon Dynasty ancestors asked. Tianming, what happened after that? They only knew that Yun Tianming had left Yunzhou, but they didn't know where Yun Tianming had gone or what had happened to him. Thus, they were equally curious about Yun Tianming's past encounters. Don't be in a hurry, old ancestor. Just listen to me slowly. Go ahead. We're listening. A few of the old ancestors nodded. Subsequently, Yun Tianming, again, began to pontificate. One day, I realized something, and that was that my eldest senior brother, he was actually a member of the demon race. The demon race, to the cloud state, may be extremely unfamiliar, but in the lay state, it's an extremely terrifying race. They are powerful and incomparably brutal, and their cultivation methods generally take the form of devouring other people's cultivation as the main focus, or worse, even devouring blood and flesh. My master, that's the Grand Elder of the Cloud Thunder Holy Land, and yet there's a demon under his seat. This is definitely a big deal. Therefore, I told Master Teacher about this at the first opportunity because I knew that Master Teacher was definitely not a demon race. The Cloud Thunder Holy Land, exclusive to Thunder Law. My master's Thunder Law is definitely one of the best in the Cloud Thunder Holy Land, whereas the demon race can't cultivate Thunder Law, which is why I'm certain that my master is not a demon race. Just then, on the side, Wu Wenjing suddenly spoke. What do you mean? There are even demonic races existing in the 3,000 prefectures? How is this possible? Back then, the demon race had already been expelled from the 3,000 states and driven into the demon abyss, and by the great Emperor Taiwu personally left a legal decree to guard the gateway of the demon abyss. The demon race should not be able to come out. Lei Zhou, this is still one of the 3,000 states that are the most restrained for the demon race. To think that the demon race would appear, where did they come from? Obviously, Wu Wenjing also knew about the demon race. I don't know about this matter. After I realized that eldest senior brother is a demon race, I found Master Teacher at the first opportunity, to tell him the news. However, I had only just found my master, when 3 ancient saint demon race powerhouses came, and my master dealt with those 3 ancient saint demon races alone in order to protect me, and sent me out. But on my body, I was branded by the demon race, and since then, I've had to keep running away, until I met my master. The first time my master saw me, she knew that I had been left with a demonic mark by the demon clan. She helped me get rid of the demonic mark, and seeing that I had good talent, she kept me by her side, and the Cloud Thunder Holy Land technique that I had previously cultivated also had the imprint of the demon clan's technique. So I gave up cultivating the Cloud Thunder Holy Land technique and cultivated the technique that my master had taught me. Later, after I followed my master all the way back from Leizhou to the eastern part of Yunzhou, to the land where the 18 dynasties are located, my master then asked me to join the Flowing Cloud sect. So it is. Lin Shu finally did realize why Yun Tianming was being hunted down. But, compared to Lin Shu, who cared about why Yun Tianming was being pursued, Wu Wenjing's face was heavy. No, the devil race has come out. This news, I must send the news back. The devil race has appeared in Leizhou. While there is no news outside of Leizhou, Leizhou may have been finished being infiltrated by the devil race. Infiltrating a state, the devil race will surely make a big move. Just as Wu Wendian was about to spread the news out of the Netherworld Palace, Yun Tianming interrupted her. No, the master has said that she has other plans for this matter, so we must not frighten the snakes. That's the demon race. Are you sure your master can handle it? Once he can't, it may plague the entire 3,000 prefecture in the future. Master is from the central region. Even the central domain may not be able to handle the demon race, right? After all, back then, even the great Taiwu Emperor didn't manage to get rid of it completely. The Middle Kingdom, Tian Yuan, can you understand? This statement was made. Wu Wenjing instantly closed her mouth and never said another word. Obviously, the shock Tian Yuan had brought her was too great. What's a Tian Yuan? Lin Shu was curious. Young lord, now that you've broken through the ancient saints, you can also know. What? Yun Tianming's words came out. The other people present who didn't know what was going on all looked at Lin Shu in shock. Yun, Qin Yuxuan, Emperor Yun, and the imperial ancestors, all looked at Lin Shu. Lin Shu looked at them as their gazes looked over and smiled gently. A lucky breakthrough. A fluke? Listen, is this human language? Less than 20 years old, breaking through to the ancient sage. You call that a fluke? Forget about that, tell us what Tian Yuan is. Lin Shu looked towards Yun Tianming. He wanted to know the most about the forces behind his mother. This world is called the Heavenly Yuan Dao Domain. Yun Tianming opened his mouth. Young lord, on the Tian Yuan Dao Domain, there is a power called the Tian Yuan Holy Land, the most ancient, mysterious, and powerful Holy Land in the Tian Yuan Dao Domain, and even though it's the name of a Holy Land, it's more powerful than the many great Emperor Dao lineages. It can be said that it is the number one force in the Tian Yuan Dao Domain that deserves to be there. At least, on the surface, after hearing Yun Tianming's words, Lin Shu finally understood. At this very moment, Lin Shu suddenly felt that his breakthrough to ancient sage instantly became unscented. After all, theoretically, this whatever Tianyuan Holy Land killed his grandfather. One's own relationship with it, however, is hostile. Father, you have to speed up your cultivation. If you want to face this power, I'm afraid that the only way to be most secure is to achieve a great emperor. Chapter 106, Breakthrough Relationship with Yun Yun. Sacred King 4th Level. It's a long way to go, a long way to go. Lin Shu sighed in his heart, and then didn't think any more about it. After all, there's no point in thinking about it much. By himself now, it was definitely impossible to directly say that he would run to the central region to find that whatsoever heavenly origin Holy Land to take revenge. Unless it's a death wish. After all, that was above the many great Emperor Dao lineages. There was no need to think that there were categorically quite a few ancient saints in this heavenly origin Holy Land. A saint like himself cannot be on the stage. Leaving tomorrow. Thinking that improving his strength was imminent, Lin Shu said directly. Originally, Lin Shu had been running around for a few days and was planning to take a break for a few days' time. But what's the point of resting once you hear that you have such a big and powerful enemy? Hearing Lin Shu say that he would leave tomorrow, the several old ancestors of the royal family immediately nodded their heads. Good, then we'll go back and prepare first. Though, they were tempted to ask Lin Shu what he needed them for when he had already broken through to the ancient sage, but they were too embarrassed to ask. After all, that's what they promised. In any case, Lin Shu had brought the blood of the Supreme Emperor, allowing Emperor Yun to completely solve the problem of the saint body origin, and in one fell swoop, he had broken through to the Tong Tian triple heavens, and had become a Supreme Emperor. Whether it was from Lin Shu's help to the royal family or Lin Shu's original strength, there was no room for them to refuse. Soon, the old ancestors of the Yunni royal family and the Cloud Emperor all left. Yun Yun, on the contrary, did not leave. She looked at Lin Shu and said, I have a feeling that the next one might be busy, so I thought. Said. Yun Yun suddenly leaned close to her ear and spoke quietly. Tonight, let's make it a full circle. I'm afraid we won't have time later. Lin Shu looked at Yun Yun and gently nodded. This kind of thing, Yun Yun had proposed it, so he naturally did not have any reason to refuse. No matter how you say it, you don't lose out. Yes. Yun Yun's whispers were spoken close to Lin Shu's ear though, but others present. Yun Tian Ming, Wu Wenjing, Li Xian, Li Han, Xia Yan, Lu Shan, Su Yan, each of their cultivation levels were not low, and just separated by less than 3 feet. Yun Yun's words, could they not be heard? When they heard that Lin Shu and Yun Yun had something going on between them, they left in a sensible manner. Yun Yun, seeing that they had already left, immediately took Lin Shu's hand. Now, or at night? I sure as hell don't care. Lin Shu said directly. Everything by you. Then we'll start now. Yun Yun said. I've heard that the stronger you are, the less likely you are to give birth to an heir, and if you do it once, you probably won't hit it easily. Starting now, you can have as many as you want until we leave tomorrow. Lin Shu laughed. It's a good thing I'm not mortal. Ha ha, those who can do it, do it. Yun Yun covered her mouth and smiled, then took Lin Shu's hand and pulled him into the room. Omit 10,086 words here. Don't ask. Asking means there's a harmony beast. Early morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window and reflected on Yun Yun's face. At this moment, on Yun Yun's face, there were still gusts of redness that had yet to dissipate. It had to be said that Yun Yun was indeed raw yesterday, and it was as if she wanted to eat Lin Shu up. Unfortunately, in the end, he lost the battle, and after saying that he would come a few more times, he only came twice at the most, and Yun Yun fell into a deep sleep. Until now, the blush on her face hadn't dissipated. Lin Shu called out gently, Rhyme, get up, we're leaving. Yun Yun seemed to be sleeping so heavily that Lin Shu's call, she didn't even hear in general. Instead, he turned around and backhanded the quilt underneath him, and all of a sudden spring was in the air. Lin Shu directly stretched out a hand, gently patted it, a rebound force came. At the same time the white tender place, there was a red handprint. Yun Yun was finally awakened and stared at Lin Shu with 2 dazed eyes. Humph, playing a scoundrel while I'm asleep. Lin Shu laughed. Who told me to call you and you wouldn't even wake up? So you can't push me? All the same. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed, not caring at all about Yun Yun's words. In the meantime, the square where we met yesterday, a few imperial ancestors, who hadn't seen Lin Shu arrive for a long time, couldn't help but look at Yun Tianming and ask, why haven't you come yet? Don't be anxious, old ancestor, maybe before long, there will be another person in my Yunni imperial family. What? This statement was made. The imperial ancestors were all surprised. Are you telling the truth? Naturally, it's true. Good, good. If that's the case, it's still worthwhile to wait a little longer. Even if we wait for 7 days and 7 nights. Just then, Yunyan's voice came. Old ancestor, what are you talking about? Why wait 7 days and 7 nights? When the imperial ancestor saw Yun and Lin Shu walking together, and especially when he saw that Yun was vaguely more mature than yesterday, he knew that it was true what Jin Tianming had said, that the matter had come to pass. Nothing, now that we're here, shouldn't we get going now? Let's go. Lin Shu nodded. A flying boat suddenly rose against the wind, and Lin Shu and his group then boarded the flying boat and traveled towards the direction of Yinzhou, where the Fire Emperor's secret realm was located. Lin Shu, while boarding the flying boat, silently opened the system panel. Last night, Lin Shu had purposely turned off the system alert tone for that matter. Now that a night had passed, I thought that his father must have made a considerable breakthrough in the Mountain River Tower, and Lin Shu was curious to know to what realm he could be elevated again. And Lin Shu also felt his realm rise yesterday when he welcomed matters with Yun. System, open the panel and unmask the beep. As Lin Shu's words fell, in a flash, a burst of system beeps rang out. Ding, the host's father has broken through the star-picking realm. Ding, the host's father has broken through the first level of star-picking. Ding, the host's father has broken through the second level of star-picking. Ding, the host's father has broken through the third level of star-picking. Ding, the host's father has broken through the 7th level of star-picking. Ding, please ask the host to activate the system passive to raise his cultivation from the 6th level of Saint to the 4th level of Saint King. What? Sage 6? Lin Shu remembered that yesterday. He seemed to be at the 4th level of Sage. Now it had unexpectedly turned into the 6th level of a Saint. In this way, Lin Shu understood that the two realms should be related to what he did with Yun yesterday. Two small realms. This elevation was truly amazing. Is there going to be more of this later? Lin Shu couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Subsequently, Lin Shu inwardly murmured. System, activate passive. Raise cultivation. Yes, host. As the voice fell, Lin Shu's cultivation level began to soar rapidly, starting to ascend from the 6th level of Saints. Saint 7-fold, Saints 8-fold, Sage 9, Saint King 1, Holy King 2-fold, Holy Triple, Holy King 4-fold. Only then did Lin Shu's cultivation finally come to a halt, settling at the 4th level of Saint King. Chapter 107, Fledgling Laws, Li Shang Clan Li Yang. In the meantime, the system interface that Lin Shu had just called out was also presented in front of Lin Shu's eyes at this moment. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, Holy King 4, Emperor. Passive, 3 major realms and 4 minor realms. Talent, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist, Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold, Perfection of the Will of Wood, Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold, Perfection of the Axiom of Wood, Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, Perfection of the Domain of Gold, Perfection of the Domain of Wood, Perfection of the Domain of Fire. Laws, Law of Gold in its infancy, Law of Wood in its infancy, Law of Fire in its infancy. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungchong. Talent, 5th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. Realm, 7th level. Technique, Golden Element Overlord Technique. Heavenly Flame Secret Code, disabled. Zune level, Star Swallowing Technique, disabled. Return to Void level. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Avatar, 9 Fingers of the Overlord. Star Swallowing Technique. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold, Perfection of the Will of Fire. Physique, Innate Inferno Sacred Body. System Tasks, click for details. Lin Shu glanced at the system interface. An unfamiliar column appeared above. That's the law. So it seems that above the domains are the laws. However, to Lin Shu's surprise, the law was only in its embryonic form, which was the first time he had seen it. In the past, it had been divided into several percent and several percent, but now that a law prototype had appeared, it was indeed a bit of a surprise. It seems that one has to find time to learn what the laws are. Lin Shu murmured silently in his heart. After exiting the system interface, Lin Shu then looked at the flying boat. On the flying boat, the vast majority of them were people Lin Shu was more familiar with. The people around Lin Shu, naturally, are all there, namely, Sage Triple Wu Wenjing, Su Yan of the 9th level of Spirit Transformation, Xia Yan of the 5th level of the Avatar, Avatar Triple Lu Shan, Li Xian and Li Han, the siblings at the peak of the 9th level of Star Removal. The rest, which Lin Shu recognized, were members of the Yunni royal family, returning to the first level of the void. Qin Yuxuan, Tong Tian Triple Cloud Emperor, the Imperial 5 ancestors of the Tong Tian 9th level, the 9th level of Tong Tian, Yun Tian Ming, and of course there's Yun Yun. Now Lin Shu fixed his eyes to see that Yun Yun was at the second level of return to void yesterday, but today, at a glance, he had directly reached the 7th level of return to void. I didn't expect that she would actually raise more than me. I only raised 2 minor realms, but Rhyme has raised 5 minor realms. Lin Shu lamented in his heart that this incident yesterday had brought such a great benefit to the two of them. However, Lin Shu only sighed slightly. After all, he himself was a saint yesterday, and a saint raising 2 minor realms was theoretically more difficult than Yun Yun returning to the void realm raising 5 minor realms. Beyond that, it was a few relatively unknown figures. Yun Tianming walked over at this time and said, "Young lord, these 5 people are the heavenly pride of Yunni Academy. This time when we go to the Fire Emperor's secret realm, it's just as well that we can also let them improve their cultivation." So the royal ancestor brought them along. "Please don't mind, young lord." Lin Shu nodded. "No harm done, as long as it doesn't get in the way of my business. It's your royal ancestor's freedom to bring anyone with him. One can only say, plans can't catch up with change." Lin Shu's realm was only at the Tongtian realm when he wanted the Yunni royal ancestor to go along with him before. Now, he has already reached the Saint King realm. Even without them, Lin Shu's strength was enough to push across the so-called Fire Emperor mysterious realm. After all, this Fire Emperor mystic realm, a saint would be able to go deeper, and one Saint King, that would be even more needless to say. Just then, a young man came forward. Disciple Li Yang pays his respects to Director Lin. This person was familiar with himself, and he was the only one of the 5 disciples of the Cloud Neon School Palace who came up to greet him. Yun Tian Ming, at this moment, could not help but introduce, "Young lord, this person's name is Li Yang. He is the first heavenly pride of Yunni Academy Palace, with outstanding talent. Now at the age of just 25, he has already broken through to the star-plucking realm, and is the first person of this generation to reach the star-plucking realm amongst the many scholars of Yunni Academy Palace." It was also at this moment that Wu Wenjing walked over. "Young lord, this son possesses the sacred body. I didn't expect that in the tiny cloud state, other than the young lord and those around the young lord, there is someone else with such talent." Yun Tianming couldn't help but say, "Li Yang is not from Yunjo." Li Yang also opened his mouth at this moment. "Several seniors, I'm from the spirit state." When Wu Wenjing heard this, she couldn't help but look at Li Yang. Spirit state, that's a superior state among the 3,000 states. And the spirit race of spirit state is a powerful race that ranks among the top 30 of all the races in the ancient times, and at its peak, it has produced great emperors, and there are several quasi-emperors among the race. Whether it's the cultivation environment or otherwise, the spirit state is not comparable to the district cloud state. So how did you give up the spirit state to come to this such a barren place? Li Yang sighed. "I was born into the Li Shang clan, one of the 9 holy clans in the spirit state. But due to my mother's unknown identity and the fact that she accidentally gave birth to me with my father, who is the family patriarch of the Li Shang clan, and after that my mother disappeared, so I'm just an illegitimate child in the Li Shang clan. Since I was a child, in the Li Sage clan, I was not treated well. For this reason I left the Li Sage clan to seek the way in the outside world, and in an accident, I fell into a void crevice, and then came to the cloud state. The palace master of Yunni Academy found me, who had fallen from the void crevice and was seriously injured and dying, and healed me and helped me recover. Thus, I stayed at the Yunni School Palace, vowing to guard it and make it the first power in the neighborhood to have a saint at its helm." Once Wu Wenjing heard this, she also understood where Li Yang came from. "Rather, I didn't expect that this Li Yang's identity was so unorthodox. The Li Sage clan, that was an ancient sage clan that was more powerful than even the Misty Palace, and even though it hadn't produced any great emperors, there were great sages sitting around. Unfortunately, this person is a bastard. Otherwise this person is not a bastard, but a full son, and with this person's sacred body talent, if he stays in the Li clan, he may be able to take charge of the Li clan in the future, and become the next Li sacred clan's patriarch." Lin Shu opened his mouth. "I wonder, then, what you came over to pay me a visit for?" "Disciple would like to worship Guide Lin." Lin Shu shook his head. "I don't take disciples." "And the two of them are?" Li Yang looked at Li Xian and Li Han and asked. "They're just following me around. It's not considered a master-disciple relationship." "Then I'll follow Director Lin too. Didn't you say you wanted to repay the Yunni Academy? I may not stay in Yunjo in the future." Just then, Yun Tianming spoke. "Young lord, if you think this person is good, I can talk to the Cloud Nectar Academy Palace Master. That Palace Master is a clan ancestor of mine, so as long as I open my mouth, he'll definitely release him. Lin Shu shook his head. It's not that I mind that, if he makes a promise, how can he break it? Guide Lin, I want to follow you to cultivate first. When I achieve Ancient Sage on another day, I will return to Yunjo, sit in Yunni Academy Palace for 100 years, guarding the 4 directions for Yunni Academy Palace, and at the same time, cultivate some young talents, and collect a disciple to cultivate him into a sage, so that it can be regarded as a reward, and the grace of the Palace Master for saving my life. I can't forget it. In that case, you will follow me for the time being. After listening to Li Yang's words, Lin Shu nodded his head as a promise. Sure. The reason why he agreed was also because Lin Shu had a plan in mind. After learning that the Tianyuan Holy Land was so powerful, Lin Shu knew that he was afraid that it would be difficult to deal with it by himself alone, unless one achieves greatness. But if you are not yet a great emperor, you need to use forces. It's better to use a force than to just build one. When that time came, the Lin family and the forces they had built together might have a chance to fight against the Tianyuan Holy Land. Li Yang, with his outstanding talent, was a sacred body, and only then did Lin Shu promise him to follow. Thanks, Director Lin. There's no need to call me Guide Lin. Just call me Gongzi. Yes, my lord. The flying boat quickly flew over the Cloud State's dome, and after most of the day, it arrived at the border of the Cloud State and Yen State. Fire Emperor's Secret Realm. Chapter 108, Fire Emperor City. Conflict. Fire Emperor City. This was a city next to the Fire Emperor's Secret Realm. This city was established by the Fire Emperor when he came here to break through the ancient saints. Back then, this city was just an ordinary small city, but now because of the Fire Emperor's fame, it had become a large city spanning thousands of miles. It is co-directed by several of the most powerful forces in Yunjo and Yunjo today, and the existence of this city has now become a city of peace between the two states by promoting exchanges between the two states. Therefore, no private fights are allowed in this city. Once it was violated, the lightweight would be expelled from the Fire Emperor city and would not be allowed to set foot in it for eternity. Heavy cases would be directly beheaded, and if it caused extremely serious consequences, even the forces behind the fighters would be found out for liquidation. With such strict rules, the Fire Emperor city could be considered peaceful. Lin Shu and his group then arrived at Fire Emperor city first. If you want to enter the Fire Emperor's secret realm, you need to wait in Fire Emperor city first. The Fire Emperor's secret realm. Since it is a secret realm, naturally there is a specific opening time. Before the specific opening time, no one can enter. The Fire Emperor's secret realm, opened once a month, opened at the beginning of the month. After entering it, then you need to stay enough at least 7 days before you can come out. Of course, there are also people who directly stay for a full month. Lin Shu arrived at a time that was exactly 1 day away from the opening, and the Fire Emperor's secret realm could be opened tomorrow. So naturally, he needed to wait in the Fire Emperor city first. Just as Lin Shu and his group stepped into the Fire Emperor city, a voice suddenly came out. Old Ghost Cloud Breaking Song. I didn't expect to be able to meet you here in Fire Emperor city. Cloud Breaking Song, the oldest of the 5 old ancestors of the Yunni Imperial Dynasty. Hearing these words, Lin Shu and his group also looked towards the direction from which the voice came, and the person who opened his mouth was an old man. Beside the old man, there was a middle-aged man, and on top of that, there was a group of young people, about 10 or so, both male and female. Yan Qi, do I still need to tell you that I came here? This Fire Emperor city, but there is still a share of my Yunni royal family. I come when I want to. Cloud Breaksong spoke directly. The old man who was called Sit Yan Qi immediately returned. You can naturally come, but you haven't been here for so many years. This time you've come, I'm sure the Yunni dynasty has produced some good seedlings, right? Since we happen to bump into each other this time, how about we have a competition? Let's just see which side goes in with more disciples brought by both of us. Yun Broken Song immediately said, how does this compare? As long as the Fire Emperor's secret realm is open, but anyone who is not afraid of death can go in. Yan Qi shook his head. It seems that you, the so-called old ancestor of the Yunni Imperial Dynasty, really don't know anything. Don't you know that the rules have changed a long time ago? In the Fire Emperor's secret realm, fire crystals are becoming more and more rare. So since the Fire Emperor city was open more than 10 years ago, the number of people going in has been strictly controlled, and there are only 10 quotas each month. Therefore, in order to enter, one must be the 10 most talented among those who come every month to get in. Yun Brokeng was unaware of this matter. He looked at the Cloud Emperor, who nodded. Old ancestor, this matter is indeed true. Hearing that there was indeed such a situation, Yun Butsong immediately looked at Lin Shu. Lin Shu saw Yun Brocade's eyes looking over and understood what Yun Brocade meant. After all, with Lin Shu's current strength, the so-called rules of the Cloud Imperial City naturally could not restrict Lin Shu. The Fire Emperor City was nothing more than a joint creation of several top powers in the Cloud State and Yen State. There were no ancient saints in the Cloud State or the Yen State, but Lin Shu, on the other hand, was a true ancient saint. A rule set under a group of ancient saints. Can we still ask the ancient saints to abide by it? Lin Shu spoke directly. What's the competition? Just go straight in. Lin Shu's words, which were so casual, fell into Yen Qi's ears, and Yen Qi looked at Lin Shu. Kid, you're not very old, but you have a big mouth. The rules of Fire Emperor City, old man and that old geezer Yun breaking song have to abide by. What do you count as? However, as soon as Yen Qi's words fell, Yun Tianming made his move. Yun Tianming was a Pictong Tian 9 Supreme Emperor, and Yen Qi, although he was also a Pictong Tian 9 Supreme Emperor, he was clearly not a Supreme Emperor, and could compete with Yun Baozong, and was probably just an Earth Emperor. Earth Emperor, Heaven Emperor, and Supreme Emperor, although the two were at the same realm, because there was a gap between Earth Emperors and Supreme Emperors, the difference between them was equivalent to 4 minor realms. Yun Tianming, talent is also in the Yen Qi above, seemingly the same realm, the strength of the two, but the world of difference. As soon as Yun Tianming struck out, Yen Qi flew directly backwards, not even reacting. Fire Emperor City, fighting was prohibited, and the commotion here, heck, it attracted the attention of the people of Fire Emperor City. For a while, many strong people came to the place where the two fought. What kind of person dares to cause trouble in Fire Emperor City? Fire Emperor City, that's jointly ruled by several top powers in the Cloud State and Spirit State, establishing the Fire Emperor Guards. If they do that, they'll definitely alert the Fire Emperor Guards. Wait, that person who flew out backwards seems to be Yen Qi of Yunjo, the Heaven-Burning Sect's Supreme Elder, an Earth Emperor at the peak of the 9th level of the Tong Tian. What? It's actually him, Yen Qi, that's strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 in Yunjo. What kind of person would be able to defeat him so easily? Yen Qi stood up from the ground and looked at Yun Tianming, his eyes filled with deep scorn at the moment. In that instant just now, he felt the threat of death. If he hadn't once obtained a crippled piece of ancient saint armor, with that move, he would have been seriously injured without dying. The strength of this person in front of him was frighteningly powerful. Who are you? Yen Qi looked at Yun Tianming. I asked myself if I hadn't provoked you, so why did you have to take a shot at me? Yun Tianming replied, although you didn't provoke me, you just spoke out to insult the young lord. Yen Qi understood. Dare I say it? He had just casually greeted the young man what counted as verbal abuse. That's a bit too overbearing. He himself, the Supreme Elder of the One-Day Burning Sect, one of the top forces in Yunjo, had not been so overbearing. Yen Qi looked at Lin Shu and then at Yun Tianming. He wanted to say something, but when he thought of Yun Tianming's terrifying strength, he was definitely a heavenly emperor at the peak of the 9th level of the Tong Tian. As for the Supreme Emperor further up, he didn't even think about it. Supreme Emperor? That kind of existence. When looking at those holy places among the middle and upper class great states outside of the Yen state, they might not possess it, let alone come here. As such, it could only be a heavenly emperor at the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian. And when looking at the Yen state, there were only two that could be compared to it. One was a former fire emperor whose whereabouts were now unknown, and the most speculation was that he had fallen in the fire emperor's secret realm. One was the most powerful force in Yunjo today, the old ancestor of Yunjo's giant Shao family, Shao Yan. Such a person was not someone he could offend. In this matter, it is the old man who has offended more than he should. I hereby apologize, and I also ask this young master to be able to forgive the old man for his unintentional words. Lin Shu looked at it and waved his hand. Get lost. This person had only made a remark, but his crime was not punishable by death, and he had already been punished by Yun Tianming, so naturally Lin Shu did not need to say that he would kill him. Yes, I'll get out now. Saying that, Yen Qi immediately left with the people around him, not daring to stay for a single breath longer. To be able to make a Pictong Tian 9 Heavenly Emperor respectfully address a young lord, it was highly likely that this came from a holy land. He didn't dare to mess with it, and he couldn't afford to. Chapter 109, Red Yin Holy Land. Kill all the true legends of the Holy Land. The scene here was seen by all present. They looked at Lin Shu, and their eyes were filled with shock. A strong person at the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian had softened so easily. Lin Shu's origin was only extremely astonishing, and there might be an ancient saint behind him. At the thought of this, The crowd was also shocked. Ancient saints. This was a strong person that hadn't appeared for thousands of years in several of the neighboring great states. Perhaps there were some heavenly prides who went out and achieved ancient saints, but if they didn't come back, they wouldn't be counted as ancient saints of the several neighboring great states. And now that a disciple of the ancient sage had come, how could they not be shocked? In the meantime, among the crowd, there was a group of young men and women, looking at the scene taking place here, and they couldn't help but talk about it. Che, it's just an ancient sage disciple. It's worth being so shocked, worthy of being a pariah from a lower state. You just don't have much insight. A great saint left behind a secret realm they call the Fire Emperor's secret realm, and now a saint's disciple is touting it like this. Should we go out and teach that person a lesson? Carrying a Peak Tong Tian 9 Heavenly Emperor around with you, just because you think you can do whatever you want? I think it's feasible. Why don't we trample him under our feet and make him a slave for us? I don't believe that a mere saint would dare to go to our Shenon Holy Land for a disciple. Ha ha ha, maybe they don't even know where the Shenon Holy Land is. Saying that, this group of young men and women immediately stepped out from the crowd, and then blocked the path of Lin Shu and his group. Yun Tianming frowned. Who are you and why are you stopping us? The young man walking in front immediately spoke. Nothing, it's purely for fun. A disciple of an ancient saint is considered qualified enough to be our dog. This statement was made. Without any hesitation, Yun Tianming directly struck out. Just now, he had thought that the other party had really come to discuss something, which was why he hadn't made a move. Unexpectedly, the other party had come to look for trouble and was still so recklessly abusive. How could Yun Tianming endure this? He, Yun Tianming, had not been rescued by his master. He would have been killed by the demon clan long ago. How could he have achieved what he has today? The master didn't just save him, he also taught him to cultivate. This favor, he couldn't repay the master. He could only repay the master's son. Repay the young master. Though, he called out to his master, who did not actually treat him as a slave. Instead, he was told many times that he didn't need to shout like that. It was only that Yun Tianming thought that he was too far behind his master and was not worthy of following him, which was why he shouted master. As for the young master, that is even more to call himself Uncle Yun, at best, is to let yourself do something, and never treat yourself badly. Now, there was someone who had insulted the young lord in front of him, and it was such extremely insulting language. Although, Yun Tianming felt that the other party must have some background, which was why they dared to be so reckless. But so what? Having insulted the young lord, and still this insulting, then this person had to die. And as for the rest, he didn't want to bother thinking much about it. Whoever insults the young lord, dies. Yun Tianming struck out. This time, he did not hold back, and it was directly a killing move. The reason for this was that he was worried that the other party had some kind of life-preserving item on him, thus escaping. Such a person, Yun Tianming would not allow him to live even one more breath. At the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian, the aura of the Supreme Emperor emanated out. In a blink of an eye, that young man who had just started the conversation immediately changed his face. He didn't expect that Yun Tianming would directly strike without asking anything. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he ask where he came from before making a decision? After all, one was looking down on the disciples of saints. Isn't he afraid of messing with unimaginably big people? I am a true disciple of the Red Inferno Sacred Land in the Red State. You can't kill me. Yun Tianming did not listen to what the other party said and continued to strike out forcefully. As Yun Tianming struck out, when he was about to obliterate the other party, he only saw a shadow suddenly appear on the other party's body. Who dares to make a move against my disciple? However, Yun Tianming treated it as if he hadn't heard it, directly ignoring the shadow and still charging straight at the other party. Humph, looking for death. The silhouette, at once, was furious. He was a hallowed saint king, and even though he was only the condensed shadow of one of his saint souls now, he was not someone who could disobey him. A mere Tong Tian realm dared to ignore himself. The saint king's shadow, exerting his supreme divine ability, was about to obliterate Yun Tianming on the spot. Right at this moment, a sharp light flashed through, and the Saint King's shadow was instantly worn away. Lin Shu struck out. Yun Tianming, this was a strike for himself, and now that he had suffered an attack from the Saint King's void, Lin Shu naturally had to step in. If he didn't make a move, the attack of the Saint King's shadow was definitely not something that Yun Tianming could withstand today. Lin Shu didn't want Yun Tianming to get hurt because he was helping himself. The Saint King's shadow was worn down, and that young man, in an instant, was obliterated by Yun Tianming. Around was just a person who had just stepped into the star-plucking realm, and to Yun Tianming, it was nothing more than a mole cricket. This scene happened in a flash of lightning. Behind the young man, a group of young men and women with him were also terrified at the moment. They had come out to look for opportunities this time, and they had inadvertently learned that there was even a great sage secret realm in Yunjo. In their eyes, Yunjo was nothing more than a lower class state, and in such a lower class state, they were the high and mighty. As for Lin Shu, he certainly had some status, but he was not qualified to be above all beings. This cloud peak, only they could stand. Lin Shu should be properly worshipped even if he was a saintly disciple. Unexpectedly, their party hadn't even begun to show themselves, yet Lin Shu had preempted them, so they naturally couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, Lin Shu had given Lin Shu a death sentence, and of course, in order to get back at Lin Shu for stealing their limelight, they decided to torment Lin Shu, so that Lin Shu would know that they were the only ones who were high and mighty, the only one who had come from a medium-sized state, the true tradition of the Red Flame Sacred Land. You are dead. Our Red Flame Holy Land is the #1 holy land in the Red State. The Red Prefecture, even amongst the medium states, is a top-ranked existence, and the master of the one just now is a Saint King powerhouse from my Red Flame Holy Land. In the event of the Saint King's anger, not only you, but the entire Fire Emperor city and several inferior states in the vicinity will have to endure endless fury. Lin Shu gazed at Wu Wenjing. Wu Wenjing, who was worthy of being from a medium state and was also a saint, immediately opened her mouth when she saw Lin Shu's gaze looking over. Master, the Red State is a medium-sized state that ranks in the top 50 among the 3,000 states. 3,000 states, a total of 36 superior states. Those are great states with great saints and even quasi-emperors sitting on them. Other than that, it's the medium states that have saints and saint kings sitting around. The Red State, not only does it have saint kings, and there are at least 10 saint kings, so among the medium states, it can almost be in the top 10, and it's extremely powerful. Lin Shu listened and asked, how is the strongest strength in the Red State? No more than the 7th level of Saint King. As Wu Wenjing's words fell, Lin Shu directly gave orders to Yun Tianming, kill them all. I thought I had a great origin, but after half a day, the strongest is no more than the 5th level of Saint King. Lin Shu was now at the 4th level of Saint King, so he didn't carry any fear at all. Besides, before long, there might be another breakthrough in one's strength. Yun Tianming, upon hearing Lin Shu's order, directly struck out at this Red Flame Holy Land's true legend, with the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian to the Emperor. Dealing with a mere group of star pluckers as well as returning void would naturally be a handful. As for the Holy Soul Seal that was used to protect them on their bodies, it was worn out by Lin Shu. A few breaths later, the Red Flame Holy Land true legends, all fell. What a show! With the fall of the Red Flame Sacred Ground's true evangelist, another voice came out, and what appeared with it were two women, a middle-aged woman, a young woman. Lin Shu was speechless when he heard this voice. Where's the set? One by one, spitting in his heart, he then looked over, and the next moment Lin Shu's heart was suddenly startled. Chapter 110, Reborn, Fire Emperor's Secret Realm Secrets. The strength of these two people was extremely powerful. The young woman, who looked to be about Lin Shu's size, had a return to void cultivation. One must know that there were quite a few heavenly prides that Lin Shu had met nowadays, so to speak. Among them, there was no lack of 7th and 8th grade talents, holy bodies as well, and even taboo physiques, but none of them reached such a level before the age of 20. This indicated that the young woman in front of her was not only gifted and powerful, but also had a deep background, with many resources supplied to her cultivation. Of course, Lin Shu was not afraid of this young woman. The one who cared was the middle-aged woman beside her. That was clearly a Saint King, and it was also a Saint King whose realm was as high as the 5th level of Saint King. Although Lin Shu was not afraid, such a strong person was specializing in protecting the young woman, so it was conceivable that behind the young woman, there was an even more powerful existence. I am only afraid that there are great saints. Lin Shu, sensing up in the surroundings, did not sense the great sage's aura. In this way, Lin Shu was relieved in his heart. It's just as well there's no great saints. If it was just a Saint King 5th level, Lin Shu would not be afraid, and in a real fight, Lin Shu was confident that he could defeat her, because, between masters, there will be the same sense. If the opponent can give himself a sense of crisis, the probability is that he can't beat it. However, Lin Shu did not feel a sense of crisis from the other party, which meant there were only two reasons. The other side didn't have the intention to kill. The opponent is weaker than you or not comparable. Especially since Lin Shu cultivated the Heavenly Diffusion sacred skill, he could be said to be extremely good at deduction. Lin Shu had carefully deduced that he had no crisis. Only after knowing that he was not in crisis did Lin Shu open his mouth. What is your business? The young woman immediately opened her mouth when she heard Lin Shu's words. Nothing much, just came here to look for someone incensed to battle here, which is why I came over to take a look. In that case, don't bother. Say it. Lin Shu then simply turned around and left. Although, this young woman was highly talented and her appearance was superb. However, Lin Shu didn't want to make too much contact with this kind of unidentified person, who also seemed to have an extraordinary status at first glance. Lin Shu turned to leave, and the people around Lin Shu naturally followed him likewise. Looking at Lin Shu's departing back, the middle-aged woman looked at the person beside her and said, "Little Lord, what do we do next?" "Follow it," the young woman said. "They should also be here to enter the so-called Fire Emperor's secret realm, and so are we, so why don't we go in together?" "But, little Lord, the other party is not simple. I'm afraid that they are a threat to your plans." "I know," the young woman said. "Just now, that Saint King's shadow was worn down by that young man, which means that the young man, at the very least, is a saint. Such a young saint is unheard of. Perhaps he will be of help to me." The middle-aged woman nodded, then suddenly asked, "Little Lord, do you think he will be just like you?" "Little Lord? Is he also a reanimated returnee? Once it was a powerful existence. Otherwise I don't believe that normal cultivation can reach this level at such an age." The young woman shook her head. "Maybe so, but you're wrong in the back. There really exists such a young Saint King in this world. Could it be that you've forgotten that one physique? Little Lord is saying that the innate sacred body Tao fetus, rumored to be the most powerful physique of a saint at birth? Not bad, it's exactly this kind of physique." The young woman nodded. If he is an innate saint body Tao fetus, and was born without a self-splitting, it is not impossible for him to reach Saint King at this age nowadays. Lin Shu naturally didn't know. After you leave on your own, those two women, they had secretly made such amazing guesses about themselves. Either that or a strong man returns from a resurrection. Either that, or he possessed an innate saint body Tao child. At this moment, Lin Shu was on his way to the place where the Cloud Neon royal family's pavilion stationed in the city was located. Fire Emperor City was co-founded and co-directed by the top forces of Yin State and Cloud State. The Cloud State hegemon was naturally the Cloud Neon Dynasty, or rather the Cloud Neon royal family. As the Cloud State overlord, it was natural that he also had a residence in this Fire Emperor City. Yun Ni Pavilion. This was the place where the Yun Ni dynasty was stationed in Fire Emperor City, with the Cloud Emperor, the Cloud Neon royal family ancestors, and the others present. The Cloud Neon Pavilion naturally went in easily. "Greetings, Your Majesty," and "Greetings, old ancestor." When the Cloud Neon Pavilion master learned that both His Majesty and the old ancestor had come, he came to pay his respects at the first opportunity. No need to be polite. The Cloud Emperor and the Cloud Neon royal family ancestors pointed at Lin Shu. "This is Rhyme's Taoist couple and our honored guest. Today we need to rest here for a day. You need to serve me with all your heart. Do you know that?" The Yunni Pavilion master looked at Lin Shu, not understanding why a man so young would become an honored guest of the Yunni royal family, with even His Majesty and the old ancestor treating him with such reverence. Even if he was Yun Yun's Taoist partner, he didn't deserve to be treated like this, did he? However, both old ancestor and His Majesty had spoken, so he naturally didn't dare to have any opinions. He was only a side clan member of the royal family, and although he had some strength, he was only at the 7th level of Tong Tian, and he didn't dare to disobey a few of the old ancestors yet, not to mention His Majesty, who was rumored to possess a sacred body that was in existence that could become a saint in the future. "Sir, please, there's no need for that. Tell me about this Fire Emperor's secret realm." "Yes, my lord." Afterward, the Cloud Nectar Pavilion master began to tell Lin Shu about this Fire Emperor mysterious realm. The Fire Emperor's secret realm was originally not called the Fire Emperor's secret realm, but a nameless secret realm. However, in this secret realm, a special kind of energy stone would be produced, and the energy stone was named Fire Crystal. After the Fire Crystal was absorbed, it could rapidly increase its strength. Of course, once upon a time, the secret realm, entering it, had a huge risk, and if one was not careful, one would die. Until the Fire Emperor entered the secret realm, in which he absorbed fire crystals wanting to become a saint, and then after his whereabouts were unknown, the crowd would no longer somehow die after entering it again. As of this moment, this nameless secret realm was called the Fire Emperor's secret realm, a sort of thanksgiving from the crowd to the Fire Emperor. Since there would be no inexplicable deaths, more and more people entered, and the fire crystals became more and more scarce. It was then stipulated that only 10 could enter each month. Otherwise, too many people would enter every month, only that they might not be able to obtain a piece of fire crystal every month. Hearing this, Lin Shu suddenly opened his mouth. listening to you. Only 10 people can be supported to obtain fire crystals every month. Does it mean that fire crystals will still be produced continuously? You're right, my lord. It can indeed be produced naturally. Only 30 fire crystals can be produced each month. Then I wonder why the fire crystals are constantly being produced? That's unknown. The only way to understand it is to go deeper. But it's said that only an ancient saint can go deeper. And so far no one has ever explored it deeply. Interesting. After hearing all of this, Lin Shu was also a little curious about this nameless secret realm in his heart. It seems that he will go to the depths tomorrow to take a look. Anyway, there are mountains and rivers tower. Really dangerous. The first time to disappear into the mountains and rivers tower. Chapter 111, entering the Fire Emperor's secret realm. Seeing the heavenly flame again. Time, soon enough, came to the next day. The Fire Emperor's secret realm opened. With the opening of the Fire Emperor's secret realm, in the Fire Emperor city the strongest people from the Cloud and Yen states flocked towards the Fire Emperor's secret realm. Lin Shu and his group, without delay, also headed towards the Fire Emperor's secret realm at the first moment it opened. After all, the Fire Emperor's secret realm doesn't restrict cultivation to go in. Anyone can enter, and the Fire Emperor's secret realm is only able to derive that little bit of fire crystals in a month. So whoever goes in fastest is most likely to get the most fire crystals. In the past, the Fire Emperor city was controlled by the top powers of the two states, Cloud State and Yen State, and they set the rule that they needed to go through a series of examinations before 10 people were allowed to enter. This time, the Fire Emperor city had come to be so strong that even the top forces of the Cloud State and Yen State didn't dare to mess with it. So naturally, the so-called examination didn't exist, and they wanted to take advantage of the lack of examination to enter it. This was the only chance they would have to go through the test next time, so they couldn't miss it. Thus, this time, almost 80 to 90% of the people who arrived in the Fire Emperor city entered the Fire Emperor's secret realm, and it could be imagined that this time, it was bound to set off a storm of bloodshed. In the past, it was just 10 people competing for the fire crystals, and although there was competition, it was definitely not big. This time, not to mention 10, not to mention 100,000. Lin Shu didn't bother. The cultivation world, it is the strongest that is honored. With strength, the so-called rules are not rules. If one is strong enough to follow the rules set by the weak, what reason is there to become strong? Lin Shu, naturally, would not label himself as a good person and would not stick to that set of rules. Just like this time, because of his own existence, Lin Shu would not be so saintly as to honestly follow the rules, and if the rules were messed up, then they would be messed up. However, along the way, Lin Shu didn't hear a few people saying that he had messed up the rules, but instead heard more people complimenting him. This time it's really lucky. I didn't think that I would have the day to enter the Fire Emperor's secret realm. Yes, in the past, how could we have a chance? Those top powers said they were tests, but they were all tests that favored the disciples of their powers, and they even adjusted the tests from time to time. That's right, it said that it's an examination, but in reality, only 1 or 2 people who aren't from those forces enter each time, and the rest are disciples of their forces, so we don't stand a chance at all. Although, this big powerful male from nowhere broke the rules, he really did us a favor. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to enter the Fire Emperor's secret realm. Lin Shu, listening to these words, couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. This group of people, they really thought that if they entered the Fire Emperor's secret realm, they would definitely be able to obtain fire crystals as well. I do not know. The more people enter, the greater the competition. The cultivation world, competition that is to die. These people enter it. If there is no strong strength, I am afraid that it is very bad. Life may be taken in. However, Lin Shu also believed that they wouldn't fail to understand such a simple truth. And since they understood it and were still willing to enter, they were only afraid that they were all prepared to fight for their lives. In the cultivation world, there was never a lack of people who used their lives to fight. Just as Lin Shu was about to enter the Fire Emperor's secret realm, the woman he had seen yesterday appeared before Lin Shu's eyes once again. The young woman spoke. "Hello, I wonder if I could have some company." Lin Shu looked at it and directly said, "It's not necessary." This time, Lin Shu entered the Fire Emperor mysterious realm, but he intended to pocket all the fire crystals derived from the entire mysterious realm for a month. One more companion, then those around you, get 1 less point. You can't say you're going to do it to your companion, and if you're going to do it, why bother to find yourself a companion? You're going to tear your face off anyway, so why not just say no? Say it. Lin Shu and his group then directly entered the Fire Emperor's secret realm. As soon as he entered the Fire Emperor's secret realm, he immediately felt a scorching aura come over him. This was still only just entering the Fire Emperor's secret realm, and one could feel such scorching heat, so one could imagine that once one went deeper, the temperature was bound to be even higher. Beside Lin Shu, Lin Sangqiang had long since come out, although Lin Sundong could now rely on the mountain river tower to rapidly increase his cultivation. The Fire Emperor's secret realm could not only rapidly increase his cultivation, but it was even more useful for those who practiced fire attribute techniques. The Fire Emperor's secret realm. The surrounding area was filled with rich fire attribute heaven and earth power, which was immensely useful for sensing wills, mysteries, and domains. Cultivation was good to raise, but the sense of heaven and earth was not so easy to raise. The Lin family, of course, had the Thousand Intentions pagoda given by Lin Shu, but that was ultimately just sensing the will of the martial arts and enhancing the ability of the will. It was of great use to those who were strong below the level of an exalted, but it was of no more use above the level of an exalted. After all, when it came to above Zunshi, it was all about comprehending the mysteries, and Lin Sangxiang was now star plucking, so naturally, he could no longer use the Thousand Ideas Tower to enhance his perception of the power of the heavens and the earth. During this period of time, Lin Shu also had some knowledge about some cultivation knowledge. Heavenly fire, the most powerful and terrifying flame between heaven and earth. This kind of heavenly fire, in addition to needing to have a strong physical body, also required an extremely high level of control over the fire attribute heaven and earth power. The green lotus heavenly flame, among the 49 heavenly flames, belonged to the 48th position, and only needed to control the will of fire to be taken in. However, those powerful heavenly flames even needed to control the laws of fire in order to control them. Of course, those are all legendary heavenly fires. Even so, most of the unusual heavenly flames also need to control the domain of fire to be qualified to contact, only to be able to try to integrate. Control. Lin Sangqiang. Next, he was going to try to obtain the second type of flame, and naturally, the more skillful he was at controlling the fire attribute heaven and earth power, the better. It was at this moment that Lin Shu's mind was frozen. This Fire Emperor's secret realm allowed Lin Shu to feel a force that was beneficial to both of him. That seems to be the law fledgling. In other words, one might be able to enhance one's control over the law fledgling through this secret realm. Right at this moment, Lin Sundong beside Lin Shu opened his mouth. I feel the aura of heavenly fire. After Lin Shu heard that, he also sensed it carefully. Sure enough, in the deepest part of the Fire Emperor's mysterious realm, there was indeed a hidden aura of heavenly fire. Lin Shu immediately opened his mouth. Father, it looks like you can obtain the second heavenly flame this time. This is not good, is it? Lin Sangqiang glanced at the person beside Lin Shu. It seems that again, this is the greatest chance, and he is not the strongest here. If he lets himself get it, won't they have a problem with it? Knowing his concerns, Lin Shu spoke directly. Don't worry, no one here will fight you. When they heard Lin Shu open his mouth, all of the Cloud Neon royal family's old ancestors spoke up. Heavenly flame, it needs to reach a certain level of proficiency in the control of fire attribute heaven and earth forces to be able to control it better. None of us are practicing fire attribute techniques. We simply can't take it in. This heavenly flame should be given to the most suitable master for it. This fellow Daoist, you're the one who fits the bill. In Lin Shu's absence, if there was a heavenly flame, they would naturally fight for it. But with Lin Shu present, and with Lin Shu clearly stating that he was giving it to Lin Songdao, where else would they have the heart to fight for it? Lin Songdao, seeing that everyone was fine with it, also hastened to express his gratitude, although he knew that this was the cause of his son's intimidation. Saying a word of thanks was necessary to make everyone feel better in their minds. After all, they were all people brought by their own sons, so they couldn't be too cold-faced. Strength is good, but there are some people who have to know how to do things. But he knew that his son seemed to have a relationship with the woman named Yun from the Yun'ai royal family. Yun'ai royal family, that is in-laws, cannot treat in-laws also, so do not give face. Cold face, right? Lin Sangqiang thanked him repeatedly, and the old ancestor of the Yun'ai royal family, at this moment, was also smiling happily, and for a while, the relationship was brought much closer. Just then, Lin Shu spoke. There's no hurry for the heavenly flame. First look for fire crystals to improve your strength and sense the power of heaven and earth. The heavenly flame is in the deepest part. It's not that easy to enter. Lin Shu was the centerpiece, and once he opened his mouth, the crowd naturally agreed and started searching for fire crystals. Chapter 112, Paramount Emperor present. Contending with the Quasi-Emperor, Lin Shu and his group, who were powerful, soon found quite a few fire crystals. These fire crystals, although they were said to be useful for Tong Tian to break through to the ancient saints, they needed to be in large quantities, and now the Fire Emperor's secret realm has long been not at the beginning. The fire crystal storage has long been not at the beginning of the comparable. There is not such a large number. Therefore, the fire crystals were all given to those below the Tong Tian realm. Lin Shu's father, Lin Sanqiong, Yun Yun, Qin Yushuan, Su Yen, Lu Shan, Xia Yen, Li Yang, and the remaining 4 Cloud Nectar Academy Celestial Pride who had followed him in, all obtained fire crystals. As for Lin Shu, Emperor Yun, the Yunni royal ancestors, Yun Tian Ming, and Wu Wenjing, naturally, none of them wanted it. The Cloud Emperors were all Tong Tian Triple Supreme Emperors, so naturally, they were not able to raise their strength with just a few pieces of fire crystals. As for the others, the weakest were the royal ancestors, who would be ancient saints if they broke through again, and that would be even more of a breakthrough with the fire crystals they currently possessed. Yun Tian Ming, the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian to Emperor, even more needless to say, Lin Shu and Wu Wenjing, a saint and a saint king, not to mention nowadays, even back then, they might not be able to find so many fire crystals to break through. In this way, Lin Shu and his party, who did not need fire crystals, escorted those who needed to break through with fire crystals so that they would not be disturbed. Now that the Fire Emperor's secret realm had a large number of people fighting everywhere, it could be said that the entire periphery, almost all of them were caught in the storm of fighting, and it was only because Lin Shu and his party were so powerful that the flames of battle were directly extinguished before they could come over. Protecting the law, naturally, is necessary. Fire Emperor's secret realm. The moment. In the outskirts of the land, a young woman as well as a middle-aged woman then obtained quite a few fire crystals. However, at the moment they were already being watched. The strength of Lin Shu's group was evident to all yesterday. Even if they knew that Lin Shu and his group had obtained a lot of fire crystals, they didn't dare to have any thoughts about it. That was a strong person who even killed the 9th level of Tong Tian as if he were a mole cricket. Unless he was really tired of living he would not go looking for death. But with these 2 women in front of them, they wouldn't be polite. Hand over the fire crystals and spare your lives. A group of void returning and heaven passing powerhouses surrounded them. The young woman, looking at the group of people surrounding her, disdainfully said, "Griffins and ants, how dare you surround this seat? A mere return to void realm and you dare to call yourself the seat? What a big mouth." As the young woman's words fell, the powerful people present who surrounded her burst into laughter. They were able to see that the young woman was the return to void realm. In the audience, who wasn't returning to the beginning of the void, how could they be intimidated by a young woman? As for the middle-aged woman, although she couldn't see through it, the people present didn't care. They just didn't believe that they could casually run into an ancient saint. Lin Shu's group had an ancient saint, which they recognized. After all, this was already a miracle that they had seen for the first time in nearly 1,000 years in both the Cloud State and the Yen State. They didn't believe that the ancient saints would pile up here. After all, the Cloud State and Yen State, which were merely inferior states, weren't worth the arrival of the ancient saints at all. The young woman, looking at the people surrounding her, was also angry at this moment. She was a quasi-emperor returning from resurrection, and now she was being despised by a group of mole crickets. How could she not be angry? Just this group of mole crickets were not even qualified to be servants in front of themselves in their previous lives. To think that he had returned from his resurrection and was all over the upper states like a fish out of water, and in this lower state of the district, several times in a row, he was defeated. The invitation to Lin Shu was rejected. Now it's besieged by molehills. For a moment, the best of her 2 lives was destroyed. Lin Shu was powerful and probably someone like herself. She didn't dare to mess with him at will until she figured it out. But these ants in front of us, who do they think they are? In a flash, she struck. The moment she struck, it was the power of thunder, and the several void-returning powerhouses closest to her had already fallen on the spot in just one move. Her speed was so fast that none of the Tong Tian powerhouses present reacted, and by the time they did, several people of the return to void realm were already dead. Seeing this scene, the Tong Tian powerhouse did not hesitate and directly opened his mouth. This woman is not simple. Strike together. Just then, the middle-aged woman beside the young woman also stepped forward. Either way, just play along with me, so there's no need to bother little ancestor. Poof. The crowd of Tong Tian powerhouses snorted coldly. On his side, there were more than 10 Tong Tian, and he didn't fear anyone except for the ancient saints. They didn't bother with the young woman either, and directly attacked towards the middle-aged woman who intervened. The next moment, their faces changed. Just seeing the middle-aged woman, with just a gaze, they felt that they were unable to move. A single look made them unable to move. This was definitely an ancient sage. Even, it was only not a simple ancient saint. In a moment, they realized that they had kicked the bucket. They can't believe it. Surprisingly, a second ancient saint had actually appeared. Thousands of years in the past in this cloud state in Yen State land, there was no trace of an ancient saint appearing in the world that had been heard of. So the Fire Emperor's breakthrough to the ancient saint, although it failed, caused a huge sensation. Where did you think that in just 2 days, you'd run into 2 of them? What kind of luck is that? Elders, spare your life. The Tong Tian powerhouses immediately opened their mouths. The middle-aged woman coldly snorted as the invisible might of the Saint King enveloped them. In the next moment, the crowd of Tong Tian powerhouses immediately fell on the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young woman faced many Return to Void Realm powerhouses and opened a massacre. There wasn't a single Return to Void Realm that could go past 3 moves. The Fire Emperor's secret realm, although it was large, the outer land was not that large, which was roughly thousands of miles. At this distance, to the Saint King powerhouse Lin Shu, everything was under his eyes. Lin Shu naturally saw all of this in his eyes. Call yourself this seat, surrounded by the protection of a holy king, to be able to call yourself that at such a young age, and to be called little ancestor by a Saint King? It seems that this young woman is really something. Could it be that it was taken over by some old monster? Or is the old monster reborn? Lin Shu secretly pondered in his mind. However, there was a Saint King beside this young woman, and Lin Shu was not in a position to directly check the sea of consciousness. So naturally, he could not determine which category it was. It was a wise decision not to travel with him. In Lin Shu's opinion, regardless of whether it was an old monster taking over his body or being reborn, this kind of person had a lot of cards, plus the protection of a Saint King, traveling together. Hell knows what kind of mind. Could it be that it's also for the heavenly flame? Lin Shu murmured in his mind. If it was for the heavenly flame to come, then Lin Shu would have to contend with it even if he didn't want to. The heavenly flame, that's about your own father. The heavenly flame secret code, extremely special. The more heavenly flame absorbed, the stronger the technique and the greater the potential. Lin Shu was still counting on his father becoming an emperor, when he himself surpassed the so-called great emperors by more than 3 great realms. Nowadays, although his own father's talent wasn't bad, he was still not enough to become an emperor. The heavenly flame, which was a treasure of heaven and earth that replenished the bottom, should never be allowed. Let's make a good fight of it. Chapter 113, Nirvana Empress. The Fire Emperor came out of the world. Fire Emperor's secret realm. The news of another ancient saint coming out circulated around the secret world. For a while, everyone was at risk. Originally, everyone was fighting to come in and take a chance to see if they could obtain fire crystals. There was only one ancient sage, so hide and you can still be fine. Now the second ancient saint appeared. The 2 ancient saints were always not going to fight, so they would definitely have their own territory. In this way, the area left for them to explore, that was extremely small. Thinking of this, those who originally held the mentality of taking their chances no longer had a heart at the moment after learning that there were 2 ancient saints. If you know that you can't be defeated and that there is a danger that you can't fight against, then staying would be a death sentence. Therefore, the many people who came in, at this moment, directly left towards the Fire Emperor's secret territory. Joking, although you can fight for the chance, but also have to be a hope to wrestle. No hope, there is no choice to wrestle. It's important to stay alive. All of a sudden, the surroundings of the Fire Emperor's secret boundary, which was originally filled with the flames of war, became gradually silent at this moment. Lin Xingqiang and his group were still in the middle of their cultivation, and the young woman and the middle-aged woman, after resolving the opponents who had surrounded them, the young woman also began to cultivate. This time, due to the presence of outsiders from the Yunni royal family, Lin Shu did not let Lin Sungdao go to his own mountain and river pagoda to cultivate, and thus the time spent on cultivation was relatively longer. Luckily, there was the presence of fire crystals, and when it was said to be cultivation, it was actually just refining the energy within the fire crystals. With the 20 fire crystals refined, after 3 whole days, Lin Songdong finally broke through his cultivation from the 7th level of star picking to the peak of the 9th level of star picking. Originally, Lin Songdao was going to continue cultivating, but he was interrupted by Lin Shu. Although, Lin Shu did inwardly want his father to quickly break through the realm, he also knew that there were some things that did not need to be rushed. Lin Shu, however, hadn't forgotten that there was still a heavenly flame in existence. This encounter with the heavenly flame in the Fire Emperor's secret realm was an accident, not the one planned. That heavenly flame, if one wanted to enter, was limited to the star-picking realm. If this continued to break through to step into the return to void realm, then he would miss that heavenly flame. The realm can break through to a point. Anyway, there is the mountain and river tower. There is no hurry. But Skyfire, once you miss it, you really miss it. As Lin Shu interrupted Lin Sungdao's cultivation, in Lin Shu's mind, a system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host's father, Lin Sungcheong, for breaking through the 9th level of star plucking. May I ask if the host activates the system passive and raises his cultivation from the 4th level of Saint King to the 6th level of Saint King? Yes. Lin Shu inwardly nodded directly, raising 2 small realms. In this way, for the next thing, the relative chances of winning could also be raised by a few points. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, Holy King 6th, Emperor. Passive, 3 major realms and 4 minor realms. Talent, 3rd grade 5th grade 6th grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist. Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Wood. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold. Perfection of the Axiom of Wood. Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, Perfection of the Domain of Gold. Perfection of the Domain of Wood. Perfection of the Domain of Fire. Laws, Law of Gold in its infancy. Law of Wood in its infancy. Law of Fire in its infancy. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungcheong. Talent, 5th grade 7th grade 8th grade. Realm, 9th level. Technique, Golden Element Overlord Technique. Heavenly Flame Secret Code, disabled. Zune level, Star Swallowing Technique, disabled. Return to Void level. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Avatar, 9 Fingers of the Overlord. Star Swallowing Technique. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold. Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, Fire Domain 10%. Physique, Innate Inferno Sacred Body. Mission, click for details. Lin Shu opened the system and glanced at it. His father had actually preliminarily sensed the power of the domain. Just when Lin Sangdao was in seclusion, Lin Shu had utilized his sacred soul to probe the heavenly flame in the depths. Through probing, Lin Shu already knew what kind of heavenly flame that kind of heavenly flame was. Of course, it was by asking around like Wu Man Yong. Although it was true that he had grown a lot of horizons in the Cloud Neon Academy collection. But regarding the heavenly flame, the Cloud Neon Academy obviously did not understand it very well either. And there were few records in the collection. In that case, Lin Shu could only ask Wu Wenjing. Through questioning Wu Wenjing, Lin Shu learned that that fire was the pure Nirvana heavenly flame. The pure Nirvana heavenly flame, formless and colorless, could not be seen through the naked eye. And this was the first thing Lin Sangdao knew when he first came in. But Lin Shu did not. Because there was a tug between the heavenly flames. When Lin Sangdao had just come in, the green lotus heavenly flame within his body felt the tug, letting Lin Sangdao know that heavenly flames existed in this place. As for Lin Shu coming in, he naturally wouldn't utilize his holy soul to probe in the first place. Thus he didn't notice it in the first place. And it was only after being reminded through Lin Sangdao that Lin Shu utilized the power of his holy soul, which was also the divine thought of the ancient sage, that he was able to probe it out. Among the heavenly flames, which were formless and colorless, there was only one that fit the bill, and that was the rumored pure Nirvana heavenly flame. Pure Nirvana heavenly flame is an extremely strong existence among the heavenly flames. On the ranking, the green lotus heavenly flame is only in the 48th place, while the pure Nirvana heavenly flame is ranked in the top 10. The pure destruction heavenly flame, it was said, had the power of Nirvana, which was equivalent to raising the dead. Of course, since the function of this pure Nirvana heavenly flame was on the side of auxiliary, the requirements for absorption and fusion if one wished to absorb it, even if it was ranked high, were not harsh. All that was needed was to be sensing the domain of fire to have a chance. It wasn't like the other top-ranked heavenly flames that required other extremely harsh requirements. Lin Shu opened the system and checked his father's attributes to see if he could really meet the conditions for absorbing this heavenly flame. Now it seems to have been achieved. Since the conditions had been met, it was also time to go deeper into the depths of the secret realm and subdue the heavenly flame. Right at this moment, a fluctuation was seen coming from the place where the young woman was, outside the perimeter of the Fire Emperor's secret. The young woman, not knowing what means she had exerted, was actually making the entire Fire Emperor's secret realm, which had originally wanted to enter the depths to pass through an area of flames, now directly become empty. Originally, that pure Nirvana heavenly flame, even though it was in the deepest part of the mysterious realm, the aura of the heavenly flame still spread out, blocking the path into the depths. If one was not careful, it was extremely possible to fall directly. This was why the rumor of Mo's fall was spread. This was because they hadn't probed the pure Nirvana heavenly flame. otherwise they wouldn't have said something inexplicable. In fact, it fell under the pure Nirvana heavenly flame. Pure Nirvana heavenly flame, although the role of partial auxiliary, but the characteristics of the heavenly fire still exists. That is enough to burn all things of the terrifying power. Just that compared to that burning power, Nirvana is its most precious role. Now that the pure nether heavenly flame aura had faded, it meant that one could easily step into the depths. Seeing that the young woman dispelled the pure Nirvana heavenly flame aura, Lin Shu also spoke immediately. Come on, let's go deep. The young woman had already set off, so Lin Shu couldn't afford to lag behind. As Lin Shu opened his mouth, the group proceeded directly towards the depths unhindered. Just then, a man in a red robe walked out from the deepest part. It's him, the Fire Emperor. Beside Lin Shu, the old ancestor of the Yunni royal family could not help but speak directly, seemingly surprised that the Fire Emperor still survived. As for Lin Shu, Yun Tian Ming, he was not surprised by this. After all, it has been known for a long time. However, right at this moment, the Fire Emperor suddenly looked at that young woman. Empress Nirvana, you're finally here. What's the situation? The scene. It caused the crowd to stare in disbelief. As is Linus, so is the young woman. Chapter 114, Empress Flesh. Mother's Deal. The young woman, looking at the man in the red robe, was surprised deep inside at the moment. The man in front of him, wearing a red robe, was only at the 5th level of the Saint realm. Such a realm was like a mole cricket for his own quasi-emperor realm in his previous life, and it was impossible for him to touch himself. If the person in front of her was one of her acquaintances, the young woman would definitely be able to tell at a glance. She had returned from her resurrection, but she was carrying the soul of a quasi-emperor. So unless the other party was a quasi-emperor or even a great emperor like herself, it would be impossible for them to escape the probe of her quasi-emperor's soul. But she had never felt the breath of an acquaintance from this person. And the red-robed man in front of her, his bone age was not small. If he was a strong person returning from a resurrection, it was not possible that he was so old and still only in the realm of the saints. Obviously, this person was a pure one-world saint, not a resurrectionist like himself. Such a person, then, would be even less likely to recognize himself. Who are you? Empress Nirvana asked. The red-robed man, the Fire Emperor, or the Fire Saint, said directly. I'm just an ordinary saint. Naturally, Empress Nirvana doesn't recognize me, but there's one person that Empress Nirvana definitely recognizes. Who? Shi Yao. Shi Yao? Hearing this name, Empress Nirvana seemed to understand something. She actually dared to scheme even against me. Empress Nirvana spoke. She was a character from more than 100,000 years ago, and in her era, she was just one step away from becoming an emperor. However, because of an accident, she ended up dying, but fortunately, she possessed the pure Nirvana heavenly flame, and with this heavenly flame ranking enough to be ranked among the top 10 heavenly flame rankings, she ultimately returned from Nirvana resurrection. Only, after the resurrection and return, it was already more than 100,000 years later, she regained some of her strength through cultivation and eventually returned to the power she once created, wanting to retrieve her former physical body. However, upon returning to the clan, he learned that the physical body had disappeared. As a last resort, she could only end up going to the Tianyuan Holy Land to ask Mu Chi Yao, who cultivated the heavenly diffusion sacred skill. After all, Mu Chi Yao cultivated the heavenly diffusion sacred skill, which was the most top-notch deduction method in the Tianyuan Dao domain, and through questioning Mu Chi Yao, she obtained the news of her own fleshly body, in the middle of the eastern wasteland. In this way, she brought a Saint King with her from the central domain to the eastern wasteland, and after a while of probing, she finally sensed the place where her physical body was located, and it was in the middle of this Fire Emperor's secret realm. Of course, this is only the name of the other people here. In fact, this secret realm, just their own that quasi-imperial flesh body because of the divine difference derived from it, is not a secret realm. Because of their own flesh in the pure Nirvana heavenly flame, pure Nirvana heavenly flame constantly generates fire crystals, and blocked the strong close to their own flesh, which has become the depths of the Jedi. The periphery of the secret realm of a divine region. Now it seemed that the appearance of his own flesh body here was Mu Chi Yao's handiwork. She did this? Empress Nirvana looked at the Fire Saint and asked. The Fire Saint shook his head. I wonder what it is that Empress Nirvana is talking about. Naturally, the theft of my flesh? Does Empress Nirvana think this is possible? This side of the Jedi, the time of existence has been untraceable, less than 10,000 years to start with, and the Master her first time here back then. She was only in her 20s. The Fire Saint said, I'm sure that this senior beside the Nirvana Empress must know that the disappearance of your physical body was not during these 20 years, right? When Empress Nirvana thought about it carefully, it was indeed such a truth. That woman, Mu Ji Yao, although extremely stunning, was indeed not very old, definitely not more than long live, should say not more than 100 years old, not even 50 years old. Her own physical body, she learned when she returned to the clan, had disappeared for 100,000 years. If that's the case, why did she leave you here, seemingly waiting for me specifically? The Fire Saint smiled. This matter, naturally, has to do with the young lord, said. The Fire Saint bowed respectfully towards Lin Shu and paid his respects. Split Wind Cloud, pay respects to young lord. At this moment, Lin Shu finally slowed down. When the Fire Saint first came out, he first said those words to that young woman who had returned from a powerful resurrection, and Lin Shu almost thought that he was that young woman, the Nirvana Empress. Later, as I listened, it became clear that things were not what I thought they were, but there were still quite a few mysteries. Lin Shu asked, "What the hell is going on here?" The Fire Saint smiled gently. "Young lord, back then, when I entered this Jedi in an ungrateful attempt to make a breakthrough, I almost fell because of the pure Nirvana heavenly flame, but fortunately, my master appeared and saved me, and at the same time, allowed me to break through to the true ancient sage realm. Later, I wanted to follow my master and leave, but my master left me behind, saying that he wanted me to protect the young lord in the future. However, there are no suitable environment for ancient saints to cultivate in the surrounding several large states, so it's only in this Jedi that they can cultivate, and I live in this Jedi. My master saw that I wanted to keep cultivating in the Jedi, so he simply gave me a task to wait here for someone who could dispel the pure Nirvana heavenly flame, named Nirvana Empress. At the same time, it's also to ensure that Empress Nei Huang's physical body is not detected by others. Of course, the ultimate goal is to make a deal with Empress Nei Huang. The Nirvana Empress asked after hearing this. What's the deal? The master has kept your flesh from being coveted by other powerhouses, Empress Nirvana, and sent me here to guard it, while giving me the supreme treasure to shield it from the perceptions of some powerhouses. For the sake of the pure Nirvana heavenly flame, she wants the pure Nirvana heavenly flame? No. The Fire Saint shook his head. The master's feats are unfathomable and profound, and his physique is special and unparalleled. Stop. Empress Nirvana immediately stopped the unstinting words of adoration from the Fire Saint's mouth. I know her strength better than you do, so just say the rest directly. Master said that he told you to give the heavenly flame to the young lord. The Nirvana Empress asked rhetorically. On what grounds? To put it politely, even without her means, my physical body will still not be detected by others. Besides, if my physical body appears here, who can guarantee that it's the Heavenly Origin Holy Land that did it? If it's the Heavenly Origin Holy Land, back then, if they wanted to take my physical body away from the clan that I created, it wouldn't be a difficult problem. The Fire Saint opened his mouth. Master said that the flesh body of Empress Nirvana does indeed have means left behind by you, Empress, during your lifetime, which cannot be glimpsed and cannot be deduced by ordinary people. But Master said that once the Empress is fused now, then it will not be possible to shield herself, and the many powerful people will surely know about it then. Master said that the sect you created, Empress, is simply unable to protect you after your fusion, and the Heavenly Origin Holy Land can, as long as the Empress lets out the pure Nirvana heavenly flame. The Heavenly Origin Holy Land, at that time, will be able to protect your safety and allow you to merge peacefully until you completely grow up and enter the Quasi-Emperor again. Hearing this, Empress Nirvana's heart was moved. In the Nirvana Holy Land, the strongest person today is only a great saint. However, once a paragon's physical body was out in the world, the paragon would be startled. With the Nirvana Sacred Land, it was simply impossible to fend off a paragon emperor. If the Heavenly Origin Holy Land was willing to make a move, then one would definitely be safe. As a quasi-empire in her previous life, she was well aware of just how powerful the Tianyuan Holy Land was. Unfathomable. Even his former self did not dare to easily mess with it. Surrendering the pure Nirvana heavenly flame as a way to allow himself to fuse safely was a good choice. Anyway, as long as the life is there, and the strength is strong in the future, whether the heavenly flame is wanted or not is not particularly important. Yes, I promise. Chapter 115, Behind the Scenes. The Empress left. As the Nirvana Empress finished speaking, the next moment she directly struck out and probed her hand towards the depths of this side of the Jedi. In the meantime, deep within the Jedi, in a mysterious area, a formless and colorless heavenly flame that could only be detected through divine thoughts was directly drawn out from the depths. Through his divine thoughts, Lin Shu clearly saw this pure Nirvana heavenly flame. which directly disappeared into the hands of the Nirvana Empress. Before, Lin Shu was still thinking of fighting with her over the heavenly flame, but in the end, he realized that this pure Nirvana heavenly flame was, surprisingly, someone else's, so what's the point of fighting over it? However, even though it wasn't contested, the pure Nirvana heavenly flame was obtained without bloodshed. For Lin Shu, nothing else mattered, as long as the pure Nirvana heavenly flame could be obtained. As for those messy and broken things, there was no point in thinking about them so much. As the pure Nirvana heavenly flame was collected, it was quickly sealed by the Nirvana Phoenix Empress, and when the pure Nirvana heavenly flame was sealed, she directly handed it over to Lin Shu. Lin Shu, naturally, did not hesitate, directly took over the heavenly fire. Anyway, this is her deal with her own mother. There is something, also go to her own mother. He gained a heavenly fire for no reason, do not want for nothing. Lin Shu received the pure Nirvana heavenly flame and then handed it over to Lin Shengqiong, his father. Father, here you go. Lin Shengqiong hastily shook his head. No, it's something she traded for at great expense, so keep it to yourself. Lin Shengqiong was right next to him and naturally knew exactly how this heavenly flame came about, so he hastily shook his head. This heavenly fire is of little use to me, and besides, since mother has given it to me, it is naturally at my disposal, so what's wrong with me giving it to father? Lin Shengqiong eventually couldn't argue with Lin Shu and took away the pure Nirvana heavenly flame. At this moment, the Nirvana Empress spoke once more as she looked towards the fire saint Lai Fengyun. Your master, did he tell you why my physical body is here? Although my Phoenix Holy Land is not considered a top holy land nowadays, back in those days, it was definitely considered first class, and if it was stolen back then, there were definitely not many forces that wanted to do all of this. Fire Saint Lai Fengyun immediately spoke. The master didn't say, but the master did say that he only needed to show you one thing, and you would inevitably know. Say it. Lai Fengyun looked towards Lin Shu. Young lord, I wonder if the jade slip left to you by your master is still there. A jade tablet? In Lin Shu's hand, there was only one jade slip left behind by his mother. That jade slip, which was still given by Yun Tianming back then, related to the techniques practiced by the Lu Yun sect as well as the Eastern Cloud Alliance. This jade slip, Lin Shu had never bothered to read it, thinking at the time that he would read it when he achieved Ancient Sage. However, after achieving Ancient Sage, Lin Shu had been very busy and had forgotten about this matter. Now that he heard Lai Fengyun mention it, Lin Shu remembered, and then took out that one jade slip. Is it this jade slip? Lai Fengyun shook his head. I'm not sure about this. If there is no other jade slip on the young lord, it should be this one. The young lord will just give it to Empress Nirvana to take a look at it. Lin Shu did not mind. This jade brief in Lin Shu's hands has always been seen as a hot potato, is not considered a treasure. Nirvana Empress can take the lead in looking at it. It is just as well that she can also let her try to find out if there is anything in the jade brief. When there is danger, she is also the one who is allowed to block it. There was no danger, and it wasn't too late for Lin Shu to look at it at that time. Anyway, in the words of Yun Tianming, who had given himself the jade slip at the beginning, it appeared that it contained a Gong method. The Nirvana Empress, on the contrary, was not afraid that there was something wrong with the jade slip. Although she was no longer at her peak, she had the soul of a quasi-emperor, and it was natural that she was not afraid of using her soul to check the jade slip. In this world, there were very few that could threaten the soul of a paragon emperor. Empress Nirvana directly then checked it out, and as she did, her expression became grave. Sure enough, it's them. After reading it, Empress Nirvana returned the jade slip to Lin Shu. She didn't say what that power was, but from the change in demeanor, it could be seen that that power was very powerful, or else it couldn't have caused such a huge change in her demeanor. Afterward, Empress Nirvana then walked directly towards the depths. After she walked towards the depths, an ancient coffin in the depths flew out directly. As the ancient coffin flew out, a shocking pressure was then emitted, and this pressure made the people present all feel a huge pressure, making it difficult to stand. The only ones present who were still able to stand peacefully were Lin Shu and the Nirvana Empress. The others, that is, those who called the Nirvana Empress little ancestor, were also being suppressed to death by this pressure at this moment. Lin Shu knew that this was the pressure of a paragon emperor's physical body. Inside that ancient coffin, the fleshly body of the nefarious Phoenix Empress was bound to be sealed, worthy of being a quasi-emperor flesh body. Even if it was dead, it still had such a terrifying pressure. It was no wonder that it was able to form such a desperate place in the eyes of the people of Yunjo and Yinzhou. Yunzhou, before the strongest could not reach the ancient saints. In the face of this pressure, naturally, it was like a mole cricket. Even if the physical body was sealed by the ancient coffin, long buried in the depths of the ground, even if it was just a hint of leakage, it was not something that could be resisted under the ancient saints. Then there is the ancient coffin surrounding, also densely covered with pure Nirvana heavenly flame. It is impossible to get close to. The name of the Jedi. The name is true. The Nirvana Empress, seeing the ancient coffin appear, finally had a smile on her face. Finally, I've reclaimed my physical body, she murmured in her mind and then put it away. As for now, not yet fusion time. Once the fusion will certainly be detected. Their own strength nowadays was detected by those who are strong, is certainly not able to save their own flesh. The only way to fuse one's physical body peacefully was to return to the central region, find the Tianyuan Holy Land, and under the protection of the Tianyuan Holy Land, at that time, under the perfect fusion of the quasi-emperor's soul and quasi-emperor's fleshly body, he himself would be able to regain his peak and achieve a true quasi-emperor. The Nirvana Empress collected the ancient coffin, and the astonishing pressure dissipated with it. At the same time, as the ancient coffin was collected, the entire Jedi began to collapse. The existence of the Jedi was originally due to the flesh body of the quasi-emperor as well as the pure Nirvana heavenly flame, and now that both of them no longer existed, this Jedi would naturally cease to exist. Empress Nirvana glanced at Lin Shu. I thought you were in the same category as me, but I didn't realize you weren't. I'm going back to the central region. One day we'll meet again. Grow up quickly. Your strength today, although it's already strong enough, it's still very, very weak for certain existences. Having said that, the Nirvana Empress and the middle-aged woman beside her then disappeared. Fire Saint Lai Fengyun walked over. Young Lord, the Jedi are about to disappear, so we have to leave too. Yes, Lin Shu nodded. Anyway, the purpose of this trip had already been realized. The pure Nirvana heavenly flame was in his hands, and the Jedi disappeared as soon as they disappeared. Next moment, Lin Shu and his group, wrapped up by Lin Shu, Wu Wenjing, and Lai Fengyun, disappeared into the middle of the Jedi. At the same time, the Jedi gradually disappeared, completely presenting itself in the view of everyone in the Fire Emperor city outside. They watched the scene, not understanding what was happening. How a good secret realm disappeared so abruptly. The matter became an eternal mystery. Chapter 116, Marrying Spirit Secret Code. Xin Tian Clan. Yunjo. The Fire Sect. After Lin Shu and his group left the Jedi, they arrived at the Flame Sect. Of course, the members of Yun Ni's royal family bid farewell to Lin Shu halfway through. The Cloud Emperor and several of the Cloud Neon royal family's old ancestors all left. Yun Huang, as the empress of the Yun Ni dynasty, Yen coordinated the entire dynasty. The several old ancestors of the Yunni royal family, on the other hand, were to guard the entire imperial dynasty. It was naturally impossible for them to follow Lin Shu around, but it was Yun Yun and Qin Yuxuan who stayed behind and followed Lin Shu. As for the several heavenly pride of Yunni Academy Palace, except for Li Yang who was still following because he was following Lin Shu, the others left together following the Cloud Emperor and the Yunni royal ancestors. Before leaving, Lin Shu utilized his Saint King cultivation to erase some of their memories. After all, this was about the Paragon. The Nirvana Empress had left, and she was sheltered, so even if she was exposed, nothing would happen. However, this matter was ultimately related to himself, and if he was exposed, certain existences might come looking for him, and Lin Shu could not fight against those powerful existences, and could only erase the memories of the matter of the Nirvana Empress from their minds. Currently, only those around Lin Shu knew about it, and even the Cloud Emperor and the Cloud Neon royal ancestors didn't know that they were missing a memory. Blazing Fire Sect. This was the force that Lai Fengyun was in. Lai Fengyun, back then was the #1 powerhouse in Yunjo. With the fall of Lai Fengyun, the Flame Sect also lost its dominant position in Yunjo, with the Shao family becoming the new dominant power. The return of Lai Fengyun caused the entire Flame Sect to be overjoyed. Taishan Elder. It's Taishan Elder who has returned. Disciple pays his respects to the Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder, we knew that you wouldn't die and would become a true ancient saint. Blazing Fire Sect. The central hall of the sect. At this moment, all of the strongest members of the Flame Sect were gathered in the Great Hall, and every strong face was filled with joy. Lai Fengyun waved his hand. From today onwards, Lin Shu is the young master of all the people in my Flame Sect. You must treat him respectfully, more respectfully than you would treat me. The moment these words came out, the strongest members of the Flame Sect in the Great Hall were all shocked. Lin Shu and his party were too young. They thought that it was the disciples that the Supreme Elder had collected outside these 20 years since he disappeared, and that's why they followed the Supreme Elder back. Unexpectedly, the Supreme Elder had addressed this person as Young Lord. The fact that the Supreme Elder was able to return meant that he had already broken through to the ancient sage. What kind of existence was it that could make the ancient sage so respectful? They didn't understand, but they didn't dare to disobey the words of the Supreme Elder. We pay our respects to the young lord. A group of powerful people immediately opened their mouths respectfully. Lin Shu gently nodded. No need to be polite. Just then, suddenly, a voice came. All of Blaze sect, why don't you come out to greet the holy envoy? Lai Fengyun, hearing this voice, looked towards the people in the great hall. What's going on? The Flame Sect Patriarch immediately opened his mouth. Supreme Elder, ever since you disappeared, Blazing Wind has been suppressed by the Shao family, but after all, the Flame Sect was once huge in Yunjo, with a strong heritage. Even if the Shao family suppresses it, it can still carry it, but not too long ago, the Shao family seemed to have climbed up to a powerful force and began to take action against the Flame Sect. The Flame Sect's forces are constantly compressing, and other than the headquarters, all the other branches have been redeployed back from all over Yunjo. Now, the Shao family has also arrived at the Flame Sect's headquarters, and I think that with the help of the forces behind them, they want to completely destroy the Flame Sect. Hearing this, Lai Fengyun was instantly furious. Shao family, back when I was there, they did not dare to have the slightest idea, but I did not expect that I disappeared for 20 years or so, but actually let their ambitions grow quite a bit, and now, unexpectedly, it is to come to the door to destroy my Flame Sect. Really don't know what's good and bad. Today, with me here, I'd like to see, what does the Shao family have to do with it? After finishing his speech, Lai Fengyun looked at Lin Shu. Young master, I'm sorry, I just come back and something like this happened. Please go and rest first. I'll go and take care of the clan's business. Go on. Lin Shu nodded. The strength of the visitor was probed by Lin Shu. Although there were many strong people, and there was even a Sage One existence, this level was not yet a threat to Lai Fengyun. Lai Fengyun, at least, was at the 5th level of the Sage realm. If he couldn't even defeat a Sage One, Lin Shu didn't believe that his mother would look at him and keep him around. Soon, under the leadership of the true disciples of the Flame Sect, Lin Shu was brought deep into the Flame Sect to start resting up. Lin Shu, without bothering about the matter between the Flame Sect and the Shao family, instead looked at Yun Yun, Qin Yuxuan, Su Yan, Lu Shan, Xia Yan, Yun Tianming and even Wu Wenjing. Next, I'm going to send you all to a place to cultivate. You first swear to rot everything you see next in your hearts and not to reveal it to anyone else. Hearing Lin Shu's words, they all began to swear. In the audience, only Qin Yuxuan was not one of them. Everyone else was one of them, and naturally they listened to Lin Shu very obediently, doing whatever Lin Shu said. Qin Yuxuan, though not one of her own, knew of Lin Shu's strength and naturally didn't ask what it was. Swearing together, after they swore an oath, Lin Shu took them into the mountain and river pagoda. Let them practice. As for his own father, Lin Sungqiong, Lin Shu looked at his father. Father, you don't need to cultivate next. It's better to comprehend the domain of fire. It will be of great use in fusing the heavenly flame. If the cultivation breaks through the star picking to reach the return to void, I'm only afraid that the next heavenly flame will not be available at all, wasting that heavenly flame. Lin Sundao nodded. Don't worry, brat. I know about this myself. Otherwise I wouldn't have come out at that time after only cultivating to the 7th level of star plucking in Mountain River Tower. After Lin Sengqiang finished speaking, he went off on his own to comprehend the domain of fire. One time, then only Lin Shu was left. Lin Shu was bored, so he searched out the jade slip and began to examine this jade slip that should have been examined when he had just broken through to ancient sage. As Lin Shu's sacred soul probed into the jade slip, some information was reflected into Lin Shu's mind in a flash. Within the jade slip, there was a technique called the Marrying Spirit Secret Code. The Marrying Spirit Mysteries, which could be divided into many sublegal techniques, could be supplied to others for cultivation. Once the need arose, those who practiced the Marrying Spirit Mysteries would be able to absorb the energy of those who practiced the subskills through the main technique. If the Marrying Spirit Mysteries subfeats spread and more people cultivated them, those who cultivated the main feats could easily step into the Quasi-Emperor realm. The main technique of the Marrying Spirit Mysteries came from an extremely powerful and mysterious race amongst the 10,000 races, a race that was called the Xian Tian race. Within this jade slip, Lin Shu also received a message left by his own mother. In the message, the mother said that there were many quasi-emperors in the Xian Tian clan, and for countless years, no one knew how many subfeats they had spread out. His mother had warned him that it was best not to clash with the Xian Heavenly clan until he had entered the quasi-emperor. However, this Xian Tian clan, since it is so powerful, why does Mother have the Marrying Spirit Mysteries main technique? And how did she get it? And why did she give it to me? In Lin Shu's mind, he was puzzled. Some doubts were cleared up, yet others grew anew. If everything was really as mother had said, then there was no telling how many people in the entire Tian Yuan Dao domain had been captive raised by the so-called Shen Tian clan. It was too scary for Lin Shu to think about. I had thought that the matter of the Flowing Cloud sect and the Eastern Cloud Alliance was already dark and cruel enough, breaking the path of ascent for everyone in the eastern part of the Cloud State. Nowadays, it seemed that compared to the entire Tian Yuan Dao domain, it was all a small matter, just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 117, Shen Tian Alliance Upper Envoy, Mysterious Old Man. In the meantime, eastern part of Yunjo, in the middle of a mysterious mountain range, there was a middle-aged man waiting warily at the moment. If there were any surviving strongmen of the Flowing Cloud sect here, they would definitely be able to see that this middle-aged man was one of the old ancestors who had walked out of the Flowing Cloud sect in the first place, and who had then entered the Cloud Neon School Palace, and who, after hundreds of years of cultivation, had attained the heavenly realm. Just as the middle-aged man waited anxiously, a teleportation portal suddenly appeared before his eyes. In the portal, a person whose entire body was shrouded under black clothes, whose face and gender could not be seen, walked out. Greetings to the superior ambassador. The middle-aged man of the Tong Tian realm immediately fell to the ground respectfully, as if a loyal servant was paying homage to his master. Speak, what is the reason for calling out to my father? If you can't tell me, you don't have to leave today. The person whose entire body was shrouded under a black coat spoke in a husky, gender-neutral voice. Back to your excellency, the Flowing Cloud sect and the East Cloud Alliance have both been destroyed. Without speaking, the man in black listened quietly. The middle-aged man of the Tong Tian realm knew that the superior ambassador was waiting for his result. Therefore, he continued, not long ago, a young powerhouse appeared in the Cloud State. This powerhouse was very mysterious and successively destroyed the Flowing Cloud sect as well as the Eastern Cloud Alliance. I've secretly investigated, and it's the Yunni royal family of the Yunni dynasty that is extremely close to him, and beside this person, it is suspected that there is a saintly powerhouse protecting him. I want to take revenge, but I can't do it. I can only hibernate in the dark and wait for the superior messenger to come down. The man in black, that's when he finally spoke. Yunjo is but a barren land. Do you know why the other party is in Yunjo? Back to the emperor. That young strong man seems to be from a dynasty under the rule of the Ruyan sect in a remote small city. The strongest person in the past is only the spirit transformation realm. Only that young strong man, do not know for some reason, has an extremely high level of cultivation. How old is that man and what is his realm? Less than 20 years old, and the realm is no less than Tong Tian. This statement was made. The man in black finally had a hint of a mood swing. The demise of the Flowing Cloud sect as well as the East Cloud Alliance seemed to be worthless to the black-clothed man, who had heard it before and was calm. And now, hearing that there was a young man who had reached the passage realm at less than 20 years of age, the man in black was also a bit shocked. Do you know the consequences of deceiving my father? I don't dare to deceive the superior envoy. This is all true. Very well, this move counts as a credit to you. If this honorable man captures that person and it really is as you said, this honorable man will take you into the Shen Heavenly Alliance. Thank you, Your Excellency. The middle-aged man of the Tong Tian realm was delighted. Originally, I thought that I would definitely die this time. After all, the Ruyan sect as well as the East Cloud Alliance had been destroyed, and I was the only one who was alive, and I had no more value to the superior ambassador. I didn't expect to be blessed by a disaster and have the opportunity to join the Shen Heavenly Alliance instead. Shen Tian Alliance. He wasn't sure exactly what kind of power it was, but he knew that it was an extremely terrifying power, so powerful that it was intimidating. If he joined in, he would have absolute security. The middle-aged man from the Tong Tian realm immediately opened his mouth. Supreme Envoy, that person's name is Lin Shu, and he left Yunni Imperial City for Fire Imperial City not long ago, with a suspected target of the Fire Emperor's secret realm. The black-clothed man's figure disappeared into thin air after hearing this. Only after the man in black disappeared did the middle-aged man get up from the ground, revealing a hideous gaze. Lin Shu, you will finally pay the price for destroying my Ruyan sect. The existence of the Shen Heavenly Alliance is a peak that you will never be able to surpass, even if you have the protection of a saint, so what? However, just then, an old man appeared in front of him. The old man, his eyes were ancient. He quietly looked at the middle-aged man of the Tong Tian realm and directly opened his mouth. Tell me, what did the man in black just say to you? The middle-aged man of the Tong Tian realm was startled. This old man in front of him looked very ordinary, but a pair of pupils seemed to contain the endless passage of time. It was obvious that this was a strong man, an extremely terrifying strong man. However, once he thought of the Shenon Heavenly Alliance's power, the middle-aged man of the Tong Tian realm immediately shook his head. The old man sighed when he saw that the middle-aged man from the Tong Tian realm did not say anything. Why bother? Isn't it good to say it yourself? Say it. The old man directly grabbed with his hand, and the soul of the middle-aged man from the Tong Tian realm was instantly grabbed out, and he soon learned everything. Knowing everything, the old man shook his head. Has the young lord been exposed in the eyes of the Shenon Heavenly Alliance so soon? However, the young lord's talent is truly amazing. At less than 20 years old, he is no less than the heavenly realm. This talent, even compared to the Holy Mother, is already not much worse. Say it. The old man disappeared in place, and at the same time, the middle-aged man of the Tong Tian realm, as the old man disappeared, also turned into ashes and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Yunjo, the fire sect. Lin Shu was currently resting in the fiery flame sect. Right at this moment, Lin Shu suddenly sensed a shocking killing opportunity. The person who brought about this killing opportunity was extremely powerful, and even Lin Shu felt a hint of threat. In a flash, Lin Shu struck out directly in the direction from which the killing opportunity had come. As Lin Shu made his move, a man in black slowly stepped out in the void. What a surprise! It's actually a Saint King who was less than 20 years old. In this world, other than my Shenon Heavenly Alliance, I'm afraid that the only way to reach such an achievement at such an age is to have an innate Saint Body Dao fetus that doesn't decapitate itself. The innate Sacred Body Dao fetus might not be the strongest physique in the world, but it was definitely a physique that was enough to shock everyone in the world. Those who possessed this physique were born into the Saint realm, and if they didn't decapitate themselves, it might not be impossible for them to step into the Saint King realm before the age of 20. Obviously, Lin Shu would likely have this kind of physique. Come with my father, when you can truly realize your potential. Lin Shu, looking at the man in black, asked, Who are you? Shenon Tian Alliance. The Shenon Tian Alliance? Lin Shu couldn't help but think of the Shenon Tian clan. This Shenon Tian Alliance. Could it be that it had some connection with the Shenon Tian clan? Knowing that these two might be related, Lin Shu did not hesitate to strike without any hesitation. This man in black was very strong, a Saint King powerhouse, and possessed an extremely terrifying means that seemed to be able to hide in the void, and if he didn't control the law fledgling himself, I was afraid that it would be difficult to discover. However, it was this kind of concealment means that made Lin Shu a bit scornful. In terms of strength, if it was a frontal confrontation, Lin Shu was not afraid. It seems that you don't know how powerful the Shenon Heavenly Alliance is. The man in black was not surprised to see Lin Shu strike. In this world, there wasn't a single heavenly pride that was willing to be at the mercy of, let alone a suspected innate Saint Body Dao fetus possessor. This kind of talent is enough to be called unprecedented. If it does not fall, it will become a great emperor in the future. But what if the Shenon Heavenly Alliance made a move? Even if it was an innate Sacred Body Dao fetus? Just then, an old man appeared abruptly. Is the Shenon Heavenly Alliance really that powerful? Chapter 118, Canaanite Holy Land. Two heavenly flames appeared. Who are you? The man in black looked at the old man and said, With you dare to meddle in the Shenon Heavenly Alliance's affairs? Not to mention the district Shenon Heavenly Alliance, even the Shenon Heavenly Clan. What does I have to fear? As the old man's words fell, the black-cloaked man's heart shook. In this world, there were quite a few strong people who knew about the Shenon Heavenly Alliance. After all, the Shenon Heavenly Alliance had traces of activity throughout the entire Tian Yuan Dao region. The Shenon Tian clan, however, was different. The Shenon Tian clan had been hidden for several eras. Each era, 129, 600 years. Those who were able to know about the existence of the Shenon Heavenly Clan had either survived or relied on sealing to live for several eras. Either that or it is from a Taoist lineage that has been passed down for several eras. No matter which one it was an extremely powerful force. When the Shenon Heavenly Alliance faced it, they all needed to deal with it carefully. Unless it was the Shenon Heavenly Clan that came out. Who the hell are you? The black-robed man looked at the old man and asked again, his heart filled with confusion. How could that kind of Dao lineage that had been passed down for several eras, or a powerful person that had been sealed for several eras, appear in such a remote and inferior state? If it's the Shenon Heavenly Alliance Lord or a Shenon Heavenly Clan powerhouse, it's qualified to know Lao Fu's name. But as for you, a Saint King 8th level, you're still not worthy of knowing Lao Fu's name. Aside, Lin Shu was also observing the old man who appeared at the moment. So strong, Lin Shu felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression, as well as a strong sense of crisis from this old man. Having such a feared sense of oppression as well as a sense of crisis was enough to prove that there was a high possibility that he was not this person's opponent. The man in black, the 8th level of Saint King. Lin Shu was not afraid. In a head-on battle, Lin Shu had 90% certainty that he could leave the other party behind and kill him, even if the other party was 2 small realms higher than himself. But with this old man in front of him, it was difficult for Lin Shu to deal with any of the undercards he could think of, except for directly disappearing into the mountain river tower. Lin Shu, at this moment, was very careful, choosing to immediately enter the mountain and river pagoda at the first sign of trouble. The aura of this old man reminded Lin Shu of the ancient coffin deep within that one Jedi. Within the ancient coffin was the flesh of a paragon emperor. This person in front of me, in all probability, is this kind of strong person? However, the old man did not seem to notice Lin Shu in general, and only looked at that black-robed man from the Xian-Tian alliance. I have no intention of meddling in the affairs of the lower states, but you should never, ever hit your minds on this man. In that case, I can only send you to your death. Say it. The old man then struck out directly. There was no imagined terrifying battle scene that shook the heavens and shattered the void, and in just an instant, the black-clothed man was directly held by the old man's empty grip and pinched his entire body. If you dare to kill me, the Xian Heavenly Alliance will not let you go. After so many years have passed, when did the Xian Heavenly Alliance learn to speak harshly? It seems that this generation of Xian Heavenly Alliance masters is far inferior to the one I knew. The old man, his tone was extremely flat, and as his words fell, the man in black was instantly obliterated by the old man. A Saint King at the 8th level was like stepping on a mole cricket. Watching Lin Shu's heart skip a beat, this was definitely a quasi-emperor. Otherwise how could he kill a Saint King 8th level so easily? However, this person didn't seem to be his enemy. After all, the other party was here to kill the man in black. An enemy of an enemy may not be a friend, but it is definitely not an enemy. Only after watching the old man kill the black-robed man at the 8th level of Saint King did Lin Shu open his mouth. Thank you, Elder. Although, without this old man, this man in black could not pose a threat to himself. Since the other party had killed the man in black, this was a favor that Lin Shu still had to remember. No need to thank me, said. The old man suddenly gave Lin Shu an object. This contains the answer you want to know. I still have to make a trip to the Eastern Wasteland branch of the Xian Heavenly Alliance, so I won't stay much longer. Having said that, the old man then directly disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a jade slip that fell into Lin Shu's hands. Jade Jane again. When Lin Shu saw the jade slip, he instinctively thought of one person. That would be your own mother. This jade slip, I'm afraid it's another one of my own mother's. As for this old man, although Lin Shu didn't know his identity, he thought that he might have a relationship with his own mother. Of course, this was still just a guess, and everything could only be understood after reading the jade slip. Just then, Lai Fengyun suddenly arrived rather eagerly. Young lord, what happened? Just now, it seems that a strong person has blocked off this side of heaven and earth, making it impossible for me to even come in. Watching Lai Fengyun arrive, Lin Shu smiled gently. It's fine. A strong man did appear just now to take me away, but he's dead now. Lai Fengyun was relieved when he heard Lin Shu's words. It's good that it's fine. If something happened to the young lord, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to explain it to my master. Alright, go about your own business. Have you solved the Shao family matter? Lai Fengyun replied. The strongest of the incoming enemies is only the first level of saints. Their strength is not strong. They have already been resolved, and all the other incoming enemies are similarly resolved. The next step is to completely destroy the Shao family, but the Holy Land behind the Shao family is somewhat uncomplicated, and it still needs to be properly planned out. Oh, what holy place? It's the Canaan sacred land from Qin Prefecture, which is 3 states away from Yen Prefecture. Lai Fengyun said, the Shao family has produced a heavenly pride with a 7th grade alchemy talent, which was valued by a saintly elder from the Canaan Holy Land, and the Shao family used the power of the Canaan Holy Land, which is why they wanted to exterminate the Flame sect as a means of dominating the Yen state alone. Canaan Holy Land? How is the bottom line of this power? Lin Shu asked. The bottom line is okay, there is a Saint 9th level powerhouse sitting in the town. As for whether there is a Saint King, it is unknown for the time being, but there is a celestial fire in this Holy Land called the meteorite star celestial flame. Rumor has it that it was once when a large flaming star fell from outside the domain. It continued to melt and shrink as it fell, forming a heavenly fire. Hence the name Meteor Star. This heavenly flame is ranked 49 on the list, although it is at the bottom of the list, but because it can constantly give birth to fire attribute star power, it is considered to be of infinite wonderful use, and it has a huge role for fire attribute cultivators or star-picking powerhouses. Hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes lit up. The fire of heaven? What a pleasant surprise. With today's situation, The blazing fire sect and the Canaanite Holy Land is already like water and fire. Lai Fengyun is the person that his mother left for himself. The Canaanite Holy Land is naturally considered Lin Shu's enemy. The enemy's heavenly flame, don't want it for nothing. Even if this heavenly flame is just ranked at the bottom of the list, but it's better than nothing. In Lin Shu's plan, he was thinking of letting his father gather all 49 heavenly flames. In that case, I'll accompany you on a trip to the Canaanite Holy Land. Lin Shu then spoke directly. Just then, suddenly, in the northern part of Yunjo, in an area, a blue fire light rose up to the sky, burning up the entire northern dome. This is Skyfire. Lin Shu and Lai Fengyun, the two of them, instantly understood what had happened. With this scene and such a vision, it was definitely the heavenly flame coming out. Chapter 119, Mysterious Map. Wonderful use. The heavenly flame test was actually a private service. Look at the vision. Skyfire seems to be blue in color. On the heavenly flame list, there were several types of blue heavenly flames. For example, the 47th ranked blue heart flame. Another example is the 25th ranked phantom blue Skyfire. There was also the underworld blue flame that could be ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly flame ranking. At present, only the vision was seen, without seeing the specific heavenly fire, but it was not yet possible to determine. However, it didn't matter what kind of heavenly flame it was, as long as it was a heavenly flame, getting your hands on it would be fine. Lin Shu immediately awakened his father, Lin Sangqiong, who was sensing the heavens and earth and comprehending the domain of fire. As soon as Lin Sangqiong came out of the gate, he saw the astonishing vision in the north and instantly understood. This is the heavenly flame coming out? Not bad. It should be the heavenly flame recorded in that map in your hand. Lin Sangdao was a bit confused. Since the heavenly flame came out with such fanfare, why would there be a map out there? And what is the significance of this map's existence? Lin Shu shook his head. I don't know, but whether it's meaningful or not. Anyway, this heavenly flame has already come out, so we have to rush over there now, in case someone is the first to obtain it. That would be troublesome. Hearing this, Lin Sangdao didn't dwell on the map that he had previously obtained from Lin Shu. Lai Fengyun, it seems that going to the Canaan Holy Land is going to be a while late. The heavenly flame is out. This heavenly flame must be gotten. Lai Fengyun naturally had no opinion, all in accordance with young lord's arrangements. Good, then set off for the northern part of Yunjo. Lin Shu knew that the heavenly flame had come out of the world, and the other forces in Yunjo, naturally, had also seen the shocking vision and were heading towards the northern part of Yunjo. Of course, around Yunjo, there are also many strong people who saw that amazing phenomenon, after learning that it was the heavenly fire out of the world. Many strong people? The first time they chose to rush towards Yunjo, in the Cloud State, the Cloud Neon royal family had also gotten the news. However, knowing that Lin Shu was in Yunjo and that Lin Shu seemed to be quite obsessed with the heavenly flame, he did not take any action even after receiving the news of the heavenly flame's appearance. With Lin Shu around, this heavenly fire was definitely Lin Shu's, and there was no point in them going or not going. Northern Yunjo. There is a mysterious area in this place. This mysterious area was shrouded in magma all year round, and the magma covered a radius of nearly 100,000 miles. It would erupt almost every 100 years, and each time it erupted, it was enough to spread out over millions of miles in a radius. As a result, in this million-mile region, all of them did not have any shelter, and only some adventurers would temporarily build huts to live in. Lin Shu, Lai Fengyun, and Lin Sangdao set off from the Flame Sect. After less than an hour, they arrived at this 100,000 Li magma land. At this moment, in this most central 100,000 miles of magma land, there was a blue barrier stretching across heaven and earth, making it impossible for the crowd to cross over. Outside the blue barrier, a large number of strong people had already gathered by now. Lin Shu sensed it slightly. The powerful ones even reached the realm of saints. The weaker ones, too, had reached the exalted realm. It was just that no matter if it was an exalted or a saint, none of them could cross that blue barrier. What's going on here? How did the knot appear? Could it be that there is still a test required to obtain the heavenly flame? This boundary seems to be difficult to break. It seems that other methods are needed. Among the crowd, Lin Shu was also sizing up the blue barrier at the moment, which was what everyone called a boundary. Just then, Lin Shu suddenly thought of something. On that mysterious map, it seemed to say that one needed to pick a star to enter. The mystery map is from the system and shouldn't be fake, which means that plucked star can access it. But now that there was this boundary blocking the way, and plucked star couldn't enter, it was obvious that something was missing. Unable to help it, Lin Shu then remembered that mysterious map, and then looked directly at his father. Father, take the map out and try it. Although Lin Sangxiang was puzzled as to why he needed a map when the heavenly flame was just inside the boundary, he heard Lin Shu say so and also directly took it out. With the mysterious map taken out, next moment, the map then flew directly out of Lin Sangxiang's hand, and then became bigger and bigger, and in just a few moments, the map that was originally just 3 feet long had already turned into a map that was several miles long. This scene immediately attracted the attention of all the powerful people present. All the powerful people, their gazes looked over. Some people reacted to this map, only that it was related to the heavenly flame. In an instant, there were Tong Tian realm powerhouses who struck out, wanting to grab the map. Seeing that a Tong Tian realm powerhouse had made a move to try to snatch the map, Lin Shu immediately let out a cold snort. Whoever touches this map, dies. As Lin Shu's words fell, the person who originally wanted to make a move to snatch the map was now directly transformed into a bloody mist between heaven and earth, his soul flying away. Hiss, there are actually saints around. Seeing this scene, all the powerful people's faces changed. They hadn't thought that there were hidden sage powerhouses in the dark. For a while, many powerful people paid their respects. Greetings to Sage Senior. Since Lin Shu had only exterminated a few Tong Tian realm powerhouses with a single voice, and hadn't made any specific moves, the many powerhouses present, who didn't know exactly where the saint was, could only bow to the void. Lin Shu, instead of ignoring these people, quietly looked at the map. As the map ascended and increased in size extremely quickly, a channel suddenly appeared above the original blue boundary. Seeing the appearance of this passageway, numerous strong people, one after another, surged towards this passageway, wanting to enter the interior of the boundary. However, to the crowd's surprise, they still couldn't get in. What's going on here? Why can't we get in yet? Could it be that, when entering it, there are still realm restrictions? Try it. Just as they were trying, Lin Sangdao had already put the map away and then directly stepped into the boundary. And as Lin Sangdao stepped in, the passageway instantly disappeared in the next moment. At this very moment, they get it. It turned out that the map was the key to unlocking the boundary, and that the only way to enter it was to hold the map. Of course, they didn't know that there was another point of restriction. That is, the cultivation level was restricted to the star-picking realm. Lin Shu, looking at this scene, at this moment also understood the wonderful use of the mysterious map. I thought that it was a meaningless map, but now it seems not to be so. Without this map, it would only be impossible to go in at all. With this map, not only could you go in, but you were the only one who could explore the interior of the boundary to find the heavenly flame. In the meantime, the void, a sage disciple, looking at this scene, couldn't help but ask, Master, what should we do now? We can't get in at all. The saint spoke directly. Wait, if he can go in, he can come out. Just because he can't go in and fight for the heavenly flame doesn't mean he can't snatch it from this person. Yes, Master. Sure, there were not a few present who thought so. After all, they had seen the realm of the man who had just entered, pluck the stars 9 times. With this amount of strength, even if they did obtain the heavenly flame, they might not be able to keep it. Since this was the case, waiting here for a while, perhaps until it came out, one could participate in the real fight for the heavenly flame. After all, the heavenly flame didn't mean that it must belong to whoever it fell into first. Chapter 120, The Second Emperor. Lin Shu's thoughts. Within the blue boundary, after relying on the mysterious map to enter, Lin Sangdong sensed where the heavenly flame was. In this world, there was a connection between the heavenly flame and the heavenly flame, or attraction, or repulsion. In short, whether it was attraction or repulsion, Lin Sangdao, as the master of the heavenly flame, was naturally able to sense where the heavenly flame was. The entire boundary range was a lava volcano land of 100,000 miles in circumference. Such a place, for mortals, it was an incomparably dangerous Jedi, but for Lin Sangxiong of the 9th level of star plucking, it was not much of a threat. Even if he exploded on the spot now, it would be difficult to threaten Lin Sangdao. With the cultivation of the 9th level of the plucked star, even if one were to bathe in the scorching hot magma, that would not be any problem. Lin Sangdao, crossing crater after crater, entered towards the depths. Outside the blue boundary, everyone was staring at the blue transparent boundary at the moment, looking at Lin Sangdao. Although, quite a few of their powerhouses had already made up their minds and their hearts to directly snatch the heavenly flame when Lin Sangdao obtained it out. But the premise of everything, it was still necessary for Lin Sangdao to obtain the heavenly flame before saying anything. If Lin Sangdao was unable to obtain the heavenly flame, then everything was meaningless. The heavenly flame was powerful, and no one could say that they would definitely be able to obtain it. Numerous powerful people, gazing intently at Lin Sangdao within the blue boundary as he walked towards the depths. What's wrong with this guy? Doesn't he ever stop to check out the lava and the crater? He's heading directly towards the deepest part. Is he so sure that the heavenly flame is in the deepest part? But we must obtain the heavenly flame. If we can't, it would be a great pity. They didn't know that Lin Sangdao already had a heavenly flame on his body that was able to sense the existence of other heavenly flames. Thus there was no need to search place by place. Soon, Lin Sangdong had penetrated tens of thousands of miles deeper. Tens of thousands of miles of magma earth sounded quite far away. But for a star-picking powerhouse, tens of thousands of miles was just a slight walk. It was nothing at all. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Sangdong had already penetrated tens of thousands of miles deep. Finally, Lin Sangdao arrived at the place where the heavenly flame sensation was the strongest. What appeared in front of him was a blue magma, and in the middle of the magma, there was a spring, which was still continuously bubbling out blue magma. Obviously, the heavenly flame was under this spring. Lin Sangqiong, without hesitation, directly jumped into the mouth of the spring and entered the endless blue magma. The blue magma is hotter compared to the red magma elsewhere. The other red magma, for the star-picking powerhouse, was nothing more than the equivalent of a hot water soak. But this blue magma, as soon as Lin Sangtsong jumped into it, he felt a burning sensation on his skin. A vague burning sensation. This wasn't a real heavenly flame. It was just the heavenly flame breath emerging from the spring, coloring the magma here blue. It could be imagined that a true heavenly flame, if it were to come into direct contact, would only be enough to seriously injure a star-plucking powerhouse in an instant. Lin Shu, watching his father jump directly into the middle of the lava, was also ready to strike at any time at this moment. Once his own father was unable to obtain the heavenly flame, or suffered danger, Lin Shu would step in. Although the heavenly flame was important, it was a prerequisite to be able to obtain it. And if it was impossible to obtain it, preserving one's father's life was the most important thing. As long as it is life, then anything is possible. This blue boundary, Lin Shu had just utilized his holy soul to probe it. The strength of the boundary defense was indeed great, and no unusual saint could break it. But it's not that the blue boundary is really impenetrable. It's just that unusual saints aren't strong enough. Lin Shu had probed. If he were to make a move himself, this blue boundary, Lin Shu was confident that one move would be enough to destroy it. The reason why we didn't do this is that there are too many people here. Once broken, the crowd swarmed into it, which would undoubtedly increase the difficulty for one's father to obtain the heavenly flame. It's the equivalent of a single-player game and an online game. The single-player game is even more difficult. There is also the opportunity to keep trying. Once cannot, then 2, 3 or even 100 times. Always pass. The reward is there. Play online. Fail once, and the rewards may be taken right away by someone else. Of course, with Lin Shu's strength, he could suppress the crowd, but the crowd's greed could not necessarily be suppressed, and unless Lin Shu killed them all, they could not help but be moved to strike. This was also the reason why Lin Shu didn't just break the boundary and leave his father alone to search for the heavenly flame first. As for whether or not there would be someone's hand in obtaining the heavenly flame, Lin Shu believed that there must be. Even if the powerful people present knew that there was a powerful person who was defending him, with the Tong Tian realm powerhouses, Lin Shu didn't dare to guarantee that they would definitely make a move. But the saints hidden in the shadows, they would definitely strike. That hand of one's own could deter the passing heaven realm, but it could not deter saints. I hope you can restrain the desires of your hearts, or else there will be rivers of blood flowing here today. Lin Shu, glancing at the many powerful people present, suddenly thought of something. There are quite a few strong people in this place, although to me, they are like ants, but to them, it is a good training object. Lin Shu thought of the people who followed him. Yun Yun, Qin Yuxuan, Su Yan, Lu Shan, Xia Yan, siblings Li Han and Li Xian, as well as Yun Tianming and Wu Wenjing. Another one, on the other hand, was Li Yang, who had just recently followed. Thinking of this, Lin Shu utilized the authority of the Mountain and River Towers Master to check out their current realms. Yun Yun, Qin Yuxuan. Before entering, one was at the second level of void returning and the other was at the first level of void returning. They were entering the third level, where time flowed 1,000 times faster and the energy concentration was 10 times that of the outside world. In this way, from the time they had just arrived at the Flaming Fire Sect change to enter it, to experiencing the Shao family's attack and the arrival of the Xian Heavenly Alliance's strongest men, all told, they had only entered it for less than 2 hours now. However, due to the difference in the flow of time as well as the concentration of energy, it was equivalent to 5 years of sleepless cultivation in the outside world. Now, Yunyun's cultivation was already at the 5th level of the Tongtian realm, and Qin Yushuan had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Return to Void realm. To Lin Shu's surprise, Yunyun was the strongest Tongtian seen so far. Surprisingly, it was an emperor. What exactly is Yunyun's forbidden physique? To be able to achieve emperor so easily is truly surprising. Yun Tianming and Cloud Emperor Yun Aonan's talents were not low, they were all 8th grade talents, especially Yun Aonan, who also possessed a holy body. Even so, these two had helped themselves in achieving Supreme Emperor. Yun, without his own help, relying on himself to achieve Emperor, the gap could be considered very huge. After pondering for a while, Lin Shu released Yun from the mountain and river pagoda. With Yun's strength nowadays, it could be said to be absolutely invincible under a saint. It just so happened that he had made a breakthrough, and if the many strong people present coveted the heavenly flame, it would be possible for her to practice with the strong people present. Rhyme. After releasing Yun, Lin Shu told her his thoughts. When Yun heard this, she nodded her head in a hurry. So that's how it is. Don't worry, if they dare to make a move against father, I will definitely treat them well. As an emperor at the 5th level of the Tongtian realm, he looked at the strongest people present with confidence in his eyes. Chapter 121, Heavenly Flame Space. Seizing the charming blue heavenly flame. Subsequently, Lin Shu continued to check out the others in the mountain and river pagoda. Su Yan, Lu Shan, and Xia Yan were 3 women, the 3 of them practicing on the 2nd level. The 2nd level had a time flow of 100 times, and the energy concentration was likewise 10 times that of the outside world. With Yun was entering together, that is, 2 hours ago. Now that 2 hours had passed, they had cultivated for the equivalent of about 160 to 70 days in the outside world. Their talents were not low, and they had all reached the 7th grade, and now each of them had also broken through to the star-picking realm. The star-plucking realm was a relatively low realm for the powerhouses that arrived in the room. Most of the people present were heavenly, a few were returning to the void, and there were very few star-pluckers, as well as saints hiding. With their strength, if they were to be released, it would not be very meaningful for them to experience, but would be dangerous instead, so Lin Shu did not release them over, and still let them continue to cultivate in the mountain and river pagoda. The next step is San Li, siblings Li Xian and Li Han, as well as Li Yang. These 3, their talents all reached the 8th grade, and Li Yang possessed the holy body. When Li Yang went in, he was at the 1st level of star picking, so by practicing at the 3rd level, with 1,000 times the time as well as 10 times the concentration of energy, his cultivation was now at the 2nd level of the Tongtian realm from the 1st level of star picking, across the Return to Void realm. And, still, the Supreme Emperor. Not bad, but you are qualified to come out and fight with these powerful people present. Lin Shu was satisfied and released Li Yang. After releasing Li Yang and explaining a bit, Li Yang understood what had happened, and at the moment, he was eager to try. Obviously, having just broken through the Tongtian realm not long ago, and still being a Supreme Emperor, he was now also desperate to find an experience. Lin Shu was again looking towards the 2 siblings Li Xian and Li Han in the 3rd layer. This was not the first time they had entered the mountain river tower, at the East Cloud Alliance. Lin Shu had let them go in to cultivate shortly after bringing them out from Linjiang City. At that time, the cultivation time was very long, allowing them to reach the 9th level of star picking. Now, under the 3rd layer's 1,000 times time flow rate and with 10 times the energy concentration, relying on their 8th grade talents, they had all reached the Tongtian realm as well, and the realm was a bit higher than Yun, reaching the 7th level of the Tongtian realm. However, they were only Supreme Emperors, and so far, there was still only one Emperor Yun. It looked like Yun was the slowest to cultivate, but the potential of an emperor was enough to erase the difference in cultivation speed. This is still her who hasn't achieved Ancient Sage and hasn't awakened. I really don't know how terrifying that so-called forbidden physique will be after awakening. Lin Shu murmured in his heart, suddenly looking forward to something. The 2 siblings, Li Xian and Li Han, were similarly pulled out of the mountain and river pagoda by Lin Shu. Duke, when the 2 saw Lin Shu, they hurriedly paid their respects. There's no need to be polite. Letting you guys come out is a bit of experience. It's just the right time to test the results of your cultivation. Lin Shu opened his mouth and pointed at these people present. My father has gone to fetch the heavenly flame. These people may strike later. If they do, you will do the same. Please don't worry, Your Excellency. Since they dared to strike at Your Excellency's father, we will naturally teach them a lesson. Just then, only to see that in the blue boundary, all of a sudden the heaven and earth rioted, and all the volcanoes began to erupt, with endless magma rushing up to the sky. coloring the entire dome of the sky red and blue. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu was worried that something had happened to his father, so he directly utilized his holy soul to invade the boundary and probe. After probing, Lin Shu realized that he was in a space deep within the boundary. That piece of space, devoid of magma, seemed like a separate small world. In that space, Lin Shu saw a blue flame that was floating there. It's phantom blue sky fire. When Lin Shu saw this heavenly fire, he immediately knew what kind of heavenly fire it was. On the heavenly flame list, the 25th ranked phantom blue heavenly flame, charming blue heavenly fire, blue in color, has the ability to charm and erode the divine soul, and can manipulate other people's divine souls in a silent manner. No wonder it was able to construct a boundary, making it impossible for ordinary saints to step into it. Now that he knew it was this heavenly fire, Lin Shu was not surprised. Ranked 25th, this grade of heavenly flame, even among the many heavenly flames, was ranked medium, and it was normal to have some incredible means of protecting oneself. At this moment, Lin Shu saw that in the middle of that space, his own father, Lin Sangqiong, was in a stalemate with the phantom blue heavenly flame. Phantom blue heavenly flame, trying to erode his own father's divine soul with the intention of manipulating him. However, his own father controlled the realm of fire and already possessed a green lotus heavenly flame himself, and cultivated the heavenly flame mysteries, which naturally had a restraining effect on heavenly flame. For a time, the phantom blue heavenly flame, too, was unable to pose a threat to father, but the phantom blue heavenly flame ranked quite high, and father had difficulty in subduing it in a short period of time. Just so stalemate, only a short period of time is simply unable to distinguish victory and defeat. No one can not help each other. I am afraid that the stalemate for 10 days and half a month are not a problem. Lin Shu didn't want to waste such a long time on the heavenly flame. Thinking of this, Lin Shu utilized his holy soul to isolate its erosion of his father's divine soul. Father, I've already utilized my sacred soul to isolate the erosive power of this phantom blue heavenly flame, so you can just take it in now. In the heavenly flame space, when Lin Sangdao heard Lin Shu's voice transmission, without any hesitation, he directly struck out and began to collect it. Watching the collection go smoothly, Lin Shu stopped paying attention and the Holy Spirit returned. The moment, outside the blue boundary, the many powerful people were talking as they watched the riot inside the boundary. Ever since Lin Sangxiong jumped into that spring, they couldn't see what Lin Sangxiong was doing even through the blue transparent boundary. Now that he saw the riot, which swept over a 100,000 mile radius within the boundary, he was naturally a bit worried. Of course, they weren't worried about whether Lin Sangxiong died or not. After all, a stranger, whether he died or not didn't have any effect on them. They were worried that Lin Sangxiong hadn't been able to obtain the heavenly flame, in which case, waiting here would be a pure waste of time. With such a riot, I'm afraid it's hard to resist at the star-picking realm. I don't know if he can obtain the heavenly flame. I'm afraid it's difficult, even if he can obtain it, now that all 100,000 miles in a radius are rioting. He may not be able to come out unscathed even if he obtains it. Time, minute by minute, passed, a quarter of an hour, half an hour, 1 hour. Finally, within the blue boundary, a figure rushed out, and it was clearly Lin Sangdao. It worked! Seeing Lin Sangxiong's figure, many people were overjoyed. After such a long time had passed, they all thought that they had failed and thought that they had died inside. Now that they saw its appearance, they were naturally happy. In a split second, numerous strong people moved closer towards the blue boundary, wanting to start fighting for it the moment it came out. That is, at this point, the four of them, Yun, Li Xian, Li Han, and Li Yang, arrived directly next to the boundary with a flash. Those who go further, die. Chapter 122, Wannabe, Suppressing Saints. The sudden change caused the many powerful people present to be stunned. But, when they took a good look at the realm of the four, they burst out laughing. These four people, they were only at the Tong Tian realm. The highest realm was only at the 7th level of Tong Tian. Although there were 2 of them, but there were no less than 20 Tong Tian realm powerhouses present at the 9th level of Tong Tian alone, and the rest of the Tong Tian realm, even more so, no less than 100 of them. 2 Tong Tian 7th heavens, still want to overturn the sky. As for the 2 Tong Tian 2nd and 5th level people, they didn't put them in their eyes and didn't care at all. Asterisk. Off. Several Tong Tian 9 heavens powerhouses opened their mouths and shouted angrily. A mere Tong Tian 2nd level, Tong Tian 5th level, and Tong Tian 7th level, and they also presumed to want to seize the heavenly flame. What an ignorant person! The Tong Tian 9 heavens powerhouse didn't care about the words of the four. still approaching towards the blue boundary. Just then, Li Xian struck. He who was at the 7th level of Tong Tian to Emperor was supreme in power when he struck out. A Tong Tian 9 Heavens who was closest to him became the object of Li Xian's authority. That Tong Tian 9 Heavens powerhouse also sneered when he saw Li Xian striking out at himself. Self-importance. He was an Earth Emperor of the 9th level of Tong Tian, a top-tier powerhouse in the state he was in. In the surrounding states, heavenly emperors did not appear, saints did not show up, and Earth Emperors of the 9th level of heavenly passage. That was the strongest existence. He naturally wouldn't be afraid of a mere Tong Tian 7th level. However, the next moment, his face changed. Li Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. The divine ability he was so proud of was unexpectedly defenseless against Li Xian. You're the Mikado? He couldn't help but cry out in shock as he looked at the divine power that swept over him. And these words became his last words left in this world. The 7th level of Tong Tian to Emperor. The lowest strength is the 9th level of Tong Tian Heavenly Emperor. And Li Xian's talent even reached the 8th grade. Although it is not a saint body, but it is not too weak to be a saint body. This person in front of him was only an Earth Emperor of the 9th level of Tong Tian. And in terms of disparity, all things considered, he was only 4 small realms behind. Together with the gap in talent, as well as the gap in divine abilities, 6 small realm gaps were more than enough. With such a large gap, it's natural to spike. This, a Tong Tian 7th gravity, killing a Tong Tian 9th gravity in seconds. This scene caused the many strong people present to freeze. When did it become possible for a Tong Tian 7th level to kill a Tong Tian 9th level in seconds? They couldn't help but recall the words of that Tong Tian 9 Heavens before he died. Mikado, if it was a heavenly emperor, the 7th level of Tong Tian, it would indeed be able to fight against the 9th level of Tong Tian, but it didn't seem to be able to do it in seconds. Did it? Who the hell are you? At this time, the many powerful people present, who were also throwing their weight around, could not help but ask. Such a strong person shouldn't be unknown. Li Xian, without answering, simply repeated, "He who comes near, dies." In the face of Li Xian's such and such indifferent words, the many powerful people present were all furious in their hearts. A strong man couldn't help but open his mouth. Don't be afraid, all of you. Even if it really is a Tong Tian 7th Heavenly Emperor, it's only the equivalent of a Tong Tian 9th Heavenly Earth Emperor, and we have no less than 10 Tong Tian 9th Heavenly Earth Emperors here. If he can deal with one, can he still deal with 10? With this strong man opening his mouth, many of the strong men who were originally shocked reacted. Yeah, it's not like you're facing it alone nowadays. Present, but there are many people who want to get closer. The power of one person, can they still resist 10 people? The other party, after all, was only at the heavenly realm, and not a saint. Li Xian, gazing into the crowd. It was a young man, not very old, looking to be in his 30s. However, his cultivation had reached the star-picking realm. Although, there was a huge difference between this and the heavenly pride beside the Duke. Compared to the others present, this was definitely a heavenly pride without compromise. This talent, it was definitely no less than 7th grade. Moreover, the fact that this person dared to speak out even after seeing that he had killed a Tong Tian 9 in seconds proved that he was emboldened. Either his identity was extraordinary or he had a strong person protecting him in the dark. If there was no Gongzi around, Li Xian might have even considered the consequences. But with Gongzi right here, Li Xian naturally didn't need to think about it. Li Xian, directly, struck out and grabbed towards the young man from the star-picking realm. Just as Li Xian was about to grab the young man from the star-picking realm, a palm print that appeared from the void dissolved Li Xian's attack. Instantly, it's a saint. A saint has struck. I didn't realize that behind this young man from Starcatcher, there was actually a saint. The crowd of powerful people, at this moment, also understood. The young man from the star-picking realm looked at Li Xian. Introduce yourself. Han Yi, Canaan's sacred ground true successor. This statement was made. The many powerhouses present were stunned. The Canaanite Holy Land, a giant on the side of Qinzhou several states away from here. The neighboring states, Yunjo or Yenzhou, are all inferior states. Qinzhou, however, was a medium state where saints existed. In particular, the Canaan sacred land was a giant in Qinzhou, and it was rumored that not only did saints exist, but there were also peak saints in existence. I didn't expect that all the giants of Qinzhou would come. The Canaan sacred grounds true legends have all arrived. This heavenly flame, it has no chance with us. Pity. Many strong people? Secretly sighed. Li Xian, at this moment, his gaze was not looking at that Han Yi, but rather into the void. A saint, why should he hide his head so much? It really undermines the majesty of a saint. When Han Yi saw this scene, he couldn't help but say angrily, "With you, you also want to see my master. You are only relying on your age and higher realm. If you were the same age, I would kill you like slaughtering pigs and dogs." Li Xian, looking at Han Yi. "This year, I'm 21. What? 21? How is this possible?" Han Yi was incredulous. How can someone reach the 7th level of Tong Tian at the age of 21 and still be able to kill the 9th level of Tong Tian in seconds? Of course, this was Han Ye's apparent age, and did not add the time spent practicing at the Mountain River Tower. If he added in the Mountain and River Pagoda cultivation time, Han Yi should be almost 30 years old. However, even so, it was not comparable to Han Yi. "No way. That's impossible," Han Yi murmured. Li Xian, who didn't pay attention to Han Ye's disoriented look, didn't wait any longer when he saw that sage didn't appear. Since it didn't appear, there was no need for this Han Yi to exist. Li Xian directly struck out towards Han Yi, and under the huge gap in realms, Han Yi was obliterated without the slightest resistance. The void. At this moment, a saint from the Canaan Holy Land couldn't help but say angrily as he looked at the young figure in front of him, "Who exactly are you and why are you against this saint?" The young figure was, naturally, Lin Shu. Lin Shu didn't want to interfere in the fights under the saints, but it doesn't allow saints to get involved either. Thus, after seeing this saint in front of him make a move, Lin Shu also made a move. This was also the reason why, when Li Xian tried to force this sage to appear, this sage never appeared, because, as he was suppressed by Lin Shu, he was naturally unable to appear. Chapter 123, Grand Elder of the Shao Family, 10,000 Flowers Holy Land. Li Xian had killed Han Yi, and at the moment, he had shocked many people. After all, Han Yi was a true legend of the Canaan Holy Land, a true disciple of the Holy Land. That was the most outstanding disciple of the Holy Land, and this kind of outstanding disciple usually had a saint among the Holy Land to teach them. Sage disciples, so killed, so how can not let them shock? For them, saints, that is a transcendent existence, standing at the top of the clouds of the strong. Such an existence, once the world, that is the audience of life worship. You actually killed the Canaan Holy Land true legend. Do you know what the consequences of doing so and so will be? The Holy Land is furious. Everyone present will not be able to escape and will be buried here with them. Among the crowd, a Tong Tian realm powerhouse opened his mouth. The crowd looked over and immediately saw the identity of the person who had opened his mouth. It's him, the Grand Elder of the Shao family. Rumor has it that a young descendant of the Shao family has entered the Canaan Holy Land. I wonder if it's true. It should be true. Otherwise, at this juncture nowadays, this Grand Elder of the Shao family shouldn't have come forward. The Shao family's Grand Elder, seeing that he was recognized, wasn't surprised and wasn't hiding, directly standing out in a dignified manner. Standing in front of the crowd, he spoke directly. "Fellow Taoists, my Shao family does have a disciple who has joined the Canaan Holy Land, and was valued by a sage elder and accepted as a disciple. And now, the true legend of the Canaan Holy Land has been killed. This matter concerns the face of the Canaan Holy Land, and since my Shao family has a descendant joining the Canaan Holy Land, I can't ignore this matter. However, the thieves are ferocious, so I'd like to ask all of you Taoists to join me. My Shao family joined the Canaan Holy Land descendant with amazing alchemy talent, and his master is the #1 alchemist in the Canaan Holy Land. So if all of you capture the murderer of the Canaan Holy Land's true successor today, I'll let my Shao family's disciples request for some pills to be bestowed as a reward. I believe that the Canaan Holy Land, in order to avenge a true lord, would never skimp on pills." Hearing the words of the Shao family's Grand Elder, many of the strongest people who had already been shocked were all moved at this moment. A pill from the Canaan Holy Land's #1 alchemist, that was definitely of incalculable value. Even if he really couldn't get the elixir, being able to connect with the Canaan Holy Land would still be a piece of chance. This person in front of him, although he was powerful, perhaps a Tong Tian 7th level Supreme Emperor, one-on-one, no one present was his opponent, unless it was a saint who had come out. However, one didn't know what the saint had suddenly gone to do, having just helped Han Yi block a move, but now he hadn't appeared. This caused many people to speculate if they were being held back by the division behind the man in front of them. Obviously, they also understood that this person in front of them was powerful and had killed Han Yi with impunity, so his identity was definitely extraordinary, and perhaps he also had a saint backstage. Today, they are faced with three choices. Firstly, helping the Shao family, together with making a move against this person in front of them and capturing them, could gain the goodwill of the Canaan Holy Land, and corresponding to that, it would offend the forces behind this person in front of them. Second, just leave and stay out of the matter. Neither side is offended. Third, in turn, helping this person in front of him to deal with the Shao family, so that he would be on the opposite side of the Canaan Holy Land. Theoretically, the second option is the most correct, but this one, however, does not have any substantial benefits. The first and third choices will offend one party, but they will be able to reap the goodwill of the other party and the goodwill of the saints. A Tong Tian realm powerhouse, after thinking about it, eventually stood out and walked over to the Shao family's grand elder. Apparently, he had ultimately chosen the Shao family and the Canaan Holy Land. The truth was that the Canaan Holy Land was notorious, and the other party might also have saints, and might be holding the Canaan Holy Land saints in check now. But so far, no forces had been revealed. In this case, it was likely that they didn't dare to disclose it for fear of retaliation by the Canaan Holy Land. Of course, it is also possible to be powerful, but do not want to be famous, is a hidden power. But this possibility is very small. After all, generally speaking, the power of the hidden world, even if it is powerful, it is also limited. There is no power that will have nothing to do like the hidden world, unless there is a reason of last resort, such as a powerful enemy. All things considered, Canaan Holy Land that was a clear and visible strength. It seemed an easy choice to make as to which was more important, a powerful Holy Land that was visible in the open, compared to a hidden power. With the first to make a choice, there is a second and a third. Soon, by the side of the Shao family's grand elder, there were already quite a number of strong people gathered, all of them wanting to use this matter to climb up to the Canaan Holy Land's strongest. In the meantime, at this time a rather calm void, parked a flying boat hidden in the void. There are saints means shielding, so everyone did not find. On top of the flying boat, a saint as well as quite a few young men and women looked down below. One of the young women spoke. Master, this person is most likely a supreme emperor. This kind of talent would be an absolute heavenly pride even if placed in a holy land. A heavenly pride at the level of a holy sun. Senior, aren't we going to step in and help him? A heavenly pride at the saint sun level. If we help him, it will be of great benefit to our holy land. Beside the young woman, the sage spoke. There's no rush. It's not too late to wait until he's in a crisis, and by doing so, he'll be even more grateful. The young woman couldn't help but feel a little anxious at the moment when she heard her master's words. Master, I know what you mean, but the other party may not be in a desperate situation. Such a heavenly pride, how could there be no forces behind it? It can't be a loose cultivator, right? It's good to send charcoal in the snow, but there must be an opportunity to do so. If there's no opportunity, and we don't go out again, I'm afraid we'll miss the chance to make friends. The sage, hearing the disciple's words, finally nodded. Well, in that case, let it be as you say. Say it. On the flying boat, the saint appeared in front of Li Han with a group of young men and women. Canaan Holy Land and the Shao family, right? I'll bail you out on this one. As soon as the sage appeared, he looked at the Shao family and the group of powerful people standing beside them and opened his mouth, giving a domineering aura that could not be refuted. Holy saints! The Shao family's grand elder, seeing the saint appear, was shocked in his heart. The might of a saint was still so great that the Shao family couldn't resist it at all. However, once he thought of the fact that he was working for the Canaan Holy Land, he instantly raised his guts and spoke with a stiff upper lip. This sage senior, this person killed the Canaan Sacred Land's true successor. Isn't senior afraid that the Canaan Sacred Land will ask for punishment if he does so? The sage blared at the Shao family's grand elder. And the Shao family's grand elder immediately felt an incomparably terrifying pressure exerted on him, causing him to no longer be able to breathe smoothly, and he couldn't even stand. These words, if the Canaan Holy Lord or the Canaan Holy Land Saint were to say them, I would give a few moments of face, but as for you, you're worthy of questioning? However, even though she said that, she did not strike down the Shao family's grand elder, that new disciple of the Canaan Holy Land. She knew that he had good talent and was valued by the first alchemist of the Canaan Holy Land to be accepted as a personal disciple. It was easy to kill the Shao family's grand elder, but the first alchemist of the Canaan Holy Land behind that disciple of the Shao family was not to be messed with. One slip up, and it would be difficult for the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land behind her to close the deal. After all, it was rumored that Canaan Holy Land's #1 alchemist, who possessed the sage-breaking Dan formula, could even refine this Dan. If the rumors were true, the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers would also need to be cautious. Seeing that the Shao family's grand elder stopped speaking, this female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land looked towards Li Xian. Come with me. Chapter 124, Imperial Sun? Stunned by the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers, Li Xian, looking at the sage in front of him, said, Many thanks to Sage Senior. but this matter is a task explained by the Duke, so I can't leave here. Duke, the female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, was a bit surprised. A heavenly pride that was likely to be at the level of Supreme Emperor. Saint's son, I can't believe I'm calling someone else a male. This kind of address is usually that of an underling. When did the saint's son level heavenly pride become so humble? Or is that gentleman a big shot? But, even if that Gongzi came from a great place, it would be impossible to make a saint's son level heavenly pride so humble. Not to mention, this one in front of him was not an ordinary saint's son level heavenly pride. At only 21 years of age, the 7th level of Tong Tian's Supreme Emperor, this was an achievement that some saint sons with saint bodies were unable to achieve. Generally speaking, the potential of a saint son with a saint body was at the great saint realm or even the quasi-emperor realm. This person in front of me, I'm only afraid that he has the qualifications of a great emperor. Even if that male was an emperor's son, he wasn't qualified to have a great emperor's capital possessor honored like this. Murphy, the female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, all of a sudden, seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that this heavenly pride in front of him was being controlled? She couldn't think of anything else but that. A heavenly pride who was expected to step onto the emperor's path in the future and compete for that supreme great emperor Dao fruit. Apart from being controlled, she didn't believe that she would be subjugated to a human being. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense, and the female saint of the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers immediately opened her mouth. You don't have to worry about your so-called Gongzi. If your Gongzi doesn't agree, I will naturally find a way to make her agree. The moment she's excited, it was as if she seemed to see a heavenly pride with the talent of a great emperor getting out of her control with her help and then following her back to the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land. From then on, the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land began to rise, and even if it ultimately failed to become an emperor, there was still no problem with becoming a quasi-empire. How could she not be excited at the thought of bringing back a future paragon emperor? She couldn't wait, so she directly grabbed towards Li Xian. Li Xian, looking at this female saint in front of him who was rejected by himself and grabbed towards him, he immediately dodged away. He suspected that there was something wrong with the female saint designated in front of him. Senior, you just helped me once. This time out, I will not take it into account. Please Senior leave. If Senior does not leave and insists on still making a move, I have no choice but to be offended. Don't worry, I don't have bad thoughts about you. The female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land clearly did not take Li Xian's words to heart. Tong Tian 7 to the Emperor, indeed very strong, but she is a saint. If the person in front of you a little higher realm, such as Tong Tian 9, they may not really be able to win steadily, but now well, absolutely impossible to be their opponent. When Li Xian saw that the female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land was still going to make a move, he didn't hesitate and immediately opened his mouth. Let's strike together. As Li Xian finished speaking, Li Han also immediately stood beside him at this moment. The same realm, the 7th level of Tong Tian, Li Xian and Li Han, the two of them directly struck out at the female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land. This scene completely dumbfounded the other powerhouses present. The 7th level of Tong Tian, actually thinking of fighting a saint. This was definitely the most shocking thing they had ever seen. The Shao family's grand elder looked at this scene and was delighted at this moment. If this saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land wanted to take Li Xian away by force, there was nothing he could do. Unexpectedly, Li Xian actually didn't leave and instead wanted to fight the saint. It wasn't just as he intended. However, soon, the face of the Shao family's grand elder froze. That female saint, facing two Tong Tian 7th levels, was unexpectedly suppressed. How is this possible? The female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land was also horrified in her heart at this moment as she looked at Li Han beside Li Xian. You are also a Supreme Emperor? Since when was it so easy to achieve Supreme Emperor? The 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, at least, has been inherited for tens of thousands of years, although it has not produced any top-tier powerhouses, but it has also produced saintly 9-tier powerhouses, and its heritage is no less than that of the Canaan Holy Land, Tong Tian realm, for tens of thousands of years. It was even more unknown how many had come out, but so far no one had ever achieved the Supreme Emperor. Unexpectedly, when he came to this remote and backward yunjo, he saw two of them at once. Who the hell are you people? A Supreme Emperor? Perhaps by luck. Two Supreme Emperors? That's not luck. The power behind this is only unimaginable. That male, it might even be a certain emperor's son who had only emerged from the world after being sealed until now. If these two were cultivated by the emperor's son, with the emperor's son's identity, it would not be unacceptable for them to be honored in this manner. The female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land was a bit afraid at the moment, regardless of whether or not there was an emperor's son. The situation today was indeed beyond his expectations and beyond her control. She spoke immediately. "Two little friends, this matter was my ill consideration in the first place. I hereby apologize to you both. I wonder what compensation you two need." Li Xian and Li Han were also disinterested when they saw a female saint soften so quickly. Originally, it was expected to be a painful fight. As their realms grew higher, they realized that there seemed to be a unique connection between the two that seemed to unite them. They still wanted to use this female saint to try out how strong the duo was in joining forces. Of course, the main thing was to try to see if he could mobilize that particular fusion of power within his body, and what kind of strength he could exert. However, since the other party had softened, Li Xian gave up. "It's alright, seeing as you just stepped in with good intentions. This matter will not be pursued. No compensation is needed. Just leave." Upon hearing this, the female sage of the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land immediately left with the disciples of the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land who had followed her. "This time, I thought it was a chance, but I didn't realize that it almost brought a devastating disaster. Luckily, I woke up in time." After the female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land left, Li Xian looked at the Shao family's grand elder. This person, gathering many strong people, was already on the death list in Li Xian's mind, so naturally, he could not be spared. Seeing Li Xian's gaze looking over, the Shao family's grand elder was also terrified at this moment. Just now, the two men suppressed the saint vividly, and with this amount of strength, he was simply unable to fight against it, even if it is united with a number of powerful people. But even more powerful people were only at the Tong Tian realm, and were like ants to saints. The Li Xian in front of him, however, was able to join forces with another woman who looked quite similar to suppress the saint. How can this be a fight? The Shao family's grand elder, without hesitation, directly disappeared into the distance, wanting to leave this place of wrongdoing, trying to run away after targeting. Li Xian directly struck out, and the Shao family's grand elder was instantly killed on the spot. Also at this time, the blue boundary, finally, was open. This meant that Lin Sangdao had already taken the phantom blue heavenly flame under his wing. Otherwise the blue boundary was a protective barrier generated by the phantom blue heavenly flame itself, so how could it dissipate so easily? Seeing the blue boundary open, at this moment, but no one dared to make any extra movements. Li Xian, Li Han, Li Yang, and Yun Yun stood there, and with the strength of the four of them, it could be said that the four of them were the best. Chapter 125, Unspeakable Forbidden Body. A familiar scent, the void. Lin Shu watched as his father came out and managed to subdue the phantom blue heavenly flame. After glancing at that suppressed saint, he then directly obliterated him. Just now, the main reason for keeping him was to ask how to get to the Canaan Holy Land. After all, before that, Lin Shu had promised Lai Fengyun that he would overthrow the Canaan Holy Land. However, the Canaan Holy Land was far away in Qinzhou, and it was not clear exactly where it was. So in order to extinguish it, he definitely needed to know where it was. Instead of asking at that time, it would be better to directly ask this Canaan Holy Land saint in front of him. Now that the detailed location has been asked, there is no need for him to exist. Lin Shu, glancing at the back of the female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land who had left in a sorry state, Lin Shu naturally saw what happened between Li Xian and her just now. This 10,000 Flowers Holy Land female saint, who didn't know what kind of messed up things were going through her mind, went from being incomparably confident and even a bit cocky at the very beginning to actually being scared away later on. Lin Shu, who was watching, was also so speechless that she really wanted to catch up and search her soul to see what she was thinking about. Forget it. Lin Shu shook his head. The other party hadn't taken a shot at him after all, and he didn't have to do anything like that. Let her run away if she's scared. Lin Shu, disappearing into the void, then came to his father's side. "Father, how is the phantom blue heavenly flame collected?" "It has been successfully collected, and I have to thank you this time. Otherwise I was afraid that I would still be in a stalemate for a long time." Lin Shu smiled. "What's the point of saying that? If you really want to be thanked, can you thank me, father?" Lin Shu said with his fingers crossed. "The green lotus heavenly flame was a gift from me. The same goes for the pure Nirvana heavenly flame, as well as all sorts of other resources. Weren't they all gifts from me?" When Lin Sengqiang heard Lin Shu's words, he thought about it, and it seemed to be really true. So he didn't refute it and simply fell silent. After a long time, Lin Sengdao spoke again. "Brat, thank you. Heavenly flames are useful for anyone. If not for me, these heavenly flames should be yours. I know you're cultivating me. From now on, I won't say thank you. I'll try my best to cultivate and strive not to let your cultivation go to waste." Today's Lin Sangdao had long since stopped believing that Lin Shu had those words from the ancient sage master. As for the dream transmission and gift giving and whatnot, it was obviously something Lin Shu had made up off the top of his head in the first place. As soon as he thought that he had even believed it in the first place, Lin Sangdao felt inwardly embarrassed. Hearing his own father's words, Lin Shu was satisfied in his heart. The father was finally realizing that he was simply grooming him. In this way, he himself could blatantly arrange for him to cultivate tasks in the future. It is also unnecessary to have to find all sorts of reasons to make arrangements, as in the past. Say, brat, what realm are you in? Lin Sangqiang suddenly asked. At the very beginning, I thought that you were in the divine profound realm, yet how long has it been since then? And the guesses in my mind have been overturned countless times by you. Thanks to me worrying about you when I was in Linjiang City back then. Every time you went outside to play in the hookahs and flower boats, I secretly sent people to protect you. I'm just afraid it's you, brat. Looking at the spirit transformation realm I've arranged, I don't know how many times I've laughed at it, right? The more he said, the more excited Lin Sangdao became. Also, I really don't know how you practice. Obviously I'm the one who has been cultivating hard. And you, brat, I basically haven't seen you cultivate. Only when you were a child and just returned to the Lin family, you cultivated hard for a while. Just this, how is the cultivation so powerful? Lin Shu smiled gently. It can't be helped, the talent is here. Even if I don't cultivate, I'll still be able to quickly break through my cultivation level. You, Lin Sangdao was speechless as he listened to Lin Shu's words. You can break through without practicing. Listen, is that human? How come he hadn't realized before that this sun was so expensive and angry? I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to the mountain river tower to retreat. I have 2 kinds of heavenly flames on me now. I have to refine them. Lin Shu naturally had no opinion. The next thing that happens is that there is no need for the father to step in. Lin Sangdao, after spitting, entered the mountain river tower. Seeing Lin Sangdong enter the mountain river tower, Lin Shu then turned his gaze in the direction of Li Xian, and with a flash, he came directly in front of Li Xian from above the heavenly flame space. When Li Xian saw Lin Shu appear, he immediately paid his respects. The many other powerhouses present, seeing that Li Xian had just dared to go up and fight even saints, and now that he was facing a young man with such respect, they also paid their respects. Lin Shu, glancing at them and ignoring them, turned his head to look at Li Xian. Let's go. Go to Qinzhou and destroy the Canaan Holy Land. Yes, my lord. Soon, Lin Shu and his group disappeared. Qinzhou, it belonged to one of the 3,000 states in the eastern wasteland, and was a medium state among the 3,000 states. Qinzhou, there is no absolute hegemon. Some of them were 4 top-tier forces standing in all directions. The 4 top powers, respectively, Canaanite Sanctuary in the east, the southern Mecca of all flowers, St. Buddhism in the west, as well as the Tsan Yuan Pavilion in the north. Among them, the Canaan Holy Land, because of the heavenly flame, was relatively a bit more profound, and its strength was said to be the strongest. Lin Shu and his group, after leaving the place where the phantom blue heavenly flame came out, then headed towards Qinzhou. Since the trip required them to travel across several states for a relatively long period of time, Lin Shu allowed them to enter the mountain and river pagoda to cultivate. Of course, once in a while, they would call someone out to keep them company. After all, it was really quite boring not having someone to talk to along the way. No, Lin Shu called Yunyun out. Rhyme, I've disturbed your cultivation. Yunyun shook her head. Husband, you can't say that. If it wasn't for husband, if I wanted to reach today's realm, I'm only afraid that it would still take me at least 15 years or even longer. I'm now at the 6th level of the passage realm. What I'm going to do next is to amass a stronger accumulation to prepare for the breakthrough to ancient sage. I don't know what this heavenly calamity of mine will be, but I'm a forbidden body, so I'm afraid it'll be heavenly punishment or heavenly wrath. Hearing Yunyun talk about this, Lin Shu was again curious about Yunyun's physique. Rhyme, what kind of physique are you? Husband, please forgive me. I can't say anything about that physique of mine. I have a feeling that once I do, I might face an unprecedented crisis. Yunyun spoke. I once tried to want to reveal it to my royal sister, but when the words came to my lips, I felt a sense of fatal crisis. Not that I didn't want to tell my husband, but I couldn't. Lin Shu was also quite surprised to hear this. In this world, there was such a physique. Just saying the words is a mortal danger. No wonder, Yunyun was called by her forbidden physique. Just as Lin Shu and Yunyun were sitting on the flying boat, traveling towards Qinzhou, suddenly, Lin Shu couldn't help but freeze in his heart. Why is there a familiar scent here? Chapter 126, the author didn't take the title. Piece of cake. What's wrong? Yunyun, looking at Lin Shu, couldn't help but ask. Just now he was chatting with himself. Why all of a sudden he was looking in one direction and froze. Yunyun looked towards the direction of Lin Shu's gaze, and below was an extremely ordinary mountain range. There didn't seem to be any exotic treasures in the mountains, so how could they make Lin Shu stare blankly? Lin Shu, hearing Yunyun's voice, snapped back from his trance and smiled gently. Met a little thing. I sense a familiar aura in the midst of this mountain range. That's right. Lin Shu unexpectedly sensed the aura of the Golden Element Overlord Body Technique in the middle of this mountain range. Golden Element Buster Technique. That was the technique of the Golden Vein, one of the branches of the Lin family. There was the scent of the Golden Element Buster Technique, which meant that within this mountain range, there existed the Golden Vein clansmen of the Lin family branch. This surprised Lin Shu. Here, but it was already far away from the Cloud State, separated from the Cloud State by a Yen State and a Miao State. A total distance of 2 states. Each state was not too far for Lin Shu's strength today. It is only 20,000 miles across, 2 states, and with the fact that it is already some distance deeper into this state today, it can be said that the place where it is now, is no less than 50,000 miles away from the Cloud State. Such a long distance would take a while for even a Tong Tian realm powerhouse to reach. As for the Lin family's branch Golden Vein, the strongest person was only at the Zunshu realm. At least that was the case the last time Lin Shu went back. In other words, the clansmen of the Lin family who were in this mountain range were probably less than the Zunshu realm. To be able to reach this place across a distance of over 50,000 miles while not being at the Exalted Realm, how could this not surprise Lin Shu? In this situation, Lin Shu naturally had to go and explore. Think about it. Lin Shu couldn't help but open his mouth. Rhyme. It looks like we'll have to postpone our trip to Qingzhou for some time. Yunyun was naturally fine with it and said directly, I don't have a problem with it, just make your own decision, husband, Yunyun said. Lin Shu then directly put away the flying boat, and then he took Yunyun and disappeared into the mountain range below. The familiar aura was coming from the mountain range, and Lin Shu naturally wanted to explore the mountain range. Without hesitation, Lin Shu then directly exerted the powerful Saint Soul power of the Saint King realm. In a flash, 100 miles in a circle, 1,000 miles in a circle, 10,000 miles in a circle, and even more distant places were all within the shroud of Lin Shu's holy soul. As Lin Shu unfolded his sacred soul probe, he soon discovered the aura of the Golden Element Overlord Body Technique roughly 30,000 miles away from him. Lin Shu sensed that the Lin family member who had the aura of the Golden Element Overlord Body Technique on his body was at the star-plucking realm. This clan member, however, didn't seem to be in a very good position nowadays, as he seemed to have suffered serious injuries and his breath was extremely disorganized. Lin Shu was surprised by this. Unexpectedly, the Lin family had already had a member of their clan reach the star-picking realm. At the same time, it was also unexpected that this clan member of the Lin family, since he was injured, why didn't he rush into the mountain river tower to escape the pursuit, but instead hid in a cave? Lin Shu sensed carefully here, and beside this Lin family member, there was another woman. Couldn't let go of this woman, could you? Lin Shu thought about it and decided to go over and take a look. After all, it was his own Lin family member, not to mention this Lin family member, who was able to reach the star-picking realm. Either they had relied on the 10,000 blood pool baptism to elevate to a high level of talent, or they had received a chance. This Lin family member, after all, was very young, just in his early 20s, before there was the 10,000 blood pool. Disciples in this age group of the Lin family would at most have just stepped into that level of the flesh-body realm. This Lin family disciple, to be able to rely on the 10,000 blood pool and the mountain river pagoda, from the flesh-body realm, to reach the current star-picking realm, this speed could be considered very astonishing. Talents that were either not lower than the 8th grade, or had received a great chance to skyrocket their realm in a short period of time. Either way, Lin Shu saw it, so naturally he couldn't help but take a look at it. Not to mention the fact that it seemed to be in trouble and might be able to save his life. 30,000 miles. This distance, for Lin Shu, was even less far, and with Yun tearing through the void in a single shift, he instantly crossed over a cave. At this moment, Lin Jinshan looked at the woman in front of him who was taking care of him and said guiltily, I'm sorry for making you suffer by following me and being hunted. Don't ever say that. The young woman beside Lin Jinshan immediately shook her head. Since I have chosen to follow you, how can I abandon you at such a juncture? Just as they were getting tired of each other, in the middle of the cave, 2 figures suddenly appeared, and it was clearly Lin Shu and Yun. Lin Jinchen froze when he saw Lin Shu, and then he immediately opened his mouth respectfully. Greetings, young lord. Young lord, why are you here? Lin Shu glanced at Lin Jinchen. I just happened to be passing by and happened to sense the golden element overlord body technique scent, and this place is far away from Yunjo, so I came over to take a look. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Jinchen heard Lin Shu's words and immediately narrated. As Lin Jinchen narrated the story, Lin Shu instantly understood the causes and consequences. It turns out that after he left the Lin family with his father, the outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the Lin family followed suit, leaving the Lin family together to train in the outside world. Lin Jinchen, while traveling outside, was lucky enough to encounter a secret realm. He entered the secret realm and received the inheritance, and the owner of the secret realm was approaching his end and passed his cultivation to him. When he obtained the cultivation of the secret realm's master, he directly entered the mountain river tower to cultivate. While cultivating, he digested the master imparted by the master of the secret realm. It was just that the cultivation imparted by the master of the secret realm was so profound that he still hadn't been able to digest it after a while of seclusion in the mountain and river pagoda, so he ended his cultivation for the time being. Unexpectedly, when he left the mountain river tower to return to the secret realm, he realized that there were restrictions in the secret realm that only allowed him to enter under the star-plucking realm, and he had already reached above the star-plucking realm, triggering a teleportation array in the secret realm. He then arrived in the Tsangzhou, the state where he is now. Then what happened to the injuries on your body? Why don't you enter the mountain river tower to hide since you're undefeated? Lin Jinchen said. Young lord, when I teleported over, perhaps the teleportation array was too old, causing the space to be unstable, and I also suffered some injuries, and it just so happened that when I exited the teleportation array, I met her, said. Lin Jinchen pointed to the woman on the side whose hearing had already been closed by Lin Shu. The reason why he did so was because he was afraid that the secrets of the mountain and river tower would be heard by her. Lin Jinchen continued to speak. She brought me home and then took care of me, not realizing that the move angered her fiancé. Her fiancé, then, wanted to kill me and the two of us to vent his anger. I can't just ignore the woman who rescued me and then go back to the mountain river tower by myself to hide. Really? Am I still human? Lin Shu nodded. Indeed, it would be inhuman to simply abandon one's savior. In this way, the scene in front of him could be justified. Lin Shu opened his mouth. Since that's the case, this young lord just happened to be passing by, so I'll help you settle your troubles. Having said that, Lin Shu then unsealed the hearing seal of the woman beside him, and after the woman unsealed herself, she looked at Lin Shu with a wary expression. Just now, she had only seen the person in front of her appear, and then she couldn't hear the voice and could only see him talking to Lin Jinchen. Such a person who sealed her hearing as soon as she appeared. She naturally had to be a little wary. Lin Jinchen immediately explained. This is my family's young master. The conversation just now involved some hidden secrets. That's why I didn't let you listen. No harm done to you. The woman listened, which put her guard down. Go! Lin Shu didn't care about the woman's vigilance and looked towards Lin Jinchen. As you go, tell this young lord what her fiancé is like. Chapter 127, Songlan Palace. Songzhou. Injustice. Lin Jinchen looked to the woman on the side. I don't know much about your fiancé's situation. Either you come and talk to my young master? The woman nodded and then spoke. My name is Si Lingling, and the Si family that I was born into is a subsidiary family of the top power in the Tsang prefecture, the Songlan Palace. As a subsidiary family, the Si family born and still a full-fledged young miss of the Si family, I am destined to marry the young hall master of the Kanglan Palace, whether as a wife or a concubine. The young hall master of the Kanglan Hall, said to be my fiancé, but in reality how it turns out has not yet been decided. After all, I don't know if it will be for a wife or a concubine, but no matter what, in the heart of the Kanglan Palace's young hall master, whether I'm a wife or a concubine, I'm his person. I saved Lin Jinchen and brought him back to the Si family. Perhaps this matter caused a misunderstanding on his part. The Kanglan Palace young hall master. This man, because of his honorable status, is notoriously overbearing, and naturally, he does not allow me to contact other men. Therefore, without even asking the cause of the matter, he wanted to kill me and Lin Jinchen together. Lin Jinchen, although his realm is higher than the Kanglan Hall's young hall master, he was only able to flee because of his injuries and because beside the Kanglan Hall's young hall master, there was also a Dao protector. Lin Shu waved his hand. It doesn't matter if this young lord knows about what's going on between you guys, but it's this Songlan Palace. If I want to help you guys solve this trouble, it's bound to be against this Songlan Palace. Why don't you tell us how strong this Songlan Palace is? The woman said immediately. Kanglan Hall. one of the top forces in Sungjo. The Hall Master is a strong person at the peak of the 9th level of the Tongtian, and it is said that there are also saintly ancestors in Kanglan Hall, but Sungjo has never seen a saint before, so it is impossible to clarify whether or not this matter is true. Hear this. Lin Shu was instantly disinterested. I had thought that since it was the top power in the Sungjo, it had a few strengths anyways. It seems pretty average these days. This Sungjo seems to be a lower class state like Yunjo and Yinjo. This was a surprise to Lin Shu. Qin Prefecture was a medium state, but Sung Prefecture was connected to Qin Prefecture, and surprisingly, no saints had appeared. Lin Shu looked to Yun Yun who was on the side. Rhyme child, before the matter of Yinzhou, the limelight was all stolen by Li Xian. You didn't even make a move. How about this Kanglan Palace? How about leaving it to you to solve at that time? Yun Yun hurriedly opened her mouth after hearing this. It's fine. It just so happens that I've been cultivating lately, just raising my strength all at once. I haven't fought yet. This Songlan Palace, it can be used to practice. This statement was made. The woman beside Lin Jinshan couldn't help but stare, then immediately said, even if the Kanglan Palace really doesn't have any hidden saints, it still has a peak Tongtian 9th Heavenly Palace Master, so it can't be taken lightly. Yun Yun glanced at the woman and said, don't worry, the mere peak of the 9th level of Tongtian, even if I can't beat it, isn't there still my husband here? The Kanglan Palace, as far as husband is concerned, is nothing more than a mole cricket. Having said that, Yun Yun and Lin Shu had already walked out of the cave, leaving behind a dumbfounded Si Lingling. Lin Shu and Yun Yun, it doesn't look as if they're very big, estimated to be about 20 years old. Lin Jinshan, being in his early 20s and possessing the 5th level of the star-plucking realm, was already shocking her beyond measure. Even so, the star-picking realm was not even on the same level compared to the Songlan Palace. Lin Shu and Yun Yun, surprisingly so despised the Kanglan Palace, really made her confused. Lin Jinshan, what is the strength of your family's young master? And what is the strength of your family's young master's wife? Are they really capable of dealing with the Kanglan Palace? Lin Jinshan, he actually wasn't very clear about how strong Lin Shu was. However, Lin Jinshan did trust Lin Shu. After all, because of Lin Shu, the young master, the Lin family had undergone a radical metamorphosis this time. As far as the Lin family's greatest treasure was concerned, it was only through Lin Jinshan walking out of the Lin family to go to the outside world to practice that he realized just how precious that was. In short, the passage realm was absolutely impossible to take out. With this alone, he believed that the young lord was by no means comparable to the Tongtian realm. I don't know how strong young lord is, but I believe that young lord is the one who can create miracles. The Kanglan Palace, to us, may be a behemoth, but to the young lord, it may truly be a mole cricket. In short, the young lord is too mysterious, so mysterious that it's immeasurable. As Si Lingling listened, she was also quite shocked in her heart. Lin Jinshan, in his early 20s at the star-picking realm, such a person was definitely an absolute heavenly pride. He could not ignore all the heavenly prides of the Sungjo, yet he treated this young lord with such respect. It seemed that this young lord was truly unfathomable. Thinking about this, in the face of the extremely terrifying force that was the Kanglan Palace, she was still worried in her heart, but now she was also relaxing quite a bit. Lead the way. After exiting the cave, Lin Shu looked at Si Lingling, to the Kanglan Hall, Sungjo. It was also Lin Shu's first time here, so naturally he didn't know where the so-called Kanglan Palace was. After saying that, Lin Shu took out the flying boat. With Si Lingling leading the way, Lin Shu and his group headed towards the Kanglan Hall. Less than an hour, the group had then arrived in front of the Kanglan Palace. There's actually a surprise. Lin Shu, standing on top of the flying boat parked in the void, overlooking the Kanglan Palace, was quite surprised in his heart. Originally, I thought that being able to meet the Lin family members in Sungjo would already be an accident. I didn't expect that there would be surprises in the Kanglan Hall. Under Lin Shu's Saint King Holy Soul, everything in the Kanglan Palace was clearly seen by Lin Shu. In the Kanglan Hall, Lin Shu saw several black-robed men. This black-robed man was similar to the black-robed man Saint King from the Xian Heavenly Alliance that Lin Shu had met in the Yunjo Flame sect earlier. Except for some disparity in breath, the clothes and dress can be said to be identical. Lin Shu intuited that this was someone from the Xian Tian Alliance. Last time, the Xian Heavenly Alliance had come to trouble themselves for no reason, and since they had run into someone from the Xian Heavenly Alliance now, Lin Shu naturally could not let it go. A saint, 3 peaks of the 9th level of the Tongtian. Let's just take them for a while and collect interest. Surely it would be better to ask something. For example, where was the Xian Tian Alliance and did it have a branch in Sangzhou? If there was, Lin Shu didn't mind trashing it. While Lin Shu was pondering, Yun Yun had already struck. Although, Yun Yun didn't know what Lin Shu was planning to do with this Kanglan Hall. However, since this Kanglan Hall young hall master had struck out at Lin Shu's clan, in Yun Yun's opinion, direct extermination was the least troublesome solution. Thus, Yun Yun did not talk nonsense, and as soon as she arrived over the Kanglan Palace, she exploded her entire body's aura. Cloud Whisker. In the vault of the sky, under the top of the clouds, there seemed to be a goddess on the ground, and from the clouds, a pair of white hands slowly popped out, directly grabbing towards the Kanglan Palace. What man? Immediately, several figures flashed out of the Kanglan Palace, standing in the sky. Who are you? How dare you make a move against my Kanglan Palace? Yun Yun, and did not answer them, just show whisking cloud hand toward them to attack, not the slightest mercy. In the Kanglan Hall, at this moment, the four black-robed men, sensing Yun Yun's aura, immediately looked happy. Surprisingly, it's such a young Tong Tian 7th level absolute heavenly pride. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that coming along to subjugate the Tsanlan Palace would be such an unexpected blessing. With this person's talent, if he were to be captured and returned, he would definitely be able to receive a generous reward. They, at once, could not sit still. Directly then out of the Kanglan Hall, wanting to swiftly Yun Yun to catch. Chapter 128, Taboo Physique Shin Tian Dao Body. Yun Yun entered the Xian Heavenly Alliance. Seeing the black-clothed figure appear, the few powerhouses from the Kanglan Palace that had flashed out earlier immediately spoke respectfully. Greetings to the Lord's Ambassador. I wonder what the Lord's Ambassador has come for. The man in black looked at Yun Yun and did not answer. The Kanglan Hall powerhouse immediately understood. Please rest assured, we will certainly capture him and place him at the disposal of your excellency. The man in black shook his head. This person's strength is not weak. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to deal with her. So you guys stay on the side to prevent her from escaping. And as for this person, we'll take action ourselves. A Tong Tian realm at a young age clearly had outstanding talent. If the talent was powerful, then the heavenly ladder climbed by breaking through to the heavenly realm was also categorically absolutely quite a lot. This person in front of him was, in all probability, the Supreme Emperor. Moreover, reaching the Tong Tian realm so young, it was said that there was also a special physique, and it wasn't even low, and even if it was a holy body, it was categorically an extremely top-notch existence among holy bodies. Sacred body, Supreme Emperor, under the superimposition of the two, the strength of the person in front of him, to the black-clothed man's eyes, the Kanglan Palace, currently standing here, there was no one who could deal with it. After all, the strongest ones currently standing here were only Earth Emperors at the 9th level of the Tong Tian. The Tong Tian 9 Heavens Earth Emperor appeared to be comparable to the Tong Tian 7 Heavens Heavenly Emperor and the Tong Tian 5 Heavens Supreme Emperor. In fact, in terms of true combat power, it was definitely Tong Tian 5th Heavy to Emperor's throne. Being in the Xian Tian Alliance, they had read too many such accounts. However, when the man in black said this, many of the strongest members of the Kanglan Palace were not convinced in their hearts. It was only because of the powerful identity of the man in black. Otherwise they were bound to retort. Although they disliked the fact that the man in black thought that he was no match for the intruder, they did not dare to say anything more. They could only spread out and subdue the retreat that Yun Yun had fled from. Yun Yun looked at this scene. Her complexion didn't fluctuate too much. She just looked at the man in black and opened her mouth. They are no match for me, and neither are you. At Yun Yun's words, the black-robed man from the Xian Tian Alliance was not annoyed. After all, it is a heavenly pride. Naturally it has its own self-confidence. If it does not even have self-confidence, how can it be a heavenly pride? It's good to be confident, but overconfidence is conceit. Although you are the Supreme Emperor, your realm is ultimately too low. If you were at the 9th level of Tong Tian, we would have fled instantly, but you are only at the 5th level of Tong Tian. If you honestly go back with us, we'll save our hands. With your talent, if you join the Xian Heavenly Alliance, even if you don't become an alliance leader in the future, you'll still be a pillar of the Xian Heavenly Alliance. Even, it is expected to enter the Xian Tian clan. The Xian Tian clan, ranked at the top of the list of 10,000 clans, over countless years, has produced great emperors that you can't imagine. If you join, the Xian Heavenly clan will definitely have a great emperor's inheritance tailored for you. If they could persuade Yun Yun to join without making a move, they would naturally be very happy to do so. After all, in the past, many Heaven's Pride, when they heard about the Xian Heavenly Alliance and the Xian Heavenly clan, would choose to directly join. Even if Yun Yun did not agree in the end, it would not be too late to strike again, and the effort of a few words would not delay it for long. Xian Tian? Hearing these two words, Yun Yun was instantly stunned in her heart, not so much because of what the man in black said, but the word Xian Tian was just too familiar. This matter had already involved her forbidden physique. All this time, she knew about her forbidden physique, but couldn't talk about it. I didn't expect to hear the word Xian Tian from the black-clothed man's mouth. Xian Tian Dao Body. This was her physique, which she called her own forbidden physique because she couldn't say it in its entirety. Although he did not know exactly what connection his Xian Heavenly Dao Body had with the Xian Heavenly Alliance and the Xian Heavenly Clan, but she always felt that if she wanted to solve her confusion, this Xian Heavenly Alliance and Xian Heavenly Clan might really need to make a trip. Thinking of this, Yun Yun instantly transmitted her voice to Lin Shu, who was secretly observing. Husband, I want to ask you for something. Hearing Yun Yun's voice transmission, Lin Shu froze and couldn't help but ask, what is it? Is it unsolvable and you need me to step in? No. Yun Yun's words came again. I'm an emperor of the 5th level of Tong Tian, and I have a forbidden physique. So apart from that saint being able to pose some threat to me, the rest of the Tong Tian realm, as far as I'm concerned, can be easily suppressed. Lin Shu did believe Yun Yun's words. After all, he himself was an emperor and understood very well how powerful it really was. Yun Yun, as an emperor, should be in the same realm as himself. When he himself was at the Tong Tian realm, he was able to fight the sage 2nd level Wu Wenjing with an advantage. Yun Yun, the strength should be about the same. Just, if you don't want to make a move on your own, why the sudden transmission? Yun Yun, to Lin Shu's knowledge, was not a person who was abrasive. And what exactly is the matter? And why are you requesting me? Here's the deal. Yun Yun soon pontificated. Listening to Yun Yun unfolding her story, Lin Shu also roughly understood Yun Yun's meaning. You mean, you're going back with them? Nice. Yun Yun transmitted his voice. Perhaps the Xian Heavenly Alliance, the Xian Heavenly Clan, is the one that can unravel my confusion and even find the cause of my forbidden physique. Lin Shu returned. Even so, one could have gone to the Xian Heavenly Alliance again after becoming stronger down the road. To be straight with you, I had previously fought with the Saint King of the Xian Heavenly Alliance, and that Saint King indirectly died in my hands. It can be said that I and the Xian Heavenly Alliance can be said to have a great grudge, and it's highly likely that we'll move towards opposing sides in the future. If the Xian Heavenly Alliance investigates, it shouldn't be difficult to find out your origins, and it's not impossible to find out the relationship between us at that time. Yun Yun immediately transmitted a voice back. Husband, I know what you mean. You're worried that the Xian Heavenly Alliance will be unfavorable to me. The Xian Heavenly Alliance has Saint Kings and even stronger existences. The Xian Heavenly Clan is even more powerful. I'm only afraid that there are quasi-emperors, and since my realm is low nowadays, I'll easily suffer from danger. This is something that you don't have to worry about. Husband, since I'm a forbidden physique, I naturally have forbidden means. If you really want to be unfavorable to me, the one who will suffer at that time will definitely not be me. After listening to Yun Yun's words, Lin Shu pondered. From Yun Yun's words, Lin Shu understood that Yun Yun still had terrifying means that allowed her to confidently face the paragon. This forbidden physique, is it really that strong? Facing a quasi-emperor, Lin Shu couldn't even guarantee that he was sure of escaping in one piece nowadays. The only way to rely on the law fledgling was to perhaps fight it off a bit. However, since Yun Yun was so confident, Lin Shu didn't say much. Okay, since you want to go, then I'll oblige you. You are bound to the mountain and river pagoda, so if you really meet a crisis, you can directly vanish into the mountain and river pagoda and cultivate in it, and even a quasi-emperor can't do anything about it. Yun Yun responded, I know, husband, I won't put me in danger so easily. After talking with Lin Shu, Yun Yun spoke to the black-robed man from the Xian Heavenly Alliance. Since the Xian Heavenly Alliance and Xian Heavenly Clan are so powerful, then I really want to see them. However, this Kanglan Hall below has some grudges against me. This statement was made. The black-robed man from the Xian Tian Alliance immediately spoke. Don't worry, with us here, the Kanglan Palace will be removed today. Compared to Yun Yun, the Kanglan Palace was nothing. Destroying a Kanglan Hall would allow Yun Yun to join the Xian Heavenly Alliance. For them, it's a no-brainer. As for whether Yun Yun had any other little thoughts, they weren't afraid at all. In the Xian Heavenly Alliance, there were many powerful people, and it would be difficult for Yun Yun to shake the Xian Heavenly Alliance even if she had the heart to do so. The Xian Tian Alliance, perhaps compared to the Xian Tian clan, is like an ant, but, at least it was an existence quasi-emperor. After promising Yun Yun, the black-robed men of the Xian Heavenly Alliance immediately struck out, killing towards the Tsan Lan Hall's crowd of powerhouses. Chapter 129, Breaking Through the Great Sage. Two major tasks. Seeing the Xian Heavenly Alliance's upper envoy, he even directly reversed his attack and attacked towards himself and the others. The strongest members of the Canaan Palace all had their faces changed drastically at this moment. Supreme Envoy, we have promised to submit to the Xian Heavenly Alliance. The Canaan Hall powerhouse was startled and immediately opened his mouth. The black-robed man from the Xian Tian Alliance returned. I, Xian Heavenly Alliance, have always believed in the supremacy of profit, and I asked you to submit before because you were able to bring some benefit. But now, with the addition of this supreme celestial pride, the benefits she can bring are definitely far greater than the Xian Heavenly Alliance. If your Xian Heavenly Alliance also comes out with such a young Tong Tian Realm Supreme Heavenly Pride, you will be able to preserve the Tson Lan Palace today, the Canaan Hall powerhouse said. She is certainly incredibly talented, but the Canaan Palace is able to integrate the entire Xanzhou for the Xian Heavenly Alliance, and for that alone, it's not something she can do. The black-robed man from the Xian Tian Alliance spoke disdainfully. A mere inferior state, even if it's integrated, it can't be compared to a supreme celestial pride. With her talent, the lower limit of her future is the quasi-emperor realm, so it's not like it's comparable to an inferior state. Say it. The black-robed man from the Xian Tian Alliance was not making a sound. Since ancient times, why was the Xian Heavenly Alliance able to take in so many heavenly pride? One of the reasons for this was to do everything possible to satisfy the needs of the heavenly pride, so that they could feel that the Xian Heavenly Alliance valued them. Now that Yun wanted the Canaan Palace to be destroyed, how could they not be satisfied? In the void, Lin Shu was hidden in the shadows, watching the scene in silence. However, there were some surprises regarding the Xian Tian Alliance's methods. If it were any other power, faced with such a situation, it would most likely be a compromise. If there is a conflict between the two sides, the probability is that they will run to mediate the conflict. But this will only suppress the conflict for the time being, but it will not be able to solve it completely, and it will explode in the future. The Xian Tian Alliance, on the other hand, was directly addressing the party with small interests. In this way, the conflict can be resolved once and for all. This Xian Heavenly Alliance, acting in a different style, is really something else. Lin Shu sighed in his heart. Then he said to Lin Jinchen beside him, with the Xian Heavenly Alliance stepping in, there's no more second end to this Tson Lan Palace. And your matter, it's sort of settled. Lin Jinchen naturally also saw how powerful the Xian Heavenly Alliance was, but at the moment, he was still puzzled by Yunyan's choice to join the Xian Heavenly Alliance. Young Lord, although my matter was resolved, it was at great cost. Without this matter, your wife, young Lord, would not have come into contact with the people of the Xian Heavenly Alliance, and would not have joined the Xian Heavenly Alliance and left young Lord's side. Lin Shu waved his hand. This matter has nothing to do with you. Even without this matter, in the future, this young lord will meet the Xian Heavenly Alliance, and she will likewise join the Xian Heavenly Alliance. This, Lin Jinchen still wanted to ask why, but Lin Shu didn't give him the chance to ask. Now that that's out of the way, where are you going to go next? Young lord, I'm going to stay in Sangzhou, if I can. I want to. Lin Jinchen glanced at Si Lingling beside him. Lin Shu instantly understood that Lin Jinchen was looking at Si Lingling. This kind of thing had nothing to do with Lin Shu, so naturally he didn't want to bother. Then you can stay in Sangzhou. This young lord still has things to do, so he will leave first. Having said that, Lin Shu then sent a voice message to Yun, telling her that he was leaving for Qinzhou. After informing Yun, Lin Shu placed Lin Jinchen as well as Si Lingling in a safe place. Then he put away his flying boat and rushed towards Qinzhou. With Yun around, Lin Shu did have the leisure to enjoy the scenery along the road and chat along the way. With Yun gone, Lin Shu was naturally too lazy to waste his time by taking a flying boat. Although the speed of the flying boat was fast, it was as slow as a snail for a saint king like Lin Shu. Lin Shu didn't take a flying boat and directly headed towards Qinzhou, utilizing the great nomadic transference to cross over. Of course, Lin Shu did not carry out the great void shift with his full strength. If he did, with the strength of a saint king, a single shift would be enough to cross a state in an instant. But this was too physically exhausting, so Lin Shu slowed down his pace a bit. Even so, each shift was no less than 30 million miles. In this way, after about 6 diversions, Lin Shu entered Qinzhou. After entering Qinzhou, Lin Shu did not delay and headed directly in the direction where the Canaanite Holy Land was located. When he arrived in Qinzhou, Lin Shu unlocked the queue. After all, the Canaanite Holy Land in Qinzhou had the deepest grudge against Lai Fengyun, and Lai Fengyun naturally needed to be present. Unraveling the beeps, Lin Shu was just about to enter the mountain river tower and call out Lai Fengyun, who was cultivating in seclusion, when a series of system beeps rang out. Ding! The host's father, Lin Sangqiong, has broken through to the first level of Return to Void. May I ask if the host activates the passive to raise his cultivation to the 7th level of Saint King? Ding! The host's father, Lin Sangcheong, has broken through to the 3rd level of Return to Void. May I ask if the host activates the passive to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of Saint King? Ding! The host's father, Lin Sangcheong, has broken through to the 5th level of Return to Void. May I ask if the host activates the passive to raise his cultivation to the 1st level of Great Sage? Lin Shu's heart was immediately delighted when he heard this system beep. It seemed that father had succeeded in absorbing and fusing the heavenly flame and the mountain river tower. The 2 heavenly flames, the pure destruction heavenly flame and the phantom blue heavenly flame, if they were all absorbed, coupled with the terrifying flow of time and the mountain and river pagoda, it would be normal to be able to have such a boost. Without any hesitation, Lin Shu directly inwardly chose to activate it. As Lin Shu chose to activate the system passive, all of a sudden Lin Shu's cultivation level, 2, began to rise wildly, starting to ascend from the 6th level of Saint King, Holy King 7-fold, Saint King 8-fold, Saint King 9, eventually arriving at the 1st level of Great Sage. The increase in cultivation level, which finally stopped. Subsequently, Lin Shu directly opened the system panel and checked it out. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, Great Sage 1, Emperor. Passive, 3 major realms and 4 minor realms. Talent, 3rd grade 5th grade 6th grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist, Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold, Perfection of the Will of Wood, Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold, Perfection of the Axiom of Wood, Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, Perfection of the Domain of Gold, Perfection of the Domain of Wood, Perfection of the Domain of Fire. Laws, Law of Gold in its infancy, Law of Wood in its infancy, Law of Fire in its infancy. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungcheong. Talent, 5th grade 7th grade 8th grade. Realm, Void Returning 5th. Technique, Golden Element Overlord Technique. Heavenly Flame Mysteries, disabled. Saint level, Star Swallowing Technique, disabled. Return to Void level. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Avatar, 9 Fingers of the Overlord. Star Swallowing Technique, 3-colored Fire Lotus. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold, Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold, Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, 30% of the Domain of Gold, 50% of the Domain of Fire. Physique, Innate Inferno Sacred Body. Mission. Task 1, the system affiliate owner collects all 5 types of heavenly flames. The task is completed. The host system is passively upgraded by 2 minor realms, and the system affiliate owner's reward is unknown. Task 2, the system affiliated owner breaks through the Saint realm. The task is completed. The host system is passively upgraded by 2 minor realms as well as mysterious rewards. The system affiliated owner's rewards are unknown. Ha! 2 quests actually appeared at once. Lin Shu looked at the system interface and soon saw the end. Muttering in his heart, the green lotus heavenly flame, the pure nirvana heavenly flame, the charming blue heavenly flame, and the meteorite heavenly flame to be collected in the Canaan Holy Land. All that was needed was to find 1 more heavenly flame, and the 5 heavenly flames would be assembled. It seems the next focus is to find the heavenly flame. After Lin Shu finished speaking, he released all the people in the mountain and river pagoda. Chapter 130, Heavenly Flame News. 3000 State Heavens Pride Competition. Soon, all the people in the mountain and river tower appeared beside Lin Shu. Qin Yuxuan, Su Yan, Lu Shan, Xia Yan, Yun Tian Ming, Wu Wenjing, Lai Feng Yun, Li Xian, Li Han, Li Yang, as well as Lin Shu's father Lin Sungcheong. Not a single one of them had come out. This time, it was the Canaan Holy Land that had to be faced. This was a top power in a medium state, a holy land on one side. Lin Shu was a little less eager to make a move, so he called them all out and let them make a move. Of course, if they really couldn't cope, they would make their own move at that time. Lin Shu, looking towards them to see how the results of their seclusion had turned out. This time, they had been in seclusion for a long time, and Lin Shu felt that there should have been great progress. As expected, when Lin Shu probed them one by one, he was also taken aback by their progress. Qin Yuxuan, before her seclusion, was at the 1st level of returning to void, and now she had already broken through to the 9th level of passing to heaven. But unfortunately, what she had accomplished was only a heavenly emperor, which was a bit of a pity. Su Yan, Xia Yan, and Lu Shan were 3 women. Su Yan's cultivation now reached the peak of the 9th level of return to void. Xia Yan and Lu Shan, On the other hand, the two women were both at the 7th level of return to void. These three women, originally each realm is about the same. Now after a period of seclusion, Ruyan is realm high, two small realms. The three of them are about to prepare for a breakthrough to the heavenly realm. If they are left alone, these three women will most likely be heavenly emperors as well. The chances of being supreme emperors are slim. It seems that they need to be helped. In case they are like Qin Yuxuan and don't become supreme emperors, it would be too much of a pity. Li Xian and Li Han, who were at the 7th level of Tong Tian before the seclusion, now the two had reached the 9th level of Tong Tian. If one had this kind of breakthrough speed elsewhere, it must be extremely astonishing. However, with only such a small breakthrough in the mountain and river pagoda, Lin Shu was somewhat disappointed. Lin Shu couldn't help but ask, Li Xian, Li Han, why have you two only reached the 9th level of Tong Tian? Li Xian immediately opened his mouth. My lord, we are deliberately suppressing our realm. We realized that in the mountain river tower, we can't attract a thunderbolt, and we won't be able to break through to sainthood. So we took advantage of this and ruthlessly suppressed the realm, so that we could make our foundation a little stronger. And when the time came, it would be easier to break through the saint tribulation. And we have a premonition that the harder the suppression, once we break through to sainthood, a period of realm soaring will be ushered in at that time. Li Han nodded in agreement. Hearing Li Xian's explanation, Lin Shu then realized. Lin Shu almost thought that there was something wrong with their cultivation. After all, both of them could be of the 8th grade of talent. Breaking through to sainthood would be a breeze. And now that they hadn't broken through for so long, wouldn't it make Lin Shu suspect that something had gone wrong? But since they did it on purpose and nothing went wrong, Lin Shu was relieved. On the contrary, Li Xian's words made Lin Shu have an extra eye on him. It seemed that he had to tell the Lin family members about Li Xian's words. Let them accumulate a bit more in the passage realm, so that when they break through the saintly tribulation, it might not be so tough. In addition to Li Xian and Li Han, the two people who were supposed to break through to sainthood, Li Yang and Yun Tianming, were likewise supposed to break through to sainthood. After all, Li Yang possessed a sacred body, and was a Tong Tian 2nd level to emperor before the seclusion. And after such a long time had passed, with the sacred body qualification, he could definitely break through to saints. And now, Li Yang had similarly failed to make a breakthrough. His cultivation stuck at the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian. As for Yun Tianming, he was even more needless to say that he had long been a Tong Tian 9 peak to emperor. And even now, it was still at the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian. It was hard to imagine just how strong Yun Tianming had accumulated at the peak of the 9th level of the Tong Tian realm. When Li Yang and Yun Tianming saw Lin Shu looking at them, they assumed that Lin Shu was going to ask them as well, and they both spoke in unison. Young lord, we also want to accumulate a stronger presence at the peak of the 9th level of Tong Tian. With Li Xian and Li Han in the lead, Lin Shu had already guessed what they were thinking, so he wasn't surprised by their answers. Next up was Wu Wenjing as well as Lai Fengyun. Wu Wenjing, before the seclusion, her cultivation was at the 3rd level of sage, and now her cultivation was already at the 7th level of sage. As for Lai Fengyun, before the seclusion, his cultivation was at the 5th level of sage, and now his cultivation had reached the 8th level of sage. This breakthrough is not fast. However, once he thought of these two's talents, Lin Shu was relieved. With the talent of these two, their potential was probably only at the 9th level of saints. Nowadays, they were almost on the verge of reaching the extreme of their potential, and their breakthrough speed was, naturally, slower. Lin Shu was not surprised by this. As for Lin Sungqiong, the system had just prompted it, returning to the 5th level of the void, so naturally, there was no need to check again. After checking their strength, Lin Shu spoke directly. Next, you will face the Canaan Holy Land, the sage 9 realms in the Canaan Holy Land. I will suppress. As for the others, they will be dealt with by you. So are there any questions? As Lin Shu's words fell, everyone nodded their heads. Since they had no doubts, they set out directly for the Canaanite Holy Land. At that moment, Lin Shu suddenly thought of the two missions and asked, Lai Fengyun, Wu Wenjing, Li Yang, do you know where there is a heavenly flame? This statement was made. Lai Fengyun was the first to shake his head. Young lord, I was born in the Yen state, and the heavenly flame in the Yen state has already been seized. As for the other states, whether there is a heavenly flame or not, I don't know. Wu Wenjing also shook her head. Young lord, I'm from Bizhou. The Bizhou land, 80% of its boundaries were overrun by water, and there's likewise no heavenly fire there. Li Yang was about to open his mouth, but Yun Tianming spoke before him. Young lord, I know where there are heavenly flames. I've been to Lizhou before. There are rumors of heavenly flame right here in Liezhou. If you want heavenly flame, young lord, you might be able to make a trip to Liezhou. Hearing this, Lin Shu silently made a note of it. If there were no heavenly flames in the surrounding area, Liezhou could make a trip to check it out. Li Yang, it was then that he spoke. Your Excellency, although there is no heavenly flame in the spirit state, but as far as I know, there is a heavenly flame in the desolate state near the spirit state. It's just that the desolate prefecture can be said to be the first of the 3,000 states in the eastern desolate, and the former great emperor of the great desolate came from the desolate prefecture's great desolate sacred land. The wasteland state is extremely deep, powerful and strong. There are many powerful people. There are quasi-emperor powerhouses hibernating. If your excellency doesn't have enough strength, even if you know that there is a heavenly flame in the wasteland state, I'm afraid that you may not be able to obtain it. But I do know one piece of news. Lin Shu asked. What news? Li Yang paused and said again. The desolate state, led by the Tai wasteland sacred land, unites the desolate state as well as the many superior states, and every once in a while, they hold a 3,000 state competition. This is the grand competition of the heavenly pride of the upper class state, which takes place in a mysterious forbidden area. Rumor has it that heavenly flame exists in that forbidden area, and there's more than one kind. If your excellency wants to, then go and participate in the 3,000 state competition. Your excellency's strength may not have much of an advantage against those old guys, but the 3,000 state competition is geared towards young heavenly prides from the upper class states. With your excellency's strength, those young prides of the 3,000 states are definitely not a match for you. Your excellency. When Lin Shu heard this news, he was also a bit impressed. Good. I'll take note of this news of yours for now. If there's time, this 3,000 state competition, it's possible to go and have a look. Chapter 131, Needing the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land Again. The shock of a first-class Holy Land. By the way, where is my daughter-in-law? Lin Sangqiong, all of a sudden, seemed to think of something, glanced at the crowd and did not see Yun Yun, and hurriedly asked. He did know that Lin Shu and Yun Yun were already married. They just hadn't gotten married yet. However, in the cultivation world, the wedding is generally not important, as long as the two people are willing and together, even if they are Taoist couples. Of course, to put it on a deeper level, it is a husband and wife. This was his own daughter-in-law, so Lin Sangqiong naturally had to ask about it. Hearing Lin Shu's question, he didn't hide it and directly answered. Rhyme, she had some things to do and left for a while. This is not something father needs to worry about. As for Yun Yun going to the Xian Heavenly Alliance, Lin Shu did not say anything about it. It wasn't that Lin Shu didn't trust himself as well as the people present, but it didn't make much sense to talk about such things. In case they hear it and then think of rescuing them, that's not getting themselves into trouble. The Xian Heavenly Alliance was too powerful for Lin Shu to cope with nowadays. Unless he stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, Lin Shu would be able to enter the Xian Heavenly Alliance with certainty and keep himself safe. The great sage, well, he's still a bit short. Hearing that Yun Yun was only leaving for the time being, Lin Sangdao didn't ask any more questions. Next, the group rushed directly towards the Canaan Holy Land. Just then, all of a sudden, a familiar voice came to his ears. Lin Shu and his group looked over, and some were confused. But Lin Shu and the few people who were pulled out of the mountain and river pagoda by Lin Shu at that time were able to see the identity of the visitor. The crowd of the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers. That female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land looked towards Li Xian. I didn't expect that you would come to Qingzhou. Lin Shu was confronting the Canaan Holy Land in the void at that time, and the others were still in the mountain and river pagoda, which she hadn't seen. As for Li Yang, she didn't open her mouth at that time, so she was relatively familiar with Li Xian. Li Xian nodded his head when he saw the female saint of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land and said, Your Excellency came over to Qingzhou to have some matters to deal with, and I followed you here. Afterward, Li Xian pointed at Lin Shu and introduced him. This is the prince. You can address him as Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Through Li Xian's introduction, the female saint of the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers looked at Lin Shu, and at such a glance, the female saint's heart was also startled. Lin Shu, who didn't seem to have any breath leakage, gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. This was enough to prove that this Lord Lin in front of him was definitely a terrifyingly strong person, far surpassing his own saint realm. She was curious to see how the male was boned. When one reached the realm of saints, it could almost be said that one could see through a person's bone age with a single glance. However, she didn't dare nowadays, but she could also guess that since it was called a male son and not an old ancestor, she thought that she wouldn't be too old. A powerful person who was not very old, but far beyond a saint. She instantly understood why Li Xian was unwilling to go to the 10,000 Flowers sacred ground with herself in the first place, and she dared to find out that there was such a terrifyingly strong person behind her. If the male son of Li Xian's family was this strong, then how strong should his family's old man be? Definitely no less than the great sage. In the 3,000 states, the states are divided into the lower, middle and upper classes. Holy Land, again, makes a difference. Having an ancient saint stage 1 sage realm sitting in the middle was a third-rate Holy Land. Having an ancient saint stage 2 saint king realm sitting in the middle was a second-rate Holy Land. Those that possessed the ancient sage third stage great sage realm sitting at the helm were first-class holy places. As for the power that had a quasi-emperor sitting in it, it was a super Holy Land. The Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers was only a third-rate Holy Land, and apart from himself, there were only 2 saints in the Holy Land, a Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers and an old ancestor. In terms of strength, it was weaker than even the Canaan Holy Land. Even so, the Canaan Holy Land was only a third-rate Holy Land. This Li Xian in front of him was most likely from a first-class Holy Land. When she thought of her previous unassuming attempt to make a pride cultivated by a first-rate Holy Land join her family's third-rate Holy Land, she was a bit groundless. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. For this reason, she could only divert her attention before introducing Li Xian. Mr. Lin, Mr. Li Xian. This is my Holy Mother of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land. Li Xian immediately opened his mouth. Greetings to the Holy Mother of all flowers. As for Lin Shu, he nodded lightly as a greeting. On the contrary, it was the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers who was a bit puzzled by the behavior of the Grand Elder at the moment. In her eyes, this Grand Elder, who normally dared to dislike even the saints of the Canaan sacred ground when he met them, how come he looked so careful nowadays, even calling it trembling? Before she could open her mouth, the words of the Grand Elder were transmitted into her ears, and the Sacred Mother of 10,000 Flowers quickly understood the cause of the matter. From the heavenly flame scramble to meeting Duke Lin, nothing was left out. In the end, the Grand Elder also gave a guess that Li Xian and Duke Lin most likely came from a first-class Holy Land in an upper-class state. Listening to the Grand Elder's reasoned words, the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers also understood at this time why the Grand Elder was so cautious. A first-class sanctuary? Indeed, worthy of such. The Holy Mother of all flowers immediately opened her mouth. Mr. Li Xian and Mr. Lin, welcome to Qinzhou. I wonder if I can invite the two of you to the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land as guests. Our 10,000 Flowers Holy Land will definitely entertain you too with the highest standards. It's not necessary. Lin Shu waved his hand. I came on this trip only for the Canaan Holy Land, so perhaps I won't stay long. I appreciate the good intentions of the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers. Canaan Holy Land? We happen to be going to the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land as well. How about we lead the way? Okay. Lin Shu was brief and concise, and answered in agreement. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers of the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Ground as well as the Grand Elder, the group then headed towards the Canaan Sacred Ground. Mr. Lin, we're here. Up ahead is where the Canaan Holy Land is located, and that tower of meteorites that towers over the clouds, straight into the sky, is one of the most iconic buildings of the Canaan Holy Land. Lin Shu looked towards the distance, where a tower rose out of the ground, unknown how many thousands of feet high, like a sharp sword thrusting into the clouds. To the side, Lin Sangqiang suddenly opened his mouth. I've discovered the scent of heavenly flame. The Sacred Mother of 10,000 Flowers glanced at Lin Sangqiang, seeing that Lin Sangqiang was at the return to Void Realm, and that he was able to easily detect the aura of heavenly flame. She was also a bit surprised. Lin Sangqiang was not very old, and as a saint, she could tell at a glance. At such an age and in such a realm, it could be said to be an extremely rare heavenly pride as well, but to be able to discover the heavenly flame, this surprised her a bit. After all, the heavenly flame of the Canaan Sacred Land was sealed by a saint of the Canaan Sacred Land, and its breath was locked in that meteorite star tower. Only saints are able to detect the breath of heavenly fire through the seal, and saints are unable to detect it at all. Worthy of being one of the first-rate sacred grounds, even a void-returning realm is so extraordinary, far from being comparable to the void-returning realm of the 10,000 Flowers sacred ground. The Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers let out a sigh of emotion in her heart, then smiled and explained, not bad, the Canaan Holy Land does indeed have a heavenly flame that is underneath the meteorite star pagoda, called the meteorite star heavenly flame. Chapter 132, Canaan Holy Land Conspiracy, Heavenly Fire Transformation. The Holy Mother of all flowers continued to speak. In fact, our 10,000 Flowers Holy Land came over this time to observe the ceremony. That Qin Prefecture's #1 alchemist among the Canaan Holy Land, he's going to recruit a disciple, and he's inviting all of Qin Prefecture's strongest people to come and watch the ceremony. Lin Shu asked, if it's just that, I don't think it would have alarmed you, Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers, would it? Nice. The Holy Mother of all Flowers nodded. Mr. Lin hit the nail on the head. If it was just about accepting disciples, I naturally wouldn't have come, but this time, the Canaan Sacred Land is going to open the Meteorite Tower to the public. There is a Meteorite Star Heavenly Flame in the Meteorite Star Pagoda, and although the Meteorite Star Heavenly Flame is only at the bottom of the Heavenly Flame ranking, it possesses an extremely astonishing effect. That is, it can enhance the cultivation speed as well as the talent of the star-picking realm. This is a rare opportunity for the disciples under the door to experience something. Lin Shu's heart was clear after hearing this. Indeed, enhancing the speed of cultivation and improving talent, this was indeed the most attractive in the cultivation world. Although, this meteorite heavenly flame, the talent enhancement effect was far less than the 10,000 blood pool. To others, it was already extremely astonishing. Of course, Lin Shu was curious to know at this time why the Canaan Holy Land was doing this. Lin Shu didn't believe that the Canaan Holy Land would do this for no reason, and by doing so, it wasn't giving the disciples of other forces a boost in strength and talent. Typical thankless behavior. However, regardless of the motives, Lin Shu had come over this time, firstly, to settle the grudge between Lai Fingyun's Fiery Flame sect and the Canaan Holy Land. The second is to take the Meteorite Star Heavenly Flame. As for the other things, no matter what, they could not change the goal of Lin Shu's trip. Go! Lin Shu softly said, then took the lead towards the Canaan Holy Land Mountain Gate. At this moment, before the Canaan Holy Land's Mountain Gate, there were already quite a few people gathered. All of these people, who were obviously people who had rushed from all over Qinzhou, should have also gotten the news that the Tower of the Meteorite Star was open to the public, and had come here, wanting to take their chances in the Tower of the Meteorite Star. The vast majority of them had cultivation levels at the star-picking realm. After all, the Tower of Meteorites was the most effective for the star-picking realm. Lin Shu, arriving in front of the mountain gate, glanced at it and then looked at Lai Fengyun. In front of the mountain gate, so many people were waiting to enter. Lin Shu didn't want to wait. One can only command Gale Cloud. Lai Fengyun instantly understood Lin Shu's meaning, and directly then stood in front of the Canaan Holy Land's mountain gate, releasing the holy might of a saint at the 8th level and pressuring towards the depths of the Canaan Holy Land. At the same time, Lai Fengyun's voice traveled into the Canaan Holy Land. Canaan Holy Land, get your ass out here and die. The voices, like waves of the sea, surged wave after wave towards the depths of the Canaan Holy Land. For a time, in front of the Canaan Holy Land's mountain gate, the many strong people from all over Qinzhou who were still lining up to pay for their resources were all looking at Lai Fengyun at this moment. When the Canaan Holy Land opened the Tower of Meteorites, naturally, it was not open for free, and a certain amount of resources needed to be paid. They are just lining up to pay their resources. Originally, when they had just seen Lai Fengyun arrive directly in front of the mountain gate without queuing up, they were still vaguely angry in their hearts. After all, this was queue jumping. Unexpectedly, this was actually a saint, and one that was so bold. The Canaan Holy Land, how powerful it was. With the existence of peak Saint 9 powerhouses, other saints who were even stronger would just be sending them to their deaths. For a while, many people looked at Lai Fengyun, not in awe of the saint, but in sympathy. Mindfulness. This saint hadn't lost his mind to provoke the Canaan Holy Land, the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers. At this moment, the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers and the Grand Elder exchanged glances. They had previously wondered what people from first-class Holy Lands like Lin Shu and Li Xian were doing in the Canaan Holy Land. Now, finally, the intent was known, and it had come to destroy the Canaan Holy Land. That's good. No matter who destroyed the Canaan Holy Land, the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land would have to help. After all, there weren't many holy places in Qinzhou. As for the Canaan Holy Land, it could be considered the number one holy land in Qin Prefecture, and sitting in the position of the number one holy land, the Canaan Holy Land naturally could not help but fight with other holy lands. The Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers was the one that fought most fiercely with the Holy Land of Canaan. Although the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers was in a disadvantageous position for the most part. Now, it just so happened that someone wanted to exterminate the Canaan Holy Land, and it could be said that that was exactly what they wished for. So how could they not help? Especially, it was still an opportunity to befriend a first-class Holy Land. This kind of opportunity, which could not be encountered once in 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Naturally, it was necessary to grasp it properly. For a moment, the Holy Mother of all Flowers and the Grand Elder of the Holy Land of all Flowers, approached in the direction of Lai Fengyun, their intentions clearly self-evident. This scene quickly caught the attention of the others present. It's the sect leader of the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers, the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers, and the Grand Elder. Could it be that this saint is from the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers? It seems that it's the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land that's preparing to declare war on the Canaan Holy Land. The 10,000 Flowers Holy Land shouldn't have this strength. In my opinion, it should be someone behind it. By the way, the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers seems to have come with a group of strangers. Could it be that group of strangers? For a while, many strong gazes were directed towards Lin Shu, who didn't care about these gazes, but only coldened his gaze by a few points. Lin Shu's gaze was cold, and in an instant, invisible pressure enveloped the scene, and the many powerful people who looked at Lin Shu immediately felt as if a huge mountain range was pressed on their bodies, causing them to only support themselves bitterly, and their eyes vaguely tingled, and they immediately averted their gazes. So strong, many strong people? Their hearts were shocked. Merely a look, without releasing any might, yet it was able to leave them without the slightest resistance. This kind of strength was extremely terrifying. It seems that the Canaan Holy Land, I'm only afraid that it has incurred an unimaginably great enemy, deep in the Canaanite Holy Land, under the Tower of the Falling Star. Here, a mysterious space. In the middle of the space, a star core was in the center of the space, and a flame was shrouded around the star core. In the midst of the flames, a figure seemed to emerge. Elsewhere in space, quite a few powerhouses from the Canaan Holy Land watched this scene with joy in their eyes. Not even close. In a while, Heavenly Flame will be able to condense his solid body into human form. Once the Heavenly Flame takes human form, with its potential as a heaven and earth supreme treasure, it may have a chance to prove itself as a great emperor in the future. And then my Canaan Holy Land will suppress the 3,000 states. This opening of the meteorite star tower will hopefully allow the Heavenly Flame to transform faster. Ha ha, this group of people really thought that my Canaan Holy Land would do good deeds, but it was just borrowing them to make the Heavenly Flame transform. Just as they were excitedly envisioning the future, a sound came at once. Canaan Holy Land, get your ass out here and die. Hearing this voice, the Canaan Holy Land powerhouses who were originally longing for the future all had gloomy faces at this moment. Good guts, there's still someone who dares to come and provoke. Unexpectedly, they instantly exited the Heavenly Flame space, and then they directly flashed towards the mountain gate. Who is it that dares to provoke the Canaan Holy Land? Chapter 133, Battle of the Saints. Meteor Tower Guardian. When they saw Lai Fengyun, they were stunned. They had never seen such a saint. However, upon seeing that beside Lai Fengyun stood the sect leader of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, the 10,000 Flowers Holy Mother, as well as the Grand Elder, the Canaan Holy Land's crowd of powerhouses seemed to understand what was going on. Holy Mother of all flowers, it's actually you. Do you really want to tear your face off with my Canaan Holy Land? The Holy Mother of all flowers returned. Tearing our faces off. Haven't we, both families, always been in this state? It's not like the Canaan Holy Land has wanted to exterminate the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land for a day or two. So I, the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, naturally want to exterminate the Canaan Holy Land as well. Thankfully, this time it happens to be dipped in the light, allowing my 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land the honor of being able to participate in the extermination of the Canaan Sacred Land. Aha! The words of the Sacred Mother of 10,000 Flowers caused all the powerhouses of the Canaan Holy Land to be startled. Listen to what that means. It seemed like the dominant player this time was not the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers. They didn't think that this was the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers lying, and after so many years of contention, they still had that much understanding of each other. Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers, not so much as to do things that she dares not admit, and now that she says so, then the one who really wants to strike at the Canaan Holy Land is someone else. Who the hell are you? The gaze of the Canaan Holy Land powerhouse returned to Lai Fengyun, Sage 8th level. This cultivation level was not bad. Even in the Canaan Holy Land, it was enough to rank in the top 3 in terms of strength. But if it was said that the person in front of them was the dominant one, the Canaan Holy Land powerhouse would not believe it for 100 times. The 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land, in terms of strength, was indeed inferior to the Canaan Sacred Land, but at least there was a Sage 8-fold ancestor surviving. This person in front of him should not be able to instigate the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land yet. If the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land dared to tear its face off so openly, there was bound to be a stronger lead. Lai Fengyun, looking towards the Canaan Holy Land powerhouse, my flame sect, and the Canaan Holy Land, can be said to have nothing to do with each other? But your Canaan Holy Land wants to overthrow the flame sect. This revenge, how can my flame sect not go unrewarded? The fire sect? The powerful people present in the Canaan Holy Land were confused when they heard this. What kind of power is this? I've never heard of it. Although it is not necessary for a holy place to take the name of a holy place, there is generally a high probability that those that do not take the name of a holy place are not holy places. Blazing Fire Sect, not even a holy land name. This kind of power that is not even a holy land. Canaan Holy Land does not know how many of them have been destroyed. An old man, among the crowd of powerful people in the Canaan Holy Land, seemed to have thought of something. You're from Yunjo? This old man opened his mouth, and the other Canaan Holy Land powerhouses immediately asked, Peak Master Dan, you know him? The old man shook his head. I don't know, but that disciple of the old man is from the Yen state. That disciple of the old man wanted to make his clan dominate the entire Yen state. He said that there were no saints in the Yen state, so the old man sent an elder who had just stepped into the saintly realm to go and help him. Now that elder has yet to return, I'm only afraid that he has already been killed. When the Canaan Holy Land powerhouses present heard this, they seemed to somewhat understand what was going on. So, it's really a revenge seeker, and there's no particularly powerful lead force? In that case, what's the worry? Originally, they thought that even the 10,000 Flower Sacred Land was willing to come forward to openly tear their faces apart and engage in a war with the Canaan Sacred Land, so there was bound to be a powerful force leading the way. They were still a little worried that they hadn't inadvertently messed with someone who was hard to mess with. Nowadays, it seems that it's just a simple case of seeking revenge, so there's no reason to be afraid. The 8th level of a mere saint, the Canaan Holy Land, was not yet afraid. Since you're seeking revenge, go to hell. The Canaan Holy Land's crowd of powerhouses let out a sigh of relief, and then they directly attacked towards Lai Fengyun with powerful divine abilities, wanting to obliterate Lai Fengyun in an instant. Just then, the three saints, the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land, and Wu Wenjing, a sage 7th level, a sage 6th level, and a sage 2nd level struck out with it. They, along with Lai Fengyun, a sage 8th level, greeted the three peak masters of the Canaan Holy Land as well as the Holy Lord and one of the only remaining elders. Originally, under the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land, there were 3 peak masters and 3 peak grand elders, all of whom were at the cultivation level of saints. However, 2 elders died in Yunjo. One accompanied the Shao clan to attack the Flame sect and died at the hands of Lai Fengyun. One was fighting for the Heavenly Flame and died at the hands of Lin Shu. Now, there would only be the Canaan Saint Master, the 3 peak masters, and an elder, for a total of 5 saints. The strongest among them was clearly the Canaan Saint Lord, with the 8th level of sage cultivation, the same realm as Lai Fengyun. In an instant, a great battle of saints erupted in an instant. Lai Fengyun faced off against the Canaan Holy Lord, 2 saints of the 8th level facing off. The Sacred Mother of 10,000 Flowers versus the Formation and Weapon Twin Peak Masters, a Sage 7th level versus 2 Sage 6th levels. Wu Wenjing versus the Peak Master of Dan Peak, 2 saints of the 6th level versus each other. As for the Great Elder of the 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land, he was facing off against the only remaining Formation Peak Elder, Sage 2nd level against Sage 2nd level. They, directly, did not enter the void to engage in a great battle. Lin Shu glanced at it, and then he said to the person beside him, since the saints have their own battlefield, then you guys go have some fun with the Canaan Holy Land people too. Yes, Lin Shu's words fell. The Heavenly Emperor Qin Yushuan of the 9th level of Heavenly Passage, Lu Shan and Xia Yan, who were at the 7th level of Return to Void, Su Yan, who was at the peak of the 9th level of Return to Void, Peak Tongtian 9th level Supreme Emperor Li Xian, Supreme Emperor Li Han, Supreme Emperor Yun Tianming, and Supreme Emperor Li Yang all made their moves. They directly killed towards the disciples of the Canaan Holy Land as well as the other elders who hadn't entered the Sage Realm. It all happened in a flash of lightning. The rest of the Canaan Holy Land's powerhouses were also stunned at this moment. I didn't realize that besides saints, there were people on the other side. The powerhouses under the saints of the Canaan Holy Land didn't hesitate and directly met Li Xian, Li Han, Li Yang, Yun Tianming, and the others. The results, obviously, speak for themselves. The ones who led the way, those were all Supreme Emperors, and they were also Supreme Emperors who had accumulated extremely strong accumulations. Even if they were at the same heavenly 9th level, the strongest person from the Canaan Holy Land was no match. The gap was too great. The strongest Tong Tian 9 among them was roughly on par with Qin Yushuan. Qin Yushuan, on the other hand, was the weakest amongst the few. Lin Shu glanced at it and paid no further attention, directly leading his father into the Canaan Holy Land. There was no need for Lin Shu to worry about this kind of battle. After all, the other party's Sage 9 had not yet made a move. Of course, If he didn't make a move, Lin Shu would have to go to him at this point, as he was in the Tower of Meteorites. If Lin Shu wanted to bring his father to the heavenly flame, then this Sage 9 must be resolved. Lin Shu brought his own father and easily entered the Tower of Meteorites. As soon as they entered the Tower of Meteorites, several powerful people stopped in front of Lin Shu. All of them are in the passage realm. Lin Shu glanced at them, and with a glare, the group of Tong Tian realm, then all of them collapsed to the ground. The gap between a great sage and a Tong Tian was just so great that even a mere glance was not something they could bear. Who is your honor? Below the Meteorite Star Tower, an old man stepped out and looked at Lin Shu with a strong scorn in his eyes. The person who came was none other than the old ancestor of the Canaanite Holy Land, the guardian of the Tower of Meteorites, and the first person of the Canaanite Holy Land. You're not entitled to know. With that, Lin Shu made his move. Chapter 134, Meteorite Star Heavenly Flame Submission. Sage Ninefold Meteor, the old ancestor of the Canaan Sacred Land, the guardian of the Meteor Tower, the first person of the Canaan Sacred Land, the Sage 9, he was also stunned at this moment. How many years? He had been mightily suppressing Chinjo for over 3,000 years, and no one had ever said such words to him. And now, someone is actually saying in front of him that he is unworthy and unqualified. Good, very good, the old ancestor of the Canaan Holy Land said angrily. You may be strong, but the old man has been invincible for 3,000 years across the Qin prefecture, so is it not a false name? Say it. Only the old ancestor of the Canaan Holy Land said to a mysterious space below the Tower of Meteorites. Meteor, help me. As the words of the Canaan Holy Land's old ancestor fell, a ball of flame instantly swept out from the heavenly flame space underneath the Meteorite Star Tower. Old Canaan, I'm going to use up a lot of origin to help you. Don't worry. The old ancestor of the Canaan Holy Land immediately returned. If we join forces and kill him, all of his cultivation and origin will be given to you, and I won't take half of it. So very good, the meteor heavenly flame said, directly enveloping the Canaan Holy Land's old ancestor's circumference. Lin Shu looked at this scene with considerable interest. This meteorite Skyfire, although in the Skyfire list ranked at the end of the list, but the fate is good, surprisingly is already born out of the spirit of wisdom, is about to take shape. If he was able to take form, his potential was huge. Becoming a saint was all just a foundation, and being a quasi-imperialist wasn't a big problem. And if his luck was good and allowed him to be able to fuse the other heavenly flames, he was afraid that he would be able to achieve greatness and become a heavenly flame emperor flame. But, having met itself, its life is over. The old ancestor of the Canaan Holy Land, with the help of the heavenly flame, had a strength that had already crossed the 9th level of saints and was comparable to the Saint King realm. At this moment, he looked at Lin Shu. For many years, I don't know how many heavenly pride saints have challenged old me, and there were many saints of the 9th level among them. Yet they all died. Today, you will have the same result. Lin Shu, without saying anything more, just gently stretched out a hand. In the next moment, Lin Shu's hand, directly then grabbed towards the meteorite heavenly flame covering the side of the Canaan Holy Land's old ancestor. Without the effort of blowing a fly, the meteorite heavenly flame was directly grasped in Lin Shu's hands. Meteorite Star Heavenly Flame. Heavenly Flame list ranked at the very end of the heavenly flame. The most initial strength, but is equivalent to the plucked star realm, after all, is accompanied by the star falling down the heavenly Yuan Dao domain and born, at the top of the sky than the general plucked star 9 strong sum. Nowadays, even though it had grown quite a bit, given birth to a spirit and was about to transform into a form, it was still only at the peak level of the 9th level of Tong Tian. It was because of the special nature of the heavenly flame that the Canaan Holy Land's old ancestor and his union could exert the strength of a saint king. But to Lin Shu, it was still worthless. Lin Shu easily grabbed the meteorite heavenly flame and subsequently pulled it to his side. The meteorite heavenly flame, at this moment, looked at Lin Shu, filled with fear. You are not a saint. Lin Shu didn't answer and simply said, give you a choice, submit to him. Lin Shu pointed at Lin Sangdong beside him. Or, alternatively, I'll wipe out your spirit now. The meteorite star heavenly flame. It was not easy to give birth to a spirit. Lin Shu felt that it would be a bit of a pity if he were to directly obliterate its spirit. After all, if it was cultivated well, it would be able to become an emperor flame. Of course, if the meteorite heavenly flame was unwilling, Lin Shu would have no choice but to obliterate its spirit. When the meteorite heavenly flame heard Lin Shu's words, it immediately spoke. I am willing to submit. Please don't erase my spirit wisdom. I fell into the Tianyuan Dao domain Xinzhou experienced 8,000 years before I was born spirit wisdom. In that case, then recognize the master. Since the meteorite heavenly flame was willing to submit, Lin Shu was naturally happy to leave its spirit behind. In the future, his own father would be able to control the emperor flame, and the increase in strength would still be great. The meteorite star heavenly flame floated towards Lin Shu's father, Lin Sengqiong, and then it completed its recognition with Lin Sengqiong. You even have 3 kinds of heavenly flames. After the meteorite heavenly flame recognized Lin Sengdao, it was astonished when it felt the aura within Lin Sengdao's body. What you, now to be called master, Lin Shu said directly to the meteorite heavenly flame. If you can't get your attitude right, I don't mind helping you out. The meteorite heavenly flame swayed and trembled as it hurriedly opened its mouth. Yes, I understand. With that, he addressed Lin Sengdao respectfully as master. Lin Sengqiong watched this scene and looked at Lin Shu, as if to say, this heavenly flame was so easily subdued? Lin Shu spoke directly to his father. Father, go fuse this meteor star heavenly flame, said. Lin Shu then put his father into the mountain river pagoda. When Lin Sengdong entered the mountain river tower, Lin Shu looked to the side of the old ancestor of the Canaan Holy Land, who was still stupefied and incredulous at the moment, and without too much nonsense, he directly killed him on the spot. With Lin Shu's strength, even if the Canaan Holy Land's old ancestor combined with the heavenly flame to reach a level comparable to that of a Saint King, he could still be wiped out with a single move. The only reason why he didn't was because of the existence of the heavenly flame, which allowed him to live for a while longer. Now that the heavenly flame was gone, this so-called old ancestor of the Canaan sacred land, the guardian of the Tower of Meteorites, and the first person of the Canaan sacred land at the 9th level of the saints, naturally existed unnecessarily. The old ancestor of the Canaan sacred land, before he died, only saw a flat, uninteresting palm slap towards him. He tried his best to break free, tried to resist, but everything was useless. All his strength, all the divine abilities he had controlled over the past 3,000 years, were all meaningless in front of the gap in realms. He could only watch as Lin Shu's flat and uninteresting palm enveloped him, slapping his holy body to pieces and grinding down his holy soul a little bit, staring wide-eyed, unable to believe even to his death that he had died in such a shameful manner. With the death of the Canaan Holy Land's old ancestor and the heavenly fire being taken away, the meteorite star pagoda, which had stood in the Canaan Holy Land for many years, also collapsed. The meteorite star pagoda that shot straight up into the sky like a sharp sword, marking the overwhelming status of the Canaan Holy Land, just burst into pieces, turning into pieces of debris that flew all over the entire Canaan Holy Land. This scene was seen by all the powerful people inside and outside the Canaan Holy Land at the first moment. Looking at this scene, the Canaan Holy Land saints who were originally exchanging blows in the void were terrified at this moment. The collapse of the fallen star tower meant that the heavenly flame had disappeared and the old ancestor had fallen. The 2 major cards of the Canaan Holy Land had been completely lost. Who the hell are you? You are by no means a yunjo sage. The Holy Lord of Canaan looked at Lai Fengyun. Obviously, he now finally understood that Lai Fengyun was only a minor character, and that the one who had taken away the heavenly flame and was the one who had subdued the old ancestor was the real powerhouse behind the scenes. Lai Fengyun was disdainful. I never said that I was just a mere yunjo sage. Cut the crap and die. Above the void, the saints' battle continued. However, in the Canaan Holy Land, the other powerful people, at this moment, were all without the heart to fight. The collapse of the meteor tower meant that the old ancestor was dead. So what was the point of fighting? For a time, the rest of the Canaan Holy Land's strongest people fled in all directions. The so-called wall is falling down. Outside the Canaan Holy Land, the crowds of powerful people who had originally lined up to hand over their resources, seeing this scene in the Canaan Holy Land, struck out at the Canaan Holy Land disciples. Lin Shu, on the other hand, was quietly watching the scene. Right at this moment, Lin Shu's gaze looked toward a void where an extremely powerful aura was rushing in. Interesting, Lin Shu murmured, and waited in place for the other party to arrive. Chapter 135, Saint King's Attack, Lai Fengyun's Choice, Canaan's Holy Land. The moment. An old man was rushing towards the place where the Canaan Holy Land was located at great speed. The old man was very fast, and within moments, he had already crossed the endless void and arrived over the Canaan Holy Land. In the sky above the Canaan Holy Land, after the old man arrived, he unabashedly released his powerful aura, the pressure covering the entire Canaan Holy Land. An extremely powerful and terrifying pressure swept over the crowd, and for a moment, many powerful people looked towards the old man. The old man spoke. Who is the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land? Come up here and talk to me. The Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land, who was fighting with Lai Fengyun, felt the arrival's aura and his face couldn't help but change. The aura of the visitor was more terrifying than even the old ancestor, clearly an existence that had surpassed the 9th level of saints, a terrifying existence in the Saint King realm. Facing this kind of existence, the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land did not dare to be the slightest bit slow, and very actively evaded towards the direction of the old man. Lai Feng Yun, watching the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land pull away from himself and head to the old man's location, did not stop him. The Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land knew how strong the visitor was, and Lai Feng Yun naturally knew as well. If one blocked the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land from going to the old man's location, there would be a high probability of bearing the wrath of a Saint King, and such an act would not be worth the loss. The Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land quickly came to the old man's side. Greetings to Senior. I wonder what Senior wants Senior to come and have a chat about. The old man glanced at the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land, then at the void where the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land had just been, and combined with the chaotic scene in the middle of the Canaan Holy Land, he naturally understood what was going on. It was obvious that the Canaan Holy Land was being beaten on its doorstep at the moment and had suffered heavy losses. However, the old man didn't want to be bothered with such things. He had only come here on this trip, having learned along the way from several other states that the heavenly flame existed in the Canaan Holy Land in Yunjo. As an alchemist, he wanted to concoct a special kind of elixir, which had to be concocted with heavenly fire. However, the heavenly fire is hard to find. He has already been looking for 5 states, but did not meet the heavenly fire, until he learned that Yunjo has a heavenly fire. He hurried to come. The old man looked at the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land and spoke directly. The old man came only for the heavenly flame of your Canaan Holy Land, so take out the heavenly flame and hand it over to the old man. Hearing the old man's words, the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land, all of a sudden, had a movement in his heart. The collapse of the meteor tower meant that the old ancestor was dead and the heavenly flame had been taken away. It was already a fact that the heavenly flame had been taken, and now that a Saint King powerhouse had appeared to want the heavenly flame, it could be said that it was an unexpected blessing. If it were before, he would naturally be displeased. Well, now, the person behind Lai Feng Yun took away the heavenly flame, and the Saint King old man who just appeared also needed the heavenly flame. In this way, one could completely allow these two parties to engage, and no matter what the outcome was, there would be no worse outcome for the Canaan Holy Land than what was right in front of them. Thinking of this, the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land immediately spoke. Senior, my Canaan Holy Land does indeed have a heavenly flame, but just now, my Canaan Holy Land's heavenly flame has already been taken away. So please forgive the Canaan Holy Land for really not being able to hand over the heavenly flame to Senior. When the old man heard this, his expression turned cold. For the sake of the heavenly flame, he had already crossed 5 states one after another, and it was not easy to get the news of the heavenly flame, but he didn't expect that he would actually be beaten to it. So wouldn't it be a waste of his heart to cross 5 states? The old man immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Tell me, old man, who took the heavenly flame?" Senior, the person who took away the heavenly flame is not very clear to the late generation, but it is certain that that person is very strong. The Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land opened his mouth. The old ancestor of my Holy Land was a saint of the 9th level, and he was the one who guarded the heavenly flame, and now the old ancestor is dead. The words of the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land were directly interrupted by the old man. Don't play with your little mind, or else I don't mind sending you to meet your so-called old ancestor before I find that person. The old man could naturally see the small mind of the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land, wanting to pit himself against the one who had taken the heavenly flame. Although, the old man knew that he would definitely be up against it, it didn't mean that this Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land in front of him could play with his mind in front of his eyes. When the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land saw that he had been poked and prodded, he did not care. But it's a phallic plot. Unless the old man didn't want the heavenly flame, sooner or later he would face each other, and he was just trying to add a few fires to the fire. Since the old man had already seen through it, he didn't continue to say anything else and instead spoke directly. Elder, that person who took away the heavenly flame was not seen by the late generation. Only the old ancestor saw it, but the old ancestor has already fallen. But the latecomer can assure you that he definitely knows. Say it. The Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land pointed at Lai Feng Yun. The old man glanced at Lai Feng Yun, then spoke to the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land on the side. I hope he really knows, or else old me will let you know what the wrath of a Saint King is. After the old man finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land, but quietly stared at Lai Feng Yun and asked directly, I believe that he doesn't dare to deceive me yet. Call out the strong man behind you. I don't want to say it a second time. Lai Feng Yun was just about to say something when a young figure had already appeared in front of him. and the young figure was clearly Lin Shu. Lin Shu, just now, had been paying attention to the old man. To be precise, it was a unique aura that was hidden in the old man's body. That was clearly the aura of heavenly flame. Although, Lin Shu didn't have heavenly flame in his body, and wasn't like his own father, who could have a special sense between him and heavenly flame, but at least he had had contact with many heavenly flames, and his own realm was already that of a great sage. So even though this same king in front of him had hidden his heavenly flame breath extremely well, it was still sensed by Lin Shu. The reason why he didn't come out just now was just that he wanted to sense it at a deeper level to see if he could know in advance what kind of heavenly fire it was. However, this same king had really hidden the heavenly flame very well, and this same king, who definitely had an extremely powerful art of controlling fire, was not sensed by Lin Shu. The old man's attention, currently onto Lai Fengyun, Lin Shu naturally had to come out. Young lord, when he saw Lin Shu appear, Lai Fengyun said respectfully, "This person is powerful, just leave it to me. You're only at the 8th level of saint, but this person is a saint king, and he's also at the 5th level of saint king. You're no match, back off." This, Lai Fengyun, didn't know Lin Shu's realm, but the other party was a saint king, so he instinctively thought that Lin Shu wasn't an opponent. After all, Lin Shu was simply too young, and even amazing talents such as the masters, at this age, did not have this kind of realm. Back then, when the master left, he had explained himself 2 tasks. 1. Wait for the Nirvana Paragon and trade the heavenly flame. The second is to wait until the young lord appears and protect him. Now that a strong enemy is in front of us, how can we let the young master stand in front of us? And how can we explain to the master if something goes wrong? This life of his own was saved by his master, and he was able to break through to sainthood thanks to his master's help. Now that the young master is facing a crisis, even if I die, I can't let the young master make any mistakes. Lai Fengyun, this time, did not listen to Lin Shu's order, and directly stood in front of Lin Shu in a flash. Although your excellency is a saint king, you should think twice about some things. The person behind the young lord is by no means someone you can mess with. Chapter 136, Dan Clan Flat Saint Clan, Tian Yuan Mu Clan. The old man watched the scene with considerable interest. Don't put on such touching scenes for me. I've seen too many of them as I've traveled across the world. However, I am curious about the power that you said that I can't mess with. The old man paused and continued to speak. Possibly, you don't recognize Lao Fu. In that case, Lao Fu will personally introduce you. My surname is Bien. Bien of the Dan clan. Saying that, the old man observed Lai Fengyun's expression. If Lai Fengyun's expression did not change, then there were 2 scenarios. 1. Lai Fengyun knew about the Dan clan, and also knew that the Bien Sheng clan was one of the 4 holy clans of the Dan clan, but the forces behind Lai Fengyun were more powerful than the Bien Sheng clan or even the Dan clan, which made them indifferent. Secondly, that is, Lai Fengyun didn't know about the Dan clan, didn't know about the Flat Sage clan, and those who didn't know had no fear, so there wouldn't be a change in their color. As the old man observed, Lai Fengyun's expression did change. That look, is it confusion? The old man understood that this Lai Fengyun in front of him obviously didn't know about the Dan clan and didn't know about the Flat Sage clan. In that case, one has nothing to worry about. The Dan clan was one of the 10,000 clans, although nowadays they no longer walked outside, and even if they did, they would not be in the Dan clan's identity, but rather in the identity of an alchemist. But if it was a powerful force, it was bound to know that the Dan clan existed. It seems that you are deceiving the old man? The old man looked at Lai Fengyun. Without even knowing about the Dan clan or the Flat Sing clan, how dare you blurt out that old man wouldn't dare to mess with the forces behind you? Lai Fengyun said, it's true that I don't know about the Dan clan, but I do know that the Dan clan is absolutely unable to mess with the person behind the young lord. Yes? The old man had now decided that Lai Fengyun was pulling the tiger's skin and was no longer able to threaten himself. He was curious at the moment how much more tiger's skin Lai Fengyun could pull. Old me was able to obtain the heavenly flame today, so I'm in a good mood and allow you to say a few more words. Tell me instead, who is the person behind your young master? In this world, people that I cannot provoke do exist, but it's not for you, a saint who doesn't even know about the Dan clan, to say one or two things. Next moment, Lai Fengyun spoke up. I don't know the master's exact name, but the master once said that when in doubt, you can mention the Tian Yuan Mu clan, Tian Yuan Mu. When these words came out, the old man was stunned. In the heavenly Yuan Dao domain, there was only that one power that could call itself heavenly Yuan and dared to call itself heavenly Yuan. Residing in the middle region of the Tian Yuan Dao domain, the Tianyuan Holy Land that had suppressed the Tianyuan Dao domain for countless eras and was known as the Tianyuan Dao domain's #1 Holy Land, the Tianyuan Sacred Land. Although it was far away in the central region, he, who was born from one of the ancient 10,000 clans, the Dan clan's 4 great sacred clans, the Flat Sacred Clan, was aware of it. At the same time, it was also known that there was a terrifying controlling family in the Tianyuan Holy Land. Mu, the Mu clan, which did not call itself a sacred clan, had a strength that no power dared to take lightly. If the Tianyuan Holy Land was the most powerful Holy Land in the Tianyuan Dao region, then the Mu clan was the most terrifying clan in the Tianyuan Holy Land. For a moment, the old man was also unsure if what Lai Fengyun said was true or not. After all, Lai Fengyun was too strange. I don't know about the Dan clan or the Flat Sage clan in the Eastern Wasteland, but he knew that the Tianyuan Mu clan, who was far away in the central region. Lin Shu watched the old man's expression change. When Lai Fengyun mentioned the Tianyuan Mu clan, Lin Shu clearly detected a moment of panic in the old man's eyes. Tianyuan Mu clan. It seems to be the mother's family. This family is so powerful. Well, just by saying it, it makes the old man who just had a haughty face and came from the Dan clan and Flat Sage clan so flustered. Dan clan, Flat Sage clan. This race, Lin Shu did not understand, but can be sure, must be extremely powerful. Otherwise the old man will not say out again. Exudes incomparable arrogance as well as incomparable self-confidence. Look, however, even so, there was some alarm at hearing the Tianyuan Mu. It seems that if we want to fight against the Tianyuan Holy Land, we have a long way to go. The point is, Lin Shu didn't know, at the moment, what was going on. By all rights, the mother was grabbing back, but all the way to the mother's arrangement. It's not like grabbing it back, but if he wasn't taken back, then how did his grandfather, in turn, die? It could be said that in Lin Shu's mind, there were quite a few mysteries today. While Lin Shu was pondering, the Sacred King Elder seemed to have gone through a series of struggles, and after a long time, he seemed to be relieved as he looked towards Lin Shu. I didn't know that this gentleman was actually from the Tianyuan Mu clan. Please bear with me if I have offended you. The gold content of Tianyuan Mu is still growing. A mere name shocked a Saint King. However, Lin Shu didn't want to give up on this. After all, this person still had heavenly flame on him, a system task that required the collection of 5 types of heavenly flames, and the one on this Saint King old man was the 5th. Now that the heavenly flame was at hand and the mission was about to be accomplished, Lin Shu could not give up. Thinking of this, Lin Shu spoke directly. It's not impossible to want this young lord to be patient. Seeing that Lin Shu was actually this domineering, in the Saint King Elder's heart, he instead felt that it should have been like this. If he was truly a member of the Tianyuan Mu clan, he should be so overbearing. If he were to face his own obsequiousness, he would instead have to wonder if the other party's identity was true. Unbeknownst to him, the reason why Lin Shu dared to be so overbearing was not because of the Tianyuan Mu clan, but because he had the Great Sage realm and could easily crush him. The Saint King Elder immediately asked when he heard Lin Shu's words, "I wonder what this gentleman needs from the old man. There is a heavenly fire on your body that this young master can sense. If you hand over the heavenly fire, this young master will naturally forgive you for your previous boldness." This statement was made. The Sacred King Elder was even more certain. As the Saint King of the 4 Saint clans of the Dan clan, the Flat Saint clan, he had 2 great skills. One is alchemy, the other is fire control. With his means, it was enough to achieve perfect concealment of the heavenly flame, and even a Saint King would never be able to sense the slightest hint of the heavenly flame's aura from himself, and the man in front of him did. I'm afraid that only someone who came out of that behemoth, the Tianyuan Mu clan, would have this kind of aptitude. It was this that made it difficult for the Saint King Elder. At this moment, denial, then it is very likely to suffer Tianyuan Mu retaliation. At that time, not to mention the Flat Sage clan, even the Dan clan, will not dare to protect themselves. Promise. Then he would have to hitch himself to his own heavenly flame, which itself required 2 kinds of heavenly flame to refine that one special pill, which was why he was so eager to look around for heavenly flame. This was good. The heavenly flame was found, and not only did he not take it, but he had to lose his own heavenly flame instead. More crucially, he didn't dare to kill anyone. The more powerful the force, the more powerful the means of preserving life were in those forces. He didn't know if Lin Shu had any on him. Even if they didn't, once they killed themselves, Tianyuan Mu would be able to detect it. The Saint King old man, at the moment, was constantly struggling internally. In the end, he chose to let it go. Forget it, for the sake of the heavenly flame, for the sake of the elixir. It's really unwise to hitch yourself or even the Flat Sacred clan or the Dan clan. Having made a choice within himself, the Saint King Elder spoke directly. Fine. I'm willing to hand over the heavenly flame. However, I would also like to ask this gentleman to be able to grant me a request. Chapter 137, Birth Creation Flame. The Saint King submits. Aha, I can't believe you actually said yes? Lin Shu was a bit surprised. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be the Saint King's old man who kills and wipes out his mouth nowadays? After all, no matter how strong Tian Yuan Mu was, it wasn't here. Just kill and kill. Who will know then? Is the Tian Yuan Mu plan too powerful, or is there another reason? But it doesn't even matter. Since he had agreed, then Lin Shu could also listen to his request. If the request wasn't complicated, Lin Shu would be able to fulfill him. Of course, if you can't do it yourself, you'll just have to be tough. Say, what is your request? Lin Shu directly opened his mouth and asked. Your Excellency wants the heavenly flame. Old man is willing to offer it to your Excellency. An old man is requesting an opportunity from your Excellency. The heavenly flame of this Canaan Holy Land should be in your son's hands. Old me has an elixir that requires two kinds of heavenly flames to work together in order to refine it. Thus I would like to borrow your son's heavenly flame to refine the elixir. If your Excellency agrees, I can follow you around. Hearing the words of the sacred King Elder, Lin Shu pondered for a moment. This Saint King, his strength and identity background were not low. As you get stronger and stronger, the things you meet in the future will require more and more strength to be able to solve them. So far, the strongest ones around were Wu Wentian as well as Lai Fengyun. Although, Yun Tianming, Li Yang, Li Xian, and Li Han would soon be able to break through to sainthood, and with the help of the Mountain River Pagoda, it wouldn't take long for them to surpass Wu Wentian as well as Lai Fengyun with their talent. But there really wasn't anything strong around himself to do his bidding during this gap. If a Saint King were to follow, it would be possible for him to have an additional henchman with good strength. Fine. This young lord promises you. Lin Shu pondered for a while and finally nodded his head in agreement. With Lin Shu nodding in agreement, the Saint King Elder immediately took out the heavenly flame he possessed. It was a green heavenly flame. Lin Shu took one look at it and knew exactly which kind of heavenly flame it was. In the heavenly flame ranking, there were 49 heavenly flames, of which there was only one that was green in color. That's the living creator flame. Born to create flame, ranked 11th in the heavenly flame ranking. Rumor has it that the birth and creation flame has the ability to take over the creation of heaven and earth, and possessing this heavenly flame can enhance one's potential in a subtle way. Of course, as to whether there were any other effects specifically, Lin Shu was not sure. After all, just the ability to take over the creation of heaven and earth was already amazing enough. Lin Shu, looking at the heavenly flame that the sacred King Elder had sent up, without hesitation, he directly probed his hand, wanting to collect it. No, the sacred King Elder was greatly alarmed. This is the 11th ranked heavenly fire list of heavenly fire. When he took in the time, but he did not know how much effort, the fire control art to the extreme, and ultimately more than 80% of their own holy body burned away, which succeeded. Fortunately, after the success, with the saints can be reborn in flesh and blood as well as the ability to take over the creation of heaven and earth by the bio-creation flame restored the saintly body. The living creation flame, although it had the power of creation, was ultimately a heavenly fire. Its power was still extremely terrifying. He didn't want to see Lin Shu burned out like that. However, in the next moment, the sacred King Elder was instantly shocked. When he himself seized the heavenly flame back then, he was burned out of 80% of his holy body, almost leaving only his head unburned, and the terror of the might made his heart palpitate even today. Unexpectedly, this Sang creation flame, in Lin Shu's hands, surprisingly didn't harm Lin Shu in the slightest and seemed to be docile. Lin Shu received the life creation flame and looked at the sacred King Elder. When you say you mustn't, do you mean you're going to backtrack? No, not. The Saint King Elder shook his head in a hurry. He had intended to remind Lin Shu that the heavenly flame was not to be touched lightly, and had no intention of backtracking at all. Now that he was seeing such an amazing scene, it was even more so that he had no intention of backtracking. He was secretly shocked. Worthy of being a member of the Tian Yuan Mu clan, this tactic was truly shocking. I just don't know if it's by strength, or if it's some sort of divine ability of Tian Yuan Mu that I don't know about. Very well, from now on, you will follow this young lord. Yes, young lord, the Saint King Elder immediately said happily. Bien Tua, meet young lord. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land. Young lord, let me take care of this person. Lin Shu looked towards the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land, and at this moment, the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't seem to believe what he was seeing. A saint king who had directly followed someone else and had even dedicated his heavenly flame. It's something that's just too unbelievable. Sacred king. Ah, a realm that all beings in Shinjo could only dream of. And now they are following a young man. Does that make sense? Fake. Fake. All fake. The Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land, all of a sudden, lost his voice and shouted, not caring about his face, rushed up into the depths of the void, and then he said angrily, die, all together. The Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land, knowing that everything could not be undone and the outcome was doomed, no longer had any heart at this moment, just thinking that, before dying, he could pull a few more people on his back. Dientua looked at the somewhat insane appearance of the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land and couldn't help but lament, hey, in the end, it's just low vision, just this can't be accepted. Dientua understood that the Holy Lord of the Canaan Holy Land, which was having trouble believing that the Holy King was just following others, couldn't withstand this kind of blow, and was already in a state of half-madness. However, Dientua wouldn't let him off just because the Holy Lord of the Canaan Sacred Land was insane, not to mention that he was going to blow himself up. Exploding yourself in front of old me is not too whimsical. Dientua struck out. His fifth level of strength of a Saint King erupted with a terrifying aura that instantly suppressed the Holy Lord of the Canaan Sacred Land, and then directly killed him on the spot. Subsequently, Dientua did not hesitate and struck again. The remaining few saints of the Canaan Holy Land did not have the power to fight back, and one by one, they were killed by him and fell on the spot. The 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land and the other powerhouses present were shocked as they watched the scene. Originally, they were all a bit skeptical as to whether the Saint King was a fake or not. After all, it was too unreal for a Saint King powerhouse to follow someone so easily. However, seeing it kill saints like ants, it was finally convinced that this was a true Saint King. At the same time, all eyes looked toward Lin Shu, a person who could make a Saint King submit. Then how terrifying should his identity be? In the meantime, Eastern Wasteland, 3,000 states. Union finally returned to a branch alliance of the Xian Heavenly Alliance along with the Xian Heavenly Alliance's powerhouses. As Yun returned to the sub-alliance, news about Yun was quickly reported. A Tong Tian realm that was so young, news quickly spread amongst the Xian Tian Alliance. The Xian Heavenly Alliance's crowd of powerhouses were shocked. It didn't take long before the largest sub-alliance of the 3,000 states of the Xian Heavenly Alliance quickly issued an order. Send it to Tianzhou immediately. There were teleportation arrays connecting the various sub-alliances of the Xian Heavenly Alliance, and it didn't take Yun long to arrive directly at the largest sub-alliance of the 3,000 states, where the Heavenly State was located. Having just entered the Heavenly State sub-alliance, in less than an hour, it completely shook the entire Heavenly State sub-alliance. The alliance leader of the Heavenly State sub-alliance looked at Yun. His eyes filled with intense shock. Quickly, report it to the General Union. This news must be informed to the Xian Tian clan immediately. Chapter 138, Yun's terrifying talent. The Xian Tian clan chief came out of the world. Eastern Wasteland, the upper class of the 3,000 states. Tianzhou, one of the 4 strongest sub-alliances of Xian Tian. The moment. Yun had already arrived here after going through a series of examinations from a subleague in an ordinary medium-sized state below the 3,000 states. Of course, it says it's a series of tests. In reality, it's just a walk in the park. After all, with such a young Tong Tian realm, the other assessments would be meaningless. The so-called assessment is nothing more than selecting a heavenly pride. The real heavenly pride is in front. The assessment is naturally dispensable. Yun was summoned by the Alliance Master at the first moment after she arrived at the Heavenly State branch of the Xian Heavenly Alliance. As one of the 4 strongest sub-alliances of the Xian Heavenly Alliance, the Alliance leader, in general, was a godly dragon. Even if the strongest people in the Xian Heavenly Alliance wanted to see him, it was extremely difficult. However, Yun's arrival caused this alliance leader to appear as well. Such a young heavenly realm, heavenly pride, an absolute great emperor's qualification, expected to step into the emperor's path to contend and achieve great emperor. Even the alliance master, who was at the paramount emperor realm, was the first to come out of the world, wanting to take a look at such a heavenly pride. The ally, looking at Yun, sized her up and then nodded frequently. Not bad, finally letting my 3,000 prefecture Xian Heavenly Alliance find a true heavenly pride. Say it. The ally then directly took out a stone tablet. This is the Xian Heavenly Tablet, passed down from the Xian Heavenly Clan, the head of the 10,000 clans, and it is impossible to trace exactly how long it has been there so far. However, the Xian Heavenly Tablet can better test one's potential. Yun drop a drop of blood on the Xian Heavenly Monument. If you are able to light up more than 85 stars on the Xian Heavenly Monument, You can be cultivated as a young alliance master of the Shenon Heavenly Alliance's 3000 state Heavenly State Sub-Alliance, and at that time, you will be guided in your cultivation by this alliance master personally, who is a quasi-empire. If you are able to light up 90 stars or more, you can enter the General Alliance and be trained as a young alliance master of the General Alliance. If you can light up 100 stars or more, you can even enter the Shenon Heavenly Clan. Of course, if you feel that dropping blood will be controlled by the Shenon Heavenly Monument, you can also release only a wisp of breath to wrap around the Shenon Heavenly Monument as well. My Shenon Heavenly Alliance. Although I am thirsty for talent, I have never relied on such despicable means to control others. This kind of thing, you will know later on. When Yun heard this, she thought in her heart, who would believe such words? Though for the Shenon Alliance is not known. However, Yun was also aware that the Shenon Heavenly Alliance was no good. Not long ago, there was still the Kanglan Palace to submit to it, but after seeing himself, he backhandedly annihilated the Kanglan Palace. On this before and after the change in attitude, in front of the eyes of this alliance master even said that the Shenon Alliance seems to be very great and honorable general. Yun how can believe? The ally seemed to have sensed Yun's small mind. This alliance master naturally doesn't have the luxury of asking you to believe. Still, when you truly touch the core, everything will be naturally clear to you. How can you see through the evil and good in this world with a mere glance? This ally doesn't want to talk too much nonsense. You test first. Yun looked towards the Shenon Heavenly Alliance. Then she directly released a wisp of breath to wrap the Shenon Heavenly Monument. Although, this alliance master said that the Shenon Alliance was very great and honorable, she still did not choose to drip blood. No matter whether the Shenon Alliance was good or evil, there was always a need to keep an eye out. The alliance master did not have any color fluctuations when he watched Yun act in such and such a manner. Once upon a time, his own self was also this cautious, believing that the Shenon Heavenly Alliance had designs on him. Then, it wasn't until he actually got to the core that he realized that he was just thinking too much. If the Shenon Alliance really wanted to control someone, there was no need to do something so complicated. The ally, quietly looking at the Shenon Heavenly Tablet, he wanted to see how many stars the person in front of him, his potential could reach. Himself. Back then, the potential was 88 stars, not to say that it was a sensation to the entire Shenon Heavenly Alliance. At least it was the Shenon Heavenly Alliance congregation of the 3000 states at that time, that was all alarmed. This Yun in front of him, if he were to simply look at his age and realm today, his talent was definitely not lower than his own 8th grade upper grade talent. However, this might not be the case. After all, no one was sure if Yun had been summoned by a certain powerful person or had entered a certain secret realm with a special time flow. Once upon a time, the Shenon Heavenly Alliance had received a heavenly pride who had stepped into the saint realm at just under 20 years of age. It was expected to be a proper future great. I had never thought that it was an ordinary great saint who had been revived by a miraculous encounter, relying on the great saint's eyesight and learning, which had allowed him to reach sainthood at such a young age. Later on, he broke through to the great sage and gradually became obliterated. Of course, being able to reach great sage was indeed already a good achievement for many heavenly prides, but for the Shenon Heavenly Alliance, it was a bit average. The Shenon Heavenly Alliance, there was no shortage of great saints. He didn't want that the Yun in front of him was also this kind of person. The only true measure of a person's potential was the number of stars lit up in the Shenon monument. Yun, at this moment, was also looking at the Shenon monument. She had a feeling that this Shenon monument seemed to have a special connection with herself. However, it was not with this piece of Shenon in front of him, but with the real Shenon steel. This Shenon Heavenly Tablet in front of him should not be real, or it was real, but not the most central piece. At the same time, as Yun's breath wrapped around the Shenon Heavenly Tablet, the number of stars on the Shenon Heavenly Tablet soon lit up rapidly. In just one breath's time, 80 of them lit up directly. The ally looked at this scene and was shocked. He had let the Shenon monument light up 88 stars back then, and the first time he did it all at once, it only lit up less than 50 stars. Just this first brightening up of the stars alone was enough to prove that Yun was a true peerless heavenly pride. Soon, the stars on the Shenon Heavenly Tablet lit up once more, this time directly lighting up 20 of them. Tian Yuan Dao Domain, an ancient frontier. In the middle of this ancient frontier, there was a heavenly stone monument standing in the middle of this one frontier. At this moment, the monolith suddenly lit up with a star. In the ancient frontier, a powerful person, coming out of seclusion, looked at the stone monument and was greatly shocked. 100 stars of talent. Surprisingly, it's 100 stars of talent. Tian Yuan Dao Domain, It's been an unknown number of years since anyone has reached the qualification of 100 stars. If someone was here, they would definitely be appalled. The auras of all these powerful people were terrifyingly boundless. Every single one of them was enough to make even an unusual great sage sweat. However, just as these many powerhouses were shocked, a figure stepped out, and what was originally a terrifying aura was instantly suppressed. The crowd of powerful people were all respectful. Greetings, matriarch. This person, precisely the Xiantian clan's clan chief, was of unfathomable strength, and even the strongest of the people present did not know his depth. He only glanced at the stone monument, and within his gaze, an imperceptible cold color flashed. This scent, it's coming from that place. Looks like it's time to meet her. After some thought, this patriarch immediately spoke. Pass the order down. Immediately go to the Xian Heavenly Alliance and bring this person here. Say it. This patriarch then disappeared into this ancient territory. Chapter 139, Patriarch Xiantian vs. Holy Mother Qiyao. Chapter 139, Xiantian Patriarch vs. Holy Mother Qiyao. Quickly, report it to the General Union. This news must be informed to the Xian Heavenly Clan. When the 3000 States Xian Heavenly Alliance Heavenly State Branch Alliance Master watched Yun Yun light up 100 stars in an instant, he could no longer sit still. When the 88 stars lit up, he stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm, and the Yun Yun in front of him, directly lighting up 102 rounds. This potential, even for him, was unimaginable. Mind you, it's not over. After all, the Xiantian monument tested potential, and the stars lit up, usually with 5 rounds. Though, the further back you go, the tougher it is to light up the stars. Even so, even if the back could never be lit up again, 100 stars was already shocking enough. One must know that 90 stars lit up is the qualification of a great emperor. No, the ally had just issued the order and then retracted it. There's no need to notify. This alliance master will personally bring her to the General Alliance when she finishes her test. Say it. The ally continued to look at Yun Yun again. He wanted to see just how extreme Yun Yun was. Round 3 begins. This time, surprisingly, it was directly 20 stars lit up. Plus there were already 100 stars lit up. And now there were already a whole 120 stars lit up. This, the Quasi-Emperor Realm's ally, who had thought that his state of mind had long been cultivated to the point where his heart was like water, was now shocked again and again. How is it possible? How is she instead lighting up the stars faster and faster still? The Quasi-Emperor ally, recalling his own testing back then, at first it was 52 stars, in the second round 23 stars, in the third round 8 stars, in the fourth round 5 stars, and as for the fifth round, it was impossible to light even one of them. His own year, that was constantly sharply reduced. Yun Yun's third round compared to the second round, even grew. As the Paragon Emperor's allies were shocked, the fourth round began. This time another 20 stars were lit up. There is still no sharp decrease, and it is the same as the third round. Until now, 140 stars have been lit. Round 5 begins. However, just then, on the Xiantian steel, a crack suddenly appeared. The Quasi-Emperor Alliance Master's face changed drastically, and before he could react, the Xian Heavenly Tablet exploded directly in front of his eyes, turning into a field of fragments. Is this something that even the Xian Heavenly Tablet can't measure her true potential? The Quasi-Emperor Alliance Master, his eyes were filled with horror. However, at this moment, he was already not in a state of mind to care about the Xian Heavenly Tablet that had been reduced to a patchwork of debris, and instead looked towards Yun Yun. Yun Yun, go! Follow this Alliance Master to the headquarters. With your potential, there is no difficulty in entering the Xian Heavenly Clan, and you can even be cultivated by the Xian Heavenly Clan with all your might. Having said that, a flying boat appeared in the hands of the Quasi-Emperor Alliance Lord. This flying boat was forged utilizing more than a dozen saintly materials, and it has several types of formations engraved on it, including 3 acceleration formations. At full power, the speed is enough to rival that of a paramount emperor, and by taking this boat, we can quickly arrive at the central domain. After saying that, without waiting for Yun Yun to react, he directly took Yun Yun onto the flying boat. In the next moment, the flying boat disappeared into the endless void, tearing through the infinite void at an unimaginably astonishing speed, rushing towards the central region. Middle domain, Tianyuan Holy Land. The moment, a woman, in the middle of cultivation. Just then, the woman opened her eyes and looked into a certain void. Since you're here, show yourself. As the woman's words fell, a figure suddenly appeared in a void. The woman frowned as she looked at that one figure. Didn't you say that we can't meet easily? This time you even came in your real body. Patriarch Xiantian, if you don't give an explanation this time, you don't have to leave this Tianyuan Holy Land. That's right. The person who came was none other than the Xian Tian clan chief. Patriarch Xian Tian smiled gently. Holy Mother Qi Yao, still as domineering as ever. But if this seat wants to leave, in the Tianyuan Holy Land, I'm afraid that no one will be able to stop it. Even you. Yeah, you can try, said. The aura of Mu Qiyao's body was vaguely released, and that aura, vaguely more terrifying than even the quasi-emperors, overlaid towards the Xian Tian clan chief. The Xian Tian clan chief, feeling Mu Qiyao's aura, immediately waved his hand. No. This seat has come here to inform you of important things, not to fight with you, and you should also understand that once you and I fight, it will inevitably spread to the entire Tianyuan Dao region, and you shouldn't be unaware of what the consequences are. Hearing this, the aura on Mu Qiyao's body gradually faded away, and in just a few moments, it was as if she was immortal. Her aura fully converged without showing the slightest bit. Only then did the Xian Tian clan chief open his mouth. My clan Xian Heavenly Tablet. Does Holy Mother Qi Yao know about it? Naturally I know. Isn't it just for testing potential? Just now, the Xian Heavenly Monument tested out a heavenly pride with over 100 stars of potential. This statement was made. Mu Qiyao's complexion, too, changed slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. That's good news. Then I would like to congratulate Clan Chief Xian Tian here. Holy Mother Qi Yao, you should understand that this seat is not the type to show off. Then you'll just say it. It can't be such a trivial matter that you still need this seat to deduce it, can it? The Xian Tian patriarch shook his head. Naturally, I don't need you to deduce it. I just want to tell you that during that 100-star celestial pride test, I sensed an unusual aura from the Xian Heavenly Tablet that didn't seem to be owned by the Heavenly Yuan Dao domain. At this moment, Mu Qiyao also couldn't help but stand up. Do you mean that there are strong people from outside the Tianyuan Dao realm who have reincarnated into the Tianyuan Dao realm? This seat thinks so too. The Xian Tian patriarch nodded. Therefore, this seat has come here because I need you to deduce whether this matter is a blessing or a curse. Hearing this, Mu Qiyao also understood that the matter was not simple, and then she performed the heavenly diffusion technique and began to deduce it. As Mu Qiyao's hand gestures continued to change, the entire space, all kinds of laws flowed. Not long after, on Mu Qiyao's face, a smile suddenly appeared. For, he deduced, this man was related to himself, and not in a good way. There are no more than two people who are related to you. One was Lin Tsangxiong, his own cheap husband. The other is his own son, Lin Shu. By deduction, she knew that the person was close to her son and was most likely her daughter-in-law. The Xian Tian patriarch, watching Mu Jiyao deduce, suddenly revealed a smile. Although the smile was very nice, enough to mesmerize the entire world of men, but he obviously wanted to know the results even more. Although the smile is good, but this world can harness the woman in front of him, only afraid that there is no birth. Although he is confident that the strength of the crown of Tianyuan, but also know that he absolutely cannot do. In comparison, the results of the extrapolation are the most important. Well, how did it turn out? It can be cultivated with care. Mu Qiyao nodded. Then why are you laughing? The result you want, this seat has already given it to you. Mu Qiyao didn't answer. It's time for you to leave. Otherwise you'll be noticed. After all, you and I have quite a few people staring at us. When the Xian Tian clan chief heard this, he also left directly, and didn't bother to ask Mu Qiyao again why she suddenly laughed. Mu Qiyao, watching the Xian Tian clan chief leave, whispered, using the resources of the Xian Tian clan and cultivating a daughter-in-law for me. Let's say it's your payment for seeking me out for the deduction this time. Chapter 140, Tenderland, Great Sage 5th Level, Yunjo, 10,000 Flowers Sanctuary. After Lin Shu overthrew the Canaan Holy Land, he accompanied the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers to the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land to temporarily stay and rest. 10,000 Flowers Sanctuary. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that it was a sanctuary dominated by women. After arriving at the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers, Lin Shu was almost always surrounded by the female disciples of the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers, and there was no need to think that this must have been secretly and tacitly authorized by the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers. After all, the Holy Mother of 10,000 Flowers had seen the strength of these people around Lin Shu, not to mention the fact that there were two saints, Wu Wenjing and Lai Fengyun, following. Regarding those of the younger generation alone, Li Xian, Li Yang, Li Han and the others, each of them was a supreme talent. What's more, Lin Shu had another sacred king powerhouse by his side. If he could get the female disciples in the Holy Land to climb up to Lin Shu, then the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land would definitely receive unimaginable benefits. A large hall in the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers. The Grand Elder looked at the sect leader. Holy Mother, while acting like this disgust Mr. Lin, the Holy Mother of all flowers shook her head. What's so distasteful about that? Within our 10,000 flowers sanctuary, we are the hosts and Mr. Lin is a guest. We arranged for some female disciples to go over and introduce Mr. Lin to our sanctuary, and take Mr. Lin on a tour of our sanctuary. Everything is sensible and reasonable, and it's not like we're going against him, so how could we be disgusted? Say it. The Sacred Mother of all flowers looked at the Grand Elder. Great Elder, if you were to go to an ordinary clan, and people called out a group of the clan's most outstanding and handsome-faced male disciples to serve you, would you be disgusted? The scene described by the Holy Mother of 10,000 flowers immediately appeared in the Grand Elder's mind, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. If so, it seems to be quite enjoyable. However, Mr. Lin is not a mediocre person like me. In the face of such a situation, I may enjoy it, but Mr. Lin may not? Who knows if you don't try, the Holy Mother of all flowers said. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt to try. That's right, you're making some arrangements. Isn't there a few other heavenly prides around Mr. Lin? Even if you can't get close to Mr. Lin, it would be good to get close to those few heavenly prides. I had paid attention to those heavenly pride battles before. Under the same realm, the people from the Canaanite Holy Land were resolved by them in a few moves. The talent of those heavenly prides, each one of them is very strong. Saints are definitely not their limit. The Grand Elder nodded and then went to make the arrangements. Wait. Suddenly, the Holy Mother of all flowers seemed to have thought of something and reminded. Don't arrange around those female celestial pride. After all, they're the ones beside Mr. Lin. Even if they don't have a relationship on the surface, behind their backs they may not. If you really want to arrange for male disciples to serve, I'm afraid it will only backfire. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder hastened to express his understanding. Don't worry, I can still think of this kind of thing. I'll just arrange for female disciples to approach those few male celestial pride. 10,000 flowers sanctuary, a spiritual peak. The moment. Li Xian and Li Yang stood in front of Lin Shu and could not help but open their mouths. Young Lord, the female disciples of the 10,000 flowers Holy Land are too attentive. We just can't take it anymore. Lin Shu laughed. What's so unbearable about it? Did they do something to you? I see that they all have a pretty good grasp of degrees. Li Xian and Li Yang hurriedly shook their heads. But we can't help that there are too many people. We don't even have a bit of private space anymore. Wherever we go, they follow us everywhere. If you don't have a lesser lord, you should go and tell the Sacred Mother of 10,000 flowers that this kind of blessing is something that we really can't enjoy. Young Lord, but we still have to prepare to break through to sainthood, so this matter is a bit too much of a dissipation of will. Lin Shu listened and nodded. Since that's the case, then I'll speak to the Holy Mother of 10,000 flowers later. Just then, suddenly, Ying Manjing came quickly. It could be seen that she looked quite anxious, and seeing her like that, Lin Shu couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Did the Holy Land of 10,000 flowers arrange a male disciple for you? What male disciple? Wu Wenjing asked suspiciously, but she didn't dwell on the matter and said directly, Young Lord, the Netherworld Palace has suffered a crisis. I still request that Young Lord be able to grant me permission to go back to Bizhou to get through the Netherworld Palace crisis, and when I get through the crisis, I'll return to Young Lord's side. So it is. No wonder Wu Wentian was in such a hurry. How is the crisis? Is it big? Can it be solved? Lin Shu couldn't help but ask when he thought that she had also been following him for some time. I'm not sure, but to be able to summon me, I don't think the crisis is small. Since that's the case, then it just so happens that I don't have much to do lately, so I'll make a trip to Bizhou. Lin Shu spoke directly. Thank you, young lord. When Wu Wenjing heard that Lin Shu was going to go, she hurriedly thanked him. She knew that once Lin Shu went to Bizhou, then even if the Misty Palace had a bigger crisis, it could be solved. Lin Shu looked aside to Li Xian and Li Yang. That's good. There's no need to talk to the Holy Mother of 10,000 flowers about that matter. We're leaving now. Having said that, Lin Shu then directly asked Wu Wenjing to send a message to the Holy Mother of 10,000 flowers, so that Wu Wenjing could tell the Holy Mother of 10,000 flowers about his immediate departure. The Sacred Mother of 10,000 flowers received Wu Wenjing's summons and immediately came over. Mr. Lin, is it possible that the hospitality was not good enough to make Mr. Lin's stay unpleasant? If that is the case, Mr. Lin will directly bring it up and I will definitely do as I am told. Lin Shu waved his hand. You have entertained quite well, but we have to go on an errand, which is rather urgent, and we'll have to depart. An urgent matter? I wonder if my 10,000 flower sacred land can help. As long as Mr. Lin gives the order. The entire 10,000 Flowers Sacred Land can help out for Mr. Lin. That won't be necessary. Lin Shu refused. Just kidding. How far is Bizhou from Qinzhou? At least 10 states away. Just how long would it take for a disciple of the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers to cross the distance of 10 states? By the time we get there, the Misty Palace will be cold. Going over for a seat? Well, there's no need to say anything extra. See you later. Say it. Lin Shu then took the people around him and directly left the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land. Although, the gentle land created by the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers was indeed a little bit intoxicating, but would Lin Shu revel in it? After exiting the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, Lin Shu directly asked Wu Wenjing to reveal the way to Baizhou, and then had them enter the mountain river pagoda together. By now, Lin Shu only had one Bian Tua by his side. In this way, Bian Tua was a sacred king, and he himself was a great sage, so he could hurry faster. Come on, set off for Bijou. Yes, young lord. In the next moment, the two of them headed towards the direction of Baizhou, tearing through the void and performing a void great shift. In the meantime, the system beep sounded. Hearing the system beep ring out, Lin Shu knew that it was his own father who had already successfully fused and absorbed the meteorite heavenly flame in the mountain and river pagoda, relying on the difference in time flow. Not only that, but it also raised the realm. Otherwise the system wouldn't have a beep. After all, he himself wouldn't have known that two quests were generated if he hadn't checked the panel before. Sure enough, it was exactly as Lin Shu had guessed. Ding! Congratulations to the host's father, Lin Sanqiong, for breaking through to the 9th level of Return to Void. May I ask if the host activates the only passive to raise his cultivation to the 5th level of the Great Sage Realm? Yes, Lin Shu silently answered in his heart, and then his cultivation began to grow silently, quickly rising from Great Sage 1st level to Great Sage 5th level. After his cultivation level was raised, Lin Shu looked to the side at Bian Tua and said, "Hold on to this young lord." Bian Tua didn't understand, but did as he was told. Next moment, Lin Shu's speed instantly increased by a large margin, and with just one step, he had already crossed the entire Qinzhou. And that wasn't even Lin Shu's fastest speed. After all, Lin Shu remembered the scene when Wu Wentian took herself back to Linjiang City from Yunyi Dynasty. It would be inappropriate to exert one's full strength, thereby causing one to be seriously injured. Nowadays, at this speed, one step across a state of less than 200 million miles, was already enough. At this speed, a dozen or 2 dozen steps of Great Void Shift would be enough to arrive in Bizhou. After all, because it wasn't a full-strength exertion, there was a residual power left over, and there was no need to go for recovery. One could keep on continuously performing the Void Great Shift. It didn't take long for Lin Shu to arrive in Bizhou with Bian Tua, taking less than a few breaths. This is what makes a strong person. Just by exerting less than half of his strength, he has such an astonishing speed. At full speed, disregarding the consumption, I'm afraid that just one step would be enough to cross 10 states. It's hard to imagine how fast he would be when he reaches Quasi-Emperor in the future. Lin Shu murmured in his heart. On the side, Bian Tua was still in shock at the moment. Young lord, you are a great saint? Lin Shu smiled and considered it a tacit acceptance. Bian Tua's heart tightened. Is this still human? Demons? Ah, absolute demons. How could anyone reach great sage so young? It was rumored that the innate sacred body Dao fetus, which was at the saint realm upon its birth, couldn't even manage to break through to the great sacred at such a young age, right? At the same time, a strong sense of gratitude was permeating his heart at the moment. It was fortunate that he didn't choose to kill and exterminate in the first place. Otherwise, one would have long since died out in the Canaan Holy Land at this point. Chapter 141, 1 week into the Great Sage, Pure Yang Pavilion. Here it is. Lin Shu directly released Wu Wentian from the mountain and river pagoda. Wu Wenjing was also shocked when she heard Lin Shu's words. She was in the sage realm and entered the mountain and river tower at the 4th level, where the flow of time was 10,000 times. Wu Wenjing knew that Lin Shu had broken through to the saint realm. After all, she had seen the breakthrough saint cross the threshold at that time. With Lin Shu's sage realm, from Qinzhou to Baizhou, which spanned over 10 states, it would take a good while according to the speed of the sage realm. Wu Wenjing thought that even if they were at the same sage realm, Lin Shu was stronger and faster than herself, and that she could probably reach 10 million miles away with one void grand nomadic shift at full power. As for Lin Shu, it was estimated that with one void grand nomadic shift, even if it was even faster, it should only be 30 to 50 million miles away at most. As for each state, 20,000 miles to start with. Lin Shu should need at least 4 void grand transfers to cross a state, and if he rushes at full speed, Then he needs to rest for a quarter of an hour for each void grand transfers, which means that to cross a state, he needs half an hour. 10 states, that's 5 hours. 5 hours in the outside world, and 10,000 times the flow of time in the 4th level of the mountain and river tower. It would take over 10 years. However, he was clearly in the mountain and river tower, and had stayed there for only 2 or 3/4 of an hour. At this point in time, only a few breaths should have passed in the outside world. How is it possible to arrive in Bizhou from Qinzhou in so little time? Wu Wenjing couldn't believe it, except that she looked at the scene in front of her and saw a familiar scene. It was indeed Bizhou. How is this possible? Wu Wenjing was inwardly shocked. She looked at Lin Shu, her heart constantly speculating as to what means had been utilized to be able to cross the land of 10 states in just a few breaths. Lin Shu looked at Wu Wendian frozen in place as she was pulled out of the mountain and river pagoda by herself and couldn't help but say, "What's wrong? Could it be that this place is not Bizhou?" Lin Shu thought he was going the wrong way. Wu Wendian snapped back from her stupor and looked at Lin Shu. "Young lord, how on earth did you do that?" Aside, Dian Tuo opened his mouth. "Just now, I was just as unbelievable as you are, but if you knew the young lord's strength, you would understand. Isn't the young lord a saint?" Wu Wenjing couldn't help but be puzzled. "I've watched the young lord cross the threshold to break through to sainthood, and it's only been less than a week since today." "What?" This time, it was Bian Tuo's turn to be shocked. He didn't think Wu Wenjing would lie about this, but if it wasn't a lie and was the truth, then the young lord's breakthrough was a bit too shocking. "Are you really sure that less than a week has passed since the young lord broke through to sainthood?" "Naturally, I saw it with my own eyes." Dian Tuo received Wu Wenjing's confirmation and looked at Lin Shu, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open, wanting to say something but ultimately failing to do so. Words can no longer describe all this. Wu Wenjing watched as Bian Tuo suddenly froze in place and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, didn't you just want to talk about the young lord's strength today? Could it be that the young lord is already a saint's little several heavens?" In Wu Wenjing's opinion, in a week's time, the saint realm breaking through several small realms was already astounding. After all, the young lord had never entered the mountain river tower to cultivate during this week. A week is a solid week. Young lord is now a great saint. Dian Tuo slowly returned. "Great saints." When Wu Wenjing heard this, she looked at Lin Shu blankly for a long time before spitting out a sentence. "Young lord, you are truly a demon, an absolute demon, the #1 demon in history." Lin Shu listened to Wu Wenjing's words and felt a little embarrassed in his heart. He was not a demon. He was just looking to his father to become a dragon. "Recently, my father has been cultivating in the mountain river tower and absorbing heavenly flames from time to time, which has resulted in such a rate of improvement." The name of this demon, that was never to be taken. However, it was naturally not easy for Lin Shu to explain this kind of thing, so he simply changed the topic. "Well, look if this is bijou." "Yes, young lord. In that case, let's go to the ethereal palace first." "Okay, young lord, please follow me." Wu Wenjing, too, didn't think any more about how Lin Shu was able to make such an amazing breakthrough in a short period of time. It was impossible to think about it anyway. For the sake of today's plan, it was still important to solve the ethereal palace crisis. Knowing that Lin Shu was a great sage, at this moment, he was already unconcerned about the so-called ethereal palace crisis. With the great sage around, what kind of crisis can't be solved? After all, if the crisis in the Netherworld Palace could not even be resolved by the great sage, then it would be impossible to have the time to send a message to himself. Great sage level or even above, really want to make a move against the ethereal palace. There is no doubt that it can be directly killed in seconds. Then it is not a crisis. It will be directly overthrown. Bizhou, the vast majority of its boundaries are waters. The entire Bizhou is composed of numerous waters as well as islands. The Misty Palace was precisely situated on top of the top 3 ranked islands in by prefecture. The island has no name, and was named Misty Island after the Misty Palace. Misty Island, although it is an island, but also the territory is not small, vast, there are millions of miles. Of course, this is compared to the huge Bizhou, naturally quite small, but for the Bizhou Islands, it is already ranked in the forefront, and can be entered into the top 3 large islands. It was not too much to say that it was an island and call it a continent, hence Ethereal Island, also known as Ethereal Continent. In the past, the Netherworld continent was peaceful, and although there were fights, they were fights between the disciples of the Netherworld Palace. However, on the Netherworld continent today, there was a group of uninvited guests, the leader of which had even reached the 9th level of saints, and the rest of the saints, there were also 2 of them. For a while, the Ethereal Palace was also on standby, and the faces of the strongest members of the Ethereal Palace, each and every one of them, were filled with a solemn look, a sage 9, and 2 ordinary saints, along with quite a few of the rest of the powerhouses. This was an extremely terrifying force for the ethereal palace, and it was difficult to resist. The misty palace master, looking at the visitor, couldn't help but open his mouth. "Who is your excellency? Why have you come to my netherworld continent?" The sage ninefold powerhouse in the lead opened his mouth. "It's nothing major. I just heard that the misty palace only recruits female disciples, and my pure young pavilion happens to only recruit male disciples. I've come now, for no other reason than wanting the netherworld palace to join my pure young pavilion. I, pure young pavilion, happen to have a combination cultivation method. At that time, when the male and female disciples of my dual sex combine, they will definitely be able to increase their strength in the shortest time possible." Misty Palace Master, what do you think of this proposal? When the Misty Palace Master heard the words Pure Young Palace, he was also shocked in his heart. The Pure Young Pavilion is not a Bizho force, it is a Rediza force next door to Bizho. Unlike Baizhou, Shizhou was filled with the Qi of Fire Source. The many cultivators in the Red State cultivated fire attribute techniques, with the Pure Young Pavilion and the Red Inferno Sanctuary being the most important. These two forces were the most powerful forces in the Red State, as they occupied the place where the Fire Source Qi was the most dense in the Red State. As a result, the disciples of the two major powers were, to a greater or lesser extent, eroded by the Fire Source Qi and contained fire poison in their bodies, and there are only two ways to detoxify fire. The first, with a strong, powerful exclusion. The second, combined with those who cultivate the yin and water attributes to slowly neutralize the fire poison. As it happened, the majority of Bizho practitioners practiced this path. Combined cultivation is, in effect, dual cultivation. Theoretically, this method is beneficial to both parties. But, Misty Palace Master, I've heard that the Pure Young Pavilion's cultivation method has great drawbacks. It is very likely that the cultivation object will let the fire poison into the body. If it carries it, naturally, all will be happy. If they couldn't carry it off, then it was very likely that they would damage their foundations, or even fall down with serious injuries. The Netherworld Palace Master could not let his own disciples take risks. "I'm sorry, please forgive this Palace Master for not being able to oblige." Chapter 142, Formation Breaking Holy Hammer. The powerful man who stepped on the tripod. Misty Palace Master, do you know what kind of power my Pure Young Pavilion is? The saintly 9th level powerhouse looked at the ethereal Palace Master, and in his tone, there was a hidden threatening intent. "Now, this seat is discussing with you. You can still make conditions. If this seat really wants to come on strong, do you think that just by virtue of the Misty Palace, it will be able to hold back this seat? Be able to block the Pure Young Pavilion?" When the ethereal Palace Master heard this threat, he remained firm. The Pure Young Pavilion is powerful. This Palace Master is well aware of that. But no matter how powerful the Pure Young Pavilion is, this Palace Master will definitely not agree to it. Instead of letting our clan's disciples die from the fire poison they suffered during their cultivation, it's better to die in battle in a dignified manner. Even though the disciples of my clan are women, they are not lacking in bloodshed, and would rather die standing up than lie down and live. Not to mention that lying down may not be able to live. After the ethereal Palace Master finished speaking, the many disciples of the ethereal palace also nodded their heads at this moment. What do they set out on the path of cultivation for? For self-empowerment, control of one's own destiny, and independence. Now, the Pure Young Pavilion, however, wants to treat them as vassals, as the object of cultivation. How can they agree to? If that was the case, it would have been better not to step into the cultivation world in the first place. Palace Master, we are willing to live and die with the ethereal palace. Palace Master, why don't you hesitate to fight? Disciple would like to be the vanguard. The Pure Young Pavilion powerhouse, looking at the Misty Palace disciple, revealed a shameful smile. Pointless resistance. In this world, it's always the strongest who are honored. Put away your ridiculous insistence. My Pure Young Pavilion is powerful. It's a blessing for you to be able to look at you. Since you guys don't know what's good for you, then this seat won't bother talking nonsense with you. At that time, it will be out of your hands to control all of you, whether you want to or not. Say it. The Pure Yang Pavilion powerhouses, at the command of the sage 9th level powerhouses, immediately struck out. The Netherworld Palace Master, looking at this scene, did not hesitate. Elders, disciples, follow this Palace Master to open the sect protector formation. The Pure Young Pavilion, although it did not come out in full force, the strong people who came were also extremely powerful, not comparable to the Netherworld Palace. Although, the Ethereal Palace had the courage to look at death as a homecoming, it didn't mean that it really didn't care to fight to the death. At least, you have to use the clan protection array to consume some, so go up, that is purely to send death. Even if the Netherworld Palace was ultimately destroyed, it would still need to make the Pure Young Pavilion pay some painful price. In an instant, in the Netherworld Palace, the Protector formation instantly rose. This formation was created by the founding ancestor of the Netherworld Palace, and the founding ancestor was a Saint King. Therefore, this formation, too, was quite powerful, and although it was no longer at its peak nowadays, within a short period of time, it was still not a big problem to withstand the Saints. I only hope that Mrs. Wu will return sooner. The Misty Palace Master, at this moment, was also a little anxious in his heart. Not long ago, when he learned that the Pure Young Pavilion was coming, he sent a message to Supreme Elder Wu Wenjing. Later on, news came from Elder Wu Wenjing's Tai Shang, saying that he had found a powerful helper. For this reason, the Netherworld Palace Master had such a strong attitude. Now, she only needed to use the clan protection formation to stall for time. The best way, of course, is to fake flattery. However, if this is the case, then it is bound to sacrifice a lot of disciple color. After all, it is not possible to do nothing. Mouth say a promise. Pure Young Pavilion people really believe. She didn't want to take advantage of her disciples' sacrifice of color and false flattery, which was why she chose to be tough to the end from the start. Anyway, with the clan protection array in place, it was still possible to resist for a period of time. After all, the Saint King powerhouses of the Pure Young Pavilion did not come over. If she had come over, she would naturally be a little more roundabout and not be so forceful. The Pure Young Pavilion Sage 9th level powerhouse revealed a disdainful smile as he looked at the Netherworld Palace Protector formation. The Misty Palace is the top power in by prefecture, and the founding ancestor is even a Saint King powerhouse. So since this seat is here, how can I not make any preparations? Said. In the hands of the Pure Young Pavilion Sage 9th level powerhouse, a holy weapon had suddenly appeared. This holy weapon, called the Formation Breaking Holy Hammer, is a holy hammer that my Pure Young Pavilion spent a year in advance to ask a Saint King refiner to refine when I was planning to make a move against your Misty Palace. Formation Breaking Holy Hammer, specializing in breaking formations. Even if your sect's ancestor is here today, this formation will be broken. Besides, the strongest person within your ethereal palace is only a mere sage 3rd grade today. Next moment, broken formation holy hammer, originally only palm size, soon will be in the void expansion, but just a few breaths, it is already turned into a 10,000 feet giant hammer. The entire void are squeezed by this 10,000 feet giant hammer, vaguely have the intention of broken. This was a holy weapon, and even before it completely exploded in power, the void was a bit difficult to withstand. Looking at the formation breaking sacred hammer, the Netherworld Palace Master was also shocked in his heart. She hadn't thought that the Pure Young Pavilion was so powerful that it could have easily suppressed the Netherworld Palace, and that it had made such ample preparations. As soon as this formation breaking sacred hammer came out, the Misty Palace Master understood that the Pure Young Pavilion was afraid that it had no intention of treating the Misty Palace properly to begin with. Could it be that my Misty Palace is really about to suffer this calamity? At this point, she no longer pinned her hopes on Supreme Elder Wu Wenjing. After all, the Supreme Elder was quite far away from Bizhou, and if he wanted to rush back, even at full speed, it would only take at least 10 or so hours. At this time, the Pure Young Pavilion was holding a holy weapon, which was already enough to finish off the Netherworld Palace. Just then, suddenly, a huge cauldron suddenly appeared in the void. The moment the cauldron appeared, it directly shook the formation-breaking sacred hammer away. At the same time, a figure appeared on top of the cauldron. A man, with his feet on the sacred cauldron, blocked the front of the Pure Young Pavilion. The Misty Palace Master, looking at this scene, was also somewhat inexplicably confused. She could tell that the strong person with his feet on the sacred cauldron was a sacred king. However, this Saint King, she had no impression at all and did not recognize him at all. Could it be that this is the powerful helper that Mrs. Wu was talking about? The Netherworld Palace Master's heart rejoiced as he thought of this. The visitor is the Holy King. On the Pure Young Pavilion's side, the strongest person who had arrived so far was merely a Sage 9 Great Elder. The Netherworld Palace is considered to have survived this calamity. The Pure Young Pavilion's Grand Elder, a Sage 9th level powerhouse, also changed his face when he looked at the sudden appearance of the powerhouse. Who is senior? Why are you helping the Misty Palace? You don't deserve to know who this seat is. As for why I'm helping the Ethereal Palace, this seat is happy to do so. What are you going to do about it? Doesn't Senior know that the Misty Palace is a power that my Pure Young Pavilion has its eye on? Pure Young Pavilion? What kind of dirtbag is that? Bien Tua, standing on top of his alchemy sacred cauldron, spoke in a rather disdainful tone. The Dan clan is the #1 alchemy clan in this heavenly Yuan Dao domain. Among the 10,000 clans, it is able to be ranked in the top 10. Fear of the Tian Yuan Mu clan. That was because the Tian Yuan Mu clan was truly terrifying, with unfathomable depths. But the Pure Yang Pavilion, to Bien Tua, it was just a mole cricket. Against the Pure Yang Pavilion, there wasn't even a need for the Dan clan. Even the Flat Saint clan didn't have to make a move. With his personal connections and strength, it would be enough to overthrow. Would Bien Tua be afraid of such a power? Chapter 143, 8 Legendary Heavenly Flames. Yellow Emperor Xin Yuan Yen. A dirtbag? Pure Yang Pavilion. The sage 9th level powerhouse was furious in his heart when he heard this Saint King powerhouse who had stepped on the tripod in front of him say so. Senior, although you are a Saint King, my Pure Yang Pavilion, likewise, has Saint Kings, and there is more than one Saint King of my Pure Yang Pavilion. Bien Tua listened with disdain. Oh yeah? Then I wonder, how does it compare to my Dan clan? Dan Nation. Hearing this, the Pure Young Pavilion Sage 9th level Grand Elder couldn't help but be shocked in his heart at this moment. The Dan clan. That is a great clan that ranks extremely high among all clans, not to mention the Dan clan. Even for the Dan Pavilion under the Dan clan's rule, this was not comparable to the Pure Young Pavilion. Just the Dan Pavilion headquarters in the 3,000 prefectures alone had great saints sitting in it. He looked at the treading tripod powerhouse in front of him, only to see that in the center of his brow, there was indeed a mark. Legend has it that the great clans at the top of the ranking of the 10,000 clans have their own unique marks. The Dan clan seal is a Dan pattern. The golden Dan pattern is honorable. It is the most core clan of the Dan clan, and this one in front of him, there is such a golden Dan pattern on his brow. This meant that this person in front of him was a core clan member of the Dan clan, most likely one of the 4 holy clans of the Dan clan. At the thought of this, his face immediately changed. The people of the 4 holy clans of the Dan clan, those were great people whose status was honored to the extreme. Throughout the entire 3,000 states, many holy places, I'm afraid that except for a few extremely top-ranked holy places, there are not many forces that would dare to be disrespectful in the face of the person in front of them. This kind of person, even if he went to the Taiwan Holy Land, the head of the holy lands of the 3,000 states, the Taiwan Holy Land would treat him with extremely high etiquette. I didn't know that Senior was from the Dan clan, so please forgive me if I've surprised Senior. Whether you're guilty or not, whether you need forgiveness or not, this seat doesn't care. Say it. Bien Tua looked into a void. Greetings, young lord. The present-day Bien Tua, after realizing that Lin Shu was in the great sage realm, was respectful to the extreme. For a week, there could be only one person who could achieve such an accomplishment by breaking through from a saint to a great saint. That is, the young lord is the reincarnation of a great emperor. It was impossible for great saints and reincarnated paragon emperors to do so. The Dan clan, a great clan that ranks at the top of the ranking of the 10,000 clans, has been inherited for an unknown number of years, and the depth of its foundation is unimaginable. In the clan, there had been strong reincarnations as well, but none of them had ever been able to cross over from a saint to a great saint in a week. In his opinion, the young lord was definitely the reincarnation of a great emperor, otherwise it would be impossible. A great emperor reincarnated, he couldn't be more respectful. Young master? When the Pure Young Pavilion Sage 9th level Grand Elder heard these words, his heart was immediately shocked. An existence that could make even the Saint King of the Dan clan address him as young lord. This person was definitely the young lord of one of the 4 great saintly clans of the Dan clan. Young masters of this level were usually cultivated as great emperors, and their future achievements, if they didn't become emperors, then they would still be quasi-emperors. He didn't expect that just by coming to subdue a misty palace, he would meet such honorable people one after another. The young lord of the Dan clan. This was a great person at the level of the emperor's son of the great desolate Holy Land. Thinking of this, he also immediately bent down at this moment, respectfully bowing towards the void that Bien Tua was looking at. In the meantime, Ethereal Palace. At this moment, the Ethereal Palace master, the elders, and the many disciples were also coincidentally looking towards that one void. They didn't know what kind of power the Dan clan really was though. However, to be able to make the Pure Young Pavilion all this scornful, it was definitely the existence of a great power with a great saint sitting at the helm. Now, there was even a young lord who had made the Saint King so honored, so they were naturally eager to see it. Just as the crowd was looking at that one void, a young figure slowly walked out of the void. As this figure stepped out, a terrifying pressure instantly filled the air in a flash. At this moment, no matter who it was, they all felt that incomparably terrifying pressure. Even the saints present, and even the Grand Elder of the Pure Young Pavilion, who was at the 9th level of sainthood, were suppressed and unable to move under this terrifying pressure. The visitor, naturally, was Lin Shu. Lin Shu stepped out from the void, and then he withdrew his aura, and all of a sudden that terrifying pressure disappeared. Afterward, Lin Shu looked at Wu Wenjing by his side. This matter is a matter for your Misty Palace. How to resolve it? It's up to you. The people of the Misty Palace, at this moment, also saw the woman beside Lin Shu. That was clearly the Supreme Elder. Wu Wenjing respectfully said thank you before looking at the Netherworld Palace Master. Palace Master, what do you think? What should be done about the Pure Young Pavilion? The Misty Palace Master, at this moment, was still in a daze. Everything that happened today was so shocking that when Wu Wenjing, the Supreme Elder, spoke to her, she was still in a trance for the first moment and did not return to her senses. She didn't come back to her senses until the Holy Maiden beside her reminded her, and then immediately opened her mouth. Taishan Elder, I don't dare to make a private decision on this matter. It's still up to you, Taishan Elder, to make your own decision. Upon hearing this, Wu Wenjing turned around and looked at the Pure Young Pavilion Sage 9th level Grand Elder. Now, I'll give you a chance to reveal the true purpose of your Pure Young Pavilion. If it's just dual cultivation, the Pure Young Pavilion wouldn't have to make a move just now. The Pure Young Pavilion Sage 9 major elders immediately replied, it's the Holy Son of our clan. The Holy Son of my clan accidentally obtained a heavenly fire, and even though it was a subfire, he obtained an amazing technique from it. Wu Wenjing immediately asked, what heavenly fire, and what technique did you get? Just then, Bientua spoke up, the heavenly flame you mentioned, it wouldn't be a yellow heavenly flame, would it? And the heavenly flame is in the shape of a sword? When the Pure Young Pavilion's Grand Elder heard this, he hastily nodded his head. Yes, that's it, that's a yellow heavenly fire in the shape of a sword. Although it's a subfire, its strength is extremely astonishing. Even my Pure Young Pavilion Saint King powerhouses can't match it. It passed on a technique to the Holy Son, a technique that requires constant female sacrifice, and the more women you sacrifice the faster you will improve. Senior, do you know what kind of heavenly flame it is? Bientua didn't pay any attention to him, but instead looked at Lin Shu. Young Lord, great opportunity. Oh, carefully? Lin Shu was also a little curious at the moment. What kind of heavenly fire was it that could make Bientua speak of great opportunities? Bientua is now aware that he is a great saint, and the many opportunities are nothing more than that for him. How big is this great opportunity? Young Lord, there are a total of 49 heavenly flames in this world, but in this world, there are 8 kinds of heavenly fires that have never appeared, and only exist in legends, and as to where the legends come from, no one knows for sure. The heavenly flame this person is talking about is one of those 8 legendary heavenly flames called Yellow Emperor Xianyuanyan. The Dan clan has an ancient scroll record, which I only saw unintentionally, and the legend says that the strongest man of the human clan, Huang Di, who had 3,000 women, witnessed the supreme path, and that Xianyuanyan was his innate heavenly fire, and thus it contains his inherited technique. That subfire, I'm only afraid that it's the subfire of Xianyuanyan. If I can get it, it's definitely a great chance. Hearing this, Lin Shu finally did understand why it was a great opportunity. Chapter 144, Heavenly Fire Atlas. System Updates. Lin Shu also didn't expect that just coming over to help Wu Wendian solve the crisis in the Misty Palace would also result in such a huge unexpected blessing. One of the 8 legendary heavenly flames. With this heavenly flame, Lin Shu would be able to break through his strength directly without having to completely rely on his father to break through his strength. That's right. This was the first time Lin Shu wanted to keep a heavenly flame by his side, and Lin Shu didn't care much about the heavenly flames he met before, even that pure Nirvana heavenly flame. But with this heavenly flame, Lin Shu had some ideas. Just then, when Lin Shu was about to ask this Grand Elder of the Pure Young Palace in front of him something, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host's father, Lin Sanqiong, for fusing and absorbing 5 kinds of heavenly fire, namely, Green Lotus Heavenly Fire, Pure Nirvana Heavenly Fire, Meteor Heavenly Fire, Charming Blue Heavenly Fire, and Biocreation Flame. The task of gathering all 5 kinds of heavenly fire is complete. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a passive boost of 2 minor realms. Ding! The task is complete. Congratulations to the system-affiliated owner. This collection of 10,000 kinds of heavenly flames is evaluated as excellent, and you will receive an excellent gift package. Ding! The system is being updated. Update time, 1/4 of an hour. Please wait for the host to update. A series of system beeps rang out, and Lin Shu was a bit overwhelmed by what he heard. Lin Shu could only check them out one by himself. First, that's its own reward. The system passively raises 2 minor realms. In this way, one's current system passive would be able to reach 3 major realms as well as 6 minor realms. Thinking of this, Lin Shu did not hesitate and directly activated the latest system passive. In a blink of an eye, Lin Shu's cultivation level had directly risen by 2 small realms, reaching the 7th level of the Great Sage Realm and a single leap from the previous 5th level of the Great Sage Realm. Feeling the strength that had once again increased, Lin Shu was also quite satisfied. Afterward, Lin Shu once again checked up on the great gift package of excellence that his father had received. System tasks. There are 3 levels of evaluation: ordinary, excellent, perfect. Excellent is the second gear. This class of evaluation is generally for those whose own fathers were involved in the mission, but were not present for the entire time. Collecting the heavenly flame, his own father, Lin Tsuncheong, was indeed involved, but not the entire time, hence the excellent rating. Lin Shu was not surprised by this. System, check out the excellent bundle. Lin Shu mumbled in his heart, and then the excellent large gift bag was opened. As the excellence gift pack was opened, 2 rewards were presented to Lin Shu's eyes. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward Heavenly Fire Atlas. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a copy of the mysterious map, an exclusive reward for system-affiliated owners. Heavenly Fire Atlas, an atlas that records information about all the heavenly fires in the world. Every time a heavenly fire is collected, the power of the Heavenly Fire Atlas grows by 1 point, and when a sufficient number of heavenly fires are collected, the Heavenly Fire Atlas can be obtained to pass on the Heavenly Fire Divine Power. Good stuff! Lin Shu couldn't help but praise in his heart when he saw this message. Although, regarding the Heavenly Flame, Lin Shu already had some understanding, it was not a deep understanding. With this Heavenly Fire Atlas, one could understand all the heavenly fires. Of course, this was still secondary to the Heavenly Flame Atlas, which was still a supreme treasure that could exert a powerful might, the strength of which grew as the number of heavenly flames collected increased. Moreover, collecting a certain number of heavenly flames would allow one to obtain the Heavenly Flame Avatar, which was also an extremely powerful effect. Lin Shu put it away for the time being. This Heavenly Flame Atlas was a good thing. Theoretically, his own father possessed the number of heavenly flames up to 5. It was the most suitable at the moment. However, Lin Shu now wanted to take a look at the Heavenly Flame information recorded in the Heavenly Flame Atlas first, and it would not be too late to hand it over to his own father after reading it. As for this being a supreme treasure, capable of exerting powerful might, in Lin Shu's opinion, although supreme treasures were strong, personal greatness was better than supreme. If his father was able to rely on a supreme treasure to raise his realm, the benefits to Lin Shu would be better than this one supreme treasure. As long as one was strong enough, one could suppress all opponents with or without a supreme treasure. The other reward, an exclusive reward, was another mysterious map. It was a map that Lin Shu could not view, so he could only give it to his own father to view. Lin Shu glanced at the system, which was still updating, and while it was still updating, Lin Shu looked at the Grand Elder of the Pure Young Palace. Do you know where that subfire was obtained? This, I really don't know. This matter has never been mentioned by the Holy Sun. Even if we ask, he doesn't say. Now he has the help of Zephyr. Even the Holy King is not an opponent, and we are not good to force the question. The Grand Elder of the Pure Yang Palace hurriedly opened his mouth. So it seems that you have no more value. After Lin Shu finished speaking, he looked at Wu Wenjing, signaling that he would leave everything that followed to her. Wu Wenjing sensed Lin Shu's gaze and knew what Lin Shu meant. Then she was about to kill him directly. Seeing this scene, the Pure Yang Palace's Grand Elder immediately opened his mouth. Please don't kill me. I can submit to the Netherworld Palace and make an oath of heaven and earth to serve the Netherworld Palace single-mindedly from now on. Wu Wenjing thought about it. He would definitely have to follow the young lord in the future. And in that case, the Netherworld Palace would have one less saint like himself. If there was such a sage ninefold who swore to submit, there would be one more powerful sage warrior. And in this way, instead of being weakened, the Netherworld Palace would be a lot stronger. Wu Wenjing, looking towards the Netherworld Palace Master. Palace Master, what do you think of what he said? The Netherworld Palace Master thought about it and directly nodded. Tai Shang Wu, my Misty Palace is full of female disciples. It would not be appropriate for him to join the Misty Palace. If he is willing to guard the gate of the Misty Palace, it would be fine. Hearing this, the Pure Young Pavilion's Grand Elder immediately opened his mouth. I'm willing to guard the gateway of the Netherworld Palace and never let any petty people enter the Netherworld Palace. In that case, swear. Wu Wenjing spoke directly. The pure young pavilion's grand elder didn't hesitate and directly began to swear, and soon finished swearing. As the pure young pavilion's grand elder swore, the rest of the 3 sage elders who had followed along also opened their mouths this time. We are also willing to guard the gate for the Netherworld Palace. Wu Wenjing thought to herself that since she had already recruited one, she wouldn't mind recruiting 3 more. In this way, the Netherworld Palace had 4 saints guarding the gates. Soon, the 3 Ethereal Palace Sage Elders also swore to submit to the Ethereal Palace and guard the gateway for the Ethereal Palace. As for the remaining pure young pavilion disciples, the Ethereal Palace had no shortage of them, so naturally they were killed directly. It was natural for Lin Shu to stay out of such matters. Lin Shu, at the moment, was quietly waiting for the system to update. The update countdown was presented before Lin Shu's eyes. 138, 135, 120, 69, 56, 47, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Finally, the system update is complete. Without hesitation, Lin Shu immediately opened the system to check the changes after the update. As Lin Shu checked it out, all of a sudden he was ecstatic inside. This is too anticlimactic. Chapter 145, Terrifying Elevation. Invincible under a great emperor. Name, Lin Shu. Realm, Great Sage 7th Emperor. Passive. The realm is always higher than one's father's 3 major realms and 6 minor realms. Activated. 2. All abilities under control are always 4 levels higher than one's father. Inactivated. Talent, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. Technique, Heavenly Diffraction Sacred Technique. Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist. Wood Spirit Fu, Yen Long Palm. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Wood. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold. Perfection of the Axiom of Wood. Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, Perfection of the Domain of Gold. Perfection of the Domain of Wood. Perfection of the Domain of Fire. Laws, Law of Gold in its infancy. Law of Wood in its infancy. Law of Fire in its infancy. Avatar, Tian Yuan Chess Diffusion. Information on system subsidiary owners. Name, Lin Sungcheon. Talent, 5th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. Realm, 9th level. Technique, Golden Element Overbearing Body Technique. Cultivation Progress, Perfect. Heavenly Flame Mysteries, Disabled. Holy Level. Cultivation Progress, Returning to the 9th level of the Void. Star Swallowing Technique, Disabled. Returning to the Void level. Cultivation Progress, Returning to the 9th level of the Void. Martial Art, Yuan Ba Fist. Mastery Progress, Perfect. Avatar, Overlord's 9 fingers. Progress, 6 fingers. Power, 9th level of Heaven. Star Swallowing Technique, 9th level of Returning to Void. 3-colored Fire Lotus, 9th level of Heaven. Will, Perfection of the Will of Gold. Perfection of the Will of Fire. Axiom, Perfection of the Axiom of Gold. Perfection of the Axiom of Fire. Domain, 40% of the Domain of Gold. 40% of the Domain of Fire. Physique, Innate Inferno Sacred Body. Heavenly Flame, Green Lotus Flame, Mastery, Perfect. Pure Nirvana Flame, Mastery, Introductory. Meteorite Flame, Mastery, Proficient. Miraculous Blue Flame, Mastery, Proficient. Biocreation Flame, Mastery, Introductory. Mission. Task 1, the system subsidiary owner collects all 5 types of heavenly fire. The task is completed. The host system is passively upgraded by 2 minor realms. The system subsidiary owner's reward is unknown. Task completed. Reward claimed. Task 2, the system affiliated owner breaks through the Saint realm. The task is completed. The host system is passively upgraded by 2 minor realms as well as mysterious rewards. The system affiliated owner's rewards are unknown. Task not completed. That's right. With system updates, what was passive is now once again more so. All the powers under his control will always be 4 levels higher than his own father. Although, at first, seeing this second passive, Lin Shu didn't quite understand it. However, just now, Lin Shu learned about it in detail. As he learned more, Lin Shu realized how heaven-defying this ability was. The saying that the ability to control is always 4 levels higher than one's father refers to other abilities besides the realm. Includes feats, martial arts, divine abilities, and celestial fire. That is to say, according to the heavenly flame that father currently controls. For example, the pure Nirvana heavenly flame that father currently controls is at the introductory level, divided according to proficiency, introductory, proficient, minor, major, and complete. Above the initiation, 4 levels, that is the consummation. Once Lin Shu activated it, he could directly control the pure Nirvana heavenly flame at the consummate level. Perfect level of pure Nirvana heavenly flame. can be said to have been able to completely play its Nirvana power, can do as you wish. Even the pure Nirvana Heavenly Flame's last master Nirvana Phoenix Quasi-Emperor, I'm afraid that did not reach this degree of control. Of course, this wasn't the point. The point was that this Heavenly Flame was still in his father's possession, but he himself was able to use the Heavenly Flame. That's what's most anticlimactic. In other words, going forward it would be Lin Shu's father who had one Heavenly Flame, and Lin Shu would have the exact same one. If this doesn't count as anticlimactic, then what does? When he thought of this, Lin Shu couldn't wait before he directly meditated inwardly. System, I want to activate passive 2. Ding, activation in progress, please wait for the host. A system tone followed. Ding, activation complete, please host check yourself. Lin Shu didn't hesitate and directly opened the system panel to check it out. And as he did, Lin Shu's inner smile grew stronger. Kung Fu, Golden Element Overlord Technique, Cultivation Progress, Perfect. Secret Code of Heavenly Fire, Cultivation Progress, 9th level of Great Sage. Star Swallowing Technique, Cultivation Progress, 9th level of Great Sage. The Sky Shrine, Martial Arts, Yuan Ba Fist, Mastery Progress Complete. Wood Spirit Fugue, Inferno Dragon Palm, Avatar, Overlord 9 Fingers, Progress, 9 Fingers. Power, Great Sage 9. Star Swallowing Technique, Power, 9th level of Great Sage. 3-Colored Fire Lotus, Power, Great Sage 9. Tian Yuan Chess Dictionary, Heavenly Fire. Green Lotus Heavenly Flame, Mastery Progress, Perfect. Pure Nirvana Heavenly Flame, Mastery Progress, Perfect. Meteorite Heavenly Flame, Mastery Progress, Perfect. Phantom Blue Skyfire, Control Progress, Complete. Biocreation Flame, Mastery Progress, Perfect. This was the metamorphosis that occurred after Lin Shu activated the second passive. Lin Shu couldn't help but murmur in his heart as he watched these metamorphoses. After activating the passive from my father, I have now obtained 2 of my father's great techniques, with my cultivation level reaching the 9th level of Great Sage, and 3 great divine abilities, each of which is also powerful enough to exert to the 9th level of Great Sage might. The most crucial thing is that the 5 great heavenly flames, all of them are controlled to perfection. It's a pity that consummation is already the upper limit, and it's impossible to exceed it, but it's already extremely heaven-defying. Lin Shu thought carefully. Lin Shu nowadays, although he was still at the 7th level of the Great Sage realm, however, there were 2 great techniques that had reached the 9th level of Great Sage's mana, and 3 great divine abilities that had reached the 9th level of Great Sage's might, paired with the fact that Lin Shu himself was an emperor and had comprehended the embryonic form of the laws, and was now in complete control of the 5 great celestial flames. In that case, with my strength today, I'm only able to suppress a quasi-emperor when he comes. All along, although Lin Shu had a high realm, he lacked the corresponding divine means. But nowadays, if you want divine power, you have divine power. And if you want heavenly fire, you have heavenly fire. Perfectly makes up for everything, so to speak. In terms of strength, I'm afraid it would not be an exaggeration to say that there is no enemy under a great emperor. Subsequently, Lin Shu thought of the Heavenly Flame Atlas and that Xian Yuan Yan that he would go and collect next. Originally, Lin Shu had planned to keep Xian Yuan Yan for his own use, even though it was a subfire. But now with this system passive too, Lin Shu naturally no longer intended to keep it for his own use. Anyway, with the system passive in place, what the father controls, he is also able to control. Handing it over to his father would also increase his father's strength while indirectly increasing his own strength. So why not? While Lin Shu was checking the system and activating passive 2, the remaining powerhouses of the Pure Young Pavilion did not have a saint to sit in on them, and were soon killed by the powerhouses of the Misty Palace as well as all of the Pure Young Pavilion's elders who had just submitted themselves. Returning from the system and seeing that everything had been settled, Lin Shu spoke directly. Let's go. Set out for the Red State. To the Pure Young Pavilion. Lin Shu didn't forget. In Akasu, one has another opponent. That was the Red Flame Sacred Land. And Lin Shu had killed a saint from the Red Flame Sacred Land before, so it was just the right time to go over there and settle the grudge altogether. Just then, Wu Wenjing spoke. Young lord, the Holy Maiden of the Netherworld Palace wants to follow you. I wonder what you think. Young lord? Lin Shu glanced at a cool woman dressed in green standing beside the Misty Palace Master in the distance and finally nodded. Alright, for the sake of her possessing a holy body, and for your sake, let her follow me from now on. Anyway, Lin Shu already had quite a few people following him around, so one more wouldn't do any harm. Not to mention that this woman's talent was indeed not low, being a sacred body. Letting her cultivate in the Mountain River Tower for a period of time would also be a major battle force in the future. After all, until now, Lin Shu wasn't sure whether the Tianyuan Holy Land was an enemy or a friend to himself. In this way, it is still necessary to cultivate some strong people. Chapter 146, Transitioning the Sacred Tribulation. The Great Sage 9 attacks. What's your name? Lin Shu glanced at this holy maiden of the Netherworld Palace and asked. Back to your excellency. My name is Zhao Wanqing. Good. Zhao Wanqing, right? From now on you will follow me. Lin Shu gently nodded. With me, there are no special rules. Just don't betray. Zhao Wanqing spoke in a hurry. Please don't worry, your excellency. If Wanqing betrays me, I will let my soul be scattered. Looking at Zhao Wanqing, who had sworn such a poisonous oath without saying a word, Lin Shu also stopped opening his mouth to say anything more. Subsequently, Lin Shu and his group then traveled directly to the Red State. The ethereal palace master immediately retained. Your excellency, you came in such a hurry to save the Netherworld Palace from danger. Please also ask your excellency to be able to stay at the Netherworld Palace, so that I, the Netherworld Palace, can do my part as a landlord, and also thank you for this favor. Lin Shu shook his head. There's no need for that. If you guys want to be thankful, then thank Wu Wenjing. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have come here, much less helped your Misty Palace. Now that I have things to take care of, I won't stay much longer. Say it. Lin Shu looked at Wu Wenjing. If you still have something to say to the Ethereal Palace, I can allow you to stay in the Ethereal Palace for a while. Wu Wenjing immediately opened her mouth. Master, and now that the crisis in the Netherworld Palace has been resolved, and there are several saints from the Pure Young Pavilion guarding the mountain gates, the Netherworld Palace's strength has been greatly improved, and there is nothing I need to arrange. So naturally I will follow my master and leave together. In that case, let's leave immediately. Having said that, Lin Shu and his group then set off, heading towards Chizhou, Red State, right next door to Bizhou, could be considered extremely close to Bizhou. This time, Lin Shu and his group, instead of rushing too hastily, took a flying boat and leisurely headed towards the Red State. 1 hour later, above a body of water in Bizhou, Lin Shu's group stopped, because Li Yang, Li Xian, Li Han, Yun Tianming, and Qin Yushuan, these 5 people, they were going to cross the threshold to step into the Saint Realm. Since they were going to cross the tribulation, it was natural to wait for them to break through outside the saints to catch up, and there was no hurry. Above the boundless waters, the figures of Li Yang, Li Xian, Li Han, Yun Tianming, and Qin Yushuan appeared over the waters. Of course, in order for the transits not to be affected by each other, all 5 were separated from each other by over 100,000 miles. After all, the minimum was a heavenly emperor saint tribulation, and it was still Qin Yushuan alone. The remaining 4, all of them were supreme emperor sacred tribulation, and all of them had accumulated for a long time in the mountain and river pagoda space, and their accumulation was extremely strong. If you don't stay away from each other, you're only going to affect the pairing. In order to ensure that they could successfully pass through without being disturbed, Lin Shu had Bian Tuo, Wu Wenjing, and Lai Fengyun, the saints under his own hand, guard the 4 directions of this piece of water and protect them. As they stepped out of the mountain and river tower, the aura belonging to the peak of the heavenly realm shot straight up into the clouds, quickly triggering the thunder above the firmament. As endless robberies converged above each and every one of them, Zhao Wanqing, the saint daughter of the Netherworld Palace who had just joined, was also shocked when she looked at the surprising appearance of 5 people crossing the sacred tribulation in one go, all of whom were also beside the Duke. Earlier, when these people didn't show up, she thought that there were only the previous ones beside the Gongzi. Unexpectedly, there were actually so many strong people, and the appearance of these 5 people who were going to cross the threshold was too sudden. Zhao Wanqing, looking at Lin Shu's silhouette, only felt that this gentleman she was following was just too mysterious to be penetrated. Lin Shu, at this moment, was naturally unaware of Zhao Wanqing's thoughts as his gaze rested on the 5 people who had crossed the threshold. At the same time, one couldn't help but think of Yun Yun. If Yun Yun was still by his side, he would have been about to cross the threshold to break through to sainthood at this time. Lin Shu hadn't forgotten that Yun Yun's crossing of the tribulation seemed to be rather troublesome, and he didn't know if he would be able to get through it safely. However, on second thought, the Xin Heavenly Alliance was so powerful that it should have a way for Yun Yun to successfully get through it, so it no longer worried about Yun Yun. The lightning converged, and the 5 people's saint tribulation, formed almost at the same time, also struck down towards each of them at the same time. The first saint tribulation, all 5 of them crossed it with ease, even Qin Yushuan, who was the weakest in comparison. The saint tribulation, a total of 9, was naturally clear to Lin Shu, who had once crossed the saint tribulation. As for whether or not they would encounter the same special lightning tribulation that he had met again after he had survived the 9 saint tribulations, Lin Shu had no idea. Logically speaking, that was a holy tribulation that only belonged to emperors, but that didn't rule out supreme emperors and heavenly emperors, who also had corresponding thunder tribulation tests. Li Yang, Li Xian, Li Han, and Yun Tianming had accumulated extremely strong accumulations, and the 9 thunder tribulations, like Lin Shu's tribulation at that time, were easily passed. Qin Yushuan, although his strength was relatively lower, the lightning tribulation he faced was likewise relatively weaker, so although he was not as relaxed as the other 4, he was able to pass through the 9 lightning tribulations without any danger. Lin Shu looked above the dome of the sky. Qin Yushuan had survived 9 thunder tribulations, and now the thunder tribulation above the dome of the sky above her head had disappeared. The holy tribulation had been passed. Her cultivation began to soar, and although her accumulation wasn't as strong as the other 4, she had been accumulating in the mountain river tower for some time. Thus, as soon as he crossed the threshold to sainthood, his cultivation level came directly to the 3rd level of saint. As for the 4 of them, Li Yang, Li Xian, Li Han, and Yun Tianming, at this moment, even though they had already passed through 9 thunder tribulations, the tribulation thunder above their heads had not dissipated. It seems that they also need to experience a special lightning tribulation. I just don't know what kind of special lightning tribulation they need to experience. Lin Shu was a little curious in his heart and couldn't help but stare tightly above the firmament. Just then, Lin Shu's gaze stared into the distance. It seems that the commotion of the 5 people crossing the threshold is still too loud, attracting quite a few people to come. In the distance, in the surrounding emptiness, Lin Shu sensed a number of powerful people arriving. The vast majority of them were just ordinary saints, the likes of which Lin Shu didn't see in his eyes. Instead, there were 2 auras that were quite astonishing, causing Lin Shu to pay more attention. I hope you guys have some sense, or else. Lin Shu's gaze went cold. Those 2 auras were indeed powerful, but today's Lin Shu was not what he used to be. The energy in his body was strong, and he had control over a lot of divine abilities, and he could manipulate the heavenly fire with incomparable skill. Even if the opponent was stronger, Lin Shu was not afraid. It was also at this moment that the 4th special holy tribulation finally descended. Lin Shu looked above the dome of the sky, and at this moment, above the heads of the 4 of them, the holy tribulation was constantly condensing. Not coalescing into a person, but into a thing? In the meantime, a voice came. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see 4 people crossing the different heavenly tribulation at once. As the voice came, Lin Shu saw that an old man had already appeared over the waters. The person who came was precisely one of the people among that powerful aura that Lin Shu had just sensed. This person was clearly a great sage, and was also a great sage 9th level powerhouse. Chapter 147, Empress Changshi, Thunder Clan and Moon Clan, a different kind of apocalypse? Hearing this old man's words, Lin Shu pondered in his mind. This old man, he seems to know quite a lot. At least, this was the first time Lin Shu had heard of this other heavenly tribulation, but this old man seemed to be very familiar with it. But thinking about it, a great sage 9-fold powerhouse, not to say that he stood at the peak of the world, but he was still an extremely top-tier powerhouse. This kind of strong person, it's not like he was like himself, relying purely on his father to lie down and break through the great saint realm. The things that he had experienced were far from comparable to Lin Shu, and it was not wrong to know more. As it happened, now that this old man had come to his door, no matter what his next purpose was, Lin Shu always had to get some news from him. With that in mind, Lin Shu prepared to suppress it first. However, before Lin Shu could make a move, the other of the 2 powerful auras originally felt by Lin Shu had also arrived. This person, again, was an old man. I didn't realize it was you. The old man who had just appeared looked at the one from before and couldn't help but open his mouth. You didn't stay well in Liezhou, but you even came to Bizhou, which is more than 100 states away from Liezhou. Liezhou? Upon hearing this place, Lin Shu felt a sense of familiarity. After some recollection, Lin Shu immediately remembered. Wasn't this the Liezhou that Yun Tianming had talked about earlier? Yun Tianming, because of a chance, was brought back to the Cloud Thunder Holy Land by an ancient saint. This Cloud Thunder Holy Land was none other than Liezhou. But, Lin Shu, however, remembered that although this lay state specialized in thunder law, it wasn't too strong and was only a medium state. Today's Lin Shu, although there were still so many things he didn't understand, with his strength rising and having traveled to many places, he had grown a lot of insight. As a result, there was also a general understanding of the so-called lower, middle, and upper states of the 3,000 states. The so-called inferior states were states where no saints existed, or where occasionally a saint would appear only after a while, or 1,000 years, or thousands of years. This kind of state, among the 3,000 states, belonged to the very end of existence, and was thus called an inferior state. As for a medium state, it was a state that had saints in it regardless of the time period and the existence of a power at the level of a holy land, which was of course the minimum standard. If it was a slightly more powerful medium state, there were even saint kings sitting around, and there were several, even 10, saints. Lei Zhou, too, belonged to a medium state, and theoretically, at most, saint kings existed. This old man in front of him was a great sage 9. This kind of strength was definitely not something that a medium state should have. That was only found in the upper class states, and even the average upper class state might not have a powerful person of the 9th level of the great sage sitting in it. Interesting, it seems that this old man, Pingfan, is definitely not as simple as being from Lizhou. Lin Shu quickly made a guess about this old man, and had a guess. Earlier, Yun Tianming had said that he was being chased by the demon race, the Cloud Thunder Holy Land. As the Holy Land of Lizhou, both had demonic clans. If there was a great sage 9 in Lizhou, it should not be so bad as to watch the demon race act in such a manner. This old man in front of him, in Lin Shu's opinion, was most likely from the demon race. Of course, this is just a guess at this point, and we'll need to continue to see if it is or isn't. In the spirit of prying into the identity of this old man, Lin Shu was not in a hurry to make an exit at this time. Anyway, the other old man, although not as good as the suspected demon race's great sage 9, was still a great sage 7. Perhaps, by talking to them, one can learn who they are. Also, it's a good idea to see what they're really up to based on their conversations. If they are not harboring good intentions, they will be suppressed together at that time. Anyway, with Lin Shu's strength nowadays, he does not dare to guarantee that he must be invincible under the great emperors, but for these two people in front of him, Lin Shu can still be sure that he can be suppressed. If the other party came with good intentions, Lin Shu naturally had no need to make a move. Lin Shu didn't make a sound, and these two great sage elders, quite naturally, ignored Lin Shu. It can't be helped. Who made Lin Shu too young? In the cultivation world, it's true that we don't judge each other's age by their appearance, but those with a young appearance, 9 times out of 10, were not very old, and in terms of realm, they wouldn't be as high as they could be. They were great saints and were qualified to ignore a young man. After all, not to mention young people, even the older generation could be ignored with the great sage's strength. Great saints, after all, were powerful people with half a foot standing at the very top of the world now. They had the qualifications. As a great saint, is it possible that I can't cross the distance of 100 states? The great sage 9 elder from Lizhou opened his mouth. Besides, the Lei prefecture where I am located is 100 states away from here. The Vault prefecture where you are located, could it be that it's closer? Even if it's not 100 states, it's still 70 or 80 states away. If you can come, why can't the old man come? The great sage 7th level old man from the vaulted state did not argue, but asked directly. I will not argue with the old man, just ask you why you are here. Naturally, it's for them. The great sage 9 elder from Lizhou opened his mouth. For existences that transcended the otherworldly heavenly tribulation. That's 4 great emperors worth. As a great saint, you should also understand that this other heavenly tribulation is something that only supreme emperors experience when they become saints. And you and I are both clear on just how great the potential of supreme emperors is. A great emperor's talent. Since I've met it, how could I miss it? The Dome State's great sage 7th level elder nodded. Indeed, the capital of a great emperor may not be able to produce one even in a superior state. It's a bit of a surprise that 4 have appeared in a medium state in the region of this Bizho. Since you and I met at the same time, why don't you and I each take 2? In that case, a fight will be spared. As soon as these words came out, that great sage 9 elder from Lizhou immediately shook his head. Do you think that you, being at the 7th level of great sage and 2 levels below Lao Fu's realm, are qualified to share equally with Lao Fu? Yes? The great sage 7th level old man from the vault state spoke. Then I don't know. This object in my hand. You may block it. Between the fall of his words, an object suddenly appeared in the hands of the Dome State's great sage 7th level elder. It was a round of supreme treasure that looked as if it was a curved moon, flashing with bright light, and an iffy aura filled the air. You actually have a quasi-emperor weapon. Nope, this was the Empress Changxi's original weapon back then. Where did you obtain it? Empress Changxi, although she is not a great emperor, she is an extremely powerful quasi-emperor. How could her original weapon be in your hands? For a while, the original old man who was quite confident at the 9th level of Great Sage. At this moment, a trace of scorn surfaced on his face. Quasi-Emperor artifact, Sun and Moon. This was a great treasure that had a great reputation in the 3000 states, suppressing an unknown number of powerful people, and it was rumored that there were even quasi-empires that had been suppressed. Great Sage 7th level. He was not afraid, but holding Shiyu's Great Sage 7th level, he had to pay attention. However, in his heart, he was secretly pondering that he had to find an opportunity to take Heiyue into his hands. Although Empress Changxi is not from my Thunder clan, she was born into the Moon clan, with my Thunder clan, belonging to one of the 10,000 clans, her original weapon. How can it flow into the hands of the human race? Lin Shu, looking at this duo, talking for half a day without talking about identity, was also a bit bored. However, it was good to know for sure that these two were not coming with good intentions. In that case, Lin Shu can also make a move.